My name is Xia Taiping, a high school student who accidentally transmigrated into a parallel world. In this world where divine power reigns supreme, everyone who turns 18 must attempt to summon a deity. Those who succeed soar to greatness, while failures are doomed to mediocrity. Today marks the annual god summoning ceremony at Huaxia Divine Academy. I just transmigrated here, and my mind is still in complete disarray. The original owner of this body was a lazy slacker, and the situation is utterly disastrous. If the invocation terms don't match during the summoning, death on the spot is guaranteed. I had no time to think before being surrounded by the excited crowd. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into my mind, making me realize that the mythology here was drastically different from the Chinese myths I knew. It turns out that the ancient Chinese mythological texts in this world have been heavily lost, with most deities vanishing into the river of time, leaving people's understanding of gods entirely reliant on conjecture and experimentation. However, I also realized that my complete memory of ancient Chinese mythology from my past life is my greatest golden finger. At this moment, Zhou Tianming, the dean of Huaxia Divine Academy, announced the commencement of the ceremony. The first to step forward was Bai Yong, the undisputed top-ranked student. Rumored to be a descendant of the divine envoy Bai Wuchang, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, everyone was convinced he would successfully summon Bai Wuchang. Bai Yong ascended the high platform and entered the radiant gateway leading to the pantheon. On the illusory screen, Bai Yong stepped before a card and solemnly recited the summoning incantation, reap souls, claim lives, with the book of life and death in my left hand and the soul-hooking brush in my right. Your descendant Bai Yong humbly summons Bai Wuchang to descend. I was stunned inwardly. This was utterly preposterous wording. Bai Wuchang is merely a ghostly messenger. The book of life and death and soul-hooking brush clearly fall under Judge Cui Ju's jurisdiction. The cognitive bias of this world is truly absurd. Beside me, Yang Fengcheng mocked me as the remedial lowest scorer who didn't understand the significance of lexicon entries. I fired back bluntly, telling him to go lick Bai Yong's boots in person. On the screen, the gray card before Bai Yong turned half yellow, indicating his summoning chant was partially correct and partially wrong. Soon after, a half-yellow, half-gray card flew into Bai Yong's body. Bai Wuchang's card was of yellow-grade aptitude, drawing repeated praises from Zhou Tianming. Next, who's coming? Zhou Tianming asked. Yang Fengcheng immediately shouted, Dean, Xia Taiping just said he'd be the second to come. He deliberately wanted to embarrass me in public. Everyone was deeply surprised by my unshakable back-of-the-class behavior. I initially intended to explain, but ultimately decided against it. Since I've already figured out the process, there's no need to delay any further. It would be a disgrace to my identity as a transmigrator. I walked toward the high platform and entered the ancient pantheon. Hundreds of cards hovered in the grand hall, each bearing the figures of various deities, including human and beast gods. I wasn't in a hurry to make a decision, but instead carefully examined them one by one. The summoned deity will become my lifebound deity, determining my upper limit. The students in the square were buzzing with discussion. No one had confidence in me, worried I might drop dead on the spot. The more cards I looked at, the deeper my frown became. These deities are mostly rustic wild gods, none of them worthy of my regard. Now I understood, it wasn't that Bai Wuchang was exceptionally powerful, but rather that the pantheon lacked any true, orthodox deities. How tragic. I couldn't help but sigh. China's 5,000 years of history once boasted tens of thousands of deities, but with the loss of ancient myth texts, only these minor figures remain. This left me with a mind full of divine memories yet facing the dilemma of being unable to make bricks without straw. I was reluctantly picking the best of a bad bunch when, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly spotted a dusty card leaning against the corner of the pantheon. I couldn't see the portrait on the card clearly, so I immediately walked toward it. Chapter 3: The Pearl in the Dirt. An unconventional summoning. What's going on? The students gathered in the square looked utterly bewildered. They couldn't understand why Xia Taiping suddenly headed toward the corner of the pantheon. Zhou Tianming was also puzzled. But the next moment, as if something occurred to him, his expression abruptly changed. The others present might not have known, but he remembered there was a rather unusual card tucked away in the corner of the pantheon. Why unusual? Because unlike the other cards that appeared in the pantheon and floated in midair, it had materialized in the very corner of the hall. Back then, due to that card's peculiarity, the Huaxia nation had sent countless people into the pantheon, attempting to summon the deity depicted on it. Yet every summoner met a violent death. Over time, the card was simply forgotten. Xia Taiping suddenly walked toward the corner of the pantheon, clearly having spotted that card. Don't choose that card. Zhou Tianming prayed silently. If Xia Taiping chose any other card, even if he failed to summon the deity, he might still have a chance to survive. But if he selected the card in the pantheon's corner, failure in the summoning would mean certain death. As for a successful summon? Zhou Tianming hadn't even considered it. As the head of Central China's Divine Academy, how could he not know about Xia Taiping, the notorious deadweight? Moreover, back then, so many others had failed to summon the deity depicted on that card in the corner of the pantheon. How could Xia Taiping possibly succeed? But Xia Taiping didn't hear his prayer. He walked straight to the card in the corner of the pantheon and crouched down. He brushed the dust off the card, revealing a gray portrait that came into view for both Xia Taiping and the crowd gathered in the plaza. Holy crap, there's a card in the corner? No wonder Xia Taiping headed there. Is that a monkey on the card? Or is it made of stone? What deity is this stone monkey? We never learned about it at the Divine Academy. Probably not a powerful deity, otherwise why would it be hiding in the corner? The students in the square buzzed with discussion. Xia Taiping's eyes shone brightly, his body trembling with excitement beyond his control. While the students in the square had no idea what the stone monkey was, he instantly recognized it as the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Damn it, thank goodness I didn't pick those minor deities. Otherwise, I would have missed out on the great sage. Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yet confusion filled his mind. He couldn't fathom how the great sage's card had ended up in a dusty corner of the pantheon. Was this what they meant by a pearl lost in the dust? Never mind. With the great sage available, there's no reason not to pick him. Xia Taiping made his decision decisively. However, he didn't summon it immediately. Instead, he pondered the summoning conditions. The richer and more precise the invocation, the higher the chance of success and the greater the power gained. Moments later, Xia Taiping suddenly raised his hand and tapped his forehead. With something readily available, why bother thinking up summoning phrases? Ahem. Xia Taiping cleared his throat with a few coughs, then burst into song. Monkey brother. Monkey brother. You're truly remarkable. The 5 elements mountains couldn't hold you down, and out sprang Sun Wukong. Monkey brother, you're truly one of a kind. Even when the is chanted, it can't change old Sun's true nature. Pluck a single hair, and blow out 10,000 monkeys. A blink of an eye can see through ghosts. A single somersault spans 10,800 li. Shake your might, and mountains crumble, earth splits. Wherever hardship lies, I think of you. Wherever danger lurks, your brother is there. Battle-hardened, leading the charge, punishing evil and promoting good with a heart like a Buddha. Your glorious name echoes through the ages, your tales are told in every home. Golden monkey staff, forever gleaming, sweeping away all impurities from the world. The sudden burst of song froze the crowd in the square. You entered the pantheon to summon deities. Why are you singing? Did your brain short-circuit? What's going on? Why is Xia Taiping suddenly singing? He seems to be summoning that stone monkey deity. Right. His lyrics mention monkey brother, but summoning deities usually involves reciting incantations. Why is he singing? You're asking me? Who should I ask? No one has ever sung while summoning a deity before. You know what? Xia Taiping's singing is actually kind of nice. I think it sounds surprisingly good too. The students buzzed with discussion. Zhou Tianming and other leaders from Central China Divine Academy standing on the high platform were equally bewildered. This was their first encounter with such an occurrence. Look! That stone monkey card is changing color. A sudden cry of astonishment erupted across the square. The crowd instinctively turned to look. As Xia Taiping's song faded, the stone monkey card rapidly shed its gray hue, transforming into a crystal clear form. Unlike when Bai Yong summoned the white impermanence, which only partially restored, this card became entirely translucent. Holy! Xia Taiping actually summoned the stone monkey deity, and not just partially, but completely. Holy crap! A nursery rhyme can summon a deity? My worldview just got shattered. Holy crap, am I seeing things? The bottom feeder actually summoned a deity? Damn it! Wait, why is Xia Taiping's stone monkey deity card transparent? Shouts of astonishment echoed across the square, but soon everyone fell into a state of bewilderment. As everyone knew, deity cards were ranked from lowest to highest in 7 tiers: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Yet the stone monkey deity card summoned by Xia Taiping was transparent. What was going on? Earlier, Xia Taiping had already shattered everyone's expectations by summoning a deity through song. Now, the color of the stone monkey deity card he summoned shattered their understanding once more. Xia Taiping remained unaware that his actions had twice shattered the crowd's expectations. At that moment, he was overcome with excitement. His judgment had been correct. No one stipulated that deities must be summoned through entries. Singing was also valid, and the song Monkey Brother perfectly captured Sun Wukong's life story, enabling him to fully summon the Monkey King. In the next instant, a palm-sized, crystal-clear card detached from the Sun Wukong card and merged into Xia Taiping's body. Ha 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 ha! Xia Taiping opened his mouth, ready to burst into laughter. Bai Yong had summoned the white impermanence, yet only achieved partial success, and he was already being praised to the skies. But the Sun Wukong he summoned could crush the white impermanence with a single finger, and his summoning was complete, not merely half successful. But the laughter froze on his lips. This world was far too dangerous. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by lightning. And another saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. He certainly didn't want to burn out like a bright star. Better to keep a low profile. Forcibly suppressing the excitement surging within him, Xia Taiping twisted his mouth into a grimace and narrowed his eyes, forcing a look of gloom onto his face before turning to walk out of the pantheon. As Xia Taiping turned, the crowd in the square caught sight of his expression, and confusion spread among them. Xia Taiping had successfully summoned a deity by all rights, he should be overjoyed. Why then did he wear such a mournful, deeply troubled expression? Stepping out of the pantheon, he reached the elevated platform. Xia Taiping nodded to Zhou Tianming, then walked down the platform with a mournful expression. But before he could descend the platform, Zhou Tianming's voice suddenly rang out. Xia Taiping, wait. Chapter 4, Low-Key Development. No mercy. Xia Taiping's heart tightened abruptly. Zhou Tianming had called him back, could he have noticed something? Huff. Xia Taiping took a deep breath to steady himself, then turned around. Dean, what's wrong? Zhou Tianming asked Xia Taiping, why did you choose to summon that stone monkey deity? Xia Taiping's face flushed with embarrassment. Dean, I couldn't recognize any other deities. The gazes of the many students in the square flickered slightly. Their judgment had been correct. Xia Taiping truly couldn't recognize the myriad deities of the pantheon. Zhou Tianming didn't doubt him either. After all, Xia Taiping's inability to recognize the pantheon's deities perfectly matched his status as the perpetual bottom ranker. What he didn't know was that this was precisely the excuse Xia Taiping had concocted. He pressed further, then did you recognize the stone monkey deity? Xia Taiping shook his head. No, I didn't recognize it. Zhou Tianming was astonished. You didn't recognize it, yet you dared to summon it? Dean, I desperately wanted to summon a deity, but I didn't recognize any of them. I was helpless. Xia Taiping sighed, then abruptly changed the subject, but when I saw the stone monkey deity, I suddenly recalled a nursery rhyme I heard as a child. It seemed to fit the stone monkey deity quite well, so I decided to take a desperate gamble. To my surprise, it actually worked. The students gathered in the square stared in stunned silence. This actually worked? And completely? Xia Taiping's luck was absurdly good. Zhou Tianming's mouth twitched violently, his weathered face a mask of utter speechlessness. Back then, countless experts had tried every conceivable method, and countless others had risked their lives attempting to summon the stone monkey deity only to meet violent deaths without exception. Yet through some bizarre twist of fate, Xia Taiping had succeeded using a nursery rhyme. What kind of nonsense was this? But then again, many deities in the pantheon had been summoned by sheer accident. Xia Taiping, you successfully summoned the stone monkey deity, a complete success. Zhou Tianming pressed further, by all logic, you should be overjoyed. Why then do you wear such a gloomy, dejected expression? Dean, it's too weak. Xia Taiping sighed bitterly. Even though my grades aren't great, I still know card tiers are ranked from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, to violet. The stone monkey god's card is transparent. It doesn't even have a color. How powerful could it possibly be? Hearing this, the crowd of students in the square froze in surprise before bursting into schadenfreude. Moments ago, they'd been seething. How could Xia Taiping, the class dunce, have successfully summoned a deity? But now they felt a sense of balance. What good was a completely successful summoning of an extremely weak deity? Unlike the other students, Zhou Tianming remained skeptical. Based on the lyrics Xia Taiping had chanted, the stone monkey deity shouldn't be weak, it should be incredibly powerful. Yet since the revival of spiritual energy, no transparent colored card deity had ever appeared anywhere in the world. Xia Taiping's reasoning was sound, and Zhou Tianming didn't know how to refute it. Besides, seeing Xia Taiping so dejected, he felt it would be wrong to argue. Alright, you may leave. Zhou Tianming didn't press further. But he silently resolved to uncover the truth, whether transparent colored card deities were truly powerful or weak. Dean, I have a question. Xia Taiping didn't leave as instructed. Instead, he countered, why is the stone monkey deity's card tucked away in the corner of the pantheon? I know a little about that. Zhou Tianming explained, the cards in the pantheon are the result of countless experts' painstaking research. At the time, one expert discovered descriptions of the stone monkey in historical records and then drew the stone monkey deity's card based on those descriptions. But the records were incomplete, only the image of the stone monkey deity was described, not its name or deeds. Originally, that expert didn't intend to bring the stone monkey deity card into the pantheon for testing. Yet through a series of coincidences, the stone monkey god card was mixed in with other deity cards and brought into the pantheon. Remarkably, the pantheon did not reject the stone monkey god card, so it remained within its halls. At the time, since the stone monkey god card did not float in the air but appeared in a corner of the pantheon, everyone felt it was different from the others. Then, our Huaxia nation sought out many people to attempt summoning it, yet every single one died violently. Over time, the stone monkey god's card was forgotten until you discovered it today and successfully summoned it. I see. Xia Taiping nodded, silently wondering to himself, could the great sage possibly be like the other deities in the pantheon? The other deities in the pantheon were either rustic country gods or minor, insignificant beings. How could the mighty great sage possibly wish to associate with such deities? That's why the great sage's card refused to float within the pantheon, choosing instead to linger in its corner. Though these were merely his speculations, he believed his guesses were correct. But that wasn't the point. The crucial information he gleaned from Zhou Tianming's explanation was that the pantheon cards were crafted by humans. It was no easy feat for those experts in Huaxia to craft divine cards, but he possessed the complete memories of Huaxia's deities. Once he mastered the method of creating divine cards, wouldn't crafting them be as easy as pie for him? Then, with a mere wave of his hand, all the gods would manifest. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. At this moment, Xia Taiping became even more acutely aware that his complete memory of the Huaxia deities was indeed his golden finger. Dean. Xia Taiping wanted to ask about creating divine cards, but the words died on his lips. It seemed inappropriate for the bottom-of-the-class student to ask about the method. Besides, having just successfully summoned the stone monkey deity, it was best not to inquire about this in front of so many people. Drawing attention would spell trouble. It would be better to ask privately or research it discreetly. Noticing Xia Taiping hadn't finished his sentence, Zhou Tianming inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing. Dean, I'll be heading down now." Xia Taiping shook his head and descended the platform, heading back to his original seat. Along the way, students all around him watched with amused expressions. Xia Taiping paid them no mind. He knew exactly why they were staring at him like that. But in his eyes, these students had already been completely duped by him. Sooner or later, they would realize just how foolish they were. And what was there to argue with a bunch of duped fools? Soon, Xia Taiping returned to his seat. But no sooner had he settled into his seat than Yang Fengqing's mocking voice rang out. Just as expected, losers only hang out with other losers. Hearing this, Xia Taiping instantly felt annoyed. The other students merely watched him with amused expressions, offering no verbal taunts. He couldn't be bothered to respond. But Yang Fengqing had directly issued a provocation. If he endured this, wouldn't he be nothing but a coward? He wasn't like the original owner of this body, a pushover. Anyone who dared to trash talk in front of him would get no leniency. Still, while he wouldn't tolerate it, the principle of low-key development remained non-negotiable. So, even when confronting others, one must employ skill. Chapter 5, Choke on it exposed at a glance. He turned to face Yang Fengqing. Xia Taiping remarked indifferently, "I've already successfully summoned a deity, while you haven't even tried." Yang Fengqing's expression froze abruptly. Though Xia Taiping's words were concise, he wasn't stupid. How could he not grasp their meaning? "You haven't even summoned a god successfully. What gives you the right to mock me?" He retorted, "If a useless fool like you can summon a deity, how could I possibly fail to do so?" Xia Taiping repeated calmly, "I have successfully summoned a deity, while you haven't even tried." Yang Fengqing's expression froze again. This guy was countering him with the same line. His face darkened. "I already said it. If a useless fool like you can succeed, how could I possibly fail?" Xia Taiping repeated calmly, "I have already successfully summoned a deity, while you haven't even tried." Damn it, that same line again? Yang Fengqing's composure shattered instantly. Furious, he snapped, "Xia Taiping, is that all you can say?" "No." Xia Taiping shook his head, abruptly shifting his tone. "But one line is enough. Why bother saying anything else?" Yang Fengqing's mouth twitched violently. He desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping's words, but he couldn't find a way to do so. Because what Xia Taiping said made perfect sense, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so completely thrown off balance by a single sentence. "But since you put it that way, I'll rephrase it." Xia Taiping continued, "You claim you can succeed? Then go do it. What are you still standing here for?" Yang Fengqing was instantly rendered speechless. He'd spoken with confidence, but deep down, he felt no certainty. It wasn't that he, like Xia Taiping, was a bottom feeder who couldn't recognize deities or remember summoning incantations. Rather, summoning a deity was a two-way selection. Not only did he choose the deity, but the deity also had to choose him. Therefore, even recognizing a deity and memorizing the invocation formula didn't guarantee success. If it were otherwise, he would have rushed to the stage like Bai Yong instead of hesitating like this. "Let me rephrase." Xia Taiping pressed on, "You're dithering and afraid to go up there. Could it be you're scared of failing the summoning?" Yang Fengqing exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He glared at Xia Taiping and roared, "You're talking nonsense. I'm not afraid." Xia Taiping chuckled, "If you're not afraid, then go ahead." Once again, Xia Taiping had him speechless. Watching Yang Fengqing's face twisted with frustration, Xia Taiping sneered inwardly. Who does he think he is, mocking me without knowing his own place? I'll shut you right up. But he only thought this to himself, choosing not to press the issue. It wasn't out of magnanimity, but because he had more pressing matters at hand. The moment Sun Wukong's card fused into his body, he leapt from ordinary man to divine blessed being, his cultivation effortlessly reaching the foundational stage, the very threshold of the cultivator's path. Simultaneously, due to the complete success of the summoning, he gained access to Sun Wukong's full range of abilities. Yet his cultivation base remained too low to fully unleash Sun Wukong's full potential. In this world, the cultivation stages for mortals are divided into foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation of the spirit, union of essence, tribulation crossing, and great perfection. I wonder what realm the great sage attained. Xia Taiping pondered silently. But the next moment, he realized something was amiss. Foundation establishment, golden core, and other stages belonged to the mortal realm, yet Sun Wukong was a deity. How could mortal realms possibly measure his power? To fully unleash the great sage's entire potential, the road ahead is long and arduous. But even if I can't reach his peak, I should still be able to tap into some of his power. I really want to try. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly, his heart itching like a cat scratching at it. Though he possessed the maturity of 2 lifetimes, far surpassing his fellow students, these were the powers of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Having leaped from ordinary man to cultivator, no matter how composed he remained, the urge to test Sun Wukong's abilities was overwhelming. But with people all around him and his desire to keep a low profile, he couldn't even attempt it. Not every ability is off limits to try. The next moment, Xia Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. Abilities like the 72 transformations or the cloud somersault might cause a commotion when tested, but the fire-eye golden vision was virtually silent. With that thought, Xia Taiping's curiosity got the better of him, and he decisively activated the fire-eye golden gaze. Swish! A streak of golden light flashed from Xia Taiping's eyes. In that instant, Xia Taiping distinctly felt his eyes had changed dramatically from before. Not only could he see farther, but there was also an indescribable sense of mystique. How amazing! Xia Taiping exclaimed, lifting his gaze toward Xiao Tianming and the others standing atop the high platform. Dean Xiao Tianming isn't a monster. Vice Dean Chao Shiyan isn't a monster either. And Director of Education He Zhuangzhuang isn't a monster either. Xia Taiping scanned each person in turn. Moments later, Xia Taiping suddenly let out a surprised gasp, his eyes filled with confusion. Behind Xiao Tianming stood Wang Chengshi, the Director of Administration, whose body concealed a middle-aged man. This figure stood only 5 feet tall, sporting a small tuft of mustache beneath his nose. Both his physique and facial features bore no resemblance whatsoever to Wang Chengshi. What's going on? Xia Taiping was perplexed. He couldn't fathom how another person could be concealed within Wang Chengshi's body, and judging by the man's appearance, he seemed to be from the land of cherry blossoms? Before he could ponder further, Wang Chengshi's figure flickered rapidly several times, then transformed into the middle-aged man he had just glimpsed inside Wang Chengshi's body. Xia Taiping wasn't the only one who noticed this. Many students on the square saw it too. Look! How did Director Wang change like that? Holy crap! Is Director Wang performing a human transformation trick for us? What's going on? How did Director Wang turn into a short guy? A series of gasps erupted across the square. These gasps instantly drew the attention of those who hadn't witnessed Director Wang Chengshi's transformation. They all turned to look at Wang Chengshi standing on the elevated platform, including Xiao Tianming and other leaders from Central China Divine Academy. In the next instant, all eyes were fixed on Wang Chengshi. Wang Chengshi, however, looked utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand why everyone had suddenly turned to look at him. Before he could process it, Xiao Tianming's lowered right hand shot up like lightning, aiming straight for his throat. His instinct was to dodge. But his reaction was a split second too slow. Before he could execute an effective evasive maneuver, Xiao Tianming's right hand was already inches from his face, then clamped tightly around his throat. Wang Chengshi stammered in confusion, "Dean, why are you attacking me? You Japanese." Xiao Tianming's face darkened. "Who are you? Where's old Wang?" At those words, Wang Chengshi's expression abruptly changed. Though he couldn't see his own reflection, he suddenly realized he was no longer looking at Xiao Tianming eye to eye as before, but rather gazing up at him. Coupled with Xiao Tianming's words, he instantly understood he had been exposed. He couldn't understand how, despite hiding so well, his true identity had suddenly been revealed. In the student group chat, Xia Taiping silently lowered his head, his mind filled with strange thoughts. He had merely been itching to test Sun Wukong's abilities. How had it led to the traitor being exposed at a glance? But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Wang Chengshi's sudden exposure was undoubtedly linked to the fire-eye vision. But the fire-eye golden vision could see through disguises. It didn't have the power to make someone reveal their true form. Why then did Wang Chengshi show his true colors after Xia Taiping looked at him with the vision? After much pondering, Xia Taiping reached a conclusion. Wang Chengshi's disguise skills were pathetic. Otherwise, how could he not even withstand a single glance from the fire-eye golden gaze? Chapter 6, Surrendering Sovereignty. Stomach-cramping frustration. Holy! He's a spy from Sakura Nation. Damn it, Director Wang was probably killed by a Japanese spy. Those damn Japanese are so despicable, so hateful. A torrent of curses erupted across the square. Nearly every student glared at Wang Chengshi with murderous intent, their expressions as if they wanted to devour him. The nations of Huaxia and Sakura had harbored deep-seated animosity since ancient times. It was no exaggeration to call them mortal enemies. Now, agents from the Cherry Blossom Nation had infiltrated Huazhong Divine Academy with sinister intentions. With old grudges piled upon new, any Huaxia citizen with a shred of honor couldn't help but seethe with rage. "Quiet!" Xiao Tianming roared, silencing the frenzied crowd. He then turned to Wang Chengshi and demanded in a deep voice, "Speak! Where is old Wang?" "Ha ha ha! Wang Chengshi, no, the Japanese spy burst into laughter. Xiao Tianming, you asked about Wang Chengshi? Xiao Tianming's expression froze. You killed him? That's right. The Cherry Blossom Nation spy cackled. Not only did I kill him, I toyed with his wife. His son even called me daddy. I intended to keep tormenting his entire family, but his wife caught me during our first encounter. So I slaughtered them all. Xiao Tianming exploded with rage, cursing under his breath as his entire body trembled violently. The crowd in the square seethed with fury. This bastard murdered Wang Chengshi's entire family and still had the audacity to boast like this. It was utterly intolerable. Xiao Tianming, let me give you some advice. The Sakura Nation spy roared with laughter again. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, once I die, my Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch will challenge your Huazhong Divine Academy. Worse still, my Sakura Nation might even launch a divine war against your Huaxia Nation. Snap. A crisp snapping sound cut off the traitor's arrogant rant. It was the sound of his neck snapping cleanly under Xiao Tianming's grip. Immediately afterward, his head lolled to one side, and all sound ceased. The Sakura Nation spy was dead, yet his wide-open eyes bore witness to his unwillingness to accept his fate. He couldn't fathom how, despite hiding so well, his true colors had suddenly been exposed. He couldn't fathom how Xiao Tianming dared to kill him despite his threats. The crowd in the square, however, showed no surprise. This bastard slaughtered Wang Chengshi's entire family and still has the nerve to act so brazenly. No one in their right mind could possibly tolerate this. Dean, this man deserves to die, but we cannot ignore the threat he poses. Xiao Shiyan replied, soon, the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch will discover his death. Given Sakura Nation's arrogance, they'll inevitably come looking for trouble. We must prepare our countermeasures in advance. Xiao Tianming nodded, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. The Sakura Nation spy couldn't have been exposed out of nowhere. There had to be a reason, or rather, someone had made the spy's cover blow. He wanted to see who that person was. But as he looked around, everyone wore expressions of uncontrollable rage, not a trace of the unusual reaction he had hoped to see. Phew. Xia Taiping exhaled deeply. Perhaps others didn't know what Xiao Tianming was looking at, but he knew exactly what it was. Fortunately, the Japanese spy's arrogant words had stirred his own anger, prompting him to lift his head. Otherwise, when Xiao Tianming looked around and saw everyone else with their heads raised except him still bowed, he would have been exposed. Proceed with the divine summoning ritual. Xiao Tianming wasted no time issuing the command. One by one, students from the Central Academy of Divinity ascended the platform, entering the pantheon to summon the gods. Xia Taiping appeared to be looking at the screen in the sky, but his mind was preoccupied with one thought. The mention of the Sakura Academy's Huaxia branch by the Sakura spy meant that a Sakura Academy existed within Huaxia. But he couldn't understand how Huaxia would permit Sakura to establish an academy on its soil. Just as before he could ponder further, a flood of memories surged into his mind. This memory instantly revealed why Sakura Academy existed within China's borders. Late last year, Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and the three nations had jointly launched a divine war against China. China suffered consecutive defeats against the three nations, with Sunset Nation and the three nations each seizing 10% of its national fortune. China was also forced to agree to one condition set by Sakura Nation. That condition was to permit Sakura Nation to establish a divine academy within China's borders and recruit students. A national humiliation. How utterly tragic. Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Losing to the land of the setting sun and the three nations, forfeiting 20% of its national fortune that could be endured. But for the Cherry Blossom Nation's Divine Academy to be established within Huaxia's borders, recruiting Huaxia citizens as students, this was nothing short of slapping Huaxia in the face. Moreover, after the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch was established, many Chinese citizens were not rushing to join the Divine Academies founded by China itself, but instead were scrambling to enroll in the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch. It was utterly disgraceful to China's ancestors. Of course, not all Chinese were like this. Many remained steadfast, refusing to join the Sakura Divine Academy's Chinese branch even at the cost of their lives. But this incident alone was enough to reveal just how dire the nation's current predicament had become. After this lament, Xia Taiping's gaze shifted to the leaders of the Central China Divine Academy standing on the high platform. If Sakura Nation had planted one spy within the Central China Divine Academy, it was entirely possible they had planted a second. He intended to investigate whether other nations had infiltrated spies among the Academy's leadership. If so, he would root them out one by one. Otherwise, with a Sakura Nation spy leading the Central China Divine Academy, how could the Academy ever know peace? And if the Central Divine Academy couldn't be peaceful, how could he, as a student of the Academy, find peace of mind? After observing the leaders of Central China Theological Seminary standing on the high platform, Xia Taiping breathed a slight sigh of relief. He detected no further anomalies, which meant no other nations had planted spies among the Academy's leadership. Next, Xia Taiping turned his gaze to the surrounding students and teachers. Since he was observing, he might as well screen everyone thoroughly to spare himself constant anxiety over this matter. Soon, Xia Taiping had scanned every student and teacher present. His heart finally settled completely. No one among the students or faculty showed any signs of being compromised. This confirmed that no spies had been planted by other nations within the student body or faculty of Central China Theological Seminary. It made sense. Planting spies wasn't a numbers game. The more spies, the greater the risk of exposure. Moreover, it was already quite impressive that Sakura Nation had managed to plant even one spy at Central China Theological Seminary without being detected. Otherwise, if the seminary had several spies embedded without realizing it, the leadership including Xiao Tianming would be utterly incompetent. Ha! Xia Taiping exhaled deeply, his gaze shifting to the ethereal screen suspended above the elevated platform. Students of the Central China Divine Academy continued summoning deities in a steady stream, some succeeding, others failing. But after watching for a while, Xia Taiping's stomach began to ache. This wasn't due to indigestion, but rather the sheer absurdity of the incantations uttered by the students. Each one was so wildly mismatched that it was impossible not to laugh. Yet, he couldn't afford to laugh openly, and the constant suppression caused his stomach to ache. I can't watch any longer, or I'll laugh myself to death. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly. Just then, Yang Fengqing's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Xia Taiping, open your eyes wide and watch closely. I will succeed in summoning a deity, a very powerful one at that. Chapter 7, A Shocking Conspiracy. Burning the Midnight Oil. Dozens of miles away from the Central China Divine Academy lay another Divine Academy. This was the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch. At this very moment, the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch was also conducting its annual divine summoning ceremony. The plaza of the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch was teeming with people, the crowd no less dense than that at the Central China Divine Academy. Inside a building adjacent to the plaza, the dean of the Sakura Seminary's China branch, Yamamoto Little Chicken, and the vice dean, Miyamoto No Chicken, were looking out the window at the square. Dean, this year's Huaxia students are truly exceptional. Miyamoto Muji remarked. So far, nearly 2/3 of the students have gained divine recognition. This is the wisdom of our Sakura nation. Yamamoto Shokichi laughed heartily. When we traded 10% of our national fortune for the right to establish a divine academy in China, those short-sighted fools from the Sunset Kingdom and the Three Nations mocked us. Little did they know we were playing a much larger game. China is vast and populous. Establishing a divine academy there gives us a foothold within the nation. From that base, without deploying a single soldier from Sakura Nation, we can leverage the strength of the Chinese people to gradually erode China's foundations and ultimately replace it. What a magnificent plan! How could it possibly be compared to merely securing the fortune of a single nation? Indeed. Miyamoto no Machi nodded in agreement. But before he could finish, a figure burst in, panic etched across his face. Dean! Lord Mudodara's spirit tablet just shattered. What? Yamamoto Shuji and Miyamoto Muji's expressions turned grim. A shrine tablet shattering meant only one thing: its owner had died. Are you certain you didn't misread it? Yamamoto Shuki turned to face the messenger, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Director, I did not misread it. The newcomer stated with absolute certainty, it is indeed Lord Mudodara's life token that is shattered. Damn it! Yamamoto Xiaoji couldn't help but curse under his breath. Mudodara was their mole infiltrated into Huazhong Divine Academy. His mission was to identify the academy's most promising students, then devise a plan to recruit them for the service of Sakura Nation, effectively depriving Huaxia Nation of its future talent. After today, they would have known exactly who the top students were. But at this critical moment, Mudodara had died, effectively wiping out nearly a year of meticulous planning. Miyamoto Machi looked at the newcomer and said, "We understand. You may go." "Yes, sir." The messenger responded and turned to leave. Watching him disappear, Miyamoto Machi turned to Yamamoto Koji and said, "Dean, Mudodara's life token shattered suddenly. He must have been exposed and killed by Central China Academy. Damn it! How dare Central China Academy kill one of our Sakura Nation's people? This absolutely cannot be left unpunished. Of course we can't let it go." Yamamoto Koji growled fiercely, "We still have the divine summoning ceremony today. First thing tomorrow morning, we challenge Huazhong Divine Academy. We'll teach them a lesson they won't forget, show them that people from our Sakura Nation aren't so easy to kill." Dean, I feel exactly the same. Miyamoto No Chicken chuckled darkly. TSK, a spectacle of Chinese challenging Chinese should be quite the show. I've been anticipating this for ages. I can already picture the utterly priceless expressions on Central China Academy's faces when they're defeated by their own kind. Xia Taiping remained unaware that Muto Daisuke's death had triggered a chain reaction, leading the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy to challenge Central China Divine Academy. At that moment, he stared speechlessly at Yang Fengqing as he strode toward the elevated platform. He hadn't pressed the issue with Yang Fengqing. How dare this guy, showing no gratitude whatsoever, come looking for trouble? Besides, apart from the Monkey King's son Wukong, the pantheon was filled with mere minions. Yang Fengqing boasted not only that he would successfully summon a deity, but also that this deity would be immensely powerful. Truly, ignorance knows no bounds. I'll be damned if I don't see who you summon. Xia Taiping raised a hand to touch his nose, watching quietly as Yang Fengqing ascended the platform and stepped into the light gate. Once inside the pantheon, Yang Fengqing strode directly to a card. He clasped his hands together, his face filled with reverence. Reaper of Souls, left hand wielding the life and death struggle, right hand holding the soul-reaping brush. Yang Fengqing, descendant of future generations, humbly summons the white ghost to descend. What a sycophant! Xia Taiping sighed inwardly. He had been thinking just moments ago that Yang Fengqing idolized by Yang so much, and since the white impermanence was one of the more powerful deities in the pantheon second only to the Monkey King Sun Wukong, Yang Fengqing was highly likely to choose him. Reality proved his judgment spot on. However, choice is merely choice. Whether it succeeds depends on whether Yang Fengqing can gain the white ghost's approval. The next moment, the white ghost's card began to change color, but it stopped after only about a third of its surface had transformed. Yay! A cheer erupted from the virtual screen. Yang Fengqing bounced up and down with joy, as if he'd just won the lottery. This scene left Xia Taiping utterly speechless. The white ghost's power wasn't strong to begin with, and the card had only changed color by a third. At most, Yang Fengqing could gain a third of the white ghost's power. Yet he was so thrilled. Truly, ignorance is bliss. But then again, it wasn't entirely Yang Fengqing's fault. After all, his ignorance wasn't his fault, it was this world's fault. And daring to pick the white ghost, a general, from among the many cripples in the pantheon, did show some courage. After Yang Fengqing left the pantheon and returned to the high platform, Zhou Tianming praised him. Well done. Thank you for your praise, Dean. Yang Fengqing responded with gratitude, then strode down from the platform with his head held high and a look of pride on his face, under the envious and resentful gazes of the students. He approached Xia Taiping. Yang Fengqing declared triumphantly, Xia Taiping, did you see that? I saw. Xia Taiping nodded. The white ghost, huh? What a powerful deity. And it changed color by a full third. The smugness on Yang Fengqing's face suddenly froze. Xia Taiping's words seemed like praise, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about their meaning. Ignoring Yang Fengqing, Xia Taiping turned and walked toward the exit of the square. He feared he might laugh himself to death if he watched any longer. For the sake of his own life, it was better not to see. Seeing this, Yang Fengqing instinctively called out, Xia Taiping, what are you doing? Xia Taiping casually made up an excuse, I'm a bit tired. I'm going back to sleep. A bit tired? More like you don't know how to stand up to me, huh? Yang Fengqing sneered. Xia Taiping, let me tell you this, you can run, but you can't hide. At tomorrow's graduation ceremony, I'll challenge you. I hope you don't chicken out like a coward and refuse to fight. Xia Taiping rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage Yang Fengqing further. Leaving the plaza, Xia Taiping didn't head back to the dorms but went straight to the library instead. New to this world, his understanding of it was painfully limited. The memories of this body's original owner were as erratic as a seizure, fragments surfacing sporadically. He decided it best to head to the library, scour historical records, and cram as much knowledge about this world as possible. Arriving at the library, Xia Taiping found the historical archives section and began flipping through book after book. He became so engrossed in his reading that he lost track of time. It wasn't until the assembly bell rang the next morning that he was roused from his immersion in the historical records. Chapter 8, Survival of the Fittest. What a huge mosquito! Survival of the fittest, this world is no exception. Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh deeply as he snapped back to reality. After a night of intense reading and the intermittent, convulsive flashes of memories from this body's original owner, he had gained some understanding of this world. Over 100 years ago, the Divine Blessing continent was home to hundreds of nations, large and small. Though conflicts arose between them, they were infrequent and mostly contained. That changed a century ago when spiritual energy resurfaced, granting people the power to summon deities. The situation on the Divine Blessing continent took a drastic turn for the worse. Conflicts between nations not only increased dramatically but also grew far more brutal, with the annihilation of entire countries becoming a grim reality. Two factors were primarily responsible for this change. First, the reawakening of spiritual energy rapidly widened the power gap between nations. Second, warfare between nations became far easier. Before the revival, invading another nation required traversing vast distances. This alone deterred many nations from pursuing invasions, as sustained combat over vast distances was no simple feat. However, after the revival of spiritual energy, the divine battle arena emerged, enabling the crossing of space. To invade another nation, one no longer needed to traverse vast distances as before. Instead, through the divine battle arena, one could ignore spatial barriers and launch divine warfare against another nation. This not only allowed the plundering of another nation's fortune for one's own gain but also compelled them to sign various unequal treaties. Over the past century, nations with deep foundations or rather, rich mythological histories have, with the exception of Huaxia, collectively transformed into war-obsessed entities. They unanimously targeted neighboring nations with shallow foundations, coordinating their actions with remarkable harmony, as if they had prearranged it. China remained uninvolved, not only due to its pacifist inclinations but also for a crucial reason: its mythological records were severely fragmented. With barely any deities to summon, it lacked the corresponding strength to invade other nations. Within a mere century, over 100 nations both great and small on the divine-blessed continent were annihilated. Even the United States, once hailed as the strongest nation on the continent, could not escape its own demise. The root cause lay in the United States' shallow cultural foundations. It possessed no mythology of its own. Today, only 7 nations remain on the divine continent: Huaxia, Sakura, Sunset, Egypt, Greece, a triangle, and the Holy See. Among these 7 nations, all except Sakura Nation possess profound historical foundations. The reason the tiny nation of Sakura Land has survived to laugh last is that over a century ago, they plagiarized the mythological history of China, developing their own mythological narrative. This not only allowed them to survive but also enabled rapid growth and expansion, propelling them into a major power on the divine continent. As nations across the divine continent fell and no smaller states remained to plunder, the Cherry Blossom Nation and others simultaneously set their sights on Huaxia. However, due to the divine battle arena's rule that each deity could only appear once per year, they feared that initiating a divine war prematurely would leave them without powerful deities to summon, allowing other nations to seize the opportunity. This hesitation prevented them from declaring war on China. Yet the annual cycle of the divine battle arena's rules presented exploitable loopholes. On New Year's Eve last year, the cunning nations of Sakura, Sunset, and suddenly joined forces to launch a divine war against China. This caught not only China completely off guard, but also Egypt, Greece, and the Holy See. Since the new year began immediately after New Year's Eve, the 3 nations not only perfectly circumvented the divine battle arena's rules but also successfully eliminated the possibility of being exploited by other nations due to a lack of powerful deities to summon. In that battle, China suffered 3 consecutive defeats. The land of the setting sun and the 3 Arab nations each seized 10% of China's divine fortune. China was also forced to sign a humiliating treaty with the land of cherry blossoms, permitting the establishment of a divine academy within Chinese territory and the recruitment of Chinese citizens as students. This left China seething with rage, yet unable to retaliate due to its inferior strength. The loss of 2/10 of its divine fortune caused Huaxia's fortune to decline. This year, natural disasters multiplied and public discontent flared. Such a precarious situation indeed. Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh deeply once more. The precedent set by Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and the 3 nations of Ada launched divine wars on New Year's Eve meant Egypt, Greece, and the Holy See, who had missed out last year, would surely follow suit this year. It was foreseeable that on this New Year's Eve, Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, the 3 nations, Egypt, Greece, and the Holy Nation would undoubtedly launch divine wars against China. At that time, the Chinese nation would likely suffer 6 consecutive defeats, losing 60% of its divine fortune to the Cherry Blossom Nation and others. Losing just 20% of its divine fortune already significantly increased natural disasters in China. Should it lose another 60%, leaving only 20% remaining, China might collapse under natural calamities before nations like Sakura even need to act. Such a situation is nothing short of precarious, isn't it? It's about time. I should be going. Xia Taiping sighed once more, rising to head toward the library exit. Today was the graduation ceremony at Central China Divine Academy, and as one of the graduates, he couldn't afford to be late. Stepping outside the library, Xia Taiping immediately noticed the heavy snow still falling, the north wind still howling, and the snow on the ground already piled up to his knees. Despite the harsh conditions, by the time he reached the square, all the students had already gathered. Spotting Xia Taiping, Yang Fengqing's eyes lit up like a dog seeing a steamed bun. He sneered, "Little nobody, I thought you were too scared to show up after I threatened you." Nobody? Xia Taiping froze in surprise. He knew Yang Fengqing was addressing him, but when had he acquired the nickname Little Invisible? As if sensing Xia Taiping's confusion, Yang Fengqing explained, "Xia Taiping, the cart for the stone monkey deity you summoned is completely transparent, not a single hint of color. Doesn't that make you a little nobody?" Xia Taiping suddenly understood. He ignored Yang Fengqing, his expression turning thoughtful. But his thoughts weren't on why the great sage's card was transparent, nor on how to retort to Yang Fengqing. Instead, he pondered how to navigate today's graduation ceremony without drawing attention to himself while still securing a decent job opportunity. After all, today's ceremony wasn't just a graduation, it was his stepping stone into society and securing a promising position. If he focused solely on staying low-key without considering his future prospects, his life would be tough from here on out. After all, the original owner of this body was just an ordinary kid from a regular family. But to secure a good position, one needed to make a strong impression. Yet he wanted to stay low-key. How could he possibly make a strong impression? This was a complete paradox, truly a dilemma. Seeing Xia Taiping silent, Yang Fengqing assumed he'd been rendered speechless. He laughed loudly. "Xia Taiping, weren't you full of bravado when you confronted me yesterday? Why so quiet today? Damn it, how can there be mosquitoes in this freezing weather?" Xia Taiping waved his hand in front of him, mimicking the motion of swatting away mosquitoes. "Xia Taiping, you didn't summon some obscure minor deity and get so frustrated you went dumb, did you?" Yang Fengqing sneered, "It's the dead of winter now, how could there be mosquitoes? I find it strange too." Xia Taiping chuckled, "In such freezing weather, mosquitoes shouldn't exist. But as soon as I arrived, one buzzed right up to me. It was huge, looked like some kind of mutant. I didn't hear any mosquitoes." Yang Fengqing instinctively retorted. But before he could finish, his face darkened. He suddenly realized that the mosquito Xia Taiping was talking about was him. His face darkened as he snapped, "Xia Taiping, stop trying to outwit me with your sharp tongue. Just you wait, once the graduation ceremony begins, I'll be the first to challenge you. I'll beat you so badly you'll be crawling on the floor begging for mercy." Xia Taiping couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was Yang Fengqing buzzing around him like a mosquito, so how was he the one engaging in verbal sparring? Wasn't this like Zhu Beiji turning the tables? But he couldn't be bothered to engage Yang Fengqing any further. It wasn't out of magnanimity, but because Zhou Tianming had just led a large group onto the stage, signaling the imminent start of the graduation ceremony. Chapter 9, Graduation Ceremony. I'm counting on Xia Taiping. Fellow students, your time studying at Central China Theological Seminary draws to a close today. Zhou Tianming's voice echoed from the podium. Today, Central China Theological Seminary holds its graduation ceremony to bid farewell to you as you graduate and enter society, and to provide you with a stage to showcase yourselves. Our distinguished guests, District Chief Wang Yuanshuan, Commander Xiao Wenshan, Deputy District Chief An Hongshang, and other leaders have graced our college with their presence for this ceremony. I hope you will all present yourselves well and earn the admiration of our leaders. Before the ceremony formally begins, I will first report on yesterday's divine summoning results. Nearly half of Central China Divine Academy students successfully summoned deities, becoming divine favorites. Let us congratulate them with a warm round of applause. Clap! 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 The square erupted in thunderous applause. Of course, nearly half of the students were unable to successfully summon a deity. Zhou Tianming continued, but these students should not lose heart. This world needs not only divine favorites but also talents in every field. Though you have not become divine favorites, you can still contribute your strength to the nation in other industries. If you work diligently, you may yet earn a chance to enter the pantheon and attempt divine summoning in the future. Let us now offer a warm round of applause to congratulate those who did not become divine favorites as they graduate from Central Huaxia Divine Academy. Clap! 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 The square erupted once more in thunderous applause. Now, the graduation ceremony will commence. Zhou Tianming continued, this platform is now open to all. You may freely challenge anyone you wish, with no limit on the number of challenges. However, these challenges are meant for friendly sparring only. Please stop at the right moment. With that, Zhou Tianming turned and descended from the platform. The Central China district leaders and faculty of the Central China Theological Seminary who stood behind him followed suit. Yang Fengqing was the first to charge toward the platform. He had vowed to be the first to challenge Xia Taiping, a promise he couldn't break. Moreover, this was a prime opportunity to showcase himself before the Central China leaders. Being the first to ascend the platform for a challenge would also leave a deeper impression on them. He ascended the platform. Yang Fengqing stood with his hands behind his back. He looked towards Xia Taiping in the crowd and declared arrogantly, Xia Taiping, I challenge you. Surely you won't refuse? Hearing this, the students gathered in the square were left speechless. They had seen Yang Fengqing rush to the platform first and assumed he was going to make a grand entrance by challenging someone formidable. Instead, he was challenging Xia Taiping, a nobody. Wasn't this just bullying? But upon reflection, it made sense. The graduation ceremony wasn't just a ceremony, it was also their stepping stone into society, a chance to secure a good position. To make a strong impression, one naturally picked on the weakest link. Challenging someone stronger than oneself carried a high risk of defeat, and that wouldn't showcase one's abilities, but merely serve as a stepping stone for others to shine. Immediately, all eyes turned towards Xia Taiping. They wanted to see if Xia Taiping would refuse Yang Fengqing's challenge. According to the graduation ceremony rules, the challenged party could refuse, but refusal meant admitting defeat. The next moment, they watched Xia Taiping walk calmly toward the platform with small, measured steps. This scene left the crowd on the plaza speechless once more. Yang Fengqing's guardian spirit was the mighty white ghost, while yours was just some obscure stone monkey. Facing Yang Fengqing's challenge, what gives you the right to be so calm? What gives you the right to stroll over with such composure? Could it be that he knew he was bound to lose, hence the composure? Zhou Tianming, descending from the platform, explained to the Central China district leadership. The one standing on the platform is Yang Fengqing, who successfully illuminated 1/3 of the white ghost card. The one now approaching the platform is Xia Taiping, the individual I mentioned last night who fully illuminated the stone monkey deity card, though its color remains transparent. Wang Yuanshuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Hongshang, and other Central China leaders nodded. Their eyes turned to Xia Taiping in unison, filled with curiosity. After receiving news about Zhou Tianming last night, they had scoured their contacts seeking information about the transparent card. Unfortunately, despite consulting everyone they knew, even specialists dedicated to studying Chinese deities, no one could explain the nature of the transparent card. Xiao Wenshan inquired. Old Xiao, who do you think will win between the two of them? It's hard to say. Xiao Tianming explained, the stronger one's personal guardian deity, the greater their potential for later development. The higher the level of illumination on the deity card, the more abilities granted by the deity. And more abilities directly translate to greater combat effectiveness. Yang Fengqing's personal deity is the divine white impermanence, which holds significant long-term potential. But potential isn't immediate combat strength that takes time to manifest. He's only illuminated 1/3 of his deity card, gaining few abilities, so his immediate combat strength might not be that formidable. Xia Taiping's guardian spirit is the stone monkey deity, whose power remains unknown. However, he has fully illuminated the stone monkey card, meaning he has undoubtedly gained all its abilities. His immediate combat strength might not be weak. Yang Fengqiang might hold the edge in potential, while Xia Taiping likely possesses stronger immediate combat power. It's truly impossible to predict who would win between them at this point. But if I absolutely had to choose one, I'd pick Xia Taiping. Xiao Wenshan paused, taken aback. He understood Xiao Tianming's reasoning, yet in his own assessment, Yang Fengqiang held the greater odds of victory. After all, even partial abilities from a powerful deity surpass the full capabilities of a minor, obscure one. It was like comparing an elephant to an ant. One who possessed even a fraction of an elephant's power could easily crush someone with all the abilities of an ant. He asked curiously, Old Xiao, care to explain why you'd pick Xia Taiping? Wang Yuanchuan and Hongshang and other central China leaders all turned to look at Xiao Tianming. They too were puzzled as to why Xiao Tianming favored Xia Taiping, whom none of them held in high regard. Certainly. Xiao Tianming explained, although the stone monkey divine being card's transparency exceeds our understanding, it doesn't necessarily mean the stone monkey divine being is weak. Its power could be formidable. That's why I said Yang Fengqiang only potentially has superior potential. Furthermore, as I've mentioned before, when Xia Taiping summoned the stone monkey deity, he didn't recite a formula, he sang. Based on his lyrics, the stone monkey deity should be exceptionally powerful. Combined with the fact that he fully illuminated the deity card, that's why I'm more optimistic about him. Wang Yuanchuan and Hongshang, Xiao Wenshan, and other central China leaders simultaneously recalled the lyrics Xiao Tianming had shared about Xia Taiping's stone monkey deity invocation. They then realized with astonishment that judging by the lyrics, the stone monkey deity's power should indeed be formidable. Old Xiao, I have a question. Wang Yuanchuan said, we don't know if the stone monkey deity is powerful, but Xia Taiping would know after successfully summoning it. If the deity is truly formidable, he should be thrilled. But I recall you mentioning that Xia Taiping looked utterly dejected when he left the pantheon. That's precisely why I can't confirm the stone monkey deity's power. Xiao Tianming paused, then abruptly changed the subject, but this alone doesn't necessarily disprove the stone monkey god's power. If Xia Taiping understood the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind and chose to act with restraint, it would perfectly explain the situation. Wang Yuanchuan and Hongshang, Xiao Wenshan, and other central China leaders nodded in agreement. Xiao Tianming's reasoning held merit, causing their convictions to waver. Comrades, Xiao Tianming added, what I just said, keep it to yourselves. None of us should spread this around carelessly. Otherwise, if the stone monkey deity truly is that powerful, we'll end up disrupting Xia Taiping's low profile and putting him in danger. Understood. Wang Yuanchuan and Hongshang, Xiao Wenshan, and other central China leaders nodded in unison. Xiao Tianming said no more, shifting his gaze to Xia Taiping, who had just ascended the podium. As the saying goes, one can see the whole from a small part. The true measure of the stone monkey deity's power would become apparent through the battle that followed. Chapter 10, Natural Camouflage. You're such a good person. Xia Taiping, you dare step forward to fight? Yang Fengqiang watched Xia Taiping, who had just stepped onto the high platform, with a sinister grin. Before this, he had been somewhat worried that Xia Taiping might refuse, but to his surprise, Xia Taiping accepted the challenge without hesitation. That said, Xia Taiping's acceptance suited him perfectly. Otherwise, how could he publicly humiliate Xia Taiping before all the students of Central China Divine Academy, reclaiming the face he'd lost when Xia Taiping had so thoroughly humiliated him? Why wouldn't I accept? Xia Taiping laughed. I know why you think I'd be afraid. It's simply because the deity you summoned is the white ghost, while mine is a minor spirit. You assume I'm no match for you. But have you forgotten? Your life-bound deity only represents growth potential. The level of your deity card's illumination determines your initial combat power. You've only illuminated 1/3 of the white ghost card, while I've fully illuminated the stone monkey card. Given time to grow, you might become stronger. But there are no maybes here. You only successfully summoned the white ghost yesterday and you're so certain I'm no match for you? Hearing this, the crowd of students in the square instantly froze in stunned silence. Xia Taiping was usually quiet and reserved, barely uttering a word, but today he seemed like a different person. Not only was he speaking with composure and eloquence, but his words were also vivid and convincing? Could it be that this guy also wants to make a name for himself in front of the Central China District leadership? The same thought flashed through the minds of many students. They could only think of this explanation because nothing else could account for Xia Taiping's sudden, dramatic transformation. As many students suspected, Xia Taiping intended to make an appearance before the leaders of the Central China district. His goal was to leave a lasting impression on them, thereby securing a favorable assignment. As for whether this violated his principle of keeping a low profile, Xia Taiping had once believed so, but later realized he had fallen into a misconception. The saying "a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind" refers to outstanding individuals. But in others' eyes, he was merely an obscure nobody who had successfully summoned the stone monkey deity hardly outstanding. The translucent nature of the stone monkey card served as his natural camouflage, eliminating any need for deliberate concealment. Moreover, the level of illumination on a deity card represented only initial combat power. Even if he appeared somewhat powerful, it wouldn't attract the attention of those with ill intent. Thus, he decided on the spur of the moment to make a grand entrance at the graduation ceremony, aiming to leave a deep impression on the leaders of the Central China region. After all, in others' eyes, the stone monkey deity was just a nobody with little room for growth. And someone with no potential for advancement, no matter how flashy they were, was hardly worth a thief's attention. Of course, this also influenced how the Central China district leaders evaluated him. But unwilling to reveal his true identity as the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, this was all he could do. Yang Fengcheng's expression darkened. He desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping's words, but what Xia Taiping stated was common knowledge. Refutation was impossible. Poof. Yang Fengcheng snorted coldly and countered, "Xia Taiping, what you say isn't without merit, but you've overlooked one crucial point: a tiger's partial abilities can still utterly overwhelm a kitten's entire capabilities. I haven't forgotten, but the white ghost isn't necessarily the tiger, and the stone monkey isn't necessarily the cat." Xia Taiping shook his head. "Even if we concede that point, if the white ghost truly is a tiger and the stone monkey truly is a cat, so what? I, Xia Taiping, would rather die standing than live on my knees. This isn't just a friendly sparring match. Even if it were a life or death battle, I would never surrender without a fight." The crowd of students on the square grew even more stunned. Rather stand and die than kneel and live. Could these words truly come from the Xia Taiping they knew? Wang Yuanshuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Hongsheng, and other leaders from the Central China region all exchanged admiring glances. Though they hadn't even known who Xia Taiping was until yesterday, the saying goes that one can see the whole from the part. Through Xia Taiping's words, identical to Zhou Tianming's, they could see that Xia Taiping possessed an exceptionally clear mind and extremely agile thinking. Moreover, yesterday Xia Taiping had been utterly dejected, yet today he wore complete composure, a capacity for adjustment that even they found somewhat enviable. Yet these qualities weren't the core of their admiration. What truly impressed them was Xia Taiping's declaration that he'd rather stand and die than kneel and live. This resolve made him infinitely superior to those students who betrayed their country for glory by joining the Cherry Blossom Nation's Divine Academy. Xia Taiping immediately noticed the approval from Central China district leaders like Wang Yuanshuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Hongsheng. His heart instantly settled. His strategy of achieving his goals indirectly had worked, and the coveted assignment he sought seemed secure. For Central China required not only individuals with powerful personal deities, but also those with clear thinking and unwavering resolve. At that moment, Xia Taiping desperately wanted to tell Yang Fengcheng, "You're such a good guy." Had Yang Fengcheng not engaged him in idle chatter but launched a direct attack instead, Xia Taiping might never have had the chance to demonstrate his sharp intellect and unwavering resolve to the Central China leaders. But he decided against it. If he called Yang Fengcheng a truly wonderful person, the Central China leaders might see through his deliberate act. That would be like shooting himself in the foot. Once again, Yang Fengcheng was left speechless by Xia Taiping's retort, his face turning grim. He had intended to use Xia Taiping as a stepping stone to showcase himself before the Central China leaders, only to be silenced by Jiang Taiping. Wasn't this like trying to steal a chicken but losing a grain of rice, instead losing both the wife and the army? At that moment, Yang Fengcheng deeply regretted his actions. He shouldn't have wasted words with Xia Taiping. He should have gone straight for the kill. Had he done so, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament, cornered and unable to respond. But alas, there was no remedy for regret in this world. It was too late for second thoughts now. "Xia Taiping, I never realized you were so sharp-tongued," Yang Fengcheng said with a dark expression, "but sharp tongues can't defeat me. I'm about to strike. Prepare to take my blow." Xia Taiping laughed. "Yang Fengcheng, bring it on." Swish. Yang Fengcheng's lowered right hand shot upward, pointing straight toward the sky. Immediately, a stark white light erupted from his right hand, transforming into a meter-long broadsword. Divine power weapon manifestation. Xia Taiping's face was filled with astonishment. "Yang Fengcheng, why did you manifest a broadsword?" Yang Fengcheng declared with righteous conviction, "The divine white impermanence wields a long sword. If I don't manifest a long sword, what weapon should I manifest?" "You make a point." Xia Taiping's mouth twitched violently. He'd forgotten that the people of Huaxia in this world were all frogs in a well. Fortunately, the white impermanence couldn't see this. Otherwise, what would he think upon seeing Yang Fengcheng swap his morning staff for a great sword? Yang Fengcheng frowned. Why did Xia Taiping's words carry a hint of sarcasm? But he dismissed the thought immediately, putting it out of his mind. He declared haughtily, Xia Taiping, I won't take advantage of you. Hurry up and manifest your weapon. Chapter 11, The Marvelous Use of Fire Eye Vision. One strike sends him flying. Swish! Xia Taiping wasted no words with Yang Fengcheng. His lowered right hand shot up like lightning, forming a claw-like grip pointed straight at the sky. In the next instant, a dazzling crimson gold light erupted from his palm, transforming into a long staff golden at both ends and crimson in the middle. This very staff was the Rui Jingu Bang, the magical golden staff of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. However, it was not the genuine, but rather one conjured by Xia Taiping through the transformation of divine power into weapon. Simultaneously, a golden light flashed across Xia Taiping's pitch-black eyes. Yes, Xia Taiping had activated his fire eye golden vision. Casually slinging the over his shoulder, Xia Taiping turned to Yang Fengcheng and declared, Come on! Take this! Yang Fengcheng roared furiously, swinging his great sword down toward Xia Taiping. Instead of blocking with his, Xia Taiping stepped to the right, effortlessly evading Yang Fengcheng's downward swing. Failing to land a decisive blow, Yang Fengcheng swung his broadsword again at Xia Taiping. Xia Taiping still showed no intention of meeting the blow head-on. He stepped to his left once more, effortlessly evading Yang Fengcheng's slash again. Having failed to land a hit twice in a row, Yang Fengcheng, growing increasingly frustrated, swung his blade repeatedly at Xia Taiping. Xia Taiping dodged each strike with the grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers. This spectacle astonished the crowd gathered in the square. Although Yang Fengcheng had been relentlessly attacking since the start of the fight, with Xia Taiping constantly evading, they did not believe Yang Fengcheng held the upper hand. On the contrary, they all felt Xia Taiping was dominating the exchange. Yang Fengcheng's attacks appeared clumsy and desperate, while Xia Taiping's evasions were effortless. With each step, he easily sidestepped every strike, his movements giving off an air of leisurely stroll and effortless mastery. What's going on? How is Xia Taiping dodging so effortlessly? A voice filled with astonishment rang out across the square. Logically, having only become a divine favored one yesterday, Xia Taiping should have little combat experience. Yet here he was, evading Yang Fengcheng's strikes with the precision of a seasoned veteran, without a single wasted movement. It was utterly perplexing. Silence fell over the square. No one could answer, not even the teachers from Central Huazhong Divine Academy or the leaders of Central Huazhong District. Unlike the bewilderment of the crowd, Xia Taiping was intensely excited. During yesterday's trial of his divine eyes, he had noticed the movements of the Sakura Nation spy seemed to slow down. But at the time, his mind was preoccupied with the spy affair. Soon after, he had rushed to the library to study through the night, completely forgetting about it. Today, when Yang Fengcheng challenged him, the memory surfaced, prompting him to test his theory. His intuition proved spot on. After activating his fire eye vision, Yang Fengcheng's movements also slowed down in his perception, like watching a movie in slow motion. This was precisely why, despite having little combat experience, he could effortlessly evade Yang Fengcheng's attacks. To illustrate this with a simple example, the tortoise and the hare. If the hare hadn't been careless and lazy, could the tortoise have beaten it? Xia Taiping didn't know why the fire eye technique made his opponent's movements appear slower, nor had he ever heard of such an effect. But since it worked to his advantage, he saw no need to overthink it. He understood one thing, however, it wasn't that Yang Fengcheng's movements had slowed. Rather, after activating the fire eye vision, his perception functioned like high-speed camera footage, decelerating Yang Fengcheng's actions. Yang Fengcheng's perception, however, differed entirely from everyone else's. He had expected to defeat Xia Taiping with just a few strikes, yet now he had swung dozens of times. Not only had he failed to defeat Xia Taiping, he hadn't even grazed the hem of his robe. This near-constant failure was pushing his composure to the brink. Another strike was effortlessly dodged by Xia Taiping. Fuming with rage, Yang Fengcheng roared, Xia Taiping, is dodging all you've got? Not exactly. Xia Taiping replied, I wanted to see just how powerful you are with the white ghost deity. But, you've disappointed me. Yang Fengcheng's composure shattered instantly. What did he mean, disappointed? Xia Taiping was mocking him. As the divine servant of the white ghost, he was being mocked by the divine servant of some obscure stone monkey? This was utterly intolerable. But to be fair, Xia Taiping was right. He swung his blade dozens of times, yet failed to even graze the hem of Xia Taiping's robe. How utterly disappointing. He couldn't even find a way to argue back. Fuming with rage, he roared, Xia Taiping, it's not that my guardian spirit, White Wuchang, is weak. It's because I only became a divine follower yesterday and haven't mastered the abilities of the divine White Wuchang yet. Once I learn them, dealing with you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Is that so? Xia Taiping replied, from the sound of it, you're implying I've been a divine favored one for quite some time? Well. Yang Fengcheng was instantly rendered speechless. He had only become a divine favored one yesterday. Wasn't Xia Taiping in the same boat? He tried to justify himself again, Xia Taiping, you were forced to flee by me. What right do you have to mock me? You have a point. Xia Taiping nodded, then abruptly changed the subject, if you manage to dodge me one more time, I'll admit defeat. The crowd in the square fell silent in astonishment. That was a bit of a sudden turn, wasn't it? So sudden we couldn't quite process it. Yang Fengcheng was also momentarily bewildered by Xia Taiping's abrupt shift. Yet deep down, he felt a surge of secret delight. Xia Taiping's evasion skills were terrifying. If Xia Taiping kept dodging, it would be difficult for him to do anything. But now that Xia Taiping was voluntarily giving up his evasion advantage to clash head-on with him, wasn't that attacking his own weakness against the opponent's strength? He was confident he could repel Xia Taiping with one strike, end the fight with three strikes. Take this! Yang Fengcheng roared, swinging his blade once more at Xia Taiping. This time, Xia Taiping didn't dodge. The, slung over his shoulder, swept out horizontally. In the next instant, the, though struck later, arrived first, landing a solid blow to Yang Fengcheng's side. At that moment, Yang Fengcheng's broadsword was still dozens of centimeters away from Xia Taiping. Thud! Ah! A dull thud and a piercing scream echoed in quick succession. Simultaneously, Yang Fengcheng was sent flying by the golden staff, hurled completely off the elevated platform, and slammed hard onto the ground. This scene left the crowd in the square stunned once more. They had expected Xia Taiping, having stopped dodging, to engage Yang Fengcheng in a fierce battle. Some even believed Yang Fengcheng would ultimately prevail. Yet reality defied their expectations. Yang Fengcheng was sent tumbling off the platform with a single blow from Xia Taiping's staff. Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanshuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Hongsheng, and others suddenly lit up. Had Xia Taiping's decisive defeat of Yang Fengcheng signaled the immense power of the stone monkey deity? Thud! 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 Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd in the square, Xia Taiping walked to the edge of the platform, looking down at Yang Fengcheng lying on the ground. He asked calmly, Yang Fengcheng, still say I only know how to dodge? Yang Fengcheng opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But before the words could escape his lips, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. It wasn't the severity of his injuries that caused him to faint, but rather the sheer fury overwhelming his heart. Fainted already? Xia Taiping raised a hand to his nose. That's some fragile mental fortitude. The crowd of students on the square exchanged stunned glances. Yang Fengcheng had been the first to challenge Xia Taiping on stage, hoping to impress the Central China district leaders. Instead, he ended up humiliated beyond belief, not only failing to make a good impression, but getting knocked off the platform by Xia Taiping's staff. How could he not faint from sheer embarrassment? Xiao Tianming shot an excited glance at Xia Taiping before turning to a teacher standing behind him. Carry him back to the dormitory. Yes, Dean. The teacher responded and rushed over to Yang Fengcheng, hoisting him up by the waist and carrying him toward the square's exit. He watched as the teacher led Yang Fengcheng away. Xia Taiping casually slung knee over his shoulder, then surveyed the crowd of students below the platform. His voice was calm as he spoke. Since I'm already up here, I can't be bothered to run back and forth. Anyone else want to challenge me? Come on up. Chapter 12, No One Dares to Fight. Killing the Heart. Faced with Xia Taiping's challenge, the students in the square exchanged glances, none stepping forward to accept. They had assumed Xia Taiping would descend after defeating Yang Fengcheng, but instead, he issued a challenge to them. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was Xia Taiping's utterly explosive display moments ago. That terrifying evasion skill, none of them felt confident they could land a hit on him. And after seeing him smash Yang Fengcheng off the platform with a single blow, they doubted they could even block his attacks. Unable to land a hit on Xia Taiping and uncertain of blocking his strikes, especially with Central China district leaders watching, they had no desire to go up and make fools of themselves. Though facing Xia Taiping's challenge without a single taker was embarrassing, it was far preferable to missing him entirely and getting knocked off the platform by his club. Swish! 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 Many students turned their heads in unison to look at Bai Yong in the crowd. Not only was Bai Yong academically gifted, but he had also successfully summoned the divine white impermanence and activated a full half of his cards, making him the strongest among them. They wanted to see if Bai Yong dared to refuse the challenge. But the next moment, they saw Bai Yong with his head bowed, showing no intention of accepting the challenge. Seeing no one step forward, Xia Taiping repeated, "Didn't you hear me? I'll say it again. Since you're already up here, I can't be bothered to run back and forth. Anyone who wants to challenge me, hurry up and come forward." The crowd of students in the square remained silent. Even their strongest, Bai Yong, showed no interest in challenging Xia Taiping. They certainly didn't want to go up and make fools of themselves. After waiting a while, seeing still no challengers, Xia Taiping declared once more, "I gave you chances twice, in fact. You chose not to take them. From now on, don't bother challenging me." Even if someone thick-skinned enough to challenge me, I wouldn't accept it. With that, Xia Taiping began walking down from the platform. Watching Xia Taiping descend the platform, the students wore expressions of complex emotions. Before this, they had imagined Bai Yong shining at the graduation ceremony. They had imagined Yang Fengcheng shining at the graduation ceremony. But they had never imagined Xia Taiping shining at the graduation ceremony. No. Xia Taiping hadn't merely made a splash. With just one battle, he had intimidated every student into refusing to challenge him. Just then, a figure sprinted toward the square from outside. He shouted as he ran. Report. Dean. The Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy has barged in without permission and declared they intend to challenge our students. What? Xiao Tianming froze in shock. The Sakura Divine Academy's China branch should be holding their own graduation ceremony today. Why would they come to the Central China Divine Academy and challenge its students? But in the next moment, he realized the reason. It must be because the spy from Sakura Nation had been accidentally exposed and killed by him yesterday. This incident had enraged the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, prompting them to come to the Central China Divine Academy today to cause trouble. The students gathered in the plaza were also thrown into confusion by the sudden news. But sharp-minded students like Xia Taiping quickly pieced together what was happening. It really is a butterfly effect. Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Had he not been itching to test the effectiveness of his fiery eyes, the Sakura Nation spy would never have been exposed, nor would he have been crushed to death by the enraged Xiao Tianming. In that case, the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch would not have come to the Central China Divine Academy to cause trouble today. Xiao Tianming turned to the Huazhong district leaders Wang Yuanshuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Hongsheng, and others and stated, "Gentlemen, the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch has come with ill intent. The graduation ceremony will have to be suspended." "Then suspend it." Xiao Wenshan replied coldly, "I'll see what they're up to." "Suspend it." Wang Yuanshuan and Hongsheng and other Central China leaders chimed in. "Very well." Xiao Tianming nodded and announced loudly, "Students, you all heard that. The Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch has come to cause trouble at our Central China Divine Academy. The graduation ceremony must be suspended. We'll resume once we've dealt with them." "Yes, Dean." The students responded in unison. Xiao Tianming commanded, "Everyone, assemble behind the elevated platform." "Yes, Dean." Xia Taiping and the other students responded again before heading toward the rear of the platform. Xiao Tianming then ascended the platform. The faculty of Central China Seminary followed suit. Wang Yuanshuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Hongsheng, and other leaders from the Central China region paused in thought. None of them ascended the platform. Instead, they stood alongside the numerous students of Central China Seminary. The Sakura Seminary's Huaxia branch had come for Central China Seminary. It would be best to leave the matter entirely in Central China Seminary's hands. Soon, a large group hurried over, led by two middle-aged men. At the forefront were none other than Yamamoto Little Chicken, dean of the Sakura Seminary's Huaxia branch, and his deputy, Miyamoto No Chicken. Xiao Tianming asked in a low voice, "Yamamoto, why are you here at Huazhong Seminary today instead of attending your graduation ceremony? Didn't we tell you?" Yamamoto Shokichi made no attempt to conceal their purpose. "We're here to challenge the students of Central China Seminary. If we miss today, all your students will graduate and leave campus, then we won't even have the chance to challenge them." Xiao Tianming frowned. He didn't believe Yamamoto Little Chicken's explanation. On the contrary, he was certain their arrival at Central China Seminary to cause trouble was directly linked to yesterday's incident where he had killed the exposed traitor from Sakura Nation. "By the way, before the challenge begins, I'll brief you on yesterday's divine summoning results at our Sakura Seminary's Huaxia branch." Yamamoto Xiaoji continued, "Yesterday, nearly 2/3 of the students at our Sakura Seminary's Huaxia branch successfully summoned deities and became divine favorites. While this success rate doesn't match that of our main Sakura Seminary, it's still quite impressive." "Damn it! Is this for our benefit? This is ing showing off. Damn it, that's so arrogant, so shameless. Damn it all to hell, they're mocking us." A chorus of curses erupted across the plaza. Everyone from Central China Divine Academy and the Central China District leadership wore expressions of righteous indignation and uncontrollable fury. Xia Taiping was no exception. What Yamamoto Little Chicken said seemed like praise, but it was actually an insult to the Chinese people. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that the Sakura Seminary's Huaxia branch only admitted Huaxia students. Yamamoto Shokichi had first humiliated the Huaxia people, then mocked them as traitors to their own nation. This was ing psychological warfare. That said, the Sakura Divine Academy's Chinese branch did boast a higher summoning success rate than the Central China Divine Academy. But this wasn't due to any deficiency in the Chinese people's abilities. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that Japan's mythological history was relatively well preserved, whereas China's had suffered severe losses. Yamamoto Xiaoji, cut the crap. Just tell us how to challenge them. Zhou Tian roared, his face ashen. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute Yamamoto Little Chicken, it was that the Central China Divine Academy's awakening success rate was only 50%. Admitting that would be humiliating. He couldn't refuse the Sakura Divine Academy's challenge either. If word got out, China would lose all face. Therefore, it was better to steer the conversation back to the challenge from the China branch of Sakura Divine Academy. Chapter 13, A Vicious Challenge. Screw him. Dean Xiao, you're straightforward. Yamamoto Chicken gave Zhou Tianming a thumbs up and declared, "The challenge rules are simple. Graduating students from my Sakura Divine Academy's China branch will challenge your graduating students from Central China Divine Academy. Fight to the death until one side has no one left to fight." What? The square erupted in stunned silence. They had assumed Yamamoto Xiaoji and the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch had come with such fierce momentum to challenge and humiliate them. But now they suddenly realized they had underestimated Yamamoto Xiaoji's ruthless cunning. What did "no mercy until one side has no one left to fight" even mean? This wasn't a challenge at all, it was a fight to the death, one that wouldn't end until one side surrendered. That bastard really is ruthless. Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What many students were thinking, he was thinking too, but he was thinking even deeper than most. The students of the Huaxia branch of Sakura Divine Academy were not Japanese nationals, but Chinese citizens. By forcing students from both academies into a fight to the death, Yamamoto Shokichi not only disregarded the lives of the Huaxia branch students, but also compelled Chinese compatriots to slaughter each other. Teachers like Zhou Tianming from the Central China Divine Academy, along with regional leaders such as Wang Yuanxuan and Hongshang and Xiao Wenshan, wore grim expressions. Clearly, Yamamoto Shokichi's ruthless cruelty had enraged them as well. Zhou Tianming's voice was grave as he spoke. "Yamamoto Xiaoji, this is merely a challenge between students. To declare it a matter of life and death, is that not going too far?" Yamamoto Xiaoji cared not for the lives of students at the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy, but he could not afford to disregard the lives of Central China Divine Academy students. For China was in an era of generational transition, and these students represented the nation's future. How is it excessive? Yamamoto Shokichi shrugged dismissively. "In my Sakura nation, every challenge is fought with real blades. There's no such thing as stopping short of the finish line. Otherwise, what kind of challenge would that be? That's just playing house." Zhou Tianming looked utterly unconvinced. Sakura Nation was but a tiny speck of land with a meager population. If challenges there were truly fought to the death as Yamamoto claimed, Sakura Nation would have been wiped out long ago. Yet he understood why Yamamoto was lying. She feared provoking the righteous anger of the students at the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch. He also understood why Yamamoto was willing to fight to the death, because the students at the China branch of Sakura Divine Academy weren't Japanese citizens, but Chinese nationals. Yamamoto couldn't care less about their lives. Ignoring Yamamoto, Zhou Tianming turned to the assembled students of the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch and declared, "See this? This is the Sakura Nation you betrayed your country to join. They couldn't care less about your lives. Zhou Tianming, don't try to play your divide and conquer tricks. It's useless." Yamamoto Xiaoji retorted, "The moment they joined the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, they became citizens of my Sakura Nation. How could I not care about their lives? It's just that our nation has always upheld the samurai spirit, and our approach has always been this unyielding. This was made clear to them the moment they joined our branch. By accepting our careful guidance, they naturally pledge loyalty to our nation and uphold our samurai spirit. Moreover, how mightily powerful is our Sakura Nation? How could it be compared to your Huaxia Nation? I am confident that the students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch can achieve complete victory over the students of your Huaxia Divine Academy without suffering a single casualty." Zhou Tianming felt a sudden weight in his heart. It wasn't because of Yamamoto Xiaoji's defense, but because the numerous students of the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch stood expressionless, clearly unaffected by his words. "Zhou Tianming, didn't you just say you'd explain how you'd challenge us?" Yamamoto Xiaoji pressed on. "Now that I've stated mine, you're dithering. You wouldn't dare accept the challenge, would you?" Zhou Tianming's brow furrowed deeply. It wasn't that he was afraid to fight, but rather that he didn't want any casualties among the students of Huazhong Divine Academy. "It's fine." Yamamoto Xiaoji continued, "If you're afraid to fight, just tell me. I won't make things difficult for you. But I will inform every nation in the world, letting them all know that Huaxia is a cowardly nation that dares not fight." Zhou Tianming's face turned ashen, his fists clenching tightly. This was no mercy? This was a ing threat. If he could, he'd agree immediately. But with the lives of countless Central China Theological Seminary students at stake, he couldn't act impulsively. "Damn it, I can't take this anymore." Xia Taiping's fists clenched as well, his gaze shifting to Zhou Tianming. In his previous life, Sakura Nation had committed heinous acts against China that provoked the wrath of heaven and earth, and he had never harbored any goodwill toward them. Now, in this lifetime, the land of cherry blossoms dared to bully China again. With old grudges piled upon new ones, his patience had reached its absolute limit. If it were just him, he would have accepted the challenge without hesitation, even if it meant spilling blood on the spot. But there were no such luxuries. He was merely a student at Huazhong Divine Academy, not its master. He could only wait for Zhou Tianming's decision. And if Zhou Tianming chose to fight, he would join the battle without hesitation. He knew this defied the principle of maintaining a low profile, but when it came to the land of cherry blossoms, he could not and would not endure it. Not only Xia Taiping's face was twisted with rage, but countless students across the plaza shared that same fury. Faced with the humiliation inflicted by Sakura Nation, anyone with a shred of dignity could not help but burn with rage. Huff. Xiao Tianming drew a deep breath, turning to face the crowd of Huaxia Divine Academy students gathered behind the elevated platform. Fellow students, he declared, though I am your dean, this matter concerns your very lives. I cannot decide alone. I wish to hear your opinions. Dean, let's kick their asses. Xia Taiping was the first to speak. Dean, I'm already itching for this. Dean, if my head rolls, it'll leave a scar the size of a bowl. I'm ready to fight. Dean, at worst, it's death. 18 years later, I'll be a hero again. Students from Huaxia Academy spoke up one after another, not a single one backing down. For when they chose to join Huaxia Divine Academy instead of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, they had already made their decision. Looking at the fiercely determined students, Xiao Tianming's weathered eyes held both reluctance and satisfaction. His reluctance stemmed from the knowledge that this battle would inevitably claim many student lives. His satisfaction stemmed from the fact that the meticulous training imparted by Huaxia Divine Academy had not been in vain. These students had upheld the dignity of Huaxia, and he believed that those who survived this battle would become the pillars of Huaxia in the future. Swish! Xiao Tianming spun abruptly, his piercing gaze fixed on Yamamoto Xiaoji as he bellowed, Yamamoto Xiaoji. Central China Divine Academy accepts this challenge. Fight to the death until one side has no one left to fight. With that, Xiao Tianming led the teachers of Huaxia Divine Academy down from the platform. Agreed. Yamamoto Xiaoji laughed heartily, then turned to a young man behind him and declared, Wu Hanjian, you go. Yes, Dean Yamamoto. Wu Hanjian responded with a nod and strode up onto the platform. He looked at the numerous Central China Theological Seminary students standing behind the platform and said, Wu Hanjian, I humbly request your guidance. Chapter 14, Vying to Fight First. Worries emerge. As Wu Hanjian's words fell, Xia Taiping decisively strode toward the platform. Not only Xia Taiping, but Bai Yong and many other Central China Divine Academy students also headed toward the platform immediately. Standing toward the rear of the crowd, with people blocking his path ahead and the platform still some distance away, Xia Taiping's pace was no slower than others. Indeed, it was slightly faster, yet he still failed to reach the platform first. Bai Yong and another student reached the platform almost simultaneously. Bai Yong declared, Xian Sinlin, I'll take the first battle. Xian Sinlin shook his head and said, Bai Yong, you're widely recognized as the strongest among us. Since the enemy's strength is unknown, it's best for me to test their capabilities in the first battle. You can join the fight afterward. No. Bai Yong flatly refused, insisting, if this were a routine sparring match, I wouldn't compete with you. But this isn't sparring, it's a life or death battle. The cost of reckless experimentation could be our lives. So let me go first. Bai Yong, I understand your point, but I'm not afraid. Xian Sinlin tried to persist, but Bai Yong cut him off before he could finish. Xian Sinlin, I've already said no. Bai Yong declared with finality, the first battle is mine. No one can take it from me. All right. Xian Sinlin hesitated for a moment before conceding, then stepped back several paces. It wasn't that he didn't want to insist, Bai Yong's stance was simply too resolute. Persisting further would be futile. Moreover, Bai Yong's long-standing dominance as the top-ranked student at Central China Divine Academy had cultivated an aura that intimidated even Xian Sinlin into backing down. Seeing this, Bai Yong strode decisively toward the elevated platform. At that moment, Xia Taiping had already pushed through the crowd and arrived before the platform. He had originally intended to compete with Bai Yong for the first battle, but witnessing Bai Yong's unwavering resolve, he could only abandon that notion. Since Bai Yong had reached the platform first and was so determined, Xia Taiping knew he simply couldn't outmaneuver him. This guy's pretty impressive. Xia Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose, his gaze toward Bai Yong filled with admiration. He and Yang Fengqing sought to impress the Central China District leadership to secure favorable assignments. But Bai Yong was the undisputed top student at Central China Divine Academy. He had even successfully summoned the powerful divine being Bai Wuchang, who was widely regarded as formidable. He didn't need to prove himself to gain the attention of the Central China District leadership. Moreover, Bai Yong's father was the founder of the renowned Bai Group in Central China. As the heir to such a prestigious family, Bai Yong had no need to prove himself either. Therefore, Bai Yong's fierce competition for the first battle slot wasn't about self-promotion, he genuinely wanted to fight. Bai Yong is fighting. The first battle is in the bag. Not just the first battle. The next several battles are in the bag too. Bai Yong, kick their asses. Show them that Central China Divine Academy isn't to be messed with. The students of Central China Divine Academy were all stirred with excitement, clearly brimming with confidence in Bai Yong. Xia Taiping, however, was an exception. After his initial exclamation, a wave of unease washed over him. To others, White Wuchang seemed immensely powerful. But Xia Taiping knew better. White Wuchang was merely a lowly ghost officer of the underworld. Neither his fame nor his combat prowess ranked among the pantheon of gods and demons in Huaxia. Though Sakura Nation was a tiny land with shallow foundations, its enduring existence and ability to destroy so many nations revealed that its few remaining mythical histories were preserved remarkably intact. Add to that the formidable presence of the Sakura Divine Academy's Chinese branch arriving with such force, they surely wouldn't have come without confidence. This being the first battle, victory was crucial. Yamamoto Shaoji had sent Wu Hanjian out first, demonstrating his strong faith in Wu Hanjian's abilities. Therefore, he didn't hold much hope that Bai Yong could defeat Wu Hanjian. Hope this guy doesn't get beaten to death. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly once more, his gaze shifting to Bai Yong, who had already ascended the platform. At that moment, Bai Yong spoke. Bai Yong, please. Swish. Wu Hanjian wasted no words, clenching his lowered right hand with brutal force. In the next instant, a dazzling black light erupted from his palm, transforming into a round fan. Seeing the round fan in Wu Hanjian's hand, the students of Central Divine Academy all wore peculiar expressions. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for a man to be holding a round fan? Xia Taiping breathed a slight sigh of relief. The moment he saw the fan, he immediately thought of the Shikigami Great Tengu from the land of cherry blossoms, who wielded a folding fan as a weapon. Typically, the weapons wielded by divine favorites mirrored their patron deities. Therefore, Wu Hanjian wielding a folding fan as his weapon suggested his patron deity was likely the Great Tengu, a Shikigami from the land of cherry blossoms. Although the Great Tengu was a formidable entity among Japan's Shikigami, it remained merely a spirit. Bai Wuchang, however, was a legitimate deity of China. It was entirely possible that Bai Yong could defeat Wu Hanjian. However, as a newly ascended divine follower, combat prowess depended not only on one's patron deity but also on the level of card activation. He didn't know how much of the Great Tengu card Wu Hanjian had activated, but he knew Bai Yong had only activated half of his white ghost card. So he only breathed a slight sigh of relief, not completely letting his guard down. Bai Yong was also somewhat surprised that Wu Hanjian chose a folding fan as his weapon. But as the one directly involved, he had no time to dwell on it. He raised his right hand high, pointing it straight toward the sky. Immediately, a stark white light erupted from his right hand, transforming into a meter-long broadsword. Seeing the blade in Bai Yong's hand, Xia Taiping's mouth twitched violently. Yang Fengcheng wielded a broadsword, and now Bai Yong did too. This couldn't be coincidence, it must be the work of experts from Huaxia Nation. But the incantation to summon the white impermanence calls for the Book of Life and Death in the left hand and the Judge's brush in the right. If you were going to make the weapons the book or the brush, that would at least make some sense. Why turn them into swords? Amidst Xia Taiping's speechless disbelief, Bai Yong and Wu Hanjian simultaneously launched their attack. Bai Yong swung his broadsword at Wu Hanjian. Wu Hanjian, meanwhile, swung his folding fan at Bai Yong. Clang! The next instant, a sharp metallic clang echoed abruptly. It was the sound of the broadsword and folding fan colliding. Immediately afterward, Bai Yong stumbled backward, unable to control his momentum. This scene left the students of Central China Divine Academy stunned. Wasn't this fight supposed to be a sure win? Why had Bai Yong been forced back by Wu Hanjian so quickly after the clash began? Xia Taiping couldn't help but smile bitterly. His fears had finally materialized. Although the White Ghost's power was no weaker than the Great Tengu's, Bai Yong had activated his White Ghost card to an insufficient degree. Wu Hanjian, however, must have activated his Great Tengu card to a very high degree, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to repel Bai Yong with a single fan strike. Having struck first, Wu Hanjian swung his folding fan repeatedly toward Bai Yong. Retreating, Bai Yong could only hastily raise his sword to block. In a fair fight, Bai Yong was no match for Wu Hanjian. Under such haste, he couldn't possibly unleash his full power. After several strikes, Bai Yong was forced off the platform by Wu Hanjian. His foot then caught on an edge, sending him crashing heavily onto the ground beside the platform. Chapter 15, Xia Taiping, Strengthen Our Central China Divine Academy. Seeing Bai Yong sprawled beside the platform, the Central Divine Academy students exchanged stunned glances. Though they'd realized Bai Yong was no match for Wu Hanjian the moment he was forced back, the speed of his defeat was so sudden it left them unprepared. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Bai Yong was the strongest among them. If even Bai Yong could be so easily defeated by Wu Hanjian, who among them could possibly stand against him? How could they uphold the dignity of Central China Divine Academy? Teachers like Zhou Tianming and leaders of the Central China region like Wang Yuanxuan all wore grim expressions. Like the students, they were stunned by Bai Yong's swift defeat. It seemed no student from Central China Divine Academy could stand against Wu Hanjian. Xia Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. Although one of his fears had materialized, another had not. Bai Yong hadn't been killed by Wu Hanjian, nor had he even been injured. He'd nearly fallen from the platform. This was undoubtedly a blessing in disguise. Ha 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 ha. Yamamoto Shaoji roared with laughter. Zhou Tianming, is this the strongest fighter your Central China Theological Seminary has to offer? I thought he might hold out a bit longer against Wu Hanjian, but he couldn't even block a few of his moves. Is this the best your seminary can muster? Zhou Tianming's face turned ashen. He desperately wanted to retort, but found no words. After all, Bai Yong had been defeated so easily by Wu Hanjian. Dean, I'm sorry. Bai Yong's face twisted with bitterness. I failed to defeat him and brought shame upon Central China Divine Academy. Baiyong, it's alright. This isn't your fault. Xiao Tianming shook his head. He wasn't just consoling Baiyong, he was speaking the plain truth. Baiyong's defeat at Wu Hanjian's hands wasn't his fault, nor was it the fault of Central China Divine Academy. It stemmed from the severe loss of mythological records in Huaxia Nation. Yet this couldn't serve as his justification against Yamamoto Little Chicken. Students of Central China Divine Academy, you all witnessed this, didn't you? Yamamoto Xiaoji continued, your strongest fighter couldn't even withstand a few moves from one of our randomly selected students. What exactly are you learning at Central China Divine Academy? Come study at our Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch instead. Hearing this, Xiao Tianming instantly flew into a rage. Yamamoto Shokichi was openly poaching his students right before his eyes. He roared, Yamamoto Shokichi, you've gone too far. Xiao Tianming, how am I going too far? Yamamoto Xiaoji retorted, isn't what I said the truth? The strongest among your Huazhong Divine Academy students can't even withstand a few moves from any random student we send out. What right does your academy have to teach these students? You. Xiao Tianming opened his mouth to protest, but the words died on his lips. He understood the importance of the first battle, and Yamamoto Xiaoji surely did too. Therefore, Wu Hanjian was definitely not just some random student sent out as Yamamoto Xiaoji claimed. He wanted to use this as a reason to argue back, but such a counter-argument felt utterly feeble. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Yamamoto Xiaoji, you've only defeated one student from our Central China Divine Academy. Many of our students haven't even entered the fray yet. What's there to gloat about? With so many students from our academy, we could overwhelm you even if we just piled them on top of you. Hearing this, Xia Taiping was momentarily speechless. I get that you want to fight back, but your counter-argument is seriously lacking in punch. Overwhelm us with sheer numbers? Yamamoto Little Chicken sneered, I'm so scared. But don't just talk the talk, come on, pile up and crush us already. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. I'm going. Damn it, I can't take it either. I'm going. Even if I bleed out here today, I won't let the prestige of Central China Divine Academy be tarnished. A series of furious shouts erupted one after another. One after another, students from the Central China Divine Academy strode toward the elevated platform. But as soon as they lifted their feet, two figures appeared before the platform. One was Qian Sinlin, who had competed with Baiyong for the first battle. The other was Xia Taiping. Qian Sinlin looked at Xia Taiping and said, don't compete with me. I don't want to fight you. Xia Taiping asked, but are you even a match for that traitor? Well. Qian Sinlin was momentarily at a loss for words. Even Baiyong wasn't a match for Wu Hanjian. If he was inferior to Baiyong, how could he possibly stand a chance against Wu Hanjian? Yet he insisted on fighting despite knowing he was no match, simply to avoid tarnishing the prestige of the Central China Divine Academy. Xia Taiping added, let me handle it. Without waiting for Qian Sinlin's reply, Xia Taiping strode toward the elevated platform. Watching Xia Taiping's retreating figure, Qian Sinlin fell silent for a moment before taking a few steps back. Seeing this, the students of Central China Divine Academy wore expressions of complex emotions. The notion that Baiyong was overwhelmingly powerful had become ingrained in their minds, causing them to overlook Xia Taiping. Yet his sudden appearance abruptly reminded them of his previous battle against Yang Fengcheng. In that battle, Xia Taiping had not only demonstrated terrifying evasion skills but also sent Yang Fengcheng flying with a single blow from his staff. The sheer shock had left them all too intimidated to challenge him. Now, with Xia Taiping stepping forward, there was a real possibility he could defeat Wu Hanjian and uphold the Central Divine Academy's honor. Yet pinning their hopes on the very person they had always regarded as the eternal underachiever felt decidedly strange. Baiyong declared, Xia Taiping, honor our Central China Divine Academy. Xia Taiping halted in his tracks, his expression one of utter bewilderment. His expression clearly betrayed his surprise at Baiyong's words. The crowd of Central Divine Academy students also froze, then erupted in unison. Xia Taiping, strengthen our Central China Divine Academy. Xia Taiping, please strengthen our Central China Divine Academy. Xia Taiping, please strengthen our Central China Divine Academy. Soon, the chaotic shouts of all the students coalesced into a single, unified roar. Their shouts pierced the heavens, reverberating through the clouds. At this moment, the entire Huazhong Divine Academy placed their hopes upon Xia Taiping. For if even Xia Taiping could not stand against Wu Hanjian, then no one in Central China Divine Academy would be able to. Xia Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose. With so many classmates speaking up together, it felt awkward to refuse. But then again, he had never considered refusing in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have volunteered to fight. Turning to face the crowd of students from Central China Theological Seminary, Xia Taiping smiled. Everyone, I'll do my best not to let you down. With that, he turned and walked back toward the platform. Yamamoto Shuji frowned. Wasn't Baiyong the strongest among the Central Divine Academy students? Why were so many of them now pleading with Xia Taiping? This left him momentarily baffled. But he quickly pushed the matter from his mind. He had complete confidence in Wu Hanjian and didn't believe Xia Taiping could defeat him. He ascended the high platform. Xia Taiping's lowered right hand shot up like lightning, forming a claw-like grip that pointed straight toward the sky. In the next instant, a dazzling crimson gold light suddenly blossomed from his palm, transforming into the golden monkey staff. Simultaneously, a golden flash flickered across Xia Taiping's pitch-black eyes. As the saying goes, even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. And he was no lion, nor was Wu Hanjian a rabbit. So from the very start, he unleashed his fiery gaze. He then turned to look at Wu Hanjian and said calmly, "Make your move." "Wait." Wu Hanjian retorted irritably, "You haven't introduced yourself. Isn't that rather rude?" Chapter 16, You're not worthy. A stick as a grand salute. Rude? Xia Taiping retorted, "It's not that I'm impolite. It's that some people don't deserve my courtesy. Courtesy is for human beings, not for traitors who betray their country, and certainly not for beasts who betray their country." The members of the Central China Divine Academy and the Central China District leadership were stunned. When Wu Hanjian had accused Xia Taiping of discourtesy moments before, they had thought Xia Taiping had violated the etiquette of Huaxia nation. But upon hearing his explanation, they instantly changed their minds, even finding his reasoning profoundly sound. For traitors and beasts who betray their country, politeness is indeed unnecessary. Wu Hanjian's face instantly darkened. Though Xia Taiping hadn't explicitly named him, Wu Hanjian wasn't stupid. How could he not understand that Xia Taiping's words about traitors and beasts were aimed squarely at him? It wasn't just Wu Hanjian. The expressions of the numerous students from the Chinese branch of the Sakura Divine Academy were equally grim. Even though Xia Taiping hadn't addressed them directly, weren't they too the traitors and beasts he spoke of? "If you insist on me revealing my identity, I suppose I can." Xia Taiping added, "Once you defeat me, I'll reveal my name. But until then, you're not worthy of knowing it." Awesome. The students of the Central China Divine Academy were filled with excitement. Earlier, they had been humiliated by Yamamoto Xiaoji without any means to retort. Now, Xia Taiping's razor-sharp retort had left Wu Hanjian's face ashen, undoubtedly avenging their humiliation. Of course, venting frustration alone wasn't enough. If Xia Taiping could defeat Wu Hanjian, that would be even better. Amidst the crowd, Wang Yuanshuan looked puzzled. "Old Xiao, this Xia Taiping kid is sharp-witted, courageous, resourceful, and his words are so incisive he's truly extraordinary. How come I've never heard you mention such a figure at Central China Theological Seminary before?" Xiao Tianming gave a wry smile. "Old Wang, can I say I only just found out myself?" "What?" Wang Yuanshuan looked astonished. "As the head of Central China Divine Academy, you don't even know your own students?" "It's not that I don't know him. It's just that this kid has changed so drastically." Xiao Tianming sighed bitterly. Before this, he was not only quiet and reserved, but his grades were consistently at the bottom. Today, though, something must have snapped in him. Suddenly, he's become so sharp-tongued and so brazen in his actions. "I see." Wang Yuanshuan snapped to understanding. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Old Xiao, could it be that successfully summoning a deity altered his personality? I've heard of many people undergoing drastic personality changes after successfully summoning a deity." "It's possible." Xiao Tianming replied, "Other than that, there's no other explanation for such a sudden and drastic change in his personality." Wang Yuanshuan nodded. Regardless of the reason, his transformation is a good thing. "Indeed." Xiao Wenshan chimed in, "What he just said really hit the nail on the head." While Wang Yuanshuan and Xiao Tianming murmured quietly, Wu Hanjian trembled with rage, momentarily speechless. Xia Taiping calling him a traitor and a beast was one thing after all, his betrayal of Huaxia was an ironclad fact. But Xia Taiping declaring him unworthy of even stating his name? That was pure, utter contempt. After all, he was a top student at the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch. Just moments ago, he had forced Baiyong, the strongest student at the Central Huaxia Divine Academy, off the platform with just a few strikes. What right did Xia Taiping have to look down on him like that? Huff. 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 Wu Hanjian took several deep breaths before finally calming the rage choking his throat. His face darkening, he snapped, "Kid, I've knocked the strongest student from your Central China Divine Academy off the platform with just a few slaps. What gives you the right to look down on me like that? You think you're stronger than him? I'm not stronger than him. In fact, I'm the weakest student at Central Divine Academy." Xia Taiping paused, then abruptly changed his tone, "But until you defeat me, you're not worthy of even hearing my name. What can you do to me? Can you bite me?" The crowd from Central China Divine Academy and the Central China District leaders all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Xia Taiping's words were undeniably brazen, yet for some reason, they felt strangely satisfying to hear. Wu Hanjian was instantly furious. Up until now, he'd assumed Xia Taiping was some kind of prodigy. Turns out, he's just the bottom of the barrel at Central China Divine Academy. That bottom feeder dared to look down on him like this? It was utterly intolerable. "Kid, you've successfully pissed me off." Wu Hanjian roared, charging towards Xia Taiping with giant strides. Seeing this, the crowd from Central China Divine Academy and the leaders of the Central China district instantly wore solemn expressions. While Xia Taiping's words had been satisfying to hear, they were just words. The real question was whether Xia Taiping could defeat Wu Hanjian. Xia Taiping stood his ground, calmly watching Wu Hanjian charge toward him. Soon, Wu Hanjian charged right up to Xia Taiping, swinging his folding fan to strike him. At that moment, Wu Hanjian's face was twisted into a cold sneer. He had already closed the distance and struck first. Yet Xia Taiping stood frozen in place, seemingly petrified, showing no reaction whatsoever. Wu Hanjian was confident he could knock Xia Taiping off the platform with a single blow. Then he'd see how Xia Taiping dared to look down on him. But before the smirk could fully spread across his face, he saw Xia Taiping move. With both hands gripping the golden staff slung over his shoulder, Xia Taiping brought it crashing down from above, its momentum swift as lightning. What the hell? How can this kid move so fast? A wave of dread surged uncontrollably within Wu Hanjian's heart. Judging by the lightning-fast speed of his fan hadn't even touched Xia Taiping yet, and he was already about to smash into him. He just couldn't understand how Xia Taiping could move so fast. What he didn't know was that under the effect of the fire-eye golden gaze, his own speed had slowed. His slowed speed made Xia Taiping's movements appear faster, which was precisely why Xia Taiping dared to stand still, waiting for him to charge forward. Just as Wu Hanjian had anticipated, before his folding fan could strike Xia Taiping, he had already arrived first. Thud! A dull thud echoed as he struck Wu Hanjian squarely on the shoulder. He felt as though his shoulder might shatter under the blow. But that wasn't the worst of it. The force of the blow sent his legs buckling, and his knees slammed hard against the raised platform. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Xia Taiping stood as straight as a poplar tree atop the platform, while Wu Hanjian knelt before him. Whoa! Xia Taiping exclaimed in surprise, "It's not even the new year yet, why are you bowing so deeply?" That earlier blow hadn't struck Wu Hanjian's head not because Xia Taiping had missed, but because he'd deliberately aimed elsewhere. Yamamoto Little Chicken had repeatedly humiliated the Central China Divine Academy. Dealing with traitors and collaborators by simply clubbing them to death was far too lenient. Thus, he intended to humiliate Wu Hanjian, humiliate Yamamoto Little Chicken, and humiliate the Chinese branch of the Sakura Divine Academy. This was also why he had mocked Wu Hanjian the moment he knelt. The situation unfolded precisely according to his script. He had prepared his lines long ago. Chapter 17, Playing the Rogue? Paying another deep bow. Woo-hoo-hoo. Xia Taiping won. One blow brought him to his knees. Xia Taiping is awesome. Haha, that guy just knelt before Xia Taiping. Xia Taiping is mighty. Xia Taiping is formidable. Students from Central Divine Academy cheered wildly, one after another. To any uninformed observer witnessing this scene, it would likely seem that it wasn't Xia Taiping who struck Wu Hanjian down with a single blow, but rather themselves. Well done. Teachers like Qiu Tianming from Central China Divine Academy and leaders like Wang Yuanxuan from the Central China region were equally thrilled. After Bai Yong was forced off the platform by several strikes from Wu Hanjian, their hearts had sunk to the depths. Bai Yong was the strongest among the Central China seminary students. If even he could be defeated so easily, who could possibly stand against Wu Hanjian? At that moment, not only Central China Divine Academy, but the entire nation of Huaxia would be branded with shame. But what they never expected was that at this critical moment, Xia Taiping stepped forward. Not only did he verbally confront Wu Hanjian to the point of making him question his own existence, but he also struck with overwhelming force, smashing Wu Hanjian to his knees on the elevated platform with a single blow of his staff. Yamamoto Little Chicken, Miyamoto No Chicken, and the numerous students from the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy were all left utterly stunned. How could Wu Hanjian be knocked to his knees on the high platform by Xia Taiping's single blow? Yet the reality was staring them in the face. They had to accept it, whether they wanted to or not. They had to believe it, whether they wanted to or not. Wu Hanjian's face flushed crimson. Not only had he been knocked down by Xia Taiping's single strike, but he was now kneeling before him, a humiliation beyond measure. Kid, don't get too cocky. Wu Hanjian snapped, his face still flushed with anger. According to the established rules of this challenge, I haven't lost yet. Hearing this, Yamamoto Shaoji immediately understood. He chimed in, correct. According to the established rules of the challenge, one is only considered defeated if they die in battle, lose their compatibility, voluntarily concede, or are knocked off the platform. Wu Hanjian doesn't meet any of those criteria. He hasn't lost yet. Xia Taiping didn't argue with Wu Hanjian or Yamamoto Shaoji. He swept out, striking Wu Hanjian's side like lightning. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Wu Hanjian was sent flying. He shot straight off the platform, soaring several more meters before crashing heavily to the ground. This scene was entirely Xia Taiping's doing. Earlier, hadn't Wu Hanjian forced Bai Yong off the platform? Now he would send Wu Hanjian crashing off the platform too, using his own tactics against him. Turning to Yamamoto Shaoji, Xia Taiping remarked coolly, "So, have you lost now?" Awesome. The students of Central Divine Academy erupted in excitement once more. Moments ago, they had expected Xia Taiping to engage in a debate with Wu Hanjian and Yamamoto Xiaoji. Instead, without a word, he had smashed Wu Hanjian off the platform with a single blow, responding to their arguments with undeniable proof. It must be said, Xia Taiping's approach of letting actions speak louder than words was far more direct and effective than any argument. Yamamoto Xiaoji's expression darkened. He had just claimed Wu Hanjian didn't meet the 4 rules for defeat, and now Xia Taiping had smashed Wu Hanjian off the platform with a single blow. Wasn't this slapping him in the face? As for Xia Taiping's inquiry, he desperately wanted to deny it, but unfortunately, falling off the platform meant defeat as standard rule of the challenge. He had just stated this himself, making it impossible for him to deny it even if he wanted to. But just because he couldn't bring himself to deny it didn't mean Wu Hanjian was willing to concede defeat. He protested, "I was careless just now. Otherwise, you wouldn't stand a chance against me." Xia Taiping turned back to Wu Hanjian and sneered, "Are you trying to play dirty? I'm not being unreasonable, I'm just telling the truth." Wu Hanjian argued, "I was indeed careless just now. Otherwise, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. TSK. You haven't even been in Sakura country long, yet you've become so shameless." Xia Taiping sighed, as the ancients said, "Those who associate with the virtuous become virtuous, those who associate with the wicked become wicked. They truly did not deceive me. Ha ha ha." Students from Central China Divine Academy burst into laughter. Teachers like Zhou Tianming and leaders from the central region, such as Wang Yuanxuan, also struggled to suppress their amusement. Xia Taiping's tongue was truly sharp. What seemed like a rebuke of Wu Hanjian was actually a veiled criticism of the land of cherry blossoms itself. "What do you mean, near vermilion, one turns red, near ink, one turns black?" Wu Hanjian retorted, "I'm just telling the plain truth. If you've got the guts, let's settle this once and for all. Our nation has always been magnanimous." Xia Taiping didn't refuse. "Since you put it that way, I'll give you one more chance. Come on up." Hearing this, Zhou Tianming frowned. Though Xia Taiping's actions demonstrated China's magnanimity, this approach carried risks. He cautioned, "Taiping, he's already lost. That's an undeniable fact. There's no need to give him another chance." "Dean, I understand your point." Xia Taiping replied, "But with dogs, you have to beat them into submission completely. Otherwise, they'll keep barking at you. So let's give him another chance. It's better than having him harbor resentment, barking nonsense everywhere and slandering our Huazhong Divine Academy." "All right." Zhou Tianming said no more. First, because Xia Taiping's reasoning made perfect sense. Second, he could see Xia Taiping was brimming with confidence. Giving Wu Hanjian one more chance with no risk involved to shut him and Sakura country up completely would be entirely beneficial for them. Wu Hanjian trembled with rage at Xia Taiping's words. He wasn't stupid. How could he not recognize that the dog in Xia Taiping's words referred to him? But upon hearing Zhou Tianming's agreement, he was suddenly overcome with excitement. His chance for redemption had arrived. As if fearing Zhou Tianming might change his mind, Wu Hanjian ignored the pain in his shoulder and waist. He swiftly climbed the platform and charged towards Xia Taiping. Just as before, Xia Taiping remained standing still. "Damn it! I've already been fooled once. Do you think I'll fall for it again?" Wu Hanjian sneered inwardly. Upon reaching Xia Taiping's side, he swung his folding fan and struck out at him. Almost simultaneously, Xia Taiping moved. Just as before, he gripped it with both hands and brought it crashing down from above. Seeing this, Wu Hanjian instinctively dodged. But before he could execute an effective evasion, the golden staff struck solidly against his shoulder. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees before Xia Taiping with a thud. Wu Hanjian was instantly stunned. He had prepared to dodge and reacted the instant he saw it coming. Why hadn't he managed to evade it? What he didn't realize was that his movements appeared as slow as those of a 70 or 80-year-old grandmother in Xia Taiping's eyes. How could he possibly dodge it just by preparing and reacting in time? Wah! This scene sent the students of Central Divine Academy into another wave of excited howls. Xia Taiping looked down at Wu Hanjian, who was kneeling on the high platform. "Why such an elaborate bow again? Did you let your guard down once more?" Wu Hanjian's face instantly flushed crimson. He didn't know why he hadn't been able to dodge Xia Taiping's attack. But he knew one thing: without resorting to his ultimate techniques, he stood no chance against Xia Taiping. Chapter 18, Great Tengu. Great Sage transforms into stone monkey? You forced my hand, boy. Wu Hanjian roared furiously, abruptly rising to his feet. But instead of charging at Xia Taiping, he rapidly retreated backward. What's going on? Xia Taiping was a bit bewildered. Wu Hanjian claimed he'd forced his hand, so he should be unleashing his ultimate move. Why wasn't he using it? Why was he retreating so rapidly instead? It wasn't just Xia Taiping who was bewildered. Many students from the Central Divine Academy were equally confused, for the same reason. However, the expressions of teachers like Zhou Tianming and leaders like Wang Yuanxuan from Central China Divine Academy suddenly turned grim. Zhou Tianming shouted immediately, "Taiping! He's trying to summon a deity to fight for him. Take him down now." Hearing this, Xia Taiping suddenly understood. After becoming a divine favored one could not only fight with their own strength but also summon deities to aid in battle. However, the summoned deities could only exert combat power equivalent to the summoner's cultivation level. If Wu Hanjian had other hidden cards up his sleeve, Zhou Tianming might have been concerned. But summoning a deity? Wu Hanjian was simply courting death. He had already deduced that Wu Hanjian's personal deity was most likely the Shikigami Great Tengu. As for his own personal deity? None other than the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Dealing with a mere Shikigami? That was child's play. Exactly. I intend to summon a deity. Wu Hanjian's face was filled with arrogance. As he spoke, he raised his hand and lightly tapped his forehead. A green card surged forth from his brow. Grasping the card, he bowed deeply with reverence. Wu Hanjian of the Sakura Shrine's Huaxia branch humbly summons the Great Lord Great Tengu to descend. Swish! In the next instant, a dazzling black light erupted from the green card. Following that, a peculiar figure emerged from the blinding light, a man with a red face, a high nose, large wings protruding from his back, clad in warrior armor, wearing high wooden clogs, and holding a round fan. Xia Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. His judgment was correct. Wu Hanjian's guardian spirit was indeed the Shikigami Great Tengu. At the same time, a trace of confusion surfaced in his mind. He didn't believe the white ghost was weaker than the Great Tengu, yet the white ghost's card was yellow, while the Great Tengu's card was green, a rank higher than yellow. What was going on? This is the Shikigami Great Tengu of Sakura country? Not only did Xia Taiping recognize Wu Hanjian's guardian spirit, but the students of the Central China Divine Academy recognized it too. During their studies at Huazhong Divine Academy, they had learned not only about the deities of Huaxia but also those of other nations. However, their study of foreign deities wasn't for summoning purposes, but to understand their adversaries and ensure victory in battle. Unlike Xia Taiping's composed expression, the faces of numerous Huazhong Divine Academy students abruptly paled the moment they recognized the Great Tengu. The Great Tengu was a renowned deity in the land of cherry blossoms and a formidable entity among Shikigami. Yet Xia Taiping's personal guardian spirit was the obscure stone monkey, a name they had never heard before. It was impossible for them not to worry for Xia Taiping. Xia Taiping shouldn't have given that traitor another chance. Yeah, if Xia Taiping hadn't given that traitor a chance, how could he have summoned a deity to fight? The Great Tengu is an immensely powerful deity in Sakura Nation. Xia Taiping likely stands no chance against it. A chorus of bitter complaints echoed one after another. The students of Huazhong Divine Academy, who had been brimming with excitement moments ago, now looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Zhou Tianming's face was equally bitter. If Xia Taiping had heeded his warning and dealt with Wu Hanjian immediately, none of this would have happened. But alas, there were no such things as what-ifs. Now, it was too late for words. Yet the next moment, he saw Xia Taiping's face calm and composed, his demeanor radiating absolute confidence. This suddenly reminded Zhou Tianming that Xia Taiping's life-bound deity, the stone monkey god, might not be weak after all. This thought sparked a flicker of hope within Zhou Tianming. He shouted, "Taiping! That guy's guardian spirit is the Japanese Shikigami, the Great Tengu, a green-tier deity with formidable power. If you don't have confidence in defeating him, surrender now." Dean, the word surrender isn't in my vocabulary. Xia Taiping paused briefly before adding, "But rest assured, it's just a dog. It won't make much of a splash. I'll beat it for you." Hearing this, the students of Central China Divine Academy all looked utterly speechless. Calling the Great Tengu a dog isn't wrong, but your personal guardian spirit is merely a stone monkey, a low-key, obscure stone monkey at that. The Great Tengu, however, is a green-tier deity. Where do you get the nerve to underestimate him so? Zhou Tianming breathed a long sigh of relief. His earlier words served both to warn Xia Taiping and to gauge the stone monkey deity's strength. Xia Taiping's calm demeanor confirmed his assessment. The stone monkey deity was not weak at all. In fact, it was exceptionally powerful. Students from the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy, Yamamoto Little Chicken, Miyamoto No Chicken, Wu Hanjian, and others felt deeply unsettled. The Great Tengu was an immensely powerful deity in Sakura Nation. How dare Xia Taiping show such utter disregard? Wu Hanjian was the first to challenge him. "Boy, don't speak so arrogantly. Summon your personal guardian spirit at once. I want to see what kind of guardian spirit you have that makes you so bold as to disregard the Great Tengu." "As you wish." Xia Taiping smiled indifferently, raised his hand, and lightly tapped his brow. A transparent card emerged from between his eyebrows. Transparent? Yamamoto Little Chicken, Miyamoto No Chicken, Wu Hanjian, and the other students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch were instantly dumbfounded. Weren't divine cards categorized into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet? When did transparent colored divine cards come into existence? But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real question was, how powerful was the deity behind a transparent card? The members of the Central China Divine Academy and the leaders of the Central China District, however, were not surprised at all. They had long known that Xia Taiping's personal deity card bore a transparent hue. Wu Hanjian asked in confusion, "Kid, why is your life-bound deity's card transparent?" Why should I tell you? Xia Taiping shot back immediately, though inwardly he felt utterly helpless. He himself didn't know why the card color of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, was transparent. He couldn't explain it even if he wanted to. Wu Hanjian's expression suddenly froze. He didn't press further not because he didn't want to, but because Xia Taiping wouldn't tell him anyway. He urged again, "Kid, summon your guardian spirit now." Xia Taiping wasted no further time. He raised his hand to grasp the card and proclaimed loudly, "Descendant Xia Taiping respectfully summons Sun Wukong to descend." Originally, Xia Taiping had intended to say the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, but the words caught in his throat as he realized the full title sounded far too intimidating. He promptly dropped the great sage equal to heaven part, settling instead for simply Sun Wukong. Boom! As Xia Taiping's words fell, a dazzling crimson gold light erupted from the card. Immediately afterward, a stone monkey emerged from the crimson gold light. Seeing the stone monkey, Xia Taiping froze in shock. He had called out for Sun Wukong. How did a stone monkey appear instead? But that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that the stone monkey was the original form of the great sage equal to heaven. It had practically no combat power whatsoever. Chapter 19, The Curse of the Cards. This old son is back. A monkey? Or a stone one? What the hell? I thought his guardian spirit was supposed to be super powerful, but it's just a stone monkey. Damn it! Your guardian spirit is just a stone monkey. What gives you the right to mock the great Tengu? A chorus of mocking voices echoed across the square. These words came from Yamamoto Little Chicken, Miyamoto No Chicken, and numerous students from the Huaxia branch of Sakura Divine Academy. The Huazhong Divine Academy representatives and Huazhong district leaders looked distinctly awkward. The reason was simple: the stone monkey truly lacked any impressive appearance. Ha ha ha! Wu Hanjian roared with laughter. Kid, is this the basis for your mockery? Xia Taiping ignored Wu Hanjian. His mind was filled with confusion. How could he possibly be in the mood to engage with Wu Hanjian? He needed to figure out quickly why Sun Wukong was in his most primitive stone monkey state. What was his strength like? If Sun Wukong in his most primitive state didn't have much fighting power, then he would likely have to take on Wu Hanjian and the Great Tengu single-handedly. He looked at Sun Wukong, puzzled. Great Sage, why do you look like this? Everyone present was a bit bewildered. Xia Taiping had just summoned the stone monkey deity by calling out Sun Wukong's name. Why was he now addressing him as Great Sage? Kid, don't blame me for this. Sun Wukong sighed helplessly. The card depicts me like this. I can only appear in this form. Xia Taiping suddenly understood, but all he could think to do was curse under his breath. If those so-called experts hadn't drawn Sun Wukong's card like this, why would he appear in his most primitive form? But then again, it wasn't entirely those experts' fault. After all, China's mythological records were severely lost. Those so-called experts had no idea what Sun Wukong truly looked like, crowned with a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, clad in chainmail golden armor, wearing lotus thread-claw treading shoes, and wielding his. He then asked, Great Sage, what about your strength? Sun Wukong gave a wry smile. My full strength remains intact, but because this form is my most primitive state, I can't wield it at all. At best, I can just take a beating a little better. Ha 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 ha. Yamamoto Little Chicken, Miyamoto No Chicken, and the students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch all burst into loud laughter. What use was a god who possessed immense power yet couldn't wield it at all? Victory in this battle was assured. That said, even if Sun Wukong could unleash his full power, they still didn't believe he could stand a chance against the Great Tengu. The faces of the Central China Divine Academy members and the Central China district leaders were filled with bitterness. From the conversation between Xia Taiping and Sun Wukong, they could tell Sun Wukong still possessed some power. Yet, due to the card's constraints, he was left with immense strength he couldn't unleash at all. This wasn't Xia Taiping's fault, nor was it Sun Wukong's fault, it was the card's fault. Xia Taiping couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was essentially forcing him to fight two opponents at once. Even though it was 1 against 2, he wasn't necessarily without a fighting chance. After all, the Great Tengu could only exert combat power equivalent to its summoner's cultivation level. But fighting 1 against 2 was nowhere near as comfortable as 2 against 2. He had considered repairing the card to restore Sun Wukong's mighty and imposing form, but the crucial issue was that he didn't know how to repair cards yet. Even if he could, he was in the midst of a life or death struggle. There was no time for repairs. Fine. 1 against 2 it is. Xia Taiping sighed, preparing to take them on alone. But just then, Xiao Tianming's voice suddenly rang out. Taiping, history has precedents where certain deities couldn't unleash their full combat potential due to insufficient entries. But if those entries could be supplemented, the deities could regain their complete power. Hearing this, Xia Taiping's eyes flashed with sudden brilliance. He couldn't repair cards, nor did he have time to do so, but adding entries? That he could manage, and it wouldn't take long. His face lit up with anticipation. Great Sage, is that correct? Correct. Sun Wukong nodded, then abruptly changed the subject, but appearing in this form clearly shows that my story has been forgotten. Without knowing my story, how can I unleash my full power? Receiving Sun Wukong's confirmation, Xia Taiping felt both excited and hesitant. Though his eagerness to fight had been conspicuous, the inherent concealment of the transparent card had kept him out of trouble. But if he recited Sun Wukong's entry to restore the Monkey King's majestic and imposing form, maintaining a low profile would become impossible. After all, Sun Wukong's imposing and majestic appearance clearly marked him as no ordinary deity. After much deliberation, Xia Taiping ultimately decided to restore Sun Wukong to his majestic and imposing form. Though he might still stand a chance against two opponents, this matter concerned the dignity of the Central China Divine Academy and the dignity of the Huaxia nation. He couldn't afford to take risks. The slightest misstep, and the land of cherry blossoms might not grant him a second chance. In that case, he would not only betray the Central China Divine Academy and the Chinese nation, but also himself. He would never tolerate anyone treating him like dirt, especially Sakura nation. Huff. Xia Taiping drew a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, wearing the phoenix-winged purple gold crown, clad in chainmail golden armor, stepping in lotus thread cloud treading shoes, wielding the Xia Taiping, descendant of later generations, humbly invites the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, to descend. Hearing this, both the Central China Divine Academy officials and the Central China District leaders froze in surprise. What Xia Taiping recited sounded like Sun Wukong's description, but they couldn't fathom how he knew it. Students from the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy Yamamoto Little Chicken, Miyamoto No Chicken, Wu Hanjian, and others suddenly stiffened. They too recognized the reference to Sun Wukong, but that wasn't the crux. What sent shockwaves through them was the formidable title Great Sage Equal to Heaven. Yamamoto Xiaoji immediately shouted, "Wu Hanjian, kill him now!" Yes. Wu Hanjian responded and was about to order the Great Tengu to act. But at that very moment, he saw Sun Wukong abruptly turn his head toward him, a flash of golden light darting through his eyes. That fierce gaze and dazzling golden light made him tremble uncontrollably, a wave of fear rising in his heart. The words on the tip of his tongue were choked back in his throat, unable to escape. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong roared with laughter. I thought the people of this world had forgotten my story, but it seems some still remember and remember it well. Old Sun is back. Boom. As Sun Wukong's words echoed, a blinding crimson gold light erupted from the stone monkey's body. The blinding radiance forced everyone present to shut their eyes. But this spectacle was as fleeting as it was intense. Once the dazzling crimson gold light faded, the stone monkey vanished. In its place stood the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong crowned with a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, clad in chainmail golden armor, wearing lotus thread cloud treading shoes, and wielding his Rui Jingu Bang. This spectacle left everyone present, except for Xia Taiping, frozen in stunned silence. Xia Taiping clasped his fists and declared, "Greetings, great sage. Welcome back. Chapter 20, Just a Wild Dog. One strike, one kill. Woof woof woof. Holy crap. Is this the true form of the stone monkey deity? That's way too badass. Holy crap. I've never seen such a majestic and formidable deity in my entire life. The great sage equal to heaven? Daring to rival heaven itself, this sage's power is truly extraordinary." The students of Central China Divine Academy erupted once more in excited howls. They had assumed Xia Taiping's arrogance would lead to his downfall, but now it seemed they were the ones mistaken. Xia Taiping's arrogance wasn't youthful recklessness, it was backed by genuine power. This is fantastic. Xiao Tianming was equally overcome with excitement. When he had reminded Xia Taiping earlier, he hadn't held much hope after all. Supplementing an entry was no easy feat, yet to his astonishment, Xia Taiping had not only instantly completed the entry but also successfully restored the stone monkey deity to its true form. Old Xiao, your judgment was right. Wang Yuanchuan murmured, this kid's definitely playing dumb to catch the wise. Exactly. And Hongxing chimed in immediately. Xia Taiping first called him Sun Wukong, then the great sage, and instantly added the entry. He must know the story of the stone monkey deity, no, the story of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, inside out. This kid is downright cunning. Xiao Wenshan added, had it not been for the invasion from Sakura Nation, he certainly wouldn't have revealed himself. Still, it's commendable that he chose to step forward in this critical moment, no longer hiding, and actively fought to uphold the reputation of Central China Divine Academy. In stark contrast to the excitement among the Central Divine Academy faction, the faces of those from the land of cherry blossoms grew grim. The Central Divine Academy disciples could clearly see Sun Wukong's formidable presence and majestic aura. They weren't blind, how could they fail to notice? But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that the great sage's formidable presence and the title Great Sage Equal to Heaven had instantly shattered their confidence. They no longer believed victory was assured, they even feared they might lose. Damn it! That idiot Wu Hanjian should have acted sooner and stopped that brat from refilling his skill slots. Yamamoto Xiaoji couldn't help cursing inwardly. Yet he forgot that Wu Hanjian's chance to summon a deity into battle was granted by Xia Taiping. But this was hardly surprising after all, the people of Sakura Nation were notoriously shameless and brazen. Kid, I won't bother with thanks. Sun Wukong inquired, why did you summon me? In response to the great sage. Xia Taiping explained, a traitor to Huaxia has aided the enemy, helping Sakura Nation against Huaxia. He even summoned deities to bully me. I had no choice but to summon you to teach that Huaxia traitor a lesson, to teach Sakura Nation a lesson, and to uphold the honor of our Huaxia Nation. Sun Wukong nodded, turning to look at Wu Hanjian and the Great Tengu. Is it them? Yes, Great Sage. Xia Taiping said, that human is nothing to fear, I can handle him easily. That dog-like creature is the Great Tengu, a Shikigami of Sakura Nation. He's not exceptionally powerful, but he does possess some strength. Don't worry. Sun Wukong sneered with utter disdain. Even the celestial hound must lie obediently before me. Some stray mutt from who knows where won't make a splash. One swing of my staff will finish it. Xia Taiping didn't doubt Sun Wukong's words for a moment. For Sun Wukong and the Great Tengu were not even on the same level of divinity. Even if both were only capable of exerting foundation establishment stage power, the Great Tengu could never be Sun Wukong's match. The members of the Central China Divine Academy didn't know Sun Wukong's true strength, but they didn't doubt his words either. As the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. Before witnessing Sun Wukong's awe-inspiring might, they had all considered the Great Tengu to be formidable. But after witnessing Sun Wukong's awe-inspiring might, they suddenly realized how narrow their perspective had been. Compared to Sun Wukong's awe-inspiring presence, the Great Tengu was utterly insignificant. Yamamoto Little Chicken, Miyamoto No Chicken, and the numerous students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch were furious. Earlier, Xia Taiping had dismissed the Great Tengu as nothing more than a dog. Now, Sun Wukong had declared the Great Tengu to be some stray mutt from who knows where. The Great Tengu, whom they held in such high esteem, was being humiliated by a mere mortal and a deity. It was utterly intolerable. Yamamoto Chicken's face darkened as he snapped, Wu Hanjian. Never mind whether that monkey is powerful or not, even if he is, he can only wield foundation establishment level strength. Move now and show them just how formidable the Great Tengu truly is. Hearing this, Wu Hanjian froze in shock. He had been genuinely intimidated by the imposing Sun Wukong moments ago. But upon hearing Yamamoto Xiaoji's words, he instantly snapped out of it. No matter how formidable Sun Wukong appeared, he could only wield foundation establishment level power. The Great Tengu could do the same. What was there to fear? Realizing this, Wu Hanjian's gaze hardened with resolve. He clasped his hands together and said, Lord Great Tengu, I beg you to kill that monkey and that boy. Agreed. The Great Tengu nodded and charged towards Sun Wukong and Xia Taiping. Without needing Xia Taiping's command, Sun Wukong swung his at the charging Great Tengu. This scene left the Central Divine Academy faction somewhat bewildered. The Great Tengu was still several meters away from Sun Wukong, and the golden cudgel had its limits in reach. Sun Wukong's attack couldn't possibly hit the Great Tengu at this distance. They couldn't understand why Sun Wukong was in such a hurry to strike. Yamamoto Chicken, Miyamoto No Chicken, and the others from the land of cherry blossoms wore expressions of scorn. You're quick to strike, but what good is it if you can't hit your target? But the next moment brought a scene that stunned everyone. As the golden monkey staff was swung, it suddenly surged in size, rapidly extending its length. In an instant, it reached above the Great Tengu's head and continued its descent toward him. This scene caused the Huazhong Divine Academy faction to instantly realize what was happening, while the faces of the Sakura Nation faction turned pale. Xia Taiping, however, was not surprised at all. While others were unaware, he knew full well that they could extend or retract, thicken or thin, grow large or shrink small. The Great Tengu hadn't anticipated the golden staff's sudden elongation, but he still raised his folding fan to block it at the very last moment. Clang! The next instant, a sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. It was the sound of the striking the folding fan squarely. Crack! Immediately after, a sharp cracking sound followed. The Great Tengu's fan shattered like paper, snapped clean in two by the. With the fan gone, the golden monkey staff swept downward, heading straight for the Great Tengu's head. The Great Tengu froze in shock. Before this, he never imagined his fan could be shattered by a single blow from the golden monkey staff. His reflexes were quick, however, and he immediately darted to one side. Yet his swiftness couldn't match the speed of the golden monkey staff's descent. Before he could lift his foot, he smashed squarely onto the top of his head. Swish! He sliced through like cutting tofu, cleaving straight down from the top of the Great Tengu's head. In an instant, it split the Great Tengu clean in two. Immediately afterward, the Great Tengu's severed form flickered rapidly several times before dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing without a trace. Chapter 21, A Dog Without a Home. Madness beyond reason. Holy! The Great Tengu was smashed into nothingness by the Great Sage's staff? Am I seeing things? I think I'm seeing things too. The Great Sage is just too damn awesome. I used to think the Great Tengu was so majestic and formidable, but now I suddenly realize I'm just a frog in a well. The Great Sage was absolutely right. The Great Tengu is nothing but some stray dog from who knows where. The Great Sage is awesome. Xia Taiping is awesome. The students of Central Divine Academy erupted in excited cheers once more. Beautiful. Qiu Tianming couldn't contain his excitement and let out a loud cheer. The teachers of Central China Divine Academy and the leaders of the Central China region were equally overcome with excitement. But their excitement wasn't nearly over Sun Wukong's swift defeat of the Great Tengu with a single strike. They were overjoyed that Huaxia had finally produced a deity surpassing even the Great Tengu in power, finally shedding the humiliation of having only green-tier deities as its highest-ranked divine beings. Though they still didn't know Sun Wukong's exact rank, they no longer considered him a nobody. After all, anyone with half a brain knew a nobody couldn't possibly take down a blue-tier Great Tengu with a single strike. They were convinced Sun Wukong must be higher tier than the Great Tengu, at least blue tier, and possibly even purple tier. Yamamoto Chicken, Miyamoto no Chicken, and the students of the Huaxia branch of the Sakura Divine Academy were instantly frozen in shock. Though they'd sensed the Great Tengu might not stand a chance against Sun Wukong upon hearing his title Great Sage equal to heaven and witnessing his imposing, majestic presence, they never imagined the Great Tengu would be no match for him in a single exchange. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? This must be fake. A chorus of stunned exclamations erupted from the students of the Chinese branch of Sakura Shrine Academy. Though the Great Tengu was not the mightiest deity in Sakura Nation, he was still a formidable being. They simply could not accept the reality that their revered Great Tengu had been instantly slain by Sun Wukong's staff. Yet the undeniable truth stood before them, leaving them no choice but to believe. Wah! A jet of blood spurted from Wu Hanjian's mouth. When one's personal deity was instantly slain, the summoner would also suffer repercussions. While their life might be spared, injury was inevitable. It's over. Wu Hanjian collapsed onto the high platform, his expression utterly despondent and devoid of will to live. It wasn't because he couldn't stand after being caught in the fallout of the Great Tengu's demise, nor was it the loss of this battle. Rather, it was the realization that his life-bound deity would require a long time to recover after being slain. For an extended period, he would have no divine being to summon. To go from being a revered divine servant to an ordinary mortal with no deity to call upon, while not quite a fall from heaven to hell, it was close enough. He couldn't bear this crushing disparity. Seeing Wu Hanjian's utterly dejected state, Xia Taiping felt not a shred of pity. This traitor had betrayed his nation, aided and abetted the enemy, a creature worse than any beast. He truly deserved no pity. That's not the main point. The real issue is that if he hadn't successfully summoned the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, and restored him to his peak state, it wouldn't be Wu Hanjian looking utterly lost today, it would be him in the Central Academy of the Gods. He said indifferently, "Traitor, do you have any more cards up your sleeve? If so, I can give you one more chance." At these words, Wu Hanjian snapped out of his daze. He glared at Xia Taiping with seething hatred, but said nothing. Because the Great Tengu was already his strongest trump card, he had no more cards left to play. Your silence confirms it. Xia Taiping added, "In that case, there's no need to waste any more time. I'll send you to the 18th layer of hell to repent." "I surrender. I surrender." No sooner had Xia Taiping finished speaking than Wu Hanjian's terrified voice echoed in response. As if terrified Xia Taiping would strike him down, he scrambled to his feet from the high platform and stumbled frantically toward the edge below. Xia Taiping watched Wu Hanjian's pitiful escape with a sinister grin, showing no intention of pursuing him. It wasn't because Wu Hanjian had surrendered, but because what he wanted was precisely to see Wu Hanjian flee in disgrace. For compared to killing Wu Hanjian, forcing him into a humiliating retreat would inflict far greater damage to Sakura Nation's reputation. Well, how pitiful. Where did all your arrogance go? Haha, doesn't this guy look like a stray dog to you? You know what? He really does look like a stray dog. Look at Yamamoto's face, it's as ashen as pot scum. It's worse than pot scum. He looks like he just got gangbanged by his wife's friends. Students from Central Divine Academy chimed in with mockery. After all, Yamamoto Chicken had humiliated them countless times before. Now that they had a chance to redeem themselves, how could they not seize it? Yamamoto Shokichi was already furious over Wu Hanjian's defeat and voluntary surrender. Now, facing the mockery of so many Central Divine Academy students without a chance to retort, his rage only intensified. Wu Hanjian, in our land of cherry blossoms, no one ever surrenders willingly. Yamamoto Sakura roared, "You actually surrendered voluntarily. You've utterly disgraced the honor of our Sakura Nation." Dean Yamamoto, I. Wu Hanjian wanted to explain he was no match for Xia Taiping, but before the words left his mouth, Yamamoto Shokichi's fist slammed toward him. Swish! A shadowy black fist-shaped aura detached from Yamamoto Shuji's fist, hurtling straight toward Wu Hanjian. Seeing this, Wu Hanjian's expression abruptly changed. Yamamoto was trying to kill him. Dean Yamamoto, don't. Wu Hanjian instinctively begged for mercy. But before he could finish, the pitch-black fist shadow arrived, slamming solidly into his body. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Wu Hanjian was reduced to a pile of flesh by Yamamoto Xiaojia's single punch. This scene left the Central Divine Academy faction stunned. Though Wu Hanjian's death meant little to them, they cared not for his life or death. Yamamoto Shokichi had struck him down mercilessly after Wu had merely conceded defeat. How utterly heartless. Then again, Yamamoto Xiaoji fundamentally didn't care about the lives of the students from the Huaxia branch of Sakura Divine Academy. Had it been otherwise, Yamamoto Shaoji wouldn't have issued such a ruthless challenge to Central China Divine Academy, declaring no mercy, regardless of life or death. Now that Wu Hanjian had utterly disgraced the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy, Yamamoto Shokichi's ruthless killing was only natural. Xiao Tianming's eyes flickered slightly. This was the perfect moment to expose the ugly truth about Sakura Nation. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he'd be failing himself, failing Central China Divine Academy, and failing the entire nation of China. Did you all see that? Xiao Tianming spoke swiftly. Wu Hanjian fought for Sakura Nation with every ounce of strength. Not only did they fail to honor his sacrifice, but they executed him for his defeat. Now, recall how our Central China Divine Academy handled Bai Yon's defeat earlier? Not only did I not blame him, I comforted him. Defeat wasn't his desired outcome, and victory and defeat are common occurrences in warfare. As long as he gave his all, the result didn't matter. I had no reason to blame him. So stop clinging to your delusions. Wake up, all of you. The land of cherry blossoms only pretends to regard you as their own. In truth, they see you as tools to humiliate the Central Kingdom. They couldn't care less about your lives or deaths. Chapter 22, Crisis Looms. Strange changes. Previously, Xiao Tianming had exposed the ugly truth about Sakura Nation, yet the students of the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch remained expressionless. This time, however, their expressions shifted. The reason was precisely because Wu Hanjian had been killed by Yamamoto Shaoji. Before this incident, Yamamoto Shaoji had shown unusual favor toward Wu Hanjian, leading many to speculate that Wu might be Yamamoto's illegitimate son. Yet today, after Wu Hanjian gave his all for Sakura Nation, Yamamoto Shokichi not only disregarded his efforts but also dealt him a fatal blow. This truly chilled the heart. Xiao Tianming, don't try to sow discord. Yamamoto Shaoji declared with righteous indignation, I killed him because he dishonored the samurai spirit of our Sakura Nation. Not only him, even if it were my own son who dishonored that spirit, I would strike him down without hesitation. Is that so? Xiao Tianming sneered coldly, then turned his gaze to the numerous students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch. I've said all I needed to say. If you still refuse to see the truth, don't blame us for not warning you when you later suffer the consequences of the Land of Cherry Blossom's actions. Poof. Yamamoto Shaoji retorted coldly, once they join our Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, they become citizens of our Sakura Nation. As long as they uphold the samurai spirit and do not dishonor our nation's dignity, I cherish them dearly. How could we possibly bring harm upon them? Xiao Tianming paid Yamamoto no Koji no further mind. He turned to Sun Wukong and said, Great Sage, I have some doubts. Could you explain them to me? Sun Wukong shook his head. I know what you want to ask, but I can't explain it to you yet. Xiao Tianming couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had thought Sun Wukong, being an immensely powerful deity, might know the reason behind the severe loss of Huaxia's mythological records. He wanted to ask about this and also hoped Sun Wukong could tell him about some of Huaxia's powerful deities. Yet, he hadn't expected Sun Wukong to refuse him outright. Sun Wukong then turned to Xia Taiping and said, Young man, your cultivation is far too weak. It's making this old monkey feel a bit out of place. Xia Taiping flushed with embarrassment. Great Sage, I only became a divine follower yesterday. I was just speaking off the cuff. Sun Wukong nodded. But danger is approaching. Time is running out for you all. You must strengthen yourselves quickly. Every ounce of power you gain now means one more chance for Huaxia to survive when the crisis hits. Hearing this, Xia Taiping felt the weight of immense pressure. He desperately wanted to ask what crisis Sun Wukong referred to, but he thought better of it. Sun Wukong had already stated that many things weren't meant to be revealed, yet asking would be futile. He agreed, Great Sage, I will strengthen myself as quickly as possible. Good. Sun Wukong added, Young man, this old monkey has just returned and is still somewhat weakened. There's nothing pressing now, so I'll head back to recuperate. Should you encounter any problems you can't handle, feel free to summon me. A few shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Just a swing of my staff. Understood, Great Sage. Xia Taiping nodded and clasped his fists in salute. Farewell, Great Sage. Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanchuan, Bai Yon, and all the others from the Central China Divine Academy followed suit, clasping their fists. Farewell, Great Sage. Sun Wukong nodded and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into Xia Taiping's brow. Xia Taiping turned to face Yamamoto Shokichi and the others from the Land of Cherry Blossoms, opening his mouth to speak. But just then, the blizzard abruptly ceased, replaced by a light drizzle. Snow abruptly turning to rain was nothing unusual. But the moment the drizzle touched the ground, the thick layer of snow melted as if scorched by a fiery ball. Within moments, the knee-deep snow had dissolved into slush. This was truly remarkable. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that as the fine drizzle fell upon him, Xia Taiping distinctly felt his spirit become clearer and more solid, as if it had been cleansed by some miraculous elixir. Such a scene, such a sensation, left Xia Taiping utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom what was happening. But before he could ponder further, a chorus of astonished voices erupted around him. What's going on? How can snow be melted by drizzle? Why do I feel my mental energy becoming clearer and more solid? I feel it too. It feels so good I can't even describe it, but it's incredibly pleasant. Old Xiao, the latent injuries inside me suddenly healed. Old Wang, the latent injuries inside me have suddenly healed too. These words came from the mouths of those from Central China Theological Seminary students, faculty, and even leaders from the Central China region. Their faces were frozen in utter astonishment. Especially Zhou Tianming, Wang Yuanxuan, Xiao Wenshan, and in Hongqing, 4 veterans who had fought countless battles. They all carried lingering injuries within them, wounds that had seemed impossible to fully heal. Yet, the moment the fine rain touched their bodies, those hidden wounds began to rapidly mend. Xia Taiping blinked. It wasn't just him experiencing strange occurrences, everyone present was encountering peculiar phenomena, including those from the land of cherry blossoms. Unlike the Central Divine Academy faction, however, the Sakura Nation representatives weren't just visibly irritated, they kept scratching here and there, as if tiny insects were crawling all over their bodies. This scene instantly made Xia Taiping realize that the strange occurrences they were experiencing were likely connected to the drizzle. But he couldn't fathom how a mere drizzle could possess such power. And why did the Huazhong Divine Academy faction and the Sakura Nation faction feel such starkly different effects? Not only had the snow ceased at Central China Divine Academy, but a light drizzle had begun to fall. Across the entire nation of Huaxia, the snow had ceased, replaced by a light drizzle. Xia Taiping and the others, being in the open plaza, noticed it less. The drizzle somehow bypassed the buildings, penetrating through them into the rooms without wetting the furniture inside. At that moment, countless bizarre phenomena suddenly unfolded across the land of Huaxia. Those without illness distinctly felt their spiritual energy become crystalline and solid. Elderly people in their 70s and 80s suddenly radiated a youthful glow. The sick experienced sudden improvements in their conditions. Those afflicted with dementia regained their senses. Despite the depths of winter, withered life showed signs of revival. All creatures seemed to have encountered the greatest blessing, leaping and cheering with joy. The sudden, miraculous transformations left the entire nation of Huaxia stunned. They didn't know what was happening. But they all knew one thing: they had likely encountered a tremendous blessing. East China District. Inside a majestic skyscraper. A gray-haired elder stood at the window, gazing out at the falling drizzle. His body trembled uncontrollably, yet his cheeks were flushed with ecstasy and excitement. He was Xia Zhenghua, Commander-in-Chief of Huaxia Nation. Moments later, Xia Zhenghua burst into loud laughter. Chapter 23, Heavenly Dew Descends. Blessing all things. Ha ha ha. Xia Zhenghua roared with laughter. Heaven sends sweet dew, blessing all creation. Our Huaxia Nation has finally seen this day. Hearing this, Zhao Yushu, Xia Zhenghua's secretary standing beside him, looked utterly perplexed. He asked, puzzled, Commander Xia, why do you say that? Xia Zhenghua didn't explain immediately. Instead, he countered, Zhao, have you noticed anything unusual? Commander, I've noticed something. Zhao Yushu replied, the fine misty rain falling all around us somehow penetrates the barriers of the buildings, landing indoors without wetting anything. Moreover, I distinctly feel my mind becoming crystal clear and intensely focused. That's exactly it. Xia Zhenghua smiled. This fine mist falling from the sky is no ordinary rain, it is the sweet dew that blesses all living things. Zhao Yushu scratched his head awkwardly. Commander, I still don't quite understand. It's perfectly normal that you don't understand. Xia Zhenghua explained, historical records state that when a nation's fortune rises dramatically, heaven bestows sweet dew to nourish all its creatures. This is the heavenly dew blessing all beings, no mere rumor. Such events have occurred in countries like Sakura Nation. Zhao Yushu suddenly understood. Yet confusion lingered. Commander, I still have one doubt. If the heavenly dew falling upon our nation signifies a great rise in our fortune, I haven't heard of any recent events that would warrant it. It's only natural you haven't heard. Xia Zhenghua replied, because it didn't happen recently, it just happened. The news hasn't reached us yet. Investigate immediately and find out exactly what's going on. Yes, Commander. Zhao Yushu responded and prepared to leave. But just then, the phone on the desk rang. He paused, picked up the receiver, and said, hello, this is Zhao Yushu. Immediately, a panicked voice came through the line. Secretary Zhao, this is Su De, captain of the Pantheon Guard. Our sentries just reported a sudden loud commotion from the Pantheon, which quickly subsided. I lack authorization to enter the Pantheon. Please relay this to the commander. Understood. Zhao Yushu responded before hanging up. He turned to Xia Zhenghua, who stood by the window, and said, Commander, Captain Su De of the Pantheon Guard called. He reported a sudden, loud commotion emanating from the Pantheon, which vanished just as quickly. At these words, Xia Zhenghua's eyes flickered slightly. Just moments ago, he had been pondering what event could have so dramatically boosted the national fortune of Huaxia. Now, hearing Zhao Yushu's report, he instantly realized that the event significantly boosting China's national fortune was likely connected to the Pantheon. Let's go. We need to check on the Pantheon. Xia Zhenghua made his decision decisively. He raised his hand and waved it lightly through the void, causing a portal of light to materialize out of thin air. This portal was identical to the one that appeared during the Huaxia Divine Academy's divine summoning ceremony, the very gateway leading to the pantheon. Without delay, Xia Zhanghua stepped through the portal, followed closely by Zhao Yushu. In the next instant, Xia Zhanghua and Zhao Yushu materialized within the pantheon. Zhao Yushu scanned the surroundings, puzzled. "Commander, I don't see any changes in the pantheon." "There is a change." Xia Zhanghua exclaimed excitedly. "Zhao, look at the very back of all the divine cards." Zhao Yushu looked toward the back as instructed. There, suspended at the very back of all the divine cards, was a blue card. The card depicted a humanoid monkey wearing a purple gold crown with phoenix wings, clad in golden armor, stepping on lotus thread cloud walking shoes, and wielding the golden banded magic staff, none other than the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. "A blue card?" Zhao Yushu was instantly overcome with excitement. He exclaimed, "Commander! This is a blue card, something never before seen in our nation of China. Divine cards only regain their original color when summoned completely. This proves someone successfully summoned him, and not just partially, but completely." "Correct. Our nation now possesses a top-tier combat force. Our nation is saved." Xia Zhanghua was equally overcome with emotion. The moment he saw the blue card, he understood why divine dew had fallen from the heavens. Every nation possesses a pantheon. The greater the number and power of the deities within it, the stronger the nation's destiny becomes. Before this, the highest-ranked deity in China's pantheon was green tier, and there were only a few hundred deities in total. Now, with a blue-tier deity 2 ranks higher than green appearing in the pantheon, China's destiny would naturally surge. Hence, heaven bestowed this divine dew to nourish all living beings within China. Zhao Yushu understood why Xia Zhanghua had declared that China was saved. Blue card deities were exceedingly rare. Nations like Sakura and Sunset possessed only a handful. With a blue card deity now in Huaxia, the nation gained the confidence and strength to stand against Sakura, Sunset, and others. Of course, above blue cards lie purple cards, and nations like Sakura Nation possess purple card deities. But purple card deities were even rarer than blue card deities. To be precise, nations like Sakura Nation possessed only one purple card deity each. These deities functioned much like nuclear weapons, serving primarily as a deterrent and rarely deployed lightly. Without the deployment of purple cards, blue card deities represent the pinnacle of combat power. "Chairman, I don't recall such a deity existing in the pantheon." Zhao Yushu remarked. "Could it be a newly crafted deity card by the experts at the Deity Research Institute?" "Probably not." Xia Zhanghua shook his head. "The experts at the Divine Research Institute always inform me immediately when they create new divine cards. But I haven't received any such notification recently." "That's true." Zhao Yushu nodded, puzzled. "Then how did this deity appear in the pantheon?" "It must have been in the pantheon all along." Xia Zhanghua explained. "I recall there was a stone monkey card tucked away in a corner of the pantheon, but it's vanished now. If my guess is correct, that blue deity card at the very back is the very same stone monkey card that used to lie in the pantheon's corner." "I see." Zhao Yushu realized with a flash of understanding. Though Xia Zhanghua's words were merely conjecture, Zhao Yushu believed them to be true. There was no other explanation for the disappearance of the stone monkey deity card and the sudden appearance of a new monkey-type deity card. He asked again, "Commander, how did the stone monkey deity change its appearance?" "I don't know either." Xia Zhanghua shook his head, then abruptly changed the subject. "But yesterday was the day the 5 great temples summoned the gods. This matter must be connected to them. Let's go back. You need to have someone call the 5 great temples immediately and ask what's going on." With that, Xia Zhanghua headed toward the exit of the pantheon, with Zhao Yushu following close behind. Leaving the pantheon, they returned to the office. Zhao Yushu pulled out his phone and instructed someone to contact the 5 great temples to investigate the blue divine card. With that settled, he turned to Xia Zhanghua standing by the window and said, "Commander, I've already dispatched personnel to contact each of the 5 great temples. We should have updates shortly." "Good." Xia Zhanghua nodded and continued gazing out the window. The occasional tremors running through his body were clear proof that he was still deeply stirred. Chapter 24, Collective Rush. Unworthy of reproduction. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. After a few minutes, Zhao Yushu's phone began receiving messages in rapid succession. No one summoned the stone monkey deity at East China Divine Academy, and nothing unusual occurred. No one summoned the stone monkey deity at the South China Divine Academy, and nothing happened either. No one summoned the stone monkey deity at the West China Divine Academy, and nothing happened either. No one summoned the stone monkey deity at the North China Divine Academy, and nothing happened either. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Yushu immediately reported to Xia Zhanghua. Simultaneous contacts were made, and the 4 major divine academies in the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast all responded quickly. Yet the Central Divine Academy has yet to reply. Xia Zhanghua declared, since it wasn't the 4 great temples of the east, south, west, or north that summoned the stone monkey deity, it must be the Central Divine Temple. Ding! Another notification chime sounded. Zhao Yushu checked it immediately and exclaimed excitedly, "Commander, it's the Central Divine Academy." Xia Zhanghua whipped around and urged, "Xiao Zhao, tell me what's going on." "Yes, Commander." Zhao Yushu responded and quickly explained, "Yesterday, during the Huaxia Divine Academy's Divine Summoning Ceremony, a student named Xia Taiping successfully summoned the Stone Monkey Deity, a complete summoning. However, the Stone Monkey Deity's card is transparent. Today, the Huaxia branch of Sakura Divine Academy suddenly arrived at Central China Divine Academy to challenge its graduates. Though Yamamoto Little Chicken didn't state it explicitly, it's likely connected to yesterday's incident where a Sakura Nation spy was exposed and killed during Central China Divine Academy's Divine Summoning Ceremony. Huaxia Divine Academy is currently responding to Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch challenge. Baiyong, widely recognized as Huaxia's strongest, was forced off the platform by several strikes from Wu Hanjian of Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch. Xia Taiping then entered the fray. He first struck Wu Hanjian to his knees on the platform with a single blow, then swept him off the platform with another. However, due to Wu Hanjian's unsportsmanlike conduct, Xia Taiping granted him another challenge. Once more, Xia Taiping struck Wu Hanjian to his knees on the platform. After that, Wu Hanjian summoned a deity to fight. Xia Taiping summoned a deity in response, but not the one depicted on the blue card. Instead, he summoned the Stone Monkey Deity. Xia Taiping then successfully completed the entry, transforming the Stone Monkey Deity into the one depicted on the blue card. The deity on the blue card was the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. With a single strike of his staff, he instantly defeated the great Tengu summoned by Wu Hanjian. Afterward, Sun Wukong returned to Xia Taiping's body. It was at that moment the heavy snow abruptly ceased, replaced by a light drizzle. "Commander, your assessment is correct. The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, is indeed the Stone Monkey." Zhao Yushu's explanation was concise, yet it sent Xia Zhanghua's blood racing. The great sage equal to heaven daring to rival the heavens. What a truly formidable title. Xia Zhanghua exclaimed excitedly, not only is the title formidable, but he also instantly killed the great Tengu with a single blow. Truly worthy of a blue-tier deity. Indeed. Zhao Yushu agreed. The great Tengu was a renowned deity in the land of cherry blossoms. That he was instantly slain by the great sage's staff shows just how powerful the great sage is. "Commander, the great sage is Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven." That's what Xia Taiping called him. Xia Zhanghua nodded. "Xiao Zhao, blue-tier deities hold the fate of our nation in their hands. Make arrangements immediately. I'm heading to the Central China Divine Academy. And notify the commanders and district chiefs of the 4 major regions, East, South, West, and North. Have them rush to the Central China Divine Academy at once." "Yes, Commander." Zhao Yushu responded and immediately picked up his phone to relay Xia Zhanghua's orders. As Xia Zhanghua's orders were issued, the district chiefs and commanders of the 4 major regions Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest rushed to the Central China Divine Academy without delay. Central China Divine Academy. Zhou Tianming and the others from the Central China Divine Academy were visibly excited. Yamamoto Shoki and the others from the Sakura Nation, however, wore grim expressions. "Dean, it's so itchy." Miyamoto Machi frowned and said, "What's going on? Why does this feel connected to the rain?" "You don't need to feel it, it is connected to this rain." Yamamoto Shokichi's face darkened. "This isn't ordinary rain, it's divine dew. Heavenly dew bestows blessings upon all living things, understand? But this dew nourishes the people of Huaxia. We are not Huaxia people, which is why we feel so uncomfortable. Damn it all. The fortune of the Huaxia nation has risen, and not just a little. Otherwise, heaven wouldn't have sent down this divine dew." Miyamoto no Chicken suddenly understood. He then asked in confusion, "Dean, how could the fortune of the Huaxia kingdom suddenly rise?" "It must be connected to that monkey we just encountered." Yamamoto explained, "That monkey could kill Lord Great Tengu with a single blow. It's at least a green-tier deity, and likely even blue-tier. According to reliable intelligence, the highest-tier deity in China's pantheon is green-tier. The more deities in the pantheon, the stronger they are, and the stronger the nation's fortune becomes. Now that China's pantheon suddenly has a new deity of blue rank or possibly even higher, how could its fortune not surge dramatically?" Miyamoto Mochiki suddenly understood. Because Yamamoto Little Chicken had spoken without reservation, both the Huaxiang Divine Academy faction and the students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch understood what was happening. However, their expressions differed greatly. The Huaxiang Divine Academy faction was overcome with excitement. China now possessed a higher-tier deity. The students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch wore complex expressions. They had betrayed their homeland to join the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch in pursuit of power. Now, to discover that China possessed a blue-tier deity, perhaps even a blue-tier deity, made their betrayal seem utterly laughable. Xia Taiping couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that restoring Sun Wukong to his peak state meant they could no longer remain low-key. But then again, for the dignity of Huaxia and to prevent the people of Sakura Nation from treating him like dirt, it was worth it to lose his low profile. After the initial excitement, Zhou Tianming stared intently at Xia Taiping, as if gazing upon a priceless treasure. Just then, the drizzling rain abruptly ceased. The dark cloud shrouding the sky dispersed, revealing a golden sun shining brightly overhead. The sky has cleared. Does this mean China's skies will clear too? Xia Taiping raised a hand to his nose, glancing at Yamamoto Xiaoji. His voice was deep and measured. Yamamoto Xiaoji, do you still wish to challenge me? My time is precious. If you intend to proceed, send someone now. Yamamoto Xiaoji shot Xia Taiping a vicious glare before turning to a young man behind him. Jipantu, you go? Yes, Director Yamamoto. Jipantu desperately wanted to refuse, but he dared not defy Yamamoto Shokichi's orders. He steeled himself and climbed the platform. Jipantu tried to introduce himself, but Xia Taiping cut him off before he could finish. No need for small talk. Xia Taiping said coldly, a traitor doesn't deserve to have his name known to me, nor does a defeated foe. If you can defeat me, then introduce yourself. Chapter 25, One Blow to Shatter. Between a rock and a hard place. Now that's what I call a badass line. Xia Taiping rocks. Xia Taiping is awesome. Xia Taiping is badass. Xia Taiping, I want to bear your children. Xia Taiping, need a human pendant for your leg? I'll cling to yours. The students of Central China Divine Academy were once again overcome with excitement. Earlier, Xia Taiping had declared that traitors weren't worthy of knowing his name. Now, Xia Taiping declared that traitors weren't worthy of him even knowing their names. In short, traitors deserved nothing. These words were not only imposing and domineering, but also spoke directly to their hearts. Jipantu was instantly furious. Yet he couldn't refute it after all, he was a traitor to Huaxia nation. Xia Taiping added, my time is precious. Hurry up and get on with it. Jipantu stopped stalling. He clenched his fist tightly, and a brilliant flash erupted from his palm, instantly coalescing into a long blade. Xia Taiping glanced at the blade in Jipantu's hand and instantly readied himself for battle. He was well versed in the mythologies of Huaxia and possessed deep knowledge of other nations' myths. Yet swords differed from folding fans, the latter being niche weapons wielded by few deities, while swords were commonplace, used by many. By the weapon alone, he couldn't determine Jipantu's true divine nature. But that detail held little significance for him. First, he didn't believe Sun Wukong would be weaker than deities from other nations. Having successfully summoned him outright, he saw no reason why he should lag behind other newly ascended divine followers. Second, the Fire Eye Golden Vision possessed the effect of slowing opponents' movements. In a situation where none possessed significant combat experience, this ability functioned like a game-breaking power. It not only ensured his invincibility but also allowed him to establish an overwhelming advantage. Yet even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Today's battle concerned the reputation of the Central Divine Academy, the prestige of the Huaxia nation, and most crucially, his own safety. He would not let arrogance cloud his judgment. Instead, he would be cautious, and then cautious again. Xia Taiping did not initiate the attack. He intended to wait for Jipantu to strike first. But as he waited left and right, Jipantu showed no intention of moving. Then he grew impatient. If you won't strike first, I'll strike first. With that, Xia Taiping strode purposefully toward Jipantu. Seeing this, Jipantu instinctively tried to step back. But the moment he lifted his foot, he realized something was wrong and abruptly halted. Just moments ago, Wu Hanjian had conceded defeat only to be struck down by Yamamoto Xiaoji's single punch. If he dared retreat now, how could Yamamoto Xiaoji possibly spare him? Watching Xia Taiping stride toward him, Jipantu's heart trembled. He was slightly stronger than Wu Hanjian, which was precisely why Yamamoto Xiaoji had chosen him to fight, but his advantage was negligible. Xia Taiping had knocked Wu Hanjian to his knees with a single blow from his staff, proving he was far superior. How could Jipantu possibly stand a chance against him? He had considered summoning his guardian spirit to fight. But the great Tengu had been instantly killed by Sun Wukong's staff. His own guardian deity wasn't much stronger than the great Tengu. He dared not summon it. Otherwise, his guardian deity would also be instantly killed by Sun Wukong's staff. He would follow Wu Hanjian's footsteps and become an ordinary person unable to summon his guardian deity. Outmatched in personal strength and unable to summon deities to fight, this was why he stood atop the platform yet dared not strike first. Soon, Xia Taiping arrived before Jipantu. Without a word, he swung his and brought it crashing down from above. In that instant, Jipantu understood why Wu Hanjian couldn't evade Xia Taiping's attack. Xia Taiping's strike appeared slow but was lightning-fast. Evasion was nearly impossible. Yet he couldn't let thee strike him. He had to dodge at the last moment. But just as he'd feared, evasion was impossible. Before he could lift his foot, he had already arrived. Thud! A dull thud echoed as he struck Jipantu squarely on the head. Boom! A sound like a watermelon bursting echoed through the air. Jipantu's skull was crushed clean off by the golden staff, sending a spray of red and white matter flying everywhere. Immediately afterward, Jipantu's body convulsed violently several times before crashing face up onto the elevated platform. Wah! Witnessing Jipantu's skull crushed by Xia Taiping's single blow, the students of Central China Divine Academy erupted into excited howls. As for whether Xia Taiping's actions were too ruthless, they didn't think so in the slightest. This challenge was a life or death struggle where only one could survive. Holding back against an enemy was cruelty to oneself. Moreover, Jipantu was a traitor to the Huaxia nation. His death was no loss, and he deserved to be hunted down by all. Yamamoto Little Chicken and Miyamoto No Chicken's faces turned deathly pale. They had assumed this challenge against Central China Divine Academy would be a piece of cake, never expecting the academy to produce a Xia Taiping. He first defeated Wu Hanjian with astonishing speed and precision, then crushed Jipantu like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves with a single blow, catching them completely off guard. Students from the Huaxia branch of Sakura Divine Academy trembled in fear. Earlier, when Yamamoto Little Chicken declared this challenge would be fought to the death, they had remained calm. They hadn't believed the Central China Divine Academy students possessed the strength to defeat or kill them, so there was nothing to fear. But now it was different. Wu Hanjian's defeat and Jipantu's death made them feel the threat of death. As the saying goes, even an ant clings to life, how much more so for humans? Next, Xia Taiping's voice boomed from the high platform. He fixed Yamamoto Xiaoji and the other Japanese contestants with a cold stare, his dark eyes filled with icy ferocity. Earlier, he hadn't swiftly executed Wu Hanjian to humiliate Sakura Nation. Now, he swiftly executed Jipantu because the humiliation had already been delivered, no need to prolong it. Moreover, Wu Hanjian's summoning of deities had made him realize that delaying the fight only invited trouble. Better to end it decisively. Hearing this, the students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch lowered their heads one by one. They dared not look at Xia Taiping, fearing they might catch his attention and be singled out for a challenge. They also avoided looking at Yamamoto Xiaoji, fearful of catching her attention and being ordered to fight. Yamamoto Xiaoji did not immediately send anyone to fight. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that Wu Hanjian and Jipantu were already the cream of the crop among the students of the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy. With both of them decisively defeated by Xia Taiping, he had no idea who to send out who could win. Yet to concede defeat so easily filled him with bitter resentment. After all, they had come with fierce momentum, seeking vengeance for Muto Daisuke and aiming to deliver a profound lesson to the Central China Divine Academy to show them that the people of Sakura Nation weren't so easily killed. To retreat in disgrace now would not only fail their mission but also bring utter shame upon Sakura Nation. Not knowing whom to send into battle, yet unable to simply leave. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Yamamoto found himself in a predicament, utterly torn. Chapter 26, I'm so scared. Tail between legs. Seeing Yamamoto Shoji's sullen, silent face, Xia Taiping pressed, Yamamoto Little Chicken, why so quiet? Bring back that cocky attitude you had when you first arrived. My big stick can't wait to taste blood. Hearing this, the student from the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy couldn't help but tremble. What did he mean, eager to taste blood? Xia Taiping was clearly preparing for a bloodbath. This made them all lower their heads even further. As for whether Xia Taiping was just bluffing, they hadn't even considered it. The vivid memory of Xia Taiping smashing Jipantu's skull with a single blow remained fresh in their minds. That incident had proven beyond doubt that Xia Taiping wasn't just talking big, he was genuinely willing to kill. Ha ha ha, Yamamoto Chicken, show us that cocky attitude you had when you first arrived. Yamamoto Chicken, weren't you so cocky? Why so scared now? Cluck cluck, Yamamoto Chicken, small guts. Holy! What kind of wolfish words are those? But damn, they sound so damn right. Students from Central Divine Academy burst into mocking laughter. They roared with laughter, feeling as refreshed as eating an ice-cold watermelon on a scorching summer day. Earlier, Yamamoto Chicken had been incredibly arrogant, mocking them relentlessly. They'd been itching to strike back, but Bayong's swift defeat had left them speechless. Now that the tables had turned, they seized the chance to mock him mercilessly. Yamamoto Xiaoji's face turned ashen. He roared, kid, if you've got the guts, send someone else to fight. Xia Taiping laughed loudly, Yamamoto Little Chicken, I understand. You think no one can match me, right? Yamamoto Shokichi's expression froze abruptly. He desperately wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words. Because just moments ago, he had declared that no student from the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch could stand against Xia Taiping. Xia Taiping didn't wait for Yamamoto Xiaoji's reply. He pressed on, Yamamoto Xiaoji, your words are downright shameless. I haven't lost yet, why would we need to switch fighters? Besides, I alone can take down every last one of you. Why bother bringing anyone else into this? Yamamoto's mouth twitched violently. Xia Taiping's words were utterly arrogant. He couldn't help but roar, kid, you're way too cocky. So what if I am? Xia Taiping fired back immediately, then send someone to fight me. Come bite me if you dare. Yamamoto Xiaoji was instantly furious. As the head of the Chinese branch of the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy, he held immense power and prestige. When had anyone ever dared to confront him like this? And to think the one defying him was a wet behind the ears upstart from the very nation he despised most. Fuming with rage, he threatened, kid, you think I wouldn't punch you to death? Yikes, yikes, yikes. You scared the living daylights out of me. I'm so scared. Xia Taiping patted his chest dramatically, feigning terror. But his tone abruptly shifted. Yamamoto, you little chicken, have you no shame? This is a challenge between students, do you even have the right to intervene? And this is the Central China Divine Academy, not some place for you to run wild. Exactly. Xiao Tianming chimed in immediately. Yamamoto chicken, you think I'm just for show? If you've got the guts, try it. I'll leave you here for good, or I'll take your surname. Teachers like Chao Shiyan and He Zhuangzhuang from Huaxia Divine Academy, along with regional leaders like Wang Yuanxuan, Xiao Wanshan, and In Hongsheng, all glared fiercely at Yamamoto little chicken. Each of them wore a menacing expression. Though they said nothing, their expressions made it abundantly clear if Yamamoto dared to make a move, they would strike back decisively. Faced with the murderous glare of the crowd, Yamamoto Shokichi couldn't help but shiver. Instantly, he snapped out of his rage. As Xia Taiping said, this is a challenge between students. If he were to resort to violence, it would be a clear violation of the rules. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that this wasn't the Huaxia branch of Sakura Divine Academy, it was Central China Divine Academy. If he dared lay a finger on Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming and the others would absolutely step in and make sure he never left this place alive. Yamamoto, if you're going to send reinforcements, send them now. Zhou Tianming added, if you don't dare send reinforcements, then get the hell back where you came from. Yamamoto Xiaoji reflexively retorted, who says I won't send them? Zhou Tianming sneered, then send them already. What are you stalling for? Yamamoto chicken froze in place. He had no idea who to send to win the fight. How could he keep sending people? But having gone this far, he had to grit his teeth and send someone out regardless of who it was. Otherwise, he'd become a laughingstock. With no other choice, he turned to a young man behind him. You go. At those words, the young man's face instantly drained of color. He wasn't even as good as Wu Hanjian or Ji Panto. How could he possibly stand a chance against Xia Taiping? Xia Taiping wasn't one to show mercy. If he went into battle, death was certain. But Yamamoto Xiaoji was equally merciless. Disobeying his orders would earn him death as well. Left or right, death awaited him. With trembling legs, he steeled himself and trudged toward the high platform. All the while, he prayed silently that Xia Taiping would show mercy and spare his life. Just then, Zhou Tianming's voice rang out again. Did you all see that? Zhou Tianming bellowed. Yamamoto Xiaoji knew full well you weren't his match, yet for the sake of saving face, he still sent you up here to die. Is this how he shows he cares about your lives? Yamamoto's expression froze abruptly. That bastard Zhou Tianming truly seized every opportunity to sow discord. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that while Yamamoto could previously justify Zhou Tianming's provocation by invoking the samurai spirit revered in the land of cherry blossoms, using that same justification for Zhou Tianming's current provocation would be far too far-fetched. After all, the samurai spirit didn't mean charging to certain death for no reason. Zhou Tianming, who said I don't care about their lives? You've infuriated me into a blind rage. Yamamoto Xiaoji hurriedly defended himself, then snapped, this won't be left unresolved. Everyone, follow me out. With that, Yamamoto Xiaoji shot Xia Taiping a vicious glare before turning away with a dark expression. The students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch breathed a sigh of relief, rushing to follow her. Their haste seemed born of fear that even a moment's delay might cause Yamamoto Shokichi to change his mind. Especially the young man Yamamoto had singled out earlier. He felt as if he just walked through the gates of hell and back. How arrogant Yamamoto Shoji and the other Sakura Nation people had been upon their arrival. Now, as they departed, Yamamoto Shokichi and the others looked utterly disgraced. Wah! Watching Yamamoto Little Chicken and the students of the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch retreat in disarray, the students of the Central China Divine Academy let out excited howls. Immediately after, they all shouted Xia Taiping's name in unison. Xia Taiping! Xia Taiping! Xia Taiping! Zhou Tianming was not surprised by the students' cheers for Xia Taiping. The moment Bai Yong was defeated, their hearts sank to the depths. What they hadn't anticipated was Xia Taiping's sudden emergence. Single-handedly, he had driven Yamamoto's minion's tail between their legs to retreat in disgrace along with the students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, forcibly pulling Huazhong Divine Academy out of the mire of humiliation. If not for his position as dean, even he would have cheered for Xia Taiping. Chapter 27, Still Pretending? Now that's awkward. Huff. Xia Taiping exhaled deeply, a faint smile spreading across his cheeks. He had successfully thwarted the plot of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, living up to the expectations of countless Huazhong Divine Academy students. He had prevented the people of Sakura Nation from trampling on him, and he had demonstrated the might of Huaxia Nation. Turning to face the students of Central China Divine Academy, Xia Taiping clasped his fists together and declared, everyone, I have fulfilled my mission. Xia Taiping is awesome. Xia Taiping is badass. Xia Taiping is the best. Xia Taiping, do you have a girlfriend? I want to be your girlfriend. Xia Taiping, I want to bear your children, please give me a chance. Xia Taiping, I want to hang onto your thigh like a charm. Xia Taiping, even though I'm a guy, I want to be your girlfriend. Xia Taiping, do you think I'm suitable? I'll be your boyfriend or girlfriend, whatever you want. One after another, these voices echoed across the square. Xia Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose, feeling a bit wistful. When he first arrived in this world, he'd endured plenty of disdainful looks. But now, everyone's gaze toward him had changed. That was reality. When you lack strength, everyone looks down on you. But when you possess strength, everyone looks up to you and some even want to grovel at your feet. Xiao Tianming's face darkened. I understand your urge to cheer for Xia Taiping, but could you please refrain from such inflammatory remarks? Don't you see the leaders from Central China present? Such talk will make them question the teaching standards of Central China Divine Academy. Silence! Xiao Tianming roared, cutting off the increasingly reckless remarks from the Central China Divine Academy students. He turned to Xia Taiping and said, Taiping, we owe this to you. Otherwise. Xiao Tianming didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood what he meant. Had Xia Taiping not single-handedly thwarted the plot of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, no one at Central China Divine Academy would have been a match for Wu Hanjian. Then, not only the academy, but the entire nation of Huaxia would have been branded with shame. Dean, you're too kind. Xia Taiping shook his head. Facing traitors and provocations from other divine academies, how could I, as a citizen of Huaxia and a member of Central China Divine Academy, stand idly by? This was simply my duty. There's no need to speak of gratitude. Xiao Tianming nodded with great satisfaction. Wang Yuanxuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Hongshang, and other leaders from the Central China region also nodded approvingly. Xia Taiping possessed demonic cultivation talent, refused to hog credit, and carried a strong sense of responsibility. What a splendid young man. If only China could have a few more stacks of young talents like Xia Taiping, how could the nation not flourish? Xia Taiping added, besides, it was just luck. My personal guardian spirit may seem formidable, but it's actually not very powerful. Fortunately, the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch sent a student who had only recently become a divine favored one. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Satisfaction froze on the faces of Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanxuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Hongshang, and the others. Their mouths twitched violently. They had just been thinking how wonderful Xia Taiping was, only to have him treat them like fools in the blink of an eye. At that moment, whether it was Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanxuan, Xiao Wenshan, or in Hongshang, they all desperately wanted to smack Xia Taiping upside the head. Damn it all to hell. You claim to have instantly slain the great Tengu with a single blow, greatly enhanced the national fortune of Huaxia, causing heaven to bestow sweet dew and blessings upon all living things, and now you say your personal guardian spirit is a hollow shell, all show and no substance? Did you think we were all blind? Or did you think we were all fools? But they thought better of it. They knew Xia Taiping wasn't deliberately misleading them, he was simply keeping a low profile. But while they didn't call him out, the students of Central China Divine Academy certainly weren't going to indulge him. Xia Taiping, you nearly fooled us all before. Now you're still putting on airs? Exactly. You knocked Wu Hanjian to his knees with one blow, smashed Jipan's skull with another, and the great sage instantly killed the great Tengu with a single strike. Yet you claim the great sage is only imposing on the surface and lacks real power? Do you think we're fools? Xia Taiping, stop trying to fool us. The great sage's arrival not only greatly boosted our nation's fortune but also caused heaven to bestow divine dew that blesses all living things. With that happening, you can't fool us. God Xiao, I'm interested in you as a person, not the great sage. Whether you're strong or weak, I still want to be your girlfriend. Exactly. Exactly. Xia God, I'm after you too, not the great sage. I want to bear your children. Xia God, I beg to be the top, or the bottom, whatever you're willing to be with me is fine. Exposed by the students, Xia Taiping felt awkward. He knew that with Sun Wukong restoring his true form and instantly slaying the great Tengu with a single strike, he could no longer maintain a low profile. Yet he felt reluctant to give up, wanting to struggle on. But he hadn't expected the students of Central China Divine Academy to be so ruthless, mercilessly exposing him. This was truly embarrassing. Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanxuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Hongshang, and the others felt incredibly satisfied inside. They, relying on their status, understood Xia Taiping's intentions and refrained from exposing him. But the students had no such reservations. You tried to fool us, kid. Now you've been called out right in front of everyone. Serves you right. Yet as they listened, something felt off. Exposing Xia Taiping was one thing, but why was the conversation taking such a bizarre turn? Quiet. Xiao Tianming cut in decisively to stop things from getting out of hand, lest it tarnish the reputation of Central China Theological Seminary. Once the crowd had quieted down, he turned to Chao Shiyan and said, Old Chao, resume the graduation ceremony. You'll preside over it. Keep a close eye on things, intervene promptly when necessary to prevent any trouble. Understood. Chao Shiyan agreed decisively, then asked curiously, Dean, is something wrong? Yes. I need to speak with Taiping about something. Xiao Tianming offered a brief explanation before turning to Xia Taiping. Taiping, come with me. With that, Xiao Tianming turned and walked toward the exit of the plaza. Chao Shiyan instantly understood. Xiao Tianming was going to get to the bottom of Xia Taiping's situation. It made sense. A deity powerful enough to significantly boost the nation's fortune and even cause heaven to bestow divine dew that blessed all living things, such a being certainly needed urgent clarification. As for the upcoming graduation ceremony, Xia Taiping saw no need to continue attending. Setting aside Xia Taiping single-handedly foiling the conspiracy of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, the mere fact that he had sent Yang Fengcheng flying with a single blow meant no one dared challenge him now. Leaders from the central China region Wang Yuanshuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Hongsheng and others instantly grasped Xiao Tianming's intent in taking Xia Taiping away. Wang Yuanshuan said, "Olden, you stay here. Old Xiao and I will go check it out." "Understood." And Hongsheng replied somewhat reluctantly. He too wanted to follow, but the graduation ceremony must continue. If all the key leaders left, what would that look like? He had no choice but to agree to stay behind. Wang Yuanshuan wasted no time, striding to catch up with Xiao Tianming. Xiao Wenshan followed suit. Xia Taiping felt somewhat disheartened too. He knew Xiao Tianming had summoned him to inquire about the great sage, but he couldn't refuse. He had no choice but to obediently follow. Chapter 28, Unrelenting Ambition. At the main gate of Huazhong Divine Academy, Yamamoto Xiaoji, his face as dark as pot bottom soot, emerged with the students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch. Miyamoto Noji inquired, "Dean, are we just letting this slide? How could that be possible?" Yamamoto Xiaoji replied grimly, "Didn't I just say? This won't be left at that." "Dean, I heard what you said." Miyamoto Machi sighed gloomily, "But that kid from Huazhong Divine Academy is just too strong. None of our students here at Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch can match him. How are we supposed to save face? I never expected students to restore our honor." Yamamoto Xiaoji declared coldly, "I'll propose to higher-ups that we initiate a divine war against China early, then seize the chance to eliminate that brat." "Launch a divine war?" Miyamoto Machi froze. "Dean, according to the original plan, the divine war against China was scheduled for the last day of the year. Though there are only a few days left until year-end, it still feels premature. Will the higher-ups approve?" If that brat hadn't appeared, the higher-ups might not have agreed. Yamamoto Xiaoji replied, "But there are no ifs here. The emergence of a high-level divine being's chosen one in China must be dealt with swiftly to prevent complications. I'm confident I can persuade the higher-ups to advance the divine war against China." Miyamoto Nukichi nodded. Yamamoto Little Chicken had a point. The emergence of a high-level divine being's chosen one in Huaxia indeed presented a compelling argument to persuade the Sakura nation's leadership to advance the divine war against Huaxia. The enmity between China and Japan ran deep. Should China rise to power, it would undoubtedly strike Japan first. Nations like the United States would likely pile on, a scenario Japan's leadership absolutely refused to allow. There was only one way to prevent this: nip the demonic threat in China in the bud, denying China any chance to rise. "Dean, launching a divine war early to eliminate that boy is no difficult task." Kobayashi Koji interjected, "But China already possesses high-level deities. Eliminating that boy won't eradicate China's divine forces at best, it might suppress them temporarily. So isn't eliminating just the boy merely treating the symptoms rather than the root cause?" "It may seem like treating the symptom rather than the root cause, but it isn't." Yamamoto Shuji continued, "High-level deities aren't summonable at will. Eliminating that boy might prevent anyone else in China from succeeding. Moreover, his death would severely cripple China's high-level deities, rendering them unsummonable for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, to prevent other nations from exploiting our victory after we launch a divine war against China, I will propose inviting other nations to join us. Even if we cannot utterly destroy China, we can cripple it. Remember last year's divine war? China already lost 20% of its national fortune. Even though the emergence of high-level deities significantly boosted China's national fortune, it remains incomplete. This will still have a considerable impact on China. If we can persuade the other 5 nations to join forces in a divine war against China, we could strip away another 60% of its national fortune. By then, with its national fortune nearly depleted, China would be on the brink of collapse, if not already dead." Miyamoto Noji's eyes suddenly brightened. Yamamoto Shokichi's reasoning held merit. He pondered for a moment before speaking. "Dean, last year we abandoned Egypt, Greece, and the Holy Kingdom to wage a divine war against China. This left those 3 nations deeply displeased. Would they agree to join forces with us now?" "You're overthinking it." Yamamoto Little Chicken replied, "The Huaxia nation is a juicy morsel served right to their lips. They have no reason to refuse it. Moreover, they wouldn't want to see the Huaxia nation rise. They'll definitely agree." "That's true." Miyamoto No Chicken nodded regretfully. "What a pity. If only we could have devoured that juicy morsel of China all by ourselves." "Miyamoto, your vision is too narrow." Yamamoto Little Chicken said, "Your vision shouldn't be confined to Huaxia alone. It should encompass the entire divine blessing continent. Sharing some benefits with other nations now is merely a temporary measure. One day, the entire Divine Blessing continent will belong to our Sakura nation. The dean speaks wisely. Miyamoto Noji promptly flattered Yamamoto Shokichi, my vision is indeed rather short-sighted. The dean truly possesses foresight. Yamamoto Little Chicken wore an air of smug pride. Good to know. Otherwise, how could I be Little Chicken and you be no chicken? Let's go. Yamamoto Little Chicken said, let's hurry back. I'll immediately propose this to the higher-ups. With that, Yamamoto Little Chicken strode forward briskly. Miyamoto No Chicken followed close behind. Students from the Huaxia branch of the Sakura Divine Academy followed with faces full of excitement. When divine dew fell from the heavens and high-level deities appeared in Huaxia, they had all felt their betrayal had become a laughingstock. But now they no longer felt that way. In fact, they now considered their act of treason remarkably wise. For the 6 nations, led by Sakura Nation, were soon to unite and launch a divine war against Huaxia. With Huaxia's current strength, it could not withstand the combined challenge of the 6 nations, nor could it likely withstand even a single one of them. By then, even if the Huaxia kingdom survived after having 60% of its national fortune stripped away, it would only linger in a state of barely existing. It wouldn't be long before the 6 nations, led by Sakura Kingdom, annihilated it, consigning it to the dustbin of history. Had they not defected from Huaxia, they would either perish or become slaves of the conquerors once their homeland fell. But by defecting to Sakura Nation, their fate changed entirely. Not only would they avoid death or enslavement due to Huaxia's fall, but they would become citizens of Sakura Nation. Moreover, Sakura Nation harbored grand ambitions. Once it unified the Divine Blessing continent, they would become masters of the entire land. On one side lies death or becoming slaves of a conquered nation, on the other, becoming masters of the Divine Blessed continent. The superior choice is obvious to anyone with common sense. Therefore, their defection from Huaxia to join Sakura is not a joke, but a remarkably wise decision. Yet they overlooked one crucial point. Their perceived wisdom was predicated on the destruction of the Huaxia kingdom and Japan's unification of the Divine Blessed continent. But if the Huaxia kingdom remained intact and Japan failed to unify the continent, would their defection still be wise? But then again, it's only natural they would think that way. For in their eyes, the Huaxia kingdom stood no chance against the combined forces of Sakura and the other 5 nations. Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanquan, Xiao Wenshan, and Xia Taiping were unaware that Yamamoto Shokichi was plotting to propose to Sakura Nation's leadership that they unite with the other 5 nations to launch a divine war against China. At that moment, they were walking toward the administrative building of the Central China Divine Academy. Upon entering the building, they arrived at the president's office. Xiao Tianming gestured for Wang Yuanquan and Xiao Wenshan to sit down, then turned to the standing Xia Taiping and cut straight to the point. Taiping, tell us. Chapter 29, Truth Can't Be Hidden Forever. I'm laying my cards on the table. Dean, I'm not sure what you want me to say. Xia Taiping decisively played dumb. He knew exactly what Xiao Tianming wanted him to say, but some things simply couldn't be spoken, or rather, couldn't be explained without revealing the fact that he was a time traveler. But could he possibly talk about time travel? So, he had no choice but to play dumb. Still playing dumb? Xiao Tianming snapped impatiently. Since you refuse to speak, I'll ask and you'll answer. Xia Taiping raised his hand and patted his chest, pledging, Dean, ask away. I promise to tell you everything I know, without holding anything back. Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanquan, and Xiao Wenshan were relieved. This kid was surprisingly honest. Xiao Tianming asked, is the great sage just a nobody? Yeah. Xia Taiping declared with righteous indignation, Dean, you all saw it, the great sage's card is transparent. Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanquan, and Xiao Wenshan were taken aback. Just moments ago, they had thought Xia Taiping was quite honest. Now they suddenly realized he was wrong. Would an honest person lie through their teeth? Xiao Tianming retorted irritably, a lowly transparent card could one-shot a green-tier Great Tengu? Xia Taiping blinked innocently. Dean, could it be that the Great Tengu is just too weak? Xiao Tianming froze again. The Great Tengu is renowned throughout Sakura Nation. You're telling me it's weak? Dean, I'm not saying this to you, it's just the truth. Xia Taiping continued with righteous indignation, the Great Sage is just a minor deity. Yet he one-hit killed the Great Tengu with a single strike. If that's not the Great Tengu being weak, what else could it be? Xiao Tianming couldn't help but roll his eyes. You've got a point there. If I didn't have so much evidence proving the Great Sage's power, I might actually believe you. He snapped irritably, you little brat, you don't need to answer anymore. Wait until I'm done speaking before you say another word. By now, he'd seen through it. Xia Taiping was no honest soul. He needed ironclad evidence to hammer Xia Taiping into submission before he'd behave. So before that happened, it was best not to let Xia Taiping speak, otherwise, he'd be driven mad by the brat. Oh. Xia Taiping responded and promptly shut up. First, the song you sang when summoning the Great Sage proves beyond doubt that he's immensely powerful. Xiao Tianming continued, would a nobody use lyrics like you're truly remarkable, somersaulting 10,800 miles, shaking your might to split mountains and crack the earth, wherever hardship lies, they seek you, wherever danger lurks, your brother is there, sweeping away all the filth under heaven to describe themselves? Second, after Wu Hanjian summoned the great Tengu, I briefed you on its capabilities. Your response was, just a stray dog, I'll beat it for you. If the great sage were insignificant, would you dare speak so boldly? The battle outcome proved this point. The great sage instantly killed the great Tengu with a single strike. Since the great Tengu is a green tier deity, the great sage's ability to kill it instantly means he's at least a cyan tier deity, possibly even blue or purple tier. Third, after the great sage returned to your sea of consciousness, heavenly dew descended, bestowing blessings upon all living things. This signifies a significant boost to the national fortune of our Huaxia nation. To substantially elevate the nation's fortune, the great sage is likely a blue tier deity. Fourth, your composure in facing Yang Fengqing's challenge was unerringly calm, and you showed utter disregard for Wu Hanjian. This demonstrates profound self-assurance. Since you're no fool, it proves one thing, you fully grasp the great sage's power. Fifth, I understand why you deny the great sage's might, it's simply to maintain a low profile. But you've already been exposed, you can't keep hiding just because you want to. However, I can assure you we'll do everything in our power to ensure your safety. You little brat, you can answer now. Are you still going to claim the great sage as a nobody? You can't hide the truth forever, the ancients were right about that. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly, a bitter smile playing on his lips. He had believed his concealment was flawless before exposure, yet in Xiao Tianming's eyes, he'd been riddled with so many cracks. Worse still, Xiao Tianming had even guessed the reason behind his concealment of the great sage's power with pinpoint accuracy. Fine, I'll come clean. Xia Taiping said helplessly, I admit I know the great sage is powerful, but I genuinely have no idea why his cards are transparent. You little brat, you finally admit it. Xiao Tianming glared at Xia Taiping, letting out a long sigh of relief. Though his reasoning was sound, it was all conjecture. He genuinely feared Xia Taiping would keep denying it. Fortunately, his worries proved unfounded. Otherwise, if Xia Taiping persisted in his denial, he wouldn't have known what to do. Wang Yuanshuan and Xiao Wenshan were visibly thrilled. They had long been certain the great sage was immensely powerful, but it had remained their conjecture. Now that Xia Taiping had admitted it, their suspicions were undeniably confirmed. Xia Taiping raised his hand to scratch his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't been without thoughts of continuing to deny it. But while Xiao Tianming's words were indeed speculative, they were practically indistinguishable from the truth. Moreover, Xiao Tianming had pledged to do everything in his power to ensure his safety. To keep denying it now would be to mock Xiao Tianming's intelligence. Xiao Tianming added, Taiping, sit down and talk. Yes, Dean. Xia Taiping responded and sat down on the office sofa. At the same time, he felt a bit speechless inside. Earlier, when he hadn't admitted it, Xiao Tianming had made him stand. Now that he had admitted it, Xiao Tianming told him to sit down. What a difference in treatment! But he dismissed the thought immediately, putting it out of his mind. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Taiping, I can explain why the great sage's card is transparent. Xiao Tianming said, historically, there have been cases where divine cards started at a lower tier when first created, then increased in tier after supplementary entries were added. If my assessment is correct, the great sage's card is transparent because the depiction of him on the card represents his most primordial state. Xia Taiping suddenly understood. Though Xiao Tianming's explanation was merely conjecture, he believed it to be true. Even the lowest tier yellow-grade deities possessed combat strength, yet Sun Wukong in his stone monkey state had little fighting power, hence the lack of color. This was corroborated by Sun Wukong's own words. Xiao Tianming pressed further, Taiping, Wang Chengshi, no, I should say, the exposure of that Sakura nation spy is connected to you, right? Xia Taiping didn't respond immediately. Instead, he asked curiously, Dean, why do you say that? The lyrics you sang when summoning the great sage. Xiao Tianming continued, I wasn't entirely certain before, as I couldn't verify whether the lyrics were factual or exaggerated. But once I confirmed the great sage's immense power, I knew the sudden exposure of the Sakura nation spy must be connected to you. I see. Xia Taiping understood. He didn't deny it, that's right, I did it. At the time, I was just itching to test the great sage's abilities. I never expected that by accident, I'd make the Sakura nation spy reveal their true form. Xiao Tianming sighed, Taiping, while this seemed accidental, it actually resolved a major threat for Huaxia. Ha? Xia Taiping froze. Dean, it was merely removing a single spy. Can that truly be called a major threat? Chapter 30, Leaving a Backdoor. An unintended misdirection. Taiping, you don't understand. Xiao Tianming explained, Sakura Nation's establishment of a divine academy within our Huaxia nation reveals their wolfish ambitions and vast designs. They aim to gradually encroach upon us, ultimately swallowing Huaxia whole. This is precisely why they chose to establish their divine academy in the central Huaxia region rather than elsewhere. As for planting spies within the central China Divine Academy, It's undoubtedly to scout out our most promising students, then lure them away with enticements. By eliminating that Japanese spy, you've prevented this from happening and stopped talent from draining away from our nation. Wouldn't you agree that's eliminating a major threat? Xia Taiping suddenly understood. China was in a period of generational transition, where the loss of any talent represented a significant setback for the nation. From this perspective, his inadvertent removal of the Sakura nation spies had indeed resolved a major threat for China. He raised his hand to scratch his nose and said, "Dean, I helped our nation resolve a major threat. Is there a reward for that?" Qiu Tianming, Wang Yuanxuan, and Xiao Wenshan were taken aback. Shouldn't you be modest and polite? Why ask for a reward so bluntly? That said, Xia Taiping's blunt request actually struck them as refreshingly genuine. There is. Qiu Tianming replied, anyone who contributes to Huaxia will receive due reward. I just haven't decided what that reward will be yet. Once I've figured it out, I'll give it to you. Alright. Xia Taiping nodded in agreement. He had only asked casually, never expecting an actual reward. But since Qiu Tianming mentioned a reward, he certainly wouldn't refuse it. By the way, Taiping. Qiu Tianming inquired, after the spy from Sakura country was exposed, did you check on the others? Yes. Xia Taiping replied, I screened everyone present and found no other Japanese spies. That's good. Qiu Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. If the land of cherry blossoms had planted one spy at the Central Divine Academy, it wasn't impossible they'd planted a second. Until now, he had been genuinely concerned about this possibility, but now he could finally relax. Xia Taiping suddenly turned his gaze toward Wang Yuanxuan and Xiao Wenshan, a flash of golden light darting through his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Wenshan said helplessly, Taiping, you don't suspect me and Old Wang of being Sakura Nation spies, do you? Commander, I'm not suspecting you or the district chief of being spies for Sakura Nation. Xia Taiping replied, but exercising caution is always prudent. I hope the commander and district chief won't take offense. Well said. Being cautious is indeed a good thing. Wang Yuanxuan chuckled, Taiping, are we spies? No. Xia Taiping shook his head. After using his keen eyesight, he detected no changes in Wang Yuanxuan or Xiao Wenshan. Good, that's exactly what I meant. Xiao Wenshan roared with laughter. If even the two of us were spies for the land of cherry blossoms, the Middle Kingdom would be finished. Xia Taiping gave an awkward chuckle. Qiu Tianming quickly changed the subject. Taiping, you said the song sung to summon the great sage was one you heard as a child. How did you know the additional entries to supplement the great sage during your battle with Wu Hanjian? Xia Taiping countered, Dean, can I say it was also something I heard as a child? Ah, I see. Qiu Tianming nodded in understanding, without a trace of doubt. Xia Taiping was a bit speechless. Qiu Tianming actually believed that? Was he that easy to fool? What he didn't know was that it wasn't that Qiu Tianming was easily fooled, but that the experts at the Divine Research Institute had studied for so many years and still knew nothing about the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. But he knew that, aside from hearing it as a child, there was no other explanation. Qiu Tianming asked again, Taiping, what other songs did you hear as a child? Ones related to deities. I heard quite a few songs as a child, but I can't recall most of them. Xia Taiping replied, the song about the great sage only came back to me when I saw his card. Besides the great sage, none of the deities in the pantheon seem to have songs I've heard before. Otherwise, I might have remembered. I see. Qiu Tianming nodded, feeling a hint of disappointment. He had hoped Xia Taiping might recall more songs connected to deities, thinking that might allow him to add more powerful gods to the pantheon of Huaxia. Unfortunately, Xia Taiping had forgotten them all. What he didn't know was that Xia Taiping's explanation seemed straightforward, but it was actually a way for him to keep his options open. Possessing the complete memory of Huaxia's mythological history, Xia Taiping would certainly find ways to summon more powerful deities. By leaving himself this escape route, he could easily explain the matter later when he summoned stronger gods. Old Qiu, Old Wang, what Taiping said has shown me a viable path. Xiao Wenshan suddenly interjected, working in isolation won't work. We need to suggest to the experts at the Divine Research Institute that they venture more into the countryside. They might just find something worthwhile. Exactly. Wang Yuanxuan added, Taiping heard many songs as a child. Perhaps others also heard songs or legends about deities in their youth. Sending the experts from the Deity Research Institute into the community would be far more productive than having them shut away in their studies. Quite right. Qiu Tianming agreed. Over the years, the experts at the Deities Research Institute have already studied most existing pigments. Myths and legends mostly spread through folk traditions. Perhaps some people remember many such stories without even realizing it. Hearing Qiu Tianming, Xiao Wenshan, and Wang Yuanxuan speak, Xia Taiping felt somewhat speechless. His offhand excuse had inadvertently misled them. If they actually proposed this to higher-ups and it got approved, would the experts at the Divine Research Institute curse him? But then again, it might be good for those experts at the Divine Research Institute to spend more time among the common folk. Who knows? They might actually discover something worthwhile. Even if, in the worst case, the experts from the Divine Research Institute traveled across the country and found nothing, they could at least gain some understanding of the hardships of the common people. That way, they wouldn't repeat the mistakes of his past life where a bunch of experts who couldn't tell leeks from wheat seedlings sat in their offices proposing wildly unrealistic, utterly baffling, and even deeply resented policies. Take Chairman Zhang of a certain conglomerate, for instance, who advised young people to work in factories instead of delivering takeout, arguing they shouldn't prioritize personal income. Or Professor Dong suggesting farmers buy homes in county towns and commute by car to tend their fields. Professor Su claimed solving low-income issues was simple, just rent out idle cars and homes to generate income. Take Ms. Tan, who advised young people to abandon high-paying jobs and take lower-paying positions to strengthen their willpower. Ring ring. Ring ring. Ring ring. As Xia Taiping inwardly criticized those experts from his past life who knew nothing of human suffering, Zhou Tianming's phone suddenly rang. Zhou Tianming pulled out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and answered. Hello, this is Zhou Tianming. What? Alright, I understand. As the words poured out of Zhou Tianming's mouth, he sprang to his feet, his weathered face brimming with excitement. Chapter 31, The Great Calamity Approaches. A Dangerous Proposal. Seeing Zhou Tianming hang up the phone, Wang Yuanxuan asked, Old Zhou, what's going on? Old Wang, it's great news. Zhou Tianming explained, just got word that a blue-tier deity card has appeared in the pantheon, none other than the card for the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. It's the same stone monkey deity card from before. Fantastic. Haha, now our Huaxia nation has a top-tier combat force too. Wang Yuanxuan and Xiao Wenshan burst into laughter simultaneously. Although they had already confirmed Sun Wukong was at least a blue-tier deity during the Heavenly Dew Blessing, when this fact was officially verified, they couldn't contain their immense excitement. Sun Wukong's emergence shattered the shame of China's pantheon having only green-tier deities at its pinnacle. Moreover, with purple cards unavailable, blue-tier deities represented the absolute peak combat power. Xia Taiping, however, was somewhat surprised. Given Sun Wukong's formidable combat prowess, wasn't blue-tier deity a bit too low? But upon reflection, it made sense. While Sun Wukong was formidable, Chinese mythology contained deities even more powerful than him. Thus, his absence from the highest purple tier was understandable. At the same time, he felt a bit disheartened. If Zhou Tianming's earlier claims were mere speculation, Sun Wukong's card changing from transparent to blue was concrete proof. He could no longer use the card's transparency as an argument. Oh, and one more thing. Zhou Tianming added, Senior Xia and the district chiefs and commanders of the 4 major regions east, south, west, and north are on their way. They've already departed. At their pace, they should arrive shortly. Wang Yuanxuan and Xiao Wenshan froze in surprise. They couldn't quite grasp why Xia Zhenghua and the district chiefs and commanders of the 4 major regions were coming together. But they quickly realized. Heavenly Dew bestowed blessings upon all living things. The benefits extended far beyond Huazhong Divine Academy, they encompassed the entire nation of Huaxia. With an event of such magnitude, Xia Zhenghua would certainly investigate immediately. Furthermore, given the gravity of matters involving a blue-grade deity, it was entirely understandable that Xia Zhenghua would bring the district chiefs and commanders of the 4 major regions with him. Taiping, you may return now. Zhou Tianming turned to Xia Taiping and instructed, but don't leave the Central China Divine Academy. Stay safe, understand? I understand, Dean. Xia Taiping nodded decisively. Zhou Tianming was worried that those with ulterior motives might harm him. Alright, you may go. Zhou Tianming said no more, effectively dismissing him. If it were anyone else, he would have given thorough instructions, but with Xia Taiping, such trouble was unnecessary. Xia Taiping understood perfectly well the principle that the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind. He would be extremely cautious without needing any reminders. Understood, Dean. Xia Taiping responded and rose to leave. But just as he stood up, Zhou Tianming called him back. Taiping, wait a moment. Xia Taiping asked, Dean, what is it? I need to discuss something with District Chief Wang and Commander Xiao. You should listen in too. Zhou Tianming explained briefly before adding, Old Xiao, Old Wang, after suffering such a heavy loss, Sakura Nation won't let this rest. So what if they don't let it go? Xiao Wenshan dismissed the concern. None of the students at the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy's Huaxia branch can match Taiping. They can only resort to underhanded, sneaky tactics against him. As long as we protect Taiping, he'll be fine. Zhou Tianming shook his head. Old Wang, that's not my concern. I'm worried about something else entirely. Wang Yuanxuan chimed in, Old Xiao, you're worried about the Divine War? Exactly. Zhou Tianming continued, late last year, Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and the Yin Nation suddenly launched a divine war against our Huaxia Nation. This year, it's highly likely, no, not highly likely, it's certain they will continue to wage divine war against us. Furthermore, last year Egypt, Greece, and the Holy See were caught off guard by the attack from Sakura Nation and the other 3 nations, so they missed the chance to launch a divine war against our Huaxia Nation at year's end. This year, they certainly won't miss it again. Compounded by the auspicious event of heavenly dew blessing all living things in our nation, China will undoubtedly face a joint assault from the 6 nations led by Sakura. I suspect Elder Xia's arrival with the regional governors and commanders of the 4 major districts is likely connected to this matter. Hearing this, Wang Yuanxuan and Xiao Wenshan's expressions grew grave. Though Qiu Tianming's words were mere conjecture, they all believed his predictions to be imminent realities. If only one nation launches a divine war against us, perhaps Taiping could hold them off. Qiu Tianming continued, but if all 6 nations launch divine wars against us simultaneously, Taiping alone won't be able to hold them back. After all, the other nations also possess blue-tier deities and not just one. Yeah. Xiao Wenshan smiled bitterly. How could one possibly hope to block the 6 nations alone? Not to mention that other nations also possess purple-tier deities. Alas, if only our Huaxia kingdom had more blue-tier deities. Wang Yuanxuan's eyes flickered slightly. And inquired, Old Qiu, you suddenly brought this up, you must have something on your mind, right? Exactly. Qiu Tianming said, I want to send people into the pantheon to attempt summoning great saints. If more people succeed in summoning them, perhaps our Huaxia kingdom could weather this impending great calamity. Old Qiu, this is far too dangerous. Wang Yuanxuan frowned. Yellow-tier deities and below might be manageable. But for green-tier deities, the more people involved in the summoning, the lower the chances of success. And blue-tier deities? If the summoning fails, it could mean their bodies shatter and they perish. Yes, this is indeed far too dangerous. Xiao Wenshan agreed, I've heard nations like Sakura country have attempted similar experiments. Not only were there few successes with purple or blue-tier deities, but even with cyan and green-tier deities, the number of successful summoners was negligible. Moreover, every summoner who failed ended up exploding to death. Old man, Old Xiao, don't you think I know this is extremely dangerous? Qiu Tianming smiled bitterly. But the great calamity is upon us. If we cannot survive this crisis, our nation of Huaxia may not perish outright, but it will be on the brink of death. Attempting to summon the great sage is our only chance to weather this storm. We have no other choice. Wang Yuanxuan and Xiao Wenshan exchanged glances and fell silent in unison. Qiu Tianming's reasoning was sound, yet sending men to their deaths when success was so improbable was something they found difficult to justify. Old Wang, Old Xiao, there's no need to rush your decision. Qiu Tianming continued, Old Xia is already en route with the district chiefs and commanders from the 4 major regions east, south, west, and north. We can deliberate further once they arrive. Still, I hope that by then, you'll stand with me and support my proposal. Xia Taiping opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Chapter 32, The Bigwigs Assemble. Benevolence doesn't mix with politics. Outside the Central China Divine Academy, 9 figures approached swiftly. Leading the group was none other than Xia Zhenghua, followed by the district chiefs and commanders of the East China, South China, West China, and North China regions. Soon, the group of 9 arrived at the main gate of the Central China Divine Academy. Upon seeing Xia Zhenghua and his group, the academy's guards immediately lit up with excitement. Elder Xia, district chiefs, commanders, what brings you here? We have some business with Dean Xiu. Xia Zhenghua offered a brief explanation before adding, I heard the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch came to challenge us. Is that still ongoing? Elder Xia, it has already concluded. The guard replied, just before you arrived, Yamamoto Little Chicken and the students from Sakura Seminary's Huaxia branch left in disgrace. Xia Zhenghua felt a pang of regret. He had rushed here without pause, accompanied by the district chiefs and commanders of the 4 major regions East China, South China, West China, and North China, hoping to witness Xia Taiping's performance and the great sage's heroic demeanor firsthand. Yet despite making no delays along the way, they had still arrived too late. Alright, I understand. Let's go find Dean Xiu. Xia Zhenghua spoke as he entered the Central China Divine Academy, heading toward its central plaza. Today was the day of the Central China Divine Academy's graduation ceremony. He assumed Qiu Tianming would be presiding over the ceremony in the plaza. Seeing this, the guard hurriedly called out to Xia Zhenghua. Elder Xia, Dean Xiu isn't at the plaza. I just saw him, District Chief Wang, Commander Xiao, and a student heading toward the administration building. He must have returned to his office. Alright, I understand. Xia Zhenghua responded, then turned and headed toward the administrative building. The district chiefs and commanders of the 4 major regions East China, South China, West China, and North China followed suit. Zhao Qingshan, district chief of East China, expressed his confusion. Old Xia, today is the graduation ceremony at Central China Divine Academy. Why would Old Qiu, Old Wang, and Old Xiao head back to their offices instead of watching the ceremony on the plaza? Old Zhao, you've overlooked one person. Xia Zhenghua replied, not only did Old Qiu, Old Wang, and Old Xiao go to the office, but they also brought a student with them. If my guess is correct, that student is Xia Taiping. I see. Zhao Qingshan suddenly understood. Xia Taiping summoned the stone monkey deity. He only added the entry when facing the challenge from the Huaxia branch of Sakura Academy, allowing the great sage to restore his true form. Old Qiu and the others took Xia Taiping away. They must be questioning him about the great sage. Exactly. Xia Zhanghua continued, if we recognize the great sage's importance, old Xiao, old Wang, and old Xiao certainly do too. They'll want to get to the bottom of this immediately. We should hurry over. Soon, Xia Zhanghua arrived at Zhou Tianming's office accompanied by the district chiefs and commanders of the 4 major regions, East China, South China, West China, and North China, followed suit. Zhao Qingshan, district chief of East China, expressed his confusion, Old Xia, today is the graduation ceremony at Central China Divine Academy. Why would old Xiao, old Wang, and old Xiao head back to their offices instead of watching the ceremony on the plaza? Old Zhao, you've overlooked one person. Xia Zhanghua replied, not only did old Xiao, old Wang, and old Xiao go to the office, but they also brought a student with them. If my guess is correct, that student is Xia Taiping. I see. Zhao Qingshan suddenly understood, Xia Taiping summoned the stone monkey deity. He only added the entry when facing the challenge from the Huaxia branch of Sakura Academy, allowing the great sage to restore his true form. Old Xiao and the others took Xia Taiping away, they must be questioning him about the great sage. Exactly. Xia Zhanghua continued, if we recognize the great sage's importance, old Xiao, old Wang, and old Xiao certainly do too. They'll want to get to the bottom of this immediately. We should hurry over. Soon, Xia Zhanghua arrived at Zhou Tianming's office accompanied by the district chiefs and commanders of the 4 major regions, East China, South China, West China, and North China. The office door stood wide open, allowing them to immediately see Zhou Tianming, Wang Yuanxuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Xia Taiping seated inside. Zhou Tianming, Wang Yuanxuan, Xiao Wenshan, and Xia Taiping also spotted Xia Zhanghua and his group at once, immediately rising to their feet. Zhou Tianming smiled. Old Xia, district chiefs, commanders, you've arrived even faster than we anticipated. Old Xiao, we didn't dare waste a single moment on the journey. Old Xia remarked, still, we arrived too late. We missed the spectacle of Xia Taiping battling the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, and we missed the spectacle of Yamamoto Little Chicken and the other Sakura Nation people slinking away in disgrace. Oh, young man, you must be Xia Taiping? Xia Taiping replied, Elder Xia, I am Xia Taiping. Well done. Old Master Xia patted Xia Taiping's shoulder approvingly. Master Xia, it's no trouble at all. We can recount it for you. Zhou Tianming chimed in, Master Xia, district chiefs, commanders, please come in. After ushering Xia Zhanghua and the others into the office to sit down, Zhou Tianming poured them each a cup of tea before taking a seat himself. Xia Zhanghua couldn't wait. Taiping, tell us about summoning the stone monkey deity, well, summoning the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, and defeating the challenge from the Huaxia branch of the Sakura Divine Academy. Xia Taiping replied awkwardly, Senior Xia, it feels a bit awkward for me to explain these matters. Perhaps the dean should tell you instead? That's fine. Xia Zhanghua said, Old Xiao, you tell them then. Certainly, Elder Xia. Zhou Tianming readily agreed, then detailed Xia Taiping's summoning of the stone monkey deity and his defeat of the challenge from the Chinese branch of the Sakura Divine Academy. Wang Yuanxuan and Xiao Wenshan added further details Zhou had omitted. Xia Zhanghua was generous with his praise, Taiping, well done. Truly remarkable. Zhao Qingshan chimed in, he possesses demonic cultivation talent, is both courageous and strategic, knows how to keep a low profile, and most importantly, Taiping has a fiery patriotic heart. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of our Huaxia nation. The others chimed in one after another, all heaping praise upon Xia Taiping. Xia Taiping felt quite embarrassed by the flattery. He wanted to express humility, but before his words could escape, Zhou Tianming's voice cut him off. Time will tell is about the future, but the harsh reality is staring us right in the face. A great calamity is upon our nation. If we cannot weather this storm, there may be no future at all. Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua and the others' expressions simultaneously turned grave. They all understood that the catastrophe Zhou Tianming referred to was the likely divine war that the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation, would launch against China. They also knew that if China failed to survive this catastrophe, it would be plunged into an abyss from which there would be no return. Zhou Tianming then turned to Elder Xia and said, Elder Xia, you brought the district chiefs and commanders here because of this impending catastrophe, correct? Indeed. Xia Zhanghua replied, our nation stands at a critical juncture. I had already planned to contact you all to discuss this matter. Coincidentally, Taiping has become the divine favored one of a blue-tier deity, so I brought everyone here together. Elder Xia, before your arrival, Old Wang, Old Xiao, and I were already discussing this matter. Zhou Tianming stated, at present, there is only one way to help our Huaxia nation survive this great calamity, send someone to attempt summoning the great sage, so that the great sage may become the personal deity of more people. According to the Divine Battle Arena's rules, all deities may only appear once per year on the arena stage. Similarly, an individual's personal guardian deity may only appear once per year on the arena stage. However, personal guardian deities can be forcibly summoned. If multiple people could have the great sage as their personal guardian deity, we could exploit this loophole in the Divine Battle Arena rules. This would allow us to summon the great sage to battle multiple times. Even if we couldn't win every single divine battle, we could at least secure victories in several. I know this endeavor holds little hope and will cost many lives, but for the future of Huaxia we have no choice. I hope Elder Xia and all of you will support me. Let me bear this burden, let me shoulder this infamy. Xia Zhanghua and the commanders of the 4 major regions East China, South China, West China, and North China exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Old Shou, we discussed this on the way here. Xia Zhanghua said, as the saying goes, compassion does not command armies, righteousness does not engage in commerce, kindness does not govern, sentimentality does not accomplish tasks, and benevolence does not participate in politics. For the future of Huaxia, we all support your proposal. No, we should say we have reached the same decision. Therefore, this unpleasant task should not fall to you, nor should you bear this ill repute. As commander-in-chief of the 5 major regions of Huaxia, I shall undertake this task and shoulder this blame. Do not dispute this with me. The matter is settled. But just now, a question occurred to me. We must discuss it. Chapter 33, 2 choices. The final word. Xia Taiping was stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be a discussion? How could it be decided without any consultation? Xiao Tianming was also taken aback. Up until this moment, he had assumed he'd need to persuade Xia Zhanghua. In fact, to prepare for that, he had even preemptively briefed Wang Yuanxuan and Xiao Wenshan, asking them to back him up during his persuasion efforts. Yet to his surprise, Xia Zhanghua had agreed so decisively. But upon reflection, it made sense. Mercy doesn't command armies, righteousness doesn't run businesses, kindness doesn't govern, sentimentality doesn't accomplish tasks, and benevolence doesn't engage in politics. How could Xia Zhanghua, who had risen to become commander-in-chief of one of Huaxia nation's 5 major regions, be a man of indecision? His worries had been entirely unnecessary. Ah! Wang Yuanxuan and Xiao Wenshan both let out a silent sigh in unison. With Xia Zhanghua's final decision, countless lives would be lost as countless souls attempted to summon the great sage. Yet despite their sighs, they understood all too well that Xiao Tianming's proposal and Xia Zhanghua's decision were entirely rational. Otherwise, if Huaxia perished, the casualties wouldn't be merely individuals, it would be the entire nation. Sacrificing some lives to save many more, to ensure the nation's survival while cruel in theory, it was the only choice left by necessity. Snapping out of his daze, Xiao Tianming pleaded, Old Xia, you are the commander-in-chief of the 5 great regions of Huaxia. The nation's future still needs you at the helm. Let me be the one to play the villain and bear this infamy. Old Shou, it is precisely because I am commander-in-chief of the 5 great regions that I cannot shirk this responsibility. There is no need to say more. Xia Zhanghua flatly refused, shifting the topic instead. Now, let us deliberate, should those who failed to summon a deity attempt it? Or should those who have long been favored by the gods try? I shall first explain my reasoning. Logically, it should be those who haven't successfully summoned a deity. They lack a personal guardian spirit, so there's no risk of divine conflict. And to put it bluntly, even if they fail, it won't significantly impact our nation's strength. But our nation's elite combat strength is too scarce. Only a few have broken through the limitations of their personal deities by sheer luck, ascending to higher realms. Most remain trapped by their deities, struggling to advance further. If those who have long been divine favorites attempt it, success would allow them to replace their destined deities, unlock greater potential, and ascend to higher realms. This could address our nation's shortage of elite combat power. Both approaches have their merits. I'm finding it difficult to decide at the moment. Everyone, please share your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others all wore thoughtful expressions. After a moment, Zhao Qingshan spoke up, Senior Hua, the success rate of summoning a great sage is already extremely low. Having those who have long been divine favorites attempt it risks further lowering success rates due to potential conflicts between deities. I've considered this issue. Xia Zhanghua continued, previously, since the highest tier deity in our Huaxia pantheon was green-ranked, everyone's personal guardian deities were green-ranked or lower. Yet the great sage is blue-ranked at least 2 tiers higher. Countries like Sakura Nation have attempted similar summons where the new deity was 1 rank higher than the personal guardian. Most successful cases involved replacement rather than divine conflict, let alone a 2-rank disparity. So this shouldn't be a major issue. Zhao Qingshan nodded, saying nothing more. Xiao Tianming then spoke up, Master Xia, I think we should let those who haven't successfully summoned a deity try. Xia Zhanghua replied, Old Xiao, explain your reasoning. Certainly, Elder Xia. Xiao Tianming continued, high-tier combat power isn't our most pressing need for Huaxia. Aside from Sakura Nation being relatively close, other nations are quite distant from us. Invading Huaxia would be no easy feat for them. As for the nearby land of cherry blossoms, it's but a tiny speck with a meager population. Our nation, however, is vast and rich in resources, with a massive populace. Even if our elite forces fall short of theirs, they wouldn't dare invade lightly. Were this not the case, the land of cherry blossoms wouldn't have launched a divine war against our nation, nor would they scheme to establish a divine academy here and gradually erode our sovereignty. Instead, they would have invaded directly to seize our land. Xia Zhanghua nodded in agreement. Xiao Tianming's reasoning held merit. Xiao Tianming continued, currently, our nation's mid-tier combat strength is limited, and we constantly face disruptions from those with ulterior motives. While we can still manage, we must admit our resources are stretched thin. Attempting to summon the Great Sage would inevitably result in heavy casualties. Should we suffer significant losses among our mid-tier forces, it would become even more difficult for our nation to deal with those troublemakers with ulterior motives. At that point, chaos would ensue in our nation, and the people would suffer terribly. Xia Yonghua nodded again. Xiao Tianming's reasoning remained sound. Xiao Tianming continued, high-tier combat power isn't our most urgent need. Our primary focus should be devising strategies to counter the divine wars launched by other nations. Divine wars are battles between deities themselves. In ordinary battles involving summoned deities, the deities can only exert combat power equivalent to that of their divine followers. However, on the divine battle arena, deities can disregard the cultivation levels of their followers and unleash their full power. This means there's little difference between having someone who hasn't successfully summoned a deity attempted versus someone who has been a divine follower for a long time. However, having long-time divine followers attempt it would result in heavy casualties, which could destabilize our nation. Therefore, I believe it would be best for those who have not yet successfully summoned a deity to attempt summoning the Great Sage. Xia Yonghua nodded again. Xiao Tianming's reasoning held merit. Wang Yuanchuan then spoke up, Senior Xia, I support old Xiao's view. Moreover, if we can weather this great calamity and buy ourselves some time, new talents will naturally emerge. When that happens, why should we worry about our nation lacking elite combat power? Master Xia, I support old Xiao's proposal. Master Xia, I also support old Xiao's proposal. Master Xia, count me in too. Xiao Wenshan, Zhao Qingshan, and others all spoke up, unanimously backing Xiao Tianming's stance. The reason was simple, Xiao Tianming's argument made perfect sense. Seeing that Xia Taiping remained silent, Xia Zhenghua asked, Taiping, what are your thoughts? Elder Xia, I have no objections. Xia Taiping shook his head. He had originally intended to dissuade them, as it was far too dangerous. But Xiao Tianming's reasoning held merit, and it concerned the security of Huaxia. How could he possibly stop it? He had considered crafting more divine cards for others to summon, which would mitigate some risks. But that required knowing how to make them, and currently, he understood about as much as a fish understands flying. Alright, since everyone supports old Xiao's suggestion, it's settled. Xia Zhenghua decisively sealed the deal. He added, all 5 divine academies are holding graduation ceremonies now. There are plenty of students present who haven't successfully summoned deities. Immediately relay my order, have them attempt to summon the Great Sage. Ensure the summoning lyrics and incantations are recited word for word. Verify they've memorized them perfectly before entering the pantheon. Participation is strictly voluntary. Those who join will be recorded in Huaxia's national history, and the families of those who perish will be cared for by the state. Yes, Elder Xia. Zhao Qingshan and the commanders of the 4 major districts acknowledged the order and immediately began relaying Xia Zhenghua's directive. Chapter 34, Facing Death with Resolve. Gambling the future with their lives. On the central platform of Central China Divine Academy's plaza, 2 students were sparring. Below the platform, numerous students watched listlessly, looking as if they were about to fall asleep. It wasn't that the sparring on the platform was uninteresting, but rather that they had just witnessed the spectacular scenes of Xia Taiping smashing Wu Hanjin to his knees with a single blow, shattering Jipan's skull with another strike, and the Great Sage instantly slaying the Great Tengu with a single blow. They simply couldn't muster any interest in the amateurish bickering of these novices. It was like having just feasted on a grand banquet and finding no appetite for simple home-cooked dishes. It wasn't just a matter of taste, they were simply too full to stomach anything else. Master Xia? A startled cry suddenly rang out across the square. Those present instinctively looked up to see a group of people striding toward them. At the head of the group was none other than Xia Zhenghua, accompanied by Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanchuan, and Xiao Wenshan. Master Xia! Master Xia! Master Xia! Those present greeted Xia Zhenghua in unison, and the 2 students sparring on the high platform paused simultaneously. Xia Zhenghua nodded to the crowd, then led Xiao Tianming, Xia Taiping, and others straight through the throng and up onto the platform. He looked at the 2 students standing on the platform and said, I have an announcement to make. You 2 may step down first. Yes, Master Xia. The 2 students responded and descended from the platform. Fellow students, I have 2 matters to announce today. Xia Zhenghua then turned to the students of Central China Divine Academy gathered below the platform. The first matter is this, a blue-tier deity card suddenly appeared in the pantheon today. It belongs to none other than Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity, the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before excitement spread across their faces. Holy crap! The Great Sage is a blue-tier deity? That's second only to purple-tier deities. Exactly what I expected. The Great Sage could obliterate a green-tier Great Tengu with a single strike. He must be at least blue-tier. Ha, our nation finally has a high-tier deity. Wonderful. Our nation finally has a top-tier combat force. Exclamations of excitement echoed across the square. Everyone, quiet down. Xia Zhanghua raised his hand and pressed it into the air. Once the crowd settled, he continued, second matter, late last year, Sakura Nation, the Three Nations, and Sunset Nation suddenly launched a divine war against our Huaxia Nation. They seized 20% of our nation's destiny and forced us to sign a humiliating treaty with Sakura Nation. This year, Sakura Nation, the Three Nations, and Sunset Nation will they will undoubtedly launch another divine war against our Huaxia Nation. Even Greece Nation, Catholic Nation, and Egypt Nation may join in. Frankly, with our nation's current strength, it's not just about repelling all 6 nations simultaneously, it's nearly impossible to withstand even a single one of them. This is an embarrassing truth, but it remains an undeniable fact. But that's not the crux of the matter. The real danger lies in the fact that should our nation fail to repel the invasion by the Land of Cherry Blossoms and the other 5 nations, we risk losing 60% of our national fortune. At that point, with our national fortune dwindling to almost nothing, even if the nation survives, it will be teetering on the brink of collapse. With only days left until year's end, it can be said that our nation stands at a moment of life and death peril. At these words, the excitement on everyone's faces abruptly froze. Before they could dwell on it, Xia Zhanghua's voice rang out again. Yet heaven never abandons humanity. The great sage's emergence has given our nation hope to resist the invasion of the 6 nations, including Sakura. But this hope is fragile. Therefore, we must take measures to strengthen it. All students, heed my command. Those who successfully summoned a deity yesterday, fall back to the rear. Those who failed to summon a deity, come forward to the platform. Though many students were puzzled by Xia Zhanghua's sudden command, they immediately complied. Those who had successfully summoned a deity stepped back, while those who had failed moved forward. Soon, the students of Huazhong Theological Seminary split into 2 distinct camps. Xia Zhanghua looked at the students gathered before the elevated platform and continued, fellow students, if the skin is gone, where will the hair attach? If our Huaxia nation falls, not only we, but all its people will become slaves of a conqueror. I refuse to witness such a fate. Therefore, I have made an extremely difficult decision, to send individuals into the pantheon to attempt summoning the great saints. Should multiple attempts succeed, our nation stands a strong chance of repelling the invasion by the 6 nations, including Sakura. This is our nation's sole means to resist the invasion of the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation. Yet attempting to summon the great sage is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Failure could mean certain death and the loss of one's path. Therefore, participation is entirely voluntary, no one shall be compelled. This endeavor is not confined to the Central Divine Academy alone. My orders have been issued to the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern Divine Academies. All 5 major academies will proceed simultaneously. Those willing to attempt this endeavor shall be recorded in the annals of Huaxia. The families of those who perish shall be cared for by the state. Due to certain circumstances, only those who have not previously succeeded in summoning a deity may participate. Is there anyone among you willing to attempt this? Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd suddenly understood. They understood why Xia Zhanghua had brought the district chiefs and commanders of the 4 major regions to the Central China Divine Academy. They grasped how cruel this decision was, and they recognized the profound helplessness that had driven Xia Zhanghua to make such a brutal choice. Swish! 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 Immediately, all eyes turned to the students before the high platform, their gazes filled with heartache. Xia Zhanghua's decision meant these students would be gambling with their lives for the future of Huaxia. The expressions among the students before the platform varied greatly. Some were terrified, some hesitated, some were conflicted, and some remained resolute. But they all understood what attempting this meant. Xia Zhanghua did not urge them on, nor did anyone else present. They simply waited in silence. Soon, someone spoke up. I, Zhou Lin, am willing to try. I, Wang Songqiang, am willing to try. I, Li Ming, am willing to try. I, Zhang Ying, am willing to give it a try. As each declaration rang out, figures stepped forward from the crowd. Their faces bore an expression of unwavering resolve, as if they were prepared to face death without fear. This scene starkly demonstrated that while some feared death, others were willing to sacrifice themselves for their country. In a mere moment, over 100 had answered the call, and the responses kept coming, the numbers steadily swelling. Watching the students emerge one after another from the crowd, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and others felt anguish in their eyes. Though these children had failed to summon the divine, their willingness to sacrifice themselves for their country made them true sons of China. If they could, they would never let these children gamble with their lives. Yet for the survival of China, they had no choice. Xia Taiping's heart was filled with complex emotions. So many were willing to risk their lives for Huaxia, yet he, possessing the complete history of Huaxia mythology, had concealed it out of fear of attracting the attention of those with ill intent. Was that too selfish? Huff! Xia Zhanghua took a deep breath, forcing back the pain in his heart. Form up in order. One at a time. Chapter 35, Heroes Shall Not Be Slandered. No movement. At Xia Zhanghua's command, the students who volunteered to participate quickly formed in orderly line. Zhou Tianming descended from the platform and distributed a stack of papers to those in line. The papers contained the nursery rhyme Xia Taiping had sung to summon Sun Wukong, along with the additional verses added during the confrontation with Wu Hanjian. Zhou Tianming declared in a loud voice, "Students, before entering the pantheon, you must memorize every word of the great sage's summoning chant and supplementary verses. Not a single character can be mistaken. This is not only crucial for successfully summoning the great sage, but it also concerns your very lives." "Yes, Dean." The students responded in unison. Immediately, someone asked, "Dean, when Xia Taiping summoned the great sage, he sang. Do we need to sing too?" "That won't be necessary." Zhou Tianming explained, "The incantation recited during summoning serves to clarify the deity's deeds. Whether sung or recited verbatim makes no difference. Therefore, you need not sing, merely recite it. Everyone, make the most of your time to memorize the summoning incantation." "Understood, Dean." The students responded in unison and began silently reading. The rest waited quietly. Similar scenes unfolded not only at Central China Divine Academy but also at East China Divine Academy, South China Divine Academy, West China Divine Academy, and North China Divine Academy. Just as at Central China Seminary, many students who failed to summon deities were willing to die for their country. In that moment, sacrificing one's life for the nation ceased to be mere words, it became a tangible reality, embodied in each vivid act of devotion. Soon, someone recorded the nursery rhyme Xia Taiping had chanted while summoning Sun Wukong, along with the additional entries he had added during his confrontation with Wu Hanjian. Zhou Lin, the first to respond, declared, "Master Xia, I've taken note. I request entry into the pantheon." "Good." Xia Zhenghua nodded cautiously. "To be safe, recite it once for me to hear." "Yes, Elder Xia." Zhou Lin responded and began reciting. "Monkey brother. Monkey brother. You're truly remarkable. The five elements mountain couldn't hold you down, outsprang Sun Wukong. Your glorious name echoes through the ages, your tales told in every household. The golden staff forever gleams, sweeping away all impurities from the world. Crowned with a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, clad in chainmail golden armor, shod in lotus thread claw treading shoes, wielding the descendant Zhou Lin humbly summons the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong." Soon, Zhou Lin had memorized the nursery rhyme Xia Taiping had sung when summoning Sun Wukong, along with the additional verses added during the confrontation with Wu Hanjian. "Good. Proceed." Xia Zhenghua said solemnly, "Zhou Lin, regardless of the outcome, Huaxia nation will never forget the efforts you have made for our nation." With that, Xia Zhenghua waved his hand, and a luminous portal materialized in midair above the elevated platform. Simultaneously, an ethereal screen materialized above the elevated platform. The screen displayed the scene within the pantheon. All eyes instinctively focused on a single card at the very back of the pantheon. The card radiated a deep azure hue, standing out starkly against the sea of gray cards like a crane among chickens, utterly captivating. Zhou Lin glanced at the great sage card, then walked resolutely onto the platform. With unwavering determination, he stepped through the light gate. Immediately afterward, Zhou Lin's figure appeared on the screen above the platform, seen walking straight toward the great sage card. At that moment, every heart in the room held its breath. Silently, they prayed for Zhou Lin's success. This wasn't out of envy or resentment, but because the more people succeeded, the higher the chance that the Huaxia nation would survive the impending catastrophe. Only if the Huaxia nation survived would they avoid becoming slaves of a conquered nation. Soon, Zhou Lin reached the great sage card. But instead of immediately speaking to summon it, his body began to shake violently. This did not surprise Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, Xia Taiping, or the others. They all waited quietly. The price of a failed summoning was death. No one could help but fear it. They had witnessed first-hand attempts to summon new deities, where some entered the ritual with death-defying resolve only to falter at the last moment. Most students of Central China Divine Academy waited in silence, though a few wore peculiar expressions. Why hasn't this guy summoned anything yet? Could he be scared? He looked so determined just moments ago, yet now he's backing out at the last minute. What kind of nonsense is this? He was the first to volunteer, probably trying to impress Elder Xia. Now look, he didn't prove himself and just made a fool of himself. A barrage of mocking remarks rang out. These taunts came from the students who hadn't dared to step forward. They were too scared to volunteer, and Zhou Lin being the first responder made them look like fools. Now that Zhou Lin had backed out at the last moment, they couldn't resist seizing the chance to mock him. Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, Xia Taiping, and the others all darkened in unison. "Shut up, all of you." Xia Zhenghua glared at the mockers and declared in a deep voice, "Fear of death is human nature. Don't say he's just a child. Even I, who've lived a long life, fear death. There's nothing to mock here, and you have no right to mock him. Let me remind you solemnly, every soul willing to sacrifice for our nation deserves our respect. Even if they fail, they remain heroes of our Chinese nation. Heroes must not be slandered. Anyone who dares utter another word of mockery will find me unforgiving." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd turned to stare at the student who had mocked Zhou Lin with utter contempt. "You don't even have the courage to volunteer, so what right do you have to mock Zhou Lin?" The student who had mocked Zhou Lin immediately shut up, his face flushing crimson. It wasn't just Xia Zhanghua's words that made them realize their own mistakes, it was also because they dared not contradict him. If they angered Xia Zhanghua and provoked him to kill them, their deaths would be meaningless, they would even be despised by all. Oomph. Xia Zhanghua snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to the ethereal screen suspended above the high platform. Moments later, Zhou Lin seemed to have suppressed the fear in his heart. His body no longer trembled, he even stood straighter. Immediately, Zhou Lin's voice boomed from the ethereal screen above the platform. Monkey brother. Monkey brother. You're truly incredible. The 5 Elements Mountains couldn't hold you down, outsprang Sun Wukong. Hearing this, hearts instantly sank for most present: Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, Xia Taiping, and others. Whether he would succeed, whether Zhou Lin lived or died, the answer would soon be revealed. It has to succeed. If it fails, please let him come out unscathed. At that moment, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and nearly everyone present silently prayed for Zhou Ming. Amidst their prayers, Zhou Lin's summoning ritual swiftly reached its conclusion. Crowned with a purple gold phoenix winged crown, clad in chainmail golden armor, shod in lotus thread clawed treading shoes, wielding the Zhou Lin, descendant of the later generations, respectfully summons the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, to descend. Boom! Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and most others present felt their hearts leap to their throats. The moment of truth had arrived. Yet as they waited, left and right, no movement stirred within the pantheon. The great sage card remained motionless. Zhou Lin remained utterly still. Chapter 36, Strange Occurrences. The Great Sage's Mercy. What's going on? Why is there no response? Did the summoning fail? Or did it succeed? It probably didn't work. Otherwise, there'd be some kind of reaction. It likely failed, but at least Zhou Lin is unharmed. A flurry of voices echoed across the plaza of Central China Divine Academy. Everyone wore puzzled expressions, especially figures like Xia Zhanghua and Zhou Tianming. As far as they knew, nations like Sakura Country had attempted similar summonings before. Successes were few and far between, while failures invariably ended in explosive deaths. They couldn't fathom why, after Zhou Lin's summoning of the Great Sage failed, neither the Great Sage card nor Zhou Lin himself showed any reaction. But before they could ponder further, Zhou Lin turned and walked toward the exit of the pantheon. Phew! Xia Taiping exhaled deeply. The worst-case scenario hadn't materialized, or else he would have been consumed by guilt. The next moment, Zhou Lin appeared on the high platform. He looked at Elder Xia and smiled bitterly. Elder Xia, I failed. It's all right. Xia Zhanghua comforted him, even green-tier deities are rarely successfully summoned by many, let alone blue-tier ones. Failure is perfectly normal. You needn't feel guilty about it. The fact that you walked out alive is already a blessing. Thank you for your understanding, Elder Xia. Zhou Lin expressed his gratitude and began walking down from the platform. But before he could descend, Xia Zhanghua called out to him. Zhou Lin, wait a moment. Xia Zhanghua inquired, you emerged almost immediately. Are you certain your summoning failed? Yes, Master Xia. Zhou Lin scratched his head and explained, after I finished reciting the summoning incantation, a voice inside me told me the summoning had failed. So I left the pantheon. I see. Xia Zhanghua nodded. We still need to proceed with summoning the great sage. Once that matter is concluded, I will grant you one opportunity to enter the pantheon and summon a deity. Not just you, all who actively participated will receive one chance to enter the pantheon. Hearing this, Zhou Lin froze in shock. His volunteering stemmed not only from a desire to contribute to Huaxia nation but also from his lingering resentment at failing to become a divine favored one. After the great sage summoning failed, he had abandoned all hope of becoming a divine chosen. Yet, to his astonishment, Xia Zhanghua was offering him a chance to re-enter the pantheon and attempt the summoning anew. It was, without a doubt, an unexpected delight. Snapping out of his daze, he thanked him with genuine excitement. Thank you, Elder Xia. You're welcome. Xia Zhanghua replied, you were willing to die for Huaxia. How could I treat you unfairly? I simply assumed summoning failure meant death, so I didn't mention rewards. But since you survived, you deserve one. This is the reward you've earned. You may go now. Yes, Elder Xia. Zhou Lin responded with a cheerful nod and made his way down from the platform. Not only Zhou Lin was thrilled, but Wang Xongxiang and the other students from Huazhong Divine Academy who had volunteered were equally excited. Like Zhou Lin, their volunteering stemmed not only from a desire to contribute to Huaxia but also from a lingering frustration at not having become divine favorites. After all, they had toiled for years at the Central China Divine Academy precisely to achieve that status. Now, they had two opportunities to summon deities, one to summon a great sage and another to summon other deities. This meant their chances of becoming divine favorites had greatly increased. How could they not be excited? Of course, the second chance required them to survive their summoning attempt, just as Zhou Lin had done after failing to summon a great sage. Those students who hadn't volunteered suddenly stiffened. They too desired entry into the pantheon for another chance to summon a deity. Yet, regrettably, their failure to volunteer meant they had missed their opportunity to enter the pantheon and summon a deity anew. Still, their regret was fleeting. After all, this opportunity came with immense risk. Zhou Lin had narrowly escaped death, but others might not be so fortunate. If they perished in the explosion after failing to summon the great sage, what use would the chance to enter the pantheon and summon the deity again be? As Zhou Lin descended from the platform, Wang Xongxian, ranked second, stepped forward onto the dais and entered the portal of light. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others felt their hearts sink once more. But just like Zhou Lin, after Wang Xongxiang recited his invocation, the great sage card remained motionless, and he too stood still. One after another, students ascended the platform, entered the pantheon, and attempted to summon the great sage. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others felt their hearts rise and fall again and again. Because just like Zhou Lin, after everyone recited their summoning incantations, the great sage card showed no reaction, and the individuals themselves remained unharmed. After a dozen students experienced the same outcome, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. If 2 or 3 failed summonings went uneventfully, it could be chalked up to luck. But when it happened to over a dozen people in a row, luck alone couldn't explain it. Master Xia, while it's fortunate that no one was harmed, Zhou Tianming said puzzledly, but this situation is different from what happened in countries like Sakura Nation. What's going on? I don't know either. Xia Zhanghua gave a wry smile and turned to Zhao Qingshan and the others. Call the Central Divine Academy, the Southern Divine Academy, the Western Divine Academy, and the Northern Divine Academy. See what their situation is like. Yes, Elder Xia. Zhao Qingshan and the others responded in unison before pulling out their phones to make calls. Moments later, Zhao Qingshan reported, Master Xia, the situation at the East China Divine Academy mirrors that of the Central China Divine Academy. 7 or 8 individuals have attempted it, but none succeeded. Moreover, none of the testers suffered any adverse effects. Master Xia, the South China Divine Academy is the same. Master Xia, the West China Seminary is the same. Master Xia, the North China Divine Academy is the same. The leaders of the South China, West China, and North China regions spoke up in succession. Xia Wenhua furrowed his brow. With all 5 major divine academies experiencing the same phenomenon, it could no longer be dismissed as mere luck. But he simply couldn't fathom it. When countries like Sakura Nation attempted similar experiments, every summoning failure ended in catastrophic death. Why, then, did those who failed in China's attempts emerge unscathed? Though this was a positive outcome, he couldn't fathom it. Zhou Tianming suggested, Elder Xia, could it be due to the great sage's benevolence? I can't think of any other explanation. Xia Zhanghua gave a bitter smile and added, still, this is a blessing for us. With no casualties, we can proceed boldly with large-scale trials. As long as enough people attempt it, even with the smallest odds, someone is bound to succeed. Hearing this, the overwhelming majority present couldn't contain their excitement. Originally, they hadn't held much hope for multiple successful summons of the great sage. They had even grieved over the thought of many lives being lost in the attempt. But now, not only were there no casualties, their hopes for multiple successful summons had grown. As Xia Zhanghua had stated, with enough participants, even the smallest probability meant someone would succeed. And if just a few managed to summon the great sage, how could they possibly fail to overcome the impending crisis? Unlike the overwhelming majority present, the students who hadn't volunteered earlier now wore grim expressions. They weren't merely slightly regretful, now they were filled with bitter remorse. Had they known earlier that they could gain a chance to re-enter the pantheon and summon a deity without risking their lives, they would have volunteered without hesitation. But now, it was too late for regrets. They had considered volunteering now, but decided against it. Because Xia Zhanghua wouldn't give them a chance to exploit any loopholes. But before anyone could revel in their joy or wallow in regret for long, a piercing scream erupted from the ethereal screen above the elevated platform. Chapter 37, Consecutive Injuries. The Great Sage's Warning. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from the ethereal screen above the high platform. Xia Taiping, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and others present instinctively looked up. They saw Lin Yixing, who had just finished reciting the summoning incantation, suddenly spit blood and begin trembling uncontrollably. What's going on? Xia Taiping, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others present were instantly stunned. Wasn't it said that summoning failure wouldn't cause harm? Why was Lin Yixing suddenly spitting blood? Immediately after, they watched as Lin Yixing staggered toward the exit of the pantheon. The next moment, Lin Yixing appeared on the high platform. His face was pale, his cheeks contorted with pain. It was obvious he was injured. Xia Zhanghua asked anxiously, Lin Yixing, how are you? Lin Yixing replied, Master Xia, I'm fine. Just a few minor injuries. I'll be back to normal after a few days' rest. That's a relief. Xia Zhanghua breathed a sigh of relief before asking, Lin Yixing, how did you get injured? To answer your question, Mr. Xia. Lin Yixing explained, after reciting the incantation to summon the great sage, I felt a surge of energy suddenly rush into my body, which injured me. But it wasn't serious. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, I felt much better. Hearing this, Xia Taiping, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others all paled. What Lin Yixing described was the backlash suffered after a failed divine summoning. They couldn't understand why the previous dozen or so who had failed their summons hadn't suffered backlash, yet Lin Yixing had. Alright, I understand. Xia Zhenghua nodded. Thank you for your efforts. Go rest now. Lin Yixing opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. He turned and walked down from the platform. Immediately after, another student ascended the platform and approached the light gate leading into the pantheon. Xia Zhenghua wanted to stop him, but the words died on his lips. Lin Yixing's injury made him want to stop the remaining students from entering the pantheon, lest something terrible happened. Yet, as the words formed on his lips, he suddenly realized that when he decided to send people to attempt summoning the great sage, he'd already braced himself for heavy casualties among the testers. His resolve had been eroded by the fact that the previous dozen or so had emerged unscathed. Now, Lin Yixing had only suffered minor injuries. This outcome was far better than the worst-case scenario he had imagined. Moreover, with Huaxia nation facing a life-or-death crisis, attempting to summon the great sage was imperative. He forced himself to suppress his urge to stop them and allowed the remaining members to proceed into the pantheon to attempt the summoning. At this moment, Xia Zhenghua, Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, and the others present all felt a surge of tension. Before this, the failures of over a dozen summoning attempts had passed without incident, gradually easing their nerves. But Lin Yixing's sudden injury not only cast a shadow over the hopes of multiple successful summons, it also made their gradually easing hearts clench with uncontrollable anxiety once more. It must be said that the saying "what you fear most is what comes to pass" holds profound truth. Subsequently, several individuals entered the pantheon to attempt summoning the great sage. Not only did they fail, but like Lin Yixing, they all spat blood. Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, and others present were baffled. Why had the dozen or so previous failures resulted in no ill effects, yet since Lin Yixing, every summoning attempt ended with blood spilling? Yet, since no one had died, the situation was better than the worst-case scenario they had imagined. Moreover, with Huaxia nation now facing a matter of life and death, the attempt to summon the great sage was imperative. Therefore, Xia Zhenghua did not stop them and continued to have people try to summon the great sage. Another person stepped onto the high platform, preparing to enter the pantheon and attempt the summoning. But at that moment, a voice suddenly cried out in protest. Elder Xia, no more attempts. Hearing this, the student about to step through the light gate instinctively halted. Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and others present instinctively turned toward the voice. They saw Lin Yixing stepping forward from the crowd. Xia Zhenghua inquired, Lin Yixing, why do you say that? Master Xia, please stop them from trying. Lin Yixing explained, after my summoning of the great sage failed just now, a voice inside me warned me not to try again. It said that not only would it fail, but it would cost lives. That voice also mentioned, when you reach a dead end, a new path will appear. At the time, I thought I was hallucinating and didn't mention it. But just now, I asked others who were injured after failing their summons, and they heard the same voice. So that voice wasn't an illusion, it was the great sage's warning to us. Those injured after their failed summonses chimed in agreement. Master Xia, I heard that voice too. Master Xia, me too. Master Xia, me too. Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others instantly understood. No wonder the previous dozen or so who failed their summons remained unharmed, while those who failed after Lin and his group spat blood. The great sage, in his benevolence, could not bear to harm the people of China, so the previous dozen or so had remained unharmed. But the great sage also has a temper. When they repeatedly sent people to try again and again, even the most patient great sage would grow impatient. Then he would unleash a backlash to remind them not to send any more people to try. Swish! Xia Zhenghua spun abruptly, fixing his gaze on Zhao Qingshan and the others. He barked urgently, contact the 4 great divine academies immediately: East China, South China, West China, and North China. Inquire about their status. If they mirror Central China's Divine Academy, order them to cease all attempts at once. Yes, Elder Xia. Zhao Qingshan and the others responded in unison, each pulling out their phones to make calls. Xia Zhenghua's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with complexity. He hoped Lin Yixing and the others were experiencing an illusion, yet he also hoped they weren't. He hoped they were mistaken because summoning the great sage was China's only chance to survive the impending catastrophe. If they weren't mistaken, that sole opportunity would be lost. He did not want them to be mistaken because those children willing to die for their country were the finest sons of China. He did not want harm to come to them. If they were mistaken, the attempt must continue, and who knew how many lives would be lost then? Soon, Zhao Qingshan and the others uncovered the status of the summoning attempts at the 4 great academies: East China, South China, West China, and North China. Elder Xia, the situation at the East China Divine Academy mirrors that of the Central China Divine Academy. After an initial failed summoning, all remained unharmed initially, but subsequently, everyone sustained injuries. I have ordered them to cease summoning and await further instructions. Elder Xia, the South China Divine Academy is the same. Elder Xia, the West China Divine Academy is the same. Elder Xia, the North China Divine Academy is the same. Zhao Qingshan and the others reported in turn on the attempts by the 4 major temples in East China, South China, West China, and North China to summon the great sage. Xia Zhenghua's face was etched with bitterness. With all 5 major academies reporting the same outcome, this meant Lin and his companions hadn't been hallucinating. It also signaled that the sole opportunity they'd envisioned for the Huaxia nation to survive the impending catastrophe had vanished. Is heaven conspiring to destroy our nation? Xia Zhanghua couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his cheeks etched with bitterness. Chapter 38, No Pain, No Gain. Leave it to fate. Hearing Xia Zhanghua's sigh, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and everyone else present wore equally bitter expressions. Summoning the great sage was the only chance they could think of to help China survive the impending catastrophe. But now that chance was gone. If this wasn't heaven seeking to destroy China, what else could it be? Before they could dwell on it further, Xia Taiping's voice suddenly cut through the silence. Elder Xia, there may still be a chance. Xia Taiping continued, the great sage said, when you reach a dead end, a new path will appear. This should remind us that though Huaxia's situation seems hopeless, a glimmer of survival may still emerge. Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others present froze in surprise. They had been so consumed by despair over their only chance being cut off that they had overlooked the great sage's warning. Quite right. Xia Zhanghua instantly perked up. Heaven never closes all doors. Our Huaxia nation still has a chance. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others present also wore expressions of excitement. For they all believed the great sage's warning was no idle threat. Someone asked, Old Xia, where exactly do you see our nation's opportunity? To be honest, I truly don't know. Xia Zhanghua shook his head, then abruptly changed the subject, but since the great sage has spoken, there must be a way. Everyone needn't worry about this matter. Carry on as usual, do what you must. Yes, Elder Xia. The assembled crowd responded in unison. Xia Zhanghua continued, the attempt to summon the great sage ends here. All students who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the nation whether they attempted it or not shall now receive one chance to enter the pantheon and summon a deity anew. This shall be carried out immediately. Old Zhao, notify the 4 great academies of East China, South China, West China, and North China immediately. Halt all attempts to summon the great sage. Inform them to grant the students who just pledged to die for the nation a chance to re-summon a deity and to do so without delay. Yes, Old Master Xia. Zhao Qingshan and the others responded in unison before pulling out their phones to make calls. Those who had volunteered earlier were now beaming with excitement. For not only had they avoided death, but they had also gained an opportunity to become the favorite of the gods. Those who had hesitated to volunteer out of fear now wore expressions of regret. They could have seized the chance to become divine favorites, yet let it slip through their fingers because of their fear of death. One person couldn't help but speak up, Elder Xia, I was hesitant earlier, but I decided to try summoning the great sage to contribute to our nation. However, since there were so many people ahead of me, I didn't step forward. Could I also be given another chance to summon a deity? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd exchanged mocking glances. Your reasoning seems sound, but do you really think we believe you? No. Xia Zhanghua refused outright. I cannot verify your claim. Even if it were true, you still chose not to step forward. How fair would it be to those children who willingly face death if you were given a second chance? Well. The speaker's face froze abruptly. He opened his mouth, seemingly to protest, but ultimately said nothing. Xia Zhanghua had made it crystal clear, regardless of whether his claims were true or false, his failure to step forward was his original sin. The others who hadn't volunteered wore bitter expressions. When the previous speaker had spoken, hope had flickered in their hearts. But Xia Zhanghua's words had ruthlessly extinguished that hope. Students, remember this, nothing in this world comes without effort. Only through dedication can you reap rewards. Xia Zhanghua paused before adding, I hope that whatever you do in the future, you will work diligently. The nation will not overlook your efforts and may, at its discretion, grant you another chance to enter the pantheon and summon a deity once more. Yes, Elder Xia. The students of Central China Divine Academy responded in unison. Xia Zhanghua then turned to Zhou Tianming and the others. You will come with me. With that, he turned and descended the platform, heading toward the square's exit. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others followed suit. Xia Taiping, however, turned and headed toward the library. He had spent the entire previous night in the library, only managing to cover the modern history of Huaxia. There were still many books left unread. He intended to research the specific rules of the God War, see if there were any loopholes to exploit, and study how to craft God cards. He aimed to produce some God cards before the 6 nations, including Sakura country, launched the God War against Huaxia, thereby increasing Huaxia's chances of weathering the crisis. Back in Zhou Tianming's office, Zhao Qingshan asked in confusion, Old Xia, why not discuss the great sage's mention of a glimmer of hope with everyone? As the saying goes, many heads are better than one. Perhaps someone else might come up with an idea. Old Zhao, you're dreaming. Xia Zhanghua sighed wryly. We've racked our brains for nearly a year without finding a way to survive this catastrophe. It wasn't until the great sage's cards appeared that a solution emerged. Since the great sage hasn't explicitly stated anything, how can you expect a group of students to figure it out? Rather than endlessly debating without reaching a conclusion, it's better not to involve them in the discussion. Just reassure them that they needn't worry about this matter and focus on their own responsibilities. That's true. Zhao Qingshan scratched his head awkwardly. But I have considered one possibility. Xia Zhanghua continued, could the opportunity the great sage mentioned be peace? Or perhaps he conquered 6 nations, including the land of cherry blossoms, through the great sage? Probably not. Xiao Tianming explained, Master Xia, the divine wars launched by the 6 nations including Sakura Nation weren't a single conflict, they were 6 separate wars. According to the rules of the divine war arena, one's personal guardian deity can only be forcibly summoned once per year. Therefore, Taiping could potentially use the great sage to break through 1 nation, but not 6. After all, once a divine war concludes, the great sage must return, and then he cannot be summoned again. Xia Zhanghua raised his hand to slap his forehead, his face flushing with embarrassment. Right. How could I have forgotten that? Master Xia, I've been pondering this matter. Xiao Tianming continued, but no matter how I turn it over in my mind, I can't fathom where the great sage meant by opportunity. I suspect everyone else is in the same boat. So let's not waste our brainpower on it. Since the great sage has spoken, we'll just have to leave it to fate. Xia Zhanghua nodded. Then let's leave it to fate. Wang Yuanxuan, Zhao Qingshan, and the others nodded in unison. It wasn't that they wanted to slack off or give up. It was simply that they had already exhausted every possible thought. The great sage had merely hinted at a glimmer of hope without offering any concrete guidance. They truly had no clue whatsoever. Old Zhou, Old Wang, Old Xiao. Xia Zhanghua said, there's nothing more to do for now. Let's head back. Mr. Xia, don't rush. Xiao Tianming interjected, nightfall is approaching. Traveling after dark isn't advisable. Let's wait until tomorrow. Besides, it's been ages since we all gathered. This is a perfect chance to catch up. That's right, old Xia. Wang Yuanxuan and Xiao Wenshan chimed in. Xia Zhanghua pondered for a moment before replying, alright, we'll depart tomorrow. At that moment, Xia Taiping had arrived at the library. He scoured the entire library, gathering every book on the God War and the creation of God cards, then immersed himself in careful study. As Xia Taiping immersed himself in his studies, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, the entire night had passed. A ray of sunlight scattered from the eastern horizon, dispelling the darkness while illuminating the earth. And at that very moment, a series of thunderous voices suddenly boomed across the sky. Chapter 39, The 6 Nations Divine War. A Last Stand. The divine wars of Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, A 3 Nations, Egypt Nation, Greece Nation, and Heavenly Master Nation are declared against Huaxia Nation. Xia Taiping of Huaxia Central Divine Academy is designated to participate. The 6 divine battles will proceed sequentially. The battle between Sakura Nation and Huaxia Nation commences in 30 minutes. All nations are requested to enter the arena promptly. Sakura Nation and Huaxia Nation must submit their combatant rosters 10 minutes in advance. Failure to submit rosters on time will be deemed an automatic forfeit. The sudden, thunderous proclamation reverberated across the entire sky of China, instantly jolting the sleeping populace awake. Damn it! Sakura Nation and 5 others have joined forces to launch a divine war against our Huaxia Nation? This is outright bullying. Damn it all. 6 nations ganging up on one? How shameless is that? We're done for. Last year, Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and the 3 nations launched divine wars against us. We didn't win a single battle, losing 20% of our national fortune and being forced to sign a humiliating treaty allowing Sakura Nation to establish a divine academy within our borders. Now, all 6 nations are waging divine wars against us. How can we possibly resist? If we lose all 6 battles, we risk losing 60% of our national fortune. At that point, even if our nation survives, it won't be long before it perishes. What's going on? It's no surprise that the land of cherry blossoms and the other 5 nations have launched divine wars against our Huaxia Nation. But what's surprising is why they specifically designated Xia Taiping from the Central Huaxia Divine Academy to participate? Holy! All 6 nations, including Sakura Nation, specifically named Xia Taiping to fight? Did Xia Taiping desecrate their ancestral graves or insult their forefathers? Why are they so hell-bent on killing him? Voices filled with shock and confusion echoed throughout every corner of China. Everyone wore expressions of deep concern. The reason was simple, facing the challenge from Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations, China had no chance of winning. Unlike most, the members of the Central Divine Academy, Eastern Divine Academy, Western Divine Academy, Southern Divine Academy, and Northern Divine Academy understood why the Cherry Blossom Nation and the other 5 nations were so desperate to eliminate Xia Taiping. It was because Xia Taiping had successfully summoned the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, granting China a blue-tier deity. The 6 nations, led by Sakura Nation, sought to eliminate Xia Taiping to sever China's hopes of rising. Central China Divine Academy. Xia Zhanghua, Zhao Qingshan, and others, who had risen early and were about to return, suddenly turned pale. The expressions of Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanxuan, and Xiao Wenshan, who accompanied Xia Zhanghua and Zhao Qingshan, were hardly any better. They all knew the 6 nations, led by Sakura Nation, would launch a divine war against Huaxia. Yet they had assumed the attack would come on the final day of the year. They never imagined Sakura Nation and the others would strike prematurely. However, they quickly realized the truth. Had Xia Taiping not risen to prominence so abruptly, the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation, would not have launched their divine war against China so early. But there were no ifs about it. Xia Taiping's sudden rise had put pressure on Sakura Nation, driving them to desperately want to eliminate Xia Taiping. They then persuaded Sunset Nation and the other 5 nations to launch the divine war against China early. Damn it! Xia Zhenghua couldn't help but curse under his breath. Xia Taiping was the hope for China's rise. By designating him to participate in the war, Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations were determined to eliminate him to sever China's path to greatness. It's all my fault. Zhou Tianming lamented, I should have realized earlier that Taiping wanted to keep a low profile and protected him better. Old Zhou, it's not your fault. Xiao Wenshan smiled bitterly. Before Taiping was exposed, how could we have known the stone monkey deity he successfully summoned would be a blue-tier deity? If not for that, we would have preferred losing the challenge against the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch rather than letting him be exposed. Old Xiao, there's one thing I don't understand. Zhao Qingshan asked in confusion, I recall you mentioned that during Taiping's battle against the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch, he refused to reveal his name, claiming traitors weren't worthy of knowing it. How did Sakura Nation come to know his name? Old Zhao, Taiping never introduced himself. Zhou Tianming smiled bitterly, but when the students cheered for Taiping, they shouted his name. Yamamoto isn't stupid, how could he not know Taiping's name? I see. Zhao Qingshan suddenly understood. Everyone, now is not the time for regrets. Xia Zhenghua declared, the land of cherry blossoms and 5 other nations have declared divine war upon our Huaxia kingdom. In 20 minutes, we must submit our roster to the heavenly path for the battle against the land of cherry blossoms. What we must consider now is who to send into battle. Elder Xia, let me go first. Xiao Wenshan spoke up first. Though I have no guarantee of defeating Sakura Nation, even if it means dying, I will secure one victory. I'll go too. And me. Wang Yuanxuan, Zhao Qingshan, and the others all spoke up, not a single one backing down. Gentlemen, there's no need to rush. Zhou Tianming said, if only Sakura Nation had declared a divine war against us, you might have reason to compete. But now, a full 6 nations have declared war. There's no need to rush, plenty of opportunities to join the fray. Hearing this, Xiao Wenshan, Wang Yuanxuan, Zhao Qingshan, and the others all froze in surprise. Indeed, with 6 nations waging divine war against China, there was no need for them to scramble. Zhou Tianming then turned to Xia Zhenghua. Elder Xia, we cannot pin our hopes on the glimmer of survival the great sage mentioned. This battle concerns the very survival of our Huaxia nation. There's no need to consider future matters. We must fight with everything we have. I agree. With our backs against the wall, we must give it our all. Xia Zhenghua declared, the district chiefs and commanders of the 5 major regions, and the deans of the 5 divine academies will all join the battle. If numbers prove insufficient, we will reassess and deploy accordingly. Even if we cannot defeat all 6 nations, we must strive to secure several victories. Yes, Elder Xia. Zhao Qingshan, Wang Yuanxuan, and the others responded in unison. Xia Zhenghua added, Old Xiao, where's Taiping? Probably in the dorm. Zhou Tianming replied, but don't worry about him. He's a designated combatant and will automatically enter the divine arena in 10 minutes. That's true. Xia Zhenghua nodded. No time to waste. Let's head to the divine arena. With that, Xia Zhenghua waved his hand, and a portal of light materialized out of thin air. Without delay, Xia Zhenghua stepped through the portal, followed by Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others. In the library, Xia Taiping was utterly speechless. The Cherry Blossom Nation had actually joined forces with 5 other nations to designate him for combat. How badly did they want to kill him? But the next moment, he broke into a grin. If Sakura Nation and the others resorted to assassination or other underhanded tactics, he might have hesitated. But they'd chosen a divine war, a battle decided by deities, completely detached from their own strength. This was nothing short of courting disaster. Damn it all to hell. Just wait until I show you how formidable the deities of our Chinese nation truly are. Xia Taiping cursed under his breath and returned to his book. Last night's all-nighter hadn't been wasted. If nothing else, he had thoroughly grasped the rules of the divine battle and uncovered its vulnerabilities. He felt confident about the impending divine battle. Besides, as a participant, he couldn't opt out even if he wanted to. When the time came, the Tao would forcibly transport him to the divine arena. So there was no need to rush. Time was precious, he might as well make the most of it and read for a while. Chapter 40, The Divine Arena. I'll go first. 10 minutes later. A milky white pillar of light suddenly descended from the heavens, piercing through the library of the Central Divine Academy and landing upon Xia Taiping, who was engrossed in his reading. Immediately afterward, Xia Taiping's figure flickered rapidly several times before vanishing into thin air. The next moment, Xia Taiping materialized within the divine arena. At the center of the divine arena stood a stage as large as a football field, surrounded by densely packed seating. These seats were not contiguous but divided into 7 distinct sections, corresponding to the 7 remaining nations of the divine blessed continent. When spiritual energy first revived, the seating around the arena had been divided into hundreds of sections, representing the continent's numerous nations. Yet as one nation after another fell, the number of seating sections dwindled until only these 7 remained. At this moment, many people already occupied the seats around the divine arena, with more arriving continuously. These individuals displayed diverse skin tones and attire, clearly hailing from different nations. It was Xia Taiping's first time at the divine arena. His face brimming with curiosity, he scanned the surroundings before his gaze settled on Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others. At that moment, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others also noticed Xia Taiping. Xia Zhenghua called out, "Taiping, over here." Hearing this, Xia Taiping walked over to Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others. After inviting him to sit down, Xia Zhenghua asked, "Taiping, first time at the divine battle? Feeling nervous?" "Mr. Xia, to be honest, I am a bit nervous." Xia Taiping answered truthfully, "But it's not because I'm afraid. It's because it's my first time participating and I lack experience." Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others looked somewhat surprised. They had expected Xia Taiping to say he wasn't nervous after all, young people value their pride. But they hadn't expected him to be so candid. "Taiping, it's only natural to feel a bit nervous on your first time. It's perfectly normal." Xia Zhenghua reassured him, "But there's no need to be overly nervous. While the divine battle involves the heavenly Tao randomly selecting 3 deities from various nations for participants to choose from, which involves a fair amount of luck, it can also be won through sheer strength. If none of the 3 gods are suitable candidates, participants can forcibly summon their personal guardian deity to fight. Your guardian is the great sage. With purple-tiered deities rarely being deployed, your chances of victory are quite high. Master Xia speaks wisely. Taiping, there's no need to be nervous." Zhou Tianming interjected, pausing briefly before adding, "By the way, are you familiar with the rules of the divine battle?" "Dean, I know." Xia Taiping replied, "The divine battle is a conflict between deities. The way of heaven randomly selects 3 deities from various nations for participants to choose from. Contestants may select one of these 3 deities to fight, or summon their own personal guardian deity. The divine battle follows a best-of-5 format. Victory is achieved when the opponent concedes defeat, loses combat capability, or is killed. The first to secure 3 victories wins. The victor may demand compensation from the loser, but it must not exceed the limits set by the divine battle rules. Additionally, all deities may only appear on the divine battle arena once per year. Similarly, each participant's personal guardian deity may only be summoned once annually. However, this restriction does not apply when multiple participants share the same guardian deity." Phew! Zhou Tianming exhaled deeply. Before this, he had genuinely worried that Xia Taiping might not understand the rules of the divine battle, which would have been awkward. It wasn't that he was overly anxious, but Xia Taiping was the undisputed deadweight of Central China Divine Academy. He couldn't even remember a few lines from the divine encyclopedia entries. It was hard not to worry that Xia Taiping wouldn't understand the rules of the divine battle. Fortunately, his worries proved unfounded. Not only did Xia Taiping know the rules of the divine battle, but he understood them thoroughly. Xiao Wenshan asked curiously, "Taiping, why are you holding a book?" "Oh." Xia Taiping explained, "I was reading in the library just now when the Tao forcibly summoned me here along with the book." Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others all looked utterly astonished. The 6 nations, including Sakura country, had jointly launched a divine war against China, specifically designating you to participate. Not only were you not nervous, but you actually had the leisure to read in the library? How incredibly thick-skinned are you? Zhou Tianming pressed further, "Taiping, it was barely dawn when the 6 nations, led by Sakura Nation, launched their divine war against our Huaxia Nation. You went to the library before dawn? Dean, it's not like that." Xia Taiping explained, "After attempting to summon the great sage yesterday, I went to the library and stayed there until just now." Zhou Tianming was stunned. Staying in the library all night? Was this really the Xia Taiping he knew? As if sensing Zhou Tianming's confusion, Xia Taiping added, "Dean, I was immature before and didn't study diligently. Now that I've come to my senses, I want to make up for what I missed. I felt awkward asking others, so I went to the library to study on my own." "I see." Zhou Tianming's eyes lit up with understanding. He patted Xia Taiping's shoulder warmly. Before this, he had worried that Xia Taiping possessed a powerful personal deity but lacked the drive to work hard. He had even planned to find time to have a serious talk with Xia Taiping about not wasting such a powerful asset. Now, he no longer needed to worry about that. Time's running short. Let's talk about the battle. Xia Zhenghua steered the conversation back on track. "Taiping, according to the rules of the Divine War, each battle requires 5 participants. As the designated individual, your participation is mandatory. However, there's no stipulation on when the designated person must fight, so you'll be the last to enter the fray." Xia Taiping didn't agree. Because in his mind, he intended to fight alone. After a moment's thought, Xia Taiping asked, Master Xia, the Divine War is a best-of-5 series. By having me fight last, were you thinking that if we win the first 3 matches, I won't have to fight at all? That's correct. Xia Zhenghua did not deny it. Taiping, though your personal deity is powerful, you lack experience. It's best to avoid battle if possible. However, our Huaxia nation is weak, and with 6 nations challenging simultaneously, you will likely have to fight in the end. Master Xia, I know you wish to protect me, but you've overlooked one crucial point. Xia Taiping interjected, the designated combatant isn't just added to the divine battle roster, they must actually fight. So if we win 2 matches, the third one can't be fought by someone else. It has to be me. Master Xia, Taiping is correct. Xiao Tianming added, whether we win or lose the first 2 matches, the third battle must be fought by Taiping. No one else can take his place. Your concern is clouding your judgment. Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua froze abruptly, then wore a bitter smile. He had been so focused on protecting Xia Taiping that he'd overlooked the fact that once designated, Xia Taiping had no way to avoid the fight. Master Xia, since a battle is inevitable sooner or later. Xia Taiping added, let me take the first fight. Chapter 41, The Battle Roster. A vast disparity in strength. This. Xia Zhenghua hesitated for a moment. Xia Taiping had a point, but he still didn't want him to be the first to fight. After a moment's thought, he said, Taiping, I still want you to be the last one to fight. Xia Taiping felt both touched and speechless. He was touched because Xia Zhenghua wanted to protect him by having him fight last. The speechlessness stemmed from his belief that his earlier words had convinced Xia Zhenghua, only to find the elder still insisting. But he knew his own situation best. Mythological records of Huaxia were severely lost, and the world's understanding of its deities was woefully incomplete. The gods in the pantheon were either rural spirits or minor deities, and even the guardian spirits weren't powerful. Sending others into battle would be nothing short of suicide. Sigh. I'd hoped for a civil discussion, but it seems nothing short of tough measures will sway this stubborn old man. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly before asking, Old Xia, if others fight first, do you think they stand a chance? Well. Xia Zhenghua hesitated, then replied with a wry smile, frankly, the chances aren't great. Exactly. If others fight, the chances of victory are slim. Xia Taiping continued, while I don't guarantee victory if I go first, at least my chances are better than the others. So it's best for me to fight first. Regardless, if we win, it'll at least bolster the prestige of our Huaxia nation and crush the momentum of the cherry blossom country. Besides, I'll have to fight sooner or later. There's no avoiding it. Why not let me go first? I know this is my first divine war and I lack experience, but this doesn't require experience. We men of China never fear battle. Well said, a true son of China never fears battle. Xiao Wenshan praised Taiping, for that statement alone. If our nation survives this great calamity, I shall personally arrange for Lao Wang's granddaughter to be your bride. Wang Yuanxuan's face darkened. He retorted irritably, Old Xiao, do you think you can decide my granddaughter's fate? Why don't you give your own granddaughter to Taiping instead? My granddaughter is only 3 years old, but your granddaughter is about the same age as Taiping. Xiao Wenshan paused before adding, Old Wang, if my granddaughter weren't so young, do you think she'd even be considered? Taiping is handsome, gifted with extraordinary cultivation talent, he's the ideal son-in-law in countless eyes. Why the sudden objection? Could it be you don't approve of Taiping? It's not that I look down on Taiping. It's just that this isn't the era of arranged marriages anymore. Wang Yuanxuan defended himself, for 2 people to be together, both must be willing. If my granddaughter is willing and Taiping is willing, I would be very happy for them to be together. That's true. Xiao Wenshan said, then I'll introduce your granddaughter to Taiping so they can get to know each other. Wang Yuanxuan rolled his eyes. As if it's up to you to introduce them. As if I wouldn't introduce them myself? Xia Taiping blushed bright red. Though he had lived 2 lifetimes, in his previous life he'd devoted himself entirely to scholarship, he was still a virgin. Old Xiao, Old Wang, you two should cut it out already. Xia Zhenghua scolded with a laugh, I'm not someone who ignores advice, nor am I unreasonable or autocratic. You two don't need to crack jokes here to ease the tense standoff between me and Taiping. Xiao Wenshan and Wang Yuanxuan exchanged a glance, both offering awkward smiles. Xia Tianping suddenly understood. He had suspected as much. Xiao Wenshan and Wang Yuanxuan weren't the type to be off topic. Why bring up matters of children when a major battle loomed? Now it suddenly dawned on him it wasn't that Xiao Wenshan and Wang Yuanxuan were out of touch, but that they were being thoughtful. Taiping, since you insist, you shall be the first to fight. Xia Zhenghua added, but you must promise me, if the situation becomes untenable, don't try to fight beyond your limits. Surrender immediately. After all, as the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear for firewood. Only by staying alive do we retain the chance for revenge. Old Xia, I promise. Xia Taiping agreed decisively. Yet while his words were firm, his thoughts were quite different. He wasn't the type to stubbornly refuse defeat when he knew he was outmatched, except when facing the land of cherry blossoms. Or rather, he could lose, but he absolutely could not lose to the people of Sakura Nation. It was ingrained in his very blood and bones. Good. Xia Zhenghua nodded, pulling a pen and a sheet of paper from his pocket. He scribbled several names onto the paper, then flicked it toward the divine battle arena. As if responding to China's submission, the land of cherry blossoms promptly presented their own roster. By now, the divine arena was packed to capacity. Everyone present was extraordinary, either business titans, political heavyweights, or individuals of exceptional combat prowess. Now, every gaze was fixed upon the divine battle arena. The moment the paper reached the divine battle arena, it suddenly ignited without flame, then dissolved into a wisp of ash and vanished. Immediately afterward, a majestic voice boomed throughout the divine arena. The nations of Huaxia and Sakura have submitted their combatant rosters. We now announce the participating fighters from both countries. China, Xia Taiping, Xiaowanshan, Wenqingfeng, Wuzhan, and Zhouijin. Sakura Nation, Yamamoto Little Chicken, Hatamui, Mutashianyao, Inoa Old Tree, Takahashi Falling Fist Kick. Both sides prepare. The divine battle commences in 10 minutes. As the roster for Huaxia Nation was announced, anticipation spread across the faces of everyone on their side. Apart from Xia Taiping, Xiaowanshan, Wenqingfeng, Wuzhan, and Zhouijin were all division commanders. Those who attained such rank were invariably formidable combatants, each hoping China would emerge victorious. Yet they all knew China's chances were slim. Otherwise, China wouldn't have suffered 3 consecutive defeats last year when Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and the 3 nations jointly launched divine wars against them. Yet, as the Cherry Blossom Nation's combatants were revealed, the anticipation on every face in the Huaxia camp froze abruptly. The representatives from the 6 nations, including the Cherry Blossom Nation, watched the Huaxia camp's position with mocking expressions. For all 5 of Sakura Nation's combatants were divine followers of gods ranked Azure or higher. Even the veteran fighters like Old Tree and Takahashi were followers of blue-ranked gods. China simply had no chance of winning. Damn it! Zhao Qingshan cursed under his breath. Sakura Nation barely has any blue-tier divine beings followers to begin with, yet they've sent 2 of them into this battle? Do they really think so highly of us Huaxia? Just what we feared has come to pass. Xia Zhenghua frowned deeply. But thinking about it, they can't rely solely on luck to kill Taiping. With 6 nations simultaneously launching a divine war against China, they have no rear concerns. Fielding such a lineup is perfectly reasonable. This is trouble. Xiaowanshan sighed bitterly. We were counting on Taiping winning the first battle, then us fighting desperately to win the next 2 and claim victory in this divine war. Never did we expect the land of cherry blossoms to be so thorough. Xiao Tianming, Wang Yuanshuan, and the others also wore grim expressions. Had Sakura Nation followed last year's pattern, deploying only blue-tier divine beings devotees to fight desperately, they might have secured a few victories. But unfortunately, Sakura Nation had dispatched 2 blue-tier divine beings followers to hold the fort. The disparity in strength was too great. Not only did they have no hope of winning this battle, but even Xia Taiping might die here. Xia Taiping opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Xia Zhenghua and the others, but the words died on his lips. Words of comfort held little weight. Actions spoke louder than words. Chapter 42, Just Do It, Come and Die. Amidst the worries of the Huaxia delegation and the mocking laughter of the Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations, time slipped away silently. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. The voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. Time's up. The combatants from Huaxia and Sakura nations step forward. Xia Taiping rose immediately and began walking toward the divine battle platform. But just as he lifted his foot, Xia Zhenghua called out to him. Taiping, wait a moment. Xia Taiping halted, turning to face Xia Zhenghua with a puzzled look. Old Xia, what is it? Taiping, there's no need to rush. Xia Zhenghua remarked, let's see who the land of cherry blossoms sends out first. Xia Taiping pondered briefly before grasping Xia Zhenghua's intent. He inquired, Old Xia, are you suggesting I avoid the blue-ranked divine beings chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms? Precisely. Xia Zhenghua did not deny it. Taiping, you are China's sole hope for victory. If you can avoid the blue-ranked divine beings chosen one from Sakura Nation, you have a strong chance of defeating all 3 opponents and securing victory in this divine war. Master Xia, what you say makes sense, but I'm afraid it won't work. Xia Taiping replied, Sakura Nation isn't foolish. They deployed 2 blue-tier divine beings chosen specifically for me. If I don't enter the fray, Sakura Nation's blue-tier divine beings chosen won't fight either. The divine battle arena follows a rotating first strike system. Sakura Nation won't be foolish enough to ignore this rule and always strike first. We can't force them to always go first either. Therefore, I simply cannot avoid facing Sakura Nation's blue-tier divine beings chosen one. Taiping, I understand everything you're saying. Xia Zhenghua replied, but according to the divine battle rules, the challenging party must strike first. If Sakura Nation sends their blue-tier deity's devotee to fight first, we can send someone else. Even if we can't defeat him, at the very least we can wear down one of Sakura Nation's deities. Old Xia, it's still useless. Xia Taiping continued, the divine battle rules only prevent deities from reappearing within a year. They don't restrict divine followers from participating repeatedly. If the divine follower of Sakura Nation's blue-tier deity wins and continues challenging, I'll still have to face him. As for draining Sakura Nation's deity, if I hadn't fought, they might not have summoned their life-bound deity. Even if they did summon it, that deity could still continue fighting after winning. Xia Zhenghua couldn't help but smile bitterly. He understood what Xia Taiping was saying. Yet a sliver of unrealistic hope lingered in his heart. What if Sakura Nation made a mistake? This wasn't naivety. With Sakura country deploying 2 blue-tier divine beings as divine-bound warriors, all hopes of victory rested solely on Xia Taiping. Left with no other choice, he could only pin his hopes on Sakura country making some foolish mistake. Xia Taiping added, "Old Xia, I understand your thoughts, but don't overthink it, just do it." With that, Xia Taiping strode toward the divine battle arena without waiting for Xia Zhenghua's reply. Xia Zhenghua opened his mouth as if to call out to Xia Taiping, but ultimately said nothing. Because in such a critical matter, Sakura Nation simply couldn't afford to make foolish mistakes. So, just as Xia Taiping had said, there was no need to overthink it, just do it. As Xia Taiping strode toward the divine battle arena, the Huaxia camp erupted in unison, cheering Xia Taiping on. Go, Xia Taiping! Xia Taiping, crush the land of cherry blossoms! Xia Taiping, make China proud! Before this, many in the Huaxia camp didn't know who Xia Taiping was. Yet they were all prominent figures in Huaxia with excellent intelligence networks. A little inquiry quickly revealed why Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations were so desperate to eliminate Xia Taiping. Therefore, they understood clearly that Xia Taiping was China's sole hope for victory in this divine battle. Meanwhile, murmurs of discussion echoed throughout the divine arena. Is that kid Xia Taiping? He's quite handsome, but he's going to die today. TSK, China actually sent Xia Taiping out first? Exactly as expected. None of the others stand a chance against Sakura Nation. If not Xia Taiping, who else could they send? Exactly. Beyond Xia Taiping, China has no cards left to play. Hearing the murmurs from other nations, Xia Taiping sneered inwardly. A bunch of narrow-minded fools. Soon enough, you'll witness just how formidable the divine beings of China truly are. He ascended the divine battle arena. Xia Taiping fixed his gaze on the direction of Sakura Nation and bellowed in a deep voice, "Sakura Nation, send someone up to meet their doom." Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others felt their mouths twitch violently. Xia Taiping's words were undeniably arrogant. But then again, as a blue-tier deity's chosen one, Xia Taiping had every right to be arrogant. Moreover, his brazen display on the divine battle arena could also bolster the might of the Huaxia Nation. It wasn't just Xia Zhenghua and Zhou Tianming who found Xia Taiping's words arrogant. Everyone present found Xia Taiping's arrogance offensive, yet no one dared to voice their objections. Just as Xia Zhenghua and the others had surmised, as the divine chosen one of a blue-tier deity, Xia Taiping possessed every right to be arrogant, especially when purple-tier deities were unlikely to intervene lightly. The Sakura Nation camp. A short, unattractive old man seated at the very front flashed a brief, sharp glance. He was Sakura Nation's commander-in-chief, Kishida Kyo. According to the rules of the God War, as the challengers, they should send their challenger first. However, he did not immediately send anyone into battle. Instead, he wanted to see if the Huaxia Nation would send someone first. He hadn't held much hope for this, but to his surprise, China had indeed sent someone to fight first. After a moment's thought, Kishida turned to a scantily clad woman behind him and said, "Hey Domui, since Huaxia sent that kid to fight, he'll definitely summon his personal deity. You go test the strength of that Huaxia monkey." "Aye." Hey Domui responded with a nod, rising to her feet and swaying her hips as she walked toward the divine battle arena. The crowd in the divine arena froze at the sight of Hatamui. Xia Taiping was a blue-tier deity's chosen one. For Sakura Nation to send their life-bound deity, the green-tier Hatamui, into battle, wasn't this suicide? But they quickly realized. Sakura Nation intended to test the strength of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, first. Though this would mean losing this battle, the Divine War was a best-of-5 series. Losing one battle wouldn't affect the ultimate victory. Phew! Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and others from the Chinese camp collectively exhaled in relief. Before this, they had genuinely worried that upon seeing Xia Taiping enter the fray, Sakura Nation might immediately deploy a blue-tier deity's divine follower. If that happened, the outcome would have been anyone's guess. After all, both were blue-tier deities, only combat could determine the victor. Now, with Sakura Nation sending Hatamui to test the strength of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, this battle held little suspense. Soon, Hatamui stepped onto the divine battle arena. The voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. Both parties, prepare for battle. Xia Taiping decisively dismissed his inner thoughts and declared in a solemn voice, "Tao of heaven, I am ready for battle." Himitsu Bodo interjected, "Tao of heaven, hold on. I have something I wish to discuss with him." Chapter 43, Temptation. Have the cherry blossoms bloomed at your place? Xia Taiping frowned. This was a divine battle. He and Bodo Mui were now enemies. Just fight it out, what was there to talk about? But before he could ponder further, the voice of the Way of Heaven echoed. Xia Taiping, are you willing to speak with her? If you refuse, the battle will commence immediately. If you agree, I can grant you some time to converse. Agreed. Xia Taiping hesitated briefly before agreeing. There was little to discuss with the people of Sakura Nation, but he wanted to see what kind of tricks Hodo Mui was up to. Alright. The voice of the heavenly Tao sounded again. You have 10 minutes. Combat will commence after 10 minutes. Young master, I wish to invite you to join Sakura Nation. Hodo Mui cut straight to the chase. If you agree to join Sakura Nation, not only will you become a key talent under our nation's cultivation program, but you'll also attain high status and immense power. Wealth and glory will be yours for the taking. Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others from the Huaxia faction paled visibly. They had speculated on what Hodo Mui might discuss with Xia Taiping, considering many possibilities. Yet none had anticipated such brazen audacity, openly poaching their own people in the divine arena before countless witnesses. But upon reflection, it made sense. The land of cherry blossoms had pulled similar stunts before, so publicly poaching talent wasn't surprising. But Xia Taiping was their sole hope for victory in the divine war. If he were poached by Hodo Mui, China would have no chance of winning. Then, China would be like fish on a cutting board, helplessly at the mercy of others. Xia Taiping was somewhat taken aback. He raised a hand to touch his nose. Sounds tempting, doesn't it? Hearing this, Hodo Mui instinctively thought Xia Taiping was swayed. She stoked the fire further. Young master, it's not just that. If you join Sakura Nation, any woman in the nation is yours to choose. Even if you wanted this humble servant, I would consent. That's even more tempting. Xia Taiping sighed, then abruptly changed the subject. But what about the fact that I killed students from the Huaxia branch of the Sakura Divine Academy? How do we explain that? Young master, that's hardly an issue at all. Hodo Mui replied, true, you killed students from the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy. But we were enemies at the time, no question of right or wrong. If you join Sakura Nation, I can guarantee on its behalf that this matter will be completely erased. That's 2 lives we're talking about. Xia Taiping sighed. And you call that a clean slate? That's quite generous of you. Hodo Mui failed to detect the sarcasm in Xia Taiping's words. She declared haughtily, young master, our land of cherry blossoms has always valued talent. That is precisely why our nation has risen to become a world power. A world power? Xia Taiping sneered, a tiny speck of land deserves that title? Hodo Mui's expression froze abruptly. She defended, young master, while our land may be small, we are one of the last 7 nations remaining on the divine blessed continent. Can we not be called a world power? No. Xia Taiping shook his head. It's just a case of the monkey calling itself king when there's no tiger in the mountain. Himamiya's expression froze once more. Earlier, when Xia Taiping called Sakura a tiny speck of land, it hadn't bothered her much because it was the truth. But to call it a monkey? That was going too far. Her voice turned stern. Young master, speaking like this will make it difficult for you to join Sakura Nation. When did I ever say I wanted to join Sakura country? Xia Taiping rolled his eyes and retorted, let me tell you this, the nation that disgusts me most is Sakura country. And let me tell you this again, if you want me to join Sakura country, forget it. I'm Chinese in life and a Chinese ghost in death. Well said, born a Chinese man, die a Chinese ghost. Xia Zhenghua's face flushed with excitement. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the other members of the Chinese faction were equally thrilled. Before this, they had genuinely feared Xia Taiping might succumb to Sakura Nation's temptations and betray China. Fortunately, their worries proved unfounded. Xia Taiping never entertained joining Sakura Nation. Hodo Mui's face turned ashen with rage. Until this moment, she had believed Xia Taiping had been swayed by her words. But now she suddenly realized her mistake. Xia Taiping had never been swayed by her words at all. He had been toying with her. Furious, she roared, you brat, you're too arrogant. You call this arrogant? Xia Taiping roared with laughter. I've got even more arrogant stuff. Oh, by the way, have the cherry blossoms bloomed at your place yet? Himino was a bit confused. She couldn't understand why Xia Taiping, after claiming he had even more audacity, would suddenly ask about the cherry blossoms. It wasn't just Hodo Mui who was baffled, everyone in the divine arena was thoroughly confused by Xia Taiping's antics. But even in her confusion, Hodo Mui couldn't help but sneer sarcastically, cherry blossoms bloom in March during spring. It's winter now, how could they possibly be in bloom? You don't even know that basic fact? March, huh? Xia Taiping seemed oblivious to Hodo Mui's sarcasm. He muttered to himself, that leaves several months until March. Perfect. It won't delay my plans to ride through Tokyo and admire the cherry blossoms. The crowd in the divine arena instantly understood. Xia Taiping's question, have the cherry blossoms bloomed, wasn't irrelevant at all, it was meant to be even more arrogant. Stomping through Tokyo to view cherry blossoms? This guy is beyond arrogant. I've seen plenty of arrogant people in my life, but never anyone this brazen. Today I've truly seen what it means to be arrogantly limitless. So there really is someone more arrogant than me. But doesn't he fear his words will come back to bite him? A chorus of astonished, speechless murmurs rippled through the divine arena. What they didn't know was that Xia Taiping wasn't just talking, he genuinely meant every word. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and others from the Huaxia faction were equally stunned. They would never have imagined Xia Taiping capable of uttering such an outrageously arrogant statement as trampling Tokyo to admire the cherry blossoms. That said, it sure sounded satisfying. Kishida Koyu and the others from the land of cherry blossoms were furious. How powerful was their nation? When had they ever been so blatantly disregarded? And to be disrespected by a mere upstart from the very nation they held in utter contempt? Fuming with rage, Kishida Koyu bellowed, "Hatamui, stop wasting your breath on him. Kill him now." Yes. Hatamui responded decisively. It wasn't just Kishida who wanted to kill Xia Taiping immediately, she wanted to kill him just as badly. "Kid, you've succeeded in enraging me." Hatamui roared, then bellowed, "Tian Dao, I request immediate combat initiation." Xia Taiping then spoke up, "Heavenly Dao, I also request to initiate combat immediately." "As you wish." The voice of the heavenly way echoed throughout the divine arena. Simultaneously, 6 gray cards materialized out of thin air on the divine battle platform. 3 cards hovered before Xia Taiping, and 3 cards hovered before Buodwo Wui. Chapter 44, Round 1. An unexpected choice. Swish. 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 Every pair of eyes in the divine arena instinctively fixed upon the 6 gray cards. Immediately, murmurs of discussion rippled through the arena. Hyakko Megami, Hinma, Tamamo no Mei. Sakura Nation's luck seems pretty bad. Their highest tier deity is only Tamamo no Mei at the blue rank. Sakura Nation's luck is indeed poor, but China's deities aren't much better either. 2 horned monsters, 1 gold and 1 silver, plus an absurdly beautiful woman who clearly lacks combat prowess. Cherry Blossom Nation is likely to lose this round. They shouldn't have been overconfident, sending a blue-tier deity's devotee into battle. Not probably, it's a guaranteed loss. After all, China's fielding a blue-tier deity's devotee. You're mistaken. Sakura Nation isn't overconfident, they're testing the combat strength of China's blue-tier deity. Exactly. The divine battle is a best-of-5 series. Losing one match doesn't matter. In the end, China will still be the ultimate loser. In that case, Sakura Nation's luck isn't bad at all, it's actually quite favorable. Indeed. To gauge a blue-tier deity's strength, you need either a blue-tier deity yourself or a lower-tier green-tier deity. Among Sakura Nation's 3 deities, Tamamo no Mei is green-tier. The crowd in the divine arena buzzed with discussion. Some favored China to win this round, but none believed China could prevail in this divine war. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and others from the Huaxia faction were all thrilled. Because this round, they were certain to win. As for the battles to come? One round at a time. First, secure this opening victory. These 3 deities are not from the pantheon. Quickly record their names and sketch their forms. Amidst the excitement, Xia Zhanghua immediately turned to the figures seated behind him and issued his command. These individuals were all members of the Huaxia Nation's Divine Research Institute. Due to the severe loss of historical records in China, the nation knew little about its own deities. However, the Way of Heaven could manifest all deities from every nation, making it a convenient avenue for countries worldwide, especially China, to acquire new divine knowledge. Although China suffered 3 consecutive defeats in last year's divine war, it wasn't entirely without gains. At the very least, they had obtained new divine portraits through the battles and identified several green-tier deities. However, a few deities remained unsummonable due to the complete absence of any discernible traces. Yes, Elder Xia. The researchers at the Divine Being Institute responded promptly and swiftly began sketching. Acquiring more deities through divine wars was currently China's sole means of obtaining new deities, and they had to seize this opportunity. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and others from the Sakura Nation camp remained utterly composed. This wasn't because they were unaware they'd already lost this round, but rather because this round served to test the strength of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. They simply didn't care about winning or losing this round. Xia Taiping first glanced at Japan's 3 deity cards before fixing his gaze on the 3 cards before him. Those present did not know the deities depicted on the 3 cards before him, but he recognized them instantly: the Golden Horn King, the Silver Horn King, and the Lady Jiao of Tushan. These 3 are a bit weak. Xia Taiping muttered to himself, but Sakura Nation's strength isn't strong either. Let's see who that woman chooses to send into battle first. The next moment, a summoning call echoed across the divine battle arena. Sakura Nation's Hatamui respectfully summons Lord Tamamo no Mei. Boom! As Hodo Mui's words fell, the cards of Hyakko Megami and Hinma vanished into thin air, while Tamamo no Mei's card burst into brilliant light. Immediately after, a woman dressed provocatively, with 9 tails trailing from her rear, stepped out of the light. Meanwhile, murmurs of discussion rippled through the divine arena. Hodo no Ui has indeed chosen Tamamo no Mei. Wow, Tamamo no Mei truly lives up to her reputation as one of the most beautiful deities in the land of cherry blossoms. She's absolutely stunning. Not just beautiful, she's dressed incredibly seductively. That soft, white, rounded figure and those high, pert hips, it's making me feel a bit impulsive. You're not the only one feeling aroused. There isn't a single person in Sakura country who isn't. The choice made by Hodo Moai came as no surprise to the spectators from various nations gathered in the divine arena. Xia Taiping was equally unsurprised. After all, Tamamo no Mae was the strongest of Japan's three deities. Since Japan sought to gauge the might of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, they naturally chose the most powerful Tamamo no Mae over the weaker Hyakko Megami and Hinma. If that woman chose Tamamo no Mae, then my choice is clear. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly before declaring decisively. Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly invites Lady Jiao of the Tushan clan to descend. Divine wars differed from summoning deities as personal guardian spirits in the pantheon. Invoking a deity as one's personal guardian in the pantheon requires reciting the deity's life story in as much detail as possible. In a divine battle, however, merely calling out the deity's name is sufficient to summon them. Boom! As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of the Golden Horned King and Silver Horned King vanished into thin air, while Nugio's card burst into brilliant light. Immediately, a woman clad in white, radiating an ethereal aura, stepped out from the light. This scene instantly left everyone in the divine arena utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't Xia Taiping supposed to summon his personal guardian deity, the great sage equal to heaven's Sun Wukong, to battle? Why hadn't he done so, instead summoning the deity depicted on the card? Beyond their bewilderment, figures like Xia Zhenghua and Xiao Tianming from Huaxia Nation harbored another lingering question. Nugio's appearance in response to Xia Taiping's summoning meant he had called upon the correct deity. But none of them knew who Nugio of the Tushan clan was. How did Xia Taiping know? Damn it! Kishida Koyu couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had sent Hatoyama to battle as a test of the Monkey King Sun Wukong's strength. Yet Xia Taiping hadn't summoned the Monkey King. Instead, he'd summoned a deity from the card. Hadn't this completely ruined his carefully laid plans? Commander, while this outcome was unexpected, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Yamamoto Koji interjected. At the very least, we can win this round. 2 more victories, and we'll secure the win. Kishida Koyu froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. You're absolutely right. Though unexpected, winning this round isn't a bad thing at all. But before the laughter could fully spread across his face, murmurs of discussion erupted one after another. Has that kid from China lost his mind? He didn't even summon his guardian deity to battle. If he hadn't just flatly refused Sakura Nation's recruitment offer, I'd suspect he'd defected. That kid from China caught Sakura country off guard, ruining their carefully laid plans. While I don't understand why that kid from Huaxia didn't summon his personal deity, the one he did summon is truly beautiful. She looks like a goddess descended from heaven. That's a pretty shallow comment. She is a deity, after all. But she really is beautiful. I used to think Tamamo no Mae was beautiful, but now I realize I was wrong. Tushan Nugio is the true beauty. Compared to her ethereal grace, Tamamo no Mae looks like a fallen courtesan. Chapter 45, A Dual-Meaning Showdown. Cleansing the house. The smile that had yet to fully bloom on Kishida Koyo's cheeks froze abruptly. People from other nations actually called Tamamo no Mae a fallen courtesan? This was nothing short of an insult to the deities of Sakura Nation. Yet he had to admit there was truth to their words. Compared to the 2 mountain maiden, Tamamo no Mae fell short not only in beauty but also in grace. The eyes of the world are sharp indeed. Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh. Though Tamamo no Mae was beautiful, Nugio of the Tushan clan possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms and cities. The two were simply incomparable. As for why he hadn't summoned his guardian spirit, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, there were 4 reasons. First, he understood the purpose behind Sakura Nation sending Hatamujai into battle. He had no intention of letting them succeed. Second, pitting the great sage against Tamamo no Mae would be like using a cannon to swat a mosquito, utterly wasteful. Third, among his 3 cards, he possessed a suitable counter for Tamamo no Mae. Summoning the great sage was entirely unnecessary. Fourth, he needed to keep some cards up his sleeve. According to the divine war rules, each deity could only appear once within a year. The heavenly path randomly selected 3 cards, and there was a possibility that the 3 deities from China might be weaker than the 3 from Sakura Nation. If that happened and he'd already summoned the great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong, victory would be difficult. Therefore, he must reserve his personal deity, the great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong, for unforeseen contingencies. As for his choice of Nugio of the Tushan clan, this was not a random selection, but a deliberate decision. If the Golden Horned King and Silver Horned King carried the Jade White Purifying Vase and the Crimson Gold Gourd, defeating Tamamo no Mae would be no trouble at all. But if they didn't have those artifacts, they'd be useless in battle. With the safety of Huaxia at stake, he could not take risks. Therefore, he could not choose the Golden Horned King and Silver Horned King. But Nugio of the Tushan clan was different. Not only was she a legitimate deity of Huaxia, but she was also the wife of the Great Yu the Great and the foremost among the 9-tailed fox lineage of the Tushan clan. Meanwhile, Tamamo no Mae was merely a traitor who had defected from Huaxia to Sakura country. Could a legitimate 9-tailed fox truly be defeated by a defected one? Moreover, the clash between Tushan Nugio and Tamamo no Mae held dual significance, a battle between two nine-tailed foxes and a confrontation between the legitimate heir and a traitor. This was far more compelling than the Monkey King facing Tamamo no Mae. Beyond that, there's another point. The land of cherry blossoms plagiarized the divine history of the land of China to forge its own. Calling them thieves is no exaggeration. He intended to use this clash between orthodoxy and traitor to show Sakura Nation that a traitor remains a traitor, ultimately incapable of defeating the legitimate lineage. What he failed to notice, however, was that the vast majority of the Chinese camp wore displeased expressions, with some even questioning his choice. What is Xia Taiping doing? Why isn't he summoning the great sage? It's over. We were hoping for a winning start, but now it seems impossible. What is this kid doing? This is a divine battle, not some child's play. I used to admire Xia Taiping, but this kid is playing with the fate of China. A chorus of murmurs rose from the Huaxia camp, every voice condemning Xia Taiping. They believed victory in the first round hinged on Xia Taiping summoning his personal deity, the Monkey King Sun Wukong, to battle. Instead, he had summoned a woman they didn't recognize, whose rank remained unknown. Hearing the murmurs from the Huaxia crowd, Xia Zhenghua instantly grew irritated. Xia Taiping was fighting for the nation, yet these people dared to slander him behind his back? What kind of behavior was this? His voice grew stern as he commanded, "Silence." Xia Taiping fought for our nation. Whether he wins or loses, he remains a hero of Huaxia. Anyone who dares utter another word of disparagement will find me unforgiving. At his words, the crowd that had just condemned Xia Taiping promptly fell silent. However, their silence did not mean they were convinced. Rather, it was because Xia Zhenghua was the commander-in-chief of Huaxia. They dared not defy his orders, lest they anger him and meet a pointless end. Xiao Tianming whispered, "Old Xia, why didn't Taiping summon the great sage to fight?" "I don't know either." Xia Wenhua replied, "But Taiping isn't reckless. He must have his reasons. Let's observe." Not only was Koyo Kishida furious, but Hato Muai was equally enraged. After all, Tamamo no Mae was her idol. How could she tolerate such humiliation being heaped upon her idol? She roared, "Lord Tamamo no Mae, kill her!" Whoosh! Before Hato Muai's words had even faded, Tamamo no Mae shot forward. She couldn't tolerate anyone being more beautiful than her, and she certainly couldn't tolerate anyone calling her a fallen courtesan. But she couldn't vent her rage on those who had spoken against her, she could only direct it at Nokyo. In the next instant, Tamamo no Mae was upon Nyojo, her fist flying toward the girl's cheek. She intended to smash Nugio's cheek, to destroy her breathtaking beauty. Xia Taiping instinctively opened his mouth to warn her. But before his words could leave his mouth, Nyojo had already moved. Her lowered right hand shot up like lightning, blocking Yamatsu no Kami's punch at the last possible moment. Where did this wild fox come from? Get out of here! A sharp command shot from Nugio's lips. Her right hand, which had blocked Tamamo no Mae's punch, suddenly exerted force. With a loud thud, Tamamo no Mae was sent reeling backward, unable to control her momentum. This scene left everyone in the divine arena utterly stunned. Could it be that Lady Jiao of the Tushan clan actually forced Tamamo no Mae back in direct combat? But before they could ponder further, Tamamo no Mae's voice rang out in sudden fury. "What wild fox? I am Tamamo no Mae, a deity of the land of cherry blossoms." Nugio frowned. Since when did the land of cherry blossoms have a clan of nine-tailed foxes? The land of cherry blossoms has no nine-tailed fox clan. Xia Taiping interjected, she defected from Huaxia to Sakura. Exposed by Xia Taiping, Tamamo no Mae instantly flew into a rage. She roared, "You're lying. I am a deity of the land of cherry blossoms, the founding ancestor of its nine-tailed fox lineage. Do you even believe your own words?" Xia Taiping sneered, If you truly believe it, just look at the expressions of the people of Sakura Nation. If you were really a deity of Sakura Nation, would they all be silent?" Yuzuriha instinctively turned to look toward the Sakura Nation's camp. Just as Xia Taiping had said, the people of Sakura country stood in silence, not a single one uttering a word of rebuttal. It wasn't that they didn't want to argue, they all knew Yuzua had defected from China to Sakura country. And it wasn't just them, people from other nations knew it too. They couldn't bring themselves to lie against their conscience. "I see." Nugio instantly understood who was lying. She pressed further, "Are you of the Tushan lineage? Or the Qingqiu lineage?" "Neither." Tamamo no Mae stubbornly defended herself. "I already told you I am Tamamo no Mae, a deity of Sakura Nation. So you've even disowned your ancestors?" Nugio sneered coldly, "In that case, don't blame me for cleaning house for the nine-tailed fox lineage." Chapter 46, Reciprocity. Adult versus child. Purge the family? Tamamo no Mae exploded like a cat caught with its tail between its legs. "Don't think that just because you forced me back earlier, you can act so brazenly in my presence. Besides, who are you? What gives you the right to clean house for the nine-tailed fox clan?" "Who am I?" The maiden smiled sweetly. "Seems you didn't catch what the young master said when he summoned me. No wonder you're so arrogant in my presence." The spectators from various nations in the divine arena exchanged bewildered glances. Judging by Nu Jiao's words, she seemed to be someone of considerable stature. Xia Taiping, however, remained utterly composed. Nu Jiao was the wife of Yu the Great, a prominent figure among the nine-tailed fox lineage of the Tushan clan. How could her background not be formidable? Yu Zuhua's expression grew grave. She hadn't caught Xia Taiping's words during the summoning, but Nu Jiao's haughty demeanor made her sense something amiss. Her voice grew solemn as she demanded, Who are you? Nu Jiao replied coolly, Tushan clan, Nu Jiao. Boom! Yu Zuhua's scalp instantly tingled, and her expression abruptly changed. The nine-tailed foxes of Huaxia were primarily divided into four major clans: the Tushan clan, the Qingqiu clan, the Yusu clan, and the Chuanhu clan. The Qingqiu clan descended from the Tushan clan, the Yusu clan descended from the Qingqiu clan, and the Chuanhu clan descended from the Yusu clan. Nu Jiao came from the Tushan clan, while she herself counted as part of the Yusu clan. In terms of lineage, Nu Jiao was the ancestor of her ancestors. How could a junior not tremble upon suddenly encountering the ancestor of her ancestors? From your expression, it seems you know me. Nu Jiao's voice turned cold. Will you surrender willingly? Or shall I force you to surrender? Yuzurashi, I advise you to surrender peacefully. Xia Taiping chimed in, setting aside the grave disrespect of a junior attacking an ancestor. Do you truly believe a junior could stand against an ancestor? If you know what's good for you, turn back from your misguided path and submit to Huaxia. That way, you'll suffer fewer blows. He valued reciprocity above all else. Just moments ago, Sakura Nation tried to undermine China's foundations? Well, he'd undermine Sakura Nation's foundations right back. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena suddenly understood. So Nu Jiao was the ancestor of Tamamo no Mei. No wonder she spoke with such arrogance. The Chinese delegation was overcome with excitement. Though they were utterly baffled by the details, one thing was clear: victory was assured. Moreover, earlier, Hodomwiji had publicly recruited Xia Taiping, attempting to undermine China. Now, Xia Taiping publicly urged Tamamo no Mei to see the error of her ways and poached from Sakura Nation instead. This counterattack felt incredibly satisfying. Well done, Taiping. Xia Zhanghua clenched his fist tightly, his weathered face radiating excitement. Though he trusted Xia Taiping wasn't reckless, abandoning the great sage and summoning the Tushan clan's Nu Jiao must have had its reasons. The stakes involving Huaxia's safety still left him with lingering worries. Now, however, he could finally let his guard down. Kishida Koyu and the other representatives of Sakura Nation wore grim expressions. They had assumed that since Xia Taiping hadn't summoned his divine guardian, the great sage equal to Heaven's son Wukong, to battle, their victory in this round was secure. But now it seemed their celebrations had been premature. Moreover, Xia Taiping had publicly poached talent from Sakura Nation. Wasn't this slapping them in the face? Impossible. Tamamo no Mei flatly refused. She was revered as a great deity in Sakura Nation, holding exalted status. How could she possibly agree to return to Huaxia Nation as an obscure fox spirit? As the words fell, the nine tails behind Tamamo no Mei's backside suddenly flared out. They rapidly lengthened at a visible pace, then lashed out one after another toward Nu Jiao. That's like showing off your axe handling skills in front of a master carpenter. Nu Jiao sneered coldly. Her slender form trembled lightly, and 9 snow-white tails materialized from behind her. Instantly, the 9 tails swelled in the wind, meeting Yuzuwa's lashing tails head-on. Thud! 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 In the next instant, a series of dull thuds echoed. Nu Jiao's tails collided squarely with Tamamo no Mei's, then Tamamo no Mei's tails were flung aside by Nu Jiao's, whose own tails continued unabated, hurtling straight toward Tamamo no Mei. Finding herself at a disadvantage so early in the clash, Tamamo no Mei immediately abandoned the head-on confrontation. She instinctively tried to dodge, but before she could lift her foot, Nu Jiao's tails had already closed in. Swish! 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 Nurko's 9 tails fluttered like butterflies among flowers, instantly wrapping around Tamamo no Mei in a tight, inescapable knot. Betrayal of Huaxia deserves punishment. A shrill cry erupted from the female demon's mouth. She swung her 9 tails, lifting Tamamo no Mei into the air before slamming her down with brutal force. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Tamamo no Mei crashed heavily onto the divine battle platform. Ah! Immediately, a piercing scream erupted from Tamamo no Mei's throat. She felt as though every bone in her body was about to shatter from the impact. Writhing in agony, her body arched like a cooked shrimp. Disrespecting your ancestors deserves punishment. Another sharp command rang out from the mouth of the maiden. She swung her 9 tails, hoisting Tamamo no Mei into the air once more before slamming her down with brutal force. Thud! Another dull thud echoed as Tamamo no Mei crashed hard onto the divine battle platform once more. Aiding tyranny deserves punishment. Disrespecting elders deserves punishment. Stubborn and unyielding deserves punishment. One after another, the female spirits recited Tamamo no Mei's sins. With each shrill cry, she would hoist Tamamo no Mei high into the air before slamming her down hard onto the divine battle platform. Ah! 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 Simultaneously, Tamamo no Mei's agonized screams echoed one after another. After just a few brutal slams, Tamamo no Mei was already beaten beyond recognition. But the female deities showed no sign of holding back, clearly intent on fulfilling their vow to purge their own ranks. This spectacle left spectators from all nations in the divine arena utterly speechless. Who could have imagined that the ethereal-looking Nur Anna would unleash such savage violence when she fought? Moreover, the sight of her violently slamming Uzumakari evoked an uncontrollable feeling within them, like an adult beating a child, or an ancestor punishing a descendant. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and other Huaxia nationals stared in utter amazement, yet this did not dampen their overwhelming excitement. Holy crap! Not only is Lady Nujio of the Tushan clan beautiful, she's also incredibly handsome. Holy crap! When Tushan Nujio threw down Tamamo no Mei, it felt like a giant tossing a little chick. Ha, this round goes to Huaxia. Xia Taiping is awesome. Tushan Nujio is awesome. China is awesome. The crowd from Huaxia roared with excitement. Xia Zhanghua clenched his fists tighter, the excitement on his weathered face growing even more intense. He saw not only China's victory in this round, but also the emergence of another powerful deity for China. It was clear that Tsuchimikado was a blue-tier deity. If Lady Jiao of the Tushan clan could effortlessly crush Tsuchimikado, she was at least a blue-tier deity herself. Moreover, Xia Taiping clearly knew her origins and had no fear of being unable to summon her. Therefore, adding another powerful deity to Huaxia's pantheon was a foregone conclusion. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and the other Sakura Nation representatives all wore grim expressions. Though they had realized Tamamo no Mei was no match for Nujio when learning she was the ancestor of her ancestor, they had clung to a sliver of hope that seniority and lineage didn't necessarily equate to superior power. Yet what they never anticipated was that Tamamo no Mei would prove utterly powerless against Nujio of the Tushan clan. Amidst the stunned silence, a plea for mercy suddenly rang out. Ancestor, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Chapter 47, Cowardly Ambush. How do you want to die? This. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena exchanged bewildered glances once more. Getting thrown around like that, admitting defeat is understandable. But calling out your ancestors? That's just pathetic. The faces of Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and the other Cherry Blossom Nation representatives instantly darkened. Victory and defeat are common in warfare, so losing isn't terrifying. But Tamamo no Mei was a renowned deity in Sakura Nation. To have him address a previously unheard of deity from Huaxia as his ancestor, where could they possibly save face? Ha ha ha. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese men beamed with delight. Last year's divine war had left China utterly disgraced, humiliated, and mocked by nations worldwide. But this year's battle? In the very first round, they'd forced a deity from the land of cherry blossoms to cry out for their ancestor. It had undoubtedly vented the bitter resentment in their hearts and fiercely reclaimed the honor they'd once lost. Xia Taiping, however, was speechless. His reason mirrored that of the global audience. Conceding defeat was one thing, but begging for mercy was downright pathetic. Nujio halted immediately. Though Tamamo no Mei's betrayal of Huaxia and denial of her ancestors was utterly despicable, she remained a descendant of the nine-tailed fox lineage. As an elder of that bloodline, Nujio would welcome Tamamo no Mei's return to the right path and sincere repentance. However, she did not immediately believe what Tamamo no Mei had said. Her voice grew solemn as she demanded, "Do you truly understand your mistake? Ancestor, I truly know my wrongdoing." Tamamo no Mei declared decisively, "I swear I will mend my ways and turn back from my path of error. Please, ancestor, spare my life." Nujio did not respond immediately, instead gazing silently at Tamamo no Mei. Tamamo no Mei's face was filled with remorse, appearing genuinely repentant. After a moment's silence, she released her hold on Yuzua and said gravely, "Very well, I spare your life. But let me make this clear, should you ever again commit acts that tarnish the dignity of Huaxia or the reputation of the nine-tailed fox clan, I will personally purge the clan of such dishonor." "Ancestor, I won't. I absolutely won't. I'll follow you now." Tamamo no Mei pledged decisively, then staggered toward Nujio. Seeing this, the faces of Sakura Nation's Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoki, and others darkened further. A deity of Sakura Nation betraying their homeland before the eyes of the world's nations, it utterly disgraced Sakura Nation. It was easy to imagine how this incident would become fodder for nations worldwide to mock Sakura Nation in the years to come. Hada no Mui pleaded desperately, "Lord Tamamo no Mei, no. Shut your mouth. One more word and I'll kill you." Tamamo no Mei shot Hada no Mui a cold glare and continued toward the female spirit. Ha 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 ha. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals burst into laughter once more. Earlier, Sakura Nation had tried to undermine Huaxia Nation, but not only did they fail, they were thoroughly humiliated by Xia Taiping. Now, Xia Taiping had publicly succeeded in poaching Sakura Nation's talent. Talk about satisfying. Xia Taiping frowned. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. He didn't believe Tamamo no Mei was genuinely repentant, she was merely clinging to life. Yet he lacked solid evidence to expose her, leaving him powerless to prove it. Enough. After a moment, Xia Taiping sighed inwardly and dismissed the matter. All he wanted was victory in this round. Yuzumato's life or death was irrelevant. Besides, forcing Tamomo no Mae to submit to China would undoubtedly be far more humiliating for the land of cherry blossoms than simply killing her. But the moment his sigh faded, his expression abruptly darkened. Tamomo no Mae, who had approached Nujio, suddenly struck out. A jet black beam erupted from her palm, hurtling straight toward Nujio nearby. Damn it, this beast truly isn't genuinely repentant. Xia Taiping cursed under his breath and immediately shouted a warning, Nujio, watch out. But Tamomo no Mae's attack was too sudden, and she was already too close to Nyojo. Even though he shouted the warning instantly, it was already too late. Whoosh! The pitch-black light instantly closed in on Nujio, then vanished into her chest. This scene left spectators from all nations in the divine arena frozen in shock. Moments before, they had believed Yamatsu had shown remorse, only to discover he had feigned repentance to launch a surprise attack. Ha 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 ha! Tamomo no Mae roared with laughter. I never did anything wrong to begin with, what repentance? Now you've been struck by my killing stone. You're dead. Damn it, this beast is utterly despicable. Damn it, not a single decent soul in Sakura Nation, not even their gods. They're all cut from the same cloth. The people of Sakura country are despicable, and so are their gods. Heaven's Way, Japan is utterly shameless. I beg Heaven's Way to punish them. A chorus of curses erupted from the Chinese camp. Everyone wore expressions of righteous indignation and bitter regret. Their anger stemmed from Tamomo no Mae's shameless treachery. The regret stemmed from a match they had once been certain to win, only to have it snatched away by Tamomo no Mae's despicable actions. Lord Tamomo no Mae is wise. Lord Tamomo no Mae is mighty. I knew it. How could Lord Tamomo betray Sakura Kingdom? She was feigning retreat to advance. A lost battle turned into victory through Lord Tamomo no Mae's cunning, a stunning comeback. Ha 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 ha. That woman fell victim to Lord Tamomo no Mae's killing stone. We've won. Yasuda the bear, Yamamoto the chick, and other Sakura Nation members were all overcome with excitement. As for whether Tamomo no Mae's actions were despicable and shameless, they didn't think so at all. Because they themselves were despicable scoundrels who'd stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Damn it! Xia Taiping cursed under his breath and charged toward Nujio. He wanted to see how Nujio was faring after being ambushed. But before he could take a few steps forward, Nujio's voice suddenly rang out. A leopard can't change its spots. Nujio sighed, then added, Traitor, did you get too excited too soon? Hearing this, Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, and the other Chinese nationals all felt a surge of joy. The excitement on the faces of Yasuda Bear, Yamamoto Chicken, and the other Sakura Nation members abruptly froze. For from Nujio's words, it seemed the situation was not as they had imagined. The broad grin on Tamomo no Mae's face also froze abruptly. She asked nervously, what do you mean? Exactly what it says. Nujio paused, then added, have you forgotten who I am? Yamatsu suddenly froze, then her expression abruptly changed. Judging by your expression, it seems you've figured it out. Nujio teased, though I don't know what the killing stone is, I can sense that the substance entering my body is a toxin unique to nine-tailed foxes. Since I am also a nine-tailed fox, do you really think your poison will affect me? Hearing this, the worry on the faces of Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, and the other Chinese nationals instantly gave way to excitement. They had believed victory was assured, only to discover that Tamomo no Mae's sneak attack was nothing but a clumsy display of incompetence. The expressions of the Japanese nationals, such as Yasuda Kuma and Yamamoto Chicken, darkened once more. Their joy had indeed been premature, and their excitement had been for nothing. At that moment, Nujio's voice rang out once more. Stubborn and unrepentant. Speak. How do you wish to die? Chapter 48, A Winning Start. Did you see that? Run. Yuzuriheim's body trembled uncontrollably a few times before she decisively fled. Their previous clash had made her realize she was no match for Nujio. Earlier, she had feigned repentance to launch a surprise attack. If Nujio caught her now, death was the only outcome awaiting her. Think you can escape? Nujio sneered coldly, yet showed no intention of pursuing. Thud. The next instant, a dull thud echoed abruptly across the divine battle arena. Tamomo no Mae, who had fled to the edge of the divine battle arena, seemed to collide with an invisible wall. Not only did her forward momentum halt abruptly, but her entire cheek was deformed from the impact. Blood gushed from her nose, instantly staining her slightly distorted cheek crimson. Almost simultaneously, Nujio moved. A snow-white tail shot out from behind her, rapidly lengthening as it streaked toward Tamomo no Mae. At that moment, Tamomo no Mae was stunned. Not from the collision, but from the bewilderment of why she had been stopped when there was nothing ahead of her. But in the next instant, she realized. Once combat commenced, an invisible barrier would form around the divine battle arena. This barrier prevented outsiders from interfering while also confining combatants within the arena's boundaries, hence the rule that falling off the platform meant defeat. This was also why Nirana had seen Tamomo no Mae flee yet made no move to pursue, because escape was impossible. Realizing this, Tamomo no Mae opened her mouth to concede defeat. Though the presence on the divine battle arena was not her true form but a fragment of her divine soul, even if this soul fragment were destroyed, her true body would not perish. However, her true body would suffer severe damage from the soul's injury, requiring a long time to recover. She did not wish to inflict such severe damage on her true form, and since she could not defeat Nujio, she had no choice but to concede defeat. Before her words could escape, a snow-white tail coiled around her mouth, wrapping several times around her neck and head. It silenced her impending confession while simultaneously lifting her high into the air. This scene instantly sent the crowd from Huaxia Kingdom into a frenzy. Momiji's earlier feigned repentance and sneak attack on Nyojo had startled them greatly, though it had fortunately been a false alarm. Now, Tamamo no Mae was in Nujio's grasp. Having already suffered one setback, Nujio wouldn't make the same mistake twice. This round was as good as won. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and the other Sakura Nation representatives wore grim expressions. If Tamamo no Mae won by resorting to underhanded tactics, sacrificing some dignity might have been worth it. But resorting to dirty tricks and still failing to win? That was like trying to steal a chicken only to lose a grain of rice, losing both the wife and the army. Whoa! Tamamo no Mae tried to admit defeat. But with his mouth tightly sealed by Nyoju's tail, he couldn't form words, only managing a muffled whimper. Are you trying to deceive me again? Noriko's voice was cold. You've deceived me once. Do you really think I'd believe you again? Tamamo no Mae's face flushed crimson with panic. She wasn't trying to deceive her, she was trying to admit defeat. What she didn't know was that Nyojo hadn't misunderstood, she'd done it deliberately. Nujio understood the rules of the divine battle perfectly well. That was precisely why she had wrapped her tail around Uzumono's mouth, denying her the chance to speak and admit defeat. Otherwise, if Uzumono conceded, how could Nujio cleanse her own house? Betraying Huaxia, disowning your ancestors, and showing no remorse. Nujio's voice turned icy again. Today, I shall purge the nine-tailed fox lineage. As the words fell, the tail coiled around Tamamo no Mae's neck and head suddenly tightened. Boom! The next instant, a deafening roar erupted. Tamamo no Mae's head and neck were crushed by Nujio's coils, shattering into scattered starlight before vanishing entirely. Immediately after, the headless body of Tamamo no Mae flickered violently several times before also dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing. I concede. Hotomui's voice echoed in response. With Tamamo no Mae already slain by Nyojo, she knew she was no match for the Demoness. Not wanting to die, she had no choice but to surrender immediately. Otherwise, once Nyojo was free to attack her, she would surely perish. Immediately after, the voice of the Heavenly Way boomed throughout the divine arena. Sakura Nation's challenge to Huaxia Nation, first match. Huaxia Nation wins. The second match commences immediately. Both sides, send forth your challengers. Wah! The Huaxia crowd erupted in excited howls. Not only had they won, but they had secured the opening victory in this divine battle, an undeniably auspicious start. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and other Sakura Nation members looked utterly disgusted, as if they'd swallowed a fly. They had intended to test the strength of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, but not only did they fail to achieve their goal, they also lost the first round. It was truly a case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice, instead losing both the wife and the army. Representatives from the Sunset Nation, the 3A Nations, and 3 other nations wore expressions of schadenfreude. Though they had joined Sakura Nation in launching the divine war against China, their alliance was merely a shared challenge. They remained wary and competitive among themselves, so seeing Sakura Nation suffer defeat at China's hands brought them quiet satisfaction. Xia Taiping wore a broad smile. Even though he had known the outcome of this battle when Hotomui summoned Tamamo no Mae, victory was still a cause for great joy. So even if the result was within his expectations, he was still immensely pleased. Senior Nujio. Xia Taiping turned to Nujio, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for stepping in and securing this victory for Huaxia. Fighting for China is simply my duty. There's no need for thanks. Nujio shook her head and added, young brother, you have matters to attend to next. I shall not linger here. Until we meet again. Xia Taiping clasped his hands together in a bow. We bid farewell to Senior Nu Jiao. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia representatives rose in unison, clasping their fists before her. Farewell, Senior Nu Jiao. Nu Jiao nodded, and her figure vanished into thin air. Xia Taiping turned to face Koyi Kishida, Yamamoto Shoji, and the other members of the Sakura Nation. His voice was solemn. Did you see that? Kid, what the hell are you yelling about? Kishida Koyu's face darkened. We're not blind. Of course we saw you win. But the Divine Battle is a best-of-5 series. Your Huaxia Nation has only won one game. What's there to gloat about? I'm not talking about the victory. I'm talking about the traitor and the thief. Xia Taiping declared loudly, Tamamo no Mae defected from China to Japan, but a traitor remains a traitor. They can never defeat the legitimate lineage. Japan's mythological history is plagiarized from China's. Time will prove that thieves are thieves, and they too cannot prevail over the true lineage. Brilliant! The Huaxia crowd erupted in excitement once more. Sakura Kingdom had stolen Huaxia Kingdom's myths to create its own, yet instead of gratitude, it had the audacity to turn on Huaxia. How could they not be furious at such shameless ingrates? But China was weak. No matter how furious they grew, there was little they could do. Now, Xia Taiping had ruthlessly exposed Sakura Nation's ugly true colors before the eyes of the world, unquestionably venting their pent-up fury. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and other Sakura Nation representatives grew even more grim-faced. They desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping's words, but they couldn't. For it was common knowledge that Sakura Nation had plagiarized Huaxia's mythological history to fabricate their own. Kid, you've only won one round. Kishida Koya said darkly, isn't it a bit premature for you to be saying that now? It is a bit premature, which is precisely why I say time will prove. Xia Taiping nodded, then abruptly changed his tone, but soon you'll witness firsthand that thieves remain thieves, they can never defeat the legitimate heir. Next round, send someone up to meet their doom. Chapter 49, just a crawling vermin. I'll slaughter it for you to see. They're going to fight back-to-back matches. Upon hearing Xia Taiping's words, the same thought flashed through the minds of representatives from every nation present in the divine arena. However, this did not surprise them. First, the divine battle rules only restricted the number of times a deity could appear, not the number of times a combatant could participate. As long as the combatant was willing to fight and the participating nation did not object, the combatant could appear as many times as they wished. Second, they were all aware that Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity was the blue-tier deity, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Since Xia Taiping had yet to deploy his personal guardian deity, his participation in the battle would undoubtedly increase their chances of victory. Even so, they remained skeptical about Huaxia's chances of victory in this divine battle. After all, Sakura Nation had prepared 2 divine followers whose lifebound deities were blue-tier gods specifically to counter the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. With the high-tier combatants at a 2-to-1 disadvantage, the odds of Huaxia winning this divine battle were indeed slim. Xia Vanhua showed no intention of stopping Xia Taiping. Had Xia Taiping deployed his lifebound deity, the great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong, in the first round, Xia Zhanghua would certainly have barred him from further combat. But there were no such ifs, so he had no grounds to stop Xia Taiping from continuing. Damn it! Damn it! Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and other Sakura Nation representatives seethed inwardly, cursing under their breath. Last year's divine battle saw China thoroughly humiliated by Japan. This year's divine war saw Sakura Nation not only lose the first round but also suffer repeated humiliations at the hands of a wet behind the ears kid from China, all in front of the world. How could they possibly tolerate such a loss of face? Takahashi, use your falling fist kick, you go. Kishida Koya turned to a middle-aged man behind him and snarled, we've already lost one round. We can't afford to lose this one. And that brat's mouth is too vicious. Rip his mouth off, then slaughter him. Yes, sir. Takahashi Raken T responded with a nod, rising to his feet. With an air of arrogance, he strode toward the divine battle arena. Immediately, murmurs of discussion rippled through the divine arena. It's Takahashi Raken T, the blue-ranked divine being's chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms. A clash between blue-tier deities, this fight's gonna be epic. Japan must be desperate. But then again, they've already lost one match, how could they not be? Both are blue-tier deities. I wonder if Sakura Nation's deity is stronger. Or is China's deity more powerful? Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators felt a surge of tension. The reason was exactly as the murmurs suggested, a clash between blue-tier deities was impossible to predict before the battle began. Xia Taiping was their sole hope. If he lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. Taiping. Xia Zhanghua shouted, that guy's name is Takahashi Raken Tue, and his lifebound deity is the blue-tier Yamata no Orochi. Yamata no Orochi. Xia Taiping raised a hand to his nose and laughed heartily. Old Xia, it's just a reptile. I'll slaughter it for you. Hearing this, spectators from all nations in the divine arena fell silent. Sure, your personal guardian deity is blue tier, but Yamata no Orochi is blue tier too, and not just famous in Sakura Nation, but renowned across the entire divine path. How dare you look down on it like that? Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals felt a sudden wave of relief wash over them. Xia Taiping was far too composed, so composed it was hard for them not to relax. Beyond that, there was another reason. Though they hadn't witnessed the true power of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, Xia Taiping's invocation lyrics made it abundantly clear that Sun Wukong possessed immense strength. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and the other Japanese were once again furious. Before they could utter a word of retort, however, Takahashi Raken's voice boomed out first. Kid, you're getting too cocky. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll find out soon enough. Xia Taiping didn't argue with Takahashi Rakenrai. He looked up at the sky and declared, Heaven's Path, I request to initiate the second round of the divine battle. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Takahashi Rakentai snorted coldly before declaring, Heavenly Tao, I too request to initiate the second round of the divine battle. Both parties have submitted requests. The second round of the divine battle commences. The voice of the heavenly way boomed throughout the divine arena. Immediately, 6 gray cards materialized out of thin air. Just as in the first divine battle, 3 cards hovered before Xia Taiping, and 3 cards hovered before Takahashi Luoquan. Almost simultaneously, every pair of eyes in the divine arena fixed upon the 6 cards. Inugami, Ashi Oni, Ayagashima. Another blue-tier deity. Sakura Nation's luck isn't too shabby. Lucky indeed, but Ayajirai is only a blue-tier deity. Takahashi Raken is about to summon his personal guardian deity to battle. A dog, a minotaur, and a little kid with 2 topknots. Not a single familiar deity from China. The deities of Huaxia are a mystery, but judging by their appearance, they probably aren't particularly powerful. That kid from Huaxia is about to summon his personal guardian deity. Whispers of discussion rippled through the divine arena. Xia Zhanghua immediately turned to the researchers seated behind him and urged, "These 3 deities aren't in the pantheon either. Get them sketched out now." The Divine Research Institute personnel replied, "Commander, we're already sketching them." Xia Zhanghua nodded, shifting his gaze to the divine battle platform. At that moment, Xia Taiping wore an expression of utter bewilderment. In the first round of the divine battle, both sides fielded foxes. In the second battle, both Huaxia and Sakura nations fielded 1 dog, 1 ox, and 1 human, their formations identical. Was this mere coincidence? Or was there some deeper reason? But that wasn't the main reason for his puzzled expression. The real point was that people from all over the world considered Huaxia's 3 deities to be rather weak in combat, but he didn't share that opinion. The 3 divine beings of Huaxia were the Heavenly Hound, the Underworld Bull-Headed Messenger, and Neza. While the Celestial Hound and Ox Head might not be formidable, Neza was a different story, a god capable of tearing dragons apart with his bare hands. True to the rumors, Takahashi Raken didn't choose a deity from the card deck, he summoned his own personal guardian spirit. He proclaimed loudly, "Takashi Raken of Sakura Nation humbly welcomes the arrival of Lord Yamada no Orochi." Boom! As Takahashi Raken's words fell, a jet of black light erupted from his forehead, then blossomed outward. Immediately, a colossal serpent emerged from the black mist. It possessed 8 heads and 8 tails, dragon-like heads with blood-red eyes, a back covered in moss and trees, a rotting belly oozing blood, and 8 colored dark clouds drifting above its head. Xia Taiping glanced at the Yamada no Orochi and sneered, "Damn ugly. Damn disgusting." Every pair of eyes in the divine arena fixed on Xia Taiping. They waited for Xia Taiping to summon his divine patron, the great sage equal to heaven's son Wukong, to stage a blue-tier deity showdown against the Yamada no Orochi of the land of cherry blossoms. Chapter 50, Disappointed? Prince Neza. Feeling the collective gaze, Xia Taiping knew exactly what they were thinking. "Sorry to disappoint you all." Xia Taiping raised his hand to scratch his nose and called out loudly. Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly invites 3rd Prince Neza to descend. Boom! As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of the Heavenly Hound and the Minotaur vanished into thin air, while Neza's card blazed with brilliant light. Immediately, a small child emerged from the light. He wore 2 sky-piercing topknots, a Chen-Kuan ring around his neck, a Han Tian brocade draped over his shoulders, held a fire-tipped spear in his hand, and stood atop wind-fire wheels. This. Once again, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were utterly bewildered by Xia Taiping. Takahashi had summoned his guardian deity, the 8-headed serpent, to battle. Shouldn't you have summoned your guardian deity, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, to fight? Why summon a babyish little child from a card to face the challenge? Immediately, a chorus of astonished and speechless murmurs rippled through the divine arena. "That's Yamada no Orochi. That kid from China summoned a baby doll? Is he out of his mind? Can someone tell me why that kid from Huaxia didn't summon his personal guardian deity? That kid from Huaxia must be insane. That little doll isn't even enough to fill the Yamada no Orochi's teeth gap. Do you think that kid from Huaxia got a bit cocky after winning one match?" Not only were people from other nations baffled, but the Huaxia delegation was equally perplexed. Why didn't Xia Taiping summon the great sage to battle? Did Xia Taiping strategically forfeit? After all, that's Yamada no Orochi. Probably not. While all deities can only appear once a year on the divine battle arena, there's no rule limiting them to a single match. As long as they win, they can keep fighting. So strategic surrender isn't an option. True. Do you think Xia Taiping might have gotten a bit cocky after winning that first round, like people from other nations are saying? Whispers of speculation rippled through the Huaxia camp. Having been reprimanded by Xia Zhanghua for previously disparaging Xia Taiping, and with Xia Taiping having proven through his first match that his choices weren't arbitrary this time around, most Huaxia people dared not speak ill of him again. Xia Zhanghua, too, was puzzled. Why hadn't Xia Taiping summoned the great sage? Why Neza instead? But the facts of the first game only strengthened his conviction that Xia Taiping had his reasons for doing this. "Have you all forgotten what happened in the first game?" Xia Zhanghua said in a deep voice. "Back then, you all questioned Taiping's choices, but the facts proved his decisions were sound. I believe the same holds true for the second round. So shut up and just watch quietly." "Yes, Elder Xia." The Huaxia delegation responded in unison, promptly falling silent. This time, their silence stemmed not only from Xia Zhenghua's intimidating presence but also from the compelling logic behind his words. Xia Zhenghua paid them no further attention, a thoughtful expression flickering in his eyes. Xia Taiping's successful summoning of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, as his guardian spirit could be called a coincidence. Xia Taiping's successful summoning of the Tushan clan's Nujio could also be called a coincidence. But could Xia Taiping's successful summoning of Neza also be called a coincidence? After all, 1 or 2 instances could be dismissed as coincidence understandable. But 3 times? That was too much of a coincidence. Taiping must be hiding a great secret. Xia Zhenghua's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance, his weathered face radiating excitement. He refused to believe Xia Taiping's 3 consecutive successful summonses were mere coincidence. This meant Xia Taiping must possess extensive knowledge of Huaxia's mythological history, and what Huaxia lacked most was precisely such historical records. Xia Taiping remained unaware that Xia Zhenghua had begun to suspect him. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. He had long realized that the sudden divine war would force him out of hiding. After all, men like Xia Zhenghua and Xiao Tianming weren't fools, they wouldn't fail to notice the signs. Besides, he had no intention of hiding any longer. How else could he elevate China's strength? At this moment, Xia Taiping felt utterly speechless. People from all over the world actually look down on Neza? Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Soon enough, these frog-in-the-well fools who knew nothing of the might of Huaxia's deities would learn just how formidable the little child they mocked truly was. At that moment, Takahashi Rakan's accusatory voice suddenly rang out. "Kid, why haven't you summoned your guardian deity to fight?" "It's simple." Xia Taiping replied, "A mere reptile doesn't warrant the great sage's intervention." The moment the words left his mouth, Xia Taiping realized his mistake. Before summoning Neza, his words held no offense. But now, with Neza standing right beside him, speaking so casually in his presence felt inappropriate, especially since his earlier remark carried a hint of disrespect. "Third Prince, please don't misunderstand." Xia Taiping added, "I didn't mean to imply you're inferior to the great sage. It's just that the great sage is my personal guardian deity, I can summon him anytime. But you were randomly chosen by the way of heaven. If I don't choose you this time, I might not get another chance." "I understand." Neza nodded and added, "Besides, the great sage is indeed slightly stronger than me." Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Qiu Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation instantly grew excited. What did he mean by "the great sage is indeed slightly stronger than me"? This meant Neza was also immensely powerful, just not quite as strong as the great sage. It also meant that the pantheon of China would gain another immensely powerful deity, following Sun Wukong and Nujio. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and the other Japanese representatives were both furious and agitated. Anger because their deity, Yamata no Orochi, had once again been looked down upon by Xia Taiping. Their excitement stemmed from Xia Taiping summoning Neza instead of the mightier Monkey King Sun Wukong to battle. Had Sun Wukong fought, their chances of victory would have been slimmer. "You brat, you're too arrogant." Takahashi Rakan T felt only rage, no excitement. He had always taken pride in being Yamata no Orochi's chosen one. Yet Xia Taiping showed no respect for the serpent, even using the deeply insulting term creeping reptile to describe it, an act that trampled his pride. Sigh. Xia Taiping sighed, speechless. "I've been arrogant since the very start of this divine battle. How could you only realize it now? Are you blind, unable to see? Or is your brain just not working right?" Ha ha ha. The crowd from Huaxia Kingdom burst into laughter. Though Xia Taiping's behavior was undeniably arrogant, seeing the Sakura nation humiliated filled them with delight. Takahashi Rakan T, however, was rendered speechless by Xia Taiping's words. He was expressing his rage. How did that make him blind or dim-witted? But fuming with rage, he had no energy left to dwell on it. "Kid, you've succeeded in enraging me." Takahashi Rakan T roared, then added, "Lord Yamata no Orochi. This brat called you a crawling insect and summoned a wet behind-the-ears child to humiliate you. Kill that child and tear that brat's mouth apart." Yamata no Orochi did not respond immediately. It hissed, "A mere child? Not even enough to fill my teeth. Lord Yamata no Orochi, please rest assured." Takahashi Rakan hurriedly interjected, "As long as you kill that brat and tear out that kid's mouth, we'll provide endless sacrifices." "Then so be it." Yamata no Orochi nodded and charged towards Xia Taiping and Neza. Chapter 51, 3 heads, 6 arms. Overwhelming domination. A wet behind-the-ears little brat? Not even enough to fill a tooth gap? Xia Taiping gazed at Takahashi's punching and kicking with pity as the Yamata no Orochi charged toward them. If these words were directed at any other deity, Takahashi Rakan and Yamata no Orochi might have gotten away with it. But Neza was a hot-tempered, warlike deity. Such words were nothing short of asking for trouble. Sure enough, before he could speak, Neza charged forward with his fire-tip spear, meeting the charging Yamata no Orochi head-on. Hiss, hiss. The Yamata no Orochi, seemingly feeling its authority challenged, let out a fierce hiss and opened its gaping maw to bite at Neza. Neza wasted no time, swinging his fire-tip spear to thrust forward. Seeing this, the Yamata no Orochi swiftly snapped its gaping maw shut and darted to the side. It dared not let its flesh and blood jaws take the brunt of Neza's fiery spear. But it possessed not one head, but 8. As one head dodged, the other 7 simultaneously opened their mouths, stretching their necks to bite at Neza from different directions. At that moment, the crimson eyes of the Yamata no Orochi glowed with a bloodthirsty light. Should Neza be struck by any of its 7 jaws, it was confident it could tear him limb from limb. No, not torn apart by 5 horses, but torn apart by 7 mouths. Even if it failed to bite Neza, it could still force him into evasive maneuvers. Thus, this move served a dual purpose: of brilliant strategy ensuring its invincibility. One must admit the Yamata no Orochi's reasoning was sound, but it underestimated Neza's abilities and his sheer tenacity. Damn it all, is it bullying me just because it has more heads? Neza roared in fury, and a blinding light erupted from his shoulders and neck. Instantly, 4 arms sprouted from his shoulders, 2 heads emerged from his neck, and simultaneously, 2 fire-tipped spears materialized in the newly formed right hands. At that moment, the 7 heads of the Yamata no Orochi were closing in on Neza. But Neza showed no sign of panic. His 3 right arms swept out, each gripping a flaming spear. SSSSH. 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 Accompanied by a series of tearing sounds, the 3 fire-tipped spears blocked the 8-headed serpent's 7 heads while simultaneously slicing through each one, leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds on the serpent's mouths. Hiss! 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 Simultaneously, hissing sounds erupted from the serpent's 7 mouths. Overwhelmed by agony, the Yamata no Orochi instinctively retracted its 7 mouths, its massive body exploding backward in an instant. As the Yamata no Orochi retreated, Neza's 3-headed, 6-armed form appeared before the eyes of everyone in the divine arena. Immediately, a chorus of astonished voices erupted throughout the divine arena. What's going on? How does that little kid from China have 3 heads and 6 arms? Did I see that correctly? That little kid from China actually wounded Yamata no Orochi. What? I must be seeing things. Lord Yamata no Orochi couldn't possibly be wounded. Prince Neza is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. China is mighty. People from the land of setting sun and other nations stared in astonishment. The people of Huaxia were overcome with excitement. Neza had gained the upper hand, and Xia Taiping had once again proven his choice to be correct. The people of Sakura Nation, however, were frozen in stunned silence. The mighty Yamata no Orochi had actually been wounded by a mere child from China. How could this be possible? The wounds on the 8-headed serpent's 7 mouths were clearly visible. The evidence was right before their eyes, leaving them no choice but to believe. Xia Taiping, however, was not the least bit surprised. While others marveled at Neza's appearance, he felt no astonishment. For he had long known of Neza's extraordinary abilities, his 3 heads and 6 arms. Others marveled that the Yamata no Orochi had been wounded by Neza, yet he remained utterly unimpressed. After all, Neza was a being capable of tearing apart a giant dragon with his bare hands. Dealing with a mere reptile was surely a piece of cake? After landing the blow, Neza wasted no time. His wind fire wheels spun rapidly beneath him, propelling him toward the Yamata no Orochi like a bullet. Hiss! The Yamata no Orochi roared furiously, its massive body thrashing violently. Clearly enraged by Neza's wound, it opened all 8 of its heads simultaneously, gaping wide with blood-red maws. In the next instant, all 8 heads opened their gaping maws simultaneously, then spat with savage force. Whoosh! 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 Streams of dark green poisonous mist spewed from its 8 massive mouths, hurtling straight toward the pursuing Neza. Seeing this, Neza swiftly kicked out, sending his wind fire wheels shooting forward. In the next instant, flames roared to life on the wheels, instantly forming a massive net of fire. It intercepted the hurtling poisonous mist while simultaneously incinerating it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under the intense flames, the venomous mist spewed by the Yamata no Orochi instantly evaporated into nothingness. This scene left everyone in the divine arena utterly astonished. What kind of flames were those? They could actually incinerate the Yamata no Orochi's poisonous mist into nothingness. Well, not everyone. Xia Taiping remained utterly composed. The flames on the windfire wheels were the 3 heavenly fires, capable of burning through anything. Consuming the Yamata no Orochi's poisonous mist was only natural. With the poisonous mist no longer obstructing his path, Neza continued charging toward the Yamata no Orochi. Simultaneously, the windfire wheels returned beneath his feet, further accelerating his forward momentum. The Yamata no Orochi instinctively tried to retreat. But it quickly realized that its massive body couldn't match Neza's speed. Retreating was futile. Left with no choice, it lashed out at Neza with its 8 tails. This time, Neza did not meet the attack head-on. Standing on the windfire wheels, he danced through the air like a butterfly among flowers, effortlessly evading all 8 whipping tails. Simultaneously, he positioned himself directly above the serpent and plummeted downward like a falling meteorite. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Neza's feet slammed down on the massive serpent's colossal body. The Yamata no Orochi felt immense force slam into its body. Under the crushing pressure, its massive form couldn't resist the downward pull, crashing solidly onto the divine battle platform. Damn it! A mere reptile dares to look down on this young master? Neza roared, snatching up his three-pronged spear and thrusting it toward the serpent's massive form. SSSS. 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 Accompanied by a series of tearing sounds, the three fire-tipped spears rained down relentlessly upon the massive body of the Yamata no Orochi. In mere moments, countless bloody holes appeared across the serpent's massive form. Hiss! 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 Piercing screams erupted from the serpent's gaping maw. It thrashed wildly, trying to shake Neza off its back. But Neza's feet seemed nailed to its hide no matter how violently it writhed, it was all in vain. This scene left everyone in the divine arena staring at each other in disbelief. Yamata no Orochi was a colossal, legendary serpent, while Neza was merely a young child, unknown and unremarkable. Before this, not in a million years would they have imagined Yamata no Orochi being pinned to the ground and thoroughly humiliated by Neza in such a dominant fashion. Chapter 52, Can't Crush You. Capturing the Yamata no Orochi alive. Wah! Neza is so cool. Xia Taiping is so cool. Neza actually pinned the Yamata no Orochi to the ground and crushed it, that's just insane. Ha, we're going to win this round again. Win again? Why use again? Oh, I get it, because we already won one round. The crowd from Huaxia Nation erupted in excitement once more. Although the first round had given them some confidence in Xia Taiping, facing the legendary Yamata no Orochi from Sakura Nation made them think winning this round would be quite an achievement. Yet what they never expected was that Neza would prove so powerful he could utterly crush Yamata no Orochi. Xia Zhanghua's face was equally aglow with excitement. His excitement stemmed not only from Neza's power, but also from the emergence of yet another blue-tiered deity for Huaxia. Yama no Orochi was a blue-tier deity. For Neza to crush him meant he too must be blue-tier. With purple-tier deities rarely deployed, blue-tier deities represented the pinnacle of combat power. With the great sage, Neza, and the Tashanchi Nujio who could crush Tamamo no Mei, though it wouldn't instantly elevate China to a world superpower, it was more than enough to free the nation from its previous humiliating position of being at the mercy of others. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and other Japanese officials all wore grim expressions. They didn't care about losing the first round, but they couldn't afford to lose the second. The Divine War followed a best-of-5 format. Losing one round was no big deal, but losing two meant facing a life-or-death situation. But that wasn't the crux. The real blow was that until now, they had been utterly convinced that victory was guaranteed as long as a blue-tier deity's divine servant took the field. Yet reality had delivered a brutal slap in the face. Their mighty Yamata no Orochi was being thoroughly humiliated by a mere child deity from Huaxia. Far from the certain victory they envisioned, the tables had turned completely. Now Huaxia held the absolute advantage. Their long-held conviction crumbled in an instant. The sensation was a complex mix of despair, shock, bewilderment, and frustration, a tangled web of emotions too profound for words, incomprehensible to anyone who hadn't experienced it firsthand. Hiss! 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 Under Neza's relentless thrusts with his fire-tipped spear, the Yamata no Orochi wailed frantically, its agonized cries echoing ceaselessly. After several failed attempts to shake Neza off its back, it had no choice but to try another tactic. Hiss! Another wretched hiss erupted from the Yamata no Orochi's mouth. Its body rapidly swelled, instantly engulfing more than half the divine battle arena. Then it slammed violently toward the arena's edge. The edges of the divine battle arena were reinforced with an exceptionally sturdy barrier. Unable to dislodge Neza from its back, it devised a plan to ram the arena's barrier. Even if it couldn't kill Neza, it could force him off. It must be said that Yamata no Orochi's strategy proved remarkably effective this time. The instant it slammed into the edge, Neza leaped off its back. Thud! The next instant, the massive body of the Yamata no Orochi slammed solidly into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. Having deliberately prepared for this impact, Yamata no Orochi didn't end up like Tamamo no Mei, face distorted and utterly bewildered. Instead, it quickly regained its balance and whipped its head around to glare at Neza. Hiss! You little brat! How dare you injure me? I'll crush you to death! The Yamata no Orochi roared furiously, twisting its massive body to charge at Neza. Damn it! You think your size gives you the right to bully me? I'll smash you to bits! Neza cursed, snatching the Qiankuan ring from his neck and flinging it with all his might. Whoosh! The heaven and earth ring sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle as it hurtled toward the Yamata no Orochi. The Yamata no Orochi instinctively tried to dodge. But its enlarged form made its reactions clumsy, and its massive size made it an easy target. It could only watch helplessly as the Qiankuan ring slammed squarely into its body. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the air. That was the sound of the heaven and earth ring striking the Yamata no Orochi squarely. Simultaneously, the serpent distinctly felt an inexplicable force acting upon it. This force neither caused pain nor inflicted injury, yet it compelled the serpent's body to involuntarily shrink significantly. One strike landed. Neza wasted no time. He swung his left hand repeatedly, guiding the heaven and earth ring to smash into the Yamata no Orochi again and again. Thud! 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 With each furious strike of the heaven and earth ring, a series of dull thuds echoed. After each thud, the Yamata no Orochi's body would convulse violently before shrinking another significant size. After several strikes, the massive serpent that had once dominated most of the divine battle arena now shrunk to just over 2 meters long, as thick as a child's fist. At a glance, it no longer looked fearsome and menacing. Instead, it appeared somewhat adorable. This scene left everyone in the divine arena staring at each other in disbelief. The fearsome Yamata no Orochi had been reduced to a mere crawling creature by Neza's heavenly ring? Xia Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose, his cheeks brimming with smiles. Earlier, he'd said the Yamata no Orochi was somewhat undeserving of its reputation as a reptile, but now it truly lived up to its name. Was it over? Not yet. The moment the Yamata no Orochi was smashed into a reptile, the heaven and earth ring abruptly shifted, instantly snapping around its neck. It then rapidly shrank, tightening like a golden band around the serpent's throat. Simultaneously, Neza raised his hand and flicked the heavenly robe draped over his shoulder, sending it hurtling toward the Yamata no Orochi. In an instant, the heavenly scarf flew before the serpent's 8 heads, weaving back and forth around them until all 8 were bound together tightly. Damn it all to hell. I was hoping to play with you for a bit, but you think you can bully me just because you're huge. Neza roared in anger. His windfire wheel spun furiously beneath him, propelling him toward the Yamata no Orochi at breakneck speed. In the next instant, Neza arrived beside the Yamata no Orochi. With a flick of his wrist, the heaven-shaking silk lifted the Yamata no Orochi into the air. At that moment, terror filled the vermilion eyes of the Yamata no Orochi. It desperately wanted to beg for mercy, but with its 8 heads tightly bound together by the heaven-shaking sash, it couldn't even open its mouth. How could it utter a plea? Casually tossing aside his fire-tipped spear, Neza reached out and seized the serpent's body. This scene caused everyone in the divine arena to exchange stunned glances once more. The mighty Yamata no Orochi, held in the palm of a mere child. The sight was truly horrifying. Yet what they didn't know was that an even more horrifying spectacle lay ahead. Chapter 53, Flaying and Disemboweling. Another victory. Damn it! You called me a wet behind the ears brat. Neza cursed loudly. Gripping the serpent's body with one hand, he seized its skin with the other and tore it apart with a vicious rip. Rip! With a tearing sound, a section of the Yamata no Orochi's skin was ripped off by Neza's bare hands. In that instant, the serpent's body convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning. But it wasn't electricity, it was the pain of its skin being ripped off. Damn it! That'll teach you to say I'm not worth a bite. Neza cursed again. His left hand, which had just ripped off a piece of the serpent's skin, clamped down near its spine and yanked violently. Whoosh! A long, pale grayish-brown strand was forcibly pulled out of the Yamata no Orochi's body by Neza. This pale grayish-brown strand was the Yamata no Orochi's tendon. In an instant, the Yamata no Orochi's body convulsed violently, as if struck by electricity. But it wasn't actually electrocuted, it was the excruciating pain from its tendon being forcibly ripped out. This scene left everyone in the divine arena utterly speechless. Stripping the Yamata no Orochi's scales, extracting its sinew, this little brat was downright brutal. Xia Taiping, however, was not surprised. After all, Neza had a history of such actions. To teach Ao Bing a lesson, he had not only stripped the dragon scales from Ao Bing but also ripped out his dragon sinews. So, it was no surprise that he had peeled off the Yamata no Orochi's scales and extracted its sinews. Snapping out of his daze, Kishida Koyu trembled with rage. Yamata no Orochi was an immensely renowned deity of Sakura Nation, even representing the nation to a certain extent. Neza stripping its scales and extracting its tendons wasn't just humiliating the serpent, it was humiliating Sakura Nation itself. If he could, he would charge onto the divine battle arena and slay Neza. But unfortunately, he lacked the power to slay Neza. He couldn't break through the barriers surrounding the edges of the divine battle arena. Moreover, if he did so, he would face punishment from the way of heaven for violating the rules of the divine battle. Yet being unable to storm the divine battle arena to kill Neza did not mean he could not stop Neza from continuing to humiliate Yamata no Orochi. Takahashi, drop your guard and kick. Surrender now. Kishida Koi shouted loudly. Victory was impossible now, and persisting served no purpose. But a timely surrender could not only stop Neza from further humiliating Yamata no Orochi, but also prevent him from killing the serpent. Hearing this, Xia Taiping declared decisively, "Third Prince, kill him." Though slaying Yamata no Orochi on the divine battle arena merely destroyed a fragment of its divine soul, not its true form, it would still inflict damage upon the main entity's soul, significantly weakening it. But that wasn't the crux. The real point was that the main body's involvement meant Sakura Nation couldn't summon the Yamata no Orochi to battle again for a short time. Losing such a formidable combat force effectively weakened Sakura Nation's national strength. Takahashi's punch and kick were momentarily stalled due to the Yamata no Orochi being flayed and dismembered, causing his reaction to lag a beat. However, the moment he regained his senses, he immediately declared his defeat. But before his words could escape his lips, he watched in horror as the heavenly ring constricting Yamata no Orochi's neck rapidly shrunk, snapping the serpent's neck clean off. Instantly, the serpent's body flickered several times before dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing. This scene forced the surrender cry already on his lips back into his throat. Damn it! Kishida Koyu couldn't help but curse under his breath. It wasn't just because the Yamata no Orochi had been slain by Neza, but also because Takahashi's punching leg hadn't made him admit defeat immediately. At that moment, he wished he could slap Takahashi Rakenrai to death. For if Takahashi hadn't failed to surrender immediately, how could the Yamata no Orochi have been slain by Neza? How could the land of cherry blossoms have lost such a mighty deity? But after several moments of thought, he suppressed the urge to smash Takahashi Rakenrai's skull. The deed was done. Slapping Takahashi Rakenrai to death wouldn't bring back the Yamata no Orochi. Moreover, killing Takahashi would deprive Sakura country of a blue-tier deity's devotee. After all, Yamata no Orochi was merely temporarily unavailable for summoning, not permanently lost. At that moment, Takahashi crooked leg roared, "You brat! How dare you kill Lord Yamata no Orochi? What wouldn't I dare?" Xia Taiping sneered coldly, "Don't even mention a mere reptile. If I could, I'd destroy your entire Sakura nation." "You!" Takahashi raised his fist, pointing an accusing finger at Xia Taiping. He tried to speak, but Xia cut him off before the words left his mouth. "What do you mean, you?" Xia Taiping coldly declared, "Not only would I dare kill the Yamata no Orochi, I'd dare kill you too. Third Prince, kill him." "Got it." Neza responded with a shout and charged toward Takahashi Rakenrai. Seeing this, Takahashi Raken's expression abruptly changed. Forgetting to question Xia Taiping further, he immediately declared defeat, "I surrender." Upon hearing this, Neza halted his attack. According to the rules of the divine battle, once Takahashi Rakenrai conceded, he could no longer attack. This was precisely why Xia Taiping had acted decisively the moment he spoke, ruthlessly striking down the Yamata no Orochi. Coward! Xia Taiping curled his lip in disdain, ignoring Takahashi Rakenrai entirely. Phew! Takahashi Rakenrai breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had admitted defeat immediately, otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. The next instant, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. Sakura Nation's challenge to Huaxia Nation, Round 2, Huaxia Nation wins. The third match shall commence immediately. Both sides, please send your challengers. Wah! The Chinese crowd erupted in excited howls once more. Following their opening victory, they secured another win, claiming the second match. Now, with just one more victory, China could secure the triumph in this divine battle and demand reparations from Sakura Nation. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and other Sakura Nation representatives turned ashen-faced. They had assumed the second game was in the bag, only to lose it. Combined with the first game's defeat, they now trailed 2-0. With the divine battle being a best-of-5 series, their back was against the wall, leaving them with no room to retreat. Representatives from the Sunset Nation, the A Nation, and 3 other nations continued to wear expressions of schadenfreude. The reason remained unchanged: they had merely joined Sakura Nation in launching the divine war against China. Sakura Nation's defeat brought them not a shred of loss, so witnessing Sakura Nation suffer at China's hands brought them genuine delight. Sigh. Neza sighed deeply, his voice tinged with frustration. That reptile was too weak. I didn't even get to enjoy the fight. Xia Taiping blinked and said, "Third Prince, if you're not satisfied, we can keep fighting." Earlier, he hadn't urged Tushan Nujio to keep fighting because her combat prowess wasn't particularly strong. While she could handle her own kind like Yamatsukami, she'd be at a disadvantage against other deities. But Neza was different. Neza possessed extraordinary combat prowess, and he had complete faith in him. Chapter 54, Unable to fight back to back? You're different. Alright. Neza agreed without hesitation. He hadn't fought in years, and his arms and legs were practically rusting away. Now that an opportunity to fight had presented itself, only a fool would refuse. Upon hearing Neza's acceptance, Xiao Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia nationals were instantly electrified. They had all witnessed firsthand how Neza had pinned the Yamata no Orochi to the ground and crushed it. They fully understood Neza's formidable power. If Neza continued to fight, the third round would be a sure win. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and the other Sakura Nation citizens, however, turned pale one after another. If the Huaxia nationals could see Neza's power, how could they not? But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that for this divine battle, they had only sent 2 blue-tier divine beings devotees, Takahashi Raken and Ino Ariashu. With Takahashi Raken's defeat, only Ino Ariashu remained to fight. Ino Old Tree's primary deity was stronger than Takahashi falling fist kicks, yet not powerful enough to crush Yamata no Orochi. However, Neza could crush Yamata no Orochi, leaving it utterly defenseless. This signified that Neza was stronger than the deity worshipped by Old Tree of the Well. It also meant that if Old Tree from the Well fought, they were highly likely to lose another round, but they couldn't afford to lose anymore. Of course, they still had a chance to win. For instance, if Old Tree under the Well defied all odds and encountered a more powerful purple-tier deity. But blue-tier deities were already few and far between, and purple-tier deities were rarer still. Unless old tree under the well had incredibly good luck, encountering a purple tier deity was practically impossible. No. Kishida Koya retorted, you can't keep fighting. Kishida, you worthless dog, who do you think you are? Xia Taiping shot back immediately, if my brother wants to fight, he'll keep fighting. Who are you to refuse? Kid, this really isn't something I can refuse. Kishida Koya said grimly, but let me remind you, a deity appearing on the divine battle arena for the first time can only fight one match. If he continues to fight, his divine soul will be obliterated. Xia Taiping froze in shock. He had studied the divine battle rules thoroughly and hadn't seen such a stipulation. Yet Kishida Koyo had stated it so emphatically before all present, and with such certainty it couldn't be false. After a moment's thought, Xia Taiping turned to Xia Zhenghua and asked, Old Xia, is that correct? Taiping, to be honest, I don't know. Xia Zhenghua gave a wry smile. Since the revival of spiritual energy, our nation has only participated in 3 divine wars last year. We've never encountered a situation like this before. However, Kishida Koya dared to make such a statement in front of so many people present. This matter should be genuine. Xia Taiping frowned. Xia Zhenghua hadn't known about this rule either, which explained why it wasn't listed in the divine war regulations he'd seen. Young man, that fellow is correct. Neza chimed in, it's true that a god appearing on the divine battle stage for the first time can only fight one battle. If they continue, that strand of divine soul will be obliterated. But don't worry, it's just a strand of divine soul. If it's gone, it's gone. Just let me fight to my heart's content. Xia Taiping's mouth twitched violently. Yamatsu no Kami begged for mercy to preserve his divine soul, and Yamata no Orochi also wanted to beg to protect his. Yet neither got the chance. But you treat this divine soul as nothing. The contrast is stark indeed. But then again, it made sense. Neza was a combative spirit. For the sake of a satisfying fight, disregarding a single strand of divine essence wasn't hard to understand. But while Neza didn't care about this sliver of divine spirit, he couldn't afford to be indifferent. Brother Neza, damage to the divine soul affects the main body, this is no trivial matter. Xia Taiping said solemnly, I understand your desire for a satisfying fight, but we can't risk the safety of the main body just for the thrill of battle. Besides, you've already appeared on the divine battle arena. If you didn't get a chance to fight before, there will be plenty of opportunities later. There's no need to rush it now. Neza pondered for a moment. Kid, is what you're saying true? Absolutely true. Xia Taiping nodded decisively. Brother Neza, before this, our Huaxia nation suffered no shortage of bullying from other countries. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not hold grudges forever. Do you think opportunities for battle will be scarce in the future? At these words, Neza's eyes suddenly brightened. He laughed heartily. Fine, we'll fight another day. But you must agree to one condition. Xia Taiping asked, what condition? I want to become your personal guardian deity. Neza declared, only then will I have more chances to fight. Otherwise, with the Heavenly Dao's random selection, who knows when I'll get picked again, it could be ages. Well. Xia Taiping hesitated before saying, Brother Xia, to be honest, I'd love for you to be my guardian deity. But a person can only have one guardian deity, and I already have the great sage as mine. I understand everything you said. Neza paused, then abruptly changed the subject, but you're different. You know exactly why. So you must promise me you must let me become your guardian deity. Hearing this, everyone in the divine arena was utterly dumbfounded. It was common knowledge that one could only have one personal deity. Why was Xia Taiping different? Xia Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. If there was one thing that set him apart from everyone present, it was that he wasn't from this world, he had traveled here from another. He didn't know if Neza was referring to this very thing, but he had a vague sense that Neza was indeed speaking of it. If his intuition was correct, he carried a great secret within him, perhaps even his arrival in this world was no mere coincidence. Young man, I know you have many questions. Neza continued, but now is not the time to tell you. Just remember this, you are not fighting alone. Behind you stand all the people of China, and the gods of China's 5,000 years of history stand behind you too. Brother Neza, I'll remember. Xia Taiping nodded. I promise you once I return, I will summon you as my personal guardian deity. Good. Neza declared, the rest is up to you. I'm leaving. With that, Neza vanished into thin air. Xia Taiping clasped his hands together in respect and said, we bid farewell to third Prince Neza. Xia Zhenghua and the other members of Huaxia Kingdom rose to their feet, clasping their hands together and bowing. Farewell, third Prince Neza. At the same time, a sense of regret stirred within them. If only Neza could continue fighting. Yet despite their regret, they did not wish for Neza to expand even a shred of his divine essence, lest it harm his true form. Phew! Kishida Koyo exhaled deeply. Though his warning had spared Huaxia from losing a powerful deity, his intervention wasn't out of kindness. Rather, it was to eliminate a formidable opponent for Sakura Nation, thereby increasing their chances of winning this divine battle. Otherwise, if Neza had continued fighting, Sakura Nation would have found it difficult to win this divine battle. But before he could fully exhale, Xia Taiping's voice boomed across the divine battle arena. Next match. Kishida, you coward. Send someone up to die. Chapter 55, Sakura Nation panics. Requesting a replacement. You brat, you dare to be so arrogant? Hearing Xia Taiping's challenge, Kishida Koyo fired back immediately. That little brat isn't fighting anymore. My Sakura Nation still has a blue-rank divine being's chosen one. What do you have to fight us with? Xia Taiping froze in shock, then stared at Kishida Koyo as if he were an idiot. Everyone in the divine arena was stunned, including the Sakura Nation's own people. Neza hadn't continued fighting, but Xia Taiping's primary deity, the great sage equal to Heaven's son Wukong, hadn't even entered the fray yet. How dare you question Xia Taiping about what he could possibly use to fight you? That statement was downright idiotic. Commander, that kid. Yamamoto Shirji tried to interject awkwardly, but Kishida Koyo cut him off before he could finish. Chicken, you mean to say he might have randomly drawn a blue-tier deity? Kishida Koya declared arrogantly, it's possible, but highly improbable. Blue-tier deities are few and far between. China already randomly summoned one blue-tier deity, how could it happen twice? Even if we concede that China got lucky and randomly obtained another blue-tier deity, they still need to successfully summon it. But China's mythological records are severely lost. That kid managed to pull it off once by sheer luck, how could he possibly succeed a second time? Yamamoto felt like dying. Could you at least let me finish before you start showing off? Now look at you trying to be cool but ending up looking like a fool. Commander, it's not like that. Yamamoto Shaoji quickly interjected, that kid's personal guardian deity hasn't even entered the fray yet. So what if it hasn't been deployed? Kishida Koya retorted instinctively. But before he could finish, he realized his mistake. Xia Taiping's guardian deity was a blue-tier god. Swish! Kishida Koya's aged face instantly flushed as red as a monkey's butt. How could he have forgotten that Xia Taiping's guardian deity hadn't even entered the fray? No wonder everyone in the divine arena was staring at him like he was an idiot. He'd made an utterly idiotic mistake. That said, it wasn't entirely his fault. Just moments ago, he'd been distracted by Neza's insistence on continuing the battle. When Neza suddenly withdrew, he breathed a huge sigh of relief and promptly forgot that Xia Taiping's guardian deity was merely a blue-tier god who hadn't even joined the fight yet. Embarrassed beyond measure, Kishida Koyo snapped in frustration, Yamamoto little chicken, why didn't you say so earlier? Yamamoto looked utterly aggrieved. Commander, I was about to say it, but you interrupted me. Kishida Koyo's expression froze abruptly. He had indeed cut Yamamoto Shoki off just now. He opened his mouth to defend himself again, but the words died on his lips. It wasn't that he didn't want to defend himself, it was clear this was his mistake. Continuing to argue wouldn't erase his foolishness, it would only make a bigger spectacle for everyone in the divine arena. Seeing Kishida Koyo had no intention of speaking further. Xia Taiping teased, Kishida Bear, still wondering what I'll use to fight you guys? Kishida Koyo's expression froze once more. Xia Taiping's words were truly cutting to the bone. His face darkened as he retorted, Kid, your personal deity is a blue-tier god. Old Tree Inagami's personal deity is also a blue-tier god. Both sides have blue-tier gods. Who wins and who loses is still up in the air. You have a point. Xia Taiping nodded, then abruptly changed the subject, then hurry up and send someone to fight. Send someone, so be it. Kishida Koya didn't back down verbally, but he had no intention of sending anyone to fight. It wasn't that he didn't want to send someone, he simply didn't know whom to send. According to his original plan, he would have sent his personal guardian spirit, the blue-tier deity Old Tree of the Well, into battle. But now, he had changed his mind. He had refused to let Neza fight again precisely because Inoue's guardian spirit stood little chance against him. The Monkey King was even stronger than Neza, wouldn't Inoue's guardian spirit stand even less chance against him? Knowing the odds were stacked against them, sending the Old Tree of the Well into battle would be nothing short of courting defeat. As for sending someone else? Kishida Koya hadn't even considered it. If sending the Old Tree from the Well offered little hope of victory, sending anyone else would offer even less. At that moment, Kishida Koyu panicked. The entire nation of Sakura panicked. Sakura Nation had already lost 2 consecutive rounds. Another defeat would mean losing this entire divine battle. Not only would Sakura Nation suffer utter disgrace, but they would also face demands for reparations from China. They could not accept this outcome, nor were they willing to accept it. Seeing Kishida Koya dithering over sending a challenger, Xia Taiping sneered, Kishida Koyu, didn't you say you'd send someone? Don't just pay lip service. Oh, and let me kindly remind you the 5 minutes stipulated by the Heavenly Way are nearly up. At these words, Kishida Koyo's expression abruptly darkened. It wasn't just because Xia Taiping's words were cutting to the bone, but also because of his warning. If he failed to send troops within 5 minutes, the Heavenly Way would deem Sakura Nation to have forfeited this round. Then, Sakura Nation would lose without a fight, and China would win without a fight. Seeing Kishida Koyu's face twisted with frustration, the representatives from the Sunset Nation, the A Nation, and the other 3 nations no longer gloated. Instead, their expressions grew solemn. They had joined Sakura Nation in launching the divine war against China, making them allies in a sense. Now, with Sakura Nation having lost 2 consecutive rounds and being forced into a position where they dared not send anyone to fight, their own reputations were tarnished. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that prior to this, none of them had ever imagined the land of cherry blossoms could lose this divine battle. Yet the reality was that not only had it suffered 2 consecutive defeats, but it had been pushed to the point where it dared not send anyone to fight. While part of this stems from Sakura country underestimating China and failing to deploy its most powerful divine favorites, one must acknowledge that this year's China is no longer the pushover it was last year. Xia Taiping, Xia Taiping, Xia Taiping. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia crowd shouted Xia Taiping's name with excitement. Before this, they had held little hope for victory in this divine battle. Yet, to their astonishment, Xia Taiping, acting alone, not only dominated with overwhelming force to win 2 consecutive rounds but also pushed Sakura Nation to the point where they dared not send anyone else. How formidable! How awe-inspiring! Moments later, the voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly boomed through the divine arena. 30 seconds remain until the start of the 3rd round. Sakura Nation must immediately send a contestant to battle or forfeit automatically. Damn it! Kishida Koyu cursed under his breath. He looked up at the sky, his face filled with anticipation. Tian Dao, I request to change the roster. Having lost 2 consecutive rounds, Sakura Nation could no longer afford another defeat. Forcing a fight with no hope of victory was pointless, yet he refused to lose this divine battle. With no other choice, he thickened his skin and requested the heavenly Tao to allow a roster change. Chapter 56, Shut Up! Xia Taiping's Dilemma. No! What's the point of submitting the roster in advance if you change it midway? The heavenly Tao's refusal echoed as Kishida Koyu's voice fell silent. No one in the divine arena was surprised by the heavenly Tao's refusal. As the heavenly Tao stated, if rosters could be changed mid-tournament, why bother submitting them in advance? Kishida Koyu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He knew full well that changing the roster mid-tournament was unlikely to be approved, but he still wanted to try. It was Sakura Nation's only chance to turn defeat into victory. Unfortunately, his request was ruthlessly denied by the heavenly way. Final reminder. 15 seconds remain until the start of the 3rd battle. Sakura Nation must immediately send a participant to fight, or it will be considered an automatic forfeit. The voice of the heavenly path sounded once more. Kishida Koyu wasted no time. Turning to a middle-aged man seated behind him, he said gravely, "Ino old tree, we cannot concede defeat outright. We still have a chance to win this round. We must try no matter what. Do you understand?" "Commander, I understand." Ino Aruji replied stiffly. If he could, he would never willingly enter the battlefield. But he dared not defy Kishida Koyu's orders and could only grit his teeth and agree. "Go!" Kishida Koyu added, "Fight for the honor of Sakura Nation." "Yes, sir." Ino old tree acknowledged the command, rising to ascend the divine battle arena. The voice of the heavenly path then resounded. Sakura Nation's 3rd challenge against Huaxia Nation begins. Simultaneously, 6 gray cards materialized out of thin air, 3 hovering before Xia Taiping, 3 before Ino Aru. Every pair of eyes in the divine arena instinctively fixed upon the 6 cards. Immediately, murmurs of discussion rippled through the arena. Rain Woman, Snow Woman, Shuten Doji. Another blue-tier deity? Sakura Nation's luck is truly remarkable. But with their protagonist being a blue-tier deity, a mere blue-tier deity might not be enough. 3 random draws, 3 blue-tier deities, that luck is undeniable. But it's useless. This battle is life or death for Sakura Nation. The old tree beneath the well will surely summon its true deity to fight. White Ghost, horse-faced monster, fan-wielding woman. I finally recognized a Chinese deity. Hard-earned. White Ghost is a green-tier deity. The horse-faced monster and fan-wielding woman clearly aren't powerful deities. That kid from Huaxia will definitely summon his life-bound deity this time. If he doesn't, I'll perform a handstand eating in public. Just as the murmurs predicted. Old Tree from the Well glanced at the 3 cards and declared in a deep voice, "Old Tree from the Well of Sakura Nation humbly summons Lord Abe no Saimai." Swish! As the Old Tree of the Well spoke, the 3 cards hovering before him vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, a faint, eerie light erupted from his forehead. Following this, a tall, fair-skinned man emerged from the black light. His gaze was as calm as still water, a faint smile played upon his red lips, and he held a fan in his hand. No one in the divine arena was surprised that the well-side ancient tree had summoned his guardian deity, Abe no Saimai, to battle. For this outcome had long been anticipated. Xia Zhanghua shouted, "Taiping! Old Tree from the Well's divine guardian is Abe no Saimai, a yin-yang master whose ultimate power lies in the 12 Shikigami. He's not fighting alone, it's him plus 12 Shikigami. Be careful." "Master Xia, I understand." Xia Taiping responded, his gaze fixed on the 3 cards before him, a hint of conflict flickering in his eyes. He was torn over whether to summon the great sage into battle. The 3 deities randomly selected by the heavenly path this time were the White Ghost, Horse-Faced Demon, and Rakshasa Woman. None possessed formidable combat strength. They might stand a chance against a foe like Shuten Doji, but against the powerful Abe no Saimai, victory was virtually impossible. Only by summoning the Great Sage could this battle be assured of victory. Yet he hesitated to summon the Great Sage so soon. For it wasn't just Sakura Nation waging divine war against China's Sunset Nation, and 4 others had joined the fray. Summoning the Great Sage now would leave him with no backup for future battles, forcing him to rely solely on luck. He refused to entrust his fate to the vagaries of chance, nor did he relish the feeling of losing control. Summoning the Great Sage was one thing, but not summoning him was another. For a moment, Xia Taiping found himself torn. Seeing Xia Taiping delay summoning his deity, Kishida Koyu immediately seized the opportunity to mock him. He sneered, "Kid, you call me slow? You're just as slow yourself." "Kishida Koyu, I'm debating whether to summon the Great Sage to battle." Xia Taiping said with a smile, "Are you pushing me like this because you want me to summon the Great Sage to battle?" Kishida Koyu's expression froze abruptly, then he promptly shut his mouth. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue taunting Xia Taiping, but rather that he didn't want Xia Taiping to summon the Great Sage. If Xia Taiping got enraged and summoned the Great Sage, it would be difficult for the old tree under the well to win this battle. He knew full well how humiliating it was to be silenced by Xia Taiping's words. But if backing down meant winning this divine battle and eliminating Xia Taiping, then Sakura Nation could stage a dramatic comeback and win the entire divine war. Compared to winning this battle, or even the entire divine contest, what did a little loss of face matter? Besides, this world judged heroes by victory or defeat. As long as they won this divine battle, the world would remember only that Sakura Nation had come back from a 0-2 deficit to win 3 straight sets, not his cowardice. Don't summon the Great Sage to battle. Don't summon the Great Sage to battle. Kishida Koyu wasn't just backing down, he was praying incessantly in his heart. At that moment, it wasn't just Kishida who was praying incessantly. Yamamoto, Little Chicken, and the rest of the Sakura Nation were praying just as fervently. For Xia Taiping, not summoning the Great Sage was their only chance to win this round, indeed, their sole hope for an improbable comeback victory in this divine battle. The Huaxia Nation's crowd grew anxious. His hesitation meant he lacked confidence that the deities summoned from the 3 cards could defeat Abe no Saimai. This round determined whether they could secure victory in the entire divine battle. Summoning the Great Sage to defeat Abe no Saimai and win this battle, it was so simple. What was there to hesitate about? Yet despite their anxiety, intimidated by Xia Zhenghua's presence, none dared voice their doubts aloud. Xia Zhenghua wore a thoughtful expression. Xia Taiping was no fool, and the situation seemed straightforward. Logically, Xia Taiping shouldn't be agonizing over it, yet he was. There must be a reason. Moments later, he understood Xia Taiping's thoughts. He spoke again as a reminder, "Taiping, those who lose in battle will be eliminated and lose their eligibility to fight again. Do you understand?" Xia Taiping replied, "I know, Elder Xia." "Good." Xia Zhenghua said, "How you proceed is entirely your choice. Whatever decision you make, I will support you unconditionally." "Thank you, Elder Hua." Xia Taiping expressed his gratitude, but inside, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He refused to entrust his fate to the whims of luck, nor did he relish the feeling of losing control. But given the current situation, it seemed rather difficult to seize control of his destiny. Well, if it can't be controlled, then so be it. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly. If he were eliminated, the upcoming divine battle would hold even less hope of victory. He couldn't afford to take risks. Yet just as he prepared to summon the Great Sage into battle, a flash of insight suddenly struck his mind. Chapter 57, Princess Ironfan. Pre-battle anomaly. Swish. Xia Taiping abruptly looked up at the Rakshasa woman's card. His gaze fixed on her right hand, where she held a banana leaf fan. His eyes instantly brightened. How could I have forgotten this? Xia Taiping raised his hand and tapped his forehead. A thought had just flashed through his mind. The Great Sage had once suffered defeat at the hands of the Rasha woman. The Rashani, also known as the Iron Fan Princess, wasn't particularly strong in combat, but her banana fan was incredibly powerful. Remember when the Great Sage was escorting Tang Sanzang to the western heavens for the scriptures and got trapped at the Flaming Mountains? He tried to borrow Princess Iron Fan's fan, but she refused because he'd offended Red Boy. Instead, she blew him straight to the edge of the sky with a single swipe of her fan. If even the mighty Monkey King couldn't withstand a single blow from Princess Iron Fan's fan, could Abe no Saimai possibly block it? At this thought, Xia Taiping instantly abandoned the idea of summoning the Monkey King to battle. Instead, he would summon Princess Iron Fan. Earlier, he had refrained from summoning the Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King because he feared they might not possess the Jade Milk Vase and Purple Gold Red Gourd. After all, these artifacts were not their own but stolen treasures. But Princess Iron Fan was different. She was the rightful owner of the banana leaf fan, and her card clearly depicted one. Having made up his mind, Xia Taiping hesitated no longer. He proclaimed loudly, "Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly summons Princess Iron Fan, the Rakshasa maiden, to descend." Swish! As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of White Ghost and Horseface vanished into thin air, while the card of the Demoness glowed brilliantly. Immediately, an elegant woman holding a banana fan stepped out from the light. This scene left the crowd in the divine arena stunned. Xia Taiping's choice had once again defied their expectations. Instead of summoning the great sage to battle, he had called forth the deity depicted on the card. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and other Japanese spectators were overcome with excitement. Their prayers had been answered. By not summoning the great sage, Xia Taiping had given them a chance to win this round and eliminate him from the competition. Eliminating Xia Taiping would allow them to win 3 consecutive rounds and claim victory in this challenge. The Huaxia delegation wore bitter smiles. They had already feared he might not summon the great sage, and now their worst fears had come true. Someone couldn't help but ask, Master Xia, why didn't Xia Taiping summon the great sage? He wants to keep some cards up his sleeve. Xia Zhanghua explained, it's not just Sakura Nation that has declared a divine war against Huaxia. Sunset Nation and 4 other nations have also declared war. We still have 5 more divine wars ahead of us. Divine wars involve randomly selecting deities. It's entirely possible we might draw 3 deities weaker than our opponents. Should that happen, we'd lose outright. Taiping has deliberately held back the great sage to prevent precisely that outcome. Upon hearing this, the Huaxia delegation suddenly understood. The speaker continued, but Xia Taiping is clearly agonizing over this round. None of the 3 deities on the cards have a guaranteed win against Abe no Saimai. If we lose, Xia Taiping will be eliminated. There will be no future then. What you've said, everyone knows. Taiping wouldn't be unaware either. Old Master Xia remarked, therefore, his decision to deploy Princess Ironfan and Rakshasa Woman demonstrates his confidence in them. Just observe. I trust Taiping would never gamble with the fate of Huaxia. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed through the divine arena. Where's Brother Xiang? Get out here. Didn't you just say that if the Huaxia kid didn't choose the great sage to fight, you'd do a handstand and eat your own feces in public? Hurry up. I'm dying to see how you pull that off. You're not actually going to make it fresh and eat it right there, are you? Ha 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 ha. As soon as the voice faded, waves of boisterous laughter erupted. In the seating areas surrounding the divine arena, a middle-aged man stared intently at the divine battle platform, feigning complete ignorance. He was the one who'd just declared he'd eat upside down if Xia Taiping didn't choose the great sage to fight. But who could have guessed Xia Taiping would once again leave the great sage on the bench? As for eating upside down? That was just empty talk. He'd never actually performed such a stunt in public. Xia Taiping was speechless. How could anyone still be betting on whether he would summon the great sage and making such outrageous wagers? But before he could dwell on it, Kishida Koyo's booming laughter erupted. Kid, you brought this on yourself. Next, my Sakura Nation won't just take the 3rd game, we'll win 2 more straight and claim victory in this divine battle. Sigh. Xia Taiping let out a deep sigh. He truly disliked humiliating others, but someone was practically begging for it. Now he had no choice but to oblige. He remarked indifferently, Kishida, you fool. I kindly offered you advice. It's never too late to bark once the dust settles. Otherwise, when reality doesn't match your expectations, where will you hide your face? Kishida Koyo's expression froze abruptly. What did he mean by barking? Xia Taiping was calling him a dog. But Xia Taiping had a point. He couldn't refute it, only glaring fiercely at Xia Taiping. Seeing Kishida Koyo fall silent, Xia Taiping remarked in surprise, well, you're surprisingly obedient. A promising youngster indeed. Ha ha ha. Roars of laughter erupted once more throughout the divine arena. Everyone except the Sakura Nation natives struggled to suppress their amusement. Xia Taiping's tongue was simply too sharp. If words could kill, Kishida Koyo would have died countless times over. Kishida Koyo's face instantly turned beet red. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Now was not the time to retaliate against Xia Taiping. Once Inoue Old Tree won this round, he would deliver a scathing retort. At that moment, he was eager to see how Xia Taiping would dare to be so arrogant. But while Kishida Koya held his tongue, Inoue Old Tree could not contain himself. His voice deepened as he barked, Lord Abe no Saimai, kill that brat and that woman too. If Xia Taiping had summoned the great sage to battle, even if Inoue had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared say such a thing. But there were no such ifs. Xia Taiping hadn't summoned the great sage to battle, he'd summoned Princess Ironfan instead. Convinced he'd already secured victory, he'd grown arrogant once more. Oomph. Abe no Saimai let out a cry and prepared to strike. But at that very moment, Princess Ironfan's voice rang out. Hold on. I have something to attend to. Let's discuss this after I'm done. Hearing this, Abe no Saimai instinctively halted. It wasn't that he was obedient, but rather he wanted to see what matter the Ironfan princess needed to attend to. Seeing Abe no Saimai pause, Princess Ironfan turned to Xia Taiping, her brows furrowed. Boy, I sense that monkey's aura on you. Hearing this, Xia Taiping's heart suddenly tightened. Her accusation made him realize something was terribly wrong. Up until now, he'd only thought about how powerful Princess Ironfan's banana fan was, and how easily she could deal with Abe no Saimai. But he had forgotten, no, not forgotten, but overlooked the deep-seated grudge between Princess Ironfan and Sun Wukong. Not just the grudge over the red boy, but also the grudge over the bull demon king. Chapter 58, eloquent as a lotus blossom. False alarm. This is trouble. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly. Princess Ironfan and the great sage shared a deep-seated grudge. Since he had accepted the great sage's legacy, Princess Ironfan might very well take out her anger on him because of her connection to the great sage's grudge. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that if Princess Iron Mountain refused to fight because of this, not only would he fail to win this round, but he would be eliminated from the competition due to this loss. At that point, the Huaxia kingdom would be in grave danger. This won't do. Xia Taiping's eyes flickered. This round isn't just about winning or losing this match. It's about winning or losing this entire battle, and even the outcome of the upcoming Five Nations Divine War. I must find a way to get Princess Iron Mountain to fight and fight with everything she's got. Seeing Xia Taiping fall silent, Princess Ironfan pressed, "Young man, why aren't you speaking?" "Auntie." Xia Taiping replied, "It's not that I'm silent, I'm simply stunned by your piercing insight. Truly, your eyes are like torches. You instantly discerned the aura of a great sage within me." "Stop flattering me, you brat." Princess Ironfan retorted irritably, "That monkey's aura is truly unique. Anyone who knows him can sense it instantly. And stop trying to claim kinship out of nowhere. Who am I to you, your master's aunt?" "Auntie, I'm not making things up, you really are my auntie." Xia Taiping declared with righteous indignation, "The great sage and bull demon king are sworn brothers. I inherited the great sage's legacy, making me his half-disciple. Your bull demon king's wife, doesn't that make you my master's aunt? You're quite the smooth talker, aren't you?" Princess Ironfan shot Xia Taiping a glare, though her expression softened considerably. She continued, "Boy, if you know all this, you should also be aware of the grudge between me and that monkey. How dare you summon me to battle?" At these words, the faces of the spectators from various nations in the divine arena instantly twisted with bewilderment. They had sensed something amiss when Princess Ironfan accused Xia Taiping of carrying the ape's aura, though they hadn't immediately grasped who she meant by that monkey. But as Xia Taiping and Ironfan Princess exchanged words, they gradually realized the monkey she referred to was none other than Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity. They also grasped the depth of the enmity between Ironfan Princess and the great sage. So, Xia Taiping hadn't summoned a divine being to aid him in battle, he'd summoned an enemy. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others from Huaxia Nation couldn't help but grow tense. Like Xia Taiping, they feared Princess Ironfan might refuse to fight due to her grudge against the great sage. Meanwhile, Kishida Kyo and Yamamoto Shuji among the Sakura Nation's members grew excited. Originally, they believed they had a chance to win this round and eliminate Xia Taiping because he hadn't summoned the great sage. Now that Xia Taiping had summoned an enemy to fight, didn't that mean even greater opportunity? Xia Taiping's heart suddenly tightened. The very thing he feared most had come to pass. Yet despite his inner turmoil, he showed no sign of it outwardly. "What is there that I would not dare, senior aunt?" Xia Taiping smiled. "The grudge between you and the great sage is a matter between adults. It has little to do with us juniors. You are kind-hearted and just. How could you involve us juniors in your adult feud? How could you disregard the safety of China?" "But..." Princess Ironfan couldn't help but laugh. "You're quite the smooth talker, young man. Your words are as sweet as honey." "Auntie, you're mistaken." Xia Taiping retorted, "I'm not being smooth-talking. Everything I just said came straight from my heart." "Is that so?" Princess Ironfan grinned mischievously. "What if I refuse to fight?" "If you choose not to fight, I can't force you." Xia Taiping felt his heart race with anxiety, yet his expression remained calm. It would be a tragedy for Huaxia. Today, not only Sakura Nation has declared divine war against Huaxia, but also Sunset Nation and 4 other nations. If we lose, Huaxia will be finished. But I trust that a beautiful and kind-hearted person like you, filled with righteousness, wouldn't involve the younger generation in the grudges of adults, nor would you disregard the safety of Huaxia. So you're just testing me, aren't you? You'll definitely fight. You brat, you've practically forced me into this. Princess Ironfan shot Xia Taiping a disapproving glare before abruptly changing her tone, but you're right about one thing, the grudges between adults shouldn't involve the younger generation. As a deity of Huaxia, how could I possibly disregard the nation's safety? Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others from Huaxia Kingdom breathed a collective sigh of relief. They say what you fear comes to pass, but this time was an exception, their worst fears hadn't materialized. Kishida Kyo and Yamamoto Shuji, along with the other Japanese representatives, felt a bit downcast. What about the promise not to fight? Why was she fighting now? That said, even with Princess Ironfan joining the fray, they remained confident of victory. Her presence was ultimately inconsequential, merely an added complication. "Thank you, senior aunt." Xia Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't tell if Princess Iron Mountain's words came from the heart or if she'd simply succumbed to his painstaking flattery. But there was no denying that his efforts hadn't been wasted, otherwise, things wouldn't have been resolved so swiftly and easily. Young man, you needn't thank me. It is my duty as a deity of Huaxia. Princess Ironfan shook her head and added, oh, and pass a message to that monkey king for me. Back then, I acted in a moment of anger without thinking clearly. Later, I realized that neither the Red Boy incident nor the old ox affair could be judged as right or wrong. Besides, Red Boy has been under the Bodhisattva's guidance. He's changed greatly and grown tremendously. I stopped being angry with him long ago. I even feel grateful to him. So he doesn't need to hide from me anymore. Xia Taiping blinked. Auntie, you're not planning to trick the great sage into meeting you just so you can beat him up, are you? What are you thinking, you little rascal? Princess Ironfan retorted irritably, everything I said is true. Besides, I couldn't beat that monkey anyway. Xia Taiping frowned in confusion. Then why not tell the great sage yourself? Why send me as your messenger? I wanted to tell him myself too. Princess Ironfan sighed helplessly, but that monkey keeps avoiding me. I can't catch him, how could I speak to him? That's true. Xia Taiping nodded. Auntie, I'll deliver your message to the great sage. Good. Princess Ironfan nodded. Young man, stand back there. Your senior auntie will win this round for you today. Yes, auntie. Xia Taiping responded obediently, then trotted to the back to take his place. At that moment, the weight on his heart lifted completely. Fortunately, it had been a false alarm. Otherwise, if Princess Ironfan had refused to fight, he would have become a criminal in the eyes of Huaxia. Chapter 59, The Might of the Ironfan. One dead, one severely wounded. Divine Battle Arena. Princess Ironfan looked toward Abe no Saimai standing nearby and declared, begin. As you wish. Abe no Saimai sneered coldly. With a wave of his hand, two talismans materialized out of thin air. Simultaneously, two sharp commands burst from his lips. Shikigami, Ascending Serpent. Shikigami, White Tiger. Boom! Boom! As Abe no Saimai's words fell, the two talismans instantly burst into blazing flames. Immediately, a massive serpent of pure azure and a fierce tiger of snow-white fur emerged from the flames born of the talismans. Hiss! Roar! The dragon serpent and the white tiger roared simultaneously, then charged toward Princess Ironfan standing nearby. Seeing this, Princess Ironfan moved in response. The banana leaf fan in her hand rapidly expanded, transforming in an instant from a small fan into a massive one over 3 meters long. With a swift flick of her wrist, a fierce gale erupted, bearing down on the tiny snake as it scrambled forward. Hesitating only briefly, she gave the fan another gentle flick. Another whirlwind erupted, hurtling toward the white tiger charging at full speed. In the next instant, the first gale collided with the dragon serpent. Like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, the gale sent the dragon snake flying backward at a speed even faster than its original approach. Immediately after, the second whirlwind collided with the white tiger. Just like the ascending serpent, the white tiger was also swept away by the fierce wind, flying backward at an even greater speed than its original approach. This scene left spectators from all nations in the divine arena utterly stunned. The 12 Shikigami were Abe no Saimai's most formidable offensive tools, each comparable to a blue-ranked deity. And yet, they had been effortlessly swept away by Princess Ironfan's two light swipes? Wah! Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators erupted in excitement once more. Before this, they had genuinely worried Princess Ironfan might not be Abe no Saimai's match. It wasn't that they doubted her combat prowess, but Xia Taiping's internal conflict made it hard for them not to worry. Yet to their astonishment, Princess Ironfan proved overwhelmingly powerful. One swish, one down. She sent both the white tiger and the ascending serpent flying. At the same time, a trace of puzzlement arose in their hearts. If Princess Ironfan was this formidable and Xia Taiping knew her legend, why was he so conflicted? Was he deliberately feigning weakness to lower his enemy's guard? If facing an evenly matched opponent, such tactics might make sense. But with Princess Ironfan being this formidable, why would he need to do that? What they didn't know was that Xia Taiping's hesitation stemmed from momentarily overlooking the banana fan's formidable power. Had he not done so, he would have summoned Princess Ironfan to battle without hesitation. The calm expressions on the faces of Kishida Kyo, Yamamoto Shuji, and the other members of the Sakura Nation suddenly froze. After Xia Taiping abandoned summoning the Great Sage and instead called forth Princess Ironfan, they had all assumed victory was assured. Yet to their astonishment, Abe Saimai found himself at an absolute disadvantage the moment the battle commenced. Xia Taiping, however, was entirely unsurprised. Princess Ironfan could send the Great Sage flying to the ends of the earth with a single swing of her banana leaf fan. It was only natural that two swipes would send Abe no Saimai's two Shikigami flying. Like the people of Sakura Nation, Abe no Saimai's expression was far from pleasant. He instinctively tried to intercept the flying Tingsha and White Tiger, but before he could act, they soared over his head, hurtling straight toward the edge of the divine battle arena. Boom! A dull thud echoed abruptly. The Tingsha slammed solidly into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena, instantly gouging a deep dent into it. Snap! 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 Simultaneously, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed continuously. That was the sound of the Tang snake's bones snapping under the immense force of the impact. Immediately after, the dragon serpent's body flickered rapidly several times before dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing. Thud. Another dull thud echoed. Following the ascending serpent, the white tiger slammed solidly into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. But it fared better than the ascending serpent, nearly spewing a mouthful of blood before sliding down the barrier along the edge of the divine battle arena. Hiss. 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 This scene left everyone in the divine arena utterly stunned, a series of gasps echoing through the crowd. They had thought Princess Iron Fan's feat of flinging both the azure dragon and the white tiger away with a single fan stroke was already impressive. Yet what followed surpassed all expectations. The azure dragon, flung against the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena, was instantly killed on impact, while the white tiger suffered severe injuries. With just 2 swipes of her fan, the azure dragon was dead and the white tiger gravely wounded. How terrifying was that? Abe no Saimai's expression abruptly darkened, his eyes filled with anguish. He too hadn't anticipated that within the first exchange, one of his 2 Shikigami would be killed and the other gravely wounded. Though death on the divine battle arena wasn't permanent, they could be restored after a period of recuperation. He couldn't summon them again anytime soon. Moreover, his 12 Shikigami were his core combat strength. Each one lost meant a direct reduction in his power. Xia Taiping frowned. He had been watching Princess Iron Fan closely. He had seen her hesitate when delivering the second strike, its force not as powerful as the first. This was why Tingsha had been killed outright, while White Tiger had only been gravely wounded. But what he couldn't understand was why Iron Fan Princess hesitated with her second strike. Why hold back? Before he could ponder further, Princess Iron Fan's puzzled voice echoed. Boy, how could the land of cherry blossoms have a white tiger? Has it betrayed China? But that shouldn't be possible. Hearing this, Xia Taiping suddenly understood. The Iron Fan Princess hesitated and held back precisely because the white tiger was a deity of China. Auntie, you've misunderstood. Xia Taiping explained that white tiger isn't the one from our China. It was created by the land of cherry blossoms by plagiarizing our divine history. Not just the white tiger, all 12 of its Shikigami were created by stealing from our divine history. I see. Princess Iron Fan snapped to attention. I knew it. The white tiger would never betray China, and it certainly isn't that weak. Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were once again struck dumb with astonishment. Abe no Saimai's Shikigami were each beings comparable to azure-grade deities and you call them frail? But then again, Princess Iron Fan had a point. If they weren't frail, how could a single fan's gust have killed one and gravely wounded another? Swish! Princess Iron Mountain spun around to glare at Abe no Saimai, her voice sharp with fury. You plagiarized the divine history of China. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you dare to humiliate our nation. Your ambitions are as treacherous as wolves. You are nothing but ungrateful dogs. Abe no Saimai's face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth to protest, but no words came out. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. Rather, whether it was Xia Taiping's words or Princess Iron Fan's accusations, they were undeniable truths, facts known to all under heaven. His defense would be futile. Prepare to die. Princess Iron Fan roared, swinging her banana leaf fan once more. Chapter 60. One fan shatters the 6 realms. Have you any shame? Swish. As the fan swept through the air, a violent gale erupted from nowhere, hurtling straight toward Abe no Saimai. Seeing this, Abe no Saimai's expression instantly turned grave. He had just witnessed the Tingsha and White Tiger being swept away by the gale, one dead, the other gravely injured. How could he take this lightly? Shikigami, Rocco. A loud command burst from Abe no Saimai's mouth. With a wave of his hand, a talisman materialized in midair, bursting into flames. Simultaneously, a yellow hexagonal crystal materialized from the flames of the talisman, forming a barrier before Abe no Saimai. The next instant, the gale arrived, slamming squarely into the yellow hexagonal crystal. Crack! 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 A series of sharp cracking sounds followed. Cracks began appearing on the yellow hexagonal crystal, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. Within mere moments, the cracks covered the entire yellow hexagonal crystal. At a glance, it resembled a spider web draped over the yellow hexagonal crystal. Boom! The moment the cracks covered the entire yellow hexagonal crystal, a deafening roar erupted. The yellow hexagonal crystal shattered violently, then dissolved into scattered points of starlight before vanishing entirely. This scene caused Abe no Saimai's expression to change drastically. The 6 harmonies was his ultimate defensive technique. He had believed it would effortlessly repel Princess Iron Fan's attack. Yet, while the 6 harmonies did indeed withstand her assault, it was shattered by a single strike from the princess. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real significance was that Princess Iron Fan could shatter the 6 harmonies with a single strike, meaning she possessed the power to instantly annihilate him. This also explained why neither Tingsha nor White Tiger could withstand her attack. Ha! It actually blocked? Princess Iron Fan exclaimed in surprise, then added, then try again. I'll see how many times you can block it. With that, she swung her banana fan once more. Whoosh! A violent gust erupted from nowhere, hurtling toward Abe no Saimai once more. Seeing this, Abe no Saimai instantly sidestepped to the side. Even Luha, renowned for his formidable defenses, had been shattered by Princess Ironfan's single strike. How could he dare to continue confronting her attack head-on? But in the next instant, he realized with horror that as he dodged, the whirlwind shifted direction, continuing to lash out at him. Refusing to believe in superstition, he kept changing his evasion direction, only to be stunned when he realized the gale shifted direction with every turn he made without exception. It felt as though the gale had been fitted with tracking devices. He didn't know why Princess Ironfan's attacks could shift direction with his own turns, but he knew one thing: trying to evade her attacks by dodging was utterly impossible. White Tiger, I'm sorry. A ruthless glint flashed in Abe no Saimai's eyes. Unable to evade the storm's relentless pursuit and unwilling to die, he had no choice but to sacrifice a shield to absorb the blow. His other Shikigami remained unscathed, he couldn't bear to waste them. But the White Tiger, already gravely wounded and useless, might as well be put to one last use. Swish! Abe no Saimai raised his hand, clenched it fiercely toward the White Tiger's location, then flung it with all his might. In the next instant, the gravely wounded White Tiger soared into the air, appearing before Abe no Saimai in the blink of an eye. At the last possible moment, it blocked the howling gale for him. A whoa! A piercing wail erupted from the White Tiger's mouth. Once more, it shot backward like an arrow released from a bowstring, hurtling toward the edge of the divine battle arena. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the White Tiger slammed solidly into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena, leaving a deep dent in the protective barrier. Immediately after, its body flickered rapidly several times before dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing. Following the flying serpent, the White Tiger too was instantly slain by Princess Ironfan's fan. TSK Tisk. Princess Ironfan sneered, your Shikigami risked life and limb for you, yet you used them as cannon fodder. Your heart is truly twisted. Auntie, that's perfectly normal. Xia Taiping chimed in, the people of Sakura Nation excel at being treacherous and forgetting their roots. Hoof. Abe no Saimai coldly retorted, Shikigami exist to serve me. Their deaths are their honor. Those who utter such words are invariably the most treacherous souls. Princess Ironfan sighed and asked, boy, how many Shikigami does he have? 12. Xia Taiping replied, Auntie, if it's not too much trouble, please destroy all 12 of his Shikigami. Though killing them on the divine battle arena won't annihilate them completely, it will prevent them from being summoned for a period of time. That way, his combat strength will plummet for a time. Many in Sakura Nation still have those 12 Shikigami as their personal guardian deities. Killing them on the divine battle arena will also leave many Sakura Nation citizens without guardian deities to summon. Upon hearing this, the faces of Sakura Nation members like Kishida Kyo and Yamamoto Shuji paled dramatically. For what Xia Taiping stated was undeniably true. Should Abe no Saimai's 12 Shikigami be slain on the divine battle arena, those in Sakura Nation who relied on them as their personal guardian deities would be unable to summon their divine protectors into battle for an extended period. Kishida Kujo roared, you bastard! You're utterly vicious. Kishida, you dog! Have you no shame? Xia Taiping fired back immediately, the land of cherry blossoms stole the divine history of the land of China to create its own. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you turn around and bite the hand that feeds you, seeking to devour the land of China. Is that not vicious? Moreover, this is a divine war, a life or death struggle, not child's play. Your cherry blossom nation's deities resort to feigning defeat only to launch ambushes. Or slaying your Shikigami in open combat. How is that vicious? Kishida Kyo's expression froze abruptly. He desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping's words, yet found no counterargument for what Xia Taiping stated was a universally acknowledged truth. Kid, don't waste your breath on him. Princess Ironfan interjected, it's merely 12 Shikigami. No, not 12, now only 9 remain. Just a matter of 9 fans. I'll kill them for you. Hearing this, everyone in the divine arena exchanged stunned glances. Was she being arrogant? Yet it didn't quite feel like arrogance. After all, Princess Ironfan had already effortlessly destroyed Abe no Saimai's 3 Shikigami Tengu, Bayako, and Rako. Eliminating his remaining 9 Shikigami truly seemed like no great feat. Xia Taiping lavished praise without restraint. Grandmaster, you are mighty. Grandmaster, you are formidable. Cut the flattery. Princess Ironfan shot Xia Taiping a withering glance, her hand tightening around the banana leaf fan as she prepared to strike. Abe no Saimai immediately struck. But at that very moment, voices suddenly echoed throughout the divine arena. Chapter 61, Birds of a Feather. The Commander Without Troops. Lord Abe no Saimai, cease this battle. Surrender now. Lord Abe no Saimai, you are no match for that woman. Stop wasting your Shikigami. Lord Abe no Saimai, I beg you, stop wasting your Shikigami. Otherwise, we won't be able to summon our guardian deities to battle. Lord Abe no Saimai, please concede defeat. One after another, urgent pleas echoed through the divine arena. These cries all came from the people of Sakura Nation. Soon, the chaotic murmurs coalesced into a single, unified cry. Lord Abe no Saimai, concede defeat. The sudden cry startled Princess Ironfan, who had been about to strike, causing her to halt abruptly. This wasn't because she wanted to give Abe no Saimai a chance to concede, but rather to see how someone as self-serving as him would react to the pleas of the people of Sakura Nation. The spectators from other nations in the divine arena were also stunned by the abrupt outburst. Sakura Nation had already lost 2 consecutive rounds. This third battle determined the outcome of the divine war between Sakura Nation and Huaxia Nation. Yet now, Sakura Nation's own people were demanding Abe no Saimai concede defeat? Had they lost their minds? But they quickly caught on. As the saying goes, seeing a glimpse of the whole from a small part. From the battle between Princess Ironfan and Abe no Saimai, anyone with half a brain could see that Saimai was no match for her. Continuing the fight meant not only certain defeat for Saimai, but also the near-total annihilation of his Shikigami. Better to have Abe no Saimai concede now and save his remaining 9 Shikigami. This way, those in Sakura Nation who worshipped Abe no Saimai's 12 Shikigami as their guardian deities wouldn't be left without a summonable guardian for an extended period if the Shikigami were killed on the divine battle arena. Upon realizing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of the people of Sakura Nation. Yet this very wisdom made it impossible for them to admire it, even stirring a hint of contempt within their hearts. Abe no Saimai fought for Sakura Nation, yet its people, solely concerned with preserving their Shikigami for future invocations, not only disregarded victory in this divine battle but collectively forced Saimai to concede defeat. How utterly selfish and self-serving. Xia Taiping, however, was utterly unsurprised. For the people of Sakura Nation were inherently a selfish and self-serving people, whether in his past life or this one, it remained unchanged. He did not urge Princess Ironfan to act hastily, but instead watched Abe no Saimai in silence. He too wanted to see how this self-serving Abe no Saimai would act. At that moment, Abe no Saimai's expression was grim. He had already sacrificed 3 Shikigami fighting for Sakura Nation, yet now its people demanded he admit defeat publicly just to summon their guardian deity? How utterly tragic. Impossible. Abe no Saimai flatly refused, his face darkening. Since I, Abe no Saimai, first stepped onto this stage, I have rarely tasted defeat, let alone surrendered willingly. You may have no shame, but I cannot afford to lose face, especially since I haven't even lost yet. Without waiting for the Sakura Nation to respond, Abe no Saimai flung 9 talismans in rapid succession. Shikigami, Suzaku. Shikigami, Goken. Shikigami, Azure Dragon. Shikigami, Queen of Heaven. Shikigami, Tain. Shikigami, Genbu. Shikigami, Grand Master. Shikigami, Sky. Shikigami, Tiani. 9 great Shikigami emerged before me. As Abe no Saimai bellowed these commands, 9 talismans burst into blazing flames. One after another, the 9 great Shikigami emerged from the flames born of the talismans. This spectacle filled the spectators from nations other than China and Sakura Kingdom with palpable excitement. For this was precisely the spectacle they had anticipated, not merely because Abe no Saimai was going all out, promising thrilling drama, but also because Sakura Nation's weakened state bode well for their own interests. Kishida Kyo, Yamamoto Shurji, and the other Sakura Nation representatives turned ashen-faced. Not only had Abe no Saimai ignored their pleas, but he had summoned all 9 remaining Shikigami at once. This meant many Sakura Nation practitioners would be unable to call upon their personal guardian deities for battle for a very long time. As for Abe no Saimai winning, they didn't believe he could pull it off. Even if he somehow managed it, the remaining 9 major Shikigami would suffer catastrophic losses. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others from Huaxia were all feeling a bit tense. Abe no Saimai summoned all 9 remaining major Shikigami at once, and they worried that Princess Ironfan might be difficult to handle. Princess Ironfan sighed. The people of Sakura Nation, desperate to have a guardian deity to summon, publicly forced their own gods to admit defeat. Yet those gods, for the sake of their pride, flatly refused. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Auntie, that's perfectly normal. Xia Taiping interjected. The people of Sakura Nation and their gods are cut from the same cloth, selfish, petty creatures. Auntie, that guy has clearly gone all out with this setup. You must be careful. Don't worry. Princess Ironfan chuckled. What I fear least is a group battle. Is that so? Abe no Saimai sneered coldly, then barked in a deep voice, 9 great Shikigami, tear her apart. Whoosh. 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 At Abe no Saimai's command, the 9 great Shikigami erupted simultaneously. However, they did not charge directly at Princess Ironfan. Instead, they scattered in different directions, clearly intending to surround and attack her from all sides. Seeing this, Princess Ironfan moved in response. Holding her banana fan in both hands, she swung it repeatedly while shifting her stance with each strike. Swish. 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 One after another, whirlwinds materialized around her, exactly 9 in number. Immediately, the 9 gales roared forth, charging head-on against the 9 Shikigami hurtling toward them. This scene caused Abe no Saimai's expression to abruptly change. He had planned that by deploying all 9 Shikigami to surround Princess Ironfan from different directions, he could catch her off guard and secure victory. Yet he never imagined she could unleash multiple attacks in such a short span. Recall. Abe no Saimai instinctively tried to recall the 9 Shikigami. He knew full well the destructive power of Princess Iron Fan's attacks and understood that the 9 great Shikigami could not withstand them. If this continued, not a single one of the 9 Shikigami would survive. But the words stopped at his lips. Princess Iron Fan's attacks were not straightforward, they tracked their targets. Even if he recalled the 9 great Shikigami, it would be futile. Moreover, recalling them would likely endanger himself as well. In the next instant, the 9 great Shikigami collided with 9 furious winds. Like the ascending serpent and the white tiger before them, the 9 great Shikigami were instantly hurled backward by the gale upon impact. They flew backward at a speed even faster than their initial charge, hurtling straight toward the edge of the divine battle arena. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of dull thuds, the 9 great Shikigami slammed solidly into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena, directly punching 9 deep dents into it. Immediately after, their bodies flickered rapidly several times before dissolving into scattered points of starlight and vanishing. With that, all 12 of Abe no Saimai's Shikigami were annihilated, leaving him a commander without a single soldier. Chapter 62, Insane. Unworthy of being a god. Whoosh! 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 A series of gasps echoed through the divine arena. Every face in attendance was etched with profound shock and bewilderment. Though they had witnessed Princess Iron Fan's formidable power before, the sheer speed at which she had instantly obliterated 9 Shikigami, each comparable to a blue-tier deity, with a single sweep of her fan still left them utterly stunned. The next moment, cheers erupted throughout the divine arena. Holy crap! 1 fan strike each, instant kills. Princess Iron Fan is insane. When Princess Iron Fan said just 9 fans, I thought she was being arrogant. But now I realize not only was I wrong, I was completely off base. She wasn't being arrogant at all, she was telling the absolute truth. Holy crap, I never knew our Huaxia deities were this badass. Princess Iron Fan is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. China is mighty. The people of China were all bursting with excitement, some even jumping up and down in sheer joy. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and other high-ranking officials of the Chinese nation were no exception. Beyond Princess Iron Fan's sheer ferocity, 2 other reasons fueled their excitement. First, following the Monkey King's son Wukong and the 3rd Prince Neza, Huaxia nation had gained another immensely powerful deity. Second, with the 12 Shikigami vanquished, Abe no Saimai was now a tiger stripped of its claws. This round was assuredly Huaxia's victory. Combined with their previous 2 wins, Huaxia would claim this divine war with a formidable record of 3 victories in 3 battles. In stark contrast to the exhilaration of the Huaxia nation, figures like Kishida Kyo and Yamamoto Shuji from the land of cherry blossoms looked utterly devastated. Not only had they lost this round and the entire divine battle, but the annihilation of Abe no Saimai's 12 Shikigami meant countless individuals would be unable to summon their guardian deities into battle for an extended period. The loss was immense. Xia Taiping's face was equally aglow with excitement. Yet amidst his excitement, a trace of puzzlement lingered. He knew Princess Iron Fan's banana leaf fan was formidable, but this was beyond formidable. Yet he quickly realized that beyond the fan's sheer power, another factor contributed to this devastating outcome. It was the environment, more precisely, the barrier surrounding the divine battle arena. Without it, Abe no Saimai's 12 Shikigami except for the primary defensive Rako would have been blown away by the fan. But there were no such ifs. The barrier surrounding the divine battle arena had intercepted the 11 scattered Shikigami, causing them to crash violently into the barrier itself. That said, even if no barrier had existed, Abe no Saimai's 12 Shikigami would merely have survived, it wouldn't have altered the outcome of this battle. For Princess Iron Fan had sent Abe no Saimai's 12 Shikigami flying to the far reaches of the sky with a single fan stroke. Without the Monkey King's ability to traverse 10,800 li in a single somersault cloud, by the time they returned from the horizon, forget about continuing the fight, the chrysanthemum flowers would have long since cooled. At this thought, Xia Taiping couldn't help but silently mourn Abe no Saimai. This wasn't out of any soft-heartedness on his part, it was simply that Abe no Saimai's 12 Shikigami had met such an utterly frustrating demise. Abe no Saimai's eyes burned crimson, his entire body trembling violently. He didn't care about the Shikigami's lives after all, they could be resurrected, but he couldn't accept all 12 being wiped out simultaneously. They were his ultimate combat force. With their annihilation, he was now a commander without troops, a tiger stripped of its claws and fangs, good for nothing but scaring people. Damn it! How dare you kill my Shikigami? I'll kill you! A furious roar erupted from Abe no Saimai's mouth as he charged toward Princess Iron Fan, eyes blazing red. Princess Iron Fan was utterly speechless. You summoned your Shikigami to kill me, should I just stand by and let them slaughter me without fighting back? Who do you think you are? Princess Iron Fan shot back immediately, not only do I dare kill your Shikigami, I dare kill you too. With that, Princess Iron Fan swung her banana leaf fan with all her might. Whoosh! A violent wind erupted from nowhere, hurtling straight toward the charging Abe no Saimai. Her words in the howling wind felt like a bucket of ice-cold water dumped over his head, instantly sobering Abe no Saimai from his rage. His expression abruptly changed. Princess Iron Fan could annihilate his 12 Shikigami in an instant. Now stripped of his forces, his power nearly depleted, charging at her was nothing short of suicide. The thought made him instinctively try to dodge, but he immediately realized evasion was futile. Better the friend die than the monk. A ruthless glint flashed in Abe no Saimai's eyes as he frantically retreated. Simultaneously, his lowered right hand shot upward, grabbing the ancient tree standing behind him with a fierce pull before flinging it violently. Swish! Caught completely off guard, the old tree beneath the well flew uncontrollably toward Abe no Saimai. In an instant, it reached his side, then surged past him, blocking the path before him. Lord Abe no Saimai, you. The expression on the old tree's face changed drastically. He wasn't stupid, how could he not realize Abe no Saimai was using him as a sacrificial pawn? But before he could finish his sentence, the rushing gale swept him backward. Thud! The next instant, a dull thud echoed through the air. It was the sound of old tree Inaka crashing squarely into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from the old tree's mouth. But the scream abruptly cut off, and the tree slid down the barrier like a dead dog. The old tree of the well was dead, just like Abe no Saimai Shikigami smashed to death by the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. This scene caused everyone in the divine arena to freeze in shock. Had Abe no Saimai actually sacrificed his own divine retainer as a scapegoat? But they soon realized that Abe no Saimai had previously used his own Shikigami as sacrificial pawns. What was so surprising about him now using his divine followers as sacrificial pawns? TSK tisk. Princess Ironfan exclaimed, to use your own divine followers as sacrificial lambs, that's truly heartless. Hoof. Abe no Saimai replied coldly, he earned the honor of becoming my divine follower. He should be prepared to sacrifice everything for me. Ah. Princess Ironfan sighed deeply, lamenting, I once believed all who ascended to divinity possessed compassionate hearts. Yet these years have abruptly revealed my error, not all who become gods are merciful. Take a selfish villain like you, I simply cannot fathom how someone like you could become a deity, revered by all? Auntie, this is not difficult to understand. Xia Taiping interjected, because the people of Sakura Nation are selfish little people. That's true. Princess Ironfan nodded, then turned her gaze to Abe no Saimai and declared coldly, though you are not a deity of China, you are utterly unworthy of deityhood. Let me send you on your way. Chapter 63, Mission accomplished. The moment of harvest. Swish. Abe no Saimai's expression abruptly changed. Before Ironfan Princess could act, he decisively declared, I surrender. Earlier, he had sacrificed his reputation by using the old tree at the mountain's base as a scapegoat, all to preserve this sliver of his divine soul. If Princess Ironfan ultimately destroyed this divine soul, wouldn't that be like losing both the chicken and the rice, suffering a double loss? No one in the divine arena was surprised by Abe no Saimai's surrender. That Abe no Saimai would sacrifice his own divine follower to save his own life showed just how much he valued this divine soul. Unable to defeat Princess Ironfan and trapped within the divine battle arena, surrender was his only option. However, they were all deeply surprised by the victory of Huaxia Nation, which swept away Sakura Nation in this divine battle. Before this battle began, none had imagined China could win, let alone achieve such a sweeping victory over Sakura Nation. Of course, as the battle progressed, they gradually sensed something amiss, but that was a story for later. Kishida Kyo, Yamamoto Shuji, and other Sakura Nation members were consumed by rage. They had repeatedly urged Abe Saimai to concede defeat, only to be flatly refused. Now, here they were forced to admit defeat anyway, but at the terrible cost of losing all 9 Shikigami and the unjust death of the old tree of the well. What kind of situation was this? What a pity! A hint of regret flashed across Princess Ironfan's cheeks. She truly wished to kill Abe no Saimai, but according to the rules of the divine battle arena, once he conceded defeat, she could no longer strike. As if sensing Princess Ironfan's regret, Xia Taiping offered comfort, Auntie, there's no need for regret. Though we failed to kill him, without his 12 Shikigami, he's but a toothless tiger, good for scaring people at best, incapable of stirring up any real trouble. Princess Ironfan nodded and admonished, young man, I secured this divine battle victory for you. Don't forget what you promised me, pass on my earlier words to that mischievous monkey. Otherwise, when I next encounter you, just wait until I get my hands on you. Auntie, rest assured. Xia Taiping pounded his chest in assurance. I promise to relay your words to the great sage exactly as you said them. Very well. Princess Ironfan nodded again, turning her gaze to Abe no Saimai with a sneer. You've already conceded defeat. What are you still doing here? Don't you feel ashamed to stand before everyone present? Auntie, if he knew what shame was, he wouldn't have conceded defeat. Xia Taiping chimed in immediately, remember how someone claimed they couldn't bear the shame of defeat? Yet to protect that sliver of divine soul, they not only sacrificed their divine follower as a scapegoat but also surrendered without hesitation. Abe no Saimai's aged face instantly flushed crimson. He desperately wanted to retort but couldn't. All he could manage was a cold snort before vanishing from the divine battle arena. Seeing this, Princess Ironfan declared, young man, I'm leaving too. Xia Taiping clasped his hands respectfully, farewell, senior aunt. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation immediately rose to their feet, clasping their fists together. "Farewell, Princess Ironfan." Princess Ironfan nodded, and her figure vanished into thin air. Immediately after, the voice of the Tao of Heaven boomed through the divine arena. Sakura Nation's challenge to Huaxia Nation, Round 3, Huaxia Nation wins. Huaxia Nation wins all 3 battles, claiming victory in this divine war. With the Heavenly Tao's declaration, the Sakura Nation's challenge to Huaxia came to a close. Woohoo! We won! Ha ha ha! We won! 3 victories in a row! I never dared dream of this before. Xia Taiping is mighty. The Huaxia Nation is mighty. The people of Huaxia erupted in excited howls once more. Xia Taiping turned to Xia Zhenghua and said, "Old Xia, I fulfilled my mission." Good. 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 Xia Zhenghua was so overcome with emotion he could barely speak, responding only with repeated cries of good. Last year, Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and the 3 nations had jointly launched a divine war against Huaxia Nation. Huaxia Nation suffered 3 consecutive defeats, winning not a single battle. Sunset Nation and the 3 nations each seized 10% of Huaxia's national fortune, while Huaxia was forced to sign a humiliating treaty with Sakura Nation, permitting the establishment of a divine academy within its borders. Ever since, he had been consumed by worry, unable to sleep at night. He was certain that this year, Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and the 3 nations would launch another divine war against China. Worse still, Greece Nation, Catholic Nation, and Egypt Nation might join the fray. If China failed to devise a countermeasure, the end of the year could very well mark its demise. To save China, he exhausted his mind and exhausted every possible method to enhance the nation's strength. Yet, as the saying goes, even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Due to the severe loss of China's mythological history, no matter how hard he tried, his efforts yielded little result. He had nearly given up hope. Yet, unexpectedly, as the year drew to a close, the sudden emergence of Xia Taiping gave him hope of countering nations like Sakura. This was why, upon receiving the news, he immediately rushed over with the 4 regional governors and the commander. What astonished him even more was Xia Taiping's astonishing feat, single-handedly winning 3 consecutive matches on the divine battle arena, crushing Sakura Nation with overwhelming force to secure victory in this divine conflict. This triumph also washed away the shame of China's 3 consecutive defeats last year, where they hadn't won a single match. As some in Huaxia had remarked, such an outcome had been unimaginable even in their wildest dreams before this moment. At that moment, the voice of the Heavenly Tao boomed once more within the divine arena. According to the rules of the divine battle, the victorious side may demand compensation from the defeated side. Now comes the moment for the victor's reward. What compensation does the Chinese nation desire? Hearing this, Kishida Kyo, Yamamoto Shuji, and the other Sakura Nation representatives all wore expressions of bitter resentment. They had initiated this divine war against Huaxia not only to eliminate Xia Taiping and nip the threat in the bud, but also to extract some advantage from Huaxia. Not only had they failed to eliminate Xia Taiping, but they had also suffered heavy casualties. Now they were being asked to compensate China? What kind of situation was this? This time, the representatives from the 5 nations including Sunset Nation and the 3 nations did not gloat over their misfortune. Instead, their expressions turned grave. While Sakura Nation's heavy casualties and reparations to Huaxia were advantageous to them, they had joined Sakura in challenging Huaxia. Seeing Sakura reduced to such a pitiful state left them deeply embarrassed. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real concern was that the divine battle they just witnessed had revealed the formidable power of China's deities. With their own challenge against China looming, they couldn't help but worry, would they too suffer the same fate as Sakura Nation? The gazes of the Huaxia delegation fell simultaneously upon Xia Zhenghua. They were waiting for Xia Zhenghua to demand compensation. After a moment's thought, Xia Zhenghua looked toward Xia Taiping standing on the divine battle platform and declared, "Taiping, you won this divine battle. What compensation you demand is entirely up to you." Chapter 64, Abolish the Treaty. Deportation. Ha! Xia Taiping froze in surprise. His expression clearly showed he hadn't expected Xia Zhenghua to let him decide what compensation to demand. Scratching his head, he stammered, "Elder Xia, this is a matter of national importance. Isn't it a bit much to leave the decision to me? What's inappropriate?" "It couldn't be more appropriate," Xia Zhenghua declared. "Taiping, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have won this divine battle. Back then, forget about demanding compensation, we'd have had to pay it ourselves. So letting you decide what compensation to seek is exactly what everyone wants. Wouldn't you agree?" "Yes." Zhou Tianming, Xiao Wenshan, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation responded in unison. "Since everyone feels this way, I'd be rude to refuse." Xia Taiping accepted without hesitation. He looked up at the sky and asked, "Heaven's way, can you destroy the land of cherry blossoms?" Hearing this, the representatives from other nations in the divine arena were speechless, save for the Chinese delegation. "The way of heaven told you to propose reparations, not to start daydreaming." The Chinese delegation, however, was intrigued. Though they knew Xia Taiping's words were wildly unrealistic, it truly appealed to their desires. "It cannot. The heavenly Tao's reply echoed, a divine war is insufficient to warrant such terms. What a pity. Xia Taiping sighed, a hint of regret in his heart. However, he was not surprised by the heavenly Tao's response. After all, at the end of last year, Huaxia had lost 3 divine wars. Had they been able to demand the annihilation of a nation as a condition, the 3 nations and Sunset Nation wouldn't have settled for merely 1/10 of Huaxia's national fortune. Sakura Nation certainly wouldn't have merely signed a treaty to establish a divine academy within Huaxia and recruit Huaxia citizens as students. Had that been the case, his tone just now would have been one of certainty, not doubt. He inquired again, Tian Dao, I'm not quite sure what kind of compensation I can demand. Could you explain it to me? Certainly. The Way of Heaven replied, the victorious side may demand 1% of the nation's fortune, or conditions whose actual value does not exceed 1% of the nation's fortune such as treasures, for example. Understood. Xia Taiping nodded, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Seeing this, Xia Zhenghua and the other Huaxia nationals all wore expectant expressions. They were curious what compensation Xia Taiping would propose. Meanwhile, Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and the other Sakura Nation citizens looked visibly tense. They feared Xia Taiping's demands would strike at their core, causing them excruciating pain. Moments later, Xia Taiping had reached his decision. He looked up at the sky and declared, Heaven's will, I demand the annulment of last year's treaty between our nation and Sakura Nation, which permitted Sakura Nation to establish a divine academy within our borders and recruit Chinese nationals as students. Furthermore, I demand the immediate expulsion of all Sakura Nation nationals and traitors within our nation. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhenghua and the other Chinese citizens immediately broke into smiles. Xia Taiping's words perfectly aligned with their own thoughts. The establishment of the Divine Academy in central China was like plunging a dagger into the heart of China. Not only did it insult China's dignity, but it also continuously harmed the nation, making it utterly detestable. As the saying goes, one cannot tolerate others snoring beside one's own bed. Moreover, Japan's establishment of the Divine Academy in China was akin to snatching away China's own pillow. Therefore, the urgent priority was to abolish the humiliating treaties signed with Japan last year. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and other Japanese officials suddenly stiffened. The very outcome they dreaded most had materialized. Compared to abolishing the treaty permitting Japan to establish a divine academy in China and recruit Chinese students, they would have preferred to sacrifice precious artifacts or even 10% of their nation's fortune. The reasons were manifold. Beyond Japan's sparse population, establishing a divine academy in China allowed them to recruit Chinese talent for their own purposes. More crucially, the Chinese branch of the Sakura Divine Academy served as their springboard for invading China. With this foothold, their people could not only enter China openly but also gradually and effortlessly carve away at its territory. No. Kishida Koyo immediately objected, you cannot propose this condition. I can offer you 10% of the nation's fortune or treasures. Kishida, you sly fox, your little schemes are indeed cunning. Xia Taiping sneered, Sakura Nation is but a speck of land. 10% of its national fortune is like a drop in the bucket for our Huaxia nation. What use is that? As for treasures? Your nation's counterfeits? Our Huaxia nation couldn't care less about them. You. Kishida Koyo's face instantly flushed crimson. He raised a finger to point at Xia Taiping, about to speak, but Xia cut him off before he could utter a word. What do you mean, you? Xia Taiping lashed out, it is my China that is setting the terms now. As long as it falls within the rules, it is permissible. Who the hell do you think you are, Kishida Koyo? What right do you have to reject the conditions proposed by my China? Do you actually believe yourself to be more powerful than the laws of heaven? Kishida Koyo's expression froze. More powerful than the way of heaven. The accusation Xia Taiping leveled at him was nothing short of monumental. Everyone in the divine arena stared at Kishida Koyo in utter speechlessness. As Xia Taiping stated, as the victorious nation, the defeated party had no room for negotiation as long as the demands fell within the established rules they could only be forced to accept. The absurdity of Kishida Koyo attempting to bargain was nothing short of delusional. Approved. The voice of the heavenly way boomed through the divine arena. Immediately, an image materialized in midair above the divine battle platform. It was a bird's eye view of the Chinese branch of the Sakura Divine Academy. Whoosh! Within the scene, a pillar of light descended from the heavens, streaking directly toward the Chinese branch of the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy. Soon, the pillar of light appeared above the academy, enveloping the entire campus. Boom! 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 Immediately, deafening booms reverberate from the scene. The entire Sakura Divine Academy's China branch was uprooted from its foundations, soaring skyward. It ascended higher and higher until it vanished into the horizon. In the next instant, the scene above the divine battle arena flickered with light, transforming into another bird's eye view. The bird's eye view depicted mountains, rivers, and cities, dotted with countless tiny black specks. Each black dot represented an individual. Immediately, beams of light descended from the heavens, striking specific dots with pinpoint accuracy. Each dot flashed with light before vanishing into thin air. Swish! The scene above the divine battle arena flickered once more before fading away. Simultaneously, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed throughout the divine arena. The treaty signed last year permitting Sakura Nation to establish a divine academy within Huaxia Nation and recruit Huaxia citizens as students is hereby nullified. The Huaxia branch of Sakura Divine Academy has been expelled from Huaxia territory. All Sakura Nation citizens and Huaxia traders have also been expelled from Huaxia territory. Wah! Xia Zhanghua and the other Huaxia nationals erupted in excitement once more. Nearly everyone leapt and danced, venting their overwhelming excitement. Kishida Koyu, Yamamoto Shoji, and the other Sakura Nation citizens, however, were each ashen-faced. Their years of scheming, their year-long labor of love, had all come to nothing. Chapter 65, Another Battlefield. Announcement to the nation. Time rewound to a few minutes earlier. At the main gate of Huazhong Divine Academy. A large crowd sat inside the gates, while another large crowd sat outside. The crowd inside the gates comprised faculty and students of Central China Divine Academy, led by Vice President Chao Shurian. Outside the gates sat a large crowd of teachers and students from the China branch of Sakura Divine Academy, led by Vice President Miyamoto Wuji. This morning, shortly after Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, A Nation, Egypt, Greece, and the Holy See launched their divine war against Huaxia Nation, Miyamoto Moji arrived with his forces. Originally, Chao Shurian had intended to go to the divine arena to watch the battle. But before he could leave, he received news that Miyamoto Moji and his men had appeared at the main gate of Huazhong Theological Seminary and were sitting there refusing to leave. He immediately rushed over with his own men. He confronted Miyamoto Machi, demanding to know why he had come to the Central Divine Academy. Mukoji replied he'd come to wander about out of boredom and told Chao to mind his own business. But with Miyamoto Muji bringing men here, how could he possibly leave with peace of mind? Moreover, he vaguely suspected Miyamoto Muji's arrival might be related to the divine war. So he brought his men to sit here, watching Miyamoto Muji and his group's every move. Since then, neither side had spoken a word, sitting in silence until now. The difference was stark. Miyamoto no Uji wore a mischievous grin, while Chao Shurian sat deeply troubled by the looming divine war. Suddenly, the previously silent Miyamoto Machi spoke up. Deputy Dean Chao, judging by the timing, the divine war between our Sakura Nation and your Huaxia Nation should be nearing its end. Who do you think will prevail? Chao Shurian's eyes flickered slightly. His judgment was correct. Miyamoto had brought his men over early this morning specifically for the divine battle. More accurately, Miyamoto Machi had come to witness their humiliation. As for why he was doing this? After a moment's thought, Chao understood. Yesterday, the China branch of the Sakura Divine Academy had challenged the Central China Divine Academy. Not only had they failed to gain any advantage, they'd been utterly humiliated. Unable to swallow his pride, Miyamoto had come to settle the score. Of course it's our Huaxia Nation. Chao Shurian answered with unwavering certainty. Yet while his words were bold, his confidence wavered within. But in front of the enemy, no matter how uncertain he felt inside, he couldn't show weakness. Chao Shurian, who gave you the confidence? Matsumo Chizuki sneered. That kid whose guardian spirit is a monkey? What monkey? Chao Shurian retorted, he's the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. But you're right, it is he who gives me this confidence. Ha 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 ha. Mukoji burst into laughter. Chao Shurian looked puzzled. Miyamoto Musashi, what are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? Newman Muko roared, I'm laughing at your narrow-mindedness and ignorance, of course. Chao Shurian frowned. Mukoji, what do you mean by that? Come, let me explain it to you properly. Miyamoto no Machi declared triumphantly, I'll tell you this much in this divine battle, our Sakura Nation is sending 2 divine followers of blue-tier deities to fight, while your Huaxia Nation has only 1 blue-tier divine follower. Tell me, who do you think has the better chance of winning? But that's not the crux of it. The crucial point is that any deity making their first appearance on the divine battle arena can only fight once. Should they attempt to fight again, their divine soul would be utterly destroyed. This means that Monkey can only fight once. Never mind whether he can win. Even if he does win that one battle, so what? The divine battle is a best-of-5 series. Without that Monkey, what does your China have to resist our Sakura Nation's blue-tier deities? What? Chao Shurian's face turned ashen. Miyamoto Machi roared with laughter. Chao Shurian, do you still think your Huaxia kingdom can win now? Aye. Chao Shurian tried to put on a brave front, but the words died on his lips. Until this moment, he hadn't known the rule that deities appearing on the divine battle arena for the first time could only fight once. If the truth was as Miyamoto said, Xia Taiping couldn't save China. Just then, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet violently tremble. It wasn't just Chao Shurian who felt it, everyone present felt it. The ground's shaking. What the hell is going on? Holy! Could it be an earthquake? Not only is the ground shaking, but there's a rumbling sound coming from the distance. A chorus of startled cries erupted at the entrance of the Central Divine Academy. Ha ha ha! Miyamoto no Machi roared with laughter. Calm down, it's not an earthquake. It's the tremors caused by my Sakura Nation winning the divine war and seizing your Huaxia Nation's national fortune. I'm sure you're all quite familiar with this sensation after all, you experienced it twice last year. Hearing this, Chao Shiyan and the others from the Central China Divine Academy instantly wore bitter expressions. For just as Miyamoto said, they were indeed all too familiar with this feeling. But before the bitterness could fully spread across their faces, a sudden cry of alarm pierced the air. Look! Something's flying up from the direction of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch. Swish! 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 Chao Shiyan, Miyamoto Wuji, and the others present all turned their gaze toward the direction of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch. In the distant sky, a structure resembling a small mountain was rising into the air. Though distant, they could vaguely make out numerous structures atop that mountain-like object. That looks like the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch. Chao Shiyan's body trembled uncontrollably, his speech becoming halting. Dean, it's not seems like. A voice chimed in immediately, my guardian spirit is the Thousand-Mile Eye, granting me vision across vast distances. That structure is indeed the Chinese branch of the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy. It was forcibly uprooted from the ground by a pillar of light. What I cannot fathom is why it was pulled out by that beam? What? The smile on Miyamoto Muji's face froze abruptly. Ha 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 ha. Chao Shiyan burst into laughter, I see. This time, in the divine war between our Huaxia nation and the Cherry Blossom nation, we've won. The treaty signed last year permitting the Cherry Blossom nation to establish a divine academy in Huaxia has been nullified. Only thus could the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy's Huaxia branch be uprooted. As he laughed, tears welled up in Chao Shiyan's eyes. But they weren't tears of sorrow, they were tears of joy. Immediately, he fumbled for his phone and began recording the rapidly ascending Sakura Divine Academy's China branch. Impossible. This can't be happening. The expressions of Miyamoto Machi and the other faculty and students of the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch suddenly turned ashen. Their cheeks were filled with utter disbelief. Clearly, they refused to accept that Sakura Kato could lose. But before they could process it, beams of light descended from the sky, striking them. In the next instant, the beams flashed, and Miyamoto Machi and the other faculty and students vanished into thin air. This scene left Chao Shiyan momentarily stunned, then bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Not only has the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy been expelled, but the Japanese nationals and those traitors have been expelled too. Such great news can't be kept to ourselves. I must report this to the higher-ups immediately and announce it nationwide. With that, Chao Shiyan immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 66, Nationwide Celebration. Hope regained. It's over. A full 6 nations have launched divine wars against our Huaxia nation. We're finished. I hate to be pessimistic, but last year's divine war saw us lose 3 consecutive battles. Now 6 nations are attacking simultaneously. How can we possibly win? Last year's divine war cost our nation 20% of its national fortune. We were even forced to sign a humiliating treaty with Sakura Nation, allowing them to establish a divine academy within our borders and recruit Chinese students. If we lose again this year, our nation will be plunged into an abyss from which there is no return. Exactly. The Cherry Blossom Nation and the other 5 nations will likely seize another 20% of our national fortune. With each nation taking 20%, that's 60% total. If we lose another 60% of our fortune, even if we don't collapse immediately, we'll be on the brink of destruction. With the nation itself on the brink of collapse, what's the point of going to work? Might as well stay home and wait for death. After the Heavenly Path announced that the land of cherry blossoms and 5 other nations had declared a divine war against Huaxia, such pessimistic voices echoed throughout every corner of the land. Everyone wore expressions of deep worry and utter despair. The reason wasn't that the people of Huaxia enjoyed complaining about fate. Rather, last year's divine war had been utterly devastating. Huaxia had lost 3 consecutive battles without winning a single match. This made it incredibly difficult for anyone to maintain faith in their nation. This was precisely why Chao Shiyan, upon confirming China's victory over Sakura Nation in the divine war, sought to proclaim it to the entire nation without delay. The nation had been devastated by last year's 3 consecutive defeats without a single victory. It desperately needed uplifting news to restore the people's faith in their country. At this moment, the disheartened citizens of Huaxia sat at home, either glued to their televisions or scrolling through their phones. But they weren't seeking entertainment, they were desperate for the latest updates on the divine battle. Suddenly, the television screen shifted, revealing a formally dressed anchor. Immediately, an excited voice boomed from the screen. Breaking news about the divine war. We have just received word that the divine war between our nation of Huaxia and Sakura Nation has concluded. China emerged victorious. Not only have we nullified last year's humiliating treaty permitting Japan to establish a divine academy within China, but we have also expelled the China branch of the Sakura Divine Academy, all Japanese nationals, and Chinese traitors from our territory. Below are footage of the expulsion of the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch, Sakura nationals, and Chinese traitors. Due to the sudden nature of the event, the recording was rushed, resulting in unclear and incomplete footage. We apologize for the inconvenience. Swish. As the host's words fell, the television screen abruptly shifted. In the distant sky, a structure resembling a small mountain rapidly ascended into the air, enveloped by a brilliant pillar of light. This footage had been captured by Chao Shurian on his phone. Immediately after, the television screen changed again. Beams of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the stunned faces of Miyamoto Muji and other faculty and students of the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy. Then, with a flash of light, the bewildered group vanished into thin air. This footage was captured by faculty and students of the Central China Divine Academy. With that, the emergency broadcast concluded. But the end marked a new beginning. The television then began continuously replaying this news report. Not just on television. People scrolling through their phones suddenly noticed a new headline popping up on news websites. The content matched the emergency broadcast exactly, declaring Huaxia's victory in the divine war against Sakura, complete with footage of the expulsion of Sakura Seminary's Huaxia branch, Sakura citizens, and Huaxia traders. Then came the text messages. Countless phones across Huaxia Nation buzzed simultaneously, all alerting recipients to incoming messages. The message was simple: breaking news, just received word that Huaxia has defeated Sakura in the divine war. For details, please turn on your television or visit news websites. At that moment, all Huaxia citizens following the divine war were stunned. China had won? Many seemed to think they were hallucinating from over-anticipation. They rubbed their eyes and looked again, but the news remained unchanged. Others thought they were still asleep, dreaming a beautiful dream. They pinched themselves hard, then gasped in shock. We won? We actually won? We really won. Ha, I'm not dreaming. Our nation truly prevailed in the divine war against the land of cherry blossoms. This is incredible. Our nation has prevailed, we won't face annihilation. Holy crap. Our nation has risen. Let's raise a toast to this. Exclamations of excitement echoed throughout every corner of Huaxia. At this moment, nearly every citizen of Huaxia was jumping for joy, their faces radiant with the relief of having survived a catastrophe. After the Heavenly Way declared that the land of cherry blossoms and 5 other nations had launched a divine war against China, despair had gripped them. Yet, to their astonishment, China had triumphed over the land of cherry blossoms in the divine war, nullifying the humiliating treaty signed with them last year. It was undeniably a most unexpected delight. However, their excitement was short-lived as another news bulletin appeared on TV and mobile phones. Citizens of Huaxia, 5 more divine wars lie ahead. Having secured an opening victory by defeating Sakura Nation, we certainly possess the capability to conquer Sunset Nation and the other 4 nations, claiming victory in the divine wars once more. Even if we were to concede that we cannot secure another victory in the divine wars, it matters little. For our nation, having gone from not winning a single battle last year to achieving this opening victory this year, has sufficiently demonstrated that our strength is rapidly rising. Citizens of Huaxia, the darkness shrouding our nation is beginning to dissipate, and dawn is approaching. If we persevere just a little longer, Huaxia will rise again. No one will dare to bully us, and we will restore our former glory. Today is a national holiday. Please stay tuned for updates on the divine war. We will continue to provide updates on the divine war's progress as soon as possible. Upon seeing this news, the Chinese people, who had been on the brink of despair, instantly regained hope. Just as the news stated, China's shift from last year's winless streak to this year's opening victory clearly demonstrated the nation's rapidly rising strength. It proved beyond doubt that the darkness shrouding China was beginning to dissipate, and dawn was approaching. Woo-hoo-hoo! At that moment, waves of excited cheers erupted from every corner of China. While the people of China celebrated their nation's opening victory, the forced expulsion by the Heavenly Way drove the China branch of the Sakura Divine Academy, the citizens of Sakura Nation, and the traders of China to flee rapidly toward Sakura Nation. Chapter 67, Regret is Useless. Nowhere to hide. Sakura Divine Academy, China branch. The sudden tremors sent excitement rippling through the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch. These individuals were not students of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, but rather the students' parents. When their children joined the academy, they had relocated to live on campus not by choice, but because their children couldn't enroll otherwise. Their excitement at the tremor wasn't due to any illness, but because Yamamoto Shaoji had once told them that when a nation's fortune was being drained, the entire country would experience tremors. This coincided with the day when Sakura Nation and 5 other nations launched a divine war against Huaxia Nation. They instinctively interpreted the tremors as proof that Sakura Nation had won its divine war against Huaxia and was now draining its national fortune. Though they were once citizens of Huaxia, the moment they joined the Huaxia branch of the Sakura Divine Academy, they ceased to be Huaxia nationals and became citizens of Sakura. Thus, they were genuinely delighted that Sakura had won the divine war against Huaxia. How else could they justify their betrayal of China and their wise decision to join Sakura? But soon, they sensed something was amiss. Something feels off. I feel something's off too. The ground seems to be rising. I notice too, not only is the ground rising, but we're rising with it. Voices filled with panic echoed through the Chinese branch of the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy. In their panic, many rushed outside to look around. At a glance, they saw the mountains, trees, and other tall structures outside the academy steadily shrinking in height. This starkly confirmed their suspicions they were indeed rising along with the ground. But this wasn't what terrified them most. What truly sent shivers down their spines was the sight of exposed foundations beneath the surrounding buildings. And when they stepped outside, they weren't treading on solid ground, they were walking on thin air. Looking down, they stared in disbelief. They were now hundreds of meters above the ground. Ah! 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 Shrieks of terror echoed through the Chinese branch of the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy. Thud! 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 Simultaneously, a series of thuds echoed through the air. This was the sound of those who had rushed outside, terrified, plopping down onto the ground, plopping down into the void. The scene resembled stepping outside only to realize one was standing on a glass walkway, except the current situation was far more terrifying. After all, a glass walkway had a layer of glass beneath it, but these individuals were truly suspended in empty space. What the hell is going on? How could the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch be uprooted? How did we end up suspended in midair? A chorus of terrified voices erupted one after another. Chaos erupted within the Chinese branch of the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy. Those who rushed outside instinctively began crawling back indoors. But before they could reach the door, they realized something was wrong. Though they appeared suspended in midair, an invisible barrier beneath them held them in place. Had it not been for this barrier, they would not have been suspended in midair standing or sitting but would have plummeted toward the ground. Realizing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief and gradually calmed down. Yet they still couldn't fathom why the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch had been uprooted entirely. Moments later, a voice filled with doubt suddenly spoke up. Do you think it could be that China won the Divine War and revoked last year's treaty allowing Sakura Nation to establish a Divine Academy in China and recruit Chinese students? Could that be why we're being expelled? At this suggestion, the expressions of those present froze abruptly, followed by a chorus of immediate denials. Sakura Nation is so powerful, how could China possibly win? Exactly. China lost 3 straight matches in last year's Divine War without winning a single game. I don't think China could have won either. Yet the voices of denial grew fewer and fewer, soon fading away entirely. Because aside from China winning the Divine War and revoking last year's treaty allowing Sakura Nation to establish a Divine Academy in China and recruit Chinese students, they couldn't find another reason to explain why the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch had suddenly been uprooted. In an instant, the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch fell into a profound silence. Everyone looked at each other, their faces frozen in disbelief, a disbelief tinged with regret. They had betrayed Huaxia to join Sakura, convinced Huaxia was on the brink of collapse. Yet what they never anticipated was that not only had the Chinese Empire triumphed over Sakura Empire in the Divine War, but it had also nullified last year's treaty permitting Sakura Empire to establish a Divine Academy within its borders and recruit Chinese students, resulting in their expulsion. Moments later, another voice suddenly cut through the silence. By the way, where are the children? Someone answered, they went with the Vice Dean to the Central China Divine Academy this morning. They said they wanted to see the Central China Divine Academy's humiliation. Now. The speaker trailed off, but everyone understood the unspoken truth. It wasn't their children witnessing the Central China Divine Academy's downfall. Instead, it was the Academy students who would witness the downfall of their children. Another voice asked, if we're being expelled, will our children be expelled too? Is that even a question? Someone answered, if we parents are being expelled, how could our children, as students, possibly avoid it? Besides, now isn't the time to dwell on that. What we need to consider is what to do next. There's nothing to consider. Someone remarked, I just glanced down. The scene below is constantly shifting. If my judgment is correct, we're flying toward the border of Sakura Nation aboard the Sakura Seminary Huaxia branch. Now we're trapped inside the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch with no way out. We betrayed the Huaxia Nation, so returning is impossible. It seems we have only one choice left, to obediently join the Sakura Nation. The assembled group exchanged glances, none daring to contradict the statement. For what he said was the truth. It was too late for regrets now, and they had no other choice but to join Sakura Nation. But soon, someone else noticed something amiss. Why does it feel like we're going in circles? Someone asked. I feel it too. Another voice chimed in immediately, we've already reached the skies above Sakura Nation, yet we haven't descended. Instead, we've been circling endlessly above it. Could it be that the way of heaven is searching for the right place to set us down? I see. Another person frowned and said, to occupy land in China and accommodate more people, the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch covers an enormous area. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a city. But China is vast and resource-rich, this area is insignificant. Japan, however, is but a tiny speck. There's simply no open land large enough to accommodate the Japan branch of the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy. That's why we've been circling endlessly over Japan, unable to descend. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present abruptly changed. If there was no place in Sakura Nation large enough for the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, did that mean they would just keep circling endlessly in the sky? Before they could dwell on the thought, a sudden sensation of weightlessness washed over them. They instinctively looked down, watching the scene on the ground rapidly magnify before their eyes. Chapter 68: The Consequences of Greed. This is only the beginning. Swish! The expressions of everyone from the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch abruptly changed. For they were not descending toward land, but toward the sea. Evidently, the Heavenly Way could find no suitable location within Sakura Nation to house the Chinese branch of the Sakura Divine Academy. Unable to keep the academy perpetually circling in the air, it had decided to settle it upon the ocean. No! I can't swim. I can swim, but this is the ocean, not a swimming pool. No! I don't want to die. Shrieks filled with terror echoed through the Huaxia branch of the Sakura Divine Academy. The heavens care not for their fears or dread. He must find a place to establish the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch, yet after searching the entire land of Sakura, he could find no suitable location. Thus, he had no choice but to place the China branch in the vast ocean. This wasn't his fault. If blame was to be assigned, it lay solely with Sakura Nation's excessive greed. Had Sakura Nation occupied fewer territories within China, the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch would never have faced this dilemma of finding no suitable land within Sakura Nation itself. Whoosh! The Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch plummeted downward like a falling meteorite. Boom! Moments later, a deafening roar echoed through the air. That was the sound of the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch crashing into the ocean. Thanks to the protective barrier, the academy not only survived the violent impact unscathed but remained intact. However, as the barrier cast by the Tao of Heaven withdrew, the structures of the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy's Huaxia branch instantly tilted and swayed, then began plummeting toward the ocean floor under the force of gravity. At the same time, those within the academy suffered the consequences. As the branch plummeted, they experienced weightlessness. Not only could they not stand steadily, but they were all tilting and swaying, floating in midair. But that wasn't the worst part. The crucial issue was that while the academy itself was protected by the Heavenly Tao's barrier and would survive a crash into the ocean unscathed, the people inside wore no such protection. Each of them slammed hard into the sea. Though seawater wasn't as hard as land, falling from such a height and slamming into it still hurt like hell. Shrill cries of agony erupted one after another within the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch. Yet these cries abruptly ceased. Because they hadn't landed on solid ground, they'd crashed into the ocean. The moment they opened their mouths, seawater rushed in, filling them completely, leaving them unable to scream. Chaos erupted instantly. Some struggled desperately toward the surface. Others flailed wildly, sinking deeper and deeper until their struggles slowly ceased. Others clung desperately to those nearby, grasping at them like lifelines, hoping to be pulled to safety. But this not only proved futile, it also risked dragging others down with them. Given these circumstances, the parents from the Huaxia branch of the Sakura Divine Academy were bound to suffer heavy casualties. Was it over? Of course not. The Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch covered an immense area. Protected by its barrier, it formed a cohesive whole. Plunging from such heights, the immense impact instantly unleashed towering waves. The waves surging into the ocean depths posed little threat, but those crashing onto Sakura Nation's shores unleashed devastating destruction. Wave after wave crashed onto the shoreline, savagely ravaging coastal cities along Sakura Nation's shores. Within mere moments, coastal cities were obliterated by the waves, countless lives swallowed by the towering tides. Compared to the tragic plight of the parents of students at the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch, the expelled Yamamoto Little Chicken and the academy's students fared considerably better. Cast aside by the Tao within Sakura Nation, they emerged battered and bruised but suffered no casualties. Losing a divine war, the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch, the result of years of planning and a full year of dedicated effort, was expelled from China. This expulsion triggered colossal waves that destroyed coastal cities and swallowed countless Sakura Nation citizens. The cost was indeed staggering. Yet Sakura Nation wasn't entirely without gains. For instance, the parents of students who survived after falling into the sea, and the students of the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch. Yet these gains paled in comparison to the price Sakura Nation had paid. Such is the consequence of greed. Had Sakura Nation not sought to annex China and seize vast swaths of its territory, but instead demanded a tenth of China's national fortune like Sunset Nation or the Three A Nations did, the destruction of coastal cities and the loss of countless Sakura citizens to the waves would never have occurred. This is the true embodiment of what goes around comes around, and heaven's justice is inevitable. Look up and see for yourself, for heaven spares no one. Xia Taiping was unaware that his victory in the divine battle had exacted a tremendous toll on Sakura Nation. Standing atop the divine battle platform, he gazed down at the jubilant Chinese crowd with a broad smile. But before long, the voice of heavens will boom through the divine arena. The second divine battle, Sunset Nation challenges China. The contest shall commence in half an hour. Both nations must submit their combatant rosters 10 minutes prior. Failure to do so will be deemed an automatic forfeit. Hearing this, Xia Taiping decisively descended from the divine battle arena and headed toward the direction where Xia Zhenghua and the other Chinese nationals stood. Xia Zhenghua and the other Chinese citizens simultaneously ceased their cheers, solemn expressions spreading across their faces. Though they had won the first divine battle, today held not just one contest, but a full 6. 5 more divine battles awaited them, and the situation remained extremely dire. Seeing Xia Taiping approach, Xia Zhenghua offered his praise without reservation. Taiping, well done.
Old Xia, this is only the beginning. Xia Taiping smiled.
Next, I'll make sure every other nation spits out everything they've swallowed from our Huaxia nation. Had Xia Taiping not just single-handedly swept 3 consecutive victories against the land of cherry blossoms, Xia Zhenghua and the other Chinese observers would surely have dismissed his words as arrogant. But there were no such ifs. So none of them found his words arrogant. In fact, his declaration gave them a reassuring sense of certainty, lifting the heavy weight from their hearts.
For Xia Taiping to speak so boldly clearly demonstrated his immense self-confidence. I believe. Xia Zhenghua nodded and inquired, Taiping, how do you propose we arrange the second divine battle?
Elder Xia, I must say something that might offend everyone. Xia Taiping declared, for the second divine battle, you may assign any combatant you choose, but I will still be the first to fight.
Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others froze in surprise.
Though Xia Taiping hadn't stated it explicitly, they instantly grasped his meaning. He intended to sweep through the land of the setting sun just as he had swept through the land of cherry blossoms. Therefore, who else fought was irrelevant, the others were merely there to fill the roster. It must be said that Xia Taiping's words were somewhat dismissive, yet not a single high-ranking official present felt resentment. Because what Xia Taiping said was the truth. If they were the ones fighting, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Xia Zhenghua did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, he said, Taiping, to be honest, I don't want you to fight again. Chapter 69, Worry Cloud's Judgment. The roster stands. Ha! Xia Taiping froze in surprise. His expression clearly showed he hadn't expected Xia Zhenghua to say that. Not only was Xia Taiping stunned, but Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others were also taken aback. They couldn't fathom why Xia Zhenghua wouldn't let Xia Taiping fight. After all, Xia Taiping was China's sole hope for victory in the divine war.
Taiping, you just identified 3 deities in succession.
Xia Zhenghua continued, none of these deities belong to the pantheon.
You know quite a bit about Huaxia mythology, don't you?
Yes, Elder Xia.
Xia Taiping did not deny it.
When the Cherry Blossom Nation and 5 other nations declared the God War against Huaxia and designated him to participate, he knew he could no longer hide. Of course, if he disregarded China's safety and cared nothing for the outcome of the divine war, he could have remained hidden.
But he couldn't abandon China's security, nor could he tolerate defeat at the hands of Sakura Nation.
Thus, he had no choice but to reveal himself. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at how true the saying, once you're in the world, you're no longer your own master, really was. Take his own situation, he had clearly intended to keep a low profile, yet one event after another forced him into the spotlight.
So you can't fight anymore. Xia Zhenghua said, you know, what our Huaxia nation lacks most is mythological history.
And you know a great deal of Huaxia's mythological history. To Huaxia, you're like a national treasure.
If you keep fighting and something happens to you, it'll be too late for regrets. Moreover, the upcoming divine battles will be far more perilous.
Previously, Sakura Nation underestimated us and sent deities of insufficient caliber.
But after witnessing that last battle, other nations will never look down on us again. Therefore, the lineups other nations send will be exceptionally formidable. They might even deploy followers of purple-tier deities. To put it bluntly, our odds of victory are slim. Rather than risking everything for a slim chance of victory, it's wiser to lie low for now, bide our time, and use the mythological knowledge you possess to strengthen China. Then we can reclaim everything we've lost.
Upon hearing this, Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others suddenly understood.
Elder Xia, your reasoning holds merit. Xia Taiping replied, but you've overlooked one crucial point. I've been designated to participate. My battle is mandatory.
Whether I fight first or third makes no difference. If I don't fight, other nations won't deploy their most powerful divine-favored warriors. Xia Zhenghua froze abruptly, then wore a bitter smile.
How could he have forgotten that Xia Taiping absolutely had to fight?
Elder Xia, your concern has clouded your judgment.
Zhou Tianming added, I understand your desire to protect Taiping. If he weren't the designated combatant, your plan would be perfectly feasible. But there are no ifs here. Taiping must fight.
We have no choice but to let him go.
Old Xia, rest assured.
Xia Taiping added, I know the saying, as long as the green mountains remain, we needn't fear for firewood.
Besides, I haven't lived enough yet. I want to keep living.
So I won't risk my own life.
If it becomes impossible, I'll concede defeat on my own.
Xia Zhenghua urged him with a bitter smile. Taiping, remember exactly what you just said.
Xia Taiping nodded firmly. Old Xia, I will. Good.
Xia Zhenghua made the final decision, then will follow Taiping's suggestion. The roster remains unchanged, with Taiping going first. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others raised no objections to Xia Zhenghua's decision.
Beyond the fact that Xia Taiping was Huaxia nation's sole hope for victory in the Divine War, none of the others felt confident they could win. There was also the reason that Xia Taiping had been specifically designated to participate. Whether he fought first or third made little difference. Xiao Tianming asked curiously, Taiping, how do you know so many gods? How many gods do you know? We'll discuss this after the Divine War concludes. Before Xia Taiping could answer, Xia Zhanghua's voice cut in, this isn't something that can be explained in a few words, and this isn't the place to talk about it. Taiping, remember this, your knowledge of Huaxia's mythological history is crucial to the Huaxia nation. You absolutely must not let anything happen to yourself. Xia Taiping raised his hand to scratch his nose. Old Xia, you're worried I'll act recklessly, so you're trying to shackle me, aren't you? You're a quick-witted one, aren't you? Xia Zhanghua chuckled with a scolding tone before continuing, exactly. I intend to shackle you to bind the future of Huaxia to your shoulders. This will keep you from reckless actions. Otherwise, you'd be disregarding Huaxia's destiny and becoming its traitor. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others instantly understood Xia Zhanghua's well-intentioned reasoning. Though Xia Zhanghua's approach was risky, his reasoning held weight. Never mind that this wasn't the place for such talk. The most crucial issue was that there was no time. To make a deity one's personal guardian spirit, knowing the deity's name alone wasn't enough. One also needed to know the deity's story. And such tales couldn't be recounted in a few words. With the God War about to begin, how could Xia Taiping possibly find the time to tell them the deity's story? Moreover, as old Xia had pointed out, tying the fate of Huaxia to Xia Taiping would indeed deter him from reckless actions. Unless Xia Taiping disregarded the future of Huaxia. But judging by his actions, Xia Taiping would never disregard Huaxia's future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have volunteered to fight. Xiao Tianming said, Taiping, I just asked how you know so many gods and how many you know purely out of curiosity. No other meaning intended. Don't misunderstand. Dean, you're overthinking it. Xia Taiping chuckled. I wouldn't think you're trying to squeeze every detail of Huaxia's divine history out of me, just in case something happens to me in the Divine War and my knowledge is lost with me. Xiao Tianming froze in surprise. He had explained precisely because he feared Xia Taiping might think that way. But he could tell Xia Taiping was just joking. He laughed and scolded, you little rascal, you're the clever one. Ha ha ha. Zhao Qingshan, Xiao Wenshan, and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Zhanghua scolded, what nonsense about good or bad luck in the Divine War? Taiping, spit it out. Children speak without restraint, let the wind carry it away. Xia Taiping was speechless. Grandpa Xia, you're the commander-in-chief of Huaxia nation. How can you be superstitious too? Superstition? Xia Zhanghua retorted, Taiping, in this age where deities reign supreme, is it appropriate for you to accuse me of superstition? Xia Taiping scratched his head awkwardly. In an era when deities didn't manifest, calling Xia Zhanghua superstitious wouldn't have been out of place. But in this era where deities held supreme authority, calling Xia Zhanghua superstitious simply didn't hold water. Xia Zhanghua urged again, come on, spit. Oh. Xia Taiping responded and hastily spat several times. Though he didn't believe his words would cause any trouble, Xia Zhanghua meant well, and he saw no reason to defy him. While Xia Taiping, Xia Zhanghua, and others debated their roster, the Sunset Kingdom was also discussing theirs. But their discussions weren't as smooth as those in Huaxia Kingdom. Chapter 70, United in Name Only. The Elite Lineup. Divine Arena, Sunset Nation Camp. After the Heavenly Tao announced the imminent start of the second divine battle, an elder seated at the forefront spoke up. Everyone, that youngster from Huaxia has won 3 consecutive matches, sweeping Sakura Nation. It's truly bizarre. Should we submit the roster based on our previously agreed upon participants, or should we deliberate further? The speaker was Sunset Nation's commander-in-chief, Stamer. After deciding to launch the divine war against Huaxia, they had already discussed the combatants. However, Xia Taiping's 3 consecutive victories and sweeping defeat of Sakura Nation had shaken Stamer's confidence in the original lineup, prompting this inquiry. Commander-in-Chief, the lineup we previously discussed is similar to the one used against Sakura Nation. If we send them into battle again, I fear we won't be able to defeat Huaxia Nation easily. Therefore, I believe the combat personnel selection requires further discussion. Commander-in-Chief, I concur that further deliberation is necessary. As you stated, that young man from Huaxia is too unpredictable. We must approach this with utmost caution, lest we suffer the same fate as Sakura Nation. Commander-in-Chief, I concur that further deliberation is essential. China is no longer as easy to bully as last year. We must field a stronger lineup to ensure victory in this divine battle against China. Those seated beside Stamer spoke one after another. Their words varied, yet their meaning was strikingly consistent. The selection of combatants required reconsideration. The reason was clear, Xia Taiping's 3 consecutive victories, sweeping the Cherry Blossom Nation, had made them feel the pressure. Since everyone agrees we need to reconsider, then let's reconsider. Stamer decisively sealed the deal, then added, Robert, you go first. What kind of lineup do we need to ensure a win? Robert pondered briefly before replying, Commander-in-Chief, Sakura Nation deployed 2 blue-tier divine favorite snipers against that young man from China, yet failed to force his true deity to manifest. To guarantee victory, we'll likely need a lineup composed entirely of blue-tier divine beings. Stamer nodded and asked, what are your thoughts on what Stamer has said? Commander-in-Chief, I support Stamer's proposal. Commander-in-Chief, I also support what Stammer said. Commander-in-Chief, I have a minor objection. Several voices chimed in. Aside from one dissenting opinion, the rest unanimously backed Robert. Stamer turned to the dissenting voice. Thomas, share your thoughts. Commander, that kid from Huaxia is way too suspicious. Thomas frowned. It's said that China's severe loss of mythological history has left their pantheon with a very limited number of deities and equally limited power. Last year's God War proved this point. When Sakura Nation challenged China just now, I observed their camp's movements. None of them seemed to recognize the deities on the cards, yet that kid from China successfully summoned one after another and each was incredibly powerful. That's highly unusual. But that's not the main concern. The real issue is this uneasy feeling I can't shake. If we only field a lineup of blue-tier deities, we might not just fail to win easily, we could actually lose this entire divine war. Stamer's expression turned pensive as he contemplated Thomas's words. Robert scoffed, Thomas, you haven't been intimidated by that kid from Huaxia, have you? No. Thomas shook his head. Then you're just being overly cautious. Robert sighed. When Sakura Nation challenged China, China fielded at least 2 blue-tier deities. 2 blue-tier deities appearing in just 3 matches? Calling that sheer luck wouldn't be an exaggeration. Blue-tier deities are limited in number. I don't think China's luck will hold out long enough to keep randomly drawing them. Plus, that kid's personal guardian deity hasn't appeared on the divine battle arena yet. He can only fight once. Therefore, I believe deploying 5 blue-tier deity followers is sufficient. The gathered crowd nodded in agreement. Robert's reasoning made perfect sense. Sigh. Thomas sighed. Robert, I understand your reasoning, but I still can't shake this unease. Thomas, you wouldn't be suggesting we send a purple-tier deity's divine descendant into battle, would you? Robert replied with exasperation, purple-tier deities are national treasures. We absolutely cannot deploy them lightly. Otherwise, we'd lose our trump card for deterring other nations. Then, other countries might exploit our vulnerability just like that despicable, shameless cherry blossom nation. Losing to China would mean we'd have to return the 10% of national fortune we seized last year. But if we deploy a purple-tier deity and other nations exploit our vulnerability, our losses would far exceed just that 10%. That's precisely what troubles me. Thomas sighed bitterly. If it weren't for this dilemma, I would have proposed deploying the divine followers of purple-grade deities to fight directly. Robert refrained from countering Thomas, as the latter's words implicitly validated his own stance. He turned to Stamer and said, Commander-in-Chief, deploying a purple-grade deity's devotee is indeed the safer option, but it carries endless future consequences. I believe sending 5 blue-grade deity devotees to confront Huaxia is sufficient. Even if we concede this divine war, the cost would merely be returning 1/10 of the national fortune we seized from Huaxia. That loss is acceptable. But if we lose our deterrent against other nations, the damage would be catastrophic. Hearing this, several figures seated nearby spoke up. Commander-in-Chief, I support Stamer's view. That youngster from Huaxia winning 3 consecutive matches and sweeping Sakura Nation is indeed alarming. But that was because Sakura Nation underestimated Huaxia and fielded an inadequate lineup. We, however, have taken Huaxia very seriously. Commander-in-Chief, it's said other nations possess purple-tier deities. Yet throughout years of divine wars, no nation has ever deployed a purple-tier divine servant. Our 5 blue-tier divine servants already represent our strongest possible lineup. Indeed, Commander-in-Chief. Deploying 5 blue-tier divine beings devotees is sufficient to face any nation, let alone the feeble Huaxia kingdom. I too believe 5 blue-tier divine beings are more than adequate. Commander-in-Chief, we absolutely cannot deploy followers of purple-tier deities. Without that deterrent, other nations will exploit our weakness and launch divine wars against us. The losses would be catastrophic. Hearing everyone else support Robert, Thomas didn't speak up against it anymore. Besides being outnumbered, the more important reason was that the others had made compelling points. Alright, since everyone agrees, it's settled. Stamer made the decision, we'll send 5 blue-tier deity followers into battle. With that, Stamer pulled a pen and paper from his pocket. He scribbled several names onto the paper before flicking it toward the divine battle arena. Chapter 71, Not Enough. A poorly executed trick. Seeing Sunset Nation submit their roster, Xia Zhanghua wasted no time. He pulled paper and pen from his pocket, scribbled down his selections, and with a flick of his wrist, the paper shot toward the divine battle arena. Just as before, the moment the paper drifted onto the divine battle arena, it suddenly ignited without flame, then vanished into a wisp of ash. Immediately after, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed throughout the divine arena. The nations of Huaxia and Sunset have submitted their combatant rosters. The participants from both nations are hereby announced. Huaxia Nation, Xia Taiping, Xiao Wenshan, Wenqingfeng, Wuzhan, and Zhou Jian. Sunset Nation, William, Smith, Henry, John, and Rosalie. Both sides prepare. The divine battle commences in 10 minutes. The unchanged roster for Huaxia Nation came as no surprise to anyone in the divine arena. After their battle with Sakura Nation, Xia Taiping was the only one from Huaxia Nation to fight. Xiao Wenshan and the others did not participate. As Xia Taiping was designated by all nations to compete, he had no choice but to fight. Therefore, Huaxia Nation saw no need to change their roster. However, the participants from Sunset Nation left them stunned. William, Smith, Henry, Johnson, and Rosie are all renowned blue-tier divine beings, chosen ones from Sunset Nation, even holding fame across the world. Sunset Nation has fielded a 5-star blue-tier elite lineup. Wow, the Sunset Nation actually sent a 5-star blue-tier elite lineup? That's showing China way too much respect, isn't it? It's not that Sunset Nation holds China in such high regard, but rather that China is no longer what it once was. Without fielding a 5-star blue-tier elite lineup, Sunset Nation would find it extremely difficult to win this divine battle. Exactly. Even when Sakura Nation sent a 2-star blue team, that kid from China swept them aside single-handedly. If they only send a 3-star or 4-star blue team, their chances of winning are slim. With Sunset Nation preparing so intensely, China's in for a rough ride. Whispers of speculation rippled through the divine arena. Just like the previous divine battle, no one was backing China. The reason was simple: the lineup the land of the setting sun had fielded was terrifying. Hearing the murmurs from spectators across the world, figures like Xia Zhenghua and Xia Tianming from Huaxia felt both elated and anxious. Their joy stemmed from Xia Taiping's performance in the previous battle, which had demonstrated China's might and made the world dare not underestimate them again. Their worry stemmed from the fact that the Sunset Nation, now fully prepared and fielding a top-tier 5-star blue lineup precisely because no one dared underestimate China anymore, made them fear China might not prevail in this battle. Xia Taiping raised a hand to touch his nose and sighed. The Sunset Nation seems to hold us in some regard, but it's still not enough. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others felt their mouths twitch violently. Over the years, countless divine battles had been fought across the world. A 5-star blue team represented the absolute pinnacle of strength, a lineup so rare it had appeared only a handful of times in the countless divine battles that had ever been recorded. To counter them, Sunset Nation had directly deployed a 5-star blue formation. Wasn't that sufficient? Xia Zhenghua asked Taiping, what kind of lineup do you think would be enough? Send divine followers of purple great deities. Xia Taiping replied, purple great deities represent the ultimate combat power in this realm. The fact that Sunset Nation hasn't deployed a purple great divine follower means they value us but not highly enough. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others' mouths twitched violently once more. While you have a point, purple tier deities are like national treasures, their significance outweighs their utility. Over the years, we've heard of countless divine wars, yet never once have we heard of a purple-tier deity participating in one. At that moment, Stamer's voice abruptly cut through the air. Heavenly Tao, the Sunset Kingdom requests the immediate commencement of a divine battle. Hearing this, everyone in the divine arena froze in surprise. Typically, after the roster was announced, both sides would engage in strategic maneuvering. Based on their opponents' selections, they would deliberate on the order of their own participants. This was why the actual commencement of the divine battle was delayed by 10 minutes after the roster submission. They were puzzled as to why Stamer was in such a rush to commence the battle. But they quickly realized why. Huaxia's roster remained unchanged. Aside from Xia Taiping, the others posed no threat. Xia Taiping would likely be the first to fight, just as in the first divine war. Thus, Sunset Nation had little to deliberate. But while Sunset Nation had little to deliberate, China might not be so straightforward. Initiating the battle swiftly would limit China's time for consultation, thereby increasing their own chances of victory. Sunset Nation, initiating the divine war immediately requires China's consent. The voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. Huaxia, do you consent to commencing the divine battle immediately? If not, the battle shall proceed as scheduled. If so, it shall begin at once. Xia Zhenghua remained silent, instead turning to look at Xia Taiping. Though he said nothing, his expression clearly signaled that Xia Taiping should decide. Xia Zhenghua entrusted the decision to Xia Taiping because he was the sole hope for Huaxia's victory in the second divine battle. Naturally, the choice rested with Xia Taiping. Feeling Xia Zhenghua's gaze, Xia Taiping understood his intent. He declared decisively, we agree. There was nothing for the Sunset Nation to deliberate on, and likewise, there was nothing for him to deliberate on. Rather than wasting time sitting idly, it was better to commence the divine war immediately. Since both parties agree, the divine war shall commence immediately. The voice of the heavenly Tao sounded again. The combatants from Huaxia Kingdom and Sunset Kingdom are requested to ascend the divine battle arena. Stamer turned to a middle-aged man seated behind him and said, William, you go? Yes, Commander-in-Chief. William responded and rose to walk toward the divine battle arena. Xia Taiping stood up directly, old Xia, and everyone else, I'm going. Be careful, Taiping. Taiping, if it's too dangerous, don't push yourself. Taiping, do your best. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and others spoke up one after another, some offering warnings, others cheering him on. Xia Taiping nodded and strode toward the divine battle arena. But the moment he stepped onto the divine battle arena, William's voice abruptly echoed. Heaven's path, my Sunset Nation has no need for you to randomly assign deities for our selection. Hearing this, everyone in the divine arena froze in shock. Yet the next moment, they realized William intended to directly summon his personal deity to battle. It made sense. Low-tier deities were useless, and blue-tier deities were scarce. Since Sunset Kingdom was fielding a 5-star blue-tier lineup anyway, there was no need for Tian Dao to randomly select deities for them. Agreed. The response from heavens will echo through the arena. William turned to Xia Taiping and said, Young man, Sunset Kingdom doesn't need the heavenly Dao to randomly select a deity for us. Do you need one? Xia Taiping remained silent. He shook his head, sneering, what a clumsy trick. Chapter 72, Effortlessly Diffused. Thor, God of Thunder. A clumsy trick? Everyone in the divine arena, except for Stamer and the other Sunset Kingdom citizens, looked perplexed. William had asked Xia Taiping if he needed the heavenly Dao to randomly select a deity for him to choose, so why did Xia Taiping's response seem so completely off topic? Stamer, William, and a few other Sunset Nation representatives suddenly stiffened. Xia Taiping's words seemed to reveal their true intentions. William feigned ignorance. Kid, what do you mean by that? Exactly what it says. Xia Taiping replied, you proactively stated you didn't need the heavenly Dao to randomly assign a deity for your selection, yet you asked me if I needed one. On the surface, it seemed like a simple inquiry, but in reality, it was a ploy to provoke me into summoning my personal guardian deity to battle. Am I correct? Hearing this, the crowd in the divine arena suddenly understood. No wonder Xia Taiping called it a clumsy trick he'd seen through Sunset Kingdom's scheme. Simultaneously, they understood why Sunset Nation had acted this way. Because the only thing that truly intimidated them about Huaxia was Xia Taiping, or rather, his lifebound deity, the great sage equal to heaven, Wukong. If Xia Taiping summoned his lifebound deity to battle, they would no longer need to fear this aspect. After all, each deity could only participate in one divine battle per year, and a deity making their first appearance on the divine battle stage could only fight one match. Xia Zhonghua's brow furrowed deeply. Although Xia Taiping had seen through Sunset Nation's scheme, it could also be described as an open strategy and a provocation. Put simply, I don't even need the heavenly Dao to randomly select a deity for me, do you still need one? He was somewhat concerned that Xia Taiping, in his youthful impetuosity, might fall into the Sunset Kingdom's trap and summon his guardian deity, the great sage equal to heaven Wukong, to battle. If that happened, Xia Taiping would have no backup plan. The rest of the battle would hinge solely on luck, praying the heavenly path would randomly assign a suitable deity. But then again, Xia Taiping's refusal was also problematic. Refusing would make the other nations think Huaxia was backing down. William instinctively wanted to deny it, but the words died on his lips. His attempt at provocation was obvious. Even if he denied it, those present might not believe him. Moreover, his denial could allow Xia Taiping to seize the opportunity and let the heavenly way randomly select a deity for choice. That would be like shooting himself in the foot. Realizing this, William changed his tone. He goaded, Kid, you don't dare? It's not a question of daring or not daring. It's a question of being stupid or not. Xia Taiping retorted, you're blatantly trying to bait me. If I fell for it, no one here would see me as brave, only as foolish. After all, I saw through your ploy, yet I'd still walk right into your trap. If that's not foolishness, what is? Besides, you want me to act like you denying the heavenly way its random selection of deities. But you're not my kinsman. We're even enemies. Why should I grant your wish and make you happy? The crowd in the divine arena nodded in unison. Xia Taiping's words held undeniable logic. What they didn't realize was that Xia Taiping's explicit rebuttal served a dual purpose. Not only did it counter Sunset Nation's accusations, but it also deliberately framed his reasoning to preempt any potential mockery of China should he refuse. Xia Taiping cared little for others' opinions. Had it been otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to remain low-key after successfully summoning the great sage equal to heaven, Wukong, as his personal deity. Yet he refused to give other nations ammunition to mock China. Well done. Xia Zhanghua silently gave Xia Taiping a mental thumbs up. His fears proved unfounded. Though young, Xia Taiping acted with no rashness whatsoever. Moreover, his words had successfully diffused Sunset Nation's overt scheme. Even if Xia Taiping refused, it would not tarnish China's reputation. William's expression suddenly froze. He desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping's words, but they were so well reasoned and substantiated that he couldn't find a counter-argument. And Xia Taiping continued, earlier, your Sunset Kingdom rushed to initiate the divine war precisely to deny us ample time for deliberation, correct? William's face darkened, and he remained silent. Because what Xia Taiping said was the truth, he couldn't even deny it. First, you rushed to initiate the divine war. Now you're trying to provoke me into abandoning the heavenly Dao's random selection of deities, just like you did. Xia Taiping continued, with all these petty maneuvers from your Sunset Kingdom, may I interpret this as fear of us? Hearing this, the representatives from all nations in the divine arena were utterly speechless. Previously, they hadn't given it much thought, but now that Xia Taiping put it that way, they suddenly realized Sunset Kingdom might genuinely be afraid of Huaxia Kingdom. How else could they explain Sunset Kingdom's constant scheming? But why resort to such tactics when you've already deployed your top-tier 6-star blue-tier lineup? The Chinese delegation erupted in a chorus of curses. Damn it, Sunset Nation is too treacherous. Damn it, if Xia Taiping hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have known Sunset Kingdom was playing so many dirty tricks on us. Before, I only thought Sakura Nation was shameless, but now I suddenly realize Sunset Nation is just as shameless. Thank goodness Xia Taiping was smart enough to expose Sunset Nation's scheme. Otherwise, we'd have been played without even knowing it. Stamer and the other Sunset Nation representatives all wore grim expressions. Having their petty schemes ruthlessly exposed by Xia Taiping in public wasn't the issue after all. Resorting to minor tricks to win the divine war was understandable. But Xia Taiping's claim that they were afraid was utterly intolerable. After all, Huaxia was universally acknowledged as a weak nation. To suggest they feared Huaxia? Where would that leave their pride? William retorted, fear? We're merely increasing our odds of victory. So, you don't have the confidence to defeat us. Xia Taiping smiled. So you are afraid after all. If you were truly confident, why resort to all these underhanded tricks? William's expression froze abruptly. Xia Taiping's words bordered on forced sophistry, yet they contained a grain of truth. As Xia Taiping had said, if they were truly confident, why resort to all these tricks? What a sharp-tongued youngster. William's face darkened. I'm not wasting my breath on you. Let's settle this with our fists. Is that what you call having a shred of decency? Xia Taiping shot back immediately, you were the one who started talking to me. How did it become can't be bothered to waste words? William was instantly speechless. He desperately wanted to argue back, but he couldn't because what Xia Taiping said was undeniably true. Humph. William snorted coldly, his voice deep and commanding. William of Sunset Nation humbly summons the thunder god Thor to descend. Whoosh. As William's words fell, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the center of his brow. Immediately, a towering, muscular figure emerged from the blaze, a red-haired, red-bearded man in his prime. His hands were encased in iron gauntlets, a magical belt cinched his waist, and he wielded the iconic hammer of Thor. Seeing this, Xia Taiping wasted no time. He looked up at the sky and declared, Heavenly Wei, please reveal to our nation of China the deities fit for battle. Granted. The response of the heavenly Tao echoed in reply. The next moment, 3 gray cards materialized before Xia Taiping. Chapter 73, Experience can be a curse. Objections are useless. Swish. 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 Every pair of eyes in the divine arena instinctively shifted toward the 3 cards hovering before Xia Taiping. A tiger-headed monster, a sheep-headed monster, a married couple. I don't recognize a single one. Sigh, I prided myself on my knowledge, but encountering the Huaxia deities has shown me just how ignorant I truly am. Ha! All the cards feature a single deity, so why does that one show a married couple? 2 deities on one card? Did the Tao make a mistake? That shouldn't be possible. Heaven wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. Whispers of discussion rippled through the divine arena. Just like before, no one could recognize the Chinese deity depicted on the card. But soon, everyone's attention was drawn to the card depicting a married couple. As the murmurs suggested, it was common knowledge that each card featured a single deity. They couldn't understand why the card representing Huaxia depicted a married couple. This puzzled not only the crowd in the divine arena but also Xia Taiping himself. It wasn't that he didn't recognize the deities on the 3 cards, on the contrary, he recognized them instantly. The goat-headed creature was Yangli the Great Immortal, and the tiger-headed one was Huli the Great Immortal. The couple, the man holding a chisel in his left hand and a sledgehammer in his right, the woman holding a mirror in each hand, were the thunder god and lightning goddess who ruled over thunder and lightning. But he couldn't understand why the thunder god and lightning goddess, being 2 separate deities, appeared together on one card. The next moment, however, he realized, though they were 2 separate deities, they were both husband and wife and partners. They moved together constantly, truly one body, never parted. Perhaps that was why the Way of Heaven had placed them on the same card. Having grasped the meaning, Xia Taiping's gaze fell upon Thor, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Until now, he had assumed the pantheon of Sunset Kingdom mirrored that of his past life Celtic mythology, most famously King Arthur and the 12 Knights of the Round Table. Yet William had summoned Thor, a deity belonging to Norse mythology, or more specifically, Norse mythology of Norway. Could it be that this world doesn't follow the narrow definition of the 5 Nordic countries, but rather the broader concept of the 10 Nordic countries? The thought flashed through Xia Taiping's mind. Though it was merely conjecture, he could think of no other explanation for why William, a native of Sunset Kingdom, would summon Thor, a deity belonging to Norse mythology. Ah, experience can be a dangerous thing. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly once more, as the saying goes, knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. I must take the time to study the deities of other nations soon, or I'll likely find myself in this same predicament again where experience leads me astray. But his sigh had barely faded when he suddenly froze. Why wait for time? The joint challenge by the Six Nations Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Sunset Kingdom, and others against Huaxia Kingdom was the perfect opportunity to study their deities. Though a single divine battle wouldn't reveal many deities, seeing the bigger picture through the smaller details was key. By observing these few gods, he could deduce which mythological systems each nation had inherited. Combined with his existing knowledge of those systems, he'd gain a clear understanding. Take the present situation. William had summoned only Thor, the god of thunder. This alone made him realize that the mythological system inherited by the land of the setting sun in this world was not the Celtic mythology he had assumed, but rather Norse mythology. Seeing Xia Taiping staring at Thor without a word, showing no intention of summoning a deity, William urged, "Kid, what are you dawdling for? Summon a deity already." Hearing this, Xia Taiping snapped out of his reverie. He declared decisively, "Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly summons the thunder god and lightning goddess to descend." Thor, the god of thunder, wields mastery over lightning and thunder. The thunder god and thunder goddess possess the same formidable power over these elements. He did not believe the deities of Huaxia were any weaker than those of other mythological systems. Thus, the moment he saw the three cards, he resolved to deploy the thunder god and thunder goddess into battle. Boom! As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of the tiger deity and the sheep deity vanished into thin air, while the cards of the thunder god and lightning goddess burst into brilliant light. Immediately, a man and a woman stepped out from the light. This scene instantly sparked a stir within the divine arena. It really is two people? What's going on? Can someone explain why there are two deities on one card? Two against one? That's a bit unfair, isn't it? Heaven's path, did you make a mistake? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Xia Taiping paid them no mind whatsoever. First, he saw no need to explain himself to them. Second, he wasn't entirely certain himself. Why invite trouble by speaking on something he couldn't confirm? But while he remained indifferent, Stamer and the other Sunset Kingdom citizens grew restless. As the murmurs suggested, being outnumbered 2-1 put them at a disadvantage. Tian Dao, I demand an explanation. Stamer shouted, why does the Huaxia nation's divine card feature two deities? At these words, the murmuring crowd in the divine arena fell silent in unison, pricking up their ears to await the heavenly Dao's response. They too wanted to know why China's divine card bore two deities. Immediately, the voice of the heavenly Wei boomed throughout the divine arena. These two deities of Huaxia are known as the thunder god and the lightning goddess. They are the deities who govern thunder and lightning in Huaxia. They are both husband and wife and partners. Whether in battle or in summoning clouds and rain, they always act together. That is why they appear on the same divine card. Hearing this, the representatives from various nations in the divine arena suddenly understood. Immediately, except for the Sunset Nation, people from all other nations grew excited. Thor, the god of thunder, wields the power of lightning. The thunder god and lightning goddess also wield the power of lightning. This would be a clash of thunder and lightning, surely a spectacular show. However, the excitement among the people of Huaxia stemmed from other reasons. The divine battle with Sakura Nation had featured a nine-tailed fox showdown, ultimately ending in China's victory. Now, the clash with Sunset Nation involved a battle between thunder gods. They were confident China would emerge victorious once more. Like Xia Taiping, they too refused to believe the deities of China could be weaker than those of other nations. Xia Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose. He had always suspected his conjecture was correct, and the heavenly Dao's explanation only confirmed his hunch. Stamer and the other Sunset Kingdom representatives, however, wore grim expressions. The thunder god and lightning goddess were also masters of thunder and lightning, which would undoubtedly severely weaken Thor's combat effectiveness. Furthermore, the thunder god and lightning goddess were two, while Thor was alone. As the saying goes, two fists can't fight four hands. This situation was highly unfavorable for them. Tian Dao, I object. Stamer protested, the Huaxia side has two combatants, while our Sunset Nation has only one. This is unfair to us. Objection overruled. The divine battle commences immediately. The voice of heavens will echo immediately, its tone carrying absolute authority. Stamer seethed with resentment. But faced with the heavenly Wei's unquestionable authority, no amount of resentment could change the outcome. With no other choice, he could only say, oomph. Numbers alone don't decide everything. Great Thor, Lord of Thunder, slay the deity of Huaxia and strike fear into the heart of my Sunset Kingdom. Chapter 74, Talk to me about ancestors? The struggle for control. Thor did not immediately act as Stamer demanded. He glanced at the thunder god and lightning goddess with disdain. You two play with lightning too? You could say that. The thunder god and lightning goddess spoke in unison, their words identical. Oomph. Thor snorted coldly, his voice brimming with arrogance. Many in this realm excel at the art of thunder and lightning, but few can stand against me. Today, you shall witness who truly is the progenitor of this art. The originator? Before the thunder god and lightning goddess could respond, Xia Taiping's voice cut in, Thor, you may have grounds to discuss origins with the land of cherry blossoms. But when it comes to discussing origins with us, the land of China, do you even have the qualifications? Thor's expression froze abruptly. His gaze shifted to Xia Taiping as he growled, "Boy, why wouldn't I have the right? You truly have no right." Xia Taiping sneered. "Forget other nations. Among existing countries, every mythological system except Japan's predates your land of the setting suns. So which era defines the progenitor? The earlier one? Or the later one? But that's not the point. The point is, well, your sunset nation's mythology was transmitted from my China. If we're talking about origins, China's pantheon is the true progenitor of your sunset nation's deities." "Nonsense." Thor's face darkened. "I've never heard such a claim. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Xia Taiping shot back immediately, "Your lack of knowledge is your own limitation. But what you don't know, your father Odin certainly does. Go back and ask your father Odin, and you'll see whether what I say is true or false." In the divine arena, people from all nations except Sunset Nation and Sakura Nation wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Stamer and the other Sunset Kingdom citizens frowned deeply. They had heard that Sakura Nation's mythological system originated from the Chinese pantheon, but never that Sunset Nation's myths also stemmed from Chinese mythology. Yet Xia Taiping spoke with such conviction, as if he weren't lying. Kishida Koyu and the other Sakura Nation representatives turned pale. They sat there silently, yet Xia Taiping had mocked them. Wasn't this getting caught in the crossfire without even trying? Thor's brow was also deeply furrowed. His father, Odin, had never mentioned this matter. Yet Odin had warned him never to provoke the Chinese deities lightly. Combined with Xia Taiping's convincing tone, Odin began to suspect there might be truth to Xia Taiping's claims. Yet doubt was one thing, admitting it was another. To do so would be to betray his master and dishonor his ancestors in his battle against the Thunder God and Lightning Goddess. "You sharp-tongued brat! I'll tear your mouth off!" Thor roared in fury, raising Mjolnir high. The next instant, a deafening roar exploded across the divine battle arena. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Mjolnir. Instantly, the hammer crackled with lightning, its menacing blow striking fear into all who witnessed it. "Go!" A thunderous shout erupted from Thor's mouth. Gripping the hammer, he brought it crashing down. The thunder surging around it erupted outward, hurtling straight towards Xia Taiping. "Do you take us for mere decorations?" The Mother of Lightning sneered coldly, stepping forward to shield Xia Taiping. Simultaneously, her lowered right hand shot upward like lightning, the mirror of lightning in her grasp facing the roaring thunderbolts. In the next instant, the roaring thunder seemed to have been summoned, abruptly changing course and plunging into the mirror of lightning. "Take it back!" The Thunder Goddess roared, swinging her right hand holding the lightning mirror with effortless ease. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning shot out from the mirror of lightning, streaking toward Thor. This bolt was none other than the very one Thor had just channeled. Thor's face darkened instantly at the sight. He had channeled the lightning to attack Xia Taiping, only for the Thunder Goddess to absorb it with her mirror of lightning. Worse still, she now used the very lightning he had summoned against him. Wasn't this like his own attack turning back on him? Though deeply annoyed, Thor wasted no time dodging. In the next instant, the thunderbolt flashed past Thor's side, crashing into the barrier surrounding the god battle arena. It erupted with a deafening roar before shattering into countless specks of starlight and vanishing. "Oomph, she does have a trick or two up her sleeve." Thor sneered coldly, raising Mjolnir high once more. Boom! 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 A series of deafening booms reverberated across the divine battle arena. Simultaneously, silver-white bolts of lightning appeared one after another above the arena. A slender bolt descended from the heavens, connecting to Thor's hammer, while the others continuously merged with it. As more and more bolts merged with the one connected to Mjolnir, a silvery white orb formed at its tip, steadily growing larger. "Ha ha!" Thor roared with laughter. "You managed to absorb and redirect a single bolt of lightning. Now let's see if you can absorb and redirect this orb of lightning, forged from countless bolts." Hearing this, the Thunder God and Lightning Goddess exchanged glances, both moving in unison. The Thunder God raised his right hand, swinging his mighty hammer down toward the chisel held in his left. Clang! A crisp clang of steel colliding suddenly rang out. Immediately after, deafening booms erupted across the divine battle arena. The Thunder Goddess flipped her right hand, pointing the mirror surface of the lightning mirror skyward. Whoosh! A silver-white bolt of lightning shot forth from the mirror, streaking straight toward the heavens. Is it over? Not yet. Thunder God relentlessly pounded his Thunder God's chisel. Clang! 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 Amidst the crisp clanging of steel, thunder roared and lightning darted across the divine battle arena. Simultaneously, a luminous orb materialized at the tip of the lightning connecting to the Lightning Goddess's mirror. With each crisp clang of steel, the streaks of lightning darting across the sky rapidly converged toward the orb, merging with it. As more and more lightning merged into the orb, it rapidly expanded in size. Soon, two spheres of lightning hovered above the divine battle arena, both rapidly expanding. Initially, the two spheres expanded independently, without interfering with each other. But as the surrounding space was rapidly drained of its thunderous energy, the situation changed. Simultaneously, each orb extended a slender lightning thread that connected to the other like a bolt, and they began tugging at each other, striving to absorb the thunderous energy within the other. Seeing this, Thor decisively increased his divine power output. If he could absorb the thunder energy from the opponent's condensed sphere, even if he couldn't win the battle, he could at least humiliate them thoroughly. After all, absorbing the energy from an opponent's condensed sphere would prove his mastery of thunder energy surpassed theirs. Thor wasn't the only one thinking this way. The Thunder God and Lightning Goddess shared the same strategy. Thunder Goddess steadied her grip on the lightning mirror. The Thunder God decisively increased the striking frequency of his thunder chisel. This scene left everyone in the divine arena staring at each other in astonishment. Until now, they had all assumed the clash between the Thunder God and Thunder Goddess and Thor would be a fiery, lightning-filled spectacle. After all, both wielded the power of thunder. Yet, to their surprise, the two were now engaged in a battle for supremacy over the very essence of thunder itself. Chapter 75, is that all? Blast you into blossom. Looks like they're competing over who's more skilled with thunder. Who do you think will win, Sunset Nation's Thor or China's Thunder God and Lightning Goddess? I'd say Thor wins. After all, he's famous not just in Sunset Nation but worldwide. As for China's Thunder God and Lightning Goddess, I've never even heard of them before today. Hard to say. Just because they're not famous doesn't mean they're weak. Like those three gods that kid from China summoned earlier, nobody'd heard of them either, yet they wiped the floor with Japan's trio. Exactly. The deities from China aren't famous not because they lack merit, but because this is their first appearance on the divine battle arena. So victory or defeat can't be judged by fame alone. I suggest you refrain from wild speculation. If reality doesn't match your assumptions, won't you end up looking foolish? Exactly. We'd better just watch quietly. The outcome should be decided soon enough. Whispers of discussion rippled through the divine arena. Hearing the murmurs, Xiao Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other representatives from Huaxia Nation wore broad smiles. When China and Japan faced off in the divine war, everyone believed China was bound to lose. But now it was different. While few still favored Huaxia's victory, many had shifted their stance. They no longer regarded Huaxia as the inevitable loser. Clearly, the nations of the world no longer looked down upon Huaxia as they once did. This was the impact of Xia Taiping's recent sweeping victory over Sakura Nation, or rather, it had bolstered China's national prestige. Thor overheard the murmurs from people of various nations, and it grated on his nerves. As the murmurs suggested, Thor, the god of thunder, was renowned not only in the land of the setting sun but across the entire world. Yet, hardly anyone believed in him. What kind of nonsense was this? Damn it! Today I will defeat the Chinese couple and show the world the might of Thor, the thunder god. Thor cursed under his breath, channeling even more divine power. As he exerted himself, the lightning orb he had conjured blazed with an intensified radiance. Not only did it outshine the lightning orb formed by the Thunder God and Lightning Goddess, but it also began to subtly absorb the thunderous power from their orb. Seeing this, the Thunder God decisively quickened the rhythm of his hammering on the thunder chisel. Clang! 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 As the metallic clanging grew more rapid, the lightning orb formed by the Thunder God and Thunder Goddess flared brilliantly. In an instant, it eclipsed the radiance of Thor's orb and began to absorb the thunderous power from it. Seeing the Thunder God and Thunder Goddess overshadowing his own might, Thor, unwilling to concede, once again amplified his divine power output. The Thunder God, refusing to be outdone, accelerated the rhythm of his hammering. From then on, Thor continuously amplified his divine power output, while the Thunder God steadily increased the tempo of his hammer strikes. Simultaneously, the lightning orbs formed by Thor and the Thunder Goddess grew ever brighter. The battle for control over the thunder's power grew fiercer by the moment. As the two lightning orbs grew brighter, their blinding radiance forced the gods gathered in the arena to squint shut their eyes. Yet no one wished to miss this spectacular spectacle. Everyone squinted, enduring the discomfort as they stared intently. Soon, several minutes had passed. At that moment, Thor's expression darkened. He had pushed his divine power to its absolute limit, yet still couldn't outshine the Thunder God and Lightning Goddess. This sudden realization made him understand that defeating them through this contest for control was now impossible. As if sensing Thor had reached his limit, Thunder God roared with laughter. Is that all? And you dare call yourself the progenitor of lightning mastery? Next, I'll show you what true mastery of lightning looks like. With that, the Thunder God accelerated the rhythm of his hammering on the thunder chisel. Clang! 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 The crisp metallic clanging accelerated, not just slightly, but relentlessly and continuously. By the end, it sounded as if there were no pauses at all, only a continuous, unbroken ringing of steel. Simultaneously, the lightning orbed by the Thunder God and Lightning Goddess grew ever brighter. Not only did it completely overshadow the radiance of Thor's lightning orb, but it also continuously siphoned the thunderous power from Thor's orb, transforming it into its own. Simultaneously, the lightning orb formed by the Thunder God and Lightning Goddess grew larger and larger. Soon, the difference in size between the two lightning orbs became visibly apparent. This spectacle left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena staring at each other in astonishment. Thor had reached his limit, yet the thunder god and lightning goddess had not. This signaled that the thunder god and thunder goddess wielded far greater mastery over thunderous power than Thor himself. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real point was that the Chinese deities had once again shattered their preconceptions. Fortunately, they had stopped looking down on the Chinese deities, or else they would have been slapped in the face yet again. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese deities were overcome with excitement. Their belief had been justified. The Chinese deities were in no way inferior to those of other nations. Stamer and the other Sunset Nation representatives, however, wore grim expressions. They had sent Thor first because of his formidable combat prowess, expecting him to secure an opening victory in this divine battle. Such a win would not only crush China's arrogance after sweeping Japan but also greatly boost Sunset Nation's morale. Yet what they hadn't anticipated was that Xia Taiping had also summoned the deities of thunder and lightning, the thunder god and lightning goddess. Worse still, Thor's mastery over thunder and lightning proved inferior to theirs. While mastery of power alone doesn't guarantee victory, it certainly dealt a severe blow to morale. At this moment, Thor was no longer composed, he was even growing anxious. If this continued, the thunderous power within the lightning orbs he had gathered would be completely drained by the thunder god and lightning goddess. Then, forget attacking the thunder god and thunder goddess, he himself would become lambs led to slaughter. This can't go on. Thor sighed inwardly, then brought down Mjolnir with a thunderous crash. Simultaneously, the lightning orb hovering above his head surged forward, hurtling toward the thunder god and lightning goddess. Seeing this, the thunder goddess wasted no time. Her right hand, clutching the lightning mirror, swung down with force. The lightning orb hovering above her and Thor's heads met head-on with the lightning orb Thor had channeled. In the next instant, the two lightning orbs collided with a thunderous crash. The spheres stubbornly resisted each other, steadily draining the energy from their opponents. As energy drained from both spheres, they steadily shrank in size. Soon, Thor's lightning orb was completely depleted, while the one formed by the thunder god and thunder goddess remained the size of a soccer ball. With no barrier left, the thunder god and thunder goddess's lightning orb instantly closed the distance. It slammed into Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, held before his chest, then exploded with a thunderous roar, bursting into a dazzling blaze of light. In that instant, Thor felt as if he had been electrocuted. No, not as if he had been electrocuted. His entire body shook violently as tiny bolts of lightning danced across his skin. His face flushed crimson and pale, white smoke billowed from his mouth, and every hair stood on end, making him look like a bristling hedgehog. Chapter 76, Bombardment. Struck dead. Seeing Thor transformed into a hedgehog-like creature, the spectators from all nations in the divine arena stared in utter shock. You're the god of thunder. How did lightning turn you into a hedgehog? But they quickly snapped out of it. Thor is called the god of thunder because he wields the power of lightning, but his body is still made of flesh. How could he not fear lightning? So it's perfectly understandable that Thor was turned into a hedgehog by lightning. That said, Thor's mastery of thunder isn't without its perks. At the very least, his body possesses some immunity to lightning, otherwise, that lightning orb wouldn't have merely turned him into a hedgehog, but pulverized him into mincemeat. Having landed the blow, the thunder god wasted no time, continuing to strike with his thunder chisel. The mother of thunder raised both hands high, one lightning mirror angled toward the sky, the other aimed squarely at Thor. Clang! 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 Amidst the crisp clanging of steel, thunderous roars echoed across the divine battle arena once more. Silver-white lightning bolts flickered into existence, darting back and forth like silver serpents through the air above the arena. But this time was different. Before, the silver-white lightning darting across the arena had continuously converged and merged. This time, however, the silver-white lightning bolts whistled down one after another, striking the lightning goddess's left-hand lightning mirror. Through its refraction, the energy then transferred to the lightning mirror in her right hand. Was it over? Of course not. Refracted by the lightning goddess's right-hand mirror, the silver-white bolts now shot one after another toward Thor. Thor noticed this instantly. His instinct was to dodge, but he immediately realized he was paralyzed by the lightning strike. He couldn't even control his own body, let alone execute an evasive maneuver. Helpless, he could only watch in terror as the silver-white lightning bolt shot toward him. Whoosh! 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 Each silver-white bolt, refracted through the lightning goddess's mirrors, streaked toward Thor like lightning itself. No! Not like lightning, they were lightning. In the next instant, wave after wave of silver-white lightning struck Thor's body. Simultaneously, Thor's body, which had just stopped trembling violently, began shaking violently once more. Though as the god of thunder he possessed some immunity to lightning's power, immunity was not absolute. Coupled with the relentless barrage of silver-white lightning bolts, even his partial resistance proved insufficient. Compounded by the paralysis inflicted by the thunder's power, he remained unable to control his body. Despite possessing immense abilities, he couldn't utilize them, rendering him a living target. He could only watch helplessly as the silver-white lightning struck him again and again. Ah! 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 Under the relentless barrage of silver-white lightning, Thor convulsed violently like a man seized by epilepsy, his mouth spewing a continuous stream of piercing screams. This scene left the spectators from all nations in the divine arena frozen in shock. Before this, while they couldn't be certain Thor would win, they never imagined the thunder god would become a sitting duck, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of lightning from the thunder god and lightning goddess, utterly unable to fight back. Moments later, cheers erupted throughout the divine arena. With skills like that, he dares call himself the progenitor of thunder control? Talk about shooting himself in the foot. Ha! Xia Taiping is absolutely right. Our Huaxia pantheon is the true progenitor of the Sunset Kingdom's divine system. The mighty Thor has become a sitting duck. Our Chinese deities are truly formidable. The thunder god and lightning goddess reigns supreme. Xia Taiping reigns supreme. China reigns supreme. These cheers all came from the mouths of the Huaxia people. Their faces radiated intense excitement. Though the battle was not yet over, they all knew the outcome was already decided. Stamer and the other Sunset Nation citizens, however, were turning ashen-faced. It wasn't merely because they were losing this battle, but because before the eyes of nations worldwide, Thor the god of thunder was being bombarded relentlessly by the thunder god and thunder goddess as if he were a living target, utterly humiliating. Truly, one misstep ruins the entire game. Heaven's wrath may be forgiven, but self-inflicted doom is unforgivable. Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh. He had always believed the thunder god and lightning goddess could help him win this battle, but he never imagined they would triumph so effortlessly. Thor not only possessed formidable combat prowess but also wielded numerous abilities. Defeating him was no simple feat. Yet what he hadn't anticipated was Thor abandoning his full arsenal to compete with the thunder god and thunder goddess over mastery of thunderous power. One misstep left him paralyzed by lightning, and the deities seized the opportunity, turning him into a sitting duck. At that moment, Thor was furious. He possessed immense power, yet paralysis rendered him utterly helpless, a profoundly frustrating sensation. But that wasn't the worst part. The relentless barrage from the thunder god and lightning goddess was causing his divine essence to show signs of collapse. He desperately wanted to admit defeat, yet the paralysis left him utterly speechless. This feeling, possessing immense power yet being unable to wield it, wanting to surrender but unable to speak, was something only those who had experienced it firsthand could truly understand. The relentless assault from the thunder god and lightning goddess continued unabated. Moments later, Thor's body suddenly flickered rapidly several times before dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing completely. This scene left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena staring in utter bewilderment. Thor, the god of thunder, had actually been struck dead by lightning? What a frustrating way to go. Wah! The crowd from Huaxia Nation erupted in excited howls. They had secured another opening victory. Though they had anticipated the outcome the moment Thor became a sitting duck, witnessing him literally electrocuted to death by the thunder god and lightning goddess still sent waves of excitement coursing through them. The expressions of Stamer and the other Sunset Nation members darkened even further. The reason was the same as everyone else's: speechlessness. You're Thor, the god of thunder. Any other way to die would be less humiliating than being literally electrocuted to death by lightning. I concede. William conceded decisively. If even Thor the thunder god could be struck dead by the thunder goddess's lightning, he certainly didn't want to follow in Thor's footsteps. Immediately after, the voice of the Tao of Heaven boomed through the divine arena. Sunset Nation challenges China in the first round. China wins. The second round commences immediately. Both sides, please send your challengers. Xia Taiping turned to the thunder god and lightning goddess, saying, "Thunder god and lightning goddess, thank you for securing this victory for the Huaxia kingdom." "Young friend, you're too kind." Thunder god shook his head. "As deities of Huaxia, fighting for our nation is our duty." "Indeed." The goddess of lightning nodded and added, "Young friend, our business here is concluded. We must depart now." "Very well." Xia Taiping clasped his hands together and said, "We bid farewell to Lord Thunder and Lady Lightning." Xia Zhanhua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation rose to their feet, clasping their hands together and saying, "We bid farewell to Lord Thunder and Lady Lightning." The thunder god and lightning goddess nodded, and their figures vanished into thin air. They watched as the thunder god and lightning goddess departed. Xia Taiping turned to Stamer and the others from Sunset Nation, his voice deepening. "Next round, send someone up to meet their end." Chapter 77, Fenrir the Giant Wolf vs. Kuei-mu Wolf. How arrogant! Stamer was furious at Xia Taiping's words. But since Thor had been used as a living target by the thunder god and lightning goddess, he couldn't even argue back. His face darkening, he turned to his men. "Henry, you go?" "No, Smith, you go?" "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." A middle-aged man responded and rose, striding toward the divine battle arena. He stepped onto the divine battle arena. Without a word, Smith began summoning his patron deity. Smith of Sunset Nation humbly summons the giant wolf Fenrir. Whoosh! As Smith's words fell, a burst of light erupted from between his eyebrows. Immediately, a colossal wolf emerged from the light, standing 3 meters tall and stretching 5 meters long. Its coat gleamed with a glossy sheen, its blood-red eyes blazed with savage ferocity, and its razor-sharp teeth glowed with an eerie, icy white light. In the next instant, gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the divine arena. The Sunset Kingdom has actually sent Fenrir, the giant wolf feared by all their gods, into battle. That beast is incredibly ferocious. Indeed. Rumor has it he not only tore off the arm of Tyr, the war god of the land of the setting sun, but also devoured Odin, the god king himself. With the Sunset Kingdom fielding Fenrir, I wonder which deity the Huaxia kingdom will randomly draw. Xia Taiping glanced at the giant wolf Fenrir, his eyes flickering slightly. When William summoned Thor to battle earlier, he had already surmised that Sunset Kingdom followed the Norse mythology system. Smith's summoning of the giant wolf Fenrir now confirmed his hunch. At that moment, the voice of the Tao echoed through the divine arena. China, do you require me to provide a selection of randomly assigned deities for your choice? Yes. Xia Taiping responded decisively. The Monkey King Sun Wukong was his last resort. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not summon Sun Wukong into battle. Very well. The voice of the heavenly Tao sounded once more. Immediately, 3 grey cards materialized before Xia Taiping. The gazes of spectators from all nations in the divine arena instinctively fixed upon the 3 cards hovering before Xia Taiping. A wave of collective sighs then rippled through the arena. The deities depicted on the cards were a woman with a scorpion tail, a man with 9 heads, and a middle-aged man with a green face, white teeth, and dark skin. None of them were familiar. But they had long since grown accustomed to it. After all, none of the deities randomly assigned to Huaxia by the heavenly Tao had been familiar to them before. Xia Taiping, however, recognized them instantly. The woman with the scorpion tail was the scorpion spirit. The 9-headed man was the 9-headed worm. The middle-aged man with the green face, white teeth, and dark skin was Kuei-Mu Lang, one of the 28 lunar mansions. Another powerful deity has appeared. What luck! Xia Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose, his cheeks brimming with a smile. The scorpion demon and 9-headed insect weren't particularly formidable, holding little significance in Huaxia mythology, so they were eliminated outright. But Kuei-Mu Lang was different. As one of the orthodox Huaxia deities among the 28 lunar mansions and the foremost among them, his combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. Mentioning the 28 lunar mansions might leave many unclear about Kuei-Mu Lang's strength. But mention his other identity, and anyone familiar with Journey to the West would instantly recognize him. Kuei-Mu Lang is his celestial title among the 28 lunar mansions, but on Earth, he bore another name, the Yellow-Robed Monster. Kuei-Mu Lang fell in love with a celestial maiden serving incense in the Hall of Fragrant Robes and descended to the mortal realm. He took over the Moonwave Cave, proclaiming himself the Yellow-Robed Monster. Later, after kidnapping Tang Sanzang, he was confronted by Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, leading to a fierce battle. In that battle, they fought until the sky darkened and the earth shook, yet neither side gained the upper hand. Even the combined efforts of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing could not subdue the yellow-robed demon, a testament to his formidable strength. Xia Taiping of Huaxia summons Kuei-Mu Lang, the first star of the 28 constellations, to descend. Xia Taiping's thunderous shout echoed across the divine battle arena. Smith had already summoned his personal guardian deity to battle. He couldn't afford to hesitate. His choice to summon Kuei-Mu Lang stemmed not only from its formidable strength but also from a deeper significance. Kuei-Mu Lang's true form was that of a wolf, and the giant wolf Fenrir was likewise a wolf. This made their clash all the more meaningful. Swish! As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of the scorpion demon and the 9-headed worm flickered faintly before vanishing. Kuei-Mu Lang's card instantly burst into brilliant light. Immediately, Kuei-Mu Lang stepped out of the light and landed beside Xia Taiping. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena had long grown accustomed to Xia Taiping not summoning his personal guardian deity for battle. After all, this wasn't his first time skipping his guardian deity, it was his 5th. Yet despite their familiarity, figures like Xia Zhenghua and Xiao Tianming from the Huaxia nation were visibly stirred. Though they didn't know who Kuei-Mu Lang was, Xia Taiping had proven 4 times that he didn't summon deities casually. They believed this time was no exception. Even without the great sage, Xia Taiping still held formidable reserves. Beyond that, there was another reason. When Xia Taiping had summoned Kuei-Mu Lang, he had mentioned the 28 lunar mansions. Did that imply there were 27 other celestial beings akin to Kuei-Mu Lang? In stark contrast to the excitement of the Huaxia nation's people, the faces of Stamer and the other Sunset Nation citizens darkened. They desperately hoped Xia Taiping would summon his personal guardian deity into battle. That would strip Huaxia of its formidable backup, leaving future divine clashes entirely dependent on luck. But alas, Xia Taiping disappointed them once more. After a moment's thought, Stamer shouted, "Smith, we absolutely must win this round." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Smith answered decisively. He understood why Stamer cared so much about this round's outcome. Xia Taiping's personal deity had yet to enter the fray, and they had witnessed Neza's formidable power firsthand. Neza himself had claimed his strength fell short of Xia Taiping's personal deity, the Monkey King Sun Wukong. This had left them all with little confidence in their own blue-tier deities. With Sunset Nation already down 1 match, if they failed to secure this one, the presence of Xia Taiping's divine patron, the Monkey King Sun Wukong, would make it exceedingly difficult for Sunset Nation to win this divine battle. Worse still, Sunset Kingdom risked following Sakura Kingdom's path, suffering a crushing defeat as Xia Taiping swept 3 consecutive victories single-handedly. This was precisely why Stamer had initially intended to send Henry into battle, only to change his mind and order him to fight instead. Xia Taiping spoke up, "Let me remind you, some things aren't guaranteed just because you want to win. So don't get your hopes up too high. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment." Oomph. Stamer snorted coldly, refusing to acknowledge Xia Taiping. It wasn't that he didn't want to retort, it was that Xia Taiping's tongue was too sharp. Since the start of the Divine War, no one who had argued with Xia Taiping had come out ahead. He knew better than to invite humiliation. Smith also ignored Xia Taiping. He turned to the giant wolf Fenrir and said, "Lord Fenrir, I entrust this to you. Rest assured." Fenrir spoke in human language, "I will tear him apart." Chapter 78, The Yellow Robe Barrier. Now it's my turn. Hearing the mighty wolf Fenrir's confident words, the people of Sunset Nation were instantly filled with excitement. "Lord Fenrir, we must not only tear apart the deity of Huaxia, but also that brat from Huaxia. Yes. We must tear apart that brat from Huaxia. Lord Fenrir is mighty. Lord Fenrir is formidable. Lord Fenrir is invincible." Hearing the cheers of the Sunset Kingdom's people, Xia Taiping was utterly speechless. "Couldn't you wait until Fenrir tears apart Kuei Mu Lang and me before cheering? The fight hasn't even started yet, and you're already cheering like this. If the outcome isn't what you expect, where will you hide your faces?" But he dismissed the thought immediately. After all, what did the pride of Sunset Kingdom's people matter to him? He turned to Kuei Mu Lang, clasping his fists together. "Chief Star, I'm counting on you. Young friend, I'll do my best." Kuei Mu Lang paused, then added, "Young friend, step back. You might get caught in the crossfire." "Understood." Xia Taiping responded, taking a few steps back. Seeing this, Kuei Mu Lang turned to Fenrir and said calmly, "Aren't you going to tear me apart? Bring it on." "Awah!" Feeling his authority challenged, Fenrir roared furiously and charged toward Kuei Mu Lang at full speed. Kuei Mu Lang moved in response, striding forward to meet the charging Fenrir. Simultaneously, a brilliant light appeared in his right hand, coalescing into a massive blade. This blade was Kuei Mu Lang's weapon, the soul-chasing, life-taking blade. Though not a legendary treasure, it was razor-sharp. Soon, Kuei Mu Lang and Fenrir met head-on. "Awah!" Fenrir opened its gaping maw, lunging to bite Kuei Mu Lang. Kuei Mu Lang swung the soul-seeking blade, aiming a slash at Fenrir's head. Seeing this, Fenrir swiftly dodged the blow. As the saying goes, an inch longer means an inch stronger. If this continued, before Fenrir could bite Kuei Mu Lang's soul-reaping blade would already be cleaving down on its head. It dared not let its flesh and bone skull take the full force of Kuei Mu Lang's blade. Yet as it dodged, it raised its forepaw to swipe at Kuei Mu Lang. Those sharp claws glinted coldly in the sunlight, an eerie sight indeed. Kuei Mu Lang didn't attempt to block either. Retreating while spinning, he swept his soul-seeking blade out horizontally, aiming straight for Fenrir's front claw. Seeing this, Fenrir swiftly withdrew its claw and raised the other front paw to strike at Kuei Mu Lang. In the brief span of moments, the man and the wolf exchanged over 100 blows. Both attacked relentlessly, neither gaining the slightest advantage. Yet their clash was intensely perilous. The slightest misstep could see either Fenrir slashed by Kuei Mu Lang's soul-reaping blade or Kuei Mu Lang clawed by Fenrir's sharp paws. Once again forced back by Kuei Mu Lang without achieving anything, Fenrir did not press the attack. Instead, he retreated several steps backward. Seeing this, Kuei Mu Lang paused briefly to consider his next move. The recent exchange had made him realize that Fenrir's reflexes were truly swift. Without employing some special tactics, it would be difficult to defeat him. "I didn't expect you to have some skill after all." Fenrir spoke in human language, "That was merely a warm-up. Now I shall show you my true strength." With that, Fenrir suddenly opened his gaping maw and unleashed a fierce breath attack. Whoosh! A torrent of flame shot from Fenrir's maw, hurtling straight toward Kuei Mu Lang. Seeing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation immediately tensed up. The flames unleashed by the giant wolf Fenrir were immensely powerful, and they feared Kuei Mu Lang might not be able to withstand them. Xia Taiping, however, remained utterly composed. While Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others were unaware of Kuei Mu Lang's abilities, he knew them well. Even as he watched Fenrir unleash its flames, he had already anticipated how Kuei Mu Lang would respond. Kuei Mu Lang possessed a signature technique called the Yellow Robe Barrier. Back when Kuei Mu Lang transformed into the yellow-robed monster to battle Zhu Beiji and the White Dragon Horse, it was precisely this barrier that blocked the fireballs unleashed by the White Dragon Horse and the dust clouds stirred up by Zhu Beiji. Just as Xia Taiping had anticipated, Kuei Mu Lang immediately activated the Yellow Robe Barrier. He abruptly turned to one side, causing the yellow robe draped behind him to billow forward, shielding his front. The next instant, Fenrir's fiery breath collided with Kuei Mu Lang's robe. Boom! Immediately, a deafening roar erupted. The moment Fenrir's flames struck Kuei Mu Lang's robe, they exploded violently, then dissolved into scattered sparks of light before vanishing. Kuei Mu Lang's robe remained completely intact. Seeing this, Xia Taiping, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation breathed a collective sigh of relief. For Kuei Mu Lang's yellow robe remaining intact meant he had effortlessly blocked Fenrir's fiery breath. Spectators from various nations in the divine arena were taken aback. Fenrir's flames had actually been blocked by Kuei Mu Lang's yellow robe? They found this outcome truly hard to accept, yet the undeniable evidence before them left them no choice but to acknowledge it. Fenrir was also taken aback, but anger quickly replaced his surprise. It had just declared it would show Kuei Mu Lang its true power, only to have its flames effortlessly blocked by a mere garment. Was this not a slap in the face? An outright humiliation? Oh whoa! Furious, Fenrir roared and opened its gaping maw once more. Whoosh! A torrent of flames erupted from Fenrir's gaping maw. This time, it wasn't a single burst of flame, but a continuous stream of fiery columns. It sought to defeat Kuei Mu Lang with fire, seeking vengeance for Kuei Mu Lang striking its face and humiliating it. Seeing this, Kuei Mu Lang countered with the same tactic. He abruptly turned to one side, his yellow robe billowing behind him to form a shield before his body. The next instant, Fenrir's blazing columns of fire slammed into Kuei Mu Lang's robe. Boom! 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 A deafening series of explosions followed in rapid succession. Fenrir's fire columns struck Kuei Mu Lang's robe repeatedly, only to be extinguished one after another. They dissolved into scattered sparks of light before vanishing, while Kuei Mu Lang's robe remained utterly unscathed. This scene persisted for dozens of breaths before finally ceasing as Fenrir panted heavily. It wasn't that Fenrir didn't want to continue, but rather that its prolonged flames had failed to harm Kuei Mu Lang. Persisting would be futile, and unleashing fire consumed divine power. After such sustained effort, it was already struggling to sustain the strain. Spectators from all nations in the divine arena stared in stunned silence. They couldn't fathom how Fenrir's immensely powerful flames could be blocked by Kuei Mu Lang's yellow robe. Xia Taiping, and the other representatives from Huaxia were equally perplexed. But Fenrir's flames being blocked by Kuei Mu Lang was a blessing in disguise for them. They couldn't be bothered to overthink it. Xia Taiping, however, remained utterly composed. While others were clueless, he knew full well that Kuei Mu Lang's yellow robe was no ordinary garment, it was a treasure. Swish! Sensing Fenrir had ceased its assault, Kuei Mu Lang abruptly spun around. He looked at Fenrir and said indifferently, "You've attacked for so long. Now it's my turn." Chapter 79, Flowing Clouds, Flying Sleeves. The Frenzy of Endless Throws. Oomph. So what if it's your turn? Bring it on. Fenrir sneered coldly, adopting a stance of readiness. Earlier, he had boasted to Kuei Mu Lang that he would show him his true strength, only to be easily blocked. Now that Kuei Mu Lang declared it was his turn, Fenrir vowed to block Kuei Mu Lang's attack and reclaim the face he had just lost. As you wish. Kuei Mu Lang roared with laughter. With a flick of his right wrist, his sleeve shot forward like a whip, streaking toward Fenrir. Seeing this, Xia Taiping's eyes flashed. This was Kuei Mu Lang's signature technique, the Flying Cloud Sleeve. Fenrir immediately dodged, attempting to evade the Flying Cloud Sleeve's attack. But in the next instant, it realized with shock that the streaking sleeve wasn't attacking in a straight line. Instead, it shifted direction with its evasion, still hot on its heels. Wah! Fenrir cursed under its breath and twisted again to evade. It refused to believe Kuei Mu Lang's sleeve could keep changing direction and chase after it endlessly. But the next instant, it realized its mistake. Kuei Mu Lang's sleeve could indeed change direction repeatedly. Refusing to believe it, Fenrir kept changing direction. But soon, it realized with horror that no matter how it shifted course, Kuei Mu Lang's sleeve would instantly follow, staying right on its tail. Yet it had no choice but to keep dodging, forcing constant turns to evade the sleeve's relentless pursuit. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Kuei Mu Lang stood motionless, yet his sleeves, as if equipped with tracking devices, relentlessly pursued Fenrir. The wolf was forced to leap and dodge across the divine battle arena like a frantic monkey. After several failed attempts to escape the relentless pursuit of Kuei Mu Lang's sleeves, Fenrir finally realized this was unsustainable. It faced two dire outcomes, either being caught by the sleeves, or being chased like a monkey, forced to leap and scramble across the arena. But neither outcome bodes well for him. Oh whoa! If I can't escape, I'll kill my way to you. A fierce glint flashed in Fenrir's eyes. It continued fleeing, but no longer darting wildly left and right. Instead, it circled around and charged straight toward Kuei Mu Lang. It aimed to draw off the enemy's forces to rescue the besieged, hoping to deflect Kuei Mu Lang's attack. Seeing this, Kuei Mu Lang's lowered left hand shot up like lightning, then flickered out with a gentle swing. His left sleeve instantly elongated, streaking toward the charging Fenrir. This scene startled Fenrir greatly. It had assumed only Kuei Mu Lang's right sleeve possessed infinite extension, but now realized the wolf hadn't even unleashed its full power. The left sleeve too could stretch endlessly. Thus, its charge toward Kuei Mu Lang not only failed to achieve its strategic objective but turned it into lamb offered up on a platter. In panic, Fenrir instinctively halted and attempted to retreat. But it forgot that attacks weren't only coming from the front, they were also closing in from behind. Boom! The next instant, a dull thud echoed through the air. Kuei Mulang's right sleeve, chasing from behind, slammed squarely into Fenrir as it tried to retreat. This halted Fenrir's backward momentum and simultaneously sent it crashing forward. Thud. Immediately after, another dull thud echoed. This time, it was the sound of Kuei Mulang's left sleeve colliding squarely with Fenrir's body. In an instant, Fenrir was caught between Kuei Mulang's right and left sleeves, pinned to the spot, unable to move. A whoa! A piercing howl erupted from Fenrir's throat. Though Kuei Mulang's sleeves appeared as soft cloth, they struck with the force of heavy hammers. Fenrir felt as if his bones were nearly shattered, his internal organs nearly crushed by the sheer force of the impact. Was it over? Of course not. Having landed the blow, Kuei Mulang swept his arms forward. His sleeves coiled around Fenrir's body like swift water snakes. Lift! A thunderous command erupted from Kuei Mulang's mouth. With a light flick of his wrists, Fenrir's massive form was lifted into the air by the sleeves. In the next instant, he whirled his sleeves, propelling Fenrir over his head and crashing it toward the divine battle arena. Thud! A dull thud echoed abruptly. That was the sound of Fenrir crashing solidly onto the divine battle arena. A whoa! Simultaneously, a piercing howl erupted from Fenrir's jaws. Not only did it feel excruciating pain, but it also felt as though every bone in its body was about to be shattered by Kuei Mulang. Was it over? Not yet. Having successfully subdued Fenrir, how could Kuei Mulang possibly stop there? He continued to swing his sleeves, flinging Fenrir along while simultaneously smashing toward the opposite side of the divine battle arena. Boom! 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 As Kuei Mulang swung his sleeves, Fenrir was guided by them, slamming left and right in rapid succession against the divine battle arena. In that instant, everyone within the divine arena distinctly felt the ground tremble. Woo! 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 Simultaneously, piercing screams erupted from Fenrir's jaws in a relentless chorus. This scene left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena staring at each other in disbelief. Earlier, Fenrir had boasted wildly, first declaring it would tear Kimo Wolf apart, then promising to show him its true power. Yet not only did it fail to tear Kimo Wolf apart, it had its fiery attack easily blocked by the wolf. Now, Fenrir was first chased around like a monkey by Kuei Mulang's sleeves, then had its body bound by both sleeves and was being slammed around like a dead dog. What a stark contrast! Wah! 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 Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation snapped out of their stunned silence and erupted into excited howls. That was Fenrir, the giant wolf, being tossed around like a dead dog by Kuei Mulang. Regardless of whether Kuei Mulang could secure victory in this round, the sheer brutality of the scene alone was thrilling and exhilarating. Stamer and the other Sunset Nation members, however, wore grim expressions. They had assumed the mighty wolf Fenrir, speaking with such confidence, would surely defeat Kuei Mulang. Yet not only did Fenrir fail to gain any advantage, he was being violently tossed about like a dead dog. It was utterly humiliating. Yet grim faces aside, they refused to concede defeat in this round. For Fenrir was not easily controlled, and he still held formidable powers yet to be unleashed. As if to prove the thoughts of Stamer and the other Sunset Nation members. The next instant, Fenrir, still being violently tossed by Kuei Mulang, suddenly grew enormous. He stretched Kuei Mulang's sleeves to their limits before instantly shrinking back down. Then, with explosive speed, he retreated, escaping Kuei Mulang's sleeve-bound grasp and landing at the edge of the divine battle arena. Ha! Kuei Mulang let out a surprised exclamation. He had intended to crush Fenrir to death, yet the wolf had slipped free through such a cunning maneuver. Oh whoa! You've succeeded in enraging me. I'll devour you. A furious roar erupted from Fenrir's jaws. In the next instant, it opened its gaping maw and it kept growing wider and wider. Chapter 80, The Yellow Robe Covers the Sky. Forcibly seized. Oh whoa! A fierce howl erupted from Fenrir's maw. Its jaws opened, stretching wider and wider until its lower jaw pressed against the divine battle arena, its upper jaw touching the barrier above it. This scene was the very embodiment of a gaping maw. To the spectators from various nations within the divine arena, this sight held no surprise. They had all heard tales of Fenrir's full open jaws, its upper jaw reaching the heavens, its lower jaw touching the earth. Now, with only its upper jaw pressed against the barrier above the arena and its lower jaw against the arena itself, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation all tensed up simultaneously. It was said Fenrir possessed the power to devour deities. With its jaws completely enclosing the space above and below the arena, Kuei Mulang had no means of escape. They feared he might be swallowed whole by Fenrir. Meanwhile, Stamer and the others from Sunset Nation grew increasingly excited. They hadn't worried when Fenrir was violently tossed about by Kuei Mulang's sleeves precisely because Fenrir possessed not only the strength to break free from control but also an immensely powerful devouring ability. They believed that once Fenrir unleashed its formidable devouring power, it could turn the tide of battle and reverse defeat into victory. Now, their hopes were realized, and they were certain victory was within reach. Xia Taiping, however, remained utterly composed. While others might struggle to handle such a situation, Kuei Mulang was an exception. For just as Fenrir possessed a hidden trump card, so did Kuei Mulang. Yellow robe shrouds the sky, blossom.
A thunderous shout echoed within Xia Taiping's mind. At that very moment, Kuei Mulang moved. Spinning in place, the yellow robe draped over his body stirred without wind, instantly transforming into a trumpet shape while rapidly expanding.
In the blink of an eye, Kuei Mulang's robe became a colossal trumpet. Its top pressed against the barrier above the divine battle arena, while its base anchored to the arena floor, completely blocking Fenrir's gaping maw. This scene left the spectators from all nations in the divine arena staring in stunned disbelief. They clearly hadn't anticipated that Kuei Mulang's robe could not only grow to such immense proportions, but also block Fenrir at the same time. Xia Zhanhua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators froze in shock before erupting with excitement. Moments ago, they had feared Kuei Mulang would be overwhelmed, only to discover that while Fenrir possessed extraordinary abilities, so did Kuei Mulang. The excitement on the faces of Stamer and the others from Sunset Nation abruptly froze. They had believed that once Fenrir unleashed his ultimate devouring power, victory would be assured. But their celebration proved premature. Kuei Mulang had effortlessly blocked the attack. Xia Taiping immediately noticed the change in Stamer and the Sunset Nation members' expressions, causing a cold smile to form in his heart. For Kuei Mulang, blocking Fenrir's gaping maw with his yellow robe was merely the beginning. The real show was yet to come. As if to confirm Xia Taiping's thoughts, the next instant, Fenrir's expression abruptly changed. It distinctly felt a suction force emanating from the enormous funnel formed by Kuei Mulang's yellow robe. The pull was immense, overwhelming its ability to control its own body. It could only watch helplessly as it was drawn relentlessly forward. But that wasn't the crux of it. The real point was that alongside this immense suction, its gaping maw not only began shrinking uncontrollably but also started closing involuntarily. It desperately wanted to resist, yet it couldn't. Before long, Fenrir's gaping maw returned to its original size. Almost simultaneously, Fenrir could no longer withstand the suction emanating from the giant horn formed by Kuei Mulang's yellow robe. Unable to control himself, he flew forward and plunged headfirst into the horn. In the next instant, the giant trumpet rapidly shrank, shrinking to the size of an ordinary trumpet in the blink of an eye. With a casual flick of his wrist, Kuei Mulang pinched both ends of the trumpet, completely enveloping Fenrir within the yellow robe. This scene left the spectators from all nations in the divine arena utterly dumbfounded once more. Not only had Kuei Mulang forcibly closed Fenrir's gaping maw, but he had also sucked the beast into the giant trumpet formed by his yellow robe. Moreover, how could Fenrir's colossal body possibly fit inside the rolled-up yellow robe, now no larger than an ordinary megaphone? Xia Taiping, however, was not surprised. While others remained baffled, he understood perfectly. Though the yellow robe appeared modest in size, when rolled up it formed its own independent space. Not only could it easily contain Fenrir, but even a large house could fit inside. Moreover, if Fenrir couldn't escape Kuei Mulang's robe's control within a short time, it would dissolve into a pool of blood and perish. Remember when the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, faced Kuei Mulang? He suffered a major setback precisely because of this technique. However, Xia Taiping held little optimism about whether Fenrir would be reduced to a pool of blood. For Fenrir's most formidable ability lay in breaking free from any restraint. Countless Norse deities had attempted to subdue him through myriad means, only to either fail utterly or see their efforts shattered by his relentless struggle. Thus, until the outcome was settled, he could not be certain whether Fenrir would be reduced to blood by Kuei Mulang's yellow robe. Snapping out of their stunned silence, Xia Zhanhua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation were about to erupt in cheers. But at that very moment, a series of dull thuds suddenly echoed across the divine battle arena. These muffled thuds emanated from within Kuei Mulang's yellow robe. One moment a bulge appeared here, the next there clearly, Fenrir, trapped within the robe, refused to concede defeat. It was violently ramming against Kuei Mulang's robe, desperate to break free from its confinement. This scene instantly filled Stamer and the other Sunset Kingdom members with hopeful anticipation. Moments earlier, witnessing Fenrir being sealed within Kuei Mulang's robe had nearly plunged them into despair. Not only because they were losing this battle, but also because losing this round meant they would lose 2 consecutive battles. Compounding their woes, Xia Taiping had yet to summon his divine patron, the great sage equal to heaven's Sun Wukong, into battle. Not only did this make victory in this divine contest exceedingly difficult, but it also raised the stark possibility of China sweeping them aside with a perfect 3-match victory. In that case, they would follow in Sakura Nation's footsteps, facing not only reparations but utter disgrace. Yet unexpectedly, Fenrir, trapped within the yellow robe, did not succumb to complete control. Nor did this round end in defeat. Instead, Fenrir struggled fiercely, striving to break free from Kuei Mulang's grasp. Facing such a predicament, other deities might have lost all hope, but Fenrir was an exception. The reason was exactly as Xia Taiping had surmised. Fenrir possessed an extraordinary ability to break free from restraints, one so formidable that even the numerous gods of Norse mythology could not easily subdue him. They believed Fenrir could escape Kuei Mulang's grasp. And if Fenrir could break free from Kuei Mulang's grasp, the outcome of this round was far from certain. Thud. 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 The dull thuds continued to echo relentlessly, while Qiu Lang's yellow robe kept bulging from the repeated impacts. Chapter 81, White Striped Wolf? Black-eyed Immobilization Technique. At that moment, every soul in the divine arena stared fixedly at Lang's yellow robe, not blinking once. For the outcome of this battle might soon be decided. If Lang could subdue Fenrir to the point of death, this battle would be over. But if Fenrir breaks free from Lang's control, this battle will continue. Under everyone's gaze, the standoff between Lang and Fenrir persisted. Moments later, Lang suddenly released the yellow robe without warning. This wasn't because he didn't want to keep controlling Fenrir, but rather because he was losing control. If he continued, Fenrir would forcefully break free from the yellow robe. At that point, not only would he be unable to kill Fenrir, but the yellow robe would also be damaged by Fenrir's violent struggle. As Lang released the yellow robe, Fenrir broke free. Oh whoa! You think you can control me? Who do you think you're dealing with? I am Fenrir, the giant wolf. Fenrir roared triumphantly, utterly delighted. Almost simultaneously, every soul in the divine arena's eyes widened in shock. Not because of Fenrir's proud words, but because of his current appearance. Before this moment, Fenrir's coat had been sleek and glossy, radiating sheer majesty. But now, not a single hair remained on his body. He resembled a freshly plucked chicken, looking utterly bizarre. Thinking their eyes might be playing tricks on them, they rubbed them and looked again. Yet the sight remained unchanged. Fenrir stood completely bald, not a single hair left on his body. Immediately, a chorus of astonished voices erupted throughout the arena of the gods. What's going on? Where did Fenrir the giant wolf's fur go? Can someone explain this? How did Fenrir turn into a plucked chicken? No, a plucked wolf. Ha! I'm not trying to laugh, but I just can't help it. This. I feel like we should rename the giant wolf Fenrir to plucked Fenrir? Hearing the murmurs of spectators from various nations in the divine arena, Fenrir froze in shock. Shouldn't everyone be shocked that he'd violently torn off Lang's yellow robe? Why were they saying things he couldn't understand? But the next moment, it realized something was terribly wrong. Every pair of eyes in the arena was fixed on him, filled with strangeness, astonishment, and utter bewilderment. Coupled with the murmurs of the crowd, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Swish! Fenrir abruptly lowered his head to examine his own body, and his expression abruptly changed. Where was its beautiful fur? But before it could dwell on the thought, a booming laugh echoed across the divine battle arena. Ha 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 ha! The laughter came from Xia Taiping. He too had been stunned by Fenrir's hairless appearance. But he quickly regained his composure. Lang's yellow robe could turn captured beings into blood, but since it hadn't managed to hold Fenrir captive for long enough, the robe hadn't succeeded in turning him into blood. It had merely stripped him of his fur. Hearing Xia Taiping's roar of laughter, Fenrir snapped out of its dazed stupor. It didn't know where its beautiful fur had gone, but it knew one thing for certain: this had everything to do with Lang. Wah! You dared strip me of my magnificent coat. I'll tear you apart. I'll tear you apart. A hysterical roar erupted from Fenrir's jaws as it charged at Lang like a rabid beast, claws extended. In front of the eyes of the world, the once majestic creature had been reduced to a white striped wolf by Lang. Its dignity was utterly shattered. It was easy to imagine that once word spread, this would become a lifelong laughingstock it could never shake off. This was more unbearable than death itself. Seeing this, Lang opened his mouth and spat. He wasn't mocking Fenrir, he was merely spitting out saliva. Whoosh! The spittle shot forth like an arrow from a bowstring, hurtling toward the charging Fenrir. Fenrir noticed the spittle. But it paid it no mind, showing no intention to dodge, and continued charging toward Lang. In its mind, what threat could a mere spit pose? It was utterly insignificant. The next instant, Lang's spit collided with the charging Fenrir. Immediately, terror flashed in Fenrir's eyes. It wasn't the saliva itself that hurt him. The moment it struck, he distinctly felt an inexplicable energy erupt violently, forcibly altering his very body structure. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a dazzling light erupted from Fenrir's body, instantly obscuring its massive form. Thud! The next instant, a dull thud echoed from within the blinding light. Yet, obscured by the radiance, none in the divine arena, including Xia Taiping standing atop the divine battle platform, could discern what had transpired. Soon, the blinding light dissipated. Fenrir, no, a white chicken appeared before the eyes of the spectators from all nations in the divine arena. Except this chicken was rather large. The spectators from all nations in the divine arena were instantly dumbfounded. They had witnessed the dazzling light erupt from Fenrir's body. How could the light fade away, leaving Fenrir gone, only to be replaced by a white chicken roughly the same size? This is the black eye immobilization technique? Xia Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. He'd been confused when Lang spat earlier, but now everything clicked into place. The saliva Lang had spat was no ordinary saliva, it was the black eye immobilization technique in action. When Lang transformed into the yellow-robed demon and abducted Tangsang, he had used the black eye immobilization technique to conceal his actions from others. The only difference was that Kuei Mulang had turned Tang Seng into a tiger, not a white chicken. He also understood the cause of the dull thud he'd heard moments before. It was the sound of Fenrir, transformed into a white chicken by Kuei Mulang, crashing to the ground while running at full speed. Though this was merely his conjecture, he believed his conjecture to be fact. After all, Fenrir had 4 legs, but a white chicken had only 2. Suddenly deprived of its legs while in full stride, it was no wonder Fenrir had stumbled. I get it now. That enormous white chicken is Fenrir. Kuemo Wolf must have transformed Fenrir into a white chicken using some unknown method. A loud cry suddenly echoed through the divine arena. Hearing this, spectators from all nations in the arena instantly understood. They had witnessed the dazzling light erupting from Fenrir's body. How could it be that after the light faded, Fenrir vanished, replaced by a white chicken roughly the same size? And that chicken was actually Fenrir transformed. That explained everything. At that moment, Fenrir wished he could die. Being turned into a white wolf by Kuei Mulang was embarrassing enough, but being transformed into an actual white chicken by him? Its dignity was utterly shattered. Wah! I'll tear you apart. I'll tear you apart. A furious roar erupted from Fenrir's throat. He forced himself to his feet, spreading his 4 legs, his 2 paws, charging toward Kuei Mulang. Chapter 82, One slash to the throat. Another victory. Watching Fenrir stagger awkwardly toward Kuei Mulang on 2 paws, everyone in the divine arena was utterly speechless. Earlier, when you said you'd tear Kuei Wolf apart, we still believed you. But now, we just can't bring ourselves to believe it. Remember, you only have 2 paws now. Not only are they both used for walking, but you can barely even stand steady. How exactly are you supposed to tear Kuei Mulang apart? That said, they understood Fenrir's fury. Kuei Mulang had already stripped Fenrir bare, shaming him completely. Now he turned Fenrir into a plucked chicken, grinding his dignity into the dirt over and over. How could Fenrir not be furious? Boom! The next moment, a dull thud echoed across the divine battle arena. Fenrir, charging toward Kuei Mulang, stumbled and crashed face first onto the arena floor. The sight was so brutal that spectators from all nations in the arena found it hard to watch. The reason was simple: Fenrir had been utterly humiliated by Kuei Mulang. However, the Chinese delegation, including Xia Zhenghua and Xiu Tianming, were an exception. They watched intently, not blinking once. This was a divine battle, one that not only concerned the honor of the Huaxia nation but also its vital interests. They weren't foolish enough to pity Fenrir. In fact, they secretly hoped he'd suffer even more at Kuei Mulang's hands. The instigator, Kuei Mulang, was also an exception. Showing mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. Had he not possessed some skill, it would not have been Fenrir who suffered such a miserable fate today, but himself. The next moment, Kuei Mulang moved. A brilliant light erupted from his right hand, transforming into a gleaming greatsword. He charged forward in a few swift strides, swinging the soul-reaping blade in a sweeping strike. This scene left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena momentarily stunned. Fenrir crashed to the ground, his head making intimate contact with the divine battle platform. Shouldn't you have swung the blade down from above to strike Fenrir's vital points? Why a horizontal sweep? But the next moment, they understood. Fallen upon the arena, Fenrir suddenly raised its head, attempting to rise. At that very instant, Kuei Mulang's sweeping soul-reaping blade arrived. It appeared as though Fenrir had deliberately raised its head to invite Kuei Mulang's strike. But no one present was a fool. They knew full well that Fenrir hadn't acted recklessly. Instead, Kuei Mulang had anticipated Fenrir's next move. That's why he hadn't swung his great sword down from above, but instead swept it horizontally. Swish! A flash of cold steel sliced cleanly through Fenrir's neck. Almost simultaneously, Fenrir's body, still in the process of rising, froze abruptly. Its head flew backward, severed from its torso, while the body paused midair before crashing heavily onto the divine battle arena, producing a dull thud. The next instant, Fenrir's head and body flickered rapidly several times before snapping back into place. With Fenrir's throat severed by Kuei Mulang's blade, the black eye immobilization spell Kuei Mulang had cast upon it was broken. Immediately after, Fenrir's head and body flickered rapidly once more before dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing entirely. Seeing this, Kuei Mulang breathed a long sigh of relief. He had not failed Xia Taiping's expectations, nor had he failed the expectations of the people of Huaxia. He had successfully slain Fenrir. Yet his relief was fleeting, his tense body remained rigid. For slaying Fenrir alone did not mean victory in this battle. Swish! Kuei Mulang abruptly looked up at Smith standing at the edge of the divine battle arena, then strode toward him. He intended to strike while the iron was hot, defeat Smith, and secure victory in this round of the divine battle. Seeing Kuei Mulang advancing toward him, Smith's expression abruptly changed. Without hesitation, he declared, "I concede." With Smith's surrender, this round of the divine battle came to a close. Woohoo! We won again. Ha, we've won 2 rounds in a row. Just one more victory, and we'll claim this divine battle. Why do I feel like we're about to sweep Sunset Nation too? Glory to Kuei Mulang. Glory to Xia Taiping. Glory to Huaxia Nation. Xia Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia Kingdom team cheered wildly, roaring with joy. Meanwhile, the faces of Stamer and the other Sunset Kingdom members turned grim. They had lost again. Why again? Because they had already lost the first game, and now they were losing the second. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that they'd lost the critically important second game. They were now in danger of following Sunset Nation's footsteps, getting swept out of the tournament by Huaxia Nation. If that happened, Sunset Nation would be utterly humiliated. The people from other nations, except for those from Sakura Nation, all wore complex expressions. They hoped the Sunset Nation would lose, yet they also hoped it wouldn't. They hoped Japan would lose because Japan was also a rival to their own countries. If Japan lost the divine battle, its national fortune and strength would suffer, which would be a good thing for them. Yet they also did not wish for the land of the setting sun to lose because China's performance in this divine war was overwhelmingly dominant, or rather, Xia Taiping's dominance was overwhelming. They hoped the land of the setting sun could curb Xia Taiping's momentum. Kishida Koyu and other Sakura Nation citizens wore expressions of schadenfreude. Having been swept aside by Huaxia, they had lost all face. Thus, they harbored no desire for the Sunset Nation or others to defeat China. In fact, they secretly hoped China would sweep them all away. That way, everyone would be on equal footing, and no one could mock Japan. And wasn't the Sunset Nation, having lost 2 consecutive matches, already racing headlong toward being swept by China? At that moment, the voice of heavens will boom through the divine arena. Sunset Nation's second challenge against Huaxia Nation wins. The third match shall commence immediately. Both sides, please send forth your challengers. Kue Mu Lang halted his steps, turning to Xia Taiping. Young friend, I have fulfilled my duty. You've worked hard, first guardian. Xia Taiping thanked him. Thank you so much for securing this victory for Huaxia. Young friend, no need for formalities. As a deity of Huaxia, fighting for Huaxia is my duty. Kue Mu Lang shook his head and added, this matter is settled. You still have divine battles to fight. I must depart now. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Xia Taiping clasped his hands together in respect. Farewell, first guardian. Xia Tianming, and the other members of Huaxia Nation rose to their feet, clasping their fists together and bowing. Farewell, first star. Kue Mu Lang nodded, and his figure vanished into thin air. They watched as Kue Mu Lang departed. Xia Taiping turned to Stamer and the other members of Sunset Nation, his voice deepening. Huaxia Nation has secured 2 consecutive victories. We need only win one more round to claim victory in this divine battle. I can hardly wait. Send someone up to meet their end. Chapter 83, Divergence. The one-armed war god Tyr. Earlier, when Xia Taiping had demanded the Sunset Kingdom send more men to their deaths, Stamer had found Xia Taiping's arrogance unbearable. But now, as Xia Taiping once again demanded the Sunset Nation send men to their deaths, Stamer remained furious. Yet he no longer perceived Xia Taiping as arrogant. Instead, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within him. The reason? Xia Taiping's overwhelming dominance. Earlier, during the match between Huaxia and Sakura, Xia Taiping single-handedly won 3 consecutive games, sweeping Sakura. Now, in China's match against Sunset Nation, Xia Taiping had single-handedly won 2 consecutive games, driving Sunset Nation into a corner with no room to retreat. Since the start of the divine battle, Xia Taiping had won 5 consecutive matches. With such an overwhelming record, how could anyone call him arrogant? Ignoring Xia Taiping, Stamer spoke in a deep voice. What do you all suggest we do next? At his words, the high-ranking officials of the land of setting suns exchanged glances, none daring to speak. It wasn't that they lacked ideas, but rather that the final battle would decide the outcome of this entire divine war. None wished to be the first to speak and become the scapegoat for losing the entire conflict. Seeing no response, Stamer began calling names. Thomas, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Thomas did not respond immediately. After a moment's silence, he said, Chairman, that young man from Huaxia hasn't summoned his personal deity to battle yet. And according to Huaxia's gods, his personal deity is exceptionally powerful. Our chances of winning this divine war are now extremely slim. Rather than forcing a battle where we risk losing the divine war and sacrificing a blue-tier deity, it would be wiser to concede defeat now. While it may be embarrassing, at least we preserve one blue-tier deity. Stamer turned to Robert and asked, Robert, what do you think? Commander, Thomas has a point. Robert replied, but his premise assumes that Kid from Huaxia summons his personal deity. Yet he hasn't done so in 5 consecutive battles. There's no guarantee he will in the 6th. If he doesn't summon his personal deity but instead chooses one randomly selected by the Heavenly Way, we still have a chance to win. After all, we guarantee a blue-tier deity every time, but the Heavenly Way's random selection is unpredictable. Besides, the only real threat is that Kid. If we can eliminate him, his personal guardian deity becomes useless. The rest of the Huaxia team isn't worth worrying about. We can then win 3 consecutive rounds and take this divine battle. Robert, what you say makes sense. Thomas countered, but your plan only works if that kid from China doesn't summon his personal deity and the heavenly Tao hasn't randomly assigned a powerful deity yet. Only then do we have a chance to eliminate him and win 3 consecutive rounds. But the fact that he hasn't summoned his personal deity yet must mean he's holding something back just in case the heavenly Tao doesn't randomly generate a powerful deity. If it doesn't, he'll definitely summon his personal deity. This point, don't try to argue with me. You can see that after he loses, his personal deity will be useless. How could he not see that? Therefore, it's impossible for him to still not summon his personal deity to battle if the heavenly Tao hasn't randomly selected a powerful deity. If the heavenly Tao randomly generates a powerful deity for Huaxia, our chances of winning are slim. If it doesn't, that kid can summon his personal guardian deity to fight, and our chances of winning are still slim. Either way, our chances of winning are slim. Why force the issue? Roberta's expression suddenly froze, for Thomas's words held undeniable logic. After a moment's thought, he said, "Thomas, what you say makes sense. But I still want to fight. First, there's a chance that kid might choose a deity randomly selected by the way of heaven, and we might still have a chance to win. If we defeat that kid, we can turn the tables in our favor. Second, backing down would be utterly humiliating. My Sunset Kingdom cannot afford such disgrace. Compared to the pride of my kingdom, losing a strand of a blue-tier deity's soul is insignificant. After all, souls can be cultivated back." Sigh. Thomas sighed deeply and said no more. If he had the authority, he would concede without hesitation. But unfortunately, he didn't hold that authority. He'd already said everything he needed to say. Further argument served no purpose. Seeing Thomas show no intention of countering, Stammer inquired again, "What do the others think?" This time, numerous high-ranking officials from Sunset Nation spoke up. Thomas and Robert have both voiced their opinions. No matter whom they support, neither will be made the scapegoat for losing the Divine War. I also think backing down is too humiliating. I support Robert. Compared to the pride of Sunset Nation, the soul fragment of a mere blue-tier deity is nothing. I want to keep fighting too. Even if we lose, let's lose standing tall. After everyone voiced their opinions, Stammer declared, "Since the majority supports Robert, we'll continue fighting. Henry, you go." "Yes, Commander." Henry responded and rose, striding toward the divine battle arena. Like Smith before him, he began summoning the gods the moment he stepped onto the divine battle arena. Henry of Sunset Kingdom humbly summons the war god Tyr. Whoosh! As Henry's words fell, a brilliant flash erupted from between his eyebrows. Immediately, a handsome middle-aged man emerged from the light. He carried a sword on his back but possessed only one arm. In the next instant, murmurs of discussion rippled through the divine arena. TSK, another blue-tier deity. The Sunset Kingdom is really pulling out all the stops to defeat the Huaxia Kingdom. It's not just going all out, they're going all out with their blood. Exactly. Whether it's Thor the Thunder God, Fenrir the Giant Wolf, or Tyr the God of War, they're all immensely powerful deities of Sunset Nation. This clearly shows how far Sunset Nation is willing to go to defeat China. I heard the war god Tyr only has one arm, and it turns out it's true. I heard the war god Tyr lost his arm to Fenrir. I've heard that too. To gain Fenrir's trust, Tyr offered his own arm as a pledge of sincerity. When Fenrir realized he'd been deceived, he bit it off. Xia Taiping merely glanced at the war god Tyr before lifting his gaze to the sky. "Heavenly Way, grant me a random deity for the Huaxia Kingdom." Hearing this, the hearts of both the Huaxia and Sunset Kingdom people collectively skipped a beat, though their thoughts diverged sharply. The Huaxia nation hoped the Heavenly Way would randomly select a powerful deity for them. The Sunset Nation, however, hoped the Way of Heaven would randomly assign a deity of great renown but weak combat prowess to the Huaxia nation. Only then would Xia Taiping refrain from summoning his personal guardian deity into battle. Only then would they have a chance to win this divine contest, eliminate Xia Taiping, and stage a dramatic comeback by winning 3 consecutive rounds. Chapter 84, Erlang Xinyang Jian. Sunset Nation's Doubts. Understood. The moment Xia Taiping's words fell, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded throughout the divine arena. Immediately, 3 gray cards materialized before Xia Taiping. Almost simultaneously, every pair of eyes in the divine arena fixed on the 3 gray cards hovering before Xia Taiping. Then came a wave of bewilderment. They still didn't recognize the deities depicted on the cards. Beyond bewilderment, the citizens of Huaxia and Sunset Kingdom felt a tinge of awkwardness. Up until this moment, they had all been praying, though the content of their prayers differed. But now they suddenly realized an awkward problem. They didn't recognize any of the 3 randomly selected Chinese deities. How could they judge whether they were truly powerful or merely flashy? Xia Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened, a peculiar gleam flickering within their intensity. The deities depicted on the 3 cards were the Black Bear Demon, Tiger Vanguard, and Erlang Xinyang Jian. The Black Bear Demon and Tiger Vanguard were mere minions, but the second prince, Yang Jian, was an immensely powerful being. This meant the Heavenly Tao had randomly selected another exceptionally formidable deity for the Huaxia nation. Yet since the Divine Wars began, in every battle, the deities randomly selected for China by the Tao were either of the same lineage as their opponents or possessed overwhelming combat prowess, even holding a subtle advantage over the enemy deities. Was it sheer luck? Or was there some unknown reason behind it? But in his mind, it was likely the latter, not the former.
Among China's myriad deities, powerful ones abound, but weaker ones are even more numerous. Yet for 6 consecutive rounds, he had been randomly assigned deities capable of defeating their opponents. If this were mere luck, then his luck was simply too good to be true.
Never mind that for now. After all, this is a blessing for me and for the nation of China.
Xia Taiping sighed inwardly before calling out loudly. Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly invites the second prince, Yang Jian, to descend.
As Xia Taiping's words fell,
the cards of the Black Bear Demon and Tiger Vanguard flickered rapidly before vanishing, while the card of Erlangshan Yang Jian burst into brilliant light.
Immediately, the second prince Yang Jian stepped out from the light. But he was not alone. At his side was a dog, pure white from head to toe, none other than the Shaotian dog, who had previously appeared on his own. Seeing Xia Taiping once again summon a deity from the cards, the representatives from the 3 kingdoms, Greece, Egypt, and the Holy See were all on the verge of losing their minds. They had been waiting for Xia Taiping to summon his personal guardian deity into battle, but it never happened. But that wasn't the main issue.
The real problem was that they all knew Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity, the great sage equal to heaven's son Wukong, was immensely powerful. His persistent refusal to summon this guardian deity into battle was putting them under considerable pressure.
The people of Sakura Nation remained deeply conflicted. They both hoped China would win and hoped it wouldn't, a truly agonizing dilemma.
Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators were intensely excited. Though they didn't know the combat prowess of Erlangshan Yang Jian, Xia Taiping had already proven 5 times over that his choice of deities wasn't random, each one was exceptionally powerful.
They believed Yang Jian would be no exception.
Moreover, Xia Taiping's decision not to summon his personal guardian deity not only preserved his own strategic options but also served as a deterrent to other nations. Consequently, they had long since changed their stance, now preferring that Xia Taiping refrain from invoking his guardian deity. Stamer and the other members of Sunset Nation were also visibly stirred. Before this, they had genuinely feared Xia Taiping would summon his personal guardian deity into battle, as that would have made their chances of victory slim to none. But Xia Taiping's choice of a deity from the card deck was different.
The second prince, Yang Jian, might be exceptionally powerful, but he could also be underwhelming.
If Yang Jian proved weak, they would have a chance to win this round, eliminate Xia Taiping, and then pull off 3 consecutive victories to claim this divine battle.
Even if Erlangshan Yang Jian proved formidable, could he possibly surpass the strength of Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? As long as Erlangshan Yang Jian was weaker than the great sage, their odds of victory would still be significantly higher.
What they didn't know was that the second prince Yang Jian's power was on par with the Monkey King Sun Wukong's.
Had they known otherwise, they wouldn't have been excited, they would have been utterly devastated. But with the second Lord Yang Jian's appearance, they immediately sensed something was amiss. The second prince Yang Jian wasn't alone, he brought a snow-white dog.
Earlier, when Thor the Thunder God fought, they'd already faced a 1-against-2 situation.
Now they were facing it again.
Before they could voice their objections, however, Henry's questioning voice echoed across the divine battle arena. Heavenly Tao, the war god Tyr is alone, yet the Chinese deity brings a dog.
Isn't this unfair? There's nothing unfair about it. The voice of the Heavenly Tao followed. That dog is named Shaotian Quan.
It is the mountain companion of the second Lord Yang Jian.
It has always accompanied the second Lord Yang Jian on various missions.
Therefore, wherever the second Lord Yang Jian is, Shaotian Quan will be there too. Stamer, Henry, and the other Sunset Kingdom citizens frowned.
Though the Way of Heaven's explanation made sense, they still felt it was unfair.
The next moment, Henry seemed to recall something and questioned again. Tian Dao, something doesn't add up. I remember when you randomly assigned deities to Huaxia Kingdom before, there was a dog there.
That dog looked exactly like this one. Indeed. The Way of Heaven explained, Shaotian dog is no ordinary canine.
It is a deity ranked among the celestial pantheon, possessing formidable combat prowess in its own right.
As such, it can manifest as an independent deity.
That is why its card appeared during the previous random deity assignment. Hearing this, the expressions of Stamer, Henry, and the other Sunset Nation members abruptly changed.
They had been anticipating that Erlangshan Yang Jian might be underwhelming in power, but never imagined the Tao would declare Shaotian Quan possessed formidable combat prowess. If Shaotian Quan alone was so powerful, wouldn't Erlangshan Yang Jian, as its master, be even stronger?
Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia Kingdom grew even more excited. They had long believed in the second Lord Yang Jian's formidable strength, otherwise, Xia Taiping wouldn't have summoned him to battle. The Heavenly Tao's words confirmed their suspicions, signifying that another immensely powerful deity had emerged in the Huaxia Kingdom. Heavenly Tao, I refuse to accept this.
Stamer retorted, his face darkening.
He knew his protest might be futile, but Sunset Nation had reached a point of no retreat. He had to try. This time, before the Way of Heaven could respond, the voice of the second Prince Yang Jian rang out first.
You object to me bringing my allies? Indeed. Stamer did not deny it.
Though he recognized Erlangshan Yang Jian's formidable strength even without the Celestial Hound joining the fight, their chances of victory were slim. If the Celestial Hound entered the fray, their odds of winning would be even slimmer.
Very well. Yang Jian nodded. Since you refuse to accept defeat, let Xiao Tianquan play with you first. Chapter 85, The Ferocious Xiao Tian Dog. Another arm severed. What? Hearing Yang Jian's words, the crowd in the divine arena instantly fell silent in shock. Had they heard correctly? Yang Jian actually suggested letting Xiao Tianquan play with the war god Tyr first? That's Tyr, the god of war, not just any old mutt. Isn't that a bit arrogant of you? Xia Taiping remained utterly unfazed. Others might not know, but he was well aware that the Heavenly Hound had once thoroughly humiliated the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. So what if Yang Jian suggested letting the Heavenly Hound play with the war god Tyr first? Was there a problem with that? Not a single one. Besides, Yang Jian hadn't closed the door on further action. He said to let the Celestial Hound play with the war god Tyr first. What did first mean? It meant he wouldn't intervene immediately. The Celestial Hound would go first. If the Celestial Hound proved no match for Tyr, he could step in later. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Stamer's furious roar echoed, Lord Tyr, the war god. How dare he show such contempt for you? Please slay the dog and make him understand that you are not someone to be looked down upon. And please, bolster the might of my Sunset Kingdom. As you wish. War god Tyr responded with a single word before advancing toward Yang Jian, his sword swinging in his grasp. Seeing this, Yang Jian declared, Xiao Tian dog, meet him. Hold nothing back. Woof. The Heavenly Hound let out a mighty bark and charged headlong toward Tyr. Yang Jian then turned to Xia Taiping and said, Young friend, we'll step back and watch from a distance. Understood, Second Lord. Xia Taiping responded and stepped back a few paces alongside Yang Jian. At that moment, Xiao Tianquan and Teal clashed. Tyr swung his sword, striking at the Heavenly Hound. Woof! Xiao Tian dog let out a loud bark. Its powerful limbs braced fiercely against the divine battle arena, propelling its body skyward to meet Teal's descending blade. This scene caught Teal off guard. He had expected the Heavenly Hound to dodge, but instead it charged straight at him. Did this beast actually intend to brace its skull against his sword? But this development suited him just fine, and he didn't bother to overthink it. Besides, as sworn enemies, he saw no reason to hold back. He guided his sword forward, aiming squarely at the Heavenly Hound. In an instant, the Heavenly Hound and Teal's sword were about to collide. But at that very moment, the Heavenly Hound suddenly sidestepped to the side, narrowly evading Teal's descending blade. Immediately, it opened its massive jaws and sank its teeth into Teal's arm. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Teal's throat. He violently shook his arm, trying to shake off the Heavenly Hound clamped onto his limb. After several violent jerks, Tyr managed to shake the Heavenly Hound loose. But the price was steep. The beast had torn a chunk of flesh from his arm, blood gushing freely. Though described as a slow sequence, it all happened in an instant. This was evident from the fact that the crowd in the divine arena hadn't reacted immediately. Whoosh! The next moment, a series of gasps echoed through the divine arena. Almost every face wore an expression of utter disbelief. When Yang Jian suggested letting the Heavenly Hound play with the war god Tyr first, they had all thought Yang Jian was being overconfident. But what they hadn't anticipated was that the moment they clashed, the Heavenly Hound had torn a chunk of flesh from the war god Tyr's arm. Though Tyr's carelessness played a part, it still revealed just how ferocious the Heavenly Hound truly was. Woof! 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 Immediately, deafening cheers erupted throughout the divine arena. These cheers came from the people of Huaxia, their faces radiating intense excitement. They had long suspected China would gain another mighty deity, but that was merely speculation based on Xia Taiping's summoning and the Heavenly Tao's pronouncements. They had yet to witness Yang Jian's true power firsthand. Though they still hadn't witnessed Yang Jian's might firsthand, the saying held true, seeing the small reveals the great. If the Celestial Hound was already so formidable, its master Yang Jian must be even more powerful. China truly had gained another mighty deity. The expressions of Stamer and the other Sunset Kingdom members darkened considerably. They had all anticipated that the war god Tyr would slay the Heavenly Hound, restoring glory to Sunset Nation. Yet, barely had the clash begun when Tyr was wounded by the beast. What a disaster! The war god Tyr's expression was equally grim. It wasn't merely the wound inflicted by the Celestial Hound, but the humiliation of being outmaneuvered. The hound had feigned a parry against his sword strike, its true intent being to tear into his arm. For the mighty war god Tyr to be outmaneuvered by a mere dog? The humiliation was beyond measure. You beast, you! Thyr roared in fury, but his words abruptly halted mid-sentence. Instead, a wave of overwhelming fury washed over his face. After tearing off the flesh from his arm, the Heavenly Hound didn't spit it out. Instead, it chewed it down with a satisfying smack right in front of him. Truly divine flesh delicious. The Heavenly Hound spoke in human words, smacking its lips with an expression of pure delight. You beast! I'll kill you! Tyr roared in fury, ignoring the pain in his arm as he swung his sword once more at the Heavenly Hound. Woof! The Heavenly Hound let out a loud bark. Its body, barely a meter long, swelled explosively in the wind, instantly stretching to over 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Simultaneously, its powerful limbs thrust against the divine battle arena floor, propelling it forward. Dodging Tyr's slashing blade, the heavenly hound showed no pause. Its powerful limbs drove off the divine battle arena floor once more, propelling it toward the war god Tyr. Seeing this, Tyr raised his sword to counterattack. But the moment he raised his sword, the heavenly hound had already closed the distance. It opened its massive jaws and sank its teeth deep into Tyr's shoulder. At that moment, Tyr was stunned. He couldn't comprehend how the heavenly hound could move so fast. What he didn't know was that the heavenly hound moved like lightning. Even the Monkey King's son Wukong had once been bitten on the calf by it and couldn't escape. Still, confusion aside, Tyr immediately jerked his shoulder, attempting to shake off the heavenly hound as he had before. But in the next instant, he realized with horror that as the heavenly hound's form grew larger, he could no longer shake it off as easily as before. Moreover, this time the beast had bitten not just his flesh but also his bones. It wasn't something he could simply shake off. As the war god Tyr jerked his shoulder, the heavenly hound strained against the pull. It clamped its jaws tightly onto Tyr's shoulder, shaking its head violently. Ah! 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 Piercing screams erupted from Tyr's mouth. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he struggled desperately to free himself from the hound's jaws. The heavenly hound clamped down on the war god's shoulder, shaking its head violently. For a moment, neither seemed able to gain the upper hand, but it was Tyr who suffered the most. Yet, amid Tyr's desperate struggle and the heavenly hound's frenzied attacks, the stalemate soon shifted. Rip! A tearing sound echoed as the heavenly hound ripped Tyr's arm clean off at the shoulder. Chapter 86, Crunch. Bitten to death. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Tyr's mouth. Simultaneously, a jet of blood spurted from the stump of his severed arm, spraying several meters away. This scene instantly stunned spectators from all nations in the divine arena. Earlier, when Tyr and the heavenly hound clashed, the hound had already bitten into Tyr's arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Now, in their second clash, not only had Xiao Tianquan bitten into Tyr's shoulder, but it had been savagely torn off entirely. Such an outcome was beyond anyone's wildest dreams. After all, this was Tyr, the god of war. In the next instant, murmurs of utter disbelief rippled through the divine arena. Am I seeing this right? The war god Tyr had his shoulder torn off by a dog? What's going on? That's Tyr, the god of war. How could he be so weak? Tyr was already one-armed. Now his last arm is gone too. Doesn't that make him the armless god of war? I always thought that dog from Huaxia was vicious, but now I realize I underestimated its brutality. What the hell? How come that dog from Huaxia seems stronger than our own hellhound? What do you know? It's not that Tyr is weak, it's that the heavenly hound is too strong. One bite tore through Tyr's arm, another ripped off his shoulder. That heavenly hound is insane. Truly worthy of its heavenly name, the heavenly hound's combat prowess is utterly formidable. In the divine arena, people from all nations except Sunset Kingdom were buzzing with discussion. Yet the expressions on their faces were starkly different. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other citizens of Huaxia Nation were overcome with excitement, some even dancing wildly and shouting at the top of their lungs, appearing as if seized by convulsions. But the excitement of the Huaxia Nation's people was understandable. This was the third round of the divine battle between China and Sunset Nation. Even with one arm, Tyr had been easily trampled by the heavenly hound. Now that his last remaining arm was gone, Tyr stood no chance against the heavenly hound. This meant victory in this round was all but assured. Combined with the two previous victories, Xia Taiping would sweep the Sunset Nation with a formidable 3-match winning streak, securing victory in the divine war. Previously, Huaxia Nation had swept Sakura Nation with 3 consecutive victories. Now, Huaxia Nation was poised to sweep the Sunset Nation with 3 consecutive victories. Such an outcome was beyond their wildest dreams. How could they not be thrilled? The nations of Asan, Egypt, Greece, and the Holy See were stunned and growing uneasy. Shocked by the ferocious might of the heavenly hound. Their anxiety stemmed from China's overwhelming dominance in this divine battle, or rather, Xia Taiping's overwhelming dominance. With their own nations next in line to challenge China, they couldn't help but worry for their country's fates. Kishida and the other Japanese representatives wore expressions of deep conflict. They all wanted to withdraw from the competition right then. They both hoped China would win and hoped it wouldn't win. Their conflicted expressions spoke volumes. Yet they resolved to remain seated, determined to witness the outcome of the divine battle firsthand. As for Stammer and the other Sunset Nation representatives, their faces were as dark as night. Originally, they had hoped that Tyr could slay the heaven howling dog, reclaim the face lost by Sunset Nation, eliminate Xia Taiping from the competition, then win 2 consecutive rounds to secure victory in this divine battle. Instead, not only did Tyr fail to slay the heavenly hound and restore the Sunset Nation's lost honor, but he was wounded twice in 2 consecutive encounters. From a one-armed war god, he became an armless war god. No, without arms at all. Could Tyr still be called a war god? Creak! 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 A series of chewing sounds suddenly echoed across the divine battle arena. Spectators from all nations in the divine arena instinctively looked up. There, the heavenly hound was devouring the arm it had torn from the war god Tyr. It consumed not only the flesh but also the bones, a scene both unsettling and accompanied by a satisfying crunch. Soon, the heavenly hound had swallowed the entire arm whole. But it didn't stop there. It continued to devour Tyr's sword. Snap! 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 With each crisp snap, Tyr's sword was devoured piece by piece. The spectators from all nations in the divine arena froze in shock. It was bad enough that the heavenly hound was devouring Tyr's arm, but now it was even trying to swallow his sword? How terrifying was that? Tyr's face turned ashen with rage at the sight. In front of so many witnesses, the celestial hound had not only devoured his arm but also his sword, a blatant act of trampling his dignity into the dust. This was utterly intolerable. Ah! I'll kill you! Thyr roared furiously, charging toward the heavenly hound once more. Seeing this, Stamer and the other Sunset Kingdom men paled. Even with one arm, Tyr was no match for the heavenly hound. Now that his remaining arm had been torn off, charging at the beast without limbs was nothing short of suicide. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Tyr was still alive. Losing an arm affected his divine soul, but it wouldn't significantly impact his true form. However, if the heavenly hound killed Tyr, they wouldn't be able to summon him into battle for a very long time. Immediately, cries of protest erupted in rapid succession. Lord Tyr, no! Lord Tyr, surrender now! Lord Tyr, this will kill you! These cries of protest came from Stamer and the other members of the Sunset Kingdom. Yet Tyr seemed oblivious to their pleas, charging straight toward the heavenly hound. Woof! The heavenly hound let out a loud bark, spreading its four legs as it charged head-on toward the advancing Tyr. The Sunset Kingdom people didn't want Tyr to die, but they certainly weren't reluctant to see him go. In the next instant, man and beast collided. Tyr lowered his head and charged at the heavenly hound. Instead of clashing head-on, the heavenly hound leapt lightly over Tyr's head. It spun abruptly, opened its massive jaws, and lunged to bite the back of Tyr's neck. Tyr's reflexes were swift. He spun around instantly, searching for the heavenly hound's whereabouts. But the instant he turned, he saw the Shao Tian dog's massive jaws closing in on him. He desperately tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Oh whoa! The heavenly hound's massive jaws snapped down with pinpoint accuracy, clamping onto Tyr's throat. Was it over? Of course not. For an ordinary person, the Hound of Heaven's formidable bite would have snapped their neck clean off. But Tyr was no ordinary man, he was the god of war, his physical prowess far surpassing that of mortals. So, the moment it sank its teeth into Tyr's neck, the heavenly hound began violently shaking its head, driving the bite deeper and more savagely. Gurgle, gurgle. As the heavenly hound thrashed its head, streams of blood rapidly seeped from Tyr's neck. Though Tyr was no ordinary man but a god of war, the heavenly hound was no ordinary dog either. While it failed to sever Tyr's neck in one bite, it did manage to bite through his throat in a single strike. In the next instant, Tyr's form flickered rapidly several times before dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing. He had been bitten to death by the heavenly hound. Chapter 87, Sweeping Through Again. Nearly made a mistake. Witnessing Tyr being torn apart by the heavenly hound and vanishing into starlight, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena exchanged stunned glances. When Yang Jian had suggested letting the heavenly hound play with the war god Tyr, they had all thought him arrogant. But now they suddenly realized that Yang Jian hadn't been arrogant at all, he had been utterly confident in the heavenly hound. Woof! 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 Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators erupted in excited howls once more. Their judgment proved correct, this battle was indeed in the bag. Following their previous 3 consecutive victories that swept through Sakura Nation, Xia Taiping was poised to achieve another 3 consecutive victories, sweeping through Sunset Nation. Why would? Because this battle wasn't over yet. After all, Henry was still alive and hadn't conceded defeat. But if even the war god Tyr had been torn apart by the heavenly hound, what could Henry possibly do? Thus, though this battle appeared unfinished, it was effectively over. Stamer and the other Sunset Nation representatives wore grim expressions. Earlier, when Sakura Nation was swept aside by Huaxia Nation, they had gloated over their misfortune. Now, their own Sunset Nation had been utterly crushed by China. That said, their situation was slightly better than Sakura Nation's. After all, when China crushed them, they already had Sakura Nation as their scapegoat. In a way, they'd long had company and weren't truly alone. A hint of regret flickered in the eyes of the heavenly hound. The flesh of the divine being was too delicious. It wanted more, but Tyr's death had caused his soul to dissipate, robbing it of the chance to savor that divine flesh once more. Had it known this would happen, it wouldn't have bitten down so fiercely. But the next moment, its gaze shifted to Henry standing at the edge of the divine battle arena. It couldn't savor the taste of Tyr's flesh anymore, but it could still sample the flavor of the Sunset Kingdom's people. But before it could make a move, Henry's voice of surrender rang out. I concede. The heavenly hound was speechless. It had merely glanced at Henry, and the guy had already surrendered? How cowardly. Yet it overlooked just how terrifying its actions had been, devouring Tyr's arm and sword whole, then biting him to death in one fell swoop. Well, human flesh isn't as tasty as divine flesh. No need to sample it after all. The heavenly hound sighed inwardly and turned to walk toward Yang Jian. At that moment, the voice of the Tao of Heaven boomed through the divine arena. Third match, Sunset Nation challenges Huaxia Nation. Huaxia Nation wins. Huaxia Kingdom wins all 3 matches, claiming victory in this divine battle. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia Kingdom were overcome with excitement. Though they had anticipated this outcome, they couldn't contain their excitement when the heavenly Tao made the announcement. Xia Taiping looked at Yang Jian and clasped his fists in salute. Thank you, Second Prince, for securing this victory for Huaxia. Young friend, this victory wasn't mine, it was Xiao Tianxuan's. Yang Jian shook his head. If you wish to express gratitude, thank Xiao Tianquan instead. Xia Taiping then turned to Xiao Tianquan, who had just walked over, and said, Xiao Tianquan, thank you for winning this battle for Huaxia. Young man, you're too polite. Xiao Tiandog spoke in human language. As a divine beast of China, fighting for China is my duty. Besides, I'm friends with both the boss and the great sage. Even if it's just for your sake, I had to help China win this battle. Xia Taiping was somewhat surprised. He had studied Huaxia mythology extensively, how could he not know that Xiao Tianquan could speak like this? But then again, the myths of Huaxia didn't describe the celestial hound in great detail. It made sense he wouldn't know. Yang Jian raised his hand to pat the heavenly hound's head. Xiao Tian, you've worked hard. You go back first. I'll return later. Got it, boss. The heavenly hound responded decisively, then turned to Xia Taiping and said, Kid, we'll meet again someday. Until we meet again. Xia Taiping clasped his hands together and said, Farewell, Xiao Tian. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation rose to their feet, clasping their fists together and saying, Farewell, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tiandog nodded, and his figure vanished into thin air. They watched as Xiao Tianquan departed. Xia Taiping turned to Yang Jian and asked, Second Prince, did you say you'd return later? Is there something you need to attend to? Indeed, there is something. Yang Jian replied, we'll discuss it later. First, handle the compensation matter. Understood. Xia Taiping didn't press further, he'd find out soon enough. He looked up at the sky. Though he said nothing, his expression clearly signaled for the heavens to announce the verdict. The way of heaven understood Xia Taiping's intent, and its voice boomed throughout the divine arena. According to the rules of the divine war, the victorious party may demand compensation from the defeated party. Now comes the victor's moment of reward. What compensation does the Huaxia nation desire? Hearing this, the faces of Stamer and the other Sunset Nation representatives darkened further. The price for losing the divine battle had arrived. Fortunately, they had defeated Huaxia in a divine battle late last year and extracted benefits from them. Now, losing to Huaxia and facing their demands for compensation wouldn't inflict significant damage on Sunset Nation. But then again, who would willingly spit out something already in their mouth? Xia Taiping turned to Xia Zhanghua and asked, Elder Xia, what compensation should we demand? Taiping, you decide this matter. Xia Zhanghua once again entrusted the matter of demanding reparations to Xia Taiping. First, because it was Xia Taiping's rightful prerogative. Second, Xia Taiping had handled the previous compensation claim from Sakura Nation exceptionally well. He trusted Xia Taiping would manage this one just as skillfully. Moreover, compared to Sakura Nation, there was only one optimal form of compensation they could realistically demand from Sunset Nation. Understood. Xia Taiping agreed decisively. He too believed that the only viable form of compensation from Sunset Nation was singular irrespective of who pursued it. Immediately, Xia Taiping turned to face the direction of Sunset Nation and its representatives, speaking calmly, Sunset Nation, last year you bullied my China. This year, I will make you spit out everything you've taken from my China. Before he could finish, Xia Taiping abruptly halted. Just then, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Last year, Sunset Nation had defeated China in the Divine War and demanded 1/10 of China's national fortune as compensation. If he forced Sunset Nation to return everything they had taken from China, he could only reclaim that 1/10 share of national fortune Sunset Nation had seized. But according to the rules of the Divine War, the victor could demand no more than 1/10 of the defeated nation's national fortune as compensation. If we consider the nation's fortune of Sunset Kingdom prior to last year as 10 parts, and the 1 part of China's fortune it consumed as 1 part, then Sunset Kingdom now possessed 11 parts of national fortune. Demanding 1/10 of the nation's fortune from Sunset Kingdom would be calculated based on 11 parts. This means he could obtain 1 part of Sunset Kingdom's fortune, which is 1/10 of a part more than forcing Sunset Kingdom to return everything it had consumed from Huaxia. Though 1/10 of a portion might seem insignificant, it was actually an enormous amount. Even if we concede that 0.01 share is truly insignificant, he has no reason to refuse it. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Xia Taiping raised his hand and tapped his forehead, feeling a surge of relief. Fortunately, he had caught himself in time, otherwise, he would have made a grave mistake. Chapter 88, Fortune's Golden Dragon. Principal and Interest. Hearing Xia Taiping's words, Xia Zhanghua furrowed his brow slightly. He worried Xia Taiping only sought to reclaim the 10% of national fortune devoured by Sunset Kingdom last year, failing to maximize their gains. But despite his worries, he refrained from offering any advice. Because without Xia Taiping, Huaxia Kingdom could never have won the divine war against Sunset Kingdom. Back then, forget about reclaiming the 10% of national fortune devoured by Sunset Kingdom last year. Huaxia Kingdom would have had to pay war reparations to Sunset Kingdom for its defeat. Moreover, he had already entrusted Xia Taiping with full authority over the compensation demands. He couldn't interfere now. So even if Xia Taiping hadn't maximized the gains from the divine war victory, he accepted it. Stamer, however, was pleasantly surprised. He had braced himself for China demanding 10% of his nation's fortune, yet Xia Taiping only sought to reclaim the 10% devoured by Sunset Nation last year. It was undeniably a somewhat unexpected delight. I used to think this kid was pretty sharp, but now it seems he's not sharp enough after all. Otherwise, why wouldn't he demand more compensation? Why would he only think about reclaiming the 10% of national fortune my Sunset Nation consumed last year? Stammer sighed inwardly, a faint smile playing on his lips. But before that smile could fully bloom, he saw Xia Taiping abruptly stop speaking and raise a hand to tap his forehead. His heart clenched. Could the kid have caught on? The next moment, Xia Taiping's voice echoed across the divine battle arena. Heavenly Tao, I demand 10% of Sunset Kingdom's national fortune. Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Xia Taiping only wanted to reclaim the national fortune devoured by Sunset Nation last year, but now it seemed he had misunderstood. Xia Taiping's earlier words were merely an outlet for his frustration over being bullied by Sunset Nation last year. What he didn't know was that his assumption wasn't wrong. Xia Taiping had indeed initially intended to reclaim only the national fortune devoured by Sunset Nation last year. It was only after quickly catching himself that he avoided making a foolish mistake. The smile on Stamer's face froze abruptly. Xia Taiping's intent was clear. He demanded back the 10% of Huaxia's national fortune devoured by Sunset Nation last year. Why the sudden change of heart? Before he could ponder further, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed through the divine arena. Approved. I object. Stamer immediately voiced his objection. Heavenly Tao, he just laid down the terms demanding we spit out everything we devoured from Huaxia. How can he change his mind again? Hearing this, Xia Taiping felt even more relieved. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and didn't finish his sentence. Otherwise, after being questioned by Stamer, he wouldn't even have been able to refute it. Stamer, are you out of your mind? Xia Taiping cut him off before Tian Dao could respond. My earlier words were merely venting the anger I felt last year when my Huaxia nation was humiliated by your Sunset Nation. How does that constitute setting conditions? The crowd in the divine arena exchanged puzzled glances. They too felt Xia Taiping's earlier words were merely about reclaiming the 10% of national fortune devoured by Sunset Nation last year. Yet his explanation seemed perfectly reasonable. After all, China had suffered profound humiliation last year, and venting that pent-up fury was only natural. Stamer's face darkened. He was certain his judgment was correct, yet he couldn't find any flaw in Xia Taiping's words. Besides, the terms are meant for the heavenly way. Xia Taiping continued, I'm addressing you all. Is this how you negotiate terms? This. Stamer was even more speechless. Xia Taiping's reasoning was so sound that he couldn't even begin to refute it. Those from nations other than Sunset Nation in the divine arena nodded in unison. Though they were rivals with China, they couldn't deny the validity of Xia Taiping's argument. Demanding compensation was indeed an appeal to the way of heaven, so when Xia Taiping had addressed the Sunset Nation's delegation earlier, he truly wasn't making demands. Objections are invalid. Execute immediately. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed through the divine arena, bringing the debate to a decisive close. Simultaneously, a colossal map materialized in midair above the arena. This vast map depicted the divine blessing continent, divided into numerous regions. Only 7 regions glowed with vibrant green, while the rest appeared in a lifeless grayish-white. The 7 green regions represented the existing nations, Huaxia, Sakura, Asan, Sunset, Greece, Egypt, and the Holy See. The gray regions symbolized nations that had already perished. In the next instant, a golden dragon emerged from the green sector representing China. Roar! The golden dragon let out a mighty roar and soared toward the green territory representing the land of the setting sun. Soon, the golden dragon soared above the green territory representing the land of the setting sun. Roar! Another mighty roar erupted from the dragon's maw. Opening its massive jaws, it sucked fiercely at the green section representing the land of the setting sun. A golden beam of light shot out from the section, then vanished into the dragon's mouth. Simultaneously, the golden dragon's body instantly grew a full size larger. Roar! Another mighty roar erupted from the golden dragon's maw as it turned its body and flew toward the green block representing the Huaxia kingdom. This spectacle filled Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the entire Huaxia delegation with overwhelming excitement. The golden dragon embodied China's national fortune, and its growth signified the strengthening of China's destiny. Stamer and the other Sunset Nation members, however, turned ashen-faced. They had entered this divine battle confident they could devour another 10% of China's national fortune. Instead, not only did they fail, but they ended up spitting out everything they'd already swallowed with interest. What the hell was this? Moments later, the golden dragon soared above the green territory representing the Huaxia nation. Without hesitation, it plunged headfirst into the green territory representing China. The next instant, the vast map suspended above the divine arena flickered rapidly several times before vanishing entirely. The voice of the heavenly Tao then echoed throughout the divine arena. According to the rules of the divine arena, national fortune rewards and penalties will be settled immediately after all divine battles conclude. The third divine battle will now commence. The three kingdoms challenge China. The battle will begin in half an hour. The three kingdoms in China must submit their battle rosters 10 minutes in advance. Failure to submit rosters on time will be considered an automatic forfeit. Upon hearing this, the three nations swiftly began deliberations. Like the Sunset Kingdom, they had prepared their roster long ago, but Xia Taiping's aggressive tactics had disrupted their plans, forcing them to hastily discuss a new lineup. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and others did not immediately deliberate. Instead, they turned their gaze towards Xia Taiping standing on the divine battle platform. They waited for Xia Taiping to descend before discussing the matter. But they soon realized Xia Taiping showed no intention of leaving the divine battle arena. Before they could ponder further, his voice boomed from the platform. The Huaxia nation's roster remains unchanged. We request the A3 nations to submit their roster promptly. Chapter 89, Two Possibilities. Fears realized. Swish. 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 Upon hearing Xia Taiping's challenge, nearly every pair of eyes in the divine arena shifted toward the direction of the three nations alliance. They wanted to see if the three nations would dare to accept Xia Taiping's provocation immediately. Under the collective gaze, the expressions of the three nations' representatives darkened. Had Xia Taiping not swept through Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation, they would have submitted their roster without hesitation. But unfortunately, there were no such ifs. Now, they dared not submit their original list. Otherwise, the fate awaiting them would likely mirror that of Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation. We need to deliberate on the roster. An elderly man seated at the forefront of the three nations' camp spoke with a darkened expression. He was Namoti, the supreme commander of the three nations. He knew making such a statement in front of representatives from nations across the world would be a loss of face, but compared to preserving face, he desired victory in this divine war far more. Sigh. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly, a pang of regret stinging his heart. His sweeping victory over Sakura Nation had already put Sunset Nation on high alert. Now, having crushed Sunset Nation, the three nations would undoubtedly brace themselves even more fiercely. The more prepared they were, the harder it would be for him to win. Precisely for this reason, he had decisively issued the challenge to provoke the three nations into acting impulsively, denying them time for careful deliberation and thereby increasing his own odds of victory. This tactic he had learned from the Sunset Nation. Yet, to his regret, the three nations had not fallen for his ploy. After this moment of reflection, Xia Taiping turned to look at Yang Jian and said, "Second Prince, care to join me for a moment?" According to the rules of the divine arena, the three kingdoms only needed to submit their roster 10 minutes before the battle commenced. Thus, their deliberations over the roster were entirely within the regulations. Even if he wanted to force the issue, he couldn't. Since the three kingdoms were about to deliberate their roster again, there was no point in him lingering on the divine battle platform. He might as well return to rest. After all, standing on the divine battle platform for so long was quite tiring. All right. Yang Jian nodded. Please. Xia Taiping beckoned to Yang Jian, and together they made their way toward the Huaxia kingdom's camp. Seeing Yang Jian follow Xia Taiping over, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia nation rose to their feet in unison. Though they hadn't yet witnessed Yang Jian's combat prowess firsthand, if the celestial hound was that ferocious, its master Yang Jian couldn't possibly be weak. How else could he have become the celestial hound's master? Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yang Jian was a deity of Huaxia. As Huaxia people, they should naturally show respect to the deities of their land. Greetings, Second Prince Xinjuan. Xia Zhenghua spoke first. Greetings, Second Prince. Zhou Tianming and the other members of the Huaxia delegation followed suit. No need for formalities, everyone. Please sit down. Yang Jian said, I've been cooped up elsewhere for far too long. Since I've finally made it out, I'd like to linger a bit longer to breathe some fresh air. Besides, I have a few matters to attend to. You all may discuss whatever you wish, no need to mind me. Yes, Second Prince. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation responded in unison before taking their seats. Xia Taiping and Yang Jian followed suit. Xia Taiping looked at Yang Jian and asked, Second Prince, may I ask what business you have now? No rush. Yang Jian shook his head. Discuss your matters first. When the time comes for me to speak, I will. Very well. Xia Taiping nodded, then turned to Xia Zhenghua and explained, Old Xia, I was trying to provoke the three kingdoms into immediately sending troops to battle, so they wouldn't have time to deliberate carefully. Unfortunately, they didn't fall for it. I see. Xia Zhenghua nodded. Taiping, the roster will remain as you proposed. But you must promise me this: if the situation becomes untenable, prioritize your own safety above all else. Do not push yourself beyond your limits. Old Master Xia, I will. Xia Taiping agreed decisively, then changed the subject. Master Xia, I have some doubts. Xia Zhenghua inquired curiously. Taiping, what doubts? Master Xia, I wonder if you've noticed. Xia Taiping continued, so far, we've had 2 rounds of 6 god battles. In each of these 6 battles, our Huaxia deities have had deities capable of defeating their opponents. Moreover, some of our Huaxia deities even hold a natural advantage over their counterparts. The Way of Heaven randomly selects deities for combatants to choose from. Once or twice could be chalked up to luck, but 6 consecutive times? That defies explanation. Otherwise, wouldn't my luck be too good? Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua felt a pang of awkwardness. After all, before Xia Taiping summoned the deities to battle, he didn't even know who the deities on the cards were. How could he have known? He inquired, Taiping, what are your thoughts? Master Xia, I see 2 possibilities. Xia Taiping continued, the first possibility is that while the heavenly Tao claims to randomly assign deities for combatants to select, there are actually underlying principles at play. For instance, the levels or strengths of the opposing deities might be roughly equal. Otherwise, with such a huge disparity, how could the battle even be fought? But I believe this possibility exists only marginally. After all, we've fought 6 consecutive divine battles, and the deities of our Huaxia nation have consistently proven significantly stronger than our opponents. Therefore, I lean more toward the second possibility. Xia Zhenghua nodded, his curiosity piqued. What is the second possibility? He who holds the way gains many supporters, he who abandons the way loses them. Xia Taiping elaborated, the Way of Heaven exists to maintain stability on the divine blessed continent. Yet in recent years, nations like Sakura and Sunset have repeatedly launched divine wars against others, annihilating over 100 nations large and small. This has left the continent with a mere 7 nations remaining. I wonder if the actions of nations like Sakura and Sunset have displeased the Way of Heaven. Could it be that the Way of Heaven is continuously granting us powerful deities at random to teach those nations a lesson? If that's the case, it would explain why we've randomly drawn powerful deities in 6 consecutive rounds. Xia Zhenghua fell silent for a moment before forcing a wry smile. Taiping, what you say isn't without merit, but whether it's true or not, I simply don't know. Yang Jian opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Xia Taiping didn't notice Yang Jian's unusual behavior. He smiled and said, Old Xia, I was just asking out of curiosity. Anyway, randomly encountering powerful deities and winning the divine battles is a good thing for us. There's no need to overthink it. That's true. Xia Zhenghua nodded, his voice tinged with worry. Taiping, I'm concerned that the 3 kingdoms might deploy a purple-tier deity to fight. Master Xia, this isn't something we can prevent. Worrying about it won't change anything. Xia Taiping paused before adding, but they might not necessarily send a purple-grade deity. After all, purple-grade deities are like national treasures, they wouldn't deploy them lightly. Besides, they have their own reservations. Even if they did deploy a purple-grade deity, we wouldn't necessarily be defenseless. After all, our Huaxia nation possesses purple-grade deities too. That's true. Xia Zhenghua nodded in agreement. Little did he know his fears were about to come true. At that very moment, the 3 nations were deliberating whether to deploy a purple-tier deity into battle. Chapter 90, The Cunning Indian. Request to add rules. Divine Arena, a Sans 3 Kingdoms faction. Those seated around Namoti were in discussion. Commander, that kid from Huaxia single-handedly swept through Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation. It's downright bizarre. We'll likely need to deploy a purple-grade deity to eliminate him if we want any chance of winning this divine war. Commander, I agree. But I'm concerned that deploying a purple-tier deity might give other nations an opening, especially Sakura Nation. They're notoriously underhanded. Commander, I wouldn't fret over that. After all, our 3 main deities are all purple-grade. Even if we send one into battle, we still have 2 more purple-grade deities holding the fort. Commander, counting this time, we've already initiated 2 divine wars against China. Offending them is inevitable. If China rises, they'll certainly come after us. That's why we must deploy a purple-grade deity to deny China any chance to rise. Unlike the discussions with Sunset Nation, the high-ranking officials of the 3 nations were remarkably unified in their stance. Everyone insisted on deploying a purple-tier deity to the front lines. The only point of contention was the concern that sending a purple-tier deity might leave them vulnerable to exploitation by other nations. The root cause lay in Xia Taiping's sweeping victories over both Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation, which had placed immense pressure upon them. Since everyone feels this way, then it's settled. Namoti decisively sealed the deal, then added, but I have an idea. The reason China has been so dominant in this divine war is entirely due to that peculiar young man of theirs. Since the start of the divine war, he has fought in 6 consecutive battles. I propose requesting the Heavenly Tao to amend the divine war rules, strictly prohibiting consecutive appearances by any single individual. Nations like Sakura and Sunset will surely support this. If we succeed in amending the rules, we won't need to deploy our purple tier deities. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the three nations wore thoughtful expressions as they weighed the feasibility of Nemodi's proposal. After a moment, Deputy Commander Sharama of the three nations spoke up. Commander, since the Divine Arena's inception, the rules of the Divine War have undergone constant revision and refinement. Only in recent decades have they stabilized. With precedents existing, I believe it's worth attempting. Commander-in-Chief, I also believe it's worth trying. If we succeed in adding the rules, that would be ideal. If we fail, there's no real loss to us. Quite right. Commander-in-Chief, I support your proposal. Commander-in-Chief, I support your idea as well. The high-ranking officials of the three nations spoke one after another, none voicing opposition. As someone had said, if they failed to add the rules, they wouldn't lose anything either. Why not give it a shot? Since everyone supports this, I shall now petition the Way of Heaven to add the Divine War rules. Nemodi nodded, lifting his gaze toward the heavens. Heavenly Tao, I have something to say. Hearing this, the representatives from various nations in the Divine Arena were both speechless and curious. The speechlessness stemmed from the fact that they had only 20 minutes to discuss the roster. Shouldn't they be rushing to finalize it? Curiosity arose because the three nations couldn't be unaware of the tight schedule, yet they still chose to delay proceedings. Clearly, whatever Nemodi wished to say must be of great importance. They were all curious to know what it could be. Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, and the other representatives from Huaxia nation all frowned simultaneously. The divine battle between Huaxia and the three nations was about to commence, yet Nemodi now needed to speak with the Tao of Heaven. They all keenly sensed that whatever Nemodi had to say would not bode well for them. Otherwise, he would never have chosen this moment to bring it up. What is it? The voice of the Tao of Heaven boomed throughout the divine arena. Tian Dao, since the divine arena's inception, countless divine wars have been fought here. Nemodi declared, yet throughout its history, not a single divine battle has ever featured a nation represented by a single participant. I hereby propose a new rule: no individual may consecutively enter the arena. Upon hearing this, the representatives of all nations in the divine arena suddenly understood. The three nations of A were attempting to prevent Xia Taiping from continuing to participate in the divine wars. This also made them suddenly understand why the three nations had approached the Way of Heaven at this moment. If a new rule could be added, strictly prohibiting consecutive participation by a single individual, it would prevent Xia Taiping from continuing to fight. And within Huaxia nation, only Xia Taiping could cause them trouble. Once Xia Taiping could no longer participate, Huaxia nation would be like fish on a cutting board, helplessly at their mercy. Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, and the other Huaxia representatives frowned once more. Their instincts were correct. Nemodi's words indeed spelled trouble for them. At that moment, three voices echoed consecutively within the divine arena. We, Greece, support the proposal of the three nations. Egypt supports the proposal of the three nations. My holy kingdom supports the proposal of the three nations. Nemodi was not surprised by the three nations' support. His proposal concerned not only the interests of the three nations of A, but also those of Greece, Egypt, and the Holy Kingdom. After all, these three nations had also launched divine wars against the Huaxia kingdom. Thus, he believed that as long as they weren't foolish, they would support his proposal. This was precisely why he had presented it directly without prior consultation with Greece and the others. Thank you for the support of Greece, Egypt, and the Holy Kingdom. Nemodi expressed his gratitude before continuing. What about Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation? Do you support my proposal? Upon hearing this, Kishida and Stammer did not respond immediately. For they both hoped China would continue winning, yet also hoped it would not. Their hope stemmed from the fact that they had all been swept aside by China, naturally wishing to see other nations suffer the same fate. That way, having all been crushed by China, no one would dare mock another. After all, the pot calling the kettle black. Their reluctance stemmed from the fact that China's continued victories would elevate its national fortune. Bolstered by this fortune, China would inevitably rise rapidly. Having already offended China, how could they possibly welcome its ascent? Neither fully supporting nor opposing, Kishida and Stammer found themselves in a quandary. However, as commanders-in-chief of their nations, neither was one to waver indecisively. Soon, they made their decision. My nation of Japan supports the proposal of the A tripartite alliance. My Sakura nation also supports the proposal of the three nations. Sturmer and Kishida Koyo declared in succession. Ideally, they wished for China to continue winning while simultaneously preventing its rise. Yet this was a paradox: both outcomes could never coexist. Thus, they had to choose. As the saying goes, choose the lesser of two evils. Compared to China's rise, the prospect of China failing to win was slightly easier for them to accept. Thank you for Japan and the land of the setting sun's support. Stammer expressed his gratitude before lifting his gaze to the heavens. Heavenly Way, the gods protect the 7 nations that remain on the continent. 6 nations unanimously agree to add rules to the divine war. As the saying goes, the minority yields to the majority. There is no need to consult China's opinion. We humbly request Heavenly Way to grant permission to add rules to the divine war. Chapter 91, One crisis follows another. Holy! Have you no shame? What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean we don't need to be consulted? You know full well we'd never agree to your proposal. Damn it! This is bullying the outnumbered. Utterly shameless. Damn it all to hell. Can't beat us fair, so you resort to dirty tricks? Have you no shame left? A torrent of curses erupted one after another within the divine arena. These shouts came from the people of Huaxia. When Namodi proposed adding rules to the divine battles, they understood his intentions. Some had even considered speaking up, but they'd held back. Now that Namodi declared their opinions unnecessary, they couldn't contain themselves any longer. Hearing the Chinese delegation's outburst, Namodi felt a pang of embarrassment. He knew his actions were somewhat shameless. But it was merely a fleeting awkwardness. Compared to winning the divine war, the slight loss of face was insignificant. Besides, it wasn't just in being shameless. Egypt, Sakura Nation, and the other 4 nations were all shamelessly following his lead. Swish! Xia Zhanghua rose to his feet, turned to face the Chinese crowd, and pressed his hand into the air. He understood their frustration, he felt it too, but this chaotic, unstructured ranting wouldn't solve anything. Seeing this, the Chinese delegation fell silent in unison. Xia Zhanghua turned back, raised his head to the sky, and declared, Heavenly Tao, Huaxia opposes this. The rules of the God War were forged over countless years, how can they be arbitrarily expanded? Before the way of heaven could respond, Namodi's voice rang out first. The rules of the divine war indeed cannot be arbitrarily expanded, but that does not mean they cannot be expanded at all. You must understand that the rules of the divine war have been gradually refined through constant change. As long as the overwhelming majority of nations agree, new rules can be added. Take the current divine war rules, for instance. They were shaped by historical revisions. Now, with only 7 nations on the divine blessed continent, if our 6 nations all agree, it fully meets the requirements for adding new rules. Xia Zhanghua frowned deeply, unable to immediately refute this. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that Namodi's words were ironclad facts. For a moment, he didn't know how to counter them. As if sensing Xia Zhanghua's frustration, Xia Taiping spoke up, You're correct, the divine war rules have indeed been refined through constant evolution. But any additions must be discussed after today's battle concludes. How could we possibly introduce new rules mid-war? Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua's eyes lit up. He had been so focused on preventing the Tao from adding rules that he'd overlooked the fact the battle was already underway. Taiping is absolutely correct. Xia Zhanghua stated, Throughout the history of the divine war, there has never been a precedent for adding rules mid-battle. New rules are only proposed after the war concludes, following extensive deliberation among all parties. They are then put to a vote, publicly announced worldwide, and only then implemented. This is also the rule of the divine arena. If everyone were like you, demanding new rules during the divine war and then colluding with most nations, wouldn't that mean any rule they wanted could be added? What fairness would remain in the divine war then? Namodi was rendered speechless by the combined arguments of Xia Taiping and Xia Zhanghua. For both Xia Taiping's words and Xia Zhanghua's arguments were well-founded and compelling. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. The 3 nations' request is denied. Divine war rules may be added, but not mid-battle. Should you wish to propose new rules, submit your request through the proper channels after this battle concludes. Hearing this, the entire Isango faction was deeply frustrated. Their intent to add rules was to avoid deploying purple-tier deities. What use would waiting until after the battle serve? The delegations from Egypt, Greece, and the Holy See were equally disheartened. They had unhesitatingly supported Namodi's proposal precisely to eliminate the troublesome Xia Taiping and clear the path for their challenge against China. Yet, to their regret, the way of heaven had rejected them. Namodi opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, it was that the heavenly Tao had already denied his request. Even if he shouted himself hoarse, it would be futile. Xia Zhanghua, Xia Taiping, and the other Huaxia kingdom representatives immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Tao had not approved Namodi's request. Otherwise, the Huaxia nation would have been in serious trouble. But upon reflection, it made sense. Namodi's proposal to add rules to the divine battle at this critical moment was highly unreasonable. How could the way of heaven possibly agree? But before the relief could fully settle, Xia Zhanghua's brow furrowed deeply. Xia Taiping was the first to notice the change in Xia Zhanghua. He inquired, Old Xia, are you worried that after the divine war concludes, nations like the 3 nations might apply again to add rules to the divine war? Yes. Xia Zhanghua sighed bitterly. Although the way of heaven rejected their request to add rules to the divine war, they won't give up. They will definitely submit another request after the divine war ends. At that point, it won't be something we can simply block. If we had more time, their proposed rules wouldn't be so daunting. But time is precisely what we lack. Only a few days remain until year's end, and after that comes the new year. Then, nations like Sakura country could launch another divine war against us. And unless they're foolish, they'll certainly initiate it on New Year's Day, leaving us no time to craft god cards or attempt summoning higher tier deities. With just a few days left, we not only need to craft the divine cards but also memorize the invocation incantations. Add to that the low success rate for summoning high-tier deities. Time is truly too tight. Once the new rules take effect, we'll be in serious trouble. Old Xia, there's no need to overthink it. Xia Taiping reassured him, as the saying goes, meet force with force and water with earth. Another saying tells us that where there's a will, there's a way. We shouldn't dwell too much on future troubles, it only adds unnecessary worries. Besides, we still have 4 divine battles to contend with. Let's focus our efforts on overcoming these 4 battles first before worrying about anything else. If we can't even handle these 4 battles, what future are we talking about? Sigh, it's truly one crisis after another. Xia Zhanghua sighed and added, but you're absolutely right. We should navigate this immediate crisis before worrying about the future. After all, there are still a few days left before year-end. Even if their application is approved, there's a 3-day public notice period. We have plenty of time to strategize. Xia Taiping smiled and said no more. He glanced toward the direction of a sangua and saw Namodi rapidly scribbling something. Moments later, Namodi flicked his wrist, sending a sheet of paper soaring toward the divine battle arena. Soon, the paper reached the divine battle arena, burst into flames, and then vanished into ashes. Chapter 92, Indra. This battle is mine. The nations of Huaxia and Asangwa have submitted their combatant rosters. We now announce the participating fighters from both nations. Huaxia Nation, Xia Taiping, Xiaowanshan, Wenqingfeng, Wuzhan, and Zhouyijian. The Triple Kingdom, Amir, Salman, Rahal, Summit, and Vikas. Both sides prepare. The divine battle commences in 10 minutes. The moment Namodi's roster turned to ashes, the voice of the Tao of Heaven boomed through the divine arena. That the Huaxia Kingdom's roster remained unchanged held no surprise for anyone within the arena. After all, Xia Taiping had just confirmed that China's roster remained unchanged. However, they were somewhat surprised by the participants from the 3 nations. To be precise, one name on the Triple Kingdom roster piqued their curiosity. Amir, Salman, Rahal, and Summit are all blue-tier divine beings, chosen ones, with considerable fame across the world. The 3 nations have certainly made a bold move. Would a modest gesture suffice for the 3 nations? Remember, Sunset Nation fielded a 5-star blue-tier elite lineup only to be utterly crushed by China. What puzzles me is why the 3 nations sent just a 4-star blue-tier team and that final member, Vikas? I've never heard of him. It is strange. Logically, since Sunset Nation's 5-star blue elite lineup was crushed by China, the Triple Nation should have fielded at least a 5-star blue lineup too. Could Vikas also be a blue-tier deity's chosen one? He's just a newcomer with no fame. It's possible. Vikas might even be a purple-tier deity's chosen one. That's actually plausible. After all, even Sunset Nation's top-tier 5-star blue lineup got crushed by China. For the 3 nations to win this divine battle, they'd need to field a purple-tier deity's chosen one to have any real chance. Whispers of speculation rippled through the divine arena. The crowd's opinions had shifted from before. They no longer underestimated China. In fact, some were even beginning to doubt the 3 nations. The reason was clear: Xia Taiping's single-handed annihilation of both Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation was simply too formidable. They dared not underestimate China any longer. Taiping, I'm sure you've heard. Xia Zhenghua remarked, Amir, Salman, Lahar, and Summit are all divine followers of blue-tier deities. Vikas could be a divine follower of a blue-tier deity, or he could be one of a purple-tier deity. I lean toward the latter possibility. The Triple Kingdom differs slightly from other nations. While they possess few blue-tier deities, they boast a full 3 purple-tier deities. Fielding a purple-tier deity in battle is certainly feasible. If Vikas truly is a purple-tier deity's chosen one, he's definitely targeting you. You must be cautious. I understand. Xia Taiping nodded and added, Old Xia, they've already submitted their roster. There's no need to wait. Ending the battle sooner will give us more time to discuss. I'm heading up. Very well. Xia Zhanghua cautioned, Taiping, the current outcome has far exceeded our expectations, or rather, it's already exceptionally favorable for us. Even if we lose the subsequent divine battle, it won't matter much. So if the situation becomes untenable, don't push yourself beyond your limits. Master Xia, I understand. Xia Taiping nodded and rose to ascend the divine battle platform. He looked at Namodi and the other representatives from the 3 nations and said calmly, China will be represented by me. Do you still need to discuss your order of combatants? If you need to discuss it, I'll wait. If not, send your combatants out as soon as possible. Namodi ignored Xia Taiping. He turned to a middle-aged man behind him and ordered, Amir, you go. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Amir responded and immediately rose to walk toward the divine battle arena. This scene left the representatives from various nations in the divine arena somewhat astonished. What's going on? Why is the Tri-Kingdom sending Amir for the opening match? It seems odd to me too. Xia Taiping's personal deity hasn't even entered the fray yet. Logically, the 3 Amir nations should have sent Vikas, who might be a purple-tier divine being's favored one, to guarantee victory over Xia Taiping. Could it be that Vikas isn't a purple-grade deity's divine follower? I doubt it. The third kingdom has 3 purple-tier divine beings devotees. Sending one into battle wouldn't make much of a difference. To secure a decisive victory in this divine war, they absolutely must deploy a purple-tier divine being. That makes sense. So the 3 nations don't want to deploy a purple-tier deity so early. After all, the divine battle is a best-of-5 series. Losing the first battle wouldn't significantly impact the final outcome. It's possible. If they can eliminate Xia Taiping, the 3 nations won't need to deploy a purple-tier deity at all. Overhearing the murmurs, Xia Taiping felt speechless. He'd been eager to see just how powerful Sengoku's purple-tier deity was, but Sengoku had disappointed him. That said, if Vicus truly was the chosen one of a purple-tier deity, he would enter the fray sooner or later. There was no need for Xia Taiping to rush. The truth unfolded just as the crowd had speculated. Namodi didn't want to deploy a purple-tier deity so soon. Moreover, he harbored the hope that if Amir defeated Xia Taiping, they wouldn't have to send out a purple-tier deity at all. At that moment, Amir had already stepped onto the divine battle arena. Heaven's way, I need not have you randomly select a deity for me. Amir looked up at the sky. I shall summon my personal deity to battle. Granted. The voice of the way of heaven echoed in response. Without further delay, Amir proclaimed in a loud voice, Amir of the 3 kingdoms humbly summons Indra, the thunder god and king of the gods, to descend. Whoosh! As Amir's words fell, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the center of his brow. Immediately after, a bald man mounted upon a 6-tusked elephant emerged from the light. Xia Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. Indra was not only the thunder god but also the king of the gods during the Vedic period. However, as the mythology of the 3 kingdoms evolved, his status within their pantheon had diminished. But despite his diminished status, Indra's formidable power remained undeniable. The fact that the 3 kingdoms sent Indra to fight first only confirmed the rumors circulating among the crowd. If Indra defeated him, the 3 kingdoms would have no need to deploy a purple-tier deity. Huaxia kingdom, do you require me to select a deity for you at random? The voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly echoed through the divine arena. Xia Taiping opened his mouth to respond, but before his words could escape, another voice spoke first. No need. I'll take this battle. Xia Taiping instinctively turned toward the voice. He saw Yang Jian, seated within the Huaxia kingdom's ranks, rise to his feet and stride toward the divine combat platform. It dawned on him instantly Yang Jian hadn't left because he wanted to fight. Chapter 93, The 3 Traitors. Unable to fight? Swish. 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 Spectators from all nations in the divine arena instinctively turned toward the sound. Upon recognizing the speaker as Yang Jian, they were all taken aback. He had just fought against Sunset Nation moments ago, and now he was about to join the divine battle? Was he out of his mind? Second Prince, you cannot fight. Xia Taiping flatly refused. This is your first time on the divine battle stage. You cannot fight 2 consecutive matches. Otherwise, this strand of your divine soul will dissipate. Perhaps you don't care about this strand of your divine soul, but I cannot afford to ignore it. Yang Jian stepped onto the divine battle arena and smiled. Young friend, you worry too much. In that previous battle, it was the heavenly hound who fought. I did not intervene. Therefore, fighting another battle poses no issue for me. Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena suddenly understood. Indeed, a deity making their first appearance in the divine arena was forbidden from fighting back-to-back matches. Yet in the previous battle, though Yang Jian was listed as the combatant, it was actually the heavenly hound who fought. From this perspective, Yang Jian was indeed eligible for another match. Xia Taiping, however, wore a thoughtful expression. He harbored some concern that Yang Jian might be pulling the wool over his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yang Jian, but rather that Yang Jian wasn't exactly the most straightforward fellow. After all, the Celestial Court was known for its 3 notorious rebels, a stone, 2 pounds of lotus root, and a 3-eyed dog. The stone referred to Sun Wukong, the 2 pounds of lotus root referred to Neza, and the 3 eyes leading a dog referred to Yang Jian. While other deities avoided such labels, these 3 earned their rebellious reputations for good reason. Take Yang Jian, for instance. When the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, caused chaos in the heavenly palace, Yang Jian, the heavenly court's foremost war god, did not engage him immediately. Furthermore, when the Jade Emperor commanded Yang Jian to level Mount Huaxia, Yang Jian chose to spare the lives of all the monkeys and their offspring. Furthermore, when he learned his nephew Chen Xiang planned to cleave the mountain to rescue his mother, despite receiving the Jade Emperor's order to stop him, Yang Jian not only eased up on Chen Xiang during the confrontation but secretly aided him. If Yang Jian dared defy the heavenly court's orders, deceiving him would be a piece of cake. So, how could he not be worried? Moments later, Xia Taiping inquired, Second Prince, you mean the matter you spoke of is just a fight? That's right. Yang Jian didn't deny it. He stated plainly, it's been years since I last fought. My bones are practically rusting. If someone hadn't just accused me of bullying the weak, I'd have rolled up my sleeves and jumped right in. Hearing this, Xia Taiping felt even less inclined to agree. Not only was Neza a warmonger, but Yang Jian was one too. And warmongers like Neza and Yang Jian were genuinely capable of risking the safety of this divine soul just for the sake of a fight, just like how Neza had wanted to continue fighting earlier. As if sensing Xia Taiping's suspicion, Yang Jian said, "Young friend, I truly haven't deceived you. If you don't believe me, ask the way of heaven." Hearing this, Xia Taiping's eyes lit up. Right. He couldn't verify Yang Jian's words, but he could ask the Tao of Heaven. With that thought, he promptly inquired, "Heavenly Tao, may the second prince continue to fight?" This time, the Way of Heaven did not respond immediately. Xia Taiping did not press for an answer, waiting quietly. Yet a question stirred within him. Previously, whenever anyone posed a query, the Way of Heaven had answered without delay. Why hadn't it responded immediately this time? Could it be uncertain itself? Yang Jian, however, was growing impatient. He said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Tao, have you gone mute? Answer quickly. And I suggest you think carefully before you speak." Hearing this, the people from various nations in the divine arena were stunned. Yang Jian actually dared to question the Tao of Heaven, calling it mute, and even threatened it to think carefully before answering? How incredibly bold. Xia Taiping, however, was not surprised at all. Yang Jian had defied the heavenly court's orders, questioning and threatening the Way of Heaven? Was there a problem with that? Not a single one. At that moment, the voice of the Tao finally echoed through the divine arena. There is no precedent for this in the history of the God War, nor is there any rule within the God War regulations prohibiting such an occurrence. Where there is no rule, it is permitted. You may continue to fight. Young friend, did you hear that? Yang Jian said, "The Tao of Heaven itself says I can fight. What more is there to worry about?" "Alright then." Xia Taiping no longer refused. His initial reluctance stemmed from fear of harming Yang Jian's divine soul fragment. But with the Tao of Heaven's approval, his worries vanished. Now, he eagerly hoped Yang Jian would continue fighting. After all, Yang Jian's reputation as the heavenly court's premier war god had been earned through countless battles. Hearing Xia Taiping's consent, Yang Jian's face instantly lit up with a broad smile. After such a long period of inactivity, he could finally engage in a satisfying battle. But before the smile could fully bloom on his cheeks, a voice of objection suddenly rang out. "I object. His continued participation violates the rules of the divine war." The words came from Namodi. Though he didn't know Yang Jian's combat strength, he had witnessed firsthand how ferocious the heavenly hound was in the last divine battle. As its master, how weak could Yang Jian's power be? If Yang Jian entered the fray, he had no confidence that Indra could prevail. He had sent Indra into battle precisely because he believed Indra could defeat Xia Taiping. How could he possibly want the formidable Yang Jian to enter the fray? Hearing this, Yang Jian instantly grew displeased. He immediately fired back with a scathing retort, "The Way of Heaven itself has approved my continued participation. Who the hell are you to oppose me? Do you think you're more powerful than heaven itself?" Namodi's expression froze abruptly. The blame Yang Jian had pinned on him was no small matter. He hastily defended himself, "That's not what I meant. I have reasons for my objection." "Is that so?" Yang Jian inquired curiously, "What reason?" "Spit it out. The divine war isn't open to just anyone. There are strict rules governing participation." Namodi explained, "The deities who join the battle are either randomly selected by the Tao of Heaven or are the personal guardian deities of the participants." Yang Jian rolled his eyes. "Are you kidding me? Aren't I the very deity randomly selected by the Tao?" "I know." Namodi countered, "But you were randomly selected by the Tao for the previous divine war. Since that war has ended, you are not the randomly chosen deity for this one. How could you possibly intervene in this battle?" Hearing this, the representatives from various nations in the divine arena nodded in unison. Namodi's reasoning held merit. Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, and the other representatives from the Huaxia nation felt a pang of regret. They all desperately wanted Yang Jian to continue fighting, yet they couldn't find a way to counter Namodi's argument. Namodi pressed further, "Heavenly Way, is what I say correct?" "Your words are correct." The voice of the heavenly Tao then echoed throughout the divine arena, "Yang Jian, you were indeed randomly selected as a deity for the previous divine battle. According to the rules of the divine battle, you cannot participate in this round." Yang Jian frowned. He really wanted to fight, to stretch his rusty muscles. But judging by the current situation, it seemed he wouldn't get that chance. Chapter 94, A Different Path. Dual Guardian Deities. What a pity. With Xiao Tianquan being so ferocious, I was eager to see just how powerful Yang Jian truly is. Who says otherwise? I'd love to see just how powerful Yang Jian is too. You guys talk as if I don't want to see it. It's not that I want to see it, but I want to learn more about the deities of Huaxia. After all, knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Sigh, the showdown between Indra and Yang Jian is gone. Similar voices filled with regret echoed throughout the divine arena. These murmurs came from the people of Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, Egypt Nation, Catholic Nation, and Greece Nation. The divine war between China and the three nations held little relevance to them, leaving them as spectators who loved a good show. As for the people of China and the three nations, Namodi and the others from the three nations were thrilled. For they had successfully prevented a powerful Huaxia deity from joining the fray, thereby increasing the three nations' chances of winning this round of the divine war. Xia Taiping, and the other citizens of Huaxia were all deeply dissatisfied. They all hoped Yang Jian would join the battle to secure victory for Huaxia in this divine conflict. Unfortunately, Yang Jian's participation violated the rules of the divine war, and matters concerning the rules were not something they could oppose simply because they wished to. Second Prince, it seems we won't be able to fight after all. Xia Taiping offered consolation, but rest assured, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Whenever the chance arises, I'll find a way to get you involved. I'll make sure you get to fight to your heart's content. Ah, it can only be this way for now. Yang Jian sighed and warned, young friend, you must remember your promise. You know my relationship with the great sage. If I find out you've deceived me, I won't even need to lift a finger, the great sage will beat you to a pulp. Xia Taiping was at a loss for words. First Princess Ironfan had threatened him, now Yang Jian was intimidating him. Did all these deities enjoy scaring people? Second Prince, rest assured. Xia Taiping assured him, as long as there's a chance to fight, I'll find a way to get you involved. Very well. Yang Jian nodded, his voice tinged with regret. I was looking forward to a proper fight, to really let loose. But since that won't happen now, there's no point in me staying here any longer. Young friend, I'm leaving. The rest is up to you. Understood. Xia Taiping clasped his hands together in respect. Farewell, Second Prince. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation rose to see Yang Jian off. But just then, Xia Zhanghua seemed to recall something. He quickly called out, Second Prince, wait. Hearing this, Yang Jian, who had been about to depart, instinctively halted. He turned to look at Xia Zhanghua, puzzled. Is there something you need? Xia Zhanghua replied, Second Prince, I've thought of a way for you to fight right now. Yang Jian's eyes lit up instantly. He urged, speak quickly. What is it? Become the patron deity of Taiping. Xia Zhanghua explained, if you become Taiping's guardian deity, she can summon you into battle. That way, you'll meet the rules for the divine war, and you can have a proper fight. Hearing this, the representatives from all nations in the divine arena froze, their expressions shifting. The representatives from China, Japan, Sunset Kingdom, Greece, Egypt, and the Holy See were all visibly excited. However, the reasons for their excitement differed. The Huaxia nation's people were thrilled because Yang Jian could continue fighting, securing victory for Huaxia in this round of the divine battle. The people from Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations were thrilled because the excitement they had nearly lost was back, and they now had the chance to observe Yang Jian's combat prowess. They would gain a deeper understanding of another Chinese deity. The people of the 3 nations, including Namodi, were displeased. They were still celebrating their success in preventing Yang Jian from fighting. But their excitement was short-lived as they suddenly realized they'd gotten ahead of themselves. What the hell was this? As for whether Xia Taiping could still make Yang Jian his personal deity despite already possessing one? Neza had mentioned before that Xia Taiping was different from others, he could possess multiple personal deities. Though this concept exceeded their understanding, coming from a deity's mouth, they accepted it without doubt. Right. Yang Jian raised his hand to slap his forehead in frustration. How could I have forgotten that? I almost missed a chance to fight. With that, he raised his finger and tapped lightly between his eyebrows. Whoosh! A beam of light shot from Yang Jian's forehead, streaking towards Xia Taiping before sinking into the youth's own brow. Seeing this, Yang Jian laughed heartily, young friend, I am now your guardian deity. I can join the battle. Xia Taiping felt both excited and speechless. His excitement stemmed from gaining another powerful guardian spirit after the great sage, and Yang Jian's wish to fight had finally been fulfilled. The speechlessness stemmed from the fact that Yang Jian had forced himself into the role without asking for consent, leaving Xia Taiping with an overwhelming sense of being overpowered. Noticing Xia Taiping's unusual expression, Yang Jian asked, young friend, what's with that look? Xia Taiping replied honestly, Second Prince, you didn't even ask if I agreed. Hearing this, the spectators from all nations in the divine arena were utterly speechless, including the crowd from Huaxia. Countless people would kill to have a deity as powerful as Yang Jian as their guardian spirit. Yet here you are, sulking because he didn't ask your permission first? Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. Oh. I was so caught up in the excitement I completely forgot. Yang Jian gave an awkward smile, then added with a hint of irritation, what's the matter? Don't you want me as your personal guardian deity? It's not that. It's just that I already have the great sage as my guardian deity. Xia Taiping shook his head. I worry that letting you become my guardian deity like this might make the great sage feel I'm disrespecting him. Kid, you're overthinking this. Yang Jian said, not only are you different from others able to have multiple guardian deities, but given my relationship with the great sage, he wouldn't object to me becoming yours either. So put your mind at ease. That's good. Xia Taiping nodded. As long as it doesn't upset the great sage, I'm more than willing to have you as my guardian deity. You're a smart kid. Yang Jian shot Xia Taiping a stern look before gazing skyward. Heavenly Tao, may I now represent Huaxia in battle? You may. The voice of the Heavenly Tao echoed throughout the divine arena. Namodi and the others from the three nations turned ashen-faced. Not only because their hopes had been dashed, but also because they wanted to continue blocking Yang Jian's participation yet found no valid reason to do so. Kid, step back. Yang Jian turned to Xia Taiping and said, I'll have a good time with that bald monk so you won't get caught in the crossfire. Xia Taiping did not immediately step back, a trace of hesitation lingering on his cheek. Chapter 95, I'll give you one move. Not an inch back. Seeing Xia Taiping hesitate, Yang Jian asked. Yang Jian asked in puzzlement, young friend, what's the matter? Xia Taiping opened his mouth to answer. But at the last moment, he changed his words, nothing. I just wanted to remind you to be careful. Yang Jian stared at Xia Taiping with a peculiar look on his face. He sensed Xia Taiping wasn't being entirely truthful, but before he could ask, he saw Xia Taiping step back. Just as Yang Jian suspected, Xia Taiping was indeed withholding the truth. Originally, Xia Taiping had wanted Yang Jian to hold back from fighting, keeping him as a trump card like Sun Wukong. This way, if the Heavenly Tao failed to randomly select suitable deities, he would have both Sun Wukong and Yang Jian as his trump cards. The more trump cards he had, the stronger his ability to withstand risks. But upon reflection, he decided against it. Yang Jian had stayed behind precisely to engage in a fierce battle. Xia Taiping could sense Yang Jian's burning desire for combat. Revealing his plan would not only put Yang Jian in a difficult position but also place him squarely in the line of fire. For a divine battle was no ordinary conflict, it concerned the very safety of the Huaxia nation. If he revealed it, agreeing would betray Yang Jian's desire for battle, while refusing would saddle him with the blame for disregarding China's safety. Either way was a lose-lose. After much deliberation, he decided silence was best. That kid's definitely not telling the truth. Let's fight first, then talk about it afterward. Yang Jian sighed inwardly, suppressing his doubts. He hadn't fought in years, and now that the chance had come, he just wanted to enjoy a good, satisfying battle. He could ask questions afterward. Bald monk, to avoid anyone saying I'm picking on you. Yang Jian looked at Indra and said, I'll let you have the first move. Come at me. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena were stunned. That was Indra. Not only did he call him a bald-headed monk, but he was also giving him a move head start. Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? Xia Taiping, however, was utterly unfazed. Yang Jian was the heavenly court's foremost war god, a rebellious spirit who defied even celestial decrees. Acting arrogantly and dismissing Indra was perfectly natural for him. But if anyone thought this meant Yang Jian was arrogant and full of himself, they couldn't be more wrong. Indra, however, was furious beyond words. He was the thunder god, the king of gods. Yet Yang Jian had dared to call him a bald donkey in front of everyone, even uttering the utterly humiliating words, I'll take you down in one move. This was simply intolerable. Why should I bother to deal with you myself? Indra leapt down from his six-tusked elephant, his face darkening. Six-tusked one, trample him to death. Yes, master. The six-tusked elephant responded with a bellow and charged toward Yang Jian at full gallop. Thud. 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 As the six-tusked elephant charged forward, a series of heavy footsteps echoed. With each thunderous step, the divine battle arena shook violently. Seeing this, Yang Jian planted his foot firmly on the ground, crouched slightly, and watched the charging six-tusked elephant in silence. At the same time, a faint glow began to emanate from around Yang Jian's body. This is the 9 transformations primordial art. Xia Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. The moment Yang Jian became his personal deity, he had gained all of Yang Jian's abilities, allowing him to recognize it instantly. The 9 transformations primordial art provided dual physical and magical defense, one of Yang Jian's signature techniques. Now, he suddenly understood why Yang Jian had dared to challenge Indra to a single move. His confidence stemmed from the 9 transformations primordial art. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena were stunned once more. When Yang Jian had earlier challenged Indra to strike him once, they had assumed it was mere bravado. But seeing Yang Jian stand motionless, calmly observing the charging six-tusked elephant, they instantly realized he meant every word. Soon, the six-tusked elephant charged right up to Yang Jian. Without slowing its pace, it slammed into him with brutal force. Boom! The next instant, a dull thud echoed through the air. It was the sound of the six-tusked elephant slamming solidly into Yang Jian. Simultaneously, many spectators in the divine arena instinctively closed their eyes. Though the six-tusked elephant was merely Indra's mount, it was no ordinary beast, a divine elephant of immense strength. It was said that a single gentle charge from the six-tusked elephant could level an entire mountain. Could Yang Jian's slender frame withstand such a brutal impact? They even feared he might be crushed to pieces by the beast. Yet, the moment they closed their eyes, a series of sharp gasps echoed through the divine arena. The sound suggested something extraordinary was unfolding, prompting them to instinctively open their eyes once more. Whoosh! Immediately, gasps of astonishment escaped their own mouths. There stood Yang Jian, still in his original spot. Before him, the six-tusked elephant, a creature whose gentle nudge could shatter mountains, was firmly held at bay. He actually blocked the six-tusked elephant's charge head-on? Did I see that correctly? How could his slight frame possibly withstand the six-tusked elephant's charge? This can't be possible. What terrifying defense! What terrifying strength! A chorus of gasps erupted one after another within the divine arena. Every face wore an expression of utter disbelief except one. That person was Xia Taiping. While others were unaware of Yang Jian's capabilities, he knew them all too well. He also knew that Yang Jian had once used the 9 transformations primordial technique to withstand the attack of the supreme treasure, the heaven-shaking seal. Could the six-tusked elephant's charge possibly surpass the power of the heaven-shaking seal's attack? Therefore, it was perfectly normal for Yang Jian to withstand the six-tusked elephant's charge using the 9 transformations primordial technique. Sigh. Yang Jian sighed deeply, speechless. When you said to let this beast trample me to death, I thought it must possess tremendous strength. Turns out that's all it's got? It barely scratches my itch. Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of spectators from various nations in the divine arena twitched uncontrollably. A gentle nudge from the six-tusked elephant could shatter mountains, and you dare describe its strength as this little bit? But then again, Yang Jian had stood firm against the six-tusked elephant's charge without retreating a single step, halting the charging beast in its tracks. Calling its strength this little bit seemed rather fitting. Ha! Since Second Prince says he'll let you have one move, he'll truly let you have one move. You think this measly strength could kill the Second Prince? That's laughable. Taking that six-tusked elephant's charge head-on without budging an inch? Damn, that's badass. Lord Erlang is mighty. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation cheered and leaped with excitement. The expressions of Namodi and the other Triple Kingdom members turned grim. They desperately wanted to refute Yang Jian and the Huaxia nation's claims, but the undeniable fact remained: Yang Jian had withstood the six-tusked elephant's charge without retreating a single step. This left them utterly unable to counter. I said I'd let you have one move earlier. That concession is already made. Yang Jian's voice rang out again. Now, it's my turn to strike. Chapter 96, One Punch, One Kill. No longer exists. Now, it's my turn to strike. Hearing Yang Jian's words, everyone in the divine arena except for the 3 nations' representatives like Namodi glared at him with anticipation. They had just witnessed the terrifying extent of Yang Jian's defensive prowess. Now, they would see the full force of his offensive power. Namodi, Amir, and the other 3 from the A Kingdom couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. The ferocity of the Heavenly Hound had made them realize Yang Jian was no pushover, and his terrifying defensive prowess only reinforced this. They feared the six-tusked elephant or even Indra might not be his match, which would mean losing this divine battle. Indra immediately shouted, "Six-tusked elephant, retreat!" Hearing this, the six-tusked elephant hesitated not a moment, instantly pulling back and retreating at full speed. Only now thinking of retreating? Too late. Yang Jian's thunderous roar echoed through the battlefield. As he spoke, his lowered left hand shot up like lightning, snatching at the six-tusked elephant's trunk with blinding speed. Instantly transforming his palm into a claw, he seized the trunk in a tight grip. With its trunk seized, the six-tusked elephant panicked. It retreated while attempting to shake its trunk free from Yang Jian's grasp. But the next moment, it realized with horror that Yang Jian's left hand clamped down on its trunk like an iron vise, its grip so powerful that no amount of force could shake the controlled trunk loose. But that wasn't the worst of it. The real horror was that no matter how far it retreated, its trunk was pulled taut and straight. Yang Jian stood immovable as a mountain, preventing any further retreat while the relentless pull made its trunk ache unbearably. Hiss! This scene caused the spectators from various nations in the divine arena to suck in their breath in uncontrolled gasps once more. The six-tusked elephant possessed immense strength, yet Yang Jian had single-handedly seized its trunk and held it fast. The sheer force was terrifying. Yet what they didn't know was that this wasn't the terrifying part. The truly terrifying part was yet to come. Come here! A furious roar erupted from Yang Jian's mouth. His left hand, clamped around the six-tusked elephant's trunk, suddenly exerted force, sending the beast hurtling toward Yang Jian with uncontrollable momentum. Was it over? Not by a long shot. The instant the six-tusked elephant was yanked forward, Yang Jian's lowered right hand shot up like lightning. His palm transformed into a fist, smashing toward the beast's head. Terror filled the six-tusked elephant's eyes. It desperately wanted to dodge, but its trunk was firmly gripped by Yang Jian. Moreover, as it hurtled toward Yang Jian, it couldn't even control its own body. How could it possibly evade? It could only watch helplessly as Yang Jian's fist grew closer and closer. Indra's face suddenly paled. Even as the six-tusked elephant strained to retreat, Yang Jian sought to yank it skyward. This required overcoming not only the immense weight of its massive body but also the force of its backward momentum, and not merely pulling it, but hurling it aloft. The sheer terror of Yang Jian's strength was evident. He dared not imagine the consequences should Yang Jian's fist land on the six-tusked elephant's head. Stop! Indra shouted loudly. He desperately wanted to stop Yang Jian from attacking the six-tusked elephant, but the distance between them was too great. Moreover, Yang Jian's movements were too swift, there was simply no time to intervene physically. All he could do was try to stop him with words. Yet Yang Jian paid him no heed whatsoever, his strike continuing without the slightest pause. Boom! The next moment, a dull thud echoed through the air. It was the sound of Yang Jian's fist landing squarely on the six-tusked elephant's head. Moo! Immediately after, a piercing scream erupted from the six-tusked elephant's mouth. It felt as though its skull was about to shatter from Yang Jian's blow. No, it wasn't just a feeling, its skull truly was about to explode. Boom! A deafening roar erupted suddenly. The six-tusked elephant's head, struck by Yang Jian's fist, exploded violently, scattering into a pile of bloody flesh that drifted down. Swish! Swish! Immediately after, the headless corpse of the six-tusked elephant flickered violently several times before dissolving into specks of starlight and vanishing. This sequence seemed slow to describe, yet it unfolded in an instant. The crowd in the divine arena was instantly stunned into speechlessness by the spectacle. Yang Jian not only forcibly dragged the six-tusked elephant as it desperately retreated, but also obliterated its skull with a single punch, killing it outright. That sheer force was terrifying. Holy! That was badass. One punch to kill a six-tusked elephant? Holy crap! Why do I feel like the six-tusked elephant isn't the elephant, but Erlangshan is? Can someone tell me why I get this overwhelming feeling that Erlangshan isn't beating the six-tusked elephant, he's beating an ant? Let me tell you why, because before Erlangshan, the six-tusked elephant is nothing but an ant. Holy! I want to express my shock, but I can't think of any other words. Don't bother thinking holy crap perfectly captures your shock. One punch to kill it? That's insane. I want to recite poetry to express my shock, but alas, I'm uncultured, just one holy crap will do. Exclamations filled with excitement and exhilaration erupted one after another within the Huaxia camp. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and all the Chinese citizens instantly erupted into wild celebration. It wasn't just because Yang Jian had obliterated the six-tusked elephant with a single punch, it was because their predictions had proven correct. China would soon gain another immensely powerful deity. With more and more formidable deities emerging, how could China fail to rise again? Hearing the cheers of the Huaxia crowd, the spectators from other nations in the divine arena snapped out of their stunned silence. Their expressions were filled with complexity and bewilderment. Last year's divine wars saw China suffer 3 consecutive defeats without a single victory. Calling them fish on a chopping block, helplessly at the mercy of their opponents, would have been no exaggeration. How could China have become so formidable in just a single year? Their thoughts circled until their gazes settled on Xia Taiping, standing quietly at the edge of the divine battle platform. Today's divine battle had been fought entirely by Xia Taiping alone. Therefore, China's transformation from helpless prey to a relentless force sweeping through opponents was entirely due to Xia Taiping. At this moment, the contempt nations had held for Huaxia had vanished, replaced by a hint of fear. Though few deities had emerged from Huaxia so far, the 3 divine battles had already demonstrated the staggering might of its deities. Indeed, these 3 battles alone had granted Huaxia the capital to establish itself firmly on the divine blessed continent. And these deities were merely the tip of the iceberg among China's pantheon. They all knew China possessed 5,000 years of civilization, a history teeming with countless deities. However, prior to this, Huaxia had fallen into decline precisely because it had forgotten the vast majority of its deities, leaving it vulnerable to oppression. But now it seemed China had recovered much of its divine history, and the one responsible for this recovery was likely none other than Xia Taiping. Otherwise, why had only Xia Taiping fought since the divine wars began? Moments later, a roar filled with utter disbelief erupted from the divine battle arena. How dare you kill my Liuya? Chapter 97, One More Move for You. Unscathed. Hearing Indra's words, the representatives from all nations in the divine arena were utterly speechless. This wasn't some child's play, it was the divine battle arena where the fate of nations hung in the balance. Killing opponents was the least of it, any means necessary was justified. Yet here he was, questioning Yang Jian for slaying his six-tusked elephant? That was downright idiotic. Your words make no sense whatsoever. Yang Jian shot back immediately, you commanded that beast to trample me to death. Why shouldn't I kill your beast? Did you expect me to just stand here motionless, letting that beast trample me to death? Indra's furious, aged face froze abruptly. Earlier, Yang Jian had ignored his warnings and crushed the six-tusked elephant with a single punch. That had enraged him so much he'd lost his senses, blurting out that despicable and utterly idiotic question. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. But words spoken are like water spilled, they cannot be taken back. His regret came too late. That said, in his mind, his six-tusked elephant could have crushed Yang Jian to death, but Yang Jian couldn't kill the six-tusked elephant. Yet such a thought was too selfish to voice in front of so many witnesses. Besides, who do you think you are? Yang Jian retorted, even if I did kill your beast, what could you possibly do about it? I'll kill you. Indra roared, his face darkening with fury. Yang Jian had slain his six-tusked elephant, yet dared to speak so arrogantly before him. This was utterly intolerable. With you? Yang Jian sneered with utter contempt, I let your beast land the blow earlier. Now I'll let you have one back. Come at me. Indra was on the verge of losing his mind.
A surge of rage erupted from the soles of his feet, shooting straight to his forehead. The shred of sanity he'd regained shattered instantly. For all his years, he had never encountered anyone as insolent as Yang Jian.
Thunder, come! A furious roar erupted from Indra's mouth. His lowered right hand shot up like lightning, pointing straight at the sky. His cheeks were contorted with hysterical madness, his eyes filled with unmasked murderous intent. His expression clearly vowed to slay Yang Jian to avenge the six-tusked elephant and to reclaim his dignity from Yang Jian's utter contempt. Boom! Boom! Boom!
In the next instant, deafening booms erupted above the divine arena. Silver-white bolts of lightning appeared one after another, darting through the air like silver serpents, merging with each other as they flew. In mere moments, a colossal bolt of lightning, thick as a water barrel, had taken shape. Seeing this, Yang Jian once again stamped lightly on the ground, crouching slightly before calmly observing the barrel-thick thunderbolt. Simultaneously, a faint glow began to emanate from around his body.
Yes, Yang Jian had once again unleashed the 9 transformations primordial art. Kill! Another frenzied roar erupted from Indra's mouth.
Simultaneously, his raised right hand came crashing down. A thunderbolt as thick as a water bucket, suspended above the divine arena, roared down, hurtling straight toward Yang Jian. This time, no one thought Yang Jian was arrogant, nor did anyone close their eyes in fear that he would be reduced to dust by the thunderbolt. For Yang Jian had just proven to everyone with ironclad facts just how formidable his defenses were. Now, every pair of eyes in the divine arena remained fixed on Yang Jian without a single blink. Their expressions clearly conveyed the fear that blinking might cause them to miss an incredibly spectacular moment. The next instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel slammed squarely into Yang Jian's chest. Boom! Immediately, a deafening roar erupted. The thunderbolt, thick as a water barrel, exploded the instant it struck Yang Jian. It transformed into a blindingly brilliant light that dazzled everyone in the divine arena while engulfing Yang Jian within it. In that instant, every heart in the divine arena leapt to their throats. Blinded by the dazzling radiance, they could not discern Yang Jian's fate after bearing the full force of that colossal thunderbolt. Had Yang Jian withstood Indra's thunderous assault? Or had Indra's attack wounded or even slain him? Overcome with intense curiosity, they ignored the blinding glare, forcing their eyes to endure the discomfort as they stared intently at the dazzling light. Of course, beyond mere curiosity, the Chinese observers like Xia Zhenghua and Xiao Tianming hoped Yang Jian had withstood Indra's thunderous assault, while the 3 foreign observers like Namodi hoped Indra's attack had wounded or even killed Yang Jian. Soon, the blinding light dissipated, revealing a shocking sight. Yang Jian stood unscathed in the same spot, looking as though nothing had happened. Whoa! Immediately, a series of gasps echoed throughout the divine arena. Though they had witnessed Yang Jian withstand the 6-tusked elephant's charge, they were even more inclined to believe he could endure Indra's thunderous assault. Yet, seeing it unfold before their eyes still felt utterly unbelievable. After all, that was the full force of Indra, the thunder god. Xia Taiping, however, remained utterly composed. Others might not know, but he understood perfectly well. The 9 transformations primordial art not only granted Yang Jian terrifying physical defense, but also endowed him with equally formidable magical defense. Moreover, Yang Jian was the heavenly court's foremost war god. If he were to be killed by a single strike from Indra like that, the title of heavenly court's foremost war god would be utterly meaningless. Holy crap! First he took the 6-tusked elephant's charge head-on without a scratch, and now he's absorbed Indra's thunder attack unscathed. Not only is Second Prince's physical defense terrifying, but his magical defense is equally terrifying. Ha! Erlangshan wanted to see how much stronger Indra was than the 6-tusked elephant? Looks like he's not that much stronger after all. If Indra isn't much stronger than the 6-tusked elephant, can I conclude he's barely better than a beast? Second Prince Shinjuan is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. The nation of Huaxia is mighty. Wave after wave of cheers erupted within the divine arena. These cheers came from the people of Huaxia, who once again plunged into excitement and revelry. The faces of Namodi, Amir, and the other representatives from the 3 Asian nations turned ashen. They had sent Indra out first with considerable confidence in his abilities. Yet, Indra's full power strike failed to breach Yang Jian's defenses. This outcome was not only beyond their wildest dreams but also a crushing blow. How is this possible? A cry of shock escaped Indra's lips. His cheeks were etched with profound disbelief. He simply could not accept that Yang Jian had withstood his thunderous attack unscathed. Nothing is impossible. Yang Jian declared arrogantly, among the gods of Huaxia, few can breach my defenses let alone you lot. Indra froze in surprise. What did Yang Jian mean by that? Was he implying that the deities of other nations were inferior to those of China? Before he could ponder further, Yang Jian's voice rang out again. I let you have the first move. Now it's my turn. Chapter 98, The Essence Lies in Concentration. Warm-up complete. Hearing Yang Jian's words, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena instantly lit up with anticipation. Earlier, when Yang Jian declared it was his turn, the 6-tusked elephant was obliterated with a single punch.
Now that he'd spoken again, could Indra withstand Yang Jian's assault? Of course, the people from the three nations of Namodi, Amir, and others were exceptions. They couldn't help but look tense. The reason was simple: after Yang Jian had declared it his turn and then obliterated the six-tusked elephant with a single punch, they feared he might do the same to Indra. If that happened, the very first round of this divine battle would be lost. So what if it's your turn? Indra retorted coldly, bring it on. I'll see just how powerful your attack truly is. Yet despite his words, his heart was far from the calm he projected outwardly. In truth, he was filled with caution. If possible, he didn't want to directly withstand Yang Jian's attack. But since Yang Jian had just braced against his strike, how could he save face by not doing the same? Thus, he steeled himself to let Yang Jian come at him full force, determined to reclaim the ground he'd just lost. As you wish. Yang Jian roared with laughter, raising his hand to point toward the sky. Boom! 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 In the next instant, deafening booms echoed one after another. 5 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a fist, materialized in the air above the divine arena. They darted back and forth like silver serpents before merging into a single, fist-thick silver-white thunderbolt. Strangely, though each bolt had been as thick as a fist, the combined bolt remained only as thick as a fist. This is the 5 thunder technique. Xia Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. The 5 thunder technique, fusing the thunder of heaven, earth, clouds, water, and demons, possessed immense power. It was one of Yang Jian's signature offensive spells. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena wore expressions of bewilderment. Just moments ago, Indra had attacked Yang Jian with thunderbolts, and now Yang Jian was striking back at Indra with thunderbolts. They suspected Yang Jian was doing this deliberately. After all, defeating an opponent with their own technique was undoubtedly the most humiliating way to strike back. Huff! Indra exhaled a long breath of relief, sneering, such thin bolts of thunder, what power could they possibly hold? Yours was thick and looked pretty intimidating. Yang Jian paused, then abruptly changed his tone, but your thunder didn't even breach my defenses. Indra's expression froze. He desperately wanted to refute it, yet found no words to counter, for Yang Jian had stated an undeniable truth known to all. And Yang Jian continued, today, I'll make you understand a truth: magical attacks don't necessarily need to be grand or powerful to be effective. Sometimes, short and sharp strikes are far more useful because concentrated power is the essence. As the words fell, Yang Jian's right hand, which had been pointing skyward, slammed downward. Swish! Simultaneously, the silver-white thunder suspended above the divine arena surged into motion. It sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling straight toward Indra. Crack! 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 Wherever the silver-white thunderbolt passed, a series of cracking sounds echoed. That was the sound of the surrounding space cracking under the thunderbolt's overwhelming power. Seeing this, Indra had no time to retort. He pressed his palms together, and a transparent, circular light shield abruptly erupted from his palms, rapidly expanding to envelop him. Boom! Immediately, a deafening roar erupted. The silver-white thunderbolt struck the transparent shield Indra had raised with a solid impact. Crack! 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 Simultaneously, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed. Crack after crack appeared on the transparent light barrier, spreading outward at an alarming speed. Within mere moments, the transparent light barrier was covered in a dense network of cracks. At a glance, it resembled a spider web draped over the transparent light barrier. Boom! The moment the cracks covered the entire barrier, a deafening roar erupted once more. The transparent light barrier Indra had erected shattered explosively, dissolving into scattered points of starlight before vanishing entirely. With the barrier gone, the silver-white thunderbolt struck directly down, slamming squarely onto Indra's head. In an instant, Indra trembled violently as if electrocuted, his entire body flickering with lightning. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Indra's mouth. Yet his scream abruptly halted. It wasn't that he wished to stop, but a gush of blood surged up his throat, spurting from his open mouth and choking off his cry. The next instant, Indra visibly wilted, clearly gravely wounded by Yang Jian's 5 thunderstrike. Whoosh! This scene caused the spectators from various nations in the divine arena to gasp in shock once more. When they had seen Yang Jian's thunderbolt, no thicker than a fist, they had assumed its power couldn't be that great. Yet, to their astonishment, that mere fist-thick thunderbolt not only shattered Indra's defensive barrier but also wounded Indra himself. And this was despite Indra's mastery of thunder energy and his inherent resistance to it. For someone less adept at thunder, they'd likely be either reduced to dust or struck dead outright. At that moment, they suddenly understood what Yang Jian had meant when he said, concentrated power is the essence. Ha 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 ha. With skills like these, you dared to challenge the second prince? Now you're getting your just desserts. With just one strike, not only did he shatter Indra's defenses, but he also wounded Indra. Second Prince Xinjuan is truly magnificent. Trying to imitate Second Prince Xinjuan without gauging your own abilities? Tragic, isn't it? Second Prince Xinjuan is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. China is mighty. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia nationals erupted in excited cheers once more. Namodi, Amir, and the other Asen people all wore faces as dark as night. When Indra had earlier taunted Yang Jian to come at him, they had all hoped Indra could withstand Yang Jian's attack and redeem their earlier loss. Instead, Indra not only failed to withstand Yang Jian's assault but was also wounded. This was truly humiliating. But this was only one reason for their grim expressions. There was another. Indra's failure to block even a single strike from Yang Jian despite giving his all made them realize that securing an opening victory in this divine battle would be exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, this was merely the first round of the divine battle. Sending Indra into combat was a gamble, hoping he might eliminate Xia Taiping. They hadn't pinned all their hopes for victory on Indra alone, otherwise, they'd be crying rivers. Bald ass, now you know what they mean by less is more, huh? Yeah, you're welcome. Yang Jian's voice echoed across the divine battle arena. Indra's mouth twitched violently. You shattered my defenses, wounded me, and dragged my pride through the dirt, and you have the nerve to say I don't need to thank you? I'll thank your ancestors 18 generations back. Yang Jian showed no intention of waiting for Indra's reply. He continued, warm-up's over. Now it's time to send you packing. Chapter 99, One Shot Through the Heart. Third encounter, opening victory. Warm-up over? Hearing Yang Jian's words, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were stunned. You obliterated the six-tusked elephant with a single punch, shattered Indra's defensive barrier in one strike, and wounded Indra himself, and you call that a warm-up? But the next moment, they understood. Yang Jian's record was indeed formidable, but he had only made 2 moves. Calling it the end of warm-ups was perfectly reasonable. Indra, however, was instantly furious. The six-tusked elephant was slain, and he himself was wounded. Yet Yang Jian declared his warm-up complete? How utterly disrespectful. Before he could dwell on it, Yang Jian made his move. With a casual flick of his wrist, a dazzling burst of light erupted from his hand, instantly coalescing into a long spear. This spear is none other than Yang Jian's weapon, the 3-pronged double-edged blade. Take this! Yang Jian roared, charging toward Indra with his triple-bladed sword raised. Seeing this, Indra had no time for words. With a flick of his wrist, a dazzling light erupted from his palm, transforming into a Vajra scepter. He immediately advanced toward Yang Jian, the Vajra staff in hand. With the six-tusked elephant slain and himself wounded by Yang Jian, he had to redeem himself or risk losing all face. Soon, Yang Jian and Indra clashed. Yang Jian launched the first attack, swinging his 3-pronged double-edged blade, each strike aimed directly at Indra's vital points. Indra parried relentlessly with his Vajra staff, searching for an opening to strike back. Clang! 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 Simultaneously, crisp clangs of steel colliding echoed repeatedly. That was the sound of the 3-pronged double-edged blade and the Vajra pestle colliding repeatedly. In a mere span of moments, Yang Jian and Indra had exchanged over 100 blows. Yet Yang Jian grew fiercer with each exchange, while Indra grew increasingly desperate. This was partly because Yang Jian's attacks surged like relentless waves, forcing Indra into a defensive stance, and partly due to the advantage of length in their weapons. Yang Jian's triple-bladed sword measured nearly 2 meters in length, while Indra's Vajra mace was only about a meter long, a full meter difference. Even setting aside Yang Jian's relentless barrage, which left Indra no opening for counterattack, even if he somehow found an opportunity, he couldn't capitalize on it. In a clash between masters, every opening is fleeting. Yet due to the weapon length disparity, even if Indra spotted an opening, he couldn't strike Yang Jian in time. He could only watch helplessly as the chance slipped away before his eyes. After exchanging over 100 blows, Indra could only reactively parry, leaving him frustrated and stifled. Driven by this intense frustration, Indra's movements grew reckless. With reckless movements came looser defense, and looser defense inevitably exposed openings. Had his opponent been of lesser skill, even if Indra showed an opening, they likely wouldn't have seized it to deliver a decisive blow. But who was Yang Jian? He was the Heavenly Court's foremost war god, a title earned through sheer combat prowess. Indra's impenetrable defenses had been forced into mere parrying, leaving him unable to strike back. How much more so when Indra actually showed an opening? The moment has come. Seeing Indra's center wide open, Yang Jian's eyes flashed. He parried Indra's Vajra staff with his spear, then lunged forward with blinding speed. Transforming his parry into a thrust, he drove the spear forward with brutal force. This sudden turn of events caused Indra's expression to darken dramatically. He desperately wanted to block Yang Jian's thrusting spear. But with his Vajra scepter just deflected, he had no time to parry. He also desperately wanted to counterattack, forcing Yang Jian to retreat defensively. But unfortunately, the Vajra staff was too short. Even if he stretched his arms to their fullest, he couldn't reach Yang Jian, let alone force him to retreat defensively. Left with no choice, he could only retreat at breakneck speed. Yet though his retreat was swift, Yang Jian's advance was faster still. In mere moments, Yang Jian had caught up to Indra, his triple-bladed sword now inches from Indra's chest. Thud! Under Indra's horrified gaze, the triple-bladed sword plunged deep into his heart. Simultaneously, Indra's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Only this time, it wasn't struck by thunder, it was pierced by a spear. Go! A thunderous command erupted from Yang Jian's mouth. He raised his left hand and tapped lightly on the spearhead of the triple-pronged blade. The blade surged forward with sudden acceleration, piercing straight through Indra's heart and emerging cleanly from his body. Thud! 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 Indra staggered back several more steps before collapsing backward onto the divine battle platform. Immediately after, his body flickered rapidly several times before dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing. Sigh. Yang Jian couldn't help but sigh deeply. Too weak. He kicked the bucket before I even got my fill. Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of spectators from various nations in the divine arena twitched violently. That was Indra, the thunder god, the king of gods. And you dare call him weak? But then again, Indra was nothing but a punching bag in Yang Jian's hands. Yang Jian calling Indra weak was perfectly justified. Xia Taiping grinned wickedly. Second prince, the battle isn't over yet. That guy standing over there is fair game too. Exactly. Yang Jian's eyes lit up instantly. He brandished his three-pronged double-edged blade and strode toward Amir, who stood at the edge of the divine battle arena. Seeing this, Amir nearly wet himself in fright. If Indra was being overwhelmed by Yang Jian, how could he possibly stand a chance? He blurted out, "I surrender." Hearing this, Yang Jian halted decisively. This wasn't because he feared the rules of the divine arena, but because he never intended to harm Amir in the first place. A mere mortal held no interest for him in combat. His earlier agreement with Xia Taiping and approach toward Amir had been nothing more than a bluff tactic to intimidate Amir into surrender. Immediately after, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. First match, Kingdom of Three Kingdoms challenges Huaxia Kingdom. Huaxia Kingdom wins. The second match commences immediately. Both sides, send forth your combatants. Woo-hoo-hoo. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation erupted in cheers. Though they had anticipated victory the moment Yang Jian wounded Indra with a single strike, witnessing Yang Jian's spear strike down Indra and secure another opening victory left them utterly overwhelmed with excitement. The faces of Namodi and the other representatives from the three countries darkened, regret flickering in their eyes. Their premonition had been correct. Indra was utterly incapable of defeating Yang Jian and eliminating Xia Taiping. They shouldn't have gambled by sending Indra into the first match. They should have deployed a purple-tiered deity from the start. Had they done so, they wouldn't have lost the opening round, nor would Indra have fallen to Yang Jian's blade. Young friend, I long to continue fighting, but I know you won't agree. Yang Jian turned to look at Xia Taiping and said, so I won't beat around the bush. But you must promise me if you get the chance, please let me fight. Xia Taiping agreed decisively, no problem. Alright, let's go. Yang Jian nodded, and his figure vanished into thin air. Watching Yang Jian depart, Xia Taiping turned his gaze toward the direction where Namodi and the others from the three nations stood, speaking calmly. Send someone out for the next match, quickly. Chapter 100, A Historic Moment. The Purple Deity Vishnu. Swish. 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 Upon hearing Xia Taiping's words, the representatives from various nations in the divine arena all turned their gaze toward Namodi. Though none spoke, their expressions clearly revealed their curiosity about who Namodi would send into battle. Kid, don't get cocky. Namodi coldly retorted, this divine battle is a best-of-5 series. You've only won one round. There are still 4 more to go. As long as we win 3 more, victory in this divine battle will still belong to our tri-kingdom. Xia Taiping couldn't help but roll his eyes. That makes perfect sense, he thought, but only if you can actually win 3 of the next 4 rounds. But he couldn't be bothered to argue with Namodi. He urged, you're absolutely right. Cut the nonsense and send someone already. Send them, then. Namodi sneered coldly, turning to a middle-aged man seated behind him. Vicus, you go. Yes, Commander. Vicus responded and rose, striding toward the divine battle arena. This scene caused the representatives from various nations in the divine arena to exchange puzzled glances. Having already lost one match, Namodi didn't send out the renowned Salman, Lahar, or Summit to fight. Instead, he sent the obscure Vicus. Did he not want to win? But they quickly realized Namodi couldn't possibly not want to win. Therefore, there was only one explanation: Vicus's patron deity was more powerful than those of Salman, Lahar, and Summit. The patron deities of Salman, Lahar, and Summit were all blue-tier deities, and the only deities more powerful than blue-tier deities were purple-tier deities. This confirmed their suspicion: Vicus's patron deity was likely a purple-tier god. At this realization, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena erupted with excitement. Since the divine arena first appeared, countless divine battles have unfolded upon its stage, yet never before has a purple-tier deity graced its arena. Today, however, history may be made as a purple-tier deity steps onto the divine battle platform. Of course, Chinese nationals like Xia Zhanghua and Zhou Tianming are exceptions. Far from being excited, they felt a sense of tension. For they share the same concerns as spectators worldwide, the fear that Xia Taiping might lose. Yet Xia Taiping is their sole hope for victory in this divine battle. Should he fall, this entire conflict would be lost. Xia Taiping watched Vicus approach the divine battle arena in silence. Soon, Vicus ascended the divine battle arena. He glanced at Xia Taiping, then looked up at the sky and declared, "Heavenly Way, I summon my lifebound deity to battle." "Granted." The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in response. At that moment, hearts of all nations present in the divine arena except those from the three nations instantly held their breath. They all fixed their gaze on Vicus standing atop the divine battle arena, not blinking once. However, the reasons differed between the people of Huaxia and those of other nations. The Chinese feared Vicus's life-bound deity might be a purple-tier god. The people from other nations, however, feared that Vicus's personal deity might not be a purple-grade god. If that were the case, not only would their judgment prove wrong, but they would also miss the historic moment of witnessing a purple-grade god appear on the divine battle arena. Under everyone's gaze, Vicus spoke once more. Vicus of the Three Kingdoms humbly summons Lord Vishnu, guardian of the universe. Boom! Upon hearing Vicus' words, the crowd in the divine arena erupted into chaos. Vishnu? One of the three purple-tier deities of the Three Kingdoms? I was right, his patron deity really is a purple-tier god. Holy crap! The Three Kingdoms have actually sent a purple-tier deity's devotee. A purple-tier deity? China's winning streak is about to end. Ha, this is the first time a purple-tier deity has appeared on the divine battle arena stage. I'm witnessing history being made with my own eyes. A chorus of astonished voices echoed through the divine arena. Though they had long suspected Vicus's patron deity was likely purple-tier, the moment their suspicions were confirmed, they couldn't help but be stunned. After all, this was the first time a purple-tier deity had ever appeared on the divine battle arena. But upon reflection, it made sense. The Three Kingdoms possess three purple-tier deities. Sending one into battle while keeping two others in reserve wouldn't significantly impact their strength. The expressions of Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals instantly darkened. Their worst fears had finally materialized. Although Xia Taiping's personal deity, the great sage equal to heaven's Sun Wukong, was also powerful, Sun Wukong was ultimately only a blue-tier deity. With a full-tier difference between them, none of them believed Sun Wukong could defeat Vishnu. Xia Taiping's eyes flickered slightly, yet he continued to observe Vicus in silence. As Vicus' words fell, a burst of light erupted from the center of his brow. Immediately, a man emerged from the light, his face full as a moon, eyes like lotus blossoms, skin a deep indigo hue, riding a golden-winged bird. The next instant, a resounding, unified shout erupted throughout the divine arena. "Hail Lord Vishnu, guardian of the cosmos!" This unified shout came from the mouths of Namodi and the other three nations. They all rose to their feet and bowed deeply toward Vishnu. Vishnu nodded toward Namodi and the others from the three nations. His Garuda then glided down onto the divine battle platform. Namodi turned to Xia Taiping and said, "Boy, Lord Vishnu is a purple-grade deity. Still feeling smug?" Xia Taiping replied indifferently, "Purple-grade deities aren't exactly rare in our Huaxia nation. I suggest you hold off on gloating until this round concludes. Otherwise, if you lose, won't you just be humiliated again?" At these words, Namodi's expression abruptly froze. He couldn't fathom why Xia Taiping remained so composed in the face of a purple-tier deity. Yet he recognized the truth in Xia Taiping's words. Better to celebrate after defeating Xia Taiping. Otherwise, just as Xia Taiping warned, if Vishnu failed to win this divine battle, he'd be humiliated once more. Yet understanding was one thing outwardly, he couldn't show weakness. Oomph. Namodi snorted coldly, urging, "Boy, stop dawdling. Will you let the Tao randomly select a deity for you to choose, or will you summon your own personal deity to battle?" "Naturally, I'll have the Tao randomly select a deity for me," Xia Taiping answered without hesitation. After the Tao randomly selected a deity, if none was suitable, he could still summon his own personal guardian deity to fight. Only a fool would skip the Tao's random selection and summon their guardian deity directly. Of course, this didn't mean the participants from Sunset Nation and the Three Nations were fools. Rather, their personal guardian deities were exceptionally powerful, and they had no intention of deploying them consecutively. There was simply no need to let the Tao randomly select a deity. Namodi urged again, "Then hurry up." Chapter 101, The Distracted Heavenly Tao. Little drill wind. Xia Taiping ignored Namodi. He looked up at the sky. "Heavenly Tao, please randomly assign me a deity." As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Taiping waited expectantly for the deity card to appear. But no matter how long he waited, no divine card appeared. What's going on? Xia Taiping was puzzled. Before this, whenever he spoke, the Way of Heaven would immediately offer him a randomly selected deity to choose from. But this time, his words had fallen a while ago, yet why hadn't the Way of Heaven randomly assigned him a deity? Not only was Xia Taiping puzzled, but the representatives from various nations within the divine arena were also perplexed. This was the first time they had ever witnessed the Tao of Heaven delaying the random selection of deities for a combatant. Still puzzled, Xia Taiping called out again, "Heavenly Tao?" This time, the voice of the Tao responded. "My mind wandered just now. I shall assign you a deity immediately." The representatives from all nations in the divine arena were utterly speechless. It was understandable for ordinary people to zone out, but you're the Heavenly Tao. And this is a divine battle. How could you possibly zone out? Xia Taiping was equally speechless. Before he could dwell on it, however, 3 cards materialized before him. The gazes of all nations in the divine arena simultaneously shifted to the 3 cards before Xia Taiping. Just as before, none of them recognized a single one. Xia Taiping's expression darkened instantly. Just moments ago, he had been hoping the heavenly Tao would randomly assign him a powerful deity, like Primordial Lord, Divine Treasure Lord, or Virtue Lord. Instead, not only did the Tao fail to grant him a mighty deity, it randomly assigned him 3 minor demons, Benborba Barben and Xiao Zhuangfeng. Forget defeating Vishnu, he couldn't even stand a chance against Tamomo no Mei from the land of cherry blossoms. This left Xia Taiping thoroughly perplexed. Previously, the deities randomly assigned by the Tao were either countering opponents or exceptionally powerful. Why, when the 3 kingdoms sent out a purple-tier deity to battle, did the Tao only assign him 3 minor demons? Xia Zhonghua kept a close eye on Xia Taiping's expression. When he saw Xia Taiping's face darken, he instantly realized something was wrong. Previously, after the heavenly Tao assigned deities, Xia Taiping had either remained calm or shown excitement never this grim. There was only one explanation: the deities on these 3 cards likely held no match for Vishnu. After a moment's thought, Xia Zhonghua called out, "Taiping, today's situation has turned out far better than we ever imagined. If it's truly impossible, don't force it. After all, keep your options open for the future." "Old Xia, don't worry." Xia Taiping turned to look at Xia Zhonghua and said, "We haven't reached the point of no return yet." "But..." Xia Zhonghua tried to say more, but Xia Taiping cut him off before he could finish. "Rest assured, Elder Xia. I wouldn't risk my own life lightly." Hearing this, Xia Zhonghua hesitated slightly and swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. He was certain the deities on the 3 cards were no match for Vishnu. Yet it was Xia Taiping who was participating in the divine battle. Whether to concede defeat was entirely up to him. Xia Zhonghua could only follow Xia Taiping's lead, otherwise, he would have spoken up to admit defeat himself. After calming Xia Zhonghua, Xia Taiping cursed the heavenly Tao in his heart. "Heavenly Tao, you've dragged this out for so long, and all you give me are 3 random minor demons? Are you forcing me to summon the great sage to battle? Or are you making me admit defeat?" Before he could finish his rant, Xia Taiping suddenly froze. He sensed something amiss once more. The heavenly Tao had first stalled by not immediately providing him with a random deity to choose from, then randomly assigned him 3 minor demons with extremely weak combat power. Could it really be forcing him to summon the great sage to battle? Or forcing him to admit defeat? As for the excuse that Heaven's Way had gone off track, he didn't believe a single punctuation mark of it. "What should we do?" Xia Taiping frowned deeply, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Admit defeat? He refused to give up this victory so easily. Summoning the great sage to fight? He had no absolute certainty of winning this round. It wasn't that he doubted Sun Wukong's ability to defeat Vishnu. Rather, Sun Wukong's divine rank was ultimately 1 level lower than Vishnu's. He had to consider the possibility that Sun Wukong might not be Vishnu's match. If he summoned Sun Wukong only to lose, not only would the outcome be indistinguishable from surrender, but it might also cost Sun Wukong a strand of his divine soul, a consequence he was utterly unwilling to accept. Heaven's Path, you randomly selected 3 minor demons with weak combat power. This isn't to force me to summon the great sage, is it? You want me to concede defeat, don't you? Xia Taiping looked up at the sky, his thoughts racing. His reasoning stemmed from the principle he de-established earlier: he who follows the way gains many supporters, he who strays from the way gains few. Yet this presented a paradox. If the way of heaven intended to teach other nations a lesson through him, why not randomly assign him a powerful deity? Could it be that no powerful deities of Huaxia were available? Or were all of Huaxia's mighty deities preoccupied, unable to spare themselves? If that were the case, it would explain why heaven hadn't randomly assigned him a deity immediately. Seeing Xia Taiping hesitating to make a choice, Namodi urged again, "Kid, what are you dawdling for? Make your choice already." Xia Taiping shot Namodi a glance, and his mind instantly made up its mind. He refused to let Sun Wukong's divine spirit suffer damage, nor did he wish to concede defeat so easily. Therefore, he would summon the deity depicted on the card. Without further hesitation, he declared loudly, "Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly summons Little Drill Wind to descend." Swish! As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of Benboerba and Baboerben flickered rapidly before vanishing, while Little Drill Wind's card blazed with intense light. Immediately, a small demon emerged from the light, striding forth with pride and vigor. He had fiery red hair, pointed ears, a high nose, and carried a flag. A black cloak draped over his shoulders bore the character Patrol. This scene instantly left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena looking utterly bewildered. The deity summoned by Xia Taiping not only had an odd-sounding name, but also wore peculiar attire and possessed an even stranger appearance. Far from resembling a mighty and formidable god, it looked more like a patrol-going little demon. Spotting Xia Taiping, Little Drillwind froze abruptly. His proud, imposing demeanor instantly dissolved into panic. He stammered nervously, Great sage. No, Your Excellency, please don't honor me with such a title. This lowly demon is unworthy." Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of spectators from various nations in the divine arena grew even more peculiar. This fellow was a deity, yet he referred to Xia Taiping as a little demon and wore a look of sheer terror? Xia Taiping, however, was entirely unsurprised. With the aura of a great sage emanating from him, and Xiao Zhuangfeng having been thoroughly beaten by the great sage, it was hardly surprising that the little demon was terrified. Don't be nervous. Xia Taiping reassured little Drillwind before leaning close to whisper a few words in his ear. Do you understand? He asked. Xiao Zhuangfeng pounded his chest emphatically, vowing, Master, I understand. I will complete the mission. Xia Taiping nodded. Good. Go. Yes, sir. Xiao Zhuangfeng saluted, then turned to face Vishnu. He raised his right hand and beckoned with a flick of his finger. You, yes, you. Come and die. Chapter 102, Even little demons have their uses. Worth it. This. Hearing Xiao Zhuangfeng's words, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were instantly stunned. You're a mere little demon, yet you dare make such an extremely provocative gesture, a beckoning finger towards the famed purple-ranked god Vishnu? And then utter such an outrageously defiant line as come and die? Are you desperate to die a gruesome death? Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals watched with deep concern. They were already anxious about Xia Taiping's safety, yet now Xia Taiping had instructed little Drillwind to act so brazenly, seemingly desperate to provoke Vishnu. Wasn't this just pouring fuel on the fire of their worries? Namodi, Vikas, and the other Ajura Three Kingdoms citizens were instantly furious. Vishnu was one of the three purple-tier deities of the Atriad nations, essentially their totem. If little Drillwind were a deity of Vishnu's caliber, they wouldn't feel overly provoked. After all, with comparable power, exchanging ceremonial insults was par for the course, much like when Xia Taiping had repeatedly challenged combatants to come forward and die. But there were no such ifs. Little Drillwind was merely a minor demon. To dare provoke Vishnu, whom they revered as their totem, was nothing short of slapping them in the face. One by one, they couldn't hold back their rebukes. A mere little demon dares to show such contempt for Lord Vishnu. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Ah, this infuriates me. I'd love to beat that little demon from Huaxia to death. Lord Vishnu, that demon has shown you such disrespect. Please tear his mouth apart and beat him to death. Lord Vishnu, punish him severely, no, kill him. Let him know your might. A torrent of furious curses erupted one after another within the divine arena. These furious shouts all came from the people of the Three Kingdoms. Judging by their indignant expressions, if they could storm the divine battle platform, they would charge up without hesitation and beat little Drillwind to death. It wasn't just the people of the three nations who were furious. Vishnu himself was equally enraged. As one of the three most powerful deities of the Three Kingdoms, when had he ever been so blatantly disrespected? Congratulations, you've succeeded in enraging me. Vishnu roared in fury, slamming his palm forward. Swish! In the next instant, a colossal palm shadow materialized out of thin air, hurtling straight toward little Drillwind. Seeing this, little Drillwind instinctively tried to dodge. But immediately afterward, he realized that though the roaring palm shadow seemed to be in front of him, a feeling welled up in his heart that no matter which direction he dodged, he couldn't escape it. Then he decisively abandoned his attempt to dodge. Ha 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 ha! Little Drillwind roared with laughter. Who says little demons can't make a big impact? Besides, it's just a strand of divine soul. Worth it! With that, little Drillwind boldly charged toward the roaring palm shadow. Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were bewildered. They couldn't fathom what little Drillwind meant. Little Drillwind, I'm thanking you on behalf of the great sage. Xia Taiping called out loudly, yet a shadow of sadness flickered in his eyes. Others might not grasp little Drillwind's meaning, but every action he took had been taught by Xia. How could he not understand? For the fate of China, he had no choice but to act thus. Sir, there's no need for thanks. I am also a part of China. Everything I do is for China. Little Drillwind's voice echoed, but before his words faded, he slammed head-on into the colossal palm shadow unleashed by Vishnu. Boom! Immediately, a deafening roar erupted. Xiao Zhuangfeng, who had collided head-on with the colossal palm shadow, was instantly obliterated by the force of the impact, disintegrating into scattered sparks of light before vanishing completely. This scene instantly plunged Namodi and the others from the three nations into wild celebration. Kid, feeling cocky now? Truly worthy of Lord Vishnu. One palm strike obliterated that little monster summoned by the kid from Huaxia. We've won this round, and that kid from Huaxia is as good as dead. Ha 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 ha. Without that kid from Huaxia, this divine battle is ours for the taking. Namodi and the others from the three nations roared with laughter, overcome with wild excitement. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others from Huaxia wore looks of deep concern. Their worry wasn't about losing this round of the divine battle. They'd long sensed defeat from Xia Taiping's reactions. What troubled them was Xia Taiping's refusal to concede, his stubborn insistence on fighting on. Ignoring the mockery of the three nations, Xia Taiping clasped his fists and said, "Farewell, little Drillwind. Seeing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia nation rose to their feet in unison, clasping their fists together and saying, "Farewell, little Drillwind." Though little Drillwind hadn't secured victory for Huaxia in this battle, he had fallen in combat for his nation, a sacrifice deserving of their utmost respect. This scene instantly rankled Namodi and the others from the three nations. Your little demon was smacked dead by Vishnu with a single blow. Not only did you lose this round of the God War, but you're also getting eliminated. You're even losing this entire God War. Shouldn't you be upset and depressed? How dare you remain so calm, even finding the heart to bid farewell to a mere little demon? Fuming with frustration, Namodi challenged again, "Kid, are you still feeling smug?" Xia Taiping nodded. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm still feeling pretty damn smug." Hearing this, the spectators from all nations in the divine arena were utterly speechless. Your little demon was smacked dead by Vishnu with a single slap, and you still have the nerve to talk back? Tsk tisk. Namodi sneered, "I've seen stubborn people before, but I've never seen anyone as stubborn as you." You're wrong. Xia Taiping shook his head. "I'm not just talking tough, I'm genuinely pleased with myself." The spectators from various nations in the divine arena were stunned. Xia Taiping's composed demeanor didn't seem like he was lying, but they couldn't fathom what he had to be proud of. Namodi was also thrown off by Xia Taiping. Frowning, he demanded, "Kid, what gives you the right to be so smug?" Sigh. Xia Taiping sighed deeply, speechless. Such a simple truth, and you don't understand? With your level of intelligence, I truly don't understand how you became commander-in-chief of the Tri-Kingdoms. The representatives from all nations in the divine arena wore expressions of awkward embarrassment. Though Xia Taiping's words were clearly aimed at mocking Namodi, they couldn't grasp why Xia Taiping had cause for smugness. Thus, his words mocked not only Namodi, but them as well. Namodi's face darkened instantly. He'd expected that after Vishnu crushed little Drillwind with a single slap, he could savagely mock Xia Taiping and reclaim the face he'd lost earlier. Instead, not only did he fail to see Xia Taiping looking sad or dejected, but he was also subjected to a barrage of ridicule from him. What the hell was this? Kid, you think I'm that easy to fool? Namodi snapped, his face dark. You're just a stubborn fool, twisting the truth and playing tricks. Sigh. Xia Taiping sighed deeply once more. I didn't want to say much, but your intelligence is truly frustrating. I'll waste some saliva explaining it to you, just so you don't keep thinking I'm stubbornly denying the truth. Chapter 103, Winning with Frustration. Retreating to advance. Hearing Xia Taiping's words, the crowd from various nations in the divine arena fell silent, ears pricked up. They all wanted to know how Xia Taiping wasn't just stubbornly clinging to his position. Namodi sneered coldly, "Well then, speak your mind." "As you wish." Xia Taiping replied with a smile, "But before I do, I have a few questions for you. Did you hear little Drillwind say that even a minor demon can serve a great purpose? He also mentioned that it was merely a wisp of divine soul. Was it worth it?" Namodi didn't understand why Xia Taiping brought this up. Yet he had indeed heard little Drillwind say those words, and promptly nodded. "Good. I'm glad you heard it." Xia Taiping pressed further, "But have you considered why he said that?" Namodi frowned. He hadn't given it much thought. "One last question." Xia Taiping continued, "If I heard correctly, Vishnu should be making his first appearance on the God Battle Arena. He's also the first purple-tier deity ever to appear on the God Battle Arena, correct?" "Correct." Namodi nodded instinctively, for Xia Taiping's words were factual. Xia Taiping pressed further, "Do I still need to explain?" The representatives from various nations in the divine arena were all a bit bewildered. "You say you need to explain, yet you've asked Namodi several questions. How does that mean you don't need to explain?" Namodi frowned again. He felt like he was on the verge of remembering something, but the exact thought eluded him. He snapped impatiently, "Kid, stop beating around the bush. Spit it out already." "Sigh, it's so obvious, yet you still want me to explain? Your IQ really isn't up to par." Xia Taiping sighed and explained, "You guessed correctly. Little Drillwind is indeed just a minor demon. But Vishnu appeared on the divine battle arena for the first time. He only had one chance to strike. Otherwise, that strand of his divine soul would vanish into thin air. I traded a minor demon for Vishnu's strike. On the surface, it looks like Vishnu killed little Drillwind, but Vishnu also lost his chance to strike again. So tell me, is my satisfaction just a dead duck stubbornness, or is it genuine?" Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena suddenly understood. "I see. Trading a minor demon for Vishnu, China may appear to have lost a round, but they've actually gained a tremendous advantage. No wonder that little monster from China was so arrogant it was to provoke Vishnu into acting. No wonder that little demon said it was worth it. Trading a minor demon for a purple-tier deity, how could it not be worth it? It really shows that even a minor demon can play a major role. A purple-tier deity traded for a minor demon? The three kingdoms have taken a huge hit this time." The expressions of Namodi, Vikas, and the other three kingdoms' representatives instantly darkened. They grasped the situation now. As the murmurs suggested, Xia Taiping had traded a minor demon for one of their purple-tier deities. By all accounts, Huaxia had indeed gained the upper hand, while they had suffered a loss. In this regard, Xia Taiping wasn't just stubbornly denying defeat, he had every reason to be proud. "Kid, I have to admit you're cunning," Namodi said darkly, "but you seem to have forgotten one thing. You traded a minor demon for Lord Vishnu, but you also lost this round of the divine battle." "I haven't forgotten," Xia Taiping replied with a smile. "I remember I never conceded defeat. But I'll concede now. Heavenly Tao, I concede this battle." The voice of heavens will echoed in response. The third kingdom challenges the Huaxia kingdom in the second round. The third kingdom wins. The third round commences immediately. Both sides, send forth your combatants. Phew! Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation instantly exhaled in relief, their hearts settling. Their fears had not materialized. Xia Taiping hadn't tried to prove himself, he had decisively conceded defeat. Though Xia Taiping's concession meant Huaxia lost this round of the divine battle, and indeed, the entire contest, as Xia Zhenghua had said, the outcome was far better than they dared hope. There was nothing to regret. Phew! Spectators from all nations in the divine arena breathed a collective sigh of relief. The three nations had finally halted China's winning streak by deploying a purple-tier deity, and they had finally eliminated Xia Taiping from the competition. The people of Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation were quite pleased with this outcome, but Greece, Egypt, and the Holy See were far from happy. For the three nations had failed to force Xia Taiping to reveal his true divine patron. When they challenged China, Xia Taiping could still participate and summon his true divine patron to battle. Namodi's expression suddenly froze. He had been so preoccupied with speaking to Xia Taiping that he had forgotten the original purpose of initiating the divine war against Huaxia. Now that Xia Taiping had conceded defeat, it was impossible for him to have Vishnu kill Xia Taiping. Vicus and the others from the three kingdoms couldn't muster any joy either. Though they had won this round, the victory felt bitterly unsatisfying. Fortunately, they had eliminated Xia Taiping. Winning just 2 more rounds would secure victory in this divine battle, a small consolation, otherwise their frustration would have been even greater. After standing on this divine battle stage for so long, it's time to step down and rest. "I'm off." Xia Taiping waved dismissively at the sullen-faced Namodi and the others from the three nations, then shuffled down the steps from the divine battle arena. This scene nearly made Namodi's lungs explode with rage. His three nations had clearly won this round of the divine battle. Why was Xia Taiping acting so carefree? He roared, "Kid, you seem to have forgotten one thing." Xia Taiping halted, turning to face Namodi. "You think eliminating me means your three nations can win 2 more rounds and claim victory in this divine battle?" Namodi's expression froze abruptly. He had assumed Xia Taiping had forgotten about it, but now it seemed Xia Taiping hadn't forgotten at all. A bad feeling instantly surfaced in his heart. Xia Taiping probably had some kind of backup plan waiting for him. Yet while this thought churned within him, his expression betrayed nothing. "Young man, isn't that exactly what happened?" "Actually, no." Xia Taiping shook his head. "We have an ancient saying in China, avoid the sharp edge, for now retreat to advance. I'll tell you straight, if I didn't have a backup plan, I wouldn't have conceded defeat so decisively." Hearing this, Namodi's expression darkened instantly. His premonition was correct. Xia Taiping truly had a hidden move waiting for him. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation instantly surged with excitement. The moment Xia Taiping conceded defeat, they had prepared themselves to lose this divine battle. Yet, to their astonishment, Xia Taiping still held a trump card. They might not lose this divine battle after all. Though they didn't know what Xia Taiping's trump card was, they believed that if he dared to say it in front of so many people, he must have the confidence to back it up. Therefore, they hadn't lost this divine battle yet. The divine battle is a best-of-5 series. Xia Taiping continued, "Our Huaxia nation won the first round, your Asan nation won the second. It's merely a tie now. 3 more rounds remain. Who wins, who loses? We'll see how it plays out." With that, Xia Taiping turned and continued walking down from the divine battle platform. Chapter 104, Xia Taiping's Hidden Hand. More than just luck. Watching Xia Taiping's retreating figure as he took small, quick steps down from the divine battle platform, Namodi's expression darkened considerably. He had assumed that eliminating Xia Taiping with a purple great deity would secure their victory in this divine battle. Yet, to his astonishment, Xia Taiping still had a hidden card up his sleeve. Though he racked his brain and couldn't fathom what Xia Taiping's hidden move might be, judging by Xia Taiping's usual style, it probably wasn't just a bluff. Therefore, for the three kingdoms to win this divine battle, it likely wouldn't be as easy as he had imagined. Deputy Commander Sharma of the Third Army asked, "Commander, what should we do now? What else can we do?" Namodi's face darkened. "The roster has already been submitted. We can't make changes now. We must continue deploying troops according to the roster. All we can do now is pray we win 2 more battles and secure victory in this divine war." Sharma nodded. There was no other choice now. Namodi turned to a middle-aged man behind him and ordered, "Salman, you go." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Salman responded and rose, striding toward the divine battle arena. Meanwhile, Xia Taiping had returned to the Huaxia nation's camp and sat down beside Xia Zhenghua. He spoke up, "Old Xia, I'm sorry I couldn't keep the winning streak going." "It's fine." Xia Zhanghua patted Xia Taiping's shoulder and said, "Taiping, you've done exceptionally well. Without you, we wouldn't have won the divine battles against Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation. You have no reason to blame yourself." "Indeed, Taiping. This outcome has surpassed our expectations by far. Taiping, you've given it your all. Leave the rest to us old-timers now." "Exactly. I'll fight to the death to secure at least one more victory in the divine wars. And even if I can't win another battle, I won't let the gods of the three nations off easy." "Exactly. Win or lose, we must display the might of our Huaxia nation, so they dare not underestimate us again." Xiao Wenshan, Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, Zhou Yijian, and others spoke up one after another. "Gentlemen, if you speak like this, I must reprimand you." Xia Taiping said sternly, "Old Master Xia once said, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear the lack of firewood. Even at my age, I understand this principle. You're all well into your years, don't you grasp this simple truth?" At these words, Xiao Wenshan, Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian instantly flushed with embarrassment. If anyone else had dared to speak like that, they would have been slapped across the face. But Xia Taiping was an exception. Though Xia Taiping was several generations younger than them, his consecutive victories in 2 divine wars for Huaxia had earned him their respect. They no longer viewed him as a child, in fact, they were eager to treat him like royalty. Besides, none of them were ungrateful fools. They understood perfectly well that Xia Taiping had spoken for their own good. How could they possibly harbor any resentment? Taiping is absolutely right. Xia Zhanghua continued, "I understand your thoughts, but times have changed. In the past, we fought desperately because our mythological history was severely lost. But now it's different. With just a little time, our Huaxia nation can grow strong. So listen up, everyone. When a cause is unwinnable, you must admit defeat proactively. Don't set a bad example for Taiping. Otherwise, even if you die fighting for the nation, I'll nail your names to the pillar of shame in history." Xiao Wenshan, Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian exchanged glances, each wearing a bitter smile. As the saying goes, even ants cling to life, how much more so for humans? If they could avoid death, they wouldn't choose it. But their guardian deities weren't powerful gods, and unlike Xia Taiping, they didn't possess deep knowledge of Huaxia mythology. Without fighting desperately, they wouldn't stand a chance. "Leaders, I understand your concerns, but it hasn't reached the point where you need to risk your lives." Xia Taiping paused before continuing, "Leaders, do you trust me?" "Taiping, what you're saying? I must reprimand you for this." Xia Donghua frowned sternly. "You've risked life and limb for Huaxia, securing victory in 2 consecutive divine battles. Not only did you expel the Huaxia branch of the Sakura Divine Academy, but you also reclaimed 10% of our nation's fortune that had been stolen. How could I possibly doubt you?" "Exactly. I have to reprimand you too. Even if I can't trust myself, I have to trust you. Taiping, I have to reprimand you too. Look at what you're saying, does that even make sense?" "Taiping, ask one more stupid question like that and I'll beat you up." "Taiping, I'll do the same, but I won't hit anywhere else. Just your butt." Xiao Wenshan, Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian chimed in one after another. Xia Taiping raised his hand to scratch his nose, speechless. "Gentlemen, why do I feel like you're all just waiting for a chance to get back at me? You don't have to feel it." Xiao Wenshan declared, "I am getting back at you." "Me too." Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian chimed in unison. Xia Taiping was stunned. "You're just openly admitting it like this?" Xia Zhanghua chuckled, "Alright, time is tight. Let's get down to business. Taiping, tell us what to do." At the mention of business, Xia Taiping immediately grew serious. "Senior Xia, and all the leaders present, what you need to do is simple. Once you ascend the divine battle arena, allow the heavenly Tao to randomly assign a deity. But don't rush to make a choice, just follow my instructions when selecting your deity." Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua, Xiao Wenshan, and the others suddenly understood. They didn't know the deities of Huaxia Nation, but Xia Taiping did. Moreover, summoning deities on the divine battle arena required no knowledge of their deeds, merely invoking their names sufficed. Thus, by following Xia Taiping's prompts, they could select powerful deities. Right. How could I have forgotten that? Xia Zhenhua, Xiao Wenshan, and the others simultaneously raised their hands to slap their foreheads, their faces flushed with both excitement and frustration. Their excitement stemmed from the realization that Huaxia might not be destined to lose this divine battle against the three kingdoms. The frustration stemmed from how such a simple truth had eluded them earlier, truly unforgivable. Elder Xia, and all the leaders present, please don't get too excited just yet. Xia Taiping poured another bucket of cold water on Xia Zhenhua and the others. The deities representing the three kingdoms are all blue-tier gods. Only if the Tao randomly assigns us a powerful deity can we win this divine battle. But if the way of heaven fails to randomly assign us a powerful deity, we still won't be able to win this divine battle. Therefore, whether we can secure victory in this divine battle depends entirely on luck. Taiping, what you said, it occurred to me. Xia Zhenhua said, while victory isn't guaranteed, having a chance to win is already a good thing. Xiao Wenshan, Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, Zhou Yijian, and the others nodded in unison. They all agreed. Because without Xia Taiping, they wouldn't have even a shred of a chance. Alright, let's get out there. Xia Taiping said no more. But there was one thing he hadn't said: his willingness to concede defeat wasn't based solely on luck. Or rather, he believed their luck would be exceptionally good. Chapter 105, Hanuman vs. Six-Eared Macaque. On the Divine Battle Arena. Seeing Xia Zhenghua, Xia Taiping, and the others chatting animatedly, showing no sign of sending anyone to battle, Salman couldn't help but urge, Huaxia Nation, send someone to fight now. Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Xia Taiping, and the others turned their heads in unison to glance at Salman before quickly averting their eyes. Xiao Wenshan spoke first. Elder Xia, I'll take this round. Old Xiao, let me go. Before Xia Zhenghua could respond, Wen Qingfeng's voice rang out first. I'll take this round. I'll take it. Wu Zhan and Zhou Yijian's voices chimed in as well. None of you should compete with me, this battle must be mine. Xiao Wenshan insisted, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Xia Taiping was a student of the Central China Divine Academy. This battle was the first engagement following Xia Taiping's deployment. As the commander of the Central China region, it was both his duty and his honor to set an example and support Xia Taiping. When Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian exchanged glances and ceased their vying, they understood why Xiao Wenshan insisted so adamantly. With more battles to come, each would have their chance to fight. There was no need to vie with Xiao Wenshan over this one engagement. Seeing Wen Qingfeng and the others relinquish their claims, Xia Zhenghua spoke up. Old Xiao, you go. Be careful. Understood, Elder Xia. Xiao Wenshan acknowledged and rose, striding toward the divine battle arena. But as soon as he stood up, Xia Taiping's voice rang out. Commander Xiao, when selecting your deity, feign indecision and discuss it with old Xia. Xiao Wenshan paused briefly before understanding. Xia Taiping was doing this to conceal his command, thereby avoiding unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, if representatives from other nations realized Xia Taiping was directing the proceedings, they would surely attempt to interfere. Understood. Xiao Wenshan nodded and headed toward the divine battle arena. He ascended the divine battle arena. Xiao Wenshan said calmly, you may summon the deity now. Oomph. Salman snorted coldly and began summoning the deity. The three kingdoms. Salman humbly summons the divine monkey general Hanuman to descend. Swish. As Salman's words fell, a dazzling radiance erupted from between his eyebrows. Immediately, a monstrous figure emerged from the light ruby cheat, golden-furred, towering in stature, with a long tail, 4 faces, 8 arms, and wielding a tiger-headed staff. This was the divine monkey general Hanuman, as Salman had invoked. The tiger-headed staff in his grasp was known as the tiger-headed wish-granting staff. Seeing this, Xiao Wenshan looked up at the sky and declared, Heavenly Way, grant me a random deity. Granted. The voice of heaven resounded throughout the divine arena. Immediately, 3 gray cards materialized before Xiao Wenshan. The gazes of people from all nations within the divine arena instinctively focused on the 3 gray cards before Xiao Wenshan. But just as before, none of them recognized a single one. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation froze in surprise. The deities depicted on the first 2 cards were unfamiliar to them, but the deity on the right card with a monkey-like face, golden fur covering its body, and a golden band around its head they recognized instantly. I actually randomly drew the Great Sage? Xiao Wenshan froze in shock. His instinct was to choose the Great Sage for battle, but the thought vanished as soon as it arose. Xia Taiping had instructed him to follow Xia Taiping's guidance in making choices. Moreover, the Great Sage was Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity. If he chose the Great Sage to fight and Xia Taiping continued to battle in the next divine war, he would have no backup plan. With that realization, Xiao Wenshan feigned deep contemplation. At that moment, murmurs of discussion rippled through the Huaxia camp. Ha! Commander Xiao actually drew the Great Sage at random. He's got some luck. Indeed. With the Great Sage in battle, he'll surely secure victory for our Huaxia nation in this divine clash. I'd say Commander Xiao drawing the Great Sage isn't entirely positive after all. The Great Sage is Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity. Exactly. There are still 3 more divine battles to go. Xia Taiping will definitely keep fighting. If Commander Xiao summons the Great Sage, Xia Taiping will have no backup plan left. Sigh. Xia Zhenghua couldn't help but sigh. Why did the Heavenly Tao have to randomly select the Great Sage? What kind of situation is this? He too recognized the drawbacks of Xiao Wenshan deploying the Great Sage. Yet among the 3 deities randomly selected by heaven's will, it was unlikely 2 would be equally formidable. If Xiao Wenshan didn't choose the Great Sage, securing victory in this divine battle would be exceedingly difficult. Xia Taiping, however, wore a broad smile. The Way of Heaven had randomly selected another powerful deity for Huaxia nation. It seemed his judgment had been correct. Huaxia truly possessed exceptional fortune. Moreover, this event proved his insight. Those who follow the way gain many supporters, while those who stray lose them, an unchanging truth in any world. As for the previous round, why hadn't the Tao randomly assigned a powerful deity to China, only 3 minor demons? It was likely, as he suspected, some circumstance had prevented the Tao from randomly selecting a purple-tiered deity for Huaxia. Only this could explain why the Tao had taken so long to randomly select a deity for him. Seeing Xia Taiping's beaming expression, Xia Zhanghua sighed, speechless. Taiping, being randomly assigned a great sage isn't just a good thing. Why are you smiling so happily? Old Xia, you misunderstand. Xia Taiping explained, that monkey isn't the great sage. He's the six-eared macaque. Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia kingdom officials froze in shock. But Xia Zhanghua quickly realized, right. His attire differs from the great sages, and his aura is distinct too. That's true. Xia Taiping added, but he looks exactly like the great sage, and he's even impersonated him before, fooling many people. As long as he's not the great sage. Xia Zhanghua nodded. Taiping, are any of these three deities particularly powerful? Yes. Xia Taiping explained, the deity on the left card is called the Black Wind Demon, the one in the middle is the White Bone Spirit, and the one on the right is the Six-Eared Macaque. The Six-Eared Macaque is the powerful deity randomly selected for our Huaxia nation by the way of heaven. Ha! Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation froze in surprise. When Xia Taiping mentioned powerful, they had assumed it referred to either the Black Wind Demon or the White Bone Spirit, never expecting it to be the Six-Eared Macaque. Xia Zhanghua asked curiously, Taiping, how powerful is the Six-Eared Macaque? How should I put it? Xia Taiping pondered for a moment before replying, he once fought the great sage. That battle shook the heavens and earth. Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others from Huaxia Kingdom were instantly stirred with excitement. The great sage possessed extraordinary combat prowess. For the six-eared macaque to fight him until the heavens darkened and the earth shook meant his strength was far from ordinary. At that moment, Salman's urging voice sounded again. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and choose a deity. I'm just a bit unsure which deity to choose right now. Xiao Wenshan offered a brief explanation before turning to Xia Zhanghua. Elder Xia, which deity do you think we should choose? Xia Zhanghua replied decisively, Old Xiao, choose the six-eared macaque on the right card. Xiao Wenshan froze. Wasn't the deity on the right card the great sage? How did it become the six-eared macaque? But he quickly realized that Xia Zhanghua must be speaking for Xia Taiping, so he had simply misheard. Understood, Elder Xia. Xiao Wenshan responded, then called out in a solemn voice, Xiao Wenshan of Huaxia humbly invites the six-eared macaque to descend. Chapter 106, All Martial Arts Under Heaven. Only speed cannot be broken. Swish. As Xiao Wenshan's words fell, the cards of the Black Wind Demon and the White Bone Spirit flickered rapidly before vanishing, while the card of the six-eared macaque burst into brilliant light. Immediately, a monkey with golden fur, a golden band around its head, and a golden staff in its hand stepped out of the light. This spectacle caused the spectators from various nations within the divine arena to exchange puzzled glances. When Sakura Nation challenged China, a nine-tailed fox duel appeared. When Sunset Nation challenged China, a wolf duel appeared. Now, when the three nations challenged China, a monkey duel appeared. Was this coincidence? Or an accident? But that wasn't the point. The point was that the previous two duels had both ended in victory for the Chinese nation. Would this duel see China extend its winning streak? Or would the three nations halt China's consecutive victories and claim triumph in this divine battle? Namodi, Salman, and other representatives from the three nations frowned deeply. They knew only that Xia Taiping's personal deity was a monkey, but had never seen the great sage's form. Thus, upon encountering the six-eared macaque, they instinctively assumed it was Xia Taiping's personal deity and their hearts sank. Now, upon hearing Xiao Wenshan utter the six-eared macaque's name, they realized their mistake. Yet, they still couldn't muster any joy. The reason was exactly as the people of the other nations feared. China had won both previous battles between deities of the same type. They worried that in this battle between deities of the same type, China would continue its winning streak. Lord Hanuman, slay that monkey and bolster the prestige of our three nations. Salman's voice echoed across the divine battle arena. Though it appeared as a request for Hanuman to act, it was truly meant to bolster his own courage. Hanuman ignored Salman. Turning to the six-eared macaque, he declared haughtily, out of respect for our shared kind, I'll grant you one chance to concede defeat. If you know what's good for you, surrender now. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy to my own kind. Hearing this, the six-eared macaque was utterly speechless. In this world, the only fellow monkey he truly feared was the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. There was no second. Yet this bizarre-looking monkey before him dared demand his surrender? Was this creature a frog in a well, utterly ignorant of the vastness beyond? Ignoring Hanuman, the six-eared macaque turned to Xiao Wenshan, puzzled. Where did this wild monkey come from? Xiao Wenshan knew little of his own deity but was well versed in the pantheons of nations worldwide. He explained, Your Excellency six-eared macaque, he is a deity from the kingdom of A, named Hanuman. Some say he is one of the 12 principal gods of A, possessing formidable combat prowess. Your Excellency six-eared macaque, please exercise caution. I see. No wonder he's so arrogant. The six-eared macaque nodded dismissively. Don't worry. It's just a wild monkey. I'll kill it for you. You're asking for death.
Hanuman roared furiously, swinging his tiger headed toward the six-eared monkey. He was a deity renowned throughout the three kingdoms, even famed across the divine protection continent. That the six-eared macaque didn't know his name was one thing, but to call him a wild monkey and boast about killing him for Shao and Shan to see? That was utterly intolerable. With you? The six-eared macaque sneered coldly, brandishing his iron staff, a replica of the legendary golden monkey staff, and charged forward with reckless abandon. This spectacle instantly piqued the interest of spectators from all nations within the divine arena. Both Hanuman and the six-eared macaque were supremely arrogant. They were eager to see who would ultimately prevail, Hanuman or the six-eared macaque. Of course, the people of Huaxia and the three nations are exceptions. They all hoped their own deities would defeat the opponent and claim victory in this divine battle. As both sides charged toward each other, Hanuman and the six-eared macaque collided instantly. Simultaneously, both swung their weapons, smashing them toward each other. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed as the tiger head and the mind-following iron staff collided with a solid thud. But in the next instant, they separated only to swing at each other once more. Clang! 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 A series of sharp metallic clangs rang out continuously. That was the sound of the tiger head Rui club and the iron staff of Will colliding relentlessly. In an instant, both the six-eared macaque and Hanuman swung their weapons so rapidly they left after images, launching attack after attack after attack. Yet both the six-eared macaque and Hanuman possessed formidable combat prowess. Each attack was blocked and deflected by the other, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand or secure even the slightest advantage. But the tide soon turned. The six-eared macaque grew bolder with each exchange, swinging his iron staff with increasing speed. Hanuman struggled to keep pace, shifting from offense to defense, a defense that grew increasingly strained. How can this monkey move so fast? Hanuman, feeling increasingly overwhelmed, couldn't help but curse inwardly, a sense of retreat rising within him. He was already struggling to match the six-eared macaque's pace, yet the monkey's strikes only grew more rapid. If this continued, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. And once overwhelmed, the only outcome was being brutally beaten by the six-eared macaque. As retreating thoughts filled Hanuman's mind, his focus shifted away from the battle. In a clash between masters, distraction was the greatest taboo. Compounded by the six-eared macaque's relentless assault leaving him flustered and scrambling, a single lapse opened him wide to attack. The moment has come. The six-eared macaque's eyes flashed as he swung his iron staff of will with brutal force. Seeing this, Hanuman instinctively raised his tiger head to block. But immediately afterward, he realized with horror that his exposed center made it impossible to intercept the iron rod before it struck. Compounded by his own retreating thoughts, he rapidly pulled back. Yet though his retreat was swift, the will-o'-the-wisp iron rod descended even faster. The moment he lifted his foot to retreat, the iron rod soldier was already upon him. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the iron rod soldier's blow landed squarely on Hanuman's chest. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Hanuman's mouth. He felt as though every rib in his chest had been shattered. Simultaneously, Hanuman flew backward like a. Clearly, Hanuman had been wounded by the full force of the six-eared macaque's iron rod. Thud! Another dull thud echoed abruptly. Slammed backward, Hanuman collided squarely with the barrier surrounding the divine battle arena, punching a deep dent into it before sliding down the barrier and crashing onto the arena floor. Well done! Xia Taiping offered his praise without reservation. Hanuman possessed formidable combat prowess, and the six-eared macaque was equally formidable. Yet, in the end, it was the six-eared macaque who sent Hanuman flying with a single blow of his staff. The reason? In martial arts, speed is the ultimate advantage. Chapter 107, Kneeling to Take a Beating. One blow to kill. Seeing Hanuman sent flying by the six-eared macaque's single blow, spectators from all nations in the divine arena exchanged stunned glances. Judging by this pace, the final outcome would likely see China extend its previous victories. But what they couldn't fathom was why deities of the same type always seemed more powerful when representing China? The expressions of Namodi, Salman, and others from the three Asian nations darkened considerably. That the six-eared macaque could knock Hanuman flying with a single blow in direct combat meant the macaque's strength surpassed Hanuman's. Their fears were likely coming true. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia representatives, however, were thrilled. Sending Hanuman flying with a single blow? That's just too cool. Ha! What good is deploying a purple-tier deity? It still won't stop our Huaxia nation from winning this divine battle. Look at the expressions on those three kingdoms bastards, they look like they just lost their mothers. Three kingdoms, still feeling smug? Keep gloating. The six-eared macaque is mighty. Amidst the cheers of the Huaxia nation, the six-eared macaque, having struck a decisive blow, wasted no time. He swung his iron staff of will and smashed it down once more. The iron rod rapidly elongated as it struck out, stretching instantly above Hanuman's head. This sight caused Hanuman's expression to change drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped upright and raised his tiger head high above his head. Clang! The next instant, a sharp metallic clang echoed through the air.
It was the sound of the iron rod soldier striking the tiger head Rui staff squarely. Simultaneously, Hanuman's 8 arms, raised high with the staff, trembled violently. His legs shook uncontrollably, then buckled. The knees of the man who had just stood firm slammed hard onto the divine battle platform. Again! A thunderous shout erupted from the six-eared macaque's mouth. He raised the iron rod soldier, spun in place, and brought it crashing down once more. Seeing this, Hanuman, his face twisted with frustration, raised the tiger-headed wish-granting staff above his head once more. As the great monkey general, not only had he been sent flying by the six-eared macaque's staff, but he'd been knocked to his knees on the divine battle platform. His old face, no, all 4 of his old faces were utterly disgraced. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The crux was that the six-eared macaque moved far too swiftly, leaving him no time to even rise to his feet. Unable to stand, he couldn't even dodge. He could only kneel on the divine battle platform, raising his staff to block. Clang! Another crisp metallic clang echoed as the iron-willed rod soldier's strike once again slammed squarely into the tiger head. In an instant, Hanuman's 8 arms, each wielding a tiger head, began to tremble violently. Moreover, under the relentless, powerful strikes of the iron rod soldier, his knees kneeling on the divine battle arena were being pounded until they ached intensely. Was it over? Of course not. As the saying goes, kick a man when he's down. Having forced Hanuman into a purely defensive stance, the six-eared macaque monkey would never let up now. He swung the iron staff of will again and again, delivering relentless blows from above. He gave Hanuman no time to rise, no chance to dodge, forcing the monkey god to kneel on the divine battle platform in passive defense. Clang! 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 Next, a series of crisp metallic clangs rang out continuously. Each ring signified the iron staff of will striking solidly against the tiger head. Watching the six-eared macaque repeatedly swing his iron rods through the air while Hanuman knelt on the divine battle platform, passively raising his tiger head to block, spectators from all nations in the divine arena exchanged stunned glances. Just moments ago, Hanuman had been locked in a fierce battle with the six-eared macaque. How had he fallen into such a humiliating, passive position of taking blows in the blink of an eye? After much deliberation, they could only arrive at one explanation: one misstep, and the entire game was lost. Had Hanuman not been sent flying by the six-eared macaque's staff strike, he would never have ended up kneeling defenseless on the ground. Thus, in a clash between masters, every single move carried immense weight. Of course, this did not negate the fact that the six-eared macaque was stronger than Hanuman. Otherwise, it would not have been Hanuman knocked flying by the macaque's staff, but the macaque knocked flying by Hanuman's. With each successive strike of the iron rod of will from the iron rod soldiers against the tiger head, Hanuman's expression grew more agonized. It wasn't merely because he was forced to kneel on the divine battle platform to defend himself. Each strike from the iron rod of will possessed immense force, causing his 8 arms to tremble uncontrollably and his knees to ache intensely. He could feel his 8 arms nearing collapse, and his knees kneeling on the divine battle arena were on the verge of shattering. Clang! Another crisp metallic clang echoed as the iron rod soldier struck the tiger-headed wish-granting staff once more. Snap! 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 Immediately, a series of sharp snapping sounds echoed. Hanuman's 8 arms simultaneously twisted outward into grotesque, unnatural positions. His 8 arms ultimately couldn't withstand the relentless pounding of the iron rod soldier and fractured. Not only that, but the knees he knelt upon in the divine battle arena instantly shattered. Pale white bone fragments pierced through flesh and blood, exposed to the open air. Almost simultaneously, the fracture of his arms caused Hanuman to lose his grip. The tiger head slipped from his palms, clattering onto the divine battle arena floor as it rolled forward. Having shattered Hanuman's 8 arms and both knees with a single strike, the six-eared macaque showed no sign of stopping. Spinning on his spot, he unleashed another wave of iron rod soldiers from the sky. As the whimsical iron rod descended with a roar, Hanuman's expression abruptly changed. With 8 arms fractured and his tiger-headed lost, he could no longer continue resisting. All he could do was dodge, only to realize in shock that kneeling on the divine battle platform, his shattered knees rendered him utterly immobile. With no other choice, he could only speak his surrender. "I concede." Before he could finish, the iron-willed soldiers arrived. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the iron rod soldier slammed squarely onto Hanuman's skull. Boom! Immediately after, a sound like a watermelon bursting echoed through the air. Hanuman's skull was crushed clean off by the iron rod soldier, sending splatters of red and white matter flying everywhere. Was it over? Not yet. After smashing Hanuman's skull, the iron rod soldier's momentum didn't waver as it plunged downward. Like a razor-sharp blade, it tore through Hanuman's body with devastating force, cleaving him in two in an instant. No, not strictly speaking. Wherever the iron rod soldier passed, Hanuman's flesh and bones shattered inch by inch. This caused the central portion of Hanuman's body to be pulverized into fragments by the rod, leaving only roughly 3/4 of his body intact. Swish! Swish! In the next instant, Hanuman's severed, mangled form flickered rapidly several times before dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing. Before he could even finish declaring defeat, the six-eared macaque struck him down with a single blow. Chapter 108, Reactions from All Sides. The Rush to Fight. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena stared in stunned silence.
When they saw Hanuman forced to kneel defensively on the divine battle platform by the six-eared macaque, they realized the outcome was no longer in doubt. Yet the final result still greatly surpassed their expectations.
Why unexpected?
They had anticipated Hanuman losing this divine battle, even facing a high likelihood of being slain by the six-eared macaque.
Yet they never imagined Hanuman would suffer such a gruesome defeat, not only having his skull smashed by the macaque's staff, but his body torn apart by a single blow. I concede. Amidst the stunned silence, Salman's voice, filled with despair and urgency, suddenly echoed across the divine battle arena.
His despair stemmed from losing yet another divine battle. The urgency stemmed from the six-eared macaque's sheer brutality. He feared that any delay in conceding would invite the beast's deadly wrath.
Salman's sudden surrender came as no surprise to the spectators from various nations gathered in the divine arena. Divine battles were conflicts between deities. Once a deity was slain, the outcome was effectively sealed. Of course, if the summoner refused to concede, the battle could continue.
But with the summoned deity already slain, persisting in combat would be nothing short of courting death. Unless the summoner was stronger than the deity they had called forth, a possibility so remote it was practically non-existent.
This isn't to say that no one in this world could match a god's strength.
Against weaker deities, the inhabitants of this realm might stand a chance. However, such inferior gods were rarely summoned in the first place.
After all, what's the point of summoning a god who isn't stronger than you?
Thus, the deities summoned in divine wars are almost exclusively of the azure rank or higher. Deities of this caliber are far beyond the reach of mortals still dwelling in the realm of humanity. This is why, in nearly every divine battle, once a deity is defeated, the summoner invariably concedes defeat. Immediately after, the voice of the Tao resounded throughout the divine arena.
Third match, Kingdom of Three Kingdoms challenges Huaxia Kingdom. Huaxia Kingdom wins.
The fourth match shall commence immediately.
Both sides are requested to send representatives to the arena without delay.
As the heavenly Tao's voice faded, expressions of disbelief spread across the faces of the spectators from various nations within the divine arena. Upon learning that the three kingdoms had deployed a purple-tier deity, they had all believed the three kingdoms could win this divine battle. Yet, they never imagined that the purple-tier deity sent by the three kingdoms would be countered by Xia Taiping using a mere minor demon.
But that wasn't the crux. The real shock came after Xia Taiping's elimination, when they became even more certain of the three kingdoms' victory. After all, every participant from the three kingdoms possessed a blue-tier deity as their personal guardian god, a force the Huaxia kingdom simply couldn't match. Yet what they still failed to anticipate was Xiao Wunshan's entry into battle. Not only did he successfully summon a powerful deity, but he also brutally slaughtered Hanuman in an exceptionally savage manner.
By securing victory in this round, he simultaneously rewrote the overall score of this divine battle to 2-1.
With 2 battles remaining, China needed only one more victory to secure the overall triumph in this divine contest. The expressions of Namodi and the other representatives from the three nations darkened considerably. Their reasons mirrored the complex expressions of their counterparts. They too had assumed that eliminating Xia Taiping with a purple-tier deity would allow them to sweep the next 3 battles and claim victory in this divine war. Yet, to their shock, the purple great deity they sent merely went through the motions before exiting. Their confidently anticipated victory ended in utter humiliation. That wasn't the crux of the matter. The real point was that this defeat felt like a bucket of bone-chilling cold water being poured over their heads. It not only doused their confidence but also plunged them into endless anxiety. Xia
Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation were overcome with excitement.
When Xia Taiping was eliminated, they thought the divine battle was over.
Yet to their astonishment, Xia Taiping not only had a hidden ace up his sleeve but also proved that even after his elimination, he could still secure victory for China in the divine battle.
But that wasn't the main point.
The crucial thing was that, prior to this, Xia Taiping had been their sole hope for victory. They had been on pins and needles, dreading his elimination.
Now, they could finally relax. Because even if Xia Taiping was eliminated, there was still a way for China to win the divine battle. Xiao Wunshan's face was equally aglow with excitement. He looked at the six-eared macaque, clasped his hands together, and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for securing this victory in the divine war for China. As a deity of China, fighting for China is simply my duty. There's no need for thanks."
The six-eared macaque shook his head and added, "I have no further business here. I shall take my leave." Xiao Wunshan clasped his hands together once more.
"Farewell, six-eared macaque."
Zhenghua, Xia Taiping, and the other members of the Huaxia nation rose to their feet, clasping their fists together and saying, "Farewell, six-eared macaque."
The six-eared macaque nodded, and his figure vanished into thin air. They watched as the six-eared macaque departed.
Xiao Wunshan turned to Zhenghua and said, "Elder Xia, I shall handle this next divine battle."
"No."
Before Zhenghua could respond, the resolute refusals of Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian rang out.
"Old Xiao, you can't be so selfish.
You've already shown your face, now it's our turn to shine."
"Exactly. You can't be so selfish. It's my turn to fight now. Old Xiao, step aside and let me take over. When Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian all spoke up, each vying to take the stage. But their eagerness to fight wasn't merely for the spotlight. Because divine battles carry risks, and their eagerness to fight stemmed from a desire to shoulder those risks themselves, unwilling to burden others with them. Xiao Wenshan gave an awkward chuckle before heading down from the divine battle platform. If possible, he would have continued fighting. But he knew when Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian would never agree. So it was best to step down from the divine battle platform and let others take his place. Seeing Xiao Wenshan abandon his intention to fight again when Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian began vying for the spot once more. I'll go first. No, I should go first. Step aside, both of you. This fight is mine. The three argued fiercely, faces flushed red, none willing to yield. In the end, Xia Zhanghua settled it with a decisive word, assigning Wen Qingfeng to the fight, finally putting an end to the dispute. Old Zhou, old Wu, don't worry, there'll be more chances later. Wen Qingfeng laughed heartily, rising to walk toward the divine battle arena. Wu Zhan and Zhou Yijian rolled their eyes in unison. Look at you gloating like that, you really deserve a punch. As Wen Qingfeng made his way toward the divine battle arena, Deputy Commander Sharama of the Third Army turned to Namodi and reminded him, Commander, China has sent someone to the arena. We need to send someone too. I know. Namodi nodded grimly, then turned to a middle-aged man behind him. Lahir, you go? Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Lahar responded, rising to walk toward the divine battle arena. Chapter 109, Garuda vs. Zhubeiji. Divine Battle Arena. When Qingfeng and Lahar stood facing each other. When Qingfeng silently observed Lahar, showing no intention of having the Tao randomly assign him a deity. He intended to first discern Lahar's true divine patron before allowing the Tao to randomly assign a deity for selection. Lahar of the Third Kingdom humbly summons the Sun God's emissary, Lord Garuda. Lahar, however, directly invoked his own patron deity. This wasn't out of magnanimity, but because no matter what deity the heavenly path randomly assigned to Wen Qingfeng, he would summon his own guardian spirit to battle, so there was no need for hesitation. Swish! As Lahar's words fell, a dazzling beam of light erupted from between his eyebrows. Immediately, a winged, half-human, half-bird creature emerged from the dazzling radiance. This was the Garuda, the sun god's messenger, as Lahar had described. Seeing this, Wen Qingfeng wasted no more time. He looked up at the sky and declared, Heavenly Way, grant me a random deity. Granted. The response of the Heavenly Way boomed throughout the divine arena. Immediately, 3 gray cards materialized before Wen Qingfeng. The gazes of people from all nations within the divine arena instinctively focused on the 3 gray cards before Wen Qingfeng. Just as before, none of them recognized a single one. Wen Qingfeng stared at the 3 gray cards, feigning deep thought. He did not immediately turn to Xia Zhanghua to ask which deity to choose. He needed to give Xia Taiping some time to consider. Xia Zhanghua glanced at the 3 cards before turning to Xia Taiping and asking, Taiping, do you recognize these 3 deities? Yes. Xia Taiping explained, Grandfather Xia, from left to right, they are the great immortal Luli, the golden fish monster, and Zhubeiji. Xia Zhanghua's face flushed with embarrassment. In that moment, he suddenly realized he'd asked an incredibly stupid question. He had never even heard of the 3 deities Xia Taiping mentioned. So even though Xia Taiping told him who the figures on the cards were, he still had no idea if any of them were powerful deities. Ahem. Xia Zhanghua cleared his throat a few times to mask his embarrassment before asking again, Taiping, are there any deities with formidable combat strength? Yes. Xia Taiping chuckled. Uncle Xia, the combat prowess of the deer spirit and the golden fish monster isn't much to speak of, but Zhubeiji packs quite a punch. That's wonderful. Xia Zhanghua's heart instantly settled. He pressed further, Taiping, just how powerful is Zhubeiji? Master Xia, Zhubeiji was originally the celestial marshal Tianpeng in the heavenly court, commanding the 100,000-strong naval forces of the Milky Way. Xia Taiping explained, later, he was demoted to the mortal realm for a minor offense. He became a fellow disciple of the great sage, escorting Tang Sanzang to the western heavens to seek the sacred scriptures. Though his combat prowess doesn't surpass the great sages, it's not much weaker. Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua felt even more reassured. Though this was the first time he'd heard Xia Taiping's account and still found it rather confusing, he knew of the celestial court's existence. The fact that Zhubeiji had been its celestial marshal, commanding 100,000 water soldiers of the Milky Way, clearly marked him as no ordinary deity. But that wasn't the crucial point. The crucial point was that he knew the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Zhubeiji and Sun Wukong were fellow disciples. Though Zhubeiji's combat prowess wasn't as strong as the great sage's, it wasn't much weaker either. This clearly showed that Zhubeiji's combat strength was also extremely formidable. He confirmed again, Taiping, then let's choose Zhubeiji? Yes, Elder Xia. Xia Taiping replied, Garuda's combat prowess is formidable, but Zhubeiji's is equally formidable. Even without absolute certainty of victory, Zhubeiji facing Garuda still holds an 80% chance of winning. At that moment, Lahar's impatient voice echoed across the divine battle arena. Hey, how much longer are you going to take? Hurry up and choose. Don't waste time. I'm a bit hesitant. When Qingfeng grinned mischievously, all three deities are quite powerful. I'm having trouble deciding who to choose. Hearing this, the expressions of Namodi, Lahar, and the other representatives from the three nations of a suddenly darkened. They had all been praying that the heavenly Tao would randomly assign Wen Qingfeng three deities with weaker combat prowess. That way, they could win this round of the divine battle and compete against Huaxia nation for victory in the final round. Not only did their prayers go unanswered, but the heavenly Tao randomly selected three powerful deities for China. What the hell was going on? Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese representatives wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Had Xia Taiping not already explained that only Zhu Beiji among the three deities on the card possessed formidable combat strength, they might well have been deceived by Wen Qingfeng's utterly convincing demeanor. Zhou Tianming murmured, "Old Xia, how come I never noticed Wen Qingfeng was such a schemer before? Not just you, I didn't notice either." Xia Zhanghua chuckled, "But being a little nasty to enemies isn't a bad thing, it's actually a good thing. Look at the expressions on those from the three nations of Namodi, Lahar, and the rest. They all look absolutely miserable. It's a sight to behold." "That makes sense." Zhou Tianming nodded in deep agreement. Seeing the sour expressions on the faces of Namodi, Lahar, and the others from the three nations, he felt a surge of satisfaction himself. "Damn it, if you keep pushing me, I'll scare the hell out of you." When Qingfeng cursed under his breath, then muttered to himself, "Hope one of these three deities is powerful. Otherwise, this is going to be awkward." With that, he turned to Xia Zhanghua and said, "Old Xia, these three deities are all quite powerful. I'm not sure which one to choose right now. I'd like to hear your opinion." "Old one, I'm a bit torn myself." Xia Zhanghua promptly agreed with Wen Qingfeng's dilemma before adding, "But after much thought, I still believe choosing the General of Heavenly Guard, Zhu Beiji, from the card on the right is the better option. Compared to the other two deities, General Zhu Beiji is significantly more powerful." Hearing this, the expressions of Namodi, Lahar, and the other three from the A Kingdom grew even more grim. They didn't know who Zhu Beiji was, nor what the title Heavenly Marshal signified. But while names could be mistaken, titles were not. For Zhu Beiji to be called the Heavenly Marshal meant he was no ordinary deity. This battle was looking dicey again. Wen Qingfeng's heart, which had been in his throat, instantly relaxed. His fears hadn't materialized. Among the deities depicted on the three cards, there were powerful ones. Since Xia Zhanghua hadn't made him concede defeat and had even allowed him to choose the Heavenly Marshal Zhu Beiji on the right card, it was clear that Zhu Beiji possessed extraordinary strength. "Understood, Elder Xia." Wen Qingfeng responded decisively. Wen Qingfeng of Huaxia humbly summons Marshal Tianpeng, Zhu Beiji, to descend. Swish! As Wen Qingfeng's words fell, the cards of the great immortal Lu Li and the golden fish monster flickered rapidly before vanishing. Zhu Beiji's card, however, burst into brilliant light. Immediately, Zhu Beiji plump-faced, pig-nosed, and shouldering his nine-pronged rake emerged from the light. This spectacle instantly drew peculiar expressions from spectators across the divine arena, followed by a chorus of murmurs. "Ah, the three kingdoms summoned Garuda, that half-human, half-bird creature. China summoned a pig demon with a pig nose and pig ears. Both are half-human, half-demon forms, they seem quite well matched. Quite the pair indeed. But why is Zhu Beiji carrying a farming rake? I'm puzzled too. If this weren't the divine arena, I'd swear Zhu Beiji came here to farm, not fight. Why else would he be carrying a hoe? That rake must be his weapon. But using a farming tool as a weapon? That's a first for me." Chapter 110, Arrogance is no crime. Unshakable. Hearing the murmurs from people across the world, Xia Taiping was utterly speechless. Zhu Beiji's nine-tine rake wasn't some ordinary farming tool, it was forged by the Supreme Elder Lord himself, weighing a staggering 5,048 gene. Its power was beyond compare. To put it plainly, the sheer weight of that nine-tine rake alone dwarfed any ordinary weapon. "Damn it, dare to underestimate Zhu Beiji's nine-tusked rake." Xia Taiping cursed inwardly, "Just wait until you see the power of the nine-tined rake. It'll blind your dog eyes." He refrained from publicly rebutting the foreign nation's dismissive remarks about the nine-tined rake. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but verbal rebuttals carried little weight. Actions spoke louder than words. Zhu Beiji also heard the foreign visitors' dismissive remarks about the nine-pronged rake. But he paid them no mind whatsoever. Having lived so long and endured the trials of the journey to the West, his mindset had been tempered into something incredibly resilient. Very little could stir his heartstrings anymore, let alone a few dismissive remarks. He turned to Wen Qingfeng and said, "Step back a few paces. You don't want to get caught in the crossfire." "Yes, Marshal Tianpeng." Wen Qingfeng responded and began to retreat. "Lord Garuda, I entrust this to you." Lahar bowed deeply to Garuda before stepping back, clearing space for Garuda to act. "Don't worry." Garuda declared with pride, "I can devour dragons whole, a mere pig is nothing." Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were instantly speechless. While it's true you devoured a dragon raw, boasting like this is really not a good idea. Remember Hanuman before you? He was incredibly cocky too. Then the six-eared macaque split his body in two with a single blow to the head. His death was utterly gruesome. Now you're being just as arrogant, aren't you afraid of meeting the same fate? But then again, when Hanuman fought, Garuda wasn't present. Therefore, he likely remains unaware of the consequences of arrogance. Had he known, he might not dare to act so brazenly. The men from the three countries Namoti, Lahar, and the others could only exchange bitter smiles. Arrogance itself isn't wrong, but being brutally slaughtered for it certainly is. Just moments ago, Hanuman had been supremely arrogant, only to be brutally slaughtered by the six-eared macaque, utterly disgracing the three kingdoms. They were genuinely worried that Garuda, after displaying such arrogance, might meet the same fate at the hands of Zhu Beiji. If that happened, the three kingdoms would suffer another devastating blow to their pride. Xia Taiping, and the other members of the Huaxia nation, however, wore expressions of pure fury. Just now, people from all over the world claimed that Zhu Beiji's nine-pronged rake was merely a farming tool that might have been tolerable. But for a birdman to show contempt for their divine deities? That was utterly intolerable. Immediately, a chorus of curses erupted throughout the divine arena. Damn it! A birdman dares to look down on our Chinese deities? Do you even know how Hanuman met his end? Damn it all! Dare to look down on our Chinese deities? You'll soon learn the consequences of such disrespect. Marshal Tianpeng. That birdman dares to disrespect you like this. Don't hold back, beat him to death. God damn it, do you know what it means to get struck by lightning for acting like a big shot? The crowd from Huaxia nation cursed him out one after another. Though they didn't know Zhu Beiji's combat prowess, Xia Taiping had declared him exceptionally powerful, at least an 80% chance of defeating Garuda. Thus, they cursed with utter conviction. Zhu Beiji remained utterly composed. He remarked coolly, "Birdman, let me see just how powerful you are." "Pighead, as you wish." Kalura's face darkened instantly. He was indeed a birdman, but he detested being called one. Thus, Zhu Beiji's public taunt before all present struck a nerve. The moment the words left his mouth, Garuda moved decisively. Instead of charging at Zhu Beiji, he remained rooted to the spot, flapping the pair of wings on his back in rapid succession. Whoosh! 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 As Garuda flapped his wings, gusts of fierce wind erupted, lashing toward Zhu Beiji. Seeing this, Zhu Beiji turned to Wen Qingfeng standing behind him and said, "Stand behind me." "Yes, Marshal Tianpeng." Wen Qingfeng responded decisively, then swiftly moved to stand behind Zhu Beiji. He knew Zhu Beiji had him stand behind to avoid being caught in the whirlwind stirred up by the Garuda. Thud! Once Wen Qingfeng was securely positioned, Zhu Beiji stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Simultaneously, he swung the nine-pronged rake slung over his shoulder, driving it vertically into the divine battle platform. In the next instant, the gale whipped up by Garuda's flapping wings had already arrived. Amidst the raging tempest, Zhu Beiji's robes fluttered wildly, yet the nine-pronged rake in his grasp remained firmly planted on the divine battle platform. He stood as solid as a mountain, unshakable in his position. His demeanor radiated an aura of unwavering resolve. Let the winds rage from any direction, he remained unshaken. Seeing Zhu Beiji withstand the tempest he had unleashed with the steadfastness of a mountain, Garuda's brows furrowed. "I refuse to believe it." A furious roar erupted from Garuda's throat. He flapped the pair of wings on his back again, this time at a much higher frequency. Whoosh! 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 As Garuda flapped his wings once more, wave after wave of gale-force winds surged forth, lashing toward Zhu Beiji again. This time, not only were there far more gales, but their ferocity had also intensified dramatically. Yet, they still proved utterly useless. The winds instantly reached Zhu Beiji, yet both his nine-pronged rake and his very form stood immovable as a mountain, not even swaying an inch. This scene instantly brought smiles to the faces of the Huaxia kingdom's people. Xia Zhenghua exclaimed excitedly, "Taiping, the Garuda's whirlwind is considered one of its ultimate techniques. For Marshal Tianping to withstand it so completely unmoved his strength is truly extraordinary." "Master Xia, it's quite normal." Xia Taiping chuckled, setting aside Zhu Beiji's own prowess. His nine-pronged rake alone weighs 5,048 jin. How could mere gusts of wind possibly shake him? Whoa! Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation sucked in a sharp breath as understanding dawned on them. They had seen Zhu Beiji shoulder the nine-tusked rake and swing it casually with one hand, instinctively assuming it wasn't heavy. But they never imagined it weighed 5,048 jin. This instantly explained why Garuda's fury-stirred winds couldn't budge Zhu Beiji an inch. That Zhu Beiji could effortlessly wield a nine-pronged rake weighing 5,048 jin demonstrated the sheer terror of his strength. Combined with the rake's own weight, how could the Galuro's fury-filled winds possibly shake him? The Garuda knew neither Zhu Beiji's strength nor the rake's weight. Seeing that even the gale he summoned with all his might failed to budge Zhu Beiji, he flew into a rage. "You pig-headed fool! I underestimated you. I won't hold back any longer." The Garuda roared furiously, flapping his wings with blinding speed once more. But this time, he did not stir up another gale. Instead, he shot toward Zhu Beiji like an arrow released from its string. Chapter 111, One rake smashes down. The rake strikes back. Whoosh!
Garuda flapped his wings, hurtling toward Zhu Beiji like an arrow released from a bowstring. His speed was lightning fast, leaving only streaks of afterimages visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Zhu Beiji wasted no time. He swung his 9-pronged rake with one hand, smashing it forward with brutal force. Garuda noticed Zhu Beiji's move, but dismissed it as insignificant. In his mind, what power could a simple farming tool possibly hold? Yet, out of caution, he retracted his wings to shield his head and body. Clang! The next instant, a sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. It was the sound of Zhu Beiji's 9-pronged rake striking the Garuda's wing. Logically, striking a Garuda's wing shouldn't produce such a metallic clang. Yet the feathers of a Garuda's wings were as hard as steel, the very reason it dared to block Zhu Beiji's rake with its wings. Yet in the next instant, the Garuda's expression abruptly changed. He distinctly felt the 9-pronged rake sink into his wing the instant it struck. Compounded by his forward momentum, the feathers on his wing shattered one after another, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. But that wasn't the worst of it. He distinctly felt a tremendous force emanating from the 9-pronged rake. Under the pressure of that force, he lost control of his forward momentum and began plummeting toward the ground. This was the Garuda's experience. Now, let's describe what the spectators from various nations witnessed in the divine arena. They clearly witnessed the moment Zhu Beiji's 9-pronged pitchfork struck Garuda's wings. Instantly, feathers flew everywhere, and Garuda, who had been flying in a straight line, abruptly changed course, plummeting at nearly a 90-degree angle. Thud! In the next instant, the Garuda was violently slammed onto the divine battle arena by Zhu Beiji's 9-pronged rake, landing precisely at his feet. Having struck down the flying Garuda, Zhu Beiji wasted no time. He swung his right foot, delivering a solid kick directly to the wing the Garuda had used to shield its head. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the Garuda, having just crashed onto the divine battle arena, was sent flying backward. It slammed hard into the barrier at the edge of the arena, leaving deep indentations in the protective barrier. Immediately afterward, Garuda slid down the barrier and crashed back onto the arena floor. This sequence seemed slow to describe, yet it unfolded in an instant. This was evident from the fact that none of the spectators from the various nations in the divine arena had time to react. Whoosh! The next moment, a series of gasps echoed throughout the divine arena. These gasps came from the mouths of people from all nations. Moments before, they had mocked Zhu Beiji's weapon as a mere hoe for tilling soil. Yet to their astonishment, this very tool they had dismissed had plunged into Garuda's steel-like feathers, sending them flying in all directions. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was Garuda's lightning-fast speed. Not only did Zhu Beiji manage to strike Garuda with a single blow, but he also forced the rapidly flying Garuda to crash onto the divine battle arena. What terrifying force would be required to accomplish that? Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation were utterly stunned. Though they had heard from Xia Taiping about Zhu Beiji's formidable strength and the 9-tined rake's power, witnessing Zhu Beiji shatter Garuda's defenses with a single strike and forcefully slam it onto the divine battle arena left them utterly stunned. Xia Taiping, however, remained utterly composed. Don't be fooled by Zhu Beiji always getting bullied by Sun Wukong. Anyone who thinks Zhu Beiji is weak in combat is sorely mistaken. So, Zhu Beiji smashing Garuda onto the divine battle arena with a single rake strike was nothing out of the ordinary. The people from the three nations of Anamoti, Lahar, and others were filled with embarrassment. First, you were incredibly arrogant, yet the storm you stirred up proved utterly useless. Then you declared you wouldn't hold back anymore, only to be smashed onto the divine battle arena with a single blow and kicked flying by him. This was truly humiliating. Kalura's face instantly turned pitch black. To be smashed onto the divine battle arena by a single blow from Zhu Beiji, then kicked flying by him, this was utterly humiliating. You pig-headed fool, you've succeeded in enraging me. Garuda roared furiously, flapping his wings to take flight. Like an arrow released from its string, he shot toward Zhu Beiji once more. Zhu Beiji paid no heed to Garuda's roar. He calmly watched the Kaluoluo hurtling toward him, remaining motionless until the giant bird was mere inches from his face. He swung his 9-pronged rake and struck with brutal force. This time, Garuda dared not brace his body against Zhu Beiji's 9-pronged rake. After all, he'd already suffered a heavy loss once. If he still didn't learn his lesson, he'd be a fool. He flapped his wings, abruptly changing direction mid-charge, then surged toward Zhu Beiji from the side once more. Zhu Beiji's reaction was no slower. He spun around, swinging his 9-pronged rake to strike fiercely once more. The Garuda still dared not meet the blow head-on. He pivoted again, evading Zhu Beiji's attack while simultaneously launching his own counteroffensive. But soon he was stunned to discover that despite his bulky frame, Zhu Beiji's reflexes were anything but slow. This meant that whether he attacked head-on or from the flank, Zhu Beiji effortlessly parried every strike. Damn it! If the front doesn't work and the sides don't work, I'll attack from behind. Garuda cursed under his breath. Flapping his wings, he soared upward, flying over Zhu Beiji's head before abruptly changing direction and charging at him from behind. This time, Zhu Beiji didn't turn to meet the attack. He stood completely still, seemingly oblivious to the danger.
This scene instantly made the hearts of Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation leap into their throats. They desperately wanted to warn Zhu Beiji that Garuda was approaching from behind, but it was already too late. Namodi, Lahar, and the other 3 Azura warriors, however, grew excited. Since Zhu Beiji hadn't immediately tracked Garuda's movement, catching up now would be difficult. If Garuda's attack connected, they were certain its razor-sharp wings would cleave Zhu Beiji clean in two. Xia Taiping, however, remained utterly composed. While anyone else might struggle to counter such a surprise attack from behind, Zhu Beiji was an exception. He possessed a special technique for dealing with such ambushes. At that moment, Garuda's face was filled with amusement. Earlier, he had worried that even a sneak attack from behind might fail. Yet to his surprise, while Zhu Beiji reacted swiftly to frontal and flanking assaults, his response to attacks from behind was shockingly slow. Now, he was within striking distance of Zhu Beiji. Even if Zhu Beiji reacted, it would be too late. But before the smile could fully spread across his cheeks, he saw Zhu Beiji suddenly swing his 9-pronged rake, smashing it toward his back. Here it comes, then. Xia Taiping's eyes flashed with sudden brilliance. While others might not know Zhu Beiji's abilities, he was well aware of one move that had become legendary. That move was called the counter-strike. Chapter 112, Dharma Form of Heaven and Earth. Head-on confrontation. Swish. Seeing Zhu Beiji swing his 9-pronged rake toward his back, Kalabaka's expression abruptly changed. He was certain that even if Zhu Beiji reacted, there would be no time to counter or dodge. He was equally certain that even if this strike failed to cleave Zhu Beiji in two, it would still inflict severe wounds, securing victory in this divine battle. Yet to his utter shock, Zhu Beiji swung the 9-pronged rake backward, deflecting the attack at the last possible moment. But that wasn't the crux. The real issue was his overconfidence had completely lowered his guard. Caught utterly off guard by Zhu Beiji's strike, he now found himself unable to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the 9-pronged rake closed in on him. Clang! The next instant, a sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. It was the sound of Zhu Beiji's 9-pronged rake striking solidly against the Garuda's wing. Just as before, the moment the rake struck, feathers flew from the Garuda's wings. Not only that, but he was once again slammed hard onto the divine battle platform by the 9-pronged rake. Was it over? Not yet. Having landed the blow, Zhu Beiji wasted no time. His hands gripping the 9-pronged rake suddenly surged with force. Instantly, the 9-pronged rake flew over Zhu Beiji's head, still hooked onto the Garuda's feathers and flesh. Then, the Garuda broke free from the rake and shot forward like an arrow released from its string. Thud. The next instant, a dull thud echoed through the air. It was the Garuda crashing squarely into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. The barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena was dented deeply by the impact. The Garuda slid down the barrier and crashed heavily onto the arena floor. This scene instantly froze the faces of spectators from all nations within the divine arena. When they had witnessed Garuda launching a sneak attack from behind Zhu Beiji, only to find Zhu Beiji standing completely still, they had all assumed Zhu Beiji was doomed. Yet the reality turned out to be the exact opposite of their expectations. It wasn't Zhu Beiji who suffered a terrible fate, but Garuda. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. General Tianping, well done. That move by Marshal Tianping was like he had eyes in the back of his head, a strike that was steady, precise, and ruthless. Damn it, with skills like that, he dared to look down on Marshal Tianping. Now he's getting his comeuppance, huh? Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia nationals were all overcome with excitement. When they saw Garuda launch a sneak attack from behind Zhu Beiji, only to find Zhu standing perfectly still, they were all terrified. Little did they know it was a false alarm. Not only did Zhu not suffer any loss, he came out ahead. The faces of Namodi, Lahar, and the other Azura Kingdom members turned grim. They had prepared to celebrate Garuda cleaving Zhu Beiji in two, even rehearsing taunts against Huaxia. Instead, Garuda failed to sever Zhu Beiji and was wounded once more. What the hell was this? Kalura's own expression darkened considerably. Since the battle began, he had been wounded twice by Zhu Beiji, yet he hadn't even grazed the hem of his robe. Such an outcome not only shattered his lifelong reputation but also left him utterly humiliated. You pig-headed fool! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! The enraged Garuda roared hysterically. Simultaneously, his body rapidly swelled, growing to a staggering 5 or 6 zheng tall in the blink of an eye. Now standing beside Zhu Beiji, Kalura resembled not an elephant and an ant, but a tiger and a kitten. But before the spectators in the divine arena could ponder this further, Zhu Beiji's voice cut through the air. Trying to bully me by growing bigger? Too bad you're not the only one who can grow, I can too. As the words fell, Zhu Beiji's body swayed slightly, and he rapidly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, his form stretched to a height of 5 or 6 zhang. Is this the heavenly manifestation? Xia Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly. When Zhu Beiji wielded this technique, he could sustain his gigantic form for extended periods while greatly increasing his endurance. For instance, he once used heavenly form on Thorn Ridge to continuously clear a path for 2 days straight, a feat even Sun Wukong couldn't match. Gazing at Zhu Beiji, now towering as large as himself, Kalabaka's expression abruptly froze. Just as Zhu Beiji had said, Garuda had intended to bully him by exploiting his size advantage. He hadn't anticipated Zhu Beiji could also grow massive, causing his carefully laid plans to be nipped in the bud before they could even begin. Zhu Beiji roared with laughter. "Birdman, you still want to grow bigger? I'm happy to oblige." Garuda's face darkened further. 5 or 6 zhang was already his absolute limit. But judging by Zhu Beiji's tone, that wasn't Zhu Beiji's limit either. This left Kalura unable to refute him, unable even to respond. Oomph. At a loss for words, Garuda let out a cold snort and charged toward Zhu Beiji with great strides. This time, he didn't rely on his speed. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but the previous exchange had made him realize his speed was useless against Zhu Beiji. Forcing it would only put him at a disadvantage. Therefore, he changed tactics, opting to clash head-on with Zhu Beiji. Seeing this, Zhu Beiji wasted no words either, striding forward to meet the charging Garuda. Soon, the two collided. Garuda swung his wings like blades, slashing at Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji met him head-on, swinging his 9-pronged rake with fierce determination. Having already experienced the power of the 9-pronged rake firsthand, Garuda dared not meet it head-on with his wings. He swiftly retracted his right wing and swung his left wing to strike at Zhu Beiji once more. Seeing the Garuda withdraw its right wing, Zhu Beiji sought to press his advantage. But the moment he lifted his foot, the Garuda's left wing came crashing down. His earlier clash had made him realize the Garuda's wings were as hard as steel. Naturally, he wasn't foolish enough to block it head-on with his body. So, he immediately swung his 9-pronged rake to meet the Garuda's descending left wing. Seeing this, Garuda decisively withdrew his left wing and swung his right wing at Zhu Beiji once more. In mere moments, Zhu Beiji and the Garuda had exchanged over 100 blows. In these hundreds of exchanges, neither gained the upper hand. The reason lay in their respective strengths. Zhu Beiji's advantage lay in the formidable power of his 9-pronged rake, which Garuda dared not confront head-on with his wings. Garuda's advantage, however, was that his pair of wings could function as 2 weapons. By fighting 2 against 1, he forced Zhu Beiji to abandon any pursuit. With each holding a distinct advantage, the battle reached a stalemate. Damn it, this can't go on. I have to take this Birdman down fast. While fending off Garuda's attacks, Zhu Beiji's mind raced. Had this not been the divine battle arena, he was confident his extraordinary endurance could have worn the Garuda down to exhaustion. But unfortunately, there were no such luxuries. Making his debut on the divine battle arena, his endurance was severely compromised. He couldn't afford to get bogged down in a protracted war of attrition. He had to find a way to end the fight swiftly. Chapter 113, Tearing Off Wings. Snapping Necks. Not only did Zhu Beiji want to end the fight quickly, but Garuda also sought a swift conclusion. However, Garuda's reasons differed from Zhu Beiji's. This wasn't his first time on the divine battle arena. He was even a regular here. He had no need to worry about his stamina. His urgency stemmed from a desperate need to reclaim lost ground and salvage his tarnished pride. What should I do? Kalura's mind raced. But Zhu Beiji's 9-pronged rake could pierce his defenses, and Zhu Beiji's reactions were anything but slow. His defense was impenetrable, leaving Garuda unable to devise a viable strategy no matter how hard he thought. Damn it, if nothing else works, I'll just wear him down. Yes, wear him down. Huaxia rarely participates in divine wars, and I haven't heard of that pig-headed guy fighting in last year's battle either. So this pig-headed guy is probably making his debut on the divine war stage. If I just hold out, I can wear him down to death. Unable to devise a better strategy, Garuda resorted to the most straightforward approach. But before his thoughts had fully formed, he saw Zhu Beiji abruptly switch from offense to defense. More precisely, as his feathered wings slashed toward him, Zhu Beiji didn't counterattack. Instead, he raised his 9-pronged rake with both hands to block. Clang! The next instant, a sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. Garuda's right wing struck solidly against Zhu Beiji's 9-pronged rake, sending sparks flying in bursts. Immediately, Garuda instinctively swung its left wing, continuing its strike toward Zhu Beiji. Clang! Another sharp clang of steel colliding echoed abruptly. Garuda's left wing also struck Zhu Beiji's 9-pronged rake squarely, sending sparks flying. This scene left Garuda momentarily bewildered. He couldn't understand why Zhu Beiji, who had been attacking him relentlessly, suddenly switched from offense to defense. Before he could ponder further, he saw Zhu Beiji brace against his wings, violently flinging the 9-pronged rake away. A surge of force shot back through the rake, striking his wings. The force was so fierce that he momentarily couldn't withstand it. His wings, which had been slashed by the 9-pronged rake, were violently torn apart. Dragged by the momentum of his wings, he was unable to control himself and began retreating backward. At that very moment, Zhu Beiji suddenly charged forward at breakneck speed, launching a shoulder charge directly at the Garuda. Garuda noticed Zhu Beiji's movement, but he was already in retreat. His wings were blocked by the 9-pronged rake Zhu Beiji had hurled, leaving him unable to counterattack or evade. He could only watch helplessly as Zhu Beiji charged toward him. Thud! The next moment, a dull thud echoed through the air. Zhu Beiji's shoulder slammed squarely into Garuda's chest, sending the giant bird flying backward. Was it over? Not yet. Having sent Garuda flying with a single shoulder charge, Zhu Beiji surged forward again. His lowered hands shot up like lightning, grabbing Garuda's right wing. Break it! A thunderous shout erupted from Zhu Beiji's mouth as he exerted all his strength on the wings he had seized. At that moment, Garuda was still in mid-air from the initial collision. Combined with the immense force exerted by Zhu Beiji, the two opposing forces acted upon it simultaneously. Garuda's right wing was instantly pulled taut and straight. Rip! The next instant, a tearing sound echoed sharply. Zhu Beiji had violently wrenched the Garuda's right wing from its roots, tearing it clean off its back. Immediately, a jet of blood spurted from the torn wound on the Garuda's back. Ah! Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream erupted from the Garuda's throat. His face contorted with agony, his body trembling uncontrollably from the excruciating pain of his torn wing. Having landed the blow, Zhu Beiji wasted no time, charging forward again at full speed. Meanwhile, the Garuda's momentum from flying backward had been abruptly halted by Zhu Beiji's powerful tug. Within a few strides, Zhu Beiji closed the distance to the Garuda. His lowered hands shot up like lightning, one seizing the Garuda's left wing, the other gripping its shoulder. Break it! Another thunderous shout erupted from Zhu Beiji's mouth as he violently twisted his grip on the Garuda's wing and shoulder. Rip! Another tearing sound echoed as Zhu Beiji ripped the Garuda's left wing clean off at the root. Ah! Another piercing scream erupted from the Garuda's throat. The agony etched on his cheek intensified threefold as his body curled up in convulsive tremors from the excruciating pain. Was it over? Not yet. Tearing off Garuda's wings had undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow. Standing beside him, how could Zhu Beiji pass up this chance to kick a man when he's down and secure victory in this divine battle? His hand shot out like lightning once more, clamping down on Garuda's head. Break it off! Another thunderous shout erupted from Zhu Beiji's mouth as he exerted tremendous force with both hands gripping the Garuda's head. But this time, instead of pulling outward, he twisted with all his might. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp snapping sound, the Garuda's neck snapped cleanly in two under Zhu Beiji's force. Immediately afterward, the Garuda's body convulsed violently a few times before going still, then dissolved into scattered starlight and vanished. The Garuda was dead, its neck snapped cleanly by Zhu Beiji's brutal twist. Though described as a slow sequence, it unfolded in an instant. This was evident from the fact that none of the spectators from the various nations in the divine arena had time to react. Whoosh! Immediately after, a series of sharp gasps echoed throughout the divine arena. These gasps came from the mouths of the spectators from various nations within the arena. Now, their faces were frozen in shock, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Just moments ago, the situation had been tense and uncertain. How could Garuda have been torn apart by Zhu Beiji, his wings ripped off and neck snapped, in the blink of an eye? It wasn't just the spectators from various nations in the divine arena who found it hard to accept. Even Xia Taiping, who knew Zhu Beiji's strength well, found it hard to believe. The reason was simply that the change had come far too quickly. Moments later, voices filled with shock and excitement erupted throughout the divine arena. Did I see that correctly? Garuda had his wings torn off and his neck snapped? Tearing off wings, snapping necks, this is just too brutal. Are all Chinese deities this brutal? Torn wings, snapped neck. Arrogance truly has no place here. Holy crap! Tearing off Garuda's wings and snapping its neck barehanded Martial Tianpeng is just too strong. Holy crap! He holds back until he unleashes his full power, ending the fight in an instant. Martial Tianpeng is truly formidable. Martial Tianpeng is mighty. China is mighty. Citizens of Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and others were stunned, while the people of China were exhilarated. The people of the three nations Namodi, Lahar, and others were ashen-faced. Their premonitions proved correct. Earlier, Hanuman had been so arrogant only to have his skull smashed by the six-eared macaque's staff, his body cleaved into a truly gruesome death. Now, Garuda, equally arrogant, had his wings torn from his body by Zhu Beiji, his neck snapped, meeting an equally gruesome end. The face of the three countries had been utterly lost once more. Chapter 114, The Moment of Harvest. Return to wholeness. Phew! Zhu Beiji exhaled deeply. To end the battle swiftly, he had risked losing his 9-pronged rake. Fortunately, his gamble paid off handsomely. By defeating Garuda, he secured victory for Huaxia in this divine battle. No, this wasn't quite securing victory for Huaxia in this divine battle yet, because Lahar, who had summoned the Garuda, was still here. At this thought, Zhu Beiji abruptly turned to face Lahar. His voice was deep and stern as he demanded, "Do you want to die? Or admit defeat?" "I surrender," Lahar declared decisively, his reply utterly without hesitation. Immediately after, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded throughout the divine arena. The fourth battle, the three kingdoms challenge Huaxia Nation. Huaxia Nation wins. Huaxia Nation wins 3 out of 4 battles, claiming victory in this divine war. As the voice of heavens will faded, waves of cheers erupted. Ha! We've won again. Damn it all, what difference does deploying a purple-tier deity make? It still couldn't stop our Huaxia Nation from claiming this divine battle. A 3 kingdoms, spit back the national fortune you stole from us last year with interest. Marshal Tianping is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. China is mighty.
Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia nation were overcome with excitement. Though this divine battle had its twists and turns, the outcome was favorable.
China had secured victory in this divine conflict.
Combined with previous triumphs over Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation, China had now achieved 3 consecutive victories on the divine battle stage. Compared to last year, this was not merely an improvement, it was a complete and utter transformation. The faces of Namodi and the other representatives from the 3 nations turned grim. They had believed that deploying a purple-tier deity to eliminate Xia Taiping would secure victory in this divine battle. Yet not only had they failed to halt China's winning streak, they had made themselves the laughingstock. What the hell was this?
Representatives from Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, Egypt, Greece, and the Catholic Kingdom wore expressions of complex emotion. Last year's divine war saw China suffer 3 consecutive defeats. They had assumed this year's outcome would mirror the past, yet to their astonishment, not only did China avoid a 3rd consecutive defeat, it achieved 3 straight victories. Even the deployment of purple-tier deities by the 3 nations failed to halt China's winning streak. China is truly rising. The same thought flashed through the minds of people across the world. Earlier, when China defeated both Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation consecutively, they had already sensed China's impending rise. But their sense of it had been vague then, because Xia Taiping had been the one securing those consecutive divine battle victories for China. They believed that by eliminating Xia Taiping, they could halt China's winning streak and curb its rise. Yet the clash between the 3 nations and Huaxia suddenly revealed the fallacy of their thinking. Despite eliminating Xia Taiping, the 3 nations failed to halt China's winning streak. This signaled that China possessed not only Xia Taiping but other formidable opponents capable of challenging them. Yet they sensed something was amiss, though they couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. On the divine battle arena, when Qingfeng looked at Zhu Beiji, clasping his hands respectfully. "Thank you, Marshal Tianping, for securing this victory for Huaxia. You're too kind." Zhu Beiji shook his head. "As a deity of Huaxia, fighting for our nation is my duty. Well, matters here are settled. I should be going now. Until we meet again." Before Wen Qingfeng could respond, Zhu Beiji vanished into thin air. Witnessing this, Wen Qingfeng clasped his fists once more and declared, "Farewell, Marshal Tianping." Xia Zhenghua, Xia Taiping, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation rose in unison, clasping their fists before them. "Farewell, Marshal Tianping." Immediately after, the voice of the Tao resounded throughout the divine arena. According to the rules of the divine war, the victorious party may demand compensation from the defeated party. Now comes the victor's moment of reward. What compensation does Huaxia nation desire? Hearing this, the faces of Namodi and the other representatives from the 3 nations darkened further. The price for losing the divine battle had arrived. However, much like Sunset Nation, they had defeated Huaxia in last year's divine battle and demanded benefits from them. Now, having lost to Huaxia in this divine battle and facing their demands for compensation, it wouldn't cause the 3 nations much trouble. Still, once something was already in their mouths, who would want to spit it out? When Qingfeng turned to Xia Zhenghua and asked, "Old Xia, what compensation should we demand?" Xia Zhenghua remained silent. He looked at Xia Taiping and said, "Taiping, you decide." Zhou Tianming and the other Huaxia representatives voiced no objections to Xia Zhenghua's suggestion. Although Xia Taiping had been eliminated from this divine battle, Huaxia's victory was entirely due to his efforts. Had it not been for Xia Taiping's guidance, Xiao Wenshan and Wen Qingfeng would never have selected the powerful deities 6-eared macaque and Zhu Beiji. Relying solely on their own personal guardian deities, victory in the divine battle would have been impossible. Xia Taiping didn't mince words. He declared, "Elder Xia, I shall take 1/10 of the nation's fortune." Agreed. Xia Zhenghua nodded, then turned to Wen Qingfeng and declared, "Old One, claim 10% of the nation's fortune for the 3 kingdoms." "Yes, Elder Xia." Wen Qingfeng responded, then looked up at the sky and declared in a solemn voice, "Heavenly Way, I demand 1/10 of the national fortune of the 3 kingdoms as compensation." Granted. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed through the divine arena. Immediately, the massive map that had appeared before materialized once more above the divine arena. In the next instant, a golden dragon burst forth from the green territory representing the Huaxia kingdom. Roar! The golden dragon let out a mighty roar to the heavens before soaring toward the green territory representing the 3 nations. Soon, the golden dragon soared above the green territory representing the 3 nations. Roar! Another mighty roar erupted from the dragon's maw. Opening its massive jaws, it sucked fiercely at the green section representing the 3 nations. A golden beam of light shot out from the section, then vanished into the dragon's mouth. Simultaneously, the golden dragon's body instantly grew a full size larger. Roar! Another mighty roar erupted from the golden dragon's maw. It turned its body and flew toward the green section representing the Huaxia kingdom, then plunged headfirst into the green section representing the Huaxia kingdom. In the next instant, the massive map suspended above the divine arena flickered rapidly several times before vanishing entirely. This scene filled Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese representatives with overwhelming excitement. In last year's Divine War, China suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Not only did they lose 20% of their national fortune, but they were also forced to sign a humiliating treaty allowing Sakura Nation to establish a divine academy within China's borders and recruit Chinese citizens as students.
This year's Divine War saw China win 3 consecutive victories. Not only did they nullify the humiliating treaty with Sakura Nation and expel the Sakura Divine Academy's China branch, but they also reclaimed the lost 20% of national fortune in full, along with some interest. Thus, China's national fortune not only returned to its fullness but grew even stronger than before. But before their excitement could fully settle, the voice of heavens will boom through the divine arena. Chapter 115, Swift Resolution. Greece's Dilemma. According to the rules of the divine arena, national fortune rewards and penalties shall be settled immediately after all divine battles conclude. Proceeding to the third divine battle, Greece challenges China. The battle commences in 30 minutes. Both nations must submit their combatant rosters 10 minutes prior. Failure to submit rosters on time will be deemed an automatic forfeit. The voice of heaven resounded throughout the divine arena. Upon hearing this, the Greek delegation immediately began deliberating their roster. Like the Sunset Nation and the A-Triple Nation, they had prepared their roster in advance. However, Xia Taiping's overwhelming strength and the Huaxia Nation's consecutive victories had disrupted their plans, forcing them to hastily discuss a new roster. Xia Zhanghua and the other Huaxia representatives wasted no time, immediately convening to discuss their roster. Xia Zhanghua looked at Xia Taiping and said, "Taiping, even when the 3 nations sent a purple-tier deity, they couldn't stop us from winning the divine battle. Now that Greece has learned its lesson, they will undoubtedly field an even stronger lineup. Frankly, you're crucial to Huaxia. I'm sure you understand that. I don't want you taking unnecessary risks. Besides, you can guide others in choosing their deities. Why don't you skip the first battle? Would that be alright? Elder Xia, I understand your concern, but you're worrying too much." Xia Taiping replied, "Greece is different from the 3 nations. The 3 nations possess 3 purple-tier deities, so deploying one won't significantly impact them. Greece, however, is another matter. Greece possesses only 1 purple-tier deity. Once deployed, they would lose their trump card to deter other nations. I believe they won't lightly send their purple-tier deity into battle unless absolutely forced to. Even if they did deploy their purple-grade deity and I happened to encounter them, I'd handle it just like I did with the 3 nations' purple-grade deities. Summon a minor demon to neutralize their purple-grade deity, then voluntarily concede defeat. So you needn't worry about my safety at all." Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua felt a pang of embarrassment. He had been solely focused on Xia Taiping's safety, overlooking the fact that Greece possessed only 1 purple-tier deity. "Old Xia, that's one thing, but there's also another." Xia Taiping continued, "I can guide others in selecting powerful deities, but we can't guarantee a powerful one every time. If we don't randomly draw a strong deity, winning the divine battle becomes difficult. But I'm different. Even if I don't randomly select a powerful deity, I can summon my personal guardian deity, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, to fight. This increases our chances of winning the divine battle. That's precisely why I haven't summoned the great sage to fight until now. Furthermore, the representatives from all nations present are no fools. While the actions of Commanders Xiao and Wen might not have aroused suspicion just now, repeated occurrences will inevitably raise their suspicions. Once they grow suspicious, it could very well invite unnecessary trouble. Frankly, private guidance is the only backup plan I can think of. If this plan is exposed and blocked by the Tao, winning the next 3 divine battles will be difficult. Therefore, it's best for me to fight first." Xia Zhanghua couldn't help but smile bitterly. He truly didn't want Xia Taiping to take such a risk, but Xia Taiping's reasoning was sound and well-founded. He couldn't find a valid counterargument. Xiao Tianming interjected, "Master Xia, Taiping's reasoning is sound. Let him fight first." "Yes, Master Xia, I understand your concern for Taiping's safety. But as long as he concedes defeat in time, there's really no danger. Master Xia, I also support Taiping going first, but Taiping must guarantee that if the situation becomes untenable, he will immediately concede defeat. Master Xia, Taiping is the designated combatant for our nation. He must fight. Since he must fight, whether he goes first or third makes no difference. But having Taiping go first greatly increases our chances of victory." Xiao Wenshan, Wu Zhan, and others spoke up one after another. "All right." Xia Zhanghua relented. "For the divine battle against Greece, the roster remains unchanged. Taiping will be the first to fight." With Xia Zhanghua's final decision, the Huaxia nation's deliberations concluded. The group then shifted their conversation to other topics. In stark contrast to China's swift finalization of its roster, Greece's deliberations proved far more arduous. Commander-in-Chief Constantine of Greece wore a grave expression. "Gentlemen, Huaxia has consecutively defeated Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and even the 3 Nations Alliance. Even the 3 Nations Alliance deploying a purple-tier deity couldn't halt Huaxia's winning streak. This outcome truly exceeds our expectations. If we stick to the previously agreed roster, Greece stands little chance of victory. We must revise our lineup. What formation do you propose to guarantee success in the divine battle?"
Hearing this, the Greek nation's high-ranking officials exchanged glances, their faces filled with anguish. They all knew the roster must change, yet none could envision what formation could guarantee victory in the divine battle. Commander-in-Chief, to be honest, I cannot conceive of a lineup that would guarantee victory in the divine battle, not even if we deployed a purple-tier deity. Indeed, Commander. Even when the three nations deployed a single purple-tier deity, they couldn't halt China's winning streak. Greece possesses only one purple-tier deity, and we absolutely cannot deploy it unless absolutely necessary. Commander-in-Chief, Sunset Nation and the Three Kingdoms have proven that even a top-tier 5-star blue formation, or even a 1 purple 4 blue top formation, cannot defeat China. Securing victory in the divine war is proving quite difficult. Commander-in-Chief, we cannot deploy our purple-tier deity. Doing so would strip us of our trump card to intimidate other nations. Perhaps we should send our 5-star blue elite formation instead? It might just defeat China. Commander-in-Chief, I concur. Since the divine war began, China has revealed numerous formidable deities. They may not have many more powerful ones left. Perhaps deploying our 5-star blue elite force could secure victory. I disagree. This isn't about boosting China's prestige or crushing Greece's morale. China's performance has been overwhelmingly dominant. Even our 5-star blue elite force has little guarantee of success. I agree. Last year, China seemed vulnerable because much of its mythological history was lost. But this year, they appear to have recovered significant portions of that history. Combined with their vast number of deities, even a 5-star blue elite force wouldn't guarantee victory. Listening to the numerous Greek high-ranking officials speak, Constantine's brow furrowed deeply. His original intent was to have everyone discuss what kind of lineup could guarantee victory in the divine battle. Yet not only did no one address this, they were all pouring cold water on his plans. Wasn't this just boosting China's prestige while crushing their own morale? That said, however displeased he felt, he had to admit their arguments held merit. Just then, Greece's deputy commander-in-chief, Soras, suddenly spoke up. Commander-in-chief, I have a proposal that might prevent the losses of defeat. Chapter 116, Abandon the Divine War? Unanimous rejection. Soras, you have a way to prevent the losses of defeat? Constantine's eyes lit up at Soras' words. When deciding to launch the divine war against Huaxia, he had vowed to tear a chunk of flesh from its body. But with the successive defeats of Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and the Yi Nation, his perspective had undergone a complete reversal. Now, his thoughts no longer revolved around tearing a chunk from Huaxia, but rather how to prevent Huaxia from tearing a chunk from him. Commander-in-Chief, I have indeed devised a plan. Soras stated honestly, though it may not guarantee success. Any solution is a good thing. Constantine said eagerly, Soras, tell me quickly. Very well, Commander. Soras continued, this year's Huaxia Nation is truly too unpredictable. Launching a divine war against them offers little guarantee of victory. Rather than risking defeat, it might be wiser to abandon the divine war altogether. After all, as the challengers, we retain the option to withdraw. Constant hesitated. Initiating the divine war themselves only to abandon it now would indeed be embarrassing. But compared to the cost of defeat, what did a little lost face matter? Therefore, abandoning the divine war seemed a viable option to him. Yet, as Soras had pointed out, this approach might not guarantee success. After a moment's silence, he asked, what are your thoughts on what Soras has proposed? Commander-in-Chief, as the challengers, we can indeed withdraw our challenge. But that requires the consent of the Huaxia Nation. If they refuse, the divine war must continue. We must consider this. Indeed. If the Huaxia Nation refuses, not only must we continue participating in the divine war, but we'll lose all face. I share that concern. However, if the Huaxia Nation does agree, it would indeed spare us the losses of defeat. I fear China might refuse. After all, they've won 3 consecutive battles and are riding high on momentum. Numerous high-ranking officials of Greece spoke up. Hearing their words, Constance furrowed his brow. He had sought their opinions precisely because he was undecided. What he sought to hear was whether Greece's leadership supported Soras' proposal, not an analysis of its merits and drawbacks, for he himself was well aware of both. Instead, the Greek officials were all weighing the pros and cons of Soras' proposal. Not a single one explicitly voiced support for it, nor did any outright reject it. At that moment, Soras spoke again. Commander-in-Chief, I cannot guarantee China will agree to our proposal to withdraw the challenge, but I believe there is a reasonable chance. China is a nation of courtesy that has always valued peace. If we voluntarily withdraw the challenge, they may still agree. Even if, hypothetically, China refuses our withdrawal, the outcome would be no different from the current situation. We wouldn't suffer greater losses. At worst, we'd lose a bit more face. Therefore, I believe it's worth a try. Constant did not respond immediately. After another moment of silence, he spoke, Soras makes a valid point. It's merely a matter of losing some face. But if we succeed, we can avoid the losses of defeat. It's worth the attempt. What are your thoughts? Commander-in-Chief, I agree. Commander-in-Chief, I agree. Commander-in-Chief, I agree too. This time, the response from Greece's high-ranking officials was remarkably unanimous. After all, both the commander-in-chief and deputy commander-in-chief wanted to give it a try. To oppose them would be utterly tactless. Besides, the decision to abandon the divine war had been made by Constantine and Soras. It had nothing to do with them. Even if it failed, the Greek people would blame Constantine and Soras, not them. A bunch of spineless cowards. Constantine muttered under his breath, rising to his feet. He gazed up at the heavens and declared, "Heavenly way, Greece hereby withdraws its challenge to China." Hearing this, the representatives of all nations in the divine arena froze in shock. Had they heard correctly? Greece was actually withdrawing its challenge to China just as the divine battle was about to commence? But they quickly realized. Greece lacked the certainty of victory over China and was unwilling to bear the cost of defeat, hence their decision to withdraw the challenge. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese representatives were also stunned, then one by one, they grew excited. Last year's divine war saw China suffer 3 consecutive defeats, becoming not only a laughingstock across the divine continent but also an easy target for every nation to bully. But this year was different. Not only had the Chinese nation defeated the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Sunset Nation, and the An Nation in succession, but it had also forced Greece to retreat without a fight. What majesty! What dominance! Greece, as the challenger, you possess the right to withdraw. However, the divine war has already commenced. Withdrawal is not something you can decide unilaterally. It requires the consent of the challenged party. The voice of heavens will boom through the divine arena. Huaxia, do you consent to Greece's withdrawal of its challenge? Xia Zhenghua did not respond immediately. He turned to Xia Taiping and asked, "Taiping, what do you think?" Swish. 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 Zhou Tianming, Wen Xingfeng, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation all turned their gaze towards Xia Taiping. They understood why Xia Zhenghua sought Xia Taiping's opinion. Xia Taiping had been instrumental in Huaxia's consecutive victories over Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and the An Nation. Whether they could continue triumphing over Greece, Egypt, and the Holy See now depended entirely on him. Old Xia, my suggestion is to refuse. Xia Taiping paused, then abruptly changed his tone, but refusing also carries risks. After all, unlike the 3 nations of A, we lack numerous individuals with powerful personal deities. We can only rely on the way of heaven to randomly assign us divine beings. If heaven randomly assigns us a powerful deity, we can defeat Greece. But if heaven does not grant us a powerful deity, we risk losing to Greece. Therefore, whether to accept or decline, I leave that decision to our leaders. Then we refuse. Xia Zhenghua declared decisively. As for taking risks, nothing in this world comes without risk. Moreover, if we agree to Greece's withdrawal from the challenge, wouldn't that mean other nations could launch challenges whenever they pleased and abandon them whenever they wished? Where would that leave the dignity of our Huaxia nation? How could we deter other nations from casually launching divine wars against us? Elder Xia speaks wisely. Zhou Tianming chimed in, the risk is worth taking. Not only could we reap immense benefits, but we could also demonstrate the might of our nation, instilling fear in others and deterring them from casually initiating divine wars against us. I support refusal. I support refusal too. I support the rejection as well. Xiao Wenshan, Wu Zhan, Wen Xingfeng, and others all spoke up, their opinions remarkably unified. Xia Zhenghua continued, Taiping, you respond to what the Tao has spoken. Yes, Elder Xia. Xia Taiping rose without hesitation. Chapter 117, Moral Blackmail? I'll argue you to death. Seeing Xia Taiping rise, Constant, Suras, and the other Greeks grew tense. They feared he might reject their proposal. As the saying goes, what you fear most is what comes to pass. Their apprehensions had barely surfaced when Xia Taiping's voice cut through the air. Heaven's way, the Huaxia nation refuses. At Xia Taiping's refusal, some spectators in the divine arena were astonished, while others were utterly unsurprised. Those surprised believed that since China had already fought 3 consecutive battles and still faced a divine war ahead, Greece's withdrawal should be welcomed as a favorable development. They expected China to readily accept the offer. The unsurprised ones saw through the true nature of Greece's withdrawal and the pitfalls of China's acceptance. To them, only a fool would agree to Greece's proposal. Constant, Soras, and other Greeks watched their faces darken. Their fears had materialized. The Huaxia kingdom had rejected their proposal to abandon the challenge. Sigh. Constant sighed deeply, saying nothing more. Suras, however, was unwilling to accept this. He stood up and challenged, your nation claims to be a land of etiquette and peace. Now that we voluntarily withdraw our challenge, you flatly refuse. What kind of land of etiquette and peace is this? Hearing this, spectators from various nations in the divine arena perked up with interest. Though the divine battles were spectacular, watching them non-stop could grow tedious. A verbal spar midway through was a welcome diversion. It was like feasting on a lavish banquet one moment, then savoring a simple home-cooked dish the next, the latter often tasting more delicious. Moreover, they were eager to see how Huaxia would respond to Suras's challenge. Xia Zhenghua opened his mouth to respond, but before his words could escape, Xia Taiping's voice rang out first. You are quite right. Our Huaxia nation is indeed a land of etiquette, revering peace.
Xia Taiping abruptly shifted his tone, but that doesn't mean we extend this courtesy to everyone.
Etiquette is for friends, not bandits. Peace is for friends, not bandits either. Swish. Suraz's face instantly darkened to pitch black. Though Xia Taiping hadn't explicitly named them, Suraz wasn't stupid. How could he not understand that the bandits Xia Taiping referred to were none other than the Greeks? You. Suraz pointed an accusing finger at Xia Taiping, about to speak, but Xia cut him off before the words left his lips. What do you mean, you? Xia Taiping's voice was deep and stern. My nation of China has never wronged your nation of Greece. Why does your nation of Greece seek war with my nation of China? This. Suraz was momentarily speechless. Their nation had initiated the divine war against China because they had missed out last year, failing to secure any benefits from China. So when Japan brought up the matter this year, they readily agreed, determined not to miss out again and lose the chance to share in China's spoils. But this truth could never be spoken aloud. How else could they confront China? You needn't answer, for everyone knows the reason. Xia Taiping pressed on, let me ask you this, if today, the Chinese nation hadn't consecutively defeated the Japanese nation, the Sunset nation, and the Ya nation to win the divine war, would your Greek nation have abandoned its challenge against us? This. Suraz was once again rendered speechless. Had Huaxia not secured 3 consecutive victories, leaving them without confidence in victory, they would never have abandoned their challenge. Yet this truth was equally unspeakable. How could he then confront Huaxia? Without any grudge or enmity, your Greek nation initiated a divine war against our Huaxia nation. Xia Taiping continued, our Huaxia kingdom has won 3 consecutive battles, leaving you without confidence in victory. Now you wish to abandon the challenge to avoid the losses of defeat. How can you think so highly of yourselves? What gives you the audacity to question us? The representatives from various nations in the divine arena nodded in unison. Though they too stood in opposition to Huaxia, they couldn't deny the logic in Xia Taiping's words. You initiated the challenge, then sought to abandon it when confidence waned. After being refused, you still dare to question us? Where do you get off? Young man, don't assume victory is yours. Suraz's face darkened. Until the outcome is settled, anything is possible. Therefore, withdrawing the challenge benefits not only our Greek nation but also your Huaxia kingdom. At the very least, you won't have to take the risk. You speak well, but the Huaxia nation refuses. Xia Taiping retorted coldly, our nation is a land of courtesy and peace, but that doesn't mean we'll tolerate being bullied. When faced with aggression, we'll strike back with even greater force. We won't hesitate to take risks even if it means dying in battle. Taiping, you speak with such conviction. Xia Zhenghua offered his praise without reservation. For if he had been the one to counter Suraz, he couldn't have done it any better than Xia Taiping. Precisely. When faced with aggression, we will not hesitate to take risks even if it means dying in battle. Our nation is a land of etiquette and peace-loving people. We do not provoke trouble, but that does not mean we fear it. Whoever dares to bully us will face our fiercest retaliation. Damn it! You want to take a bite out of our China, but now you're backing down because you don't have the guts? Think it's that easy? Listen up, you bastards, don't mess with us, or you'll pay the price. Zhou Tianming, Xiao Wenshan, and others spoke up in support of Xia Taiping. Hearing the indignant words of the Chinese delegation, Suraz's face turned ashen. He desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping and the Chinese delegation's claims, but he couldn't find the words to do so. Let me give you some advice. Xia Taiping added, don't even think about trying to morally blackmail us with such dirty tricks, we won't fall for that. Oh, and let me remind you, the deadline for submitting your combat roster is fast approaching. You'd better hurry up and finalize your list. Of course, you could simply concede defeat. That way, fewer deities would perish. Kid, you're dreaming. I'm telling you, it's impossible. Suraz flatly refused. He wanted to abandon the challenge to avoid the losses of defeat, but conceding outright would not only mean paying the price of defeat, it would also utterly destroy the prestige of the Greek nation. How could he possibly agree to that? My dreams may be beautiful, but they're not as beautiful as yours. Xia Taiping curled his lips and added, since you refuse, then hurry up and submit your roster. What's the rush? Suraz retorted, haven't you submitted your roster either? You're absolutely right. Xia Taiping nodded, looked up at the sky, and declared, heaven's will, the Huaxia nation's roster remains unchanged. After speaking, Xia Taiping turned to Xia Zhenghua and said, Old Xia, I'm heading to the divine battle arena. Very well. Xia Zhenghua nodded. Without further delay, Xia Taiping strode toward the divine battle arena. Upon reaching the divine battle arena, he looked at Constant, Suraz, and the other representatives of Greece, his voice solemn. China has submitted its roster. Greece should submit theirs promptly and then come up to meet their doom. Chapter 118, Hephaestus. Caught in the crossfire. Oomph. Suraz snorted coldly, his face darkening as he sat down. He had intended to morally blackmail China, hoping their reputation as a nation of etiquette and peace would compel them to accept Greece's withdrawal. Instead, Xia Taiping's sharp retort had left him utterly humiliated. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that according to the rules of the God War, their withdrawal required the consent of the challenged party. Since China refused, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and proceed with the battle. Constantine's face darkened as he declared, "Gentlemen, since Huaxia refuses and we cannot simply concede defeat, this battle is now unavoidable. We must swiftly decide who will represent us in combat." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Saraki and other Greek high-ranking officials responded before beginning their deliberations. This scene left the representatives of all nations in the divine arena utterly speechless. "You initiated this divine war yourselves, yet now that it's about to begin, you want to back out? Well, look at you now. Not only has Huaxia flatly refused, but you've also been thoroughly humiliated by Xia Taiping. Isn't this like trying to steal a chicken only to lose a grain of rice? Losing both your wife and your army?" That said, they could understand why Greece wanted to abandon the divine battle. After all, the cost of defeat was immense. By withdrawing, Greece could avoid the catastrophic losses of a crushing defeat. Xia Taiping stood silently on the divine war platform, awaiting Greece's submission of its combat roster. It wasn't that he didn't want to press them further. He had already said everything he needed to say. Since the deadline for submitting the roster hadn't yet arrived, Greece's continued deliberations were within the rules. Pressing them further would serve no purpose. Patience was the best course of action. Moments later, Constance pulled paper and pen from his pocket, scribbled down the roster of combatants, and with a flick of his wrist, the paper drifted toward the divine battle arena. Soon, the paper reached the divine battle arena, burst into flames, and dissolved into ashes before vanishing. Immediately afterward, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed throughout the divine arena. "The nations of Huaxia and Greece have submitted their combatant rosters. The participants from both nations are hereby announced. China, Xia Taiping, Xiao Wenshan, Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijin. Greece, Xavier, Xerxes, Santos, Zekiel, Sumera. Both sides prepare. The divine battle commences in 10 minutes. Upon hearing the voice of the Tao, the faces of all nations present in the divine arena instantly twisted with peculiar expressions. Immediately, murmurs of discussion rippled through the arena. Xavier, Xerxes, Santos, Zekiel, and Sumera, all blue-tier deities. Greece has fielded a 5-star blue-tier elite lineup. Even the three nations sent purple-tier deities to eliminate that kid from China, yet they still failed to win the divine battle. Greece is only fielding a 5-star blue-tier top-tier lineup. Are they giving up on this battle? They can't be abandoning this battle, otherwise, they wouldn't have fielded a 5-star blue-tier elite lineup. I agree. And I understand why they didn't deploy a purple-tier deity. Greece only has one purple-tier deity. Deploying it would leave them without a trump card to intimidate other nations. It'll be tough for a 5-star blue top-tier lineup to win this divine battle. The sentiments of the nations shifted once more. The initial shock over Sunset Nation fielding their 5-star blue elite lineup had now turned to skepticism. The reason was clear: even the Sunset Kingdom's 5-star blue elite lineup failed to secure a single victory against the divine war challenges from the Huaxia Kingdom. Worse still, even the Triple Kingdom's deployment of a purple-tier deity couldn't clinch a win. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other representatives from the Huaxia nation breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had genuinely feared Greece might recklessly deploy a purple-tier deity. Had that occurred, Xia Taiping would have faced elimination once more, leaving victory in this divine battle entirely to chance. Fortunately, their fears did not materialize. As Xia Taiping had predicted, Greece, possessing only one purple-tier deity, would not lightly deploy it into battle. In stark contrast to the excitement of the Huaxia delegation, the expressions of Constant, Saras, and the other Greek representatives darkened. They had deployed their 5-star blue elite lineup, yet not a single person favored them. Wasn't that a sign of contempt? That said, it wasn't hard to understand why the world's nations doubted them. After all, even they themselves didn't believe their 5-star blue elite lineup could defeat China and win this divine battle. Had they believed otherwise, they wouldn't have considered abandoning the challenge moments ago. Constant turned to a middle-aged man seated behind him. "Xavier," he said, "since the roster has been submitted, there's no point in delaying further. Go. Secure a victory in this divine battle." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Xavier responded with a nod and rose to walk toward the divine battle arena. Upon reaching the stage, he wasted no time and began summoning his personal deity. Sylvain of Greece humbly summons the fire god Hephaestus to descend. Whoosh! As Xavier's words fell, a dazzling light erupted from the center of his brow. Immediately, a man of grotesque ugliness stepped out from the light. This hideously ugly man was none other than the fire god Hephaestus, as invoked by Xavier. At the same time, murmurs of discussion once again filled the divine arena. Ugh, every time I see Hephaestus, I lose my appetite for days. Who wouldn't agree? That guy is just too ugly. My eyes feel defiled. Does anyone have eye drops? I need to flush them out immediately. Enough already. Being ugly isn't his fault, but showing up to scare people with it is. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Hephaestus's face instantly turned ashen. He wasn't unaware of his monstrous appearance. He even knew that his hideous looks made him unwelcome among the Greek gods. But was his ugliness his fault? Could he be blamed for that? If he could, he'd love to teach those mocking him a lesson. But as the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the masses. There were simply too many mockers for him to retaliate against. Moreover, this was the arena of the gods. During the divine battle, he couldn't even leave the arena. How could he possibly seek revenge? In desperation, he could only vent his pent-up fury on Xia Taiping. He glared at Xia Taiping with a look that could devour a man. "Kid, stop dawdling. Summon your guardian deity now." Xia Taiping was utterly speechless. "I didn't mock you. Why pick on me instead of someone else? It's like I'm getting hit by a stray bullet while lying down." But he merely thought this to himself, choosing not to argue with Hephaestus. "If I summon my personal deity, I doubt you'll stand a chance." Xia Taiping shot back at Hephaestus before lifting his gaze to the heavens. "Heavenly Way, grant me a random deity to choose from." Chapter 119, Red Boy. The Clash of Flames. Hephaestus froze in surprise. Who was this kid's guardian deity that he dared speak so boldly? He instinctively prepared to retort, only to realize with astonishment that his divine attendant, Xavier, showed no sign of objection. Xavier's expression clearly indicated he knew who Xia Taiping's guardian deity was and fully endorsed Xia Taiping's words. After a moment's thought, Hephaestus swallowed the challenge that had formed on his tongue. He might be ugly, but he wasn't stupid. If he provoked Xia Taiping into summoning his personal deity to battle, his chances of victory would dwindle. Better to endure and let Xia Taiping call upon a random deity chosen by the way of heaven. In the next instant, 3 grey cards materialized before Xia Taiping. The eyes of all present in the divine arena, including Hephaestus, immediately fixed on the 3 cards before Xia Taiping. Yet, just as before, none of them recognized a single one. Xia Taiping, however, wore a smile. The deities depicted on the cards were the meticulous ghost, the clever insect, and the red boy. This promised to be another meaningful duel. Without delay, he called out loudly, "Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly summons the divine infant king, Red Boy, to descend." Swish! As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of the meticulous ghost and clever insect flickered rapidly before vanishing, while the card of the Red Boy blazed with intense light. Immediately, a small child clad in a red belly-bearing vest and wielding a fire-tipped spear stepped out from the light. This scene left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena staring in utter bewilderment. Xia Taiping had actually summoned a toddler who looked like he hadn't even been weaned yet to battle? Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other representatives from Huaxia Nation were also taken aback. But they quickly caught on. Though they didn't know who the Red Boy was, they knew Xia Taiping. Hephaestus was not a purple-tier deity, merely a blue-tier one. Xia Taiping had no reason to forfeit the battle. Therefore, there was only one explanation for Xia Taiping summoning Red Boy. Xia Taiping believed Red Boy could defeat Hephaestus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned Red Boy. He would have called upon his personal guardian deity, the great sage equal to heaven, Wukong. Moreover, the Red Boy's title confirmed their judgment. If the Red Boy were merely a wet behind-the-ears infant, how could he be called the Holy Infant King? Ha ha ha! Hephaestus paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. He didn't recognize the Red Boy and knew nothing of Xia Taiping's formidable battle record, so he didn't take the Red Boy seriously at all. Hearing Hephaestus's booming laughter, the Red Boy retorted irritably, "Ugly bastard, what are you laughing at?" At those words, the smile on Hephaestus's face froze abruptly. Just moments ago, people from various nations in the divine arena had mocked his appearance. Now, a little child clad in a belly-bearing vest was openly ridiculing his looks without restraint. Wasn't this like rubbing salt into his wounds? "Little brat, this isn't a place for you." Hephaestus snapped, his face darkening. "You look like you're still suckling. Go back to your mother's bosom and nurse." Hearing this, the Red Boy grew even more displeased. Swish! Huaxia's fiery spear shot upward, its tip pointing straight at Hephaestus. He shot back, "Ugly monster. You're so hideous, yet instead of hiding at home, you come out to scare people. Scaring me is one thing, but what if you scare the flowers and plants? That would be terrible." Hephaestus's expression froze once more. This little brat was mocking his appearance again, and his words were so vicious. But before he could respond, Red Boy's voice rang out again. "Ugly monster, did your dad know you were running around scaring people?" Huaxia continued, "Lucky for you I'm not your dad. Otherwise, he'd totally regret bringing such an ugly monster into the world. He'd totally regret not smashing you into the wall with your mom back then, letting you come into this world and drag down the average looks of everyone else." The spectators from all nations in the divine arena were instantly stunned. They clearly hadn't expected Red Boy to be so eloquent and so utterly ruthless. Xia Taiping, however, was not surprised at all. Huaxia should not be judged by ordinary standards, or rather, he should not be viewed as a mere child. For though he appeared childlike, his intellect far surpassed that of any ordinary child. Moreover, Red Boy was no pushover. His temperament was even somewhat unpredictable. He dared to confront the great sage equal to heaven, Wukong, and even Guanyin Bodhisattva. Why would he fear Hephaestus? Hephaestus was furious enough to burst. Already seething from the mockery of nations in the arena of gods, this humiliation from Red Boy pushed him over the edge. If he could endure this, he wouldn't be the fire god, he'd be a 1,000-year-old turtle, 10,000-year-old tortoise. You brat! I'll burn you to ashes. Furious, Hephaestus roared, his lowered right hand shooting up like lightning before lashing out fiercely at Red Boy. Whoosh! A ball of flame materialized out of thin air, hurtling straight toward Red Boy. Seeing this, Red Boy exclaimed in surprise, this ugly brute can play with fire too? Yes. Xia Taiping explained, he's the Greek god of fire. Playing with fire is his specialty. Huaxia suddenly understood. No wonder you chose me for this battle. Xia Taiping raised his hand and scratched his nose. Though Huaxia hadn't said it outright, how could he not understand the meaning behind his selection? Hephaestus specialized in flames, and so did Red Boy. A clash between two masters of fire would be a battle of blazes, which was precisely why Xia Taiping had smiled upon seeing Red Boy's card, convinced this would be a meaningful duel. In the next instant, Hephaestus's fiery blast streaked toward Red Boy. At that instant, Red Boy moved. His lowered right hand shot up like lightning, then made a gentle gesture toward the flames rushing toward him. Almost simultaneously, the flames seemed to answer a summons, halting their forward momentum abruptly before drifting gently onto the Red Boy's palm. This scene left the spectators from all nations in the arena of the gods utterly stunned. That flame was Hephaestus's concentrated attack. How could it seem to obey Red Boy's command? No. It wasn't just a feeling. That flame truly obeyed the Red Boy. Otherwise, how could it halt its forward momentum with just a gentle wave of his hand, then drift onto his palm? Hephaestus himself was bewildered by this display. He couldn't comprehend how his own attack could be so easily controlled by the Red Boy. Xia Taiping remained utterly unsurprised. Others might not know, but he was well aware that Red Boy specialized in manipulating fire. Moreover, the three-flame true fire he wielded was the most potent flame in the realm of fire. It wasn't hard to understand how it could subdue the flames released by Hephaestus. Now, the Red Boy moved again. He opened his mouth and sucked in the flames drifting onto his palm, which flew toward his mouth and then vanished inside. Crunch! 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 Chewing a few times, Red Boy grimaced in disgust. What kind of flame is this? It's way too weak. Chapter 120, Imitation. Severing an arm. This. Spectators from all nations in the divine arena stared in stunned silence. Not only did Red Boy casually summon and subdue the flames released by Hephaestus, but he actually devoured them as if eating a meal. How terrifying was that? Hephaestus instantly flew into a rage. How dare the Red Boy devour his flames in front of the entire world? Wasn't this a blatant humiliation? But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real insult was Red Boy declaring his flames too weak, a blatant humiliation. But Red Boy had subdued the flames he unleashed and then devoured them whole, leaving him unable to even argue back. I've taken your blow. Now take mine. Red Boy roared with laughter, then opened his mouth and exhaled lightly. Whoosh! A ball of flame erupted from his mouth, hurtling straight toward Hephaestus. Seeing this, Hephaestus instinctively tried to dodge. Though he was known as the fire god, he could only control flames. It didn't mean his body was immune to their scorching heat. Yet, the moment he lifted his foot, he halted. When he had unleashed his attack earlier, Red Boy had not only subdued the flames he had released but had also swallowed them whole. Now that Red Boy had released his own flames, wouldn't it be utterly humiliating if he chose to dodge? With that thought, Hephaestus forced himself to suppress the urge to dodge and calmly watch the bursting flames approach. He would follow Huaxia's example, subduing the flames Huaxia unleashed to regain his dignity. As for swallowing the flames whole like the Red Boy had done, he had considered it but decided against it. He feared his mouth would be burned full of blisters by the flames unleashed by the Red Boy. Witnessing Hephaestus's actions, spectators from all nations in the divine arena instantly grasped his intent. The people from Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, A Nation, Egypt Nation, and Heavenly Master Nation all wore expressions of curiosity. The Red Boy had subdued the flames released by Hephaestus, but could Hephaestus subdue the flames released by the Red Boy? Constant and the Greek delegation watched with eager anticipation. They hoped Hephaestus could subdue the flames unleashed by the Red Boy, just as the Red Boy had subdued his own. If so, not only could they redeem their earlier loss, but victory in this battle would become possible. Otherwise, if the Red Boy could control the flames unleashed by Hephaestus, yet Hephaestus himself could not control the flames unleashed by the Red Boy, how could they possibly win this battle? Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals were equally filled with anticipation. However, their hopes stood in stark contrast to those of the Greeks, led by Constant. They all hoped Hephaestus would fail to control the flames unleashed by the Red Boy. They even hoped Hephaestus would be burned to a crisp by those flames, covered in blisters, or worse, burned alive by them. The next moment, the flames spewed by the Red Boy flew to a spot not far in front of Hephaestus. At that moment, Hephaestus moved. Like the Red Boy, he swiftly raised his lowered right hand and made a gentle gesture. But immediately afterward, his expression changed drastically. He had invoked the law of fire, yet the flames unleashed by the Red Boy remained unaffected, still hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Clearly, he couldn't control the flames as effortlessly as the Red Boy could. That wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that after the delay caused by his reaction, it was now too late for him to dodge. With no other choice, he stretched out his right hand, reaching to grasp the flames unleashed by the red boy. The next instant, Hephaestus clutched the flames tightly. But immediately, a piercing scream erupted from his mouth. His palm burned intensely from the searing flames. Ah! As the agonized cry echoed, Hephaestus hastily released his grip and swiftly withdrew his right hand. But in the next instant, he realized with horror that the flames seemed to cling to his palm like glue, still burning fiercely against his skin. In desperation, he frantically flailed his arm, trying to shake off the flames clinging to his hand. Yet to his horror, the flames clung to his palm like flesh-eating maggots, utterly resistant to his frantic flailing. Simultaneously, dense clusters of blisters erupted on his palm at a visible pace, rapidly swelling in size. This scene left spectators from nations other than China and Greece in the divine arena utterly stunned. What kind of fire was this that red boy unleashed? Not only was it beyond Hephaestus's control, but it clung to his palm like flesh-eating maggots, rendering all his frantic arm-waving futile? Constant and the other Greeks wore bitter expressions. Their hopes had ultimately been dashed. But that wasn't the root cause of their bitterness. The real reason was this: Huaxia could harness the flames Hephaestus unleashed, yet Hephaestus couldn't control the flames Huaxia released. How could this battle possibly be fought? The people of Huaxia, however, wore expressions of excitement. Their hopes had materialized. Hephaestus could not harness the flames unleashed by the red boy. But this too was not the root cause of their excitement. The true reason was that while Hephaestus could not harness the flames unleashed by the red boy could harness the flames unleashed by Hephaestus. This battle was already won. Xia Taiping, however, sneered coldly. The moment he saw Hephaestus attempting to mimic the technique, he knew the god would suffer a heavy loss. For the flames unleashed by the red boy were no ordinary flames, they were the three-flame true fire that could consume anything, even scorching divine souls. Could such flames truly be subdued by anyone who desired? The outcome unfolded exactly as he had predicted. Hephaestus paid dearly for his recklessness. Hephaestus was furious. Not only could he not subdue the flames unleashed by the red boy, but he couldn't shake them off either. Worse still, the flames burned his hands until they were covered in blisters, and he could distinctly feel his right hand beginning to burn. At this rate, not only would his right hand be scorched into nothingness by the flames unleashed by the red boy, but his entire arm, indeed, his whole body would be consumed by the red boy's fire until nothing remained. Not only that, but under the scorching flames unleashed by the red boy, his soul itself was throbbing with a faint yet increasingly distinct pain. Clearly, the flames unleashed by the red boy could not only scorch his palms but also affect his very spirit. What should I do? Hephaestus endured the excruciating pain of his palm being scorched by the flames as he racked his brain for a solution. But the flames clung to his right hand like flesh-eating maggots, and no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't find a way out. Damn it, I'll go all out. Moments later, a resolute glint flashed in Hephaestus's eyes. He grabbed his right arm with his left hand and yanked it violently. In the next instant, Hephaestus's right arm was wrenched clean off at the shoulder. Chapter 121, Terrifying Flames. Poor aim? Whoosh! A jet of blood spurted from the severed stump of Hephaestus's right arm, splattering onto the divine battle arena and instantly staining it crimson. Simultaneously, Hephaestus flung his left arm violently, hurling the severed right limb far away. Due to the sheer force of the throw, the arm slammed into the barrier at the edge of the arena before tumbling through it and crashing to the ground. This scene left the crowd in the divine arena utterly dumbfounded. Hephaestus had actually torn off his own right arm. What on earth was happening? What they didn't know was that Hephaestus had done this out of sheer desperation. If he could have avoided it, he wouldn't have severed his own arm. But the flames unleashed by the red boy weren't merely scorching his palm, they were steadily creeping upward along his arm, even beginning to affect his divine soul. If this continued, the flames would consume not just his arm, but his entire being. Unable to think of any other way to escape the flames and unwilling to be burned alive, he chose the lesser of two evils, severing his right arm to prevent the fire from spreading further up his body. The next moment, a scene even more shocking to the spectators from all nations in the arena of the gods unfolded. The right arm Hephaestus had discarded at the edge of the divine combat platform suddenly burst into flames. The fire rapidly spread upward along his palm, engulfing his entire right arm within mere moments. But that wasn't the crux of it. The real shock came when, within mere breaths, Hephaestus's right arm was reduced to nothingness. This revelation struck a sudden realization among the spectators from all nations within the divine arena. No wonder Hephaestus had severed his own arm, it was a desperate act to save his life. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been merely losing an arm, he would have been burned alive by the flames unleashed by the red boy. Immediately, waves of shocked murmurs rippled through the arena. Hephaestus is the god of fire. He possesses resistance to flames. Yet that little brat's fire consumed his right arm in mere moments, reducing it to nothingness? How terrifying is that? Hephaestus tried to retaliate and regain his dignity, but instead of regaining it, he lost everything. Fortunately, Hephaestus acted decisively and severed his own arm in time. Otherwise, he would have been burned alive. That little kid from Huaxia actually forced Hephaestus, the so-called god of fire, to sever his own arm? That's incredibly powerful. The outcome of this battle seems pretty much decided now. I agree. After all, that little kid from China can control the flames Hephaestus unleashes, while Hephaestus can't control the flames unleashed by that kid. How is Hephaestus supposed to fight like that? I don't think this battle will end so quickly. Hephaestus isn't just the god of fire, he's also the god of craftsmen. If his flames can't defeat that little kid from Huaxia, he can still use the weapons he forged. That's true. Phew. Amidst the murmurs of spectators from various nations in the divine arena, Hephaestus exhaled deeply. Fortunately, he'd acted decisively. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be his right arm reduced to nothingness, it would be his entire being. Quite decisive, aren't you? Red Boy roared with laughter, opening his mouth wide once more and unleashing a fierce blast. Whoosh! Another torrent of flames erupted from Red Boy's mouth, hurtling straight toward Hephaestus. Seeing this, Hephaestus dodged immediately. Having already suffered a heavy loss once, how could he dare attempt to control the flames spewed by Red Boy again? But in the next instant, he realized with horror that the flames weren't traveling in a straight line. Instead, they seemed to have eyes of their own, turning with his every movement and sticking close to his heels. That wasn't even the worst part. The real problem was that the flames traveled far faster than his evasive maneuvers. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the flames caught up to him. Damn it, how can this little brat be so troublesome? Hephaestus couldn't help but curse under his breath. He stopped fleeing. Clenching his remaining left arm with all his might, a brilliant burst of light erupted from his palm. Instantly, the blinding light coalesced into a shield fashioned from sheepskin. The next instant, the flames spewed by the Red Boy slammed squarely into the shield in Hephaestus's hands. The flames instantly exploded with a thunderous roar, then scattered into flecks of starlight before vanishing entirely. Phew! Hephaestus exhaled a long breath of relief. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough to raise the shield in time, blocking the Red Boy's flames. Otherwise, whichever part of his body the flames struck would have been severed. If the flames had struck his left arm or legs, it might have been bearable, at least not fatal. But had they hit his chest or head, he would have had to take his own life. But before he could fully exhale, a gasp of astonishment echoed across the divine battle arena. Is that Zeus's shield? Hephaestus instinctively turned toward the voice. There stood Xia Taiping, glaring at him with utter contempt. Clearly, the remark had come from Xia Taiping's mouth. He didn't deny it, that's right. It is the shield of Zeus. Holy, that's against the rules. Xia Taiping promptly challenged, the shield of Zeus is Zeus's weapon. What gives you the right to wield it? The shield of Zeus is indeed Zeus's weapon. Hephaestus countered, but I forged the shield of Zeus. I possess the right to wield it. Hearing this, Xia Taiping frowned. What Hephaestus said was rather shameless, yet it wasn't entirely without merit. He opened his mouth to press further, but before his words could escape, Red Boy's voice cut him off. Never mind. It's just a shield. Watch me deal with him. Hearing this, Xia Taiping decisively swallowed the rebuttal that had formed on his lips. His intention had been to make things easier for Red Boy, but since the latter clearly held Zeus's shield in utter contempt, there was no point in pressing the matter further. Hoof. Hephaestus retorted coldly, big talk. I'll see how you deal with me. You'll see soon enough. Red Boy roared with laughter, opening his mouth once more. Whoosh. In the next instant, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth once more. But this time, it wasn't a single burst, it was a relentless torrent of fire. Seeing this, Hephaestus immediately raised Zeus's shield. Yet immediately afterward, he realized the flames the Red Boy had unleashed this time weren't hurtling toward him, instead, they landed not far in front of him. This scene left Hephaestus somewhat astonished. The Red Boy's aim was rather poor, he thought. Otherwise, how could he have sprayed the flames onto the divine battle platform, a full meter away? But before this thought could fully form in his mind, he sensed something was terribly wrong. Chapter 122, Flaming Prison. Burned alive. Whoosh. The moment the flames spat by Red Boy landed a meter in front of Hephaestus, they began to swirl rapidly around him. In mere moments, they closed in, encircling him completely. Was it over? Not yet. The moment the flames closed in, two streams of fire from the east and south suddenly shot skyward. They arced over Hephaestus's head in two perfect parabolas, landing to the west and north of him, connecting with the flames that had closed in on the ground. Now, flames encircled Hephaestus completely, with two crisscrossing lines of fire overhead. At a glance, it appeared as though Hephaestus was enveloped within a cage of flames. No, it wasn't merely an appearance, it was precisely that. This spectacle left the spectators from all nations in the arena of the gods utterly stunned. When they saw Hephaestus draw the shield of Zeus, they believed the battle still held hope after all, the flames unleashed by the Red Boy had been blocked by the shield. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Hephaestus had become a trapped fish in a barrel. But that wasn't the crux of it. The real point was that they had just witnessed Hephaestus unable to escape the flames unleashed by the Red Boy, forced to sever his own arm to survive. Now, trapped within the fiery cage, he was a fish in a barrel, with nowhere to flee. As for Zeus's shield? Can Zeus' shield block attacks from one direction? Can it block attacks from 5 directions: front, back, left, right, and above? So Red Boy intends to end this battle with a single strike. The Holy Infant King is absolutely right, it's just a shield after all. Trapping Hephaestus like a turtle in a jar with a single move Holy Child King is simply too cool. Ha! Hephaestus trapped like a fish in a barrel, this battle is ours for the taking. The Holy Child King is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. China is mighty. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia nation cheered wildly. When they saw Hephaestus block the flames spewed by the Red Boy with the Zeus shield, they feared the Red Boy might not break through its defense. This wasn't because they underestimated the Red Boy, but because the Zeus shield's reputation was simply too formidable. Yet to their astonishment, Red Boy trapped Hephaestus like a turtle in a jar with a single move, rendering the Zeus shield in Hephaestus' hands utterly useless. Constant and the other Greeks paled visibly. Like spectators worldwide, they had believed the battle remained contested after witnessing Hephaestus deflect Red Boy's flames with the shield. Yet the tide turned abruptly, plunging Hephaestus into dire straits within moments. Hephaestus's expression darkened considerably. When he had blocked the flames spewed by the Red Boy with the Zeus shield, his confidence had soared. Yet he hadn't anticipated that the Red Boy could not only attack with fire breath but also deploy a fiery formation. In an instant, flames had surrounded him, trapping him like a turtle in a jar. But that wasn't the worst part. The real problem was that the Red Boy's flames were utterly untouchable. Once they touched him, they clung like glue, impossible to shake off. While Zeus's shield was an unmatched weapon against single-directional attacks, it was utterly useless against all-around assaults. Moreover, the moment he was enveloped by the fiery cage, an intense heat surged around him. He distinctly felt his clothes and even the hairs on his body instantly charred by the intense heat. He could clearly smell the acrid, burnt odor, and his entire body ached from the sudden, searing heat. No! I must find a way to break out, or else I'll be roasted like a suckling pig if not burned alive. Hephaestus forced down the frustration welling up inside him, his mind racing as he searched for an escape route. But before he could think further, Red Boy's voice echoed across the divine battle arena. It's over! As the Red Boy's voice echoed, the fiery cage trapping Hephaestus like a turtle in a jar not only rapidly shrank but suddenly burst into roaring flames. Whoosh! Hephaestus's expression changed drastically. But before he could react, he felt scorching heat rising not only on his front where Zeus's shield protected him but also on his back, sides, and even overhead. Clearly, as the flame cage rapidly contracted, it had already engulfed his back, sides, and head. This was Hephaestus's perception. Within the arena of the gods, spectators from all nations clearly witnessed that as the flaming cage contracted, not only was Zeus's shield blocking the front, but Hephaestus's back, sides, and even the top of his head were now engulfed in flames. Immediately, the flames spread rapidly, engulfing Hephaestus's front as well. In an instant, Hephaestus was transformed into a human torch. Clang! The next moment, a sharp clang echoed through the air. It was the sound of the Zeus shield clattering to the ground of the divine arena as Hephaestus, overcome by agony, could no longer hold it. Ah! Immediately after, shrieks as piercing as a pig being slaughtered erupted from Hephaestus's mouth. The fiery form of Hephaestus convulsed wildly on the arena floor, thrashing and tumbling about like a rabid animal. His movements were chaotic and utterly uncontrolled. Yet everyone present knew Hephaestus wasn't suffering from epilepsy, he had lost his mind under the scorching flames. Moments later, Hephaestus suddenly lunged toward Xavier, who stood behind him. This scene startled Xavier immensely. He was already feeling down about losing this round of the god battle. How could he have imagined that Hephaestus, now a man of fire, would leap toward him? He froze in place, unable to dodge in time. By the time he snapped out of it and tried to dodge, it was too late. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the air. It was the sound of Hephaestus crashing into Xavier. Immediately afterward, the unprepared Xavier was knocked flat onto the divine battle platform by the force of the collision. But that wasn't the crucial point. The crucial point was that the moment Hephaestus collided with Xavier, the flames released by Red Boy ignited upon Xavier's body. The flames spread rapidly, instantly engulfing Xavier's entire body. In an instant, Xavier followed in Hephaestus' footsteps, transformed into a human torch. Ah! Immediately, another blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed across the divine battle arena. Like Hephaestus before him, the flaming Xavier convulsed violently, screaming hysterically as he thrashed and rolled across the arena floor. However, the volume of Xavier and Hephaestus' screams soon began to fade. This wasn't because they didn't want to scream anymore, but because the flames had burned them to the point of exhaustion. Their throats were scorched by the intense heat, making it impossible for them to scream loudly even if they wanted to. Soon, the screams of Xavier and Hephaestus faded into silence. Simultaneously, the two flames flickered rapidly several times before vanishing. Along with them vanished Xavier and Hephaestus, both reduced to nothingness by the flames spewed from Red Boy's mouth. Chapter 123, 4 wins to kick off the season. War God Ares. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena froze in stunned silence. Though they had sensed the battle's conclusion the moment Hephaestus was trapped like a turtle in a jar. They never imagined it would end so swiftly. Even Xavier, a famed divine favorite being across the world, was dragged down by Hephaestus, reduced to the tragic fate of being burned into nothingness. Woohoo, we won again. Haha, we've secured another opening victory. The Holy Infant King actually incinerated both Hephaestus and Xavier into nothingness, truly godlike. Damn it, those who looked down on the Holy Child King got what you deserved, didn't you? The Holy Child King is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. China is mighty. Manhwa, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia nation erupted in cheers once more. Though China had won every battle so far except for the one, Xia Taiping deliberately conceded they couldn't count how many times they cheered. Yet with each new victory, they still couldn't help but shout their joy. Beyond the sheer joy of victory, there was another crucial reason for their celebrations. Last year's divine war had ended in utter humiliation for the Huaxia nation, leaving them seething with pent-up frustration. This year, with Huaxia nation's consecutive victories, they sought to vent that pent-up frustration through wave after wave of cheers. In stark contrast to the jubilant celebrations of the Huaxia nation, the faces of Constant and the other Greeks grew grim. This round of the god war had ended in defeat. Not only had Hephaestus been burned alive, but even Xavier, the divine favorite, had been caught in the flames and perished. The death of a god was not a major issue. After all, a god perishing on the divine battle arena merely meant the loss of a strand of divine soul. With sufficient recuperation, they could fully recover. In truth, the cost was negligible. But the death of a divine favored one was true death, an immense loss. Not just anyone could become a divine favorite of a high-ranking god. Cultivating such a favorite demanded immense sacrifice. Thus, every divine favorite of a high-ranking god was a national treasure. At this moment, Constant and the other Greeks realized just how wise their decision to abandon the challenge had been. Had they successfully withdrawn the challenge, Hephaestus would not have perished in battle, and Xavier would not have been burned alive as collateral damage. Yet tragically, the Huaxia kingdom refused to accept their withdrawal. No matter how prudent their decision, it proved futile. First round of the Greek nation's challenge against the Huaxia nation wins. The second round commences immediately. Both sides are requested to send representatives to the arena without delay. The voice of heaven resounded throughout the divine arena. Xia Taiping turned to Red Boy and said, "Holy Infant King, thank you for securing this victory for China." "Young friend, you flatter me." Huaxia shook his head. "As a deity of China, fighting for China is my duty. There's no need to thank me for this. Oh, and please convey my thanks to the great sage. If not for him back then, I wouldn't have received guidance from the great Bodhisattva Guanyin." Xia Taiping nodded. "I will." Manhwa, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation all wore expressions of surprise. They all knew that Xia Taiping's guardian deity, the great sage equal to heaven's son Wukong, possessed immense power. What they hadn't anticipated was that son Wukong not only wielded formidable strength but also maintained such extensive connections. To put it plainly, among the deities Xia Taiping had summoned, there were few who didn't recognize the great sage equal to heaven, son Wukong. What they didn't know was that the great sage equal to heaven had made a name for himself by causing chaos in heaven, escorting Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west to retrieve Buddhist scriptures, and establishing a formidable reputation. There wasn't a single deity in the entire heavenly court who didn't know the great sage equal to heaven. "Thank you, young friend." Huaxia expressed his gratitude before adding, "Now that matters here are settled, I must depart. May we meet again when fate permits." Xia Taiping clasped his hands in salute and replied, "Farewell, Holy Infant King." Manhwa, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of Huaxia nation rose to their feet, clasping their hands together in a bow. "We humbly bid farewell to the Holy Infant King." Huaxia nodded, and his figure vanished into thin air. They watched as the Red Boy departed. Xia Taiping turned to the Greeks, including Constant and Surus, and said, "Our Huaxia kingdom still has several divine battles to fight. Don't waste time, dispatch your forces to join the fray immediately." Constantine ignored Xia Taiping. Frowning, he turned to Surus and the other Greek high-ranking officials. "Gentlemen, Xavier's death has cost us dearly. I fear such losses may continue. Should we persist in battle?" The Greek leaders exchanged glances, all falling silent for a moment. Surus pondered for a moment before speaking. "Commander-in-Chief, I understand your concern. You wish to avoid further casualties among the gods and their devotees. But we did not concede defeat earlier. Now that Xavier has fallen, would surrendering now not be a loss greater than the gain?" With Surus breaking the ice, the Greek nation's high-ranking officials began to speak one after another. "Commander-in-Chief, I understand your perspective too. But surrendering now would make our previous refusal to yield look foolish. I believe we must continue fighting. Commander-in-Chief, I also believe we should continue fighting. Perhaps China won't be able to randomly summon any more powerful deities. If that happens, we could win this divine war. Commander-in-Chief, China has consecutively drawn powerful deities. They likely have few strong ones left. If we can eliminate that young man's lifebound deity, we truly have a chance to win this divine war. Commander-in-Chief, I believe we should not concede defeat. After all, we never surrendered before. To do so now would truly tarnish the honor of Greece. Moreover, with Xavier's death, it seems rather counterproductive.
Commander-in-Chief, I understand your concern for avoiding further casualties among Greece's deities and divine followers. But Xavier's death was merely an accident. As long as we exercise caution moving forward, the safety of our divine followers should be assured.
Indeed, Commander.
Xavier's death was merely an accident, and the gods are not truly perished.
Let us continue the fight.
The Greek High Command was remarkably united in their desire to continue the fight. The reason, as they stated, was that having refused to concede defeat earlier, surrendering now after Xavier's death would not only tarnish Greece's reputation but also prove counterproductive.
Moreover, Xavier's death was merely an accident. Very well. Since everyone wishes to continue the fight, then so be it.
Constantine decisively made the call, then turned to a middle-aged man seated behind him.
Xerxes, you go.
But remember this, securing victory in this divine battle is ideal, but if you cannot, prioritize your own safety.
Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Xerxes responded and rose, striding toward the divine battle arena.
Upon reaching the divine battle platform, he wasted no time summoning his patron deity.
Xerxes of Greece humbly summons the war god Ares to descend. Chapter 124, Bull Demon King.
One strike shatters thunder.
Swish! As Xerxes' words fell, a dazzling light erupted from between his eyebrows.
Immediately, a man of extraordinary appearance, clad in armor and wielding a spear, emerged from the dazzling light. This man was none other than Ares, the god of war spoken of by Xerxes. Seeing Ares, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were left speechless. Earlier, Hephaestus had appeared hideously ugly, yet now Ares stood before them, strikingly handsome. They couldn't fathom why the appearance of Greek gods varied so drastically.
Xia Taiping, however, didn't dwell on it.
His gaze immediately lifted toward the heavens as he declared, "Heavenly Way, grant me a random deity."
Swish!
As Xia Taiping's words fell, 3 gray cards materialized before him. Spectators from all nations in the god arena immediately turned their gaze toward the 3 cards hovering before Xia Taiping.
Unfortunately, the outcome was no different from before. None of them recognized a single name.
Immediately, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia nation turned their gaze toward Xia Taiping. Unable to identify the deities depicted on the cards, they sought clues from Xia Taiping's expression. When they saw a hint of a smile appear on Xia Taiping's cheeks, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese representatives instantly broke into smiles themselves.
For Xia Taiping's smile signified that the 3 cards depicted powerful deities.
The reality matched Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia nationals' expectations. The 3 cards indeed bore powerful deities. The deities depicted were the white-robed scholar, Ling Shuzi, and the bull demon king. While the scholar in white robes and Ling Shuzi lacked formidable combat prowess, the bull demon king was a powerhouse. He had fought Sun Wukong single-handedly for 100 rounds without defeat, battled Sun Wukong, Zhubeiji, and the earth spirits and shadow soldiers all night long, and even withstood the combined assault of the gods. The next moment, Xia Taiping's voice resounded once more across the divine battle arena. Xia Taiping of Huaxia Nation respectfully invites the great sage equal to heaven, Bull Demon King, to descend. Hearing Xia Taiping's words, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other representatives of Huaxia Nation grew even more excited. As the saying goes, one might mispronounce a name, but never a title. The great sage who balances heaven, a title bold enough to challenge the heavens themselves. This formidable appellation spoke volumes of Bull Demon King's immense power. Moreover, the resemblance between the great sage equalizer of heaven and the great sage equalizer of heaven was striking. It was immediately apparent that the two shared an inseparable connection, or rather, that the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong were inextricably linked. Given Sun Wukong's immense power, how could the Bull Demon King be weak? What they didn't know was that Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong were indeed deeply connected. However, Bull Demon King's title, Great Sage Equal to Heaven, was self-bestowed when he became sworn brothers with Sun Wukong and was never recognized by the heavenly court. One thing they did get right, though, Bull Demon King's strength was undeniably formidable. Swish! Swish! As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of the white-robed scholar and Ling Shuzi flickered rapidly before vanishing, while Niu Wangwang's card blazed with intense light. Immediately, a man emerged from the light, twin horns crowned his head, golden armor covered his body, chamois boots adorned his feet, and a lion-skin sash cinched his waist. His eyes shone like bright mirrors, his eyebrows resembled crimson rainbows, his mouth was a gaping blood-red basin, and he wielded a long staff. The sight of the Bull Demon King instantly sparked murmurs throughout the divine arena. That guy with the horns on his head looks kinda like an ox demon. He does look like a bull demon, but he seems mighty and not someone to mess with. His title is the Great Sage Equalizer of Heaven. How could anyone mess with someone who dares to challenge the heavens? Just moments ago, I thought the war god Ares was formidable, but seeing the Bull Demon King, I realize I was wrong. Compared to him, Ares isn't just lacking in might, he seems downright effeminate. Hearing the murmurs from people across the world, Ares' face darkened instantly. As the god of war, majesty and dominance were always his defining traits. Today, not only had a bull demon stolen his thunder, but people from all nations were calling him effeminate. This was utterly intolerable.
But he couldn't vent his frustration on the people of the world, so he could only make the Bull Demon King his scapegoat. He glared at the Bull Demon King with contempt. "You stupid ox! How dare you call yourself the great sage equal to heaven?" The Bull Demon King was known for his fiery temper. Hearing Ares speak thus, he instantly grew displeased. "What's that supposed to mean? Got a problem with that?" The Bull Demon King fired back immediately. "If you're not satisfied, bring it on. I'll show you why I'm called the great sage equal to heaven." Ares grew even more irritated. It was one thing for people across the world to call him effeminate, but this stupid ox right in front of him was being so arrogant. If he didn't teach the stupid ox a lesson, his reputation as Ares, the god of war, would be utterly ruined. "Is that so? I'll see what you're made of, you who dare call yourself the heaven-smoothing great sage." Ares sneered coldly, raising his spear abruptly to point directly at the heavens. Boom! The next instant, a deafening roar erupted across the divine battle arena. A silver-white thunderbolt, thick as a fist, materialized out of thin air above the arena, then shot toward the Bull Demon King. Seeing this, the Bull Demon King sneered with utter disdain. He watched the silver-white thunderbolt hurtling toward him in silence, only reacting when it was about to reach him. His lowered right hand shot up like lightning, swinging his iron club with brutal force. Boom! The next instant, a deafening roar echoed once more. The thunderbolts unleashed by Ares shattered like tofu under the Bull Demon King's iron club, exploding into a deafening roar before vanishing into scattered sparks of light. This scene left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed countless divine battles and seen many gods wielding thunder on the arena stage. To name just today's contest, they had already witnessed the clash between the Thunder God and Thunder Goddess and Thor, the god of thunder. Yet among all the thunder-wielding deities they had witnessed, none had ever shattered thunder with a weapon. Ares himself was stunned by the spectacle. As one of his most formidable abilities, he had unleashed thunder countless times. His opponents usually either dodged, clashed spells, or used magical defenses. But someone like Bull Demon King, who smashed thunder to pieces with a single blow. This was a first for him. Swish! Amidst the stunned silence, the Bull Demon King withdrew his iron club. He turned to Ares, his face twisted with contempt. "Is this all you've got? And you dare question my title as the great sage equal to heaven?" Hearing this, Ares' aged face flushed crimson. He had just challenged the Bull Demon King's title, demanding to see what the Bull Demon King was capable of. Yet his thunderbolt had been shattered by a single blow from the Bull Demon King's club. This was truly humiliating. "Don't get too cocky." Ares flushed red as he protested, "That was just me testing the waters. Now I'm getting serious." With that, Ares charged toward the Bull Demon King, spear raised. His earlier attack hadn't been a test at all, it had been his full power strike. Yet even that devastating blow had been shattered by the Bull Demon King's single swing. Releasing thunderbolts now would be pointless. Thus, he decisively changed tactics. He would defeat the Bull Demon King with his terrifying close combat prowess. Chapter 125, Terrifying Power. Retreating step by step. This guy's probably looking for a beating. Watching Ares charge toward the Bull Demon King, Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Though Ares possessed formidable close-quarters combat skills, the Bull Demon Kings were equally formidable. Remember, the Bull Demon King once fought Sun Wukong for 100 rounds without defeat. He battled Sun Wukong, Zhubeiji, and the Earth Spirit's ghost army all night long. He even withstood the combined assault of the gods. So for Ares to see close combat with the Bull Demon King? That was practically asking for a beating. The Bull Demon King, sensing Ares' intent to engage him in close combat, sneered with utter disdain. Just as before, he stood motionless, waiting for Ares to charge. Soon, Ares charged before the Bull Demon King, raising his spear to thrust it toward the Bull Demon King's chest. The Bull Demon King moved in response. His lowered right hand shot up like lightning, gripping the iron rod with one hand and pointing it straight ahead. Clang! The next instant, a sharp metallic clang echoed abruptly. It was the sound of the iron rod's tip striking the spearhead with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately after, Ares distinctly felt a surging, overwhelming force emanating from the iron rod. Under the force of that surging power, not only did his spear visibly bend, but his wrist was also shaken to the point of pain. Had he not gritted his teeth to endure the agony radiating from his wrist, the spear in his hand might well have been knocked from his grasp. How can this stupid beast possess such immense strength? Ares' mind was filled with shock. He had always believed his strength, if not the greatest in this world, was at least unmatched by anyone here. Yet today, he had not only encountered a worthy opponent but had been defeated in the very strength he prided himself on. What he did not know was that Bull Demon King possessed limitless strength, excelling in the very same element. Shocked though he was, fear did not stir within him. For his expertise extended beyond brute strength to mastery of combat techniques. "Is that all you've got?" The Bull Demon King looked at Ares with utter contempt. Ares had been so arrogant moments ago, and he'd assumed the guy was something special. But now, he was utterly disappointed. Hearing this, Ares' face instantly flushed crimson. He didn't retort. Instead, he slightly withdrew his spear, dodged the iron rod, and thrust toward the bull demon king once more. It wasn't that he didn't want to argue his attack had been blocked once more by the bull demon king, and he'd suffered a significant hidden loss. He couldn't even bring himself to protest. He could only regain his composure through action before speaking his mind. The bull demon king wasted no words either, sweeping his mixed iron rod horizontally with one hand. Clang! Another crisp metallic clang echoed through the air. Ares' spear, before it could strike the bull demon king, was knocked aside by the mixed iron rod. This time, avoiding a direct frontal collision, the spear merely bent into a bow shape. Unlike the earlier clash, it didn't reverberate through Ares' wrist, causing a sharp, stinging pain. Here, Ares' formidable close combat prowess came to the fore. Using the momentum from the spear being knocked aside, he spun his body and thrust the spear toward the bull demon king once more. The bull demon king's reaction was equally swift, swinging his heavenly sphere club in a sweeping horizontal strike. Clang! Another crisp metallic clang echoed as Ares' spear was once again deflected by the iron rod. Ares repeated the maneuver, using the momentum from the sweep to spin once more, then gripped his spear, ready to thrust forward. But this time, his attack was cut short. The moment he deflected Ares' spear, the ox demon king wasted no time, swinging his iron rod with brutal force. Seeing the iron club hurtling toward him, Ares abandoned his thrust. He swiftly withdrew his spear and retreated at breakneck speed. It wasn't that he lacked time to parry the bull demon king's club with his spear. Rather, their earlier exchange had made him acutely aware of the bull demon king's superior strength. A direct spear parry would only leave him at a disadvantage. The club swung through empty air. Without a moment's hesitation, the bull demon king lunged forward several strides, swinging his iron club once more toward Ares. This sight instantly made Ares' brows furrow. The bull demon king's attacks were landing one after another. If he kept retreating, he would be forced back endlessly. In open terrain, constant retreat might not be a problem, but here on the limited area divine battle arena, he couldn't keep backing up indefinitely. Moreover, retreating repeatedly before the eyes of the world's nations, did he have any shame left? With that thought, Ares forcibly suppressed the urge to retreat further. He swung his spear, transforming the thrust into a sweeping strike aimed at the bull demon king's iron rod. Clang! The next instant, a crisp metallic clang echoed once more. Ares' spear struck the bull demon king's iron rod squarely. In an instant, Ares' spear bent into a bow shape, while the bull demon king's iron rod remained as straight as a pine tree. Yet Ares' sweeping strike wasn't entirely ineffective. At the very least, he deflected the iron rod slightly, causing it to fall harmlessly beside him instead of striking him. It crashed heavily onto the divine battle platform. But Ares wasn't unscathed either. The force of his own strike sent a sharp pain shooting through his wrist once more. Moreover, the immense recoil forced him to stumble backward several steps despite his efforts to steady himself. His strike repelled by Ares, the ox demon king showed no sign of discouragement. He lunged forward again with blinding speed, swinging the iron club high in the air to smash down upon Ares once more. Ares dared not meet it head-on, forced to continue parrying. Clang! 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 A series of crisp metallic clangs rang out continuously. Each clang signified a solid collision between the bull demon king's iron club and Ares' spear. Simultaneously, the bull demon king relentlessly advanced, forcing Ares into a steady retreat. This scene left spectators from all nations in the divine arena staring at each other in disbelief. They could all see the bull demon king relentlessly attacking, while Ares was forced into continuous defense. Coupled with Ares' steady retreat, they realized the scales of victory in this divine battle were once again tipping in favor of the Huaxia kingdom. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators were visibly thrilled. Constant, Soras, and the other Greeks, however, wore grim expressions. They too recognized that the scales of victory in this divine battle had tilted toward China. However grim their expressions, the Greeks like Constant and Soras did not despair. For the current Ares was not yet in his strongest form. Ares in a state of berserk fury was the mightiest Ares. Therefore, it was still too early to declare the final outcome of this divine battle. As if sensing the thoughts of Constantine, Soras, and the other Greeks, or perhaps driven to retreat by the bull demon king's relentless pressure, Ares was thoroughly enraged. It was also possible he realized continuing this way was untenable. After blocking the bull demon king's attack once more, Ares suddenly retreated at breakneck speed, creating distance between himself and the bull demon king. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from his throat. "You stupid ox! You forced my hand!" Chapter 126, playing their final cards. A public humiliation. "You stupid ox, you forced my hand." As the words fell from his mouth, Ares' body began to rapidly expand. In mere moments, his stature ballooned from that of an ordinary man to a towering 7 zhang tall. Simultaneously, muscles bulged across his entire body, transforming him into a Hulk-like figure. This spectacle instantly filled the faces of Constant, Suras, and the other Greek nationals with excitement. Ares had entered his berserk state. When in this state, not only did his strength surge dramatically, but his combat prowess also skyrocketed. They believed that Ares in his berserk state would surely defeat the bull demon king. Xia Taiping, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation, however, wore expressions of concern. Though they had participated in few divine battles themselves, they had witnessed many. They understood all too well the terrifying power of Ares in his berserk state, which made them fear the bull demon king might be unable to withstand him. Their unease drew their gazes instinctively towards Xia Taiping. They didn't know the bull demon king's strength, but Xia Taiping did. They hoped to glean some insight from Xia Taiping's expression to judge whether the bull demon king could handle Ares in his berserk state. The next moment, Xia Taiping, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation collectively exhaled in relief. Xia Taiping's face remained utterly composed, clearly radiating confidence in the bull demon king. Though they didn't know why Xia Taiping was so confident in the bull demon king, with all their previous victories as proof, they firmly believed there must be a reason for his confidence or that the bull demon king held some trump card to deal with Ares in his berserk state. At that moment, Ares' maniacal laughter echoed across the divine battle arena. "You stupid ox. To me, you're nothing but an ant right now. What do you have to fight me with?" Hearing this, the bull demon king couldn't help but roll his eyes. He said, speechless, "Do you think you're the only one with a trump card?" At these words, the excitement on the faces of Constant, Surus, and the other Greek nobles abruptly froze. For from what the ox demon king had said, it seemed he too held a trump card. No, not seemed, he truly did. Xia Taiping, and the other Chinese nationals instantly grew excited. Their judgment had been correct. Xia Taiping's calm demeanor stemmed precisely from the bull demon king possessing a trump card to counter Ares entering his berserk state. The smugness on Ares' face abruptly froze. He had believed entering his berserk state would guarantee victory in this divine battle, yet he hadn't anticipated the ox demon king also held an untapped trump card. It seemed even in his berserk state, victory was far from assured. But while he thought this inwardly, his words betrayed no hint of cowardice. "Is that so? I'll see what your trump card is." "As you wish." The bull demon king roared with laughter, then declared, "Manifest the heavenly form." Whoosh! As the bull demon king's words fell, a dazzling radiance erupted from his body, instantly enveloping him. But the blinding light quickly dissipated. In its place stood a white ox 10 zhang tall, its head like a towering peak, horns like iron pillars, eyes flashing golden light, and an aura of terrifying might. Immediately, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the divine arena. "Holy crap! It really is a bull demon. Sigh, I was hoping Ares could regain some ground after entering his berserk state, but now it looks tough." "You can say that again. Ares' combat power skyrockets when he goes berserk, but the bull demon king's power must have surged when he reverted to his true form. Ares is going to have a tough time winning." "Exactly. Forget everything else, just look at their size. Ares is at a disadvantage." "Not at a disadvantage? Size-wise, Ares is clearly at an absolute disadvantage." These murmurs came from spectators across the globe, not a single one of them backing Ares. The reasons were clear. Not only had the bull demon king played his trump card, revealing a form even larger than Ares, but there was another crucial factor. China had fought 11 consecutive battles. Aside from the divine clash where the Ares faction summoned Vishnu and Xia Taiping conceded defeat, China had won all 10 remaining divine battles. Such an overwhelming record had subtly tipped the scales of victory in China's favor in the minds of the world's spectators. Constant, Surus, and the other Greeks wore bitter expressions. Their fears had finally materialized. Xia Taiping, and the other Huaxia representatives were even more exhilarated. Just moments ago, Ares had taunted the ox demon king, "In my eyes, you're nothing but an ant. What do you have to challenge me with?" Yet now, the ox demon king had grown larger than Ares himself, a truly humiliating slap in the face. What a pity! Xia Taiping felt a pang of regret. The bull demon king's true form measured a full 1,000 zhang in size. In any other place, he could have maximized his size to make Ares look like an ant. But alas, there were no such ifs. This was the god battle arena. Due to the barrier's restrictions, the bull demon king couldn't restore his full 1,000 zhang form. This wasn't because the arena's barrier was only 10 zhang tall, but rather that if the bull demon king's body grew any taller, it would be obstructed by the surrounding barrier, hindering his movements. At that moment, Ares' face turned ashen. He had just mocked the bull demon king as an ant in his eyes, only to see the bull demon king grow larger than himself in the blink of an eye. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face before the eyes of the entire world? The bull demon king towered above him, looking down at Ares with a wicked grin. "If not for the limitations of the divine battle arena's barrier, I could grow to 1,000 zhang in size. But even 10 zhang is more than enough. Now, do you still call me an ant?" Whoosh! A series of gasps echoed through the divine arena. These gasps came from the mouths of people from all nations. They had assumed 10 zhang was the bull demon king's limit, never realizing that size was constrained by the arena's barrier, a mere fraction of his true potential. Ares' face turned even paler. As the saying goes, what you fear most is what comes to pass. Just moments ago, he had worried the bull demon king might mock him. Before his thoughts had even settled, the mockery had already arrived. Poof! Ares forced himself to retort, "So what if something is big? Some things are useless no matter how large they are." Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were instantly speechless. Just moments ago, you mocked the bull demon king as an ant after growing larger. Now that he's become bigger than you claim size doesn't matter? You've essentially contradicted yourself. But to be fair, they all knew Ares was just grasping at straws. You've contradicted yourself completely. You really have no shame. Bull Demon King paused, then abruptly changed his tone, but you do have a point. Some things are useless no matter how big they are. That applies perfectly to you, but not to me. Chapter 127, Savage Charge. Cornard. Instantly, Ares' face flushed crimson with rage at the Bull Demon King's words. It was one thing for the Bull Demon King to publicly humiliate him, but to claim that something useless no matter how big could be useful to him? That was utterly intolerable. I'll show you how it's useless. Ares roared, flinging his spear aside as he charged toward the Bull Demon King with giant strides. Once he entered his berserk state, his fists became his most formidable weapons. The spear was utterly useless to him now. You'll see. The Bull Demon King roared with laughter, charging forward on all fours to meet Ares. Soon, the two were locked in close combat. Ares' lowered right hand shot upward like lightning, transforming from a palm into a fist as it slammed toward the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King lowered his massive head, charging headlong into Ares' fist. This scene left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena stunned. The Bull Demon King actually used his head to block Ares' fist. Was he courting death? Xia Taiping was the exception, his expression remaining utterly composed. Others might not know, but he understood perfectly well. In his restored true form, the Bull Demon King possessed formidable defenses, especially around his head. Not only could he withstand Ares' punch, but he'd even dared to block Sun Wukong's golden staff head-on. This was actually quite understandable. Consider bullfighting. Beyond using their horns, the bulls also clash head-on. This alone demonstrated how formidable a bull's head defense could be. And that's just ordinary cattle. The Bull Demon King, being the progenitor of all oxen, undoubtedly possessed even more formidable head armor. Thud. The next instant, a dull thud echoed abruptly. It was the sound of the Bull Demon King's head colliding squarely with Ares' fist. Simultaneously, a scene unfolded that shocked spectators from all nations within the arena of the gods. Ares' arm shattered instantly, sending him flying backward uncontrollably. The Ox Demon King, however, stood firmly rooted to the spot, not retreating even half a step. No, he wasn't merely standing still, he continued charging forward. Whoosh! Immediately, a chorus of gasps filled the divine arena. Everyone present, save for Xia Taiping, wore expressions of utter shock. When they saw the Bull Demon King brace his head against Ares' punch, they thought he was courting death. Yet the outcome was Ares being instantly knocked flying, while the Bull Demon King not only stood his ground but surged forward. That defense is terrifying. Bull Demon King took Ares' punch head-on, didn't even flinch, sent Ares flying, and kept charging forward? What kind of monstrous strength, what terrifying defense, could pull that off? Am I seeing things? Ares' punch didn't just fail to hurt the Bull Demon King, he got knocked flying by the Bull Demon King? Holy crap! The Bull Demon King is seriously badass. TSK, no wonder they call him the Bull Demon King, he really is incredible. A chorus of stunned exclamations echoed through the divine arena. Ah, heaven's wrath may be forgiven, but self-inflicted doom is unforgivable. Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If Ares had faced the Bull Demon King in a magical duel, he might have stood a chance. But choosing to engage in close combat, relying solely on his massive frame to bully the Bull Demon King? That was pure suicide. After his lament, Xia Taiping refocused on the battle between the Bull Demon King and Ares. After knocking Ares flying, the Bull Demon King showed no sign of slowing down. He charged relentlessly after Ares, his pursuit far outpacing the speed at which Ares was flying backward. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he caught up. Not only did Xia Taiping realize this, but Ares did too. He desperately wanted to dodge, but he was currently in the midst of an uncontrollable backward flight. Unable to even control his own body, how could he possibly evade? Helplessly, he could only watch as the Ox Demon King closed in on him. Just as Xia Taiping had predicted, the Bull Demon King soon caught up to the backward flying Ares. He lowered his high-held head once more, charging forward to ram Ares. Those iron tower-like horns gleamed coldly. Coupled with the Bull Demon King's terrifying strength, if they struck Ares, he would be gravely injured if not killed outright. Ares was well aware of this. Unable to dodge, he could only raise his hands at the last moment to grab the Bull Demon King's horns, preventing the iron tower-like horns from crashing into him and piercing his body. But this maneuver came at a price. The moment he seized the Bull Demon King's horns, his backward momentum suddenly accelerated. The Bull Demon King's strength was terrifying. Ares couldn't withstand it even under normal circumstances, let alone while being flung backward. He was literally dragged along by the Bull Demon King's furious charge. Had this occurred in open terrain, Ares might have survived being dragged along. Unfortunately, this was not open ground, but the edge of the god battle arena, surrounded by a protective barrier. Boom! Moments later, a dull thud echoed abruptly. Gripping the Bull Demon King's horns, Ares slammed into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. The impact created a human-shaped bulge in the barrier, which continued to extend backward. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Ares' mouth. His back throbbed with excruciating pain, as if his very organs were being torn apart. But that wasn't the worst of it. Caught between Bull Demon King's relentless charge from ahead and the barrier's resistance from behind, Ares bore not only the brunt of Bull Demon King's forward momentum but also the barrier's counterforce. He felt as if he were about to be crushed. Moreover, as the Bull Demon King accelerated his charge, that crushing sensation grew more intense. His arms, clutching the Bull Demon King's horns, began to tremble uncontrollably, struggling to hold on. But he knew he couldn't let go. Otherwise, the Bull Demon King's head would slam into him, and those horns would pierce him clean through. If that happened, he'd be dead or severely injured. But some things simply couldn't be endured forever, no matter how much he wanted to hold on. Snap! Snap! Moments later, two sharp snapping sounds echoed abruptly. It was the sound of Ares' arms snapping under the terrifying force of the Bull Demon King and the counterforce of the divine battle arena barrier behind him. With Ares' arms no longer blocking his path, the Bull Demon King surged forward. Rip! Rip! The next instant, two sharp tearing sounds echoed almost simultaneously. It was the sound of the Bull Demon King's iron tower like horns piercing into Ares' body. Thud! Immediately after, a dull thud echoed. It was the sound of the Bull Demon King's head slamming squarely into Ares' chest. Ah! Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream erupted from Ares' mouth. But his scream abruptly cut off. Chapter 128, Crushed to Death. Playing Peacemaker. Pain. So much pain. Intense pain. That was Ares' current state. It wasn't just because the Bull Demon King's horns had pierced his chest, but also because the Bull Demon King's head was pressed firmly against his chest. The barriers surrounding the divine battle arena exerted a counterforce on his back, trapping him like meat sandwiched between two slices of bread, caught between two forces. He acutely felt his chest straining to burst under the dual pressures. The relentless squeezing made breathing nearly impossible, which was why his agonized scream had abruptly cut off. This can't go on, or my chest will burst. The thought flashed through Ares' mind. He instinctively tried to raise his arms to push away the Bull Demon King pressing down on him, but immediately realized his arms were broken. He couldn't even lift them, let alone push away the Bull Demon King. Left with no choice, he lifted his feet, trying to kick off the Bull Demon King's thighs. But he soon discovered with despair that no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't budge the Bull Demon King. Moreover, unable to breathe properly, his strength was dwindling, making it even harder to push him away. At that moment, Ares panicked. He did not want to die, but given the current situation, death seemed inevitable. In his extreme panic, he wildly kicked out at the Bull Demon King, hoping to make him release his grip. But sadly, his kicks felt like tickling the Bull Demon King. Not only did they fail to force him to let go, they didn't even cause the slightest flicker of emotion on the Bull Demon King's face. This spectacle left the spectators from all nations in the divine arena utterly speechless. You're Ares, the god of war. How could you kick wildly like some street thug once you're pinned down? That said, they understood Ares was driven to desperation by the Bull Demon King, or rather, he'd been pushed to the point of having no other options. Otherwise, he'd never resort to kicking wildly like a street thug. Boom! Moments later, a sound like a watermelon exploding echoed through the air. Ares' chest exploded violently, sending a cloud of blood mist into the air. Simultaneously, his body split in two from the explosion. His severed halves flickered rapidly a few times before returning to normal size. Then, after another rapid flicker, they dissolved into specks of starlight and vanished. Whoosh! This scene caused spectators from all nations in the divine arena to gasp in shock. How could the Bull Demon King have literally crushed Ares' chest? What kind of immense force was required to achieve that? Immediately, a chorus of astonished murmurs rippled through the arena. Bull Demon King's strength is terrifying. TSK, the mighty god of war crushed to death by having his chest burst open? That's a pretty miserable way to go. Not only did Ares die a frustrating death, but Hephaestus met a similarly frustrating end. Exactly. Hephaestus was trapped in a cage of flames and burned alive, while Ares was pinned against the barrier at the edge of the arena and had his chest crushed open. Both deaths were not only agonizing but utterly humiliating. With both Greek gods meeting such tragic ends, I can't help but mourn for Greece. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the Bull Demon King swiftly retreated along the barrier surrounding the divine battle arena before landing upon it. Without hesitation, he charged once more toward Xerxes, who stood nearby. This sight instantly drained Xerxes' face of color. He blurted out, "I surrender." As Xerxes' words fell, the voice of heaven resounded throughout the divine arena. Second match, Greece challenges China. China wins. The third round shall commence immediately. Both sides are requested to send representatives to the field without delay. Upon hearing the Heavenly Dao's announcement, Xiao Tianming, and the other Chinese representatives couldn't help but erupt in cheers. Woohoo, we won again. Ah, we've already won 2 rounds. One more victory locks in our triumph in this divine battle. Greece, you refuse to concede defeat, now you're getting your comeuppance. Bull Demon King is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. China is mighty. In stark contrast to the jubilant Chinese crowd, the faces of Constant, Soras, and the other Greeks turned ashen. They'd lost this divine battle again. But that wasn't the crux. The real issue was that, counting the previous loss, they had now lost 2 consecutive divine battles. With the format being best of 5 and China having won 2 straight, they were now backed into a corner with no room to retreat. Amidst the cheers of the Huaxia nation's crowd, the Bull Demon King halted. His form flickered slightly before shifting into human shape. He shot Xerxes a look of utter contempt before turning towards Xia Taiping. Xia Taiping clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Bull Demon King, for securing this divine battle victory for China." "Young man, no need for formalities." The Bull Demon King shook his head. "You're the divine chosen one of the Monkey King. Technically, I'm your senior master. Family doesn't need formalities that would be too distant. Besides, I don't care for that kind of insincere gratitude." Xia Taiping blinked and promptly agreed, "All right, senior uncle." The Bull Demon King paused, then sighed with admiration. "You're more level-headed than that stubborn monkey. You get it. Master uncle, you're not the only one who says so." Xia Taiping smiled and added, "My master's wife said so too." "Your senior master's wife?" Niu Wang froze again. "Kid, you've met your master aunt?" "Not long ago." Xia Taiping explained, "Today, nations across the world launched divine wars against our Huaxia nation. Among the deities randomly selected by the Tao of Heaven was my senior master's wife. I invited her to descend and use the banana fan to beat Abe no Saimai of the Cherry Blossom Nation to death." Niu Wang suddenly understood. He declared with righteous indignation, "Who is Abe no Saimai? Never heard of him. But my wife taking him out? That's perfectly normal." The Cherry Blossom Nation's people looked utterly aggrieved yet couldn't refute it. After all, Abe no Saimai had been beaten to death by Princess Ironfan. Moreover, they had just witnessed Bull Demon King crushing Ares to death with his own hands. They dared not speak against him. "By the way, senior master," Xia Taiping added, "before you arrived, I defeated Red Boy and burned his deity alive. He said he'd learned a lot from Guanyin Bodhisattva and made great progress. He asked me to pass along his thanks to the great sage." "What's there to thank? I haven't settled accounts with that stinking monkey yet." Bull Demon King rolled his eyes, then abruptly changed the subject, "But since he did manage to accomplish one good deed, tell him say it's from me to treat me to a monkey wine feast. That'll settle things, and we'll remain good brothers." "Master, your wife said much the same." Xia Taiping chuckled. "I'll pass your words on to the great sage." "Ha ha ha." Bull Demon King roared with laughter. "So your master's wife has let it go too? She won't use this as an excuse to bother me anymore, and I won't have to hide from her. I'll go see her right now. I'm off." With that, the Bull Demon King vanished into thin air before Xia Taiping could respond. "Does that make me a peacemaker?" Xia Taiping raised his hand to scratch his nose. He had revealed the matter concerning Princess Ironfan and Red Boy for 2 purposes. First, to resolve the grudge between Bull Demon King and son Wukong. Second, to mend the rift between Bull Demon King and Princess Ironfan. It seemed both objectives had been achieved. Very good. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly, then turned to look at Constant and the other Greek envoys. His voice grew solemn. "One more match. Send someone quickly." Chapter 129, Unconventional Tactics. Apollo, God of Light. Hearing Xia Taiping's words, Constant's face darkened instantly. The divine battle was a best of 5 series. Only 2 rounds had been played so far, 3 more remained. Yet Xia Taiping claimed there was 1 more match to go. Did he think they could win the 3rd game too, sweeping them out of the competition? Displeased though he was, he refrained from arguing. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that Greece had already lost 2 straight matches. He had little confidence in the 3rd match and simply couldn't bring himself to argue. Ignoring Xia Taiping, Konstantinos wore a thoughtful expression. He pondered whether to continue the 3rd game or concede defeat outright. If they continued, he feared Greece's deities might suffer the same gruesome fate as Hephaestus and Ares. This wasn't mere worry for worry's sake, both Hephaestus and Ares had indeed met horrific ends, making it hard for him not to think this way. Yet conceding victory left him with a lingering sense of reluctance. Not only did he still harbor hopes of winning this divine battle, but more importantly, having refused to concede earlier, surrendering now after 2 consecutive losses and the deaths of 2 gods would not only be utterly humiliating but would also render the sacrifices of those fallen deities meaningless. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Constantine found himself in a genuine quandary. But he hadn't become the supreme leader of Greece by being indecisive. Soon, he made up his mind, he would continue fighting. First, they might still pull off a 3-game comeback and win this divine battle. Second, if he conceded now, his earlier refusal to surrender would become a laughingstock, and the deaths of those 2 deities would have been for nothing. Even if they failed to win 3 straight games and lost the divine battle, even if they couldn't win the 3rd game and were swept out by China, it wouldn't matter much. At worst, another god would die. Having already lost 2 deities, one more death would hardly make a difference. Moreover, continuing the fight would at least preserve some dignity for Greece. Having made up his mind, Constantine hesitated no longer. He turned to a middle-aged man and said, "Santos, you go. This time, let China choose their deity first." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Santos nodded and inquired, "Commander-in-Chief, should I summon my personal guardian deity? Or should I let the way of heaven randomly select one?" "Summon your personal guardian deity." Constantine declared decisively, "We've lost 2 consecutive rounds, there's no room for retreat. Without purple-tier deities appearing, it's impossible to randomly draw a deity stronger than your personal guardian. Summon your personal guardian to battle." Santos hesitated before asking, "Commander-in-Chief, I'm a bit confused. Since we're summoning our personal deities anyway, why did we let Huaxia summon theirs first instead of us? Consider it psychological warfare." Constantine explained, "In all previous divine battles, we've always summoned our deities first. Japan, Sunset Nation, and the 3 nations did the same. By suddenly letting China summon theirs first, we might achieve some unexpected effect." Santos suddenly understood. Constant wanted to win but lacked a surefire strategy, so he sought to disrupt China with underhanded tactics. Though he doubted Santos's unconventional tactics would prove effective, he couldn't oppose the suggestion once it had been made. "Understood, Commander-in-Chief." Santos responded and rose to walk toward the divine battle arena. Upon reaching the divine battle arena, he looked at Xia Taiping and said, "This round, you summon your deity first." Hearing this, Xia Taiping froze in surprise, clearly not expecting Santos to say that. He retorted, "You're summoning your personal guardian deity to battle. What difference does it make whether I summon a deity first or my guardian deity later?" Not only was Xia Taiping speechless, but the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were equally stunned. As Xia Taiping had pointed out, whether China summoned its deity first or last, Santos would still summon his personal guardian deity to battle. Thus, Santos's request for China to summon first was indeed meaningless. This explained why no one had ever asked China to summon its deities first in previous divine battles. Santos naturally wouldn't explain his reasoning to Xia Taiping. He countered, "In the previous 2 divine battles, Greece summoned its deities first. Regardless of whether I intended to deploy my personal guardian deity, according to the rules of the divine battle, I had the right to demand that China summon its deities first in this round." "Fine." Xia Taiping said no more. Though he didn't know why Santos was letting him summon first, Santos's statement was factual. Since Greece had summoned first in the previous 2 rounds, Santos indeed had the right to demand China summon first in this round. Besides, he would inevitably have to let the heavenly Tao randomly select a deity. Whether he summoned first or second made little difference to him. The only complication was that if Santos summoned his personal deity first, he could assess its power and determine whether any of the randomly selected deities could counter it. But if he summoned first, he wouldn't be able to do that. After all, he didn't know what Santos's personal deity was. But that was easily solved. With that said, Xia Taiping did not immediately request the heavenly Tao to randomly assign a deity. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Xia Zhenghua. He didn't know who Santos's personal deity was, but Xia Zhenghua surely did. Unless Santos was stepping onto the god battle arena for the very first time, but judging by the reactions of people from various nations in the divine arena, that possibility was highly unlikely. A first-time participant would inevitably spark curiosity among the spectators. Take Vicus from the 3 nations, for instance. Yet, the spectators showed no signs of curiosity or discussion. Seeing Xia Taiping look at him, Xia Zhenghua instantly understood his meaning. Before Xia Taiping could speak, he said, "Taiping, his name is Santos. His patron deity is Apollo, the Greek god of light, one of the 12 Olympians. Apollo is also known as the god of the sun, music, prophecy, and medicine." Apollo. Xia Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose, then looked up at the sky and said, "Heavenly Way, please assign me a random deity." Swish. 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 As Xia Taiping's words fell, 3 gray cards materialized before him. The gazes of people from all nations in the divine arena instinctively focused on the 3 cards hovering before Xia Taiping. The deities depicted on the cards were a skeletal frame, a fish-headed monster, and a blue ox. None of them recognized any of them. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation once again turned their gazes towards Xia Taiping. Just as before, they sought to glean some insight from Xia Taiping's expression. Immediately, they saw Xia Taiping staring intently at the blue ox card, a thoughtful expression on his face. This scene instantly made Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia nationals tense. Xia Taiping showed no sign of amusement. Instead, he stared at the blue ox card with a thoughtful expression, clearly assessing whether the blue ox could stand as an opponent to Santos's patron deity, Apollo, the god of light. Still, their unease was fleeting. Even if the azure ox proved no match for Apollo, Xia Taiping could still summon his own guardian deity, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, to battle. Chapter 130, The Unicorn King. The Chosen One. Just as Xia Zhenghua and the others had suspected, Xia Taiping was indeed assessing whether the azure ox could stand against Apollo. The deities depicted on the 3 cards were the skeleton frame representing the white bone spirit and the fish-headed monster embodying the golden fish demon from the Tongtian River that feasted on young boys and girls. Neither deity possessed formidable combat prowess, so Xia Taiping dismissed them with a single glance. But the Azure Ox's origins were extraordinary. He was the plank-horned Azure Ox, the mount of the Supreme Elder Lord. He had once stolen the Supreme Elder Lord's diamond ring while the attendant boy slept, then descended to the mortal realm as a demon for 7 years, crowning himself the one-horned Rhino King. Not only was the Blue Ox's background extraordinary, but his battle record was equally remarkable. It had captured Tang Sanzang, used the diamond ring to seize the weapons and magical treasures of Sun Wukong, the tower bearing heavenly King Li Jing, Neza, the water and fire star gods, and the 18 Arhats. It even broke Sun Wukong's body outside technique. Only when the Supreme Lord Lao Jun intervened was it finally subdued. That said, the Qingnou's extraordinary feats were largely due to the Supreme Elder Lord's magical weapon, the Diamond Hoop. In terms of raw combat prowess alone, he was no match for Sun Wukong, falling significantly short. This was evident when his youthful incarnation, the Unicorn King, was at a disadvantage against Sun Wukong until he retrieved Sun Wukong's golden monkey staff with the diamond ring, turning the tide of battle and rendering Sun Wukong powerless against him. Precisely for this reason, Xia Taiping could not be certain whether the Azure Ox could match Apollo. After all, as one of the 12 Olympians of Greek mythology, Apollo possessed formidable combat prowess. The next moment, Xia Taiping suddenly froze. His gaze locked onto the Blue Ox's nose, where a small golden ring hung. That's the golden hoop? Xia Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. His earlier hesitation stemmed from the fact that the Azure Ox's combat prowess wasn't top tier, falling short compared to figures like Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and Neza. He'd feared the Azure Ox might not be a match for Apollo. But with the Vajra ring in place, it was a different story. Remember, the Azure Ox had once rendered Sun Wukong, the tower-bearing heavenly King Li Jing, Neza, the water and fire star gods, and even the 18 Arhats powerless. Defeating Apollo would be a sure thing, wouldn't it? Suddenly, he recalled that when the Supreme Elder Lord had subdued the Azure Ox, he had placed the golden hoop around its nose. Realizing this, Xia Taiping instantly made his decision. He proclaimed loudly, "Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly invites the great one-horned Rhino King to descend." Swish! 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 As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of the white bone spirit and the golden fish monster flickered rapidly before vanishing, while the Blue Ox's card burst into brilliant light. Immediately, a Blue Ox emerged from the dazzling light. This scene left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena staring in bewilderment. Hadn't Xia Taiping just summoned a white ox demon king? Why was he now summoning a blue one? Strange as it was, not a single spectator in the divine arena dared to underestimate the Blue Ox. The reason was simple, they had all witnessed firsthand how the bull demon king had crushed Ares to death. Xia Taiping frowned. In his memories, the Azure Ox's power was documented only when it had transformed into the one-horned Rhino King in the lower realms. There were no records of its combat prowess in its true form as the Azure Ox. After a moment's thought, Xia Taiping inquired, "Great one-horned rhino, why not take human form?" "Young friend, I too wish to take human form." The Blue Ox spoke in human words, "But my nose is pierced by the golden ring, preventing me from taking human form." Xia Taiping suddenly understood. The nose is the weakness of an ox, hence why herders thread ropes through their noses. Though the Azure Ox was a deity, its weakness remained its nose. That was why the Supreme Lord Lao Jun had pierced it with the diamond ring. "Young friend, could you help me remove the diamond ring?" The Azure Ox continued, "If you can remove the diamond ring, I will be able to take human form." Well, Xia Taiping hesitated. When the Azure Ox stole the Vajra ring and descended to the mortal realm as a demon, it had caused no end of chaos among humans. Xia Taiping feared that removing the ring might cause the Azure Ox to lose control and repeat its past transgressions. If that happened, he would become a criminal in the eyes of humanity. As if sensing Xia Taiping's apprehension, the Azure Ox continued, "Young friend, what happened back then was a mistake born of my momentary folly. I faced punishment from the old lord for it. I am not the same being I was then. Moreover, the current situation is chaotic and fraught with peril. I barely have enough strength to fend off the dangers myself. How could I possibly have time to descend to the mortal realm and claim dominion? Therefore, you may remove the Vajra ring without hesitation. Simply replace it after this divine war concludes. Of course, if you still feel uneasy, you need not remove it at all. I shall fight with all my might regardless." Hearing this, Xia Taiping's hesitation vanished instantly. This wasn't because he was easily trusting, but because Qing Niu's words were sincere. Xia Taiping could sense his honesty, so he believed Qing Niu wasn't deceiving him but speaking from the heart. Moreover, though Qing Niu hadn't stated it explicitly, Xia Taiping understood that only by removing the Vajra ring could Qing Niu unleash his full power. This battle determined whether victory in the divine war could be secured, so he chose to trust Qing Niu. He inquired, "What must I do to remove the Vajra ring?" "Young friend, to be honest, I don't know either." The young ox continued, "But Lao Jun said that when I meet someone destined to help me, they will naturally find a way to remove the Vajra ring." The moment they help me free myself from it will be the moment I regain my freedom and possess the precious Vajra ring. Hearing this, Xia Taiping was momentarily speechless. When the Azurox had asked him to help remove the Vajra ring earlier, he'd assumed the beast knew the method. Yet not only did the Azurox lack any practical knowledge, it had also spouted some rather mystical nonsense. Young friend, all these years, I've been waiting for my destined one. The young bull continued, but I never found them until today, when I heard your call. Suddenly, I realized you are my destined one. It's like the great sage being trapped under the 5 elements mountain for 500 years before meeting Tang Sanzang. So I beg you, please try. Xia Taiping was utterly speechless. The blue ox's words grew increasingly mystical. Fortunately, he had already accepted the bizarre nature of this world, otherwise, he would have dismissed the blue ox as a charlatan who swindled people to death without remorse. Great one-horned rhino, I may not be your destined one, but I can give it a shot. Xia Taiping left himself an escape route, just in case he couldn't retrieve the golden ring and ended up in an awkward situation. With that, Xia Taiping stepped forward to stand before the blue ox. He stared intently at the Vajra ring hanging from the ox's nose, studying it carefully. The Vajra ring was a seamless, perfect circle. To remove it from the ox's nose, he'd have to either chop it off or tear the ox's nose apart, neither option appealing. This left him momentarily at a loss. Just then, Constance's voice suddenly rang out. Santos, summon your guardian spirit immediately. Don't give him time to remove the Vajra ring. Chapter 131, No Honor in Combat. Unbreakable. Hearing Constance's words, Santos, who had been watching the spectacle, instantly snapped to attention. Though the Azurox hadn't stated it explicitly, Santos could discern that removing the Vajra ring would make the youth even more powerful. Santos of Greece humbly summons Apollo, god of light, sun, music, prophecy, and medicine, to descend. Santos decisively invoked his patron deity. Though invoking his patron deity to strike while the Azurox hadn't yet grown stronger might seem somewhat unsportsmanlike, this was a divine battle. It concerned victory or defeat, and more crucially, the interests of the Greek nation. No means were too extreme, let alone merely a touch unsportsmanlike. Swish! As Santos' words fell, a brilliant light erupted from between his eyebrows. Immediately, a young man of dignified bearing and striking beauty emerged from the radiance. He was none other than Apollo, the god of light, sun, music, prophecy, and medicine, as Santos had described. This scene instantly filled Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals with displeasure. Damn it! Attacking before Taiping could break the golden ring of the Unicorn King? How shameless is that? Damn it, Greeks! Taking advantage like this got no shame? Damn it all to hell! I used to think only the Japanese were shameless, but now it seems the Greeks are just as bad. Taiping, hang in there. Quickly break the golden ring of the Unicorn King. Taiping, time's running out, you gotta hurry. A barrage of curses and shouts of encouragement erupted one after another. These words came from the mouths of Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and others from the Chinese nation. They all understood why Kong Stan had spoken that way and could appreciate his approach. After all, when national interests were at stake, no means were too extreme. But understanding didn't mean acceptance. After all, Constantine's tactics were truly unethical. Xia Taiping grasped Constantine's intent too. He too wanted to swiftly free the youth from the diamond ring clamped on his nose. Yet the ring, locked onto the young bull's snout, appeared an impossible knot. He had no idea how to remove it. Santos paid no heed to the furious shouts from the Chinese delegation. He issued a decisive command, Lord Apollo, kill that ox. Apollo glanced at the blue ox and replied, I dislike striking first. Hearing this, Constant, Soras, and the other Greeks grew frantic. They had disregarded their pride and compelled Santos to summon Apollo precisely to seize the initiative to prevent Xia Taiping from untying the diamond ring from the ox's nose and allowing it to grow stronger. Yet Apollo declared he disliked striking first. What kind of situation was this? Santos grew anxious too. He urged, Lord Apollo, please act swiftly. If that boy removes the golden ring from the ox's nose, it will grow even more powerful. It matters not. Apollo declared haughtily, even if he grows stronger, I can still kill him. Rejected once more by Apollo, Santos grew even more anxious. He pleaded, Lord Apollo, Greece has already lost 2 rounds. We're backed into a corner. This divine battle concerns Greece's honor and interests. Now is not the time for chivalry. Please act swiftly. What? We've already lost 2 rounds? The pride on Apollo's cheeks froze instantly, a hint of disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had represented Greece in countless divine battles and had never once witnessed Greece lose 2 consecutive rounds. Yes, Lord Apollo. Santos spoke quickly, this divine battle has already seen 2 rounds. We've lost both. Lord Hephaestus and Lord Ares have been slain. Now it's the 3rd round. Please, Lord, take action immediately. Very well. Apollo responded decisively, a solemn expression crossing his face. The deaths of Hephaestus and Ares demonstrated just how formidable their opponents were. Moreover, this round would determine the outcome of the entire divine battle. He couldn't help but take it seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Apollo flipped his hand casually. A burst of brilliant light erupted in his palm, instantly coalescing into a longbow. He swiftly grasped the bow in his left hand and drew the string with his right, causing a silver-white arrow to materialize upon the bowstring. This spectacle left the spectators from all nations in the divine arena utterly speechless. You just said you didn't like striking first, and that it didn't matter if the Azurox grew stronger. Now you're the one making the first move? Your change of heart is way too sudden. Aren't you just contradicting yourself? Huff. Santos let out a long sigh of relief. After exhausting every effort to persuade Apollo, he had finally succeeded. Constant, Suras, and the other Greek nationals also breathed a sigh of relief. Apollo had agreed to act immediately. Their decision to disregard their pride and have Santos summon Apollo to battle hadn't been a complete embarrassment after all. Xia Zhanghua, Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals, however, grew increasingly anxious. Though anxious, they refrained from cursing or cheering Xia Taiping on. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather they feared disturbing Xia Taiping's concentration as he sought a solution. At that moment, Xia Zhanghua, Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals all stared intently at Xia Taiping, silently praying that he could remove the diamond ring from the young man's nose before Apollo released his arrow. Xia Taiping was anxious too. He racked his brain for solutions, but none came to mind. Now Apollo was about to attack again. If the diamond ring still hung on the young bull's nose, the bull would have to fight in its true form. Then, victory would be far from certain. Great Unicorn King, forgive me. A resolute gleam flashed in Xia Taiping's eyes. He murmured softly, then reached out to grab the golden ring and yanked it violently. Unable to break the golden ring, he had no choice but to tear the ox's nose apart. Fortunately, a torn nose wasn't a fatal wound, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to make this decision. But the next moment, he was astonished to discover the blue ox's nose was incredibly resilient. No matter how much strength he mustered, he couldn't pull the Vajra ring free from its nose. Instead, he only managed to drag the blue ox, its face contorted in agony. Whoosh! At that instant, a piercing whistling sound suddenly filled the air. Xia Taiping instinctively looked toward the sound. A silver-white arrow sliced through the air, whistling sharply as it hurtled toward him and the green ox. Young friend, get out of the way. The blue ox's voice rang out beside Xia Taiping's ear. Immediately afterward, Xia Taiping felt something nudge him aside. He instinctively turned his head and saw the blue ox tilting its head clearly. It had used its head to nudge him out of the way. Great one-horned rhino, beware. Xia Taiping instinctively shouted the warning. The blue ox paid no heed to Xia Taiping. It raised its head, gazing at the silver-white arrows streaking toward it. This sight caused Xia Taiping's expression to abruptly change. For the blue ox seemed intent on taking the silver-white arrow head-on. But the blue ox wasn't the bull demon king. Its defenses weren't nearly as formidable. How could it possibly withstand Apollo's full power arrow? Chapter 132, Extreme Maneuver. Desperate Hope. Great Unicorn Rhino King, beware. Great One-Horned Rhino King, dodge quickly. Great One-Horned Rhino, be careful. A series of startled cries erupted within the divine arena. These cries came from the mouths of Xia Zhanghua, Tianming, and the other people of Huaxia. Originally, they hadn't worried when they saw the Azurox raise its head to meet Apollo's rapidly approaching arrows. It wasn't that they failed to see the danger the Azurox faced. Rather, having just witnessed the bull demon king brace Ares' club strike with his head, they instinctively assumed the Azurox possessed equally formidable defenses and could withstand Apollo's attack. But upon hearing Xia Taiping's cry of alarm, they instantly realized something was amiss and began shouting warnings one after another. Hearing the cries of alarm from Xia Taiping, Xia Zhanghua, and the other Chinese nationals, Constantine, Santos, and the Greek nationals instantly grew agitated. They too had assumed the Azurox possessed the bull demon king's formidable defenses and could withstand Apollo's attack. Hearing the cries of alarm from Xia Taiping, Xia Zhanghua, and the other Chinese nationals, they instantly realized the truth was not as they had imagined. Otherwise, why would Xia Taiping, Xia Zhanghua, and the other Chinese people be shouting in alarm? But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the exclamations of Xia Taiping, Xia Zhanghua, and the other Chinese members undoubtedly proved their strategy of seizing the initiative in battle was correct. Now, as long as Apollo's arrow struck the Azurox, even if it couldn't kill it, it would surely wound it severely. But before their excitement could fully blossom on their faces, a sharp metallic clang suddenly rang out. Clang! Hearing that sharp metallic clang, the excitement on the faces of Constant, Santos, and the other Greeks froze instantly. For only steel striking steel could produce such a metallic clang. Apollo's arrow could be considered steel, but the blue ox's head was composed of flesh and bone. They couldn't understand why the arrow striking the ox's nose produced the sound of steel clashing against steel. That wasn't the crucial point. The crucial point was that an arrow could easily pierce a head made of flesh and bone, yet it couldn't easily pierce a head as hard as steel. The ringing sound made them instantly realize the blue bull had likely blocked Apollo's arrow. As if to confirm the fears of Constant, Santos, and the other Greek nobles, the next moment, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! The arrow embedded in the blue ox's nose exploded with a thunderous crack, shattering into specks of starlight that vanished into thin air. The blue ox, however, stood unscathed in the same spot, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Spectators from all nations in the divine arena were instantly dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend how the ox's nose could block Apollo's arrow. Not only were the spectators in the divine arena baffled, but Xia Taiping, standing atop the divine battle platform, was equally perplexed. But in the next instant, Xia Taiping realized. The nose? Xia Taiping abruptly turned his gaze toward the blue ox's nose, his eyes landing on the golden ring hanging from it. Then, it all clicked into place. At that very moment, a gasp erupted throughout the divine arena. I get it now. It wasn't the ox's nose that blocked Apollo's arrow, it was the golden ring hanging from its nose. That explains the metallic clang we heard. Hearing this, spectators from all nations in the divine arena instantly understood. The golden ring was forged from steel. When Apollo's arrow struck it, the clang of steel colliding was only natural. Immediately, a chorus of astonished voices filled the arena. No wonder that bull raised its head to look at Apollo's arrow. He wasn't trying to block the arrow with his head, he wasn't courting death. He used the golden ring hanging from his nose to deflect Apollo's arrow. What? That golden ring isn't big or thick, how dare he do that? Damn impressive. Using a golden ring on his nose to block Apollo's arrow? What kind of confidence does that take? What kind of precision does that require? That move was insane, absolutely insane. The great unicorn king is mighty. The great unicorn king is majestic. Unlike the astonishment of people from other nations, the expressions of Greeks like Constant and Santos turned grim. They had all assumed Apollo's arrow would at least severely wound the blue ox, if not kill it outright. They never imagined it would be blocked by the golden ring hanging from its nose and that it would draw such awe from spectators worldwide. Yet grim faces aside, they still believed victory was within reach. They had successfully prevented Xia Taiping from removing the golden ring from the blue ox's nose, and Apollo's archery was exceptionally skilled. While the blue ox had narrowly dodged Apollo's first shot thanks to the ring, it might not be able to block a second arrow. Apollo's expression also darkened. He too had been certain that his arrow would strike the ox dead, or at least cripple it severely. And indeed, the arrow had struck true only to be deflected by that golden ring. But that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that the blue ox had blocked his arrow with that golden ring on its nose, a humiliating blow to his pride. Poof! You blocked my first shot by sheer luck. Let's see if you can block the second. Apollo sneered coldly, drawing his bowstring once more. But this time, it wasn't one arrow, it was three. Swish! 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 As Apollo drew back the bowstring, 3 silver-white arrows materialized from thin air on the longbow in his left hand. Whoosh! 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 In the next instant, the 3 silver-white arrows shot forth simultaneously, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as they hurtled toward the azure ox from 3 different directions. This scene instantly caused Xia Taiping's brows to furrow. The arrows were fired from different angles. The golden ring hanging from the blue ox's nose was not only limited in size but also fixed in position. No matter how extreme or powerful the blue ox's maneuvers were, it was impossible for it to block all 3 arrows simultaneously. True to Xia Taiping's prediction, the azure ox showed no intention of taking the hits head-on, dodging away at the very first opportunity. Seeing this, Apollo sneered coldly, "You dodge pretty fast. I'll see how long you can keep it up." With that, Apollo drew his bow once more. Swish! 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 As Apollo drew the great bow taut, silver-white arrows materialized one after another along its limbs. This time, it wasn't 3 arrows, but a full 9. This sight instantly filled Xia Taiping's face with solemnity. Apollo could not only fire 3 arrows simultaneously, but 9 at once. Moreover, they weren't all aimed in the same direction, they scattered in multiple directions, making evasion extremely difficult. Moreover, 9 arrows might not be Apollo's limit. If he could unleash even more at once, the azure ox would find evasion even more difficult. And endless dodging wasn't a viable strategy either. Damn it! If only I could remove the golden ring, why would the azure ox be so helpless? Xia Taiping couldn't help but curse inwardly. At this moment, he desperately wished he could remove the diamond ring. Chapter 133, One word unlocks it. How do you want to die? Whoosh! 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 As Apollo released the bowstring, 9 silver-white arrows instantly shot forth. They sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling toward the azure ox from all directions. This time, not all 9 arrows targeted the azure ox. Only 3 arrows aimed directly at it, while the remaining 6 struck its left, right, and upper flanks. Clearly, Apollo intended to seal off the ox's evasion space, forcing it to retreat backward. Yet with 3 arrows striking it head-on, retreating would be futile. This scene caused the gravity on Xia Taiping's face to deepen by another 3-fold. Originally, dodging all 9 arrows simultaneously would have been difficult for the azure ox. Now, with Apollo blocking its left, right, and upper sides while 3 arrows struck it head-on, where could the azure ox possibly evade? Not only Xia Taiping wore a grave expression, but Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation shared the same look of deep concern. They too recognized the ox had no room to evade, and its defenses weren't as formidable as Bull Demon King's. This was dangerous. Constant, Santos, and the other Greek nationals, however, were stirred with excitement. They weren't blind, they could clearly see the peril the Azure Ox now faced. They were certain that Apollo's arrows would strike their target this time. If Apollo's arrows hit the Azure Ox, even if it didn't die, it would be gravely wounded. Then, they could not only secure victory in this round of the divine battle but also eliminate Xia Taiping from the competition. But before their excitement could fully blossom on their faces, a thunderous shout erupted from the divine battle arena. "Vajra ring, if you have any sense, release this young master." The shout came from Xia Taiping. Just moments ago, he had suddenly recalled that the Vajra ring was a magical artifact, and all such artifacts possessed sentience. Moreover, the Vajra ring tied to the ox's nose formed an unbreakable knot, impossible to untie by ordinary means. He wondered if the sentient Vajra ring might release itself. Thus, he decided to try. Hearing this, everyone in the divine arena except those from Huaxia kingdom was speechless. To them, the Vajra ring was an inanimate object. Xia Taiping issuing commands to an inanimate object? Wasn't that ridiculous? This was especially true for the Greek delegation, including Constantine and Santos. They not only doubled over laughing but also began mocking him aloud. That kid actually commanded an inanimate object. Ha ha, I'm dying. I can understand it, though. When people are cornered, they'll do anything. True, desperate dogs will jump over walls. But no matter how hard he tries, it won't matter. This divine battle is already ours. But the Greek crowd's roars of laughter and mockery abruptly fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to keep laughing or mocking. It was that the moment their laughter and taunts began, they saw the golden ring hanging from the blue ox's nose suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. In an instant, the golden ring transformed into a dazzling beam of light, breaking free from the ox's nose and hurtling toward the 9 arrows streaking toward it. The speed of the light was astonishingly swift. Before the arrows could even draw near the ox, the beam darted through their midst. The 9 arrows hurtling toward the ox vanished into thin air. What? The spectators from various nations in the divine arena were instantly dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend why the Vajra bead would obey Xia Taiping's command and leap off the ox's nose. They were even more baffled as to why the golden light from the Vajra ring had simply passed through the 9 arrows, causing them to vanish without a trace. Phew! Xia Taiping exhaled deeply, a radiant smile spreading across his cheeks. His judgment had been correct. The Vajra ring, being a magical artifact, possessed sentience and could unlock itself. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the Vajra ring had helped the Azure Ox escape the encircling peril of the 9 arrows. Moreover, as the Vajra ring slipped free from the Azure Ox's nose, the Azure Ox could now transform into human form and wield the supreme treasure, the Vajra ring. As for the Vajra ring merely spinning once before Apollo's 9 arrows vanished, he wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, the Azure Ox, or rather, the great unicorn king, had used the Vajra ring to seize the weapons of Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, the tower bearing Li Tianwang, Neza, and countless celestial soldiers and generals. What was so remarkable about it now taking Apollo's 9 arrows? The next moment, waves of booming laughter echoed throughout the divine arena. Haha, Taiping succeeded. Taiping, well done. That scared the living daylights out of me. Thankfully, it was just another false alarm. Better a false alarm than no alarm at all. Ha, without the diamond ring's suppression, the Unicorn King's combat power will surely surge. Now it's Greece's turn to tremble. These roars of laughter came from the people of Huaxia. Constant, Santos, and the other Greeks, however, wore grim expressions. They had thought they had successfully prevented Xia Taiping from helping the Azure Ox break free from the diamond ring's suppression, only to have the ring dissolved by Xia Taiping's words alone. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that without the diamond ring's suppression, the Azure Ox's combat power would undoubtedly surge. Moreover, the diamond ring had merely spun once and made Apollo's 9 arrows vanish, a scene that was utterly baffling. At that moment, a shared realization dawned on Constant, Santos, and the other Greeks: the tide of battle was turning. For even with the diamond ring's suppression, Apollo had been unable to harm the Azure Bull. Now that the diamond ring's suppression was gone, Apollo would find it even harder to deal with the Azure Bull. Apollo's expression darkened further. His decisive strike had once again missed its mark. He couldn't fathom why the 9 arrows he had shot vanished into thin air after the diamond ring merely spun once. Ha! Young friend, you truly are my destined one. Now, I am free. A booming laugh suddenly echoed across the divine battle arena. The laughter came from the mouth of the Azure Ox. Xia Taiping raised his hand to scratch his nose. He had no idea how he had become the Qingnyo's destined one. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that by breaking the diamond ring's control, the Qingnyo could transform into the great one-horned Rhino King and take command of the ring. This battle was already in the bag. Xia Taiping laughed heartily. Congratulations, great King Unicorn Rhino. Thank you, young friend. The Blue Ox expressed its gratitude before adding, leave this battle to me. As the words fell, a dazzling light erupted from within the Blue Ox, instantly engulfing its form. The light rapidly dissipated, and the ox vanished, replaced by a formidable figure, a man with a single horn atop his head, eyes gleaming brightly, skin as blue as indigo, muscles taut as steel, a wide mouth with yellow teeth, and wielding a steel-tipped spear. This man was none other than the Blue Ox's incarnation, the great one-horned Rhino King. This scene left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena stunned once more. They couldn't comprehend how the Blue Ox had transformed into human form. Before they could ponder further, the great king of the unicorn ox casually beckoned. The golden light emanating from the suspended diamond ring drifted into his hand, transforming into a golden ring. Immediately, the great king unicorn turned to Apollo and said indifferently, "Speak. How do you wish to die?" Chapter 134, One Move for You. Mud Ox entering the sea. Hearing the Blue Ox's words, Apollo's face instantly turned ashen with rage. Just moments ago, the Azure Ox had been forced to flee in all directions by him. Now, merely after removing the ring from its nose, it dared to ask him how he wished to die? How utterly arrogant! He coldly retorted, "You stupid ox. I needn't consider how to die. It's you who should be pondering your own demise." "Is that so?" The Blue Ox roared with laughter. "Given your arrogance, you must have some skill. I'll let you take the first move. Let's see what you're really made of, daring to speak to me like this." The spectators from various nations in the divine arena were stunned. This was Apollo, the very deity hailed as the god of light, the sun, music, prophecy, and medicine. Not only did he ask how his opponent wished to die, but he demanded to be given a move first? How utterly arrogant! Xia Taiping remained utterly composed. While others were unaware of the Azure Ox's capabilities, he knew them well. Thus, he saw nothing wrong with the Azure Ox's words. Apollo, however, was furious enough to burst. First, the Azure Ox had asked how he wished to die, and now he was demanding a single strike. Never in his life had he encountered such brazen arrogance. "You!" Apollo instinctively wanted to retort, but the words died on his lips. Though it felt satisfying to fire back, nothing could match the thrill of slaying the green ox. He shouldn't have wasted time on a war of words but seized the chance to unleash his killing blow and end the beast's life. What a bold claim! Apollo coldly retorted, "I'll see just what skills you possess that make you think you can take me on." As the words fell, Apollo raised his right hand and slowly drew back the bowstring. As the bowstring stretched, a silver-white arrow materialized on the longbow. Unlike the arrows that had appeared before, this one retained its original length but was significantly slimmer. As it materialized, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed around the arrow. That was the sound of the space surrounding the arrow shattering under its overwhelming power. Immediately, gasps of astonishment filled the divine arena. This is Apollo's signature move, the 9-arrow barrage. Not only does it lock onto the opponent, but each arrow grows stronger than the last. Apollo is no ordinary deity. That ox from Huaxia claiming he'd let Apollo land a single strike seems a bit overconfident. Who says otherwise? Apollo's 9 arrows in quick succession requires charging power. If that ox from Huaxia hadn't been so cocky, Apollo might not have had the time to charge and unleash it. Exactly. Apollo has fought in countless divine battles, yet he's only unleashed the 9 arrows a handful of times. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that he hasn't had the time to build up the power needed to unleash it. Hearing the murmurs from the other nations, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation grew tense. It wasn't that they doubted the Azure Ox, but rather that they didn't fully grasp its power. The 9 arrows in quick succession was one of Apollo's signature killing moves. It was hard not to feel anxious. However, seeing Xia Taiping's face remain perfectly calm, they relaxed once more. They might not know Ching Nio's capabilities, but Xia Taiping did. They had heard the murmurs from the other nations, and Xia Taiping surely had too. Yet his unwavering composure signaled his profound confidence in Ching Nio. After witnessing so many divine battles, their trust in Xia Taiping, if not absolute, was at least 99% solid. Seeing his composure, they collectively settled into their own calm. Moreover, it wasn't just Xia Taiping who remained composed. Ching Nio wore an equally unruffled expression. Clearly, neither Xia Taiping nor Ching Nio regarded Apollo's lethal strike as a threat. Kill! Moments later, a furious roar erupted from Apollo's mouth. Whoosh! As Apollo released the bowstring, the arrow lodged in his longbow shot forth like lightning, hurtling straight toward the Azure Ox. Was it over? Of course not. Apollo had unleashed a 9-arrow volley. How could it end with just one shot? As the first arrow shot forth, Apollo's right hand lightning fast drew back the newly released bowstring, then let go once more. Whoosh! Another arrow materialized on the longbow and shot forth. Apollo repeated the process, arrow after arrow materializing on the longbow and shooting forth in rapid succession. Then, a shocking spectacle unfolded upon the divine battle arena. 9 arrows transformed into 9 silver-white streaks of light, one after another, relentlessly streaking toward the Azure Bull. Wherever the arrows passed, a crisp cracking sound echoed continuously. That was the sound of the space around the arrows shattering under their immense force. At that moment, the hearts of Constant, Santos, and the other Greeks held their breath. The outcome of this divine battle could be glimpsed from this single exchange. For the 9-arrow barrage was one of Apollo's signature killing moves. Not only was it devastatingly powerful, but more crucially, it locked onto its target, forcing the opponent to confront it head-on with no chance to evade. If the Azure Bull failed to block Apollo's killing blow, Apollo would have a chance to win this battle. But if the Azure Bull blocked Apollo's ultimate strike, Apollo would find it difficult to win this battle. Not only did Constant and the other Greeks realize this, but spectators from all nations in the arena of the gods grasped its significance. Their eyes fixed intently on the Azure Bull, eager to witness its response. Under everyone's gaze, the Azure Bull stood firmly in place, showing no intention of dodging. First, he was locked in the arrow's sights. Evasion would be futile. Second, because he had no need to dodge. The next moment, the Azure Bull moved. His action was simple. He raised his palm to his chest. The Vajra ring in his hand flared with intense light, then hovered just ahead of him, spinning rapidly. Almost simultaneously, the first arrow arrived. But then an uncanny spectacle unfolded. The first arrow pierced straight through the Vajra ring. Yet as the arrowhead passed through the ring, it vanished abruptly. As the shaft traversed the ring, it too disappeared. Finally, the entire arrow vanished without a trace. Not only the first arrow, but all 8 that followed met the same fate. Each vanished into thin air the instant it passed through the Vajra wheel. It felt as though the Vajra ring were a gaping maw, swallowing all 9 arrows Apollo had shot. Such an eerie spectacle instantly left the spectators from all nations in the divine arena utterly speechless. They couldn't comprehend why Apollo's 9 arrows vanished without a trace upon striking the diamond ring. Apollo himself was stunned by the spectacle. While unleashing his 9 arrows in quick succession, he had secretly scorned the Azure Ox for being overconfident, granting him the chance to execute the technique. Yet now, his 9 arrows vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. Xia Taiping, however, remained utterly composed. While others were baffled, he knew exactly what had happened. The 9 arrows Apollo had shot had been absorbed by the diamond ring. With skills like that, you dare ask how you want to die? Xingniu rolled his eyes, his face thick with contempt as he glared at Apollo. I let you have your one move. Now it's my turn. Chapter 135, The Might of the Diamond Ring. Do you have any weapons left? Apollo was so furious he wanted to stomp his feet. As one of the 12 Olympians of Greece, renowned even across the divine continent, he was being mocked by an unknown deity for his meager skills. This was utterly intolerable. But since his signature move, the 9-arrow barrage, had been effortlessly deflected by the blue ox, he couldn't even find the words to retort. Poof. Unable to find words, Apollo snorted coldly. So it's your turn? I'll see just how strong you really are. You'll see. Xingniu roared with laughter, snatching the golden ring and raising it high above his head. Immediately, a thunderous shout erupted from his mouth. Seize. Almost simultaneously, Apollo's expression changed drastically. He distinctly felt a ferocious suction force, like an invisible giant hand, tugging at the golden bow in his grasp, attempting to snatch it away. Fortunately, his grip was firm. Otherwise, the moment that suction erupted, his golden bow would have been snatched away. Everyone from the various nations in the divine arena, except for Xia Taiping, looked utterly bewildered. They had seen the Azure Ox raise the Vajra ring and heard him shout drawl, but they saw nothing, detected no unusual phenomena. So why had Apollo's expression changed so drastically? Before they could ponder further, Apollo's thunderous roar erupted. You think you can take my golden bow? Dream on. Hearing this, the people from various nations in the divine arena instantly understood. No wonder the Azure Ox had shouted take it back. He was attempting to seize Apollo's golden bow. No wonder Apollo looked so tense. The golden bow was his weapon. If it were taken away by the young man in front of so many people, it wouldn't just be a huge loss of face for Apollo, it would also severely weaken his combat power. Xia Taiping couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even mighty figures like Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and Neza had their weapons taken by the Azure Ox using the diamond hoop. And you dared to say in front of everyone that the Azure Ox was dreaming? That was just asking for a punch in the face. Is that so? Xingniu roared with laughter. Then open your eyes wide and see if I can take your golden bow. You. Apollo opened his mouth to retort, but before the words left his lips, he felt the force tugging at his golden bow suddenly surge. Caught off guard, he nearly lost the bow and was almost pulled face first into the dirt. The near disaster made Apollo dare not lose focus again. He raised his right hand and clenched the golden bow tightly with both hands, pulling back with all his might. He refused to let the golden bull take the bow, nor would he be dragged forward by it. But while the intention was noble, reality proved cruel. He distinctly felt the tugging force on the bow intensify. As the pressure rapidly escalated, he began to struggle to hold on. Yet, unwilling to let the green bull seize the bow, he was forcibly dragged forward by the ever-growing force. This scene caused the spectators from various nations within the divine arena to exchange bewildered glances. Though they witnessed no supernatural display, they understood the silent, invisible contest between the Azure Bull and Apollo. Apollo being forcibly dragged forward clearly signaled his disadvantage. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators were filled with excitement. Constant, Santos, and the other Greeks wore looks of deep concern. The reason was simple: should the Azure Bull seize Apollo's golden bow, Apollo's combat effectiveness would plummet.
Victory would then tilt toward China, placing Greece at a disadvantage.
Apollo's old face flushed crimson. He knew that if the golden bow fell into the hands of the Azure Ox, his combat strength would be severely weakened. Therefore, he did not want the Azure Ox to seize the golden bow. But as mentioned earlier, while the idea was beautiful, reality proved cruel. He couldn't resist the colossal pull of the diamond ring. Even straining every muscle, he couldn't stop himself from being dragged forward by its explosive suction. After several futile attempts, Apollo began to consider giving up. This wasn't because he wanted to abandon the golden bow, but because he couldn't stop the golden ring's pull on it. Even he himself was being dragged forward relentlessly. If this continued, not only would the golden bow be taken by the golden ring, but he himself would be taken too. He didn't know what would happen if the diamond ring claimed him, but he dared not take the risk. He had no choice but to let go of the golden bow. As Apollo released his grip, he came to a halt, but the golden bow shot violently toward the golden ring. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden bow reached the side of the diamond ring. Just like the arrows Apollo had shot, the golden bow vanished into thin air the moment it entered the diamond ring. This scene sent Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators into a frenzy of excitement, while Constantine, Santos, and the other Greeks wore expressions of utter frustration. With Apollo's golden bow taken by the Azure Ox, his combat power had been greatly diminished. The scales of victory were truly tipping in favor of Huaxia. "Didn't you say I was dreaming?" The Azure Ox roared with laughter. "Do you still say that now?"
Apollo's face twisted with frustration.
He stubbornly protested, "Don't gloat. I've got more than just the golden bow, I've got the lyre too." With that, Apollo casually flipped his hand, and a lyre materialized in his grasp. "Ah!" The Blue Ox sighed deeply, lamenting, "You certainly have no shortage of weapons, but you never seem to learn your lesson." Apollo furrowed his brow, puzzled. "How am I forgetful?" "Not only are you forgetful, but you're also a bit slow on the uptake." The young man mocked Apollo before adding, "If I could take your golden bow, do you think I couldn't take your lyre?" At these words, Apollo's expression abruptly darkened. He had been so focused on retrieving his weapons to continue fighting the Blue Ox that he had overlooked the fact that if the Blue Ox could take his golden bow, it could just as easily take his lyre. Realizing this, he instinctively tried to pull back his lyre. But before he could move, he felt a sudden, powerful suction erupt like an invisible giant hand gripping his lyre, trying to snatch it away. This sensation made Apollo's face suddenly change. He instinctively clutched the 7-stringed lyre tightly, refusing to let the Azure Ox take it. Yet despair quickly overwhelmed him. Just as before, he and his instrument were violently dragged forward. This time, Apollo did not struggle further. He decisively let go of the lyre in his arms. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but that continuing to struggle was futile. Whoosh! As Apollo released his grip, the lyre shot toward the diamond ring, vanishing into it. TSK, another weapon. The Azure Ox smacked his lips mockingly. "Got any more weapons? If you do, bring them out now, I'm still collecting." Apollo's mouth twitched violently. His arsenal consisted solely of the golden bow and the lyre. No other weapons remained. Even if he did have others, he dared not produce them. That would be a grave mistake. Seeing Apollo's silence, the Blue Ox added, "Your silence confirms you have no other weapons. Since that's the case, I see no point wasting any more time on you. Now it's my turn to attack." Chapter 136, Jumping About. Crushed to death. Hearing the Blue Ox's words, Constant, Santos, and the other Greeks instantly fell into despair. Earlier, when Apollo's golden bow was taken by the Blue Ox, they had merely felt frustrated, not utterly hopeless. After all, Apollo still possessed his lyre. But now that the lyre had also been forcibly taken by the Azure Bull, Apollo was left completely defenseless. While weapons were only part of combat prowess, their absence would undoubtedly cripple Apollo's fighting ability. If Apollo at his peak couldn't do anything to the Azure Bull, what chance did an unarmed Apollo stand? That wasn't even the crux of the matter. The real issue was that if Apollo were defeated, China would sweep Greece with a perfect 3-win record. Greece would then follow in the footsteps of Japan and the land of the setting sun, becoming one of those nations struggling to secure a single victory. Fortunately, Greece wouldn't be the first nation China had shaved clean. Japan and the 3 nations had gone before them. In that sense, Greece wouldn't be alone, nor would the outcome be utterly unbearable. At this moment, Apollo's brow was deeply furrowed. Until now, he had never imagined losing this divine battle. Yet now, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Winning this battle seemed increasingly difficult, and the possibility of defeat loomed large. The Azure Ox paid no heed to Apollo's thoughts. With a flick of his wrist, the golden wristlet shot spinning toward Apollo. Seeing this, Apollo instinctively dodged to the side, attempting to evade the attack. But in the next instant, he realized with horror that the golden hoop had shifted direction, still hurtling straight toward him. Realizing this, Apollo instinctively shifted his stance again, attempting to evade the attack. Yet immediately after, he watched in horror as the golden ring seemed to have eyes of its own, shifting course once more and charging straight at him. After 2 consecutive instances of this, Apollo instantly realized the diamond ring possessed the ability to lock onto its target, something evasion alone couldn't counter. Yet he couldn't afford to be struck by it, forcing him to keep dodging. What followed was a bizarre spectacle unfolding on the divine battle arena. Apollo scurried about the arena like a frightened mouse, while the diamond ring pursued relentlessly behind him like a cat. This spectacle plunged Constant, Santos, and the other Greeks into deeper despair. It wasn't merely that Apollo was being chased into frantic movement by the diamond ring, but that the ring's pursuit speed far outstripped Apollo's escape speed. Compounded by the limited size of the divine battle arena, it wouldn't be long before Apollo was caught. They dared not imagine what would happen once the diamond choker caught Apollo. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators grew even more agitated. They too could see that King Kong's pursuit speed far outpaced Apollo's escape speed. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Apollo was caught. True to their fears, the distance between Apollo and the diamond hammer rapidly closed as the chase intensified. Soon, the diamond chaser closed in behind Apollo. Apollo attempted to turn, hoping to evade the diamond hammer's pursuit. But this time, before he could complete the maneuver, he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his back. Though he had no eyes in his back, only King Kong Zhuo was pursuing him. It was obvious even to a fool that King Kong Zhuo had caught up and struck him from behind. Apollo could distinctly feel the impact, as if his spine itself was nearly shattered. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Apollo's mouth. Already attempting to dodge, the brutal force of the Vajra bead sent him stumbling backward, crashing toward the divine battle arena. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Apollo slammed hard onto the divine battle arena. Ignoring the pain in his back, he immediately tried to rise. But before he could rise, the diamond ring smashed into his back once more. Thud! Another dull thud echoed as the diamond hammer struck Apollo squarely in the back, sending him crashing back down onto the divine battle arena floor, still bent over from the previous blow. Was it over? Of course not. Next, as if guided by an invisible hand, the diamond hammer was lifted time and again, smashing into Apollo's back repeatedly. Thud! 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 With each dull thud, the diamond hammer relentlessly pounded Apollo's back, pinning him flat on the divine battle arena floor, unable to rise. Ah! 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 Simultaneously, cries of agony, like a pig being slaughtered, poured from Apollo's mouth, each scream more wretched than the last. Apollo gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to rise. But the diamond hammer struck with such blinding speed and overwhelming force that he couldn't even lift himself off the ground, let alone stand. Beyond that, another factor compounded his agony. With each relentless strike of the diamond hoop, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He felt dizzy and lightheaded, his entire body growing increasingly sluggish. He could barely control his own movements, let alone stand up. Then, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The diamond hammer transformed into a golden beam, trailing multiple afterimages as it relentlessly pounded Apollo's back. Apollo lay rigidly sprawled across the divine battle arena, enduring the relentless pounding like fish meat on a chopping block, helplessly at the mercy of his tormentor. Like a dead dog, he was forced to remain pinned to the arena floor, utterly unable to move, his body writhing and emitting piercing, agonized screams. This scene left spectators from all nations in the divine arena utterly speechless. Earlier, Apollo's repeated attacks had failed to harm the Azurox. Now, with a single strike, the Azurox not only forced Apollo into frantic dodging but also pounded him into immobility on the arena floor. Wasn't the contrast too stark? Wasn't the gap too vast? Under the stunned gazes of the spectators, the diamond ring continued its relentless assault, Apollo's screams growing fainter. But soon, Apollo's screams began to fade. It wasn't that he didn't want to scream loudly anymore, but rather that with each relentless strike from the diamond ring, his injuries grew heavier and his life force grew weaker. At this moment, Apollo too had lost all hope. He desperately wanted to admit defeat, but his injuries were too severe. With his breath growing weaker by the moment, he couldn't even manage a full scream. How could he possibly utter the words to surrender? Thud! Another dull thud echoed as the golden fist once again slammed squarely into Apollo's back. Boom! Immediately after, a sound like a watermelon bursting echoed through the air. Apollo's back exploded violently, turning into a bloody mess. Under the relentless pounding of the diamond hammer, his back finally gave way and shattered. Swish! 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 Almost simultaneously, Apollo's remaining body flickered rapidly several times before vanishing into thin air. He had been brutally crushed to death by the golden fist of the Azurox. Chapter 137, Sweeping Through Once More. Freedom Restored. Witnessing Apollo's chest explode into scattered starlight before vanishing, the representatives from every nation in the divine arena stared in stunned silence. But their shock wasn't over China's latest victory in a god battle, it was because another Greek deity had met an utterly gruesome end. Immediately, murmurs erupted throughout the divine arena. The gods of China are truly brutal. Who can deny it? Hephaestus was burned alive, Ares crushed to death, Apollo smashed to pieces. I've witnessed countless divine battles, but never have gods met such gruesome ends. With 3 gods meeting such horrific ends, I wonder how the people of Greece must feel right now. 3 minutes of silence for Greece. Hearing the words of people from various nations, the expressions of Constant, Santos, and other Greeks turned grim. It wasn't merely because Hephaestus, Ares, and Apollo had met such horrific ends, but because they had lost 3 consecutive divine battles. They had followed in the footsteps of Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation, becoming the third nation swept aside by China. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese members, however, were all visibly thrilled. They had won yet again. Yet their excitement remained contained. They did not erupt in cheers. Not because they didn't want to, but because the moment wasn't right. Santos had yet to concede defeat, meaning they hadn't fully secured victory in this divine battle. Not only Xia Zhenghua and Zhou Tianming realized this, but Qingno understood it too. With a casual flick of his wrist, the Vajra ring shot out like a bullet, hurtling straight toward Santos standing at the edge of the ring. At that moment, Santos remained frozen in shock, oblivious to Qingno's action. But the piercing sonic boom as the diamond ring sliced through the air instantly snapped him out of his stupor. Seeing the Vajra ring hurtling toward him, Santos nearly wet himself in fright. "I surrender." Santos blurted out his surrender the instant he saw it. But before he could finish, the golden ring arrived, smashing squarely into his chest. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Santos was sent flying backward by the impact. Ah! Almost simultaneously, the word surrender on the tip of his tongue transformed into a piercing scream. His scream, however, abruptly ended. It wasn't that he didn't want to scream anymore, but rather that his chest, struck by the diamond hammer, exploded violently into a cloud of blood mist. His eyes rolled back and he fell silent. Following Apollo's death by having his chest shattered by the diamond mace, Santos met the same fate. But because Santos was human, not a deity, his mangled body did not dissolve into starlight like Apollo's had. Instead, it flew backward, crashing into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. Thud! Another dull thud echoed as Santos' shattered remain slammed solidly into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. The impact left a human-shaped dent in the barrier before sliding back onto the arena floor. Immediately after, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. Third match, Greece challenges China. China wins. China wins all 3 matches, claiming victory in this divine battle. As the heavenly Tao's declaration fell, deafening cheers erupted throughout the arena. Woohoo, we've won again. Ha ha ha, we shut out Greece and claimed another divine battle victory. 12 wins in 13 divine battles, for straight victories. Who can match that? The Unicorn King is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. The Huaxia nation is mighty. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia nation cheered wildly, their voices echoing with excitement. Phew! Qingno exhaled a long breath. With a casual gesture, he retrieved the Vajra ring and turned to Xia Taiping, saying, "Young friend, I hope I have not failed in my mission." Xia Taiping clasped his hands together in respect. "Thank you, great King Unicorn Rhino, for helping Huaxia win this divine battle." "Young friend, you're too kind. This is simply my duty." The Blue Ox shook his head, extending the Vajra ring towards Xia Taiping. "Young friend, as I mentioned before, once this battle concludes, you may return the Vajra ring to my nose." "No need." Xia Taiping refused decisively. "Great King Unicorn Rhino, I understand your past and I can feel your transformation. Besides, Lao Jun said that when you meet your destined person, that is when you regain your freedom. So you are free." Hearing this, the Blue Ox's face lit up with excitement. For who would willingly remain bound when freedom beckoned? He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, young friend." "Great King Unicorn Rhino, you needn't thank me." Xia Taiping shook his head. "Because you earned this yourself. It has nothing to do with me. If anything, I was merely the tool Lao Jun used to restore your freedom." "Very well, then I shan't thank you." The Blue Ox smiled and said, "But I will keep this in mind and never betray your trust. Young friend, my business here is done. I must depart now. We shall meet again when fate allows." "Understood." Xia Taiping clasped his hands together once more. "Farewell, great King Unicorn Rhino." Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation followed suit, clasping their hands together. "Farewell, great King Unicorn Rhino." The youth nodded, and his figure vanished into thin air. At that very moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed once more within the divine arena. According to the rules of the divine war, the victorious party may demand compensation from the defeated party. Now comes the victor's moment of reward. What compensation does Huaxia seek? Hearing this, the Greek nation's representatives, including Constant, wore expressions of bitter resignation. They had devised numerous strategies to evade the penalties of defeat, yet ultimately, they could not escape them. Although Sakura Nation, the 3A nations, and Sunset Nation had all paid the price of defeat before this, their situation differed from that of Sakura Nation and the other 3 nations. Unlike them, Sakura Nation and the others had reaped benefits from China last year, while they had gained nothing. Thus, the price paid by Sakura Nation and the other 2 nations amounted to little more than returning the benefits they had gained from Huaxia last year. In essence, they suffered no real loss. Yet, they had paid a truly enormous price. At this moment, Constant and the other Greeks regretted heeding Sakura Nation's proposal to wage a divine war against China. Had they not done so, they would not have suffered defeat in the divine war and paid such a heavy price. But alas, regret came too late. Moreover, they knew they couldn't blame Sakura Nation for this outcome. Sakura Nation hadn't forced them into the divine war against China, it was their own eagerness to seize the opportunity for gain that had led them to readily agree. Xia Taiping turned to look at Xia Zhenghua, seeking his opinion. Before he could speak, Xia Zhenghua's voice rang out first. Taiping, the victory in the divine war is yours. What compensation to demand remains your decision. Chapter 138, Turning Losses into Profits. A shift in mindset. Understood, Elder Xia. Xia Taiping didn't beat around the bush with Xia Zhenghua, agreeing immediately. This wasn't out of arrogance or self-importance. Rather, while there were many forms of compensation the divine war could demand, only one maximized its gains. Therefore, to maximize the divine war's benefits, there was only one choice regardless of who made the decision. Xia Taiping wasted no further time. He looked up at the sky and declared, Heavenly Tao, I demand 1/10 of Greece's national fortune. Granted. The voice of the Heavenly Tao echoed throughout the divine arena. In the next instant, the massive map that had appeared before materialized once more above the divine arena. Immediately after, a golden dragon emerged from the green territory representing the nation of China. Roar! The golden dragon let out a mighty roar as it soared toward the green territory representing Greece. Soon, the golden dragon soared above the green territory representing Greece. Roar! Another mighty roar erupted from the dragon's maw. Opening its massive jaws, it sucked fiercely at the green territory representing Greece. A golden beam of light shot out from the territory, then vanished into the dragon's mouth. Simultaneously, the golden dragon's body instantly grew a full size larger. Roar! Another mighty roar erupted from the golden dragon's maw. It turned its body and flew toward the green tile representing China, then plunged headfirst into the green tile representing China. In the next instant, the massive map suspended above the divine arena flickered rapidly several times before vanishing entirely. This scene instantly filled Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese representatives with overwhelming excitement. In the first 3 divine battles, China had merely nullified last year's humiliating treaty with Japan, reclaimed 10% of its national fortune devoured by sunset and atri, and collected a bit of interest, hardly a significant gain. But defeating Greece was different. This was a true victory, a genuine reversal of losses into gains. Constant and the other Greeks, however, wore grim expressions. They had readily agreed to Sakura Nation's proposal to initiate a divine war against Huaxia, hoping to extract benefits from them. Instead, they gained nothing, lost 10% of their national fortune, and even suffered the deaths of 3 deities and 1 powerful divine follower. Wasn't this like robbing Peter to pay Paul? Losing both the wife and the army? The expressions of the other nations in the divine arena were all complex. Before the divine wars began, they had all viewed China as lambs led to slaughter, confident they could effortlessly devour 10% of its national fortune. Yet, to their astonishment, after just 1 year, China had transformed from a helpless lamb into a ferocious wolf. To date, Huaxia had won 4 consecutive divine battles. 3 of these victories were achieved with perfect 3-0 sweeps, while the sole defeat came only after the 3 nations of it deployed a purple tier deity. Such an outcome was beyond their wildest dreams, and it wasn't even the final chapter. 2 more divine battles lie ahead. The Heavenly Kingdom challenges Huaxia, and Egypt challenges Huaxia. At that moment, the voice of the Heavenly Tao boomed once more within the divine arena. According to the rules of the divine arena, national fortune rewards and penalties will be immediately enforced upon the conclusion of all divine battles. The 5th divine battle will commence. The Holy Kingdom challenges the Huaxia Kingdom. The battle will begin in half an hour. Both nations must submit their participant rosters 10 minutes prior. Failure to submit rosters on time will be considered an automatic forfeit. After a moment's thought, Xia Taiping spoke, Tian Dao, the Huaxia Kingdom's roster remains unchanged. He had initially intended to consult Xia Zhenghua, but reconsidered it was utterly unnecessary. Neither Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, nor the others raised any objections to Xia Taiping's decision. Since the Divine Wars began, Huaxia's roster had never changed. Except for one strategically conceded match, Huaxia had won every divine battle. Xia Taiping was the designated participant chosen by all nations, so there was no need to alter the roster now. Agreed. The voice of the Heavenly Tao echoed, the Huaxia nation has submitted its roster. The Heavenly Sovereign Nation is requested to submit its roster promptly. Xia Taiping did not linger on the divine battle arena. He turned and headed straight for the exit below the arena. The Heavenly Sovereign Nation would likely need to deliberate on their roster, and standing on the arena platform was exhausting. It was better to take the opportunity to rest below the platform and chat with Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others. Returning to the Huaxia Kingdom's camp, Xia Taiping sat beside Xia Zhenghua and engaged in casual conversation with him and the others. They chatted and laughed, appearing as though the upcoming divine battle had nothing to do with them. But that was far from the truth. The outcome of today's divine battle had already far exceeded Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others' expectations. Even if they lost both of the upcoming battles, the result would still be much better than they had anticipated. Moreover, with Huaxia having won 4 consecutive divine battles, everyone's mindset had shifted. They no longer worried that Huaxia would lose the next 2 battles, nor that defeat would lead to the nation's downfall. With these anxieties lifted, everyone's mood naturally lightened. As Xia Taiping had foreseen, the Holy Kingdom did indeed need to deliberate over its roster. This wasn't due to a lack of preparation, rather, like Sunset Nation and the 3A nations, Huaxia's consecutive victories had disrupted their plans. They had no choice but to reassess their roster, as the original lineup offered virtually no chance of victory. An elderly man seated at the forefront of the Holy Kingdom's camp frowned deeply. He was Trump, commander-in-chief of the Holy Kingdom. Until recently, he had clung to the fantasy that some nation might defeat Huaxia and eliminate Xia Taiping. That would have made the Holy Kingdom's challenge against Huaxia far easier. Unfortunately, his fantasy had not materialized. Now, with Huaxia having won all 4 battles, it was the Holy Kingdom's turn to challenge them. This weighed heavily on him. After a moment, he spoke, "Gentlemen, Greece has demonstrated that surrender is futile. We cannot concede defeat voluntarily, so this battle is inevitable. Let us deliberate on the roster for this engagement." An elderly man seated beside Trump spoke up. He was Musk, the deputy commander-in-chief of the Holy Kingdom. "Commander-in-chief, Huaxia nation is too unpredictable this year, or rather, their leader is too unpredictable. Claiming absolute victory is self-deception. Even if we deploy purple-tier deities, they might only win a single divine battle like the 3 nations did. That said, China has already produced numerous powerful deities, so they may not have many more left. Among our heavenly kingdom's blue-tier deities, several are exceptionally strong. If we send their divine followers into battle, we still have a decent chance of victory. Now it comes down to whether we're willing to go all in. If we do, we still have a decent chance of winning this divine battle." Chapter 139, Musk's Proposal. Immediate Action and Immediate Results. Sigh. Hearing Musk's words, Trump couldn't help but sigh. For what Musk said truly boosted the morale of the Huaxia nation while dampening his own, yet he had to admit Musk spoke the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be under such immense pressure. He inquired, "How do we go all out?" "Commander-in-chief, to go all out, we must deploy our peak lineup, 1 purple and 4 blue. Musk continued, "Based on the situation in the 3 nations, the purple deity will undoubtedly secure 1 victory for us in the divine war. If we deploy the 4 strongest blue deities, they have a high probability of winning 2 more divine war battles for us." "Deputy Commander, your reasoning is sound." A middle-aged man seated nearby interjected, "But deploying our entire strongest force, isn't that too risky? If other nations seize the opportunity to launch divine wars against us, we'll be in trouble without our strongest combat power." "Indeed, Deputy Commander. We possess only 1 purple-tier deity. Deploying them would strip us of our trump card to deter other nations. I also find it risky. After all, losing to China is just 1 compensation payment. But if other nations declare divine wars against us, we'll face multiple compensation demands. At that point, even giving up all our gains from these past years might not be enough. Why not deploy our top-tier 5-star blue-tier lineup instead? Several of our blue-tier deities are exceptionally powerful. With China fielding numerous formidable deities, we still have a chance to win this divine war. I also feel deploying purple-tier deities is somewhat inappropriate." Those seated around him spoke up one after another, not a single voice supporting Musk. After everyone had voiced their opinions, Musk continued, "Gentlemen, I understand your concerns. My proposal comes with a precondition: we must sign a non-aggression pact with other nations for this year. This would prevent them from seizing the opportunity to attack us. Moreover, we must proceed cautiously. Specifically, we should deploy blue-tier deities first. If we secure victories in 2 divine battles, only then should we deploy purple-tier deities. This ensures that the victory gained by the purple-tier deities won't be wasted." Upon hearing this, the assembled figures pondered briefly before speaking up one after another. "Deputy Commander, your foresight is impeccable. Securing non-aggression treaties with other nations this year would indeed make deploying purple-tier deities feasible." "Deputy Commander, my thinking was too shallow. Your plan not only prevents other nations from seizing the opportunity to attack us, but also allows us to deploy our purple-tier deities at the sharp end of the sword. Commander-in-Chief, I believe the Deputy Commander-in-Chief's proposal is exceptionally thorough. We can field a peak formation of 1 purple-tier and 4 blue-tier deities. Commander-in-Chief, I also support the Deputy Commander's proposal." This time, the assembled leaders abandoned their previous opposition and unanimously endorsed Musk's proposal. The reason was simple: Musk's plan was so thorough that they had no lingering concerns. "Very well. Since everyone agrees, it's settled." Trump decisively sealed the deal, then abruptly shifted his tone, "But before that, we must first consult with other nations and sign a non-aggression treaty for this year. Otherwise, all this is just empty talk." The Commander-in-Chief speaks wisely. Musk and other high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Kingdom spoke in unison. Trump added, "Musk, since you propose this, you'll be the one to negotiate with the other nations." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I'll go immediately." Musk responded and headed toward the Sakura nation's camp.
Seeing Musk rise and head toward the Cherry Blossom Nation's camp, the representatives from various nations present were somewhat puzzled. They couldn't fathom why Musk would head toward the Sakura Nation's camp. Xia Taiping, Xiao Zhenghua, and the other representatives from China frowned. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. With the divine war between China and the Holy Kingdom about to commence, Musk wasn't discussing the roster with Trump and others. Instead, he got up and headed toward the Cherry Blossom Nation's camp. He must be up to something. Yet despite their frowns, figures like Xia Taiping and Xia Zhenghua from China didn't dwell on the matter. First, even if the Holy Kingdom was up to something, it wasn't something they could easily stop. Second, even when the three nations sent out purple-tier deities to fight, they couldn't halt China's winning streak. With only one purple-tier deity on their side, the Holy Kingdom's shenanigans might not be enough to stop China's momentum either.
Soon, Musk approached Commander-in-Chief Kishida Kyo of Sakura Nation. Without any preamble, he got straight to the point. Commander Kishida, my heavenly kingdom wishes to deploy a purple-grade deity into battle. However, this requires your nation to sign a mutual non-aggression treaty with us for this year. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, Kishida Kyo suddenly understood. The Holy Kingdom wanted to win while also eliminating future threats. Yet he felt conflicted. He desired both the defeat of the Chinese Empire and the failure of the Holy Kingdom to prevail. He hoped China would lose because Japan had fallen to China. He wanted another nation to teach China a lesson and vent his frustration. His reluctance to see the Holy Kingdom triumph stemmed from Japan's own defeat by China. If another nation prevailed, where would Japan's dignity lie? Agreed. After much deliberation, Kishida Kyo finally agreed. The enmity between Sakura Nation and China ran too deep to ever be resolved. With the two nations so geographically close, once China grew powerful, it would inevitably cause trouble for Sakura Nation. Therefore, China absolutely must not be allowed to grow stronger. As the saying goes, choose the lesser of two evils. He could not accept China growing strong, but he could accept losing a bit of face. Very well. I shall consult with the other nations now. Musk nodded and turned toward the other nations' camps. Subsequently, Musk approached the commanders-in-chief of Sunset Nation, the three nations, Greece, and Egypt to discuss the matter. The commanders of Sunset Nation, the three Arab nations, and Greece all showed hesitation. Their reasons mirrored Kishida's. They wanted China to lose but didn't want the Holy Kingdom to win. Yet this was a paradox, an impossible outcome. With Japan already agreeing to the Holy Kingdom's proposal, they ultimately acquiesced to Musk. The commander-in-chief of Egypt, however, showed no hesitation whatsoever and immediately agreed. Egypt's divine war against China had yet to commence. They desperately hoped the Holy Kingdom would defeat China, dampening its momentum. They yearned even more for the Holy Kingdom to eliminate Xia Taiping, making their own divine conflict with China far easier. How could they possibly refuse? Watching Musk shuttle between nations, Xiao Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and other Chinese officials grew increasingly certain the Holy Kingdom was up to no good. But for the moment, they couldn't fathom what exactly the Holy Kingdom was scheming. Xiao Zhenghua turned to Xia Taiping and asked, Taiping, what do you think the Holy Kingdom is up to? Old Xia, if my assessment is correct. Xia Taiping replied, the Holy Kingdom intends to both overthrow and establish. Chapter 140, The Celestial Covenant. The ultimate lineup. Both replace and establish? Xiao Zhenghua froze. Taiping, why do you say that? Elder Xia, it's merely my conjecture. Xia Taiping explained, the Heavenly Sovereign Kingdom likely intends to deploy a purple-tier deity for battle. However, they possess only one such deity. They fear that deploying this purple-tier deity might invite trouble from other nations. Their global diplomatic tour likely aims to persuade other nations not to exploit their vulnerability. They wish to deploy a purple-grade deity to win this divine war while avoiding the risk of retaliation from other nations. Isn't that precisely what both asserting and establishing means? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others suddenly understood. Though Xia Taiping's explanation was merely conjecture, they believed his speculation to be accurate. Otherwise, how could one explain why Musk didn't rush to discuss the roster with Trump and others, but instead traveled around the world? So what if the Heavenly Kingdom sends a purple-tier deity? Zhou Tianming retorted, didn't we defeat the three nations when they sent a purple-grade deity? The Heavenly Sovereign Nation has only one purple-grade deity. At most, they might win a single battle, but that won't stop our winning streak. Xia Zhenghua and the others nodded in unison, sharing the same conviction. Xia Taiping, however, was speechless. Dean, where does your confidence come from? Zhou Tianming declared with righteous conviction, my confidence comes from you, of course. Xia Taiping was even more speechless. He himself wasn't that confident, yet Zhou Tianming claimed his confidence was in him? He cautioned, Dean, we'd be wise not to get ahead of ourselves. Things could easily go south. And this is something we should keep among ourselves. We can't let people from other countries hear it. If reality doesn't match our expectations, we'll be left with egg on our faces. Quite right. Xia Zhenghua chimed in immediately, until the facts are settled, it's best we keep a low profile. Zhou Tianming scratched his head awkwardly. He'd been so focused on dismissing the threat of the Holy Kingdom deploying a purple-tier deity that he'd forgotten the basic principle of humility. As if to prove Xia Taiping's point, Trump's voice echoed immediately after their discussion concluded. Heavenly Way, the Holy Kingdom intends to sign Heavenly Way treaties with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Sunset Kingdom, the A Kingdom, the Greece Kingdom, and the Egypt Kingdom. When national interests were at stake, verbal promises were unreliable. After all, for the sake of national interests, any means justified the end, let alone mere reneging. Only by signing a Heavenly Path treaty, supervised by the Heavenly Path itself, could absolute certainty be guaranteed. Agreed. The voice of heavens will echoed. What treaty do you wish to sign? Trump explained, Heavenly Way, our 6 nations wish to sign a Heavenly Way treaty of mutual non-aggression for this year. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other representatives from Huaxia nation exchanged meaningful glances. Xia Taiping's conjecture proved entirely accurate. The heavenly sovereign nation was indeed scheming to both attack and establish dominance. Agreed. The voice of heavens will sound it again. Cherry Blossom Nation, Sunset Nation, A3 Nations, Greece Nation, Egypt Nation, are you willing to sign this year's Heavens Will Non-Aggression Treaty with Heaven's sovereign nation? We are willing. The 5 commanders-in-chief, including Kishida Kyo, declared in unison. Very well. The voice of heavens will sounded once more. The heavenly sovereign kingdom, the land of cherry blossoms, the land of the setting sun, the 3 kingdoms, the land of Greece, and the land of Egypt hereby sign this year's non-aggression treaty under the witness of heaven's will. This treaty takes immediate effect and shall remain in force until the end of this year. During the treaty period, any nation violating the pact by invading another shall suffer punishment equivalent to at least 10% of its national fortune. Phew! Trump exhaled deeply, a faint smile spreading across his cheeks. With the Heavenly Kingdom and the other 5 nations signing this heavenly treaty of non-aggression for the year, he had no more worries. As for whether any nation would violate the heavenly treaty, that was utterly impossible. The greatest reward in a divine war was 10% of a nation's fortune, yet violating the heavenly treaty would cost at least 10% of a nation's fortune. This meant that breaking the treaty not only yielded no gains but could also result in even greater losses. Under these circumstances, no one in their right mind would dare violate the heavenly covenant. At that very moment, a chorus of furious curses erupted throughout the divine arena. Holy Kingdom! You're both the judge and the jury, utterly shameless. Oomph. So what if you sent a purple great deity? Didn't the 3 kingdoms do the same before, only to lose anyway? Exactly. If you had sent 3 purple great deities, we might have feared you. But with only 1 purple great deity, what difference does it make? Holy Kingdom, all your scheming won't stop our winning streak, it'll just make you a laughingstock across the divine continent. These scathing remarks all came from the mouths of the Huaxia Kingdom's people. They couldn't stop the Holy Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, along with 3 other nations, from signing this year's heavenly treaty of non-aggression. But they could vent their frustration by hurling insults at the Holy Kingdom. Hearing the torrent of abuse from behind them, figures like Xia Taiping and Xia Zhenghua felt a mix of resignation and exasperation. They had just urged everyone to keep a low profile, yet the Huaxia Kingdom's people were anything but discreet. That said, they understood the anger behind the Chinese people's curses. After all, seeing the Holy Kingdom conspire with other nations to scheme against Huaxia, they too felt like cursing the Holy Kingdom to vent their own frustration. Trump, however, paid no heed to the Chinese delegation's outburst. He pulled out paper and pen, swiftly scribbling down several names before casually flicking the paper toward the divine battle arena. Soon, the paper reached the divine battle arena, burst into flames, and then vanished into ashes. Immediately afterward, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed throughout the divine arena. The nations of Huaxia and the Celestial Kingdom have submitted their combatant rosters. The participants from both nations are hereby announced. Huaxia Nation, Xia Taiping, Xiaowanshan, Wenqingfeng, Wuzhan, and Zhouyijian. The Kingdom of Heaven, Washington, Thomas, Alexander, Marshall, Benjamin. Both sides prepare. The divine battle commences in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, the faces of all nations present in the divine arena lit up with anticipation. Among the 5 combatants dispatched by the Holy Kingdom, Washington, Thomas, Alexander, and Marshall had all appeared in previous divine battles. Only Benjamin had never participated before, making him the Holy Kingdom's sole devotee of a purple-tier deity. Washington, Thomas, Alexander, and Marshall each served blue-tier deities as their patron gods, while Benjamin served a purple-tier deity. The Holy Kingdom did not disappoint, fielding a peak lineup of 1 purple-tier and 4 blue-tier deities. Xia Zhenghua immediately explained to Xia Taiping, Washington, Thomas, Alexander, and Marshall all have blue-tier deities as their life-bound gods. Benjamin must be the sole divine favored one of a purple-tier deity in the heavenly sovereign kingdom. Old Xia, I understand. Xia Taiping nodded, a thoughtful expression crossing his cheeks. Chapter 141, Exploiting the Rules. The Fallen Angel Lucifer. Seeing the contemplative expression on Xia Taiping's face, Xia Zhenghua asked, Taiping, what are you thinking about? Xia Taiping didn't hide his thoughts. Old Xia, I was thinking we should also leverage the rules of the divine war. Xia Zhenghua inquired curiously, which rule of the divine war?
The rule that the challenger must send their forces first.
Xia Taiping explained, it's a foregone conclusion that the heavenly sovereign kingdom will send a purple-grade deity to fight. And they're likely targeting me specifically. If I go first, they'll almost certainly send a purple-grade deity. Frankly, against a purple-grade deity, unless the heavenly Tao randomly selects a powerful deity, I'd have no choice but to concede defeat. That would mean I couldn't win a single battle in the divine war, which is a real loss, to be honest. Therefore, we must leverage the rules of the divine battle. Let the heavenly kingdom send their representative first, then decide based on the situation. If they immediately deploy a purple-tier deity, others will take the field, otherwise, I will step in. That way, I can at least secure one victory in the divine battle. That makes sense. Xia Zhenghua nodded.
Then let's use the rules of the divine battle to have the Holy Kingdom send someone out first. Even if others took the stage, with Xia Taiping's guidance, they could still win the divine battle if the heavenly Tao randomly selected a powerful deity. But Xia Taiping had his personal guardian deity as a trump card, which ultimately provided an extra layer of insurance compared to the others.
Understood, Elder Xia.
Xia Taiping acknowledged the response, then looked toward the direction of the Heavenly Lord Nation and called out loudly, Heavenly Lord Nation, as the challengers, you must send your representative first.
Will you send someone now, or wait 10 minutes?
Hearing this, the representatives from all nations in the divine arena were taken aback. Up until now, it had almost always been the Chinese nation sending its challengers first, with Xia Taiping invariably stepping forward as their initial combatant.
Why, then, was Xia Taiping now asking the Heavenly Lord Nation to send theirs first?
But in the next moment, they realized Xia Taiping's concern. If he went first, the Kingdom of Heaven might immediately send a purple-grade divine being's devotee to fight.
If that happened, Xia Taiping would be eliminated without winning a single match. Trump understood Xia Taiping's reasoning.
He sneered, you're afraid we'll send a purple-grade divine being's devotee straight out?
You could say that. Xia Taiping didn't deny it, but abruptly shifted his tone. But do you even have the right to mock us? Trump's expression froze.
When Xia Taiping had admitted it, he'd been ready to take the opportunity to mock Huaxia Nation a few more times, but he hadn't expected Xia Taiping to suddenly say that.
He asked in confusion, Kid, why wouldn't we have the right to mock you? You really have no sense of self-awareness at all.
Xia Taiping sighed and continued, you nations have resorted to every possible means to oppose China. We're merely applying the rules of the divine war within their boundaries.
What right do you have to mock us?
Moreover, your holy kingdom not only seeks to deploy a purple-tiered deity to win this divine battle, but also wants to avoid the risk of provoking other nations. To that end, you've gone so far as to lobby other countries in the divine arena to sign this year's non-aggression treaty.
With such hypocritical double standards, what right do you have to mock us? Trump's expression froze once more.
He desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping's words, yet he couldn't find a way to do so. As Xia Taiping had stated, Huaxia's approach was to legitimately exploit the rules of the divine war within established boundaries. No one could fault them for that. Yet their actions were despicable hypocrisy.
I suggest you stop wasting my time.
Xia Taiping continued, because you have no right to mock us. If you persist, you'll only embarrass yourselves further.
So answer my question promptly, are you sending someone to battle now? Or will you wait 10 minutes before sending someone?
Trump's face twisted with frustration, his chest tight with anger, yet he found himself speechless. Just as Xia Taiping had stated, their hypocritical stance left them utterly unqualified to mock China. That said, he hadn't planned to deploy his purple-tier deity's divine follower first anyway. He intended to assess the situation before deciding. Thus, Xia Taiping's words didn't disrupt his plans, a silver lining in the misfortune. Xia Taiping remained unaware of Trump's intentions. Even if he did, he would still leverage the rules of the divine war to force the Catholic Kingdom to deploy their forces first. After all, while intentions could change, exploiting the rules of the divine war could prevent the very outcomes he wished to avoid.
Seeing Washington's face twisted with frustration, representatives from nations across the divine arena couldn't help but sigh. We understand you want to humble China, and frankly, we'd welcome it too. But at least come up with a plausible excuse. Now look at this mess, failing to mock China while getting humiliated by Xia Taiping in return. What kind of situation is this?
Xia Taiping sneered coldly.
Trying to mock China? Don't you know your own place?
I'll crush you. Poof. At a loss for words, Trump gave a cold snort and turned to the man seated behind him.
Washington, you go.
Yes, Commander-in-Chief.
Washington responded, rising to walk toward the divine battle arena.
The nations gathered in the divine arena showed no surprise at Trump sending Washington into battle. Because Trump had sent a purple-tiered deity to confront Xia Taiping. If the first purple-tiered deity sent by a divine-favored nation went into battle, China could simply send anyone to counter the purple-tiered deity from the Heavenly Father Nation. That would have thwarted Trump's goal of eliminating Xia Taiping from the competition. Xia Zhenghua immediately explained, Taiping, this is Washington. His personal deity is the fallen angel Lucifer.
Understood, Elder Xia. Xia Taiping nodded and added, Old Xia, I'm off.
With that, Xia Taiping rose and strode toward the divine battle arena.
Soon, Washington and Xia Taiping had ascended the divine battle arena. Xia Taiping showed no intention of letting the heavenly Tao randomly assign a deity. Instead, he stood quietly observing Washington, waiting for him to summon his god. Washington of the heavenly kingdom humbly summons the fallen angel Lucifer to descend. Washington wasted no time, decisively summoning his personal deity to battle. This wasn't out of generosity, but because he intended to summon his personal deity to battle regardless. Whether first or second made no difference. Moreover, according to the rules of the divine battle, as the challengers, they were required not only to ascend the divine battle arena first but also to summon their deity first. If he wasted time arguing with Xia Taiping, the one who would end up humiliated would be him, not Xia Taiping. Swish! As Washington's words fell, a dazzling light erupted from between his eyebrows. Immediately, a man emerged from the light handsome, with golden hair, piercing eyes, and wings on his back. He was none other than the fallen angel Lucifer, as Washington had mentioned. Seeing this, Xia Taiping wasted no time. He looked up at the sky and declared, "Heavenly Way, grant my nation of China a random deity." Chapter 142, The Golden Winged Eagle. I'll talk you to death. Swish! 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 As Xia Taiping's words fell, 3 grey cards materialized before him. The gazes of people from all nations in the divine arena instinctively focused on the 3 grey cards before Xia Taiping. But alas, just as before, none of them recognized a single one. Xia Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened, and a smile spread across his cheeks. The deities depicted on the 3 cards were the Jade-Faced Fox, the Chaos Demon King, and the Golden Winged Eagle. The Jade-Faced Fox and the Chaos Demon King possessed low combat prowess, but the Golden Winged Eagle was exceptionally powerful. Also known as the 10,000-mile soaring eagle, the Golden Winged Great Eagle could fly 90,000 li with a single flap of its wings and 18,000 li with a double flap, flying farther than even Sun Wukong's somersault cloud. It had once fought Sun Wukong to a standstill and even captured him using its treasure, the Yin-Yang Chi bottle. If one were to ask who was the most powerful demon in Journey to the West, the Golden Winged Giant Eagle would undoubtedly be the answer. Seeing Xia Taiping smile, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia nationals instantly mirrored his expression. For Xia Taiping's smile signaled that one of the 3 cards contained a mighty deity. When the heavenly Tao randomly assigned such a powerful deity to Huaxia nation, victory was assured even against an opponent like the fallen angel Lucifer. This wasn't because they looked down on the fallen angel Lucifer, but because in all the previous divine battles, whenever the heavenly Tao randomly selected a powerful deity for Huaxia, Huaxia had never lost. They believed this divine battle would be no exception. The next moment, Xia Taiping's voice echoed across the divine battle arena. Xia Taiping of the Huaxia nation respectfully summons the Golden Winged Rock to descend. Swish! 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 As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of the Jade-Faced Fox and the Chaos Demon King flickered rapidly before vanishing. The card of the Golden Winged Great Eagle blazed with brilliant light. Immediately, a figure emerged from the light, a man with the head of a golden winged eagle and human body, golden wings unfurling from his back. Upon seeing the great golden winged eagle's form, the faces of the various nations present in the divine arena instantly twisted into peculiar expressions, especially those of the 3 nations. Whispers of discussion immediately filled the divine arena. How come this deity from Huaxia Kingdom looks so much like the Garuda from the 3 nations? It does bear a resemblance. If he weren't summoned by that kid from Huaxia and only had 1 pair of wings, I'd swear he was the Garuda of the 3 kingdoms. This deity from Huaxia looks so much like Garuda, could they be brothers? Garuda is a deity of the 3 kingdoms, while the golden-winged Garuda eagle is a deity of Huaxia. How could they possibly be brothers? Namodi and the other 3 kingdoms people frowned deeply. They too were baffled by why the golden-winged eagle and Garuda bore such a striking resemblance. After a moment's thought, Namodi asked loudly, "Kid, how could there be a golden-winged great-peng bird in your Huaxia country?" "You're mistaken. He's not a golden-winged great-peng bird, he's a great-peng golden-winged eagle." Xia Taiping corrected Namodi, then grinned mischievously. As for why the golden-winged eagle exists in our China? It's quite simple, our golden-winged eagle is the ancestor of your golden-winged bird in your 3 kingdoms. Namodi's expression froze abruptly. He had asked out of curiosity, never expecting Xia Taiping's response. His face darkened. "Young man, don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense." Xia Taiping shook his head and countered, "Let me ask you this, in a battle between Garuda and Lucifer, who would be stronger?" Namodi frowned. He didn't understand why Xia Taiping had suddenly asked such a question. Yet instinctively, he began weighing the strength of Garuda against Lucifer. Truthfully, he wanted to say Garuda was stronger. After all, Garuda was a deity of the 3 sacred kingdoms, and he naturally leaned toward Garuda. However, both Garuda and Lucifer were blue-tier deities. Their relative strength could only be determined through combat. Yet, since the dawn of the divine wars, the 3 kingdoms of A and the heavenly kingdom had never clashed. Let alone Garuda and Lucifer facing each other. After a moment of silence, Namodi said, "Young man, Garuda is a blue-tier deity, and Lucifer is also a blue-tier deity. They share the same rank. Only through combat can we determine who is stronger." "That's true." Xia Taiping nodded, then abruptly changed the subject. Then let me ask another question. Generally speaking, who is more powerful, the ancestors or the descendants of demon gods? Namodi still didn't understand why Xia Taiping was asking this question. But after some thought, he answered truthfully, demon gods emphasize bloodline inheritance. The purer the bloodline, the greater the power. So generally speaking, ancestors are stronger than their descendants. You're absolutely right. Xia Taiping gave Namodi a thumbs up before continuing. Earlier, our Huaxia nation's divine general, the celestial marshal Zhu Beiji, defeated the Garuda. You witnessed this firsthand, as did all the representatives present. You wouldn't deny it, would you? Namodi's face darkened, and he remained silent. Xia Taiping's words were like rubbing salt into his wound. No need to answer. You know the truth, and so do all the nations present. Xia Taiping didn't wait for Namodi's response. He continued, Marshal Tianpeng Zhu Beiji fought the golden-winged eagle. He was no match for the golden-winged eagle. The Garuda, in turn, was no match for Marshal Tianpeng Zhu Beiji. You yourself just said that, generally speaking, the ancestors of demon gods are more powerful than their descendants. So what's wrong with me saying the golden-winged eagle is Garuda's ancestor? The spectators from various nations in the divine arena suddenly understood, their expressions turning peculiar. So then, the golden-winged eagle really is the Garuda's ancestor? Namodi also had an epiphany. Xia Taiping intended to prove the Garuda's ancestry through comparison. He desperately wanted to refute it, but the Garuda had been defeated by the celestial general Zhu Beiji, who was no match for the golden-winged eagle. Moreover, he had just stated that the ancestors of demon gods were far more powerful than their descendants. This left him unable to counter the argument. Watching Namodi's face twisted with frustration, Xia Taiping couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Why couldn't you just sit quietly? You had to stir up trouble. I'll never tire of teasing you. But before his amusement could linger, Namodi's rebuttal rang out. You claim General Tianpeng Zhu Beiji is no match for the golden-winged Garuda. Who's to say you're telling the truth? I can vouch for this. Before Xia Taiping could respond, the golden-winged eagle's voice cut in. The young friend speaks the absolute truth. I did indeed cross paths with Marshal Tianpeng Zhu Beiji, and he was no match for me. Namodi retorted again, you're a deity of the Huaxia nation naturally biased toward your own kind. How can we know if you're telling the truth? The golden-winged great eagle frowned. He had spoken nothing but the truth, yet this man dared to question him? But without evidence, he couldn't think of a rebuttal. At that moment, Xia Taiping's voice echoed across the divine battle arena. Sigh. I knew you'd resort to such sophistry. That's precisely why I asked, who is more powerful, Garuda or Lucifer? Chapter 143, The Yin-Yang Qi Vessel. A swift conclusion. What do you mean I knew you'd twist things? I'm stating facts, okay? Namodi stubbornly defended himself. Besides, what does asking who's stronger between Garuda and Lucifer have to do with this matter? Of course it matters. Xia Taiping explained, if Lucifer were stronger than Garuda, then when Garuda defeats Lucifer, wouldn't that prove Garuda is stronger than Lucifer? But unfortunately, Garuda and Lucifer have never fought, so we can't determine who's stronger. But while you can't judge because Garuda and Lucifer never fought, the Garuda and Lucifer also never fought. Yet I can tell you with absolute certainty, Lucifer is no match for the Garuda. Namodi's expression darkened as understanding dawned on him. Once again, Xia Taiping had silenced him. After all, while he couldn't determine who was stronger between Garuda and Lucifer, Xia Taiping had the audacity to declare with absolute certainty that Lucifer was no match for Garuda. Not only had he lost the argument in attitude, but he also risked making people from all over the world believe that Garuda was the ancestor of the golden-winged eagle. Lucifer's expression abruptly froze. He'd been happily watching the drama unfold, never expecting it to land squarely on his own head. What kind of mess was this? His face darkened. Kid, you've got some nerve. Whether it's big talk or not, you'll find out soon enough. Xia Taiping didn't argue with Lucifer. He turned to Namodi and continued, watch closely. Soon you'll see whether the golden-winged Garuda is the ancestor of the Garuda. Of course, you can also have the Garuda challenge Lucifer after the golden-winged Garuda defeats him. Oh, I forgot. When Garuda was killed, he lost a strand of his divine soul. He won't be able to appear on the divine battle arena for a while. Once Lucifer is killed, he too won't be able to appear on the divine battle arena anytime soon. So if you want Garuda to challenge Lucifer, you'll have to wait. Kid, save that talk for after you defeat Lucifer. Kid, you're getting too cocky. Namodi and Lucifer's voices rang out simultaneously. Xia Taiping paid no heed to Namodi and Lucifer. He turned to the golden-winged Garuda and said, Venerable Garuda, they've joined forces to challenge our Huaxia nation with the sole intent of destroying it. There's no need for courtesy. Use your most powerful methods and resolve this battle as swiftly as possible. Young friend, I understand. The golden-winged eagle nodded, then turned to face Lucifer, his eyes cold and fierce. Poof. Lucifer snorted coldly, sneering, I'll see how quickly you defeat me. As the words fell, Lucifer casually flipped his hand, and a sword materialized in midair before him. The golden-winged eagle moved in response. With a flick of his own wrist, a bottle green on one side, red on the other, standing about 2 feet tall materialized in his hand. Seeing the golden-winged eagle produce a bottle, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena instantly wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They had witnessed countless divine battles and seen every kind of weapon imaginable: swords, spears, staffs, and more. They had even encountered many bizarrely shaped weapons, but they had never seen anyone wield a bottle as a weapon. Xia Taiping, however, remained utterly composed. While others were unaware of the bottle's true nature, he knew it was the priceless yin-yang qi bottle. To underestimate the yin-yang qi bottle would be a grave mistake. After all, Sun Wukong had suffered considerable setbacks at the hands of this very bottle. Had it not been for the 3 hairs bestowed upon him by Guanyin Bodhisattva, his losses would have been far more severe. He understood the golden-winged eagle's intent in producing the yin-yang qi vessel immediately. It was to settle this swiftly, just as he had suggested. Just as Xia Taiping had anticipated, had he not urged a swift resolution, the golden-winged roc might have engaged Lucifer in combat. But with that command, the roc decisively opted to deploy the yin-yang qi bottles immediately. Lucifer, poised to strike, watched the golden-winged eagle retrieve a vial with a look of utter bewilderment. He sneered, "You wouldn't be planning to use that bottle against me, would you?" The golden-winged eagle nodded. "Exactly. I intend to use this very bottle against you." Hearing this, Lucifer burst into laughter. He roared with laughter, "Come on then. I'm dying to see how you plan to use this bottle against me." The golden-winged eagle was at a loss for words. In all his years of battle, he'd never encountered anyone who'd willingly let him use the yin-yang qi bottle against them. But since Lucifer had spoken, it would be rude to refuse his invitation. He replied, "As you wish." With that, the golden-winged eagle raised the yin-yang qi bottle high, pointing its mouth directly at Lucifer. Immediately, a thunderous shout erupted from his mouth. "Seal." Lucifer rolled his eyes, his face brimming with disdain. But the next instant, the scorn on his cheeks froze solid. For he distinctly felt an immense suction force erupt before him. Under its overwhelming pull, he found himself helplessly drawn toward the yin-yang qi vessel. That wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that the moment he realized what was happening, he tried desperately to steady himself. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. He remained powerless to stop himself from hurtling toward the yin-yang qi vessel. At that moment, Lucifer's expression abruptly changed. He didn't know why the bottle in the golden-winged eagle's claws could unleash such terrifying suction. But he knew one thing: he'd been far too overconfident. He shouldn't have stood there, allowing the golden-winged eagle to strike. Yet there was no remedy for regret in this world, and his remorse now came too late. What he didn't know was that even without his overconfidence, he still couldn't have escaped the terrifying suction of the yin-yang qi bottle. As Lucifer flew toward the yin-yang qi bottle, spectators from all nations in the divine arena instantly recalled the scene from the previous divine battle. In that battle, the Azure Ox had used the Vajra hoop to seize Apollo's golden bow and lyre. This sudden realization made them abruptly aware that the bottle held by the golden-winged eagle was no ordinary vessel, but a treasure akin to the Vajra hoop. Trump and the others from the heavenly kingdom turned pale. They too recalled the previous divine battle, and judging by Lucifer's state, he clearly couldn't resist the yin-yang vessel's pull. Though they didn't know what would happen to Lucifer once sucked into the yin-yang qi vessel, even a fool could tell it wouldn't end well. Lucifer was still struggling. Yet his struggles proved futile. He could only watch helplessly as he drew ever closer to the bottle's opening. And as he neared the mouth of the yin-yang qi bottle, he noticed its opening expanding larger and larger. What he didn't know was that to the spectators from various nations in the divine arena, as he drew nearer to the yin-yang qi vessel, his body appeared to shrink smaller and smaller. Soon, Lucifer flew to the mouth of the yin-yang qi vessel and vanished into it. Chapter 144, A Turtle in a Jar. Futile Struggles. Witnessing Lucifer being absorbed into the yin-yang qi vessel and vanishing, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were instantly overcome with bewilderment. When Xia Taiping had instructed the golden-winged great eagle to finish the battle swiftly, they had all sensed this divine conflict might conclude rapidly. Yet none had imagined it would end so abruptly and in such a bizarre manner before it had truly begun. They had witnessed countless divine battles, including many that ended swiftly, but this was the first time they had ever seen one where one side hadn't even had a chance to strike, let alone get sealed inside a giant bottle. Suddenly, they understood why Xia Taiping had been so confident in the golden-winged great eagle, and why he'd been so certain about a swift victory. He had a secret weapon against Lucifer. This is it? It's over? Taiping was absolutely right. It truly was a quick victory. I always thought I understood the phrase quick and decisive pretty well, but today I suddenly realized my understanding was completely wrong. Because a battle like this one is what truly qualifies as quick and decisive. Truly worthy of being Garuda's ancestor, the golden-winged eagle is seriously badass. Snapping out of their stunned silence, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation erupted into cheers. Hearing the cheers from the Huaxia delegation, Trump and the other Heavenly Kingdom representatives snapped out of their shock, their expressions turning grim one by one. Desperate to salvage some chance of victory in this divine war, they had shamelessly brokered a heavenly treaty of non-aggression with nations worldwide only to see the first battle conclude in such an utterly bizarre manner. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real point was that if Lucifer had fought the golden-winged eagle and lost, at least their dignity would have been somewhat preserved. Instead, Lucifer hadn't even had a chance to strike before being sealed inside the bottle by the golden-winged eagle. How utterly humiliating was that defeat? Xia Taiping, however, kept his eyes fixed on the yin-yang qi bottle held by the golden-winged eagle. Others might not know, but he understood clearly, merely sealing Lucifer within the yin-yang qi vessel didn't truly end the battle. For those with extraordinary power, escape from the vessel remained possible. Just as Sun Wukong had once escaped after being sealed within it. Not only Xia Taiping watched the yin-yang qi bottle after sealing it shut, the golden-winged great eagle stared intently at the vessel as well. Suddenly, the yin-yang qi vessel half crimson, half emerald shifted entirely to a deep, unbroken green. This spectacle left the spectators from all nations in the divine arena utterly perplexed. They couldn't fathom why the yin-yang qi vessel, half red and half green, had suddenly turned entirely green. Xia Taiping and the golden-winged great eagle, however, were not surprised at all. The yin-yang vessel's characteristic was that if the person sealed within remained silent, the vessel would maintain a cold, yin state. But if they spoke, flames would erupt, consuming the captive within moments and reducing them to a pool of blood. The bottles now being entirely green signified that Lucifer, trapped within the yin-yang qi, had not spoken. Just as Xia Taiping and the golden-winged eagle had surmised, Lucifer, trapped within the yin-yang qi vessel, felt a flicker of terror but remained composed. Uttering not a word, he surveyed his surroundings. Soon, Lucifer realized the space he occupied resembled a vast cage without windows or doors. Yet it was not dark, he could clearly see the surrounding walls were smooth as mirrors. Moreover, despite being a deity long immune to the extremes of heat and cold, he now felt a chill that grew steadily colder. What the hell is this place? Lucifer cursed under his breath, swinging his sword forward with a mighty chop. Swish! A blinding flash of sword energy erupted, striking the wall squarely. Boom! Immediately, a deafening roar erupted. It was the sound of the sword beam exploding upon impact with the wall. Lu Shifeng stared intently. He wanted to see if his full power strike had shattered the wall ahead, but his expression darkened instantly. The wall remained completely intact. Not only had it not been breached, but not even a single scratch marred its surface. Had he not been absolutely certain his strike had landed on the wall, he might have thought he hadn't even swung his sword. I refuse to believe it. Lucifer cursed under his breath and swung his sword again. This time, he didn't strike once, but unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. Swish! 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 Blades of light erupted one after another, striking the wall relentlessly. Boom! 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 Simultaneously, deafening booms echoed one after another. That was the sound of Lucifer's sword beams shattering upon repeatedly striking the wall ahead. After slashing dozens of times without leaving the slightest mark on the wall, Lucifer had to accept the fact that he couldn't break through it. He stopped. There was another reason besides that. He distinctly felt the surrounding cold intensifying, so much so that his limbs grew stiff with frostbite and his entire body began to shiver. What the hell is this place? How can it be this cold? Lucifer couldn't help but curse inwardly. But despite his curses, his divine composure remained unshaken. His mind raced, searching for a way to escape this place. Bang! 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 As Lucifer swung his sword, a series of dull thuds echoed from within the yin-yang qi vessel. Hearing these dull thuds, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena instantly realized that Lucifer, imprisoned within the yin-yang qi vessel, was not dead. Instead, he was attacking the vessel itself. Phew! Trump and the others from the celestial kingdom collectively exhaled in relief. They had all assumed Lucifer was finished once sealed within the yin-yang qi vessel, yet not only was he still alive, he was attacking it, an unexpected and welcome surprise. They understood, however, that his assault on the vessel did not guarantee escape. Yet as long as Lucifer remained alive, a sliver of hope for victory persisted. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others from the Chinese nation couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. They feared Lucifer might somehow escape the yin-yang qi vessel. Yet seeing Xia Taiping and the golden-winged eagle both wearing expressions of calm composure, their worries instantly vanished. Their composure clearly signaled they held no fear of Lucifer's escape. Indeed, as Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia nationals had surmised, neither Xia Taiping nor the golden-winged eagle truly feared Lucifer's escape. Although Sun Wukong had once escaped from the yin-yang qi vessel, that was only because Guanyin Bodhisattva had gifted him 3 life-saving hairs. Sun Wukong transformed these hairs into a diamond drill, a bamboo splinter, and a cotton rope, using them to drill holes in the vessel and escape. This feat sounded simple enough, but it was extremely difficult to replicate, and Lucifer possessed no comparable abilities. That said, freezing Lucifer solid to death was no simple feat either. Chapter 145, Xia Taiping's Proposal. Brothers in Misfortune. On the Divine Battle Arena. Xia Taiping murmured, "Venerable Great Eagle, could the yin-yang qi bottle freeze Lucifer to death?" The golden-winged eagle shook his head. Young friend, for an ordinary mortal, freezing to death would be a matter of minutes. But that fellow is a deity. Freezing him to death is no simple task, or rather, it would be a rather lengthy affair. Xia Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. His assessment was correct. Freezing Lucifer to death with the yin-yang chi vessel would be no simple feat. Ah! The golden-winged eagle sighed again and continued, I've sealed many souls within the yin-yang chi vessel, but this is the first time I've encountered one who remains utterly silent after being imprisoned. Still, there's no need to worry. He'll speak eventually, and once he does, burning him to death will be no trouble at all. Xia Taiping nodded. I agree, he'll speak eventually, but waiting like this feels like a waste of time. It is a bit of a waste of time. The golden-winged eagle sighed helplessly. But if he won't speak, there's nothing I can do. This is all we can do for now. I do have a solution. Xia Taiping grinned wickedly. If he won't speak, we can make someone else talk. Let someone else speak? The golden-winged eagle froze, puzzled. Young friend, I don't quite understand. There's only that fellow in the yin-yang chi vessel. How can we make someone else speak? Simple. Just seal another person inside. Xia Taiping grinned mischievously. Isn't Lucifer's divine follower still standing over there? Seal him inside too, then we'd have two people. Lucifer might not speak because no one talks to him, but if we add another person, don't you think they'd start discussing how to escape? At these words, the golden-winged eagle's eyes suddenly brightened. Xia Taiping's reasoning made perfect sense. Young friend, you're brilliant. I'll take him in right now. The golden-winged eagle gave Xia Taiping a thumbs up, then raised the yin-yang chi vessel. Pulling out the stopper, he aimed the vessel's mouth at Washington standing at the edge of the divine battle arena. In the next instant, a thunderous shout erupted from the great golden-winged eagle's beak. Seize! As the great golden-winged eagle's words fell, a tremendous suction force erupted from the yin-yang chi vessel. Simultaneously, Washington, standing at the edge of the divine battle arena, distinctly felt a tremendous suction force erupt before him. Swish! Washington's expression changed drastically. He had just witnessed Lucifer being absorbed into the yin-yang chi vessel by the golden-winged eagle. Now, the eagle pointed the vessel's opening directly at him, accompanied by the eruption of immense suction. The intent was unmistakable. Moreover, if Lucifer couldn't resist the bottle's pull, he certainly couldn't either. And what consequences awaited him if sealed inside? He dared not even contemplate it. Therefore, his first instinct was to cry out in surrender. But the moment his mouth opened, the immense suction pulled him like an arrow from a bow, shooting him toward the yin-yang chi vessel. Before the words "I surrender" could escape his lips, he had already vanished into the vessel. The moment the golden-winged eagle pulled the stopper from the yin-yang chi vessel, Lucifer instantly sensed a flash of light above his head. He instinctively looked up and saw the sky beyond the yin-yang chi vessel. Overjoyed, he immediately soared upward, flying toward the mouth of the yin-yang chi vessel. But the moment he rose, a tremendous resistance erupted before him. This repulsive force was the suction emitted by the yin-yang chi vessels. Yet, while the suction acted as an attraction for those outside the vessels, for Lucifer trapped within, it functioned as resistance. Under the crushing pressure of that resistance, Lucifer, who had just taken flight, was violently flung backward. He slammed hard against the base of the yin-yang chi vessel and was pinned there by the force, unable to move. What's going on? Lucifer was bewildered. It wasn't that he didn't understand why he was pinned to the bottom of the yin-yang vessel, unable to move. Rather, he couldn't comprehend why the golden-winged eagle had opened the yin-yang vessel. But the next moment, he understood. He clearly saw a thing fly in, crashing heavily not far beside him. Instantly, he recognized that thing as his divine follower, Washington. This made him suddenly realize that the golden-winged eagle had not opened the yin-yang chi vessel to release him, but to draw Washington inside. Immediately after, Lucifer watched as the light above vanished. The yin-yang vessel's stopper was sealed shut once more. Simultaneously, the resistance pinning him to the bottom of the yin-yang chi vessel vanished. Seeing the golden-winged eagle seal Washington into the yin-yang chi vessel as well, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were all taken aback. They couldn't comprehend why the golden-winged eagle would seal Washington into the yin-yang chi vessel before resolving the matter with Lucifer. Trump and the others from the heavenly kingdom turned deathly pale. Lucifer hadn't yet escaped the yin-yang chi vessel, and now Washington was sealed within it too. Their losses might extend beyond a single deity. They'd also lost a powerful divine follower. Xia Taiping and the golden-winged rock exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding needing no words. Previously, only Lucifer resided within the yin-yang vessel, leaving him without anyone to speak to. Now, with Washington added to the yin-yang chi vessel, Lucifer finally had someone to speak to. Even if Lucifer remained silent, they believed Washington would speak. And as long as either Washington or Lucifer spoke, the yin-yang vessel would shift from yin to yang, erupting in blazing flames. Freezing Lucifer to death was no easy feat, but burning him alive? That was a different story. As for Washington? Merely collateral damage, or perhaps the catalyst to seal Lucifer's fate. For whether the yin-yang chi vessel was yin or yang, dealing with Washington would be no trouble at all. The outcome unfolded precisely as Xia Taiping and the golden-winged eagle had envisioned. Crawling up from the bottom of the vessel, Washington immediately addressed Lucifer lying nearby. "Lord Lucifer, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lucifer sat up, puzzled. "How did you end up sealed inside too?" "I don't know." Washington explained with a bitter expression, "I was standing at the edge of the divine battle arena, waiting for you to escape, no, to leave this bizarre bottle. But before you could get out, that birdman sealed me in too." Lucifer frowned. He instinctively thought the golden-winged eagle had sealed Washington in to kill him too, but quickly dismissed the notion. After all, the God War was primarily a contest between deities, and casualties among the divine followers were minimal. But that wasn't the crux. The real issue was that he wasn't dead yet. The golden-winged eagle shouldn't have brought Washington in otherwise. Wouldn't that give him someone to negotiate and escape with? What he didn't know was that the golden-winged eagle precisely wanted them to negotiate. But in the next instant, he sensed something was amiss. Chapter 146, From Yin to Yang. Raging Flames. "Ha!" Lucifer exclaimed in surprise, "It's not cold anymore?" Washington was a bit confused. They were discussing how he had entered, so why did Lucifer suddenly remark that he wasn't cold anymore? But that wasn't the point. The point was that since entering, he hadn't felt the slightest chill. In fact, he felt somewhat overheated. He asked instinctively, "Lord Lucifer, where exactly is it cold?" "Before you entered." Lucifer explained, "When I first arrived, it wasn't cold here either. But it quickly turned bitterly cold, growing colder and colder. I was frozen stiff, my limbs numb, shivering uncontrollably. But the moment you entered, the cold vanished." Washington understood immediately. Before he could speak, however, Lucifer's voice sounded again. "Now it's not just warm, it feels downright cozy." Washington was momentarily speechless. He was feeling slightly overheated, yet Lucifer claimed it felt warm. Was Lucifer's perception off? But he quickly realized it made sense. Having just emerged from an extremely frigid state, Lucifer hadn't immediately felt the heat. Instead, warmth seemed natural. After all, shifting from extreme cold to intense heat required a period of adjustment. But Lucifer's words made him realize something was off. He hesitated before asking, "Lord Lucifer, have you noticed it getting hotter?" "No." Lucifer answered instinctively, but his words trailed off abruptly. Now he too sensed something amiss. Before Washington entered, he had felt a chilling cold. Why, after Washington came in, did he now sense a warmth? But that wasn't the crux of it. The crux was that his current sensation wasn't merely warmth, it was a growing heat. Confused, he instinctively glanced around, then his expression abruptly changed. Unbeknownst to him, clusters of flames had appeared all around them. Not only were the flames burning fiercer by the second, but they were also relentlessly closing in, encircling both him and Washington. Now Washington too noticed the abnormal situation. He cried out, "Lord Lucifer, there's fire behind you." "Not just behind me, behind you too." Lucifer's expression darkened. No wonder he suddenly no longer felt cold. In fact, he felt a bit warm, even hot. All around them, flames roared, growing ever brighter as they spread relentlessly toward his and Washington's position. How could he have felt cold? And how could he not feel the heat? "What?" Washington gasped, turning to see flames not far behind them. "Lord Lucifer," he exclaimed in terror. "What is happening?" "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Lucifer replied irritably, "Before you entered, there wasn't a single flame here, it was even bitterly cold. But the moment you stepped in, these flames appeared. I was about to ask you what happened." "I don't know either." Washington hurriedly defended himself. "Lord Lucifer, it must be this bottle playing tricks. Otherwise, why would that birdman lock you in and then lock me in too? My judgment was right after all." Lucifer's face darkened further. He wasn't stupid. How could he not realize it was the yin-yang chi bottle causing trouble? He even realized that the golden-winged eagle had taken Washington in not to kill him, as he'd initially thought, but to harm him. When he saw Washington being taken in, his instinctive thought was that the golden-winged eagle intended not only to kill him but also to kill Washington. Yet he quickly dismissed that notion. Then he wondered, could the golden-winged eagle have taken Washington in to harm him? As it turned out, his judgment was spot on. The Garuda had indeed brought Washington in to harm him. Otherwise, how could one explain the sudden blazing inferno igniting in this extremely cold and gloomy place after Washington entered? Washington asked in confusion, "Lord Lucifer, what judgment was correct? Why so much curiosity? Can't you see the flames growing larger and closer? Put out the fire immediately." Lucifer snapped back. Though Washington harbored no ill intent toward him, he had unwittingly become an accomplice to the golden-winged eagle scheme. That Lucifer hadn't struck him down outright was already generous. "Yes, Lord Lucifer." Washington agreed readily with his mouth, but his heart was filled with resentment. He had merely asked a question, why be so fierce? Yet he dared not argue with Lucifer, nor show the slightest hint of displeasure. Instead, he had to carry out Lucifer's orders immediately. The words barely left his mouth before Washington spun around, his fist shooting forward in a thunderous blast. Whoosh! A massive fist-shaped shadow detached from his fist, hurtling straight toward the flames ahead. Almost simultaneously, Lucifer moved.
He swung his sword, unleashing a blade of light that similarly charged toward the flames ahead.
Boom! Boom! The next moment, two deafening booms erupted.
That was the sound of the fist shadow and sword beam exploding upon impact with the flames. But immediately afterward, something terrifying happened that shocked both Lucifer and Washington. The flames struck by the fist shadow and sword beam not only failed to extinguish but burned even more fiercely. Lucifer's expression abruptly darkened. He had intended to extinguish the surrounding flames with his attack, which was why he had urged Washington to put out the fire. He himself had also rushed to extinguish it, but neither he nor Washington's attacks could quench the flames. Instead, they only fueled their intensity.
Washington realized this too. He turned to Lucifer and asked, "Lord Lucifer, shall we continue? Are you blind?" Lucifer erupted in fury. "Can't you see our attacks aren't just failing to extinguish the flames, they're actually fueling the fire? And you ask me if I should keep attacking? Do you want us both burned alive?" Washington's face twisted with frustration. If he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have asked Lucifer and would have kept attacking. Instead, he got yelled at. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Lucifer had ordered him to extinguish the fire in the first place. He was merely following orders. How had that become his fault? "It's all your fault." Lucifer erupted again.
"If you hadn't barged in, this place wouldn't be burning."
Washington felt even more aggrieved. Did he want to come in? Of course not. The golden-winged great eagle had swept him inside. He had no choice.
But facing Lucifer, no matter how unjust it felt, he dared not argue. What neither of them knew was that the sudden ignition of the yin-yang chi vessel wasn't caused by Washington's entry, but by their very words.
That said, Lucifer wasn't entirely wrong. This incident was indeed Washington's fault.
Had Washington not entered, with only Lucifer present, he would have had no one to speak to.
And as long as he remained silent, the yin-yang chi vessel would not shift from yin to yang, unleashing its blazing inferno. Seeing Washington fall silent, Lucifer ceased his curses. Yet a cold, sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. The blaze here had ignited only because Washington had entered. He wondered if killing Washington could stop the fire here. Chapter 147, Dogs Fighting Among Themselves. The Death of Washington. Lucifer was never one to show mercy, his methods often brutally ruthless. Combined with his existing grudge against Washington, the notion of slaying him to extinguish the flames took root in his mind like wild grass, spreading wildly until it consumed his entire thoughts. Resolution set, Lucifer turned to Washington and said coldly, "Washington, I'm sorry." Washington's expression froze abruptly. Though Lucifer hadn't stated it explicitly, his expression and words stirred an ominous foreboding in Washington's heart. He stammered, Lord Lucifer, what do you mean? Kill you?" Lucifer made no attempt to conceal his meaning. "When I was here alone, there was no fire. But after you entered, the flames appeared. Therefore, this inferno was ignited by you. Only by ending your life can this blaze be extinguished." Swish! Washington's face instantly drained of color. His premonition had been correct. Lucifer's apology had indeed been insincere. His face contorted with terror as he begged, "Lord Lucifer, no. Please, no. What do you mean, don't?" Lucifer cut him off. "I've tested it, this place isn't so easy to leave. If you don't die, this inferno won't be extinguished. Then not only will you be burned alive, but I'll be burned alive too. Rather than both of us burning alive, it's better to kill you. Washington, you've been my divine servant for so many years, enjoying the glory I bestowed upon you. Now is the time for you to repay me. Will you die by your own hand? Or shall I take your life?" "No, no, no." Washington shook his head frantically. "Lord Lucifer, I don't want to die. Because when I die, I truly die. But you're different. You're merely a fragment of divine essence. Your death would only burden your true form. Why don't you die instead?" "Humph." Lucifer replied coldly, "You speak true. I am indeed but a fragment of a divine soul. My death would only burden my true form. But how can your life possibly compare to this fragment of my essence? I ask you once more, will you die by your own hand? Or shall I take your life?" "No, no, no." Washington shook his head frantically once more. "Lord Lucifer, I truly don't want to die. Then I have no choice but to act." Lucifer cut off Washington's pleas once more, raising his sword to strike. Seeing this, Washington frantically retreated at top speed. He didn't want to die, but he was no match for Lucifer. Escape was his only option. But he forgot one crucial thing. Behind him lay not empty space, but raging flames. The next instant, Washington, frantically retreating, plunged headlong into the flames. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from Washington's mouth, jolting him back to his senses. He abruptly halted his retreat and lunged forward, dashing out of the flames' reach in an instant. But it was already too late. His clothes had caught fire. Seeing this, Lucifer, who had been about to act, paused briefly, then stopped and watched Washington silently. This wasn't because he had abandoned his intention to kill Washington, but rather because he wanted to use Washington to test the flames' power. Washington, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, swiftly stripped off his clothes. But as the garments fell away, he realized with horror that it wasn't just his clothing burning, his flesh itself had begun to ignite. Ah! 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 Piercing screams erupted from Washington's mouth. He rolled frantically across the ground like a madman, desperately trying to extinguish the flames engulfing him. But no matter how violently he thrashed about, the flames showed no sign of diminishing. Instead, they burned with increasing intensity. After several failed attempts to extinguish the flames, Washington could only cry out to Lucifer for help. "Lord Lucifer, I am your most devout believer. You must save me. I beg you, save me." Lucifer stood motionless, gazing at Washington as if deaf to his pleas. He had intended to kill Washington all along, and now he wished to test the flames' power. Why would he intervene to save him? Seeing no sign of rescue from Lucifer, Washington was overcome with despair. "Lucifer! If you won't save me, then you'll die with me." A hysterical roar erupted from Washington's mouth as he scrambled to his feet and charged toward Lucifer. Seeing this, Lucifer instinctively tried to dodge. But before he could move, Washington, who had barely taken a step, collapsed to the ground with a thud. Struggling to rise, he suddenly realized his legs were gone. He instinctively looked down at his legs, only to discover in shock that they were gone. Ah! 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 Another wave of piercing screams erupted from Washington's mouth. Consumed by utter terror, he once again rolled frantically back and forth on the ground like a madman. But soon his cries grew weaker, and the rhythm of his convulsions slowed. By now, Washington had been completely engulfed in flames. After a few more breaths, the flames engulfing Washington suddenly extinguished, and he vanished without a trace. This scene made Lucifer suck in a sharp breath. From the moment Washington retreated into the flames until now had been only a few dozen breaths. Yet in that brief span, Washington had been burned alive, reduced to nothing but ashes. How could such power be possible? Moreover, he noticed something else: the surrounding flames were utterly untouchable. Once they touched you, they clung to you like glue, impossible to shake off. What kind of flames are these? They're terrifying. A gasp escaped Lucifer's lips, his eyes brimming with relief. Fortunately, he hadn't rashly touched the surrounding flames. Fortunately, he'd been cautious enough to use Washington to test the fire's power. Otherwise, if careless contact had occurred, he would have been in serious trouble. Fortunately, he had acted decisively, forcing Washington to his death. Had he delayed any longer, allowing the surrounding flames to draw nearer, he too would have faced trouble. Huff! Lucifer exhaled another long breath, a faint smile touching his cheeks. Now that he was alone, he believed the surrounding flames would soon vanish, restoring the previous cold, gloomy state. But before the smile could fully bloom on his cheeks, it abruptly froze. For the surrounding flames showed no sign of dying down. Instead, they continued to encircle him relentlessly. What the hell is going on? Lucifer was stunned. When he had been here alone, there had been not a single spark. It was only after Washington appeared that the flames had ignited. He was certain the fire was connected to Washington's presence. But now Washington was dead, and he was alone. Logically, the flames should have died down. Why then, were they not only refusing to fade but burning even more fiercely, relentlessly closing in on him? Chapter 148, Nowhere to Run. The same fate. For the first time since being sealed within the yin-yang vessel, Lucifer felt panic. He couldn't fathom why Washington had been reduced to nothing but ashes, yet the surrounding flames not only persisted but raged even fiercer. But he knew one thing: trouble was coming his way. He had surveyed his surroundings. This place resembled a sealed cage. He had already tried attacking the yin-yang chi vessel with all his might, yet failed to destroy it. He had even used Washington to test the terrifying power of the surrounding flames. If he couldn't escape, he'd likely meet the same fate as Washington, burned to ashes. Above my head. Yes, above us. There's an exit above us. Lucifer, growing frantic, began to stammer incoherently. But he recalled glimpsing a patch of sky above when Washington had been drawn inside moments earlier. Swish! Swish! In the next instant, Lucifer flapped his wings and soared into the air. Soon, Lucifer reached the very top of the yin-yang chi vessel. But immediately, he realized with horror that the sky above resembled a perfectly sealed elliptical dome. There was no exit as he had imagined. No, I clearly saw the sky outside just now. There must be an exit up there. Lucifer's eyes flashed. He swung his sword upward, striking at the sky. Clang! The next instant, a sharp metallic clang echoed through the void. It was the sound of his blade striking the inner wall of the yin-yang chi vessel. Lucifer looked up, his expression abruptly turning grim. He had clearly struck the inner wall of the yin-yang chi vessel above him, yet the point of impact remained utterly intact. Not only was there no breach, but not even the slightest trace of damage remained. Refusing to accept defeat, Lucifer swung his sword again, but the result was identical to before. Beyond the crisp clang of steel against steel, not a single mark marred the yin-yang chi vessel. This can't be right. This is clearly the exit. Lucifer frowned and looked down again. Below him now lay a sea of flames, not a single spot left to land. But that wasn't the main concern. The flames were burning fiercer by the moment, and as they raged, they grew taller and taller. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they reached him, flying high above. Realizing this, Lucifer grew even more panicked. He had just witnessed the terrifying power of the flames through Washington. If the fire reached him, he might not be able to extinguish the flames that caught on his body. In that case, he would likely meet the same fate as Washington, his body reduced to nothing but ashes. Therefore, he must shatter the yin-yang chi vessel and escape before the flames reached him. Could I have misjudged the location? Perhaps the exit isn't directly above me, but somewhere else? The thought flashed through Lucifer's mind as he swung his sword again, striking at other points. Clang! 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 A series of crisp metallic clangs rang out continuously. That was the sound of Lucifer's sword striking the inner walls of the yin-yang chi vessel again and again. But the result remained unchanged. Beyond the sharp metallic clangs, he left not a single mark on the yin-yang chi vessel. Where the hell is the exit? What the hell is this thing made of? It's incredibly sturdy. After striking countless times without finding an exit or breaking the yin-yang chi vessel, Lucifer cursed furiously. Yet despite his curses, he continued to swing his sword relentlessly at the inner walls of the yin-yang chi vessel. It wasn't that he was stubborn to a fault, but rather he couldn't think of any other way to escape the yin-yang chi vessel. Moreover, the flames below were rising higher and higher, closing in on him. Time was running out, leaving him no room to devise alternative plans. Clang! 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 The crisp clanging of steel against steel rang out continuously, its frequency accelerating until it seemed to merge into a single, unbroken roar. Clearly, the frantic Lucifer was slashing his sword faster and faster. Yet he remained unaware that his efforts were utterly futile. Breaking the yin-yang chi vessel required precision, not brute force. Only a technique like Sun Wukong's piercing the surface to shatter the core could succeed. Whoosh! 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 As Lucifer's attacks on the yin-yang chi vessel grew more frenzied, the flames below burned ever more fiercely. Soon, the roaring flames reached Lucifer's feet. Boom! In the next instant, the flames licked at Lucifer's shoes, setting them ablaze. Then, the fabric on his legs and even the flesh beneath began to burn. Ah! Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream erupted from Lucifer's mouth. In that instant, Lucifer suddenly understood why Washington had screamed the moment he retreated into the flames. It was because the flames not only burned with astonishing speed but also possessed unparalleled penetrating power. The moment the shoes on his feet ignited, he distinctly felt a searing sensation rising from his soles, followed by the burning of his feet themselves. The excruciating pain from his feet and legs being consumed instantly threw Lucifer's breathing into disarray. His body tilted mid-air, sending him tumbling downward. However, as an immensely renowned deity, Lucifer's reflexes were exceptionally swift. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately forced himself to endure the pain and steady his breath before soaring back into the air, avoiding a plunge into the sea of flames. But even his swift reaction was too late. The flames had already reached his feet. Even the slightest descent would immerse him in the inferno below. Moreover, his feet and legs were already engulfed in flames. Even if he hadn't fallen, he couldn't escape the fire spreading upward. Compounded by the flame's immense power which ignited anything it touched, Lucifer became engulfed in flames the instant he fell. Even his swift stabilization of his breath and halt of his descent proved futile. Ah! 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 Piercing screams erupted from Washington's mouth. Consumed by extreme terror, utter panic, and excruciating pain, he violently slammed himself against the inner walls of the yin-yang chi vessel like a madman. With flames engulfing the ground below, unable to descend, he resorted to pounding the inner walls of the yin-yang chi vessel, hoping to either extinguish the flames consuming him or shatter the vessel and escape. But rolling on the ground couldn't extinguish the flames on his body. How could colliding with the inner walls of the yin-yang chi vessel possibly put them out? He couldn't even shatter the vessel with his long sword. How could he possibly break through by colliding? Thus, all his struggles were destined to be futile. Soon, Lucifer was completely engulfed in flames. His screams grew fainter, and the rhythm of his blows against the vessel's walls slowed. After a few more breaths, Lucifer's screams vanished entirely. Immediately after, the flames filling the yin-yang chi vessels vanished abruptly, and with them, Lucifer himself. Chapter 149, Fifth Encounter opens with a win. Archangel Michael. Divine Arena. All eyes were fixed on the yin-yang chi vials held by the golden-winged eagle. Those from Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and other realms wore expressions of intense curiosity. They wondered whether Lucifer would be trapped and perish within the yin-yang chi vessels, or break free and escape. The people of Huaxia and the Holy See watched with anticipation, though their hopes were diametrically opposed. The people of Huaxia anticipated Lucifer being trapped and killed within the yin-yang chi vessel. The people of the Holy Land, however, were hoping Lucifer would shatter the yin-yang chi vessel and escape. As the continuous clanging sounds from the yin-yang vessel faded away, figures like Xia Zhenghua and Xiao Tianming from the Huaxia Nation could not contain their excitement, while Trump and others from the Heavenly Sovereign Nation felt their hearts sink. The yin-yang chi vessel remained intact, yet the clanging had ceased. There was only one explanation: Lucifer was trapped inside, unable to escape. There was even a possibility he was dead. Yet despite their anxiety, Trump and the others from the Heavenly Kingdom clung to a sliver of hope. This was because the clanging had vanished before only to resound once more. More precisely, after Washington was sealed within the yin-yang chi vessel, the clanging sound suddenly ceased. Yet, not long afterward, the clanging resumed. Thus, they all hoped Lucifer was not dead, anticipating the clanging would soon resume. But this time, their hope was ruthlessly crushed the moment it arose by the sudden voice of Heaven's will. First match, Heaven's Kingdom challenges China. China wins. The second round commences immediately. Both sides are requested to send representatives to the arena without delay. Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena froze in shock, then waves of cheers erupted one after another. Woohoo, we've kicked off with another victory. Ha ha ha, we won. Won the battle with just one move. Venerable Dapeng is so badass. Ha, even a powerhouse like Lucifer was wiped out before he could even move. Lord Great Eagle is incredible. These cheers all came from the people of Huaxia. Those from Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and other countries exchanged bewildered glances. Though they realized the scales of victory had tipped toward China the moment Lucifer was sealed within the yin-yang chi vessel, they still couldn't help but feel stunned when China's victory became official. Beyond the fact that Lucifer hadn't even lifted a finger before the battle ended, there was another reason. The weapons wielded by the Huaxia kingdom were too bizarre and too powerful. Take, for instance, Princess Ayanfan's fan, Kue Mulang's yellow robe, and the golden ring of the Azure Ox. The expressions of Trump and the other Heavenly Kingdom representatives darkened. Their hopes had ultimately been dashed. Lucifer failed to escape the yin-yang chi vessel and was trapped and killed within it, resulting in their defeat in the first round of the divine battle. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was this unfavorable start, which undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to their chances of winning this divine battle. Xia Taiping turned to the golden-winged rock and said, "Thank you, Venerable Rock, for securing this victory for the Huaxia kingdom in this divine battle. Young friend, you flatter me. It was my duty." The golden-winged eagle shook his head and added, "Oh, and young friend, when you see the great sage, please convey my regards to him." Xia Taiping nodded. "Venerable Great Eagle, I will." "Very well." The golden-winged eagle continued, "My business here is concluded. It is time for me to depart. Young friend, until we meet again." Xia Taiping clasped his hands in salute. "Until we meet again. Farewell, revered Great Eagle." Xia Zhenhua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation rose to their feet, clasping their fists together and saying, "Farewell, revered Great Eagle." The Great Eagle nodded, and his figure vanished from the divine battle arena. They watched as the great golden-winged eagle departed. Xia Taiping turned to face the Heavenly Lord Nation's camp and called out loudly, "For the next match, please send someone to the arena promptly." At these words, the gazes of representatives from nations around the world instinctively fell upon Trump, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The Heavenly Lord Nation had fielded a peak lineup of 1 purple tier and 4 blue tier participants. Since they hadn't deployed a purple tier Divine Being's devotee in the first round, surely it was time to do so now? Xia Zhenhua, Zhou Tianming, and the other representatives from the Chinese nation remained utterly composed. They too knew the Holy Kingdom would likely deploy a purple tier Divine Being's chosen one in the second battle. Yet having faced similar scenarios before, they remained utterly unconcerned. Because the divine battle was a best-of-5 series. Even if they conceded the second battle, they still had a chance to win the entire contest. Even if China were to lose this battle, it wouldn't matter much. Having already secured 4 consecutive victories, the outcome had far exceeded their expectations. Such remarkable success had already leveled their mindset. Winning the next 2 battles would be ideal, but losing them wouldn't be a problem either. Under the gaze of the world's nations, Trump felt conflicted. He agonized over whether to deploy a purple tier deity. After much deliberation, he ultimately suppressed the urge to deploy a purple tier deity. The experiences of the 3 nations had proven to him that deploying purple tier deities would only result in them being countered by China's lesser demons. Eliminating Xia Taiping didn't guarantee victory either. China's other participants were no longer like last year's fish on a cutting board, helplessly at their mercy. Therefore, he wanted to observe the situation in the second round of the divine battle before deciding whether to deploy the purple tier deity. Having made up his mind, Trump wasted no more time. He turned to a middle-aged man and declared, "Thomas, you go." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Thomas responded with a nod, rising to walk toward the divine battle arena. This scene caused people from all nations in the divine arena to pause in surprise. Wasn't it agreed that a purple grade divine being's devotee would fight? Why send Thomas instead? Xia Zhenhua, Zhou Tianming, and the other representatives from China also froze for a moment before smiles spread across their faces. Since the Heavenly Kingdom hadn't sent a purple-grade Divine Being's devotee to fight, Xia Taiping wouldn't need to concede defeat and forfeit the second round of the divine battle. This development was a welcome turn of events for them. Xia Zhenhua spoke up immediately, "Taiping, Thomas's personal deity is Michael, the Divine Being of the Heavenly Kingdom." "Understood, Elder Xia." Xia Taiping responded with a nod before turning his gaze back to Thomas, who was now ascending the divine battle platform. Soon, Thomas stepped onto the divine battle platform. According to the divine battle rules, since the Holy Kingdom had summoned its deity first in the first round, the Huaxia Kingdom should summon its deity first in the second round. However, Thomas showed no intention of letting Xia Taiping summon his deity. Xia Zhanghua had already informed Xia Taiping that his personal guardian deity was Michael. Since Thomas intended to summon his own guardian deity to battle, it made no difference whether he summoned first or Xia Taiping did. No, there was a difference. If he allowed Xia Taiping to summon first, people from all nations would likely think he was crazy. Therefore, he would summon first. The next moment, Thomas's voice echoed across the divine battle arena. Thomas of the Heavenly Kingdom respectfully summons the guardian angel, Archangel Michael, to descend. Chapter 150. Think you can use me as a backdrop? Not a chance. Whoosh. As Thomas's words fell, a dazzling light erupted from between his eyebrows. Following the light, a youth emerged handsome, with fiery red hair, 6 purple wings unfurling from his back, a crimson cross-bladed sword in his right hand, and a set of scales in his left. This youth was none other than the guardian angel, Archangel Michael, whom Thomas had spoken of. Greetings, Archangel Michael. Thomas raised his hand to his chest and bowed deeply. Michael nodded, his gaze settling on Xia Taiping standing opposite him. A flicker of astonishment then appeared in his eyes. Since the divine wars began, he had represented the Heavenly Kingdom in countless battles. Except for the earliest conflicts, where opponents remained relatively calm before learning his name, all subsequent wars saw fear in the eyes of those who recognized him. Today, however, was different. Xia Taiping's gaze was as calm as still water, as if he were looking at an ordinary person. Michael asked in surprise, "Young man, don't you know who I am?" Hearing this, Xia Taiping was genuinely taken aback. Having fought over a dozen divine battles today, this was the first time an enemy deity had addressed him upon appearing. Yet despite his surprise, he answered immediately, "I know." Michael grew even more astonished. "You know who I am, yet you remain so calm?" Xia Taiping suddenly understood. Michael had addressed him, or rather, confronted him, because his unruffled expression had annoyed him. He retorted, "Michael, you're just a deity. Today alone, I've encountered dozens of deities, many matching your power, and quite a few surpassing it. Why should I not be calm?" Michael's expression abruptly froze. Just a god? Those words were pure, thick contempt. As the archangel, when had he ever been treated with such utter disregard? This was simply intolerable. "You." Michael opened his mouth to confront him, but before the words could escape, Xia Taiping's voice rang out once more. "Not only you, but even if your god himself came, I would remain utterly unmoved." Whoa! A series of sharp gasps echoed through the divine arena. These gasps came from the mouths of the representatives of various nations within the arena, their faces frozen in utter astonishment. The Heavenly Lord was the most powerful deity in the Heavenly Kingdom who wouldn't tremble before such a being? Yet Xia Taiping claimed he'd remain utterly unfazed even if the Heavenly Lord himself appeared? How utterly arrogant. But then again, Xia Taiping's words weren't entirely without merit. After all, the 3 nations had previously summoned Vishnu, a purple-tiered deity of equal standing to the Lord of Heaven. At that time, not only had Xia Taiping shown no panic, but he had traded away Vishnu for a minor demon before calmly conceding defeat. Trump and the other members of the Lord's kingdom were filled with rage. How dare Xia Taiping look down on their Heavenly Lord? This was nothing short of trampling on their most cherished object of worship. Yet they recalled the scene when Xia Taiping faced Vishnu, leaving them utterly unable to refute his words. Michael suddenly froze, the words on the tip of his tongue stuck in his throat. He had thought Xia Taiping's arrogance in disregarding him was already extreme, but he had vastly underestimated Xia Taiping's audacity. Not only did Xia Taiping disregard him, but he didn't even hold God in any regard. Fuming with rage, Michael blurted out, "You brat, you're too arrogant. You're not the only one saying that. Many others have said the same before." Xia Taiping raised a hand to touch his nose, his tone shifting abruptly. "But those who spoke before had their summoned deities killed. After that, no one dared speak such words until now, when I hear you say it." Michael's expression froze once more. According to Xia Taiping's account, it seemed he had endured numerous divine battles, not only emerging victorious every time, but also striking such fear into others that no one dared call him arrogant anymore. But before he could ponder further, Xia Taiping's voice rang out again. "By the way, this current divine battle is the second between our Xia nation and your Heavenly Master nation. Before you, your Heavenly Master nation summoned the fallen angel Lucifer. He was captured alive before he could even lift a finger, then tortured to death." Impossible. Michael flatly denied it. Lucifer, the fallen angel, was not only his equal in rank but also matched him in combat prowess. Even Michael himself had no certainty of victory against Lucifer. How could he possibly be captured alive without even lifting a finger? "Do you think I would lie in front of the people of the world, especially in front of so many of your Heavenly Kingdom's followers?" Xia Taiping countered with a question, then added with a smile, "Well, if you don't believe me, you can ask the people of your Heavenly Kingdom." Michael's expression froze abruptly. In his instinctive denial, he had overlooked a crucial detail. This was the arena of the gods.
Not only were he and Xia Taiping present, but so were people from nations across the world, including the Holy Kingdom. If Xia Taiping had lied, even if the people from other nations remained silent, the faithful of the Holy Kingdom would have been the first to refute him. Yet, up until now, he hadn't heard a single voice of protest from them.
There was only one explanation: Xia Taiping's words were not empty boasts, but the truth.
Seeing Michael's expression, Xia Taiping realized he had caught on.
He teased, "Didn't you doubt what I said? Why not ask them?"
At those words, Michael's face darkened.
He had already confirmed Xia Taiping's words were true. What was the point of asking?
Or rather, asking would not only make him look foolish, but would also tear open his own wounds in public.
Xia Taiping didn't wait for Michael to ask. He continued, "Do you still think it's strange that I seemed so calm seeing you?"
Michael's face darkened further. He had intended to intimidate Xia Taiping in front of the representatives from all nations, hoping to display his authority. Instead, not only had he failed to assert his dominance, but he had made himself a laughingstock in their eyes.
What the hell was this?
Kid, don't get cocky, and stop stalling.
Summon your god already. Michael's face darkened. Next, I'll reclaim every bit of prestige that Lucifer, that useless fool, threw away. When did I ever dawdle? Xia Taiping couldn't help but roll his eyes.
If you hadn't been wasting my time with this nonsense, the battle would have already begun.
Michael's expression froze again.
He desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping's words, but couldn't find a rebuttal because Xia Taiping was absolutely right.
Damn it, you think I'm just here for show? I'll tear you apart.
Seeing Michael at a loss for words, Xia Taiping cursed under his breath. But curses aside, he didn't dwell on Michael. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the sky and called out loudly, "Heavenly Way, grant my nation of China a random deity."
Chapter 151, The Yellow-Browed Old Buddha.
History repeats itself. Swish! As Xia Taiping's words fell, 3 gray cards materialized before him. Just as before, the participants from various nations in the divine arena all turned their gaze toward the 3 cards hovering before Xia Taiping.
And just as before, not a single one was familiar to them.
Ah, the deities of Huaxia truly are enigmatic beings. The same thought arose in the minds of the spectators from all nations. Since the divine wars began today, 15 battles had already taken place.
Each time, China had randomly selected a different deity.
Aside from a handful of repeats, nearly 40 distinct deities from China had appeared, yet none of them were familiar. They understood, however, that their unfamiliarity was entirely normal. First, China rarely participated in the divine wars, so they had scarcely seen any Chinese deities in the divine arena. Second, the history of Huaxia mythology was severely fragmented. Even Huaxia citizens themselves possessed only a fraction of knowledge about their deities, let alone outsiders.
Xia Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened.
The deities depicted on the 3 cards were Xingjing Ghost, Lingli Bug, and Huangmei Laofo. Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly summons the yellow-browed Great King.
Xia Taiping decisively chose to summon the yellow-browed Buddha. While the meticulous ghost and clever insect possessed low combat prowess, the yellow-browed Buddha was a formidable force.
Not only did he dare impersonate the Buddha himself, establishing a fake Lingshan temple, but his combat prowess was formidable. His 2 divine artifacts, the Golden Gong and the post-human bag, left even the gods helpless and caused Sun Wukong no end of trouble. Facing such a formidable deity, there was no reason not to summon him. Swish! 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 As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of the meticulous ghost and the clever insect flickered rapidly before vanishing. The card of the yellow-browed Buddha, however, blazed with intense light. Immediately, a figure emerged from the light, a man with a golden band encircling his tousled hair, eyes blazing with intensity, 2 yellow eyebrows standing erect like sharp blades, a nose as straight as a suspended gallbladder, teeth as sharp as blades, clad in chain mail armor, a waist sash of raw silk tassels, black leather shoes on his feet, and a wolf tooth club in his hand.
This was the yellow-browed Buddha summoned by Xia Taiping. Witnessing the old Buddha's majestic presence, spectators from all nations in the divine arena were instantly struck dumb with astonishment. The reason was simple: the yellow-browed Buddha's appearance was truly extraordinary.
Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other representatives from Huaxia were also taken aback by the yellow-browed Buddha's appearance. However, they quickly dismissed their bewilderment. Appearance mattered little; what truly counted was raw power. Xia Taiping's decisive summoning of the yellow-browed Buddha clearly signaled the deity's extraordinary strength. Michael, seething with pent-up rage and no outlet for it, found his excuse the moment he saw the yellow-browed Buddha's extraordinary appearance.
He sneered, "Kid, where did you find this ugly monster?" The yellow-browed Buddha raised an eyebrow. This pretty boy was looking for trouble. But before he could speak, Xia Taiping's voice cut in. "Yellow-browed king, don't hold back with him. The sooner this ends, the better." Agreed. The yellow-browed Buddha agreed decisively.
Michael had called him an ugly monster, and he was already planning to teach Michael a lesson.
Now that Xia Taiping had spoken up, how could he refuse? Michael grew even more displeased.
Not only did Xia Taiping ignore his question, but he also said to finish it as quickly as possible.
How much did he look down on him? And the yellow-browed Buddha had agreed so readily that was another sign of contempt.
Poof!
Michael snorted coldly, sneering, "The sooner it ends, the better, but who ends it is another matter entirely." The yellow-browed Buddha raised an eyebrow again. He was a man of audacious ambition, otherwise, he wouldn't have committed such brazen acts as impersonating the Buddha and establishing a fake Lingshan temple. Now, Michael mocking his appearance was one thing, but to actually want to end him swiftly? That was simply intolerable. Swish! The yellow-browed Buddha casually flipped his hand, and a golden symbol materialized in his left palm. Immediately, he raised his left hand and hurled it with great force, sending the symbol hurtling toward Michael. Seeing this, Michael raised his crimson cross-bladed sword and slashed through the air. Swish! A sword beam materialized out of thin air, hurtling straight toward the charging golden symbol. Almost simultaneously, the front of the joined symbols suddenly split apart, resembling a gaping mouth. As it split, the symbols rapidly expanded, spreading forward with lightning speed. In an instant, the golden symbols swallowed Michael's slashing sword beam whole. Clang! Immediately afterward, a crisp metallic clang resounded. It was the sound of Michael's slashing sword beam striking the inner wall of the golden gong. Ha! A tone of astonishment escaped Michael's lips, his face etched with bewilderment. He had unleashed that strike without holding back, confident it would effortlessly shatter the golden bell of the yellow-browed old Buddha. Yet, not only had the sword beam been swallowed by the suddenly expanding bell, it hadn't even managed to damage it in the slightest. Not only was Michael astonished, but spectators from all nations within the divine arena were equally bewildered. Xia Taiping, however, was an exception. He remained utterly composed. For while others remained unaware, he understood perfectly well, the yellow-browed old demon's golden symbols were brittle on the outside yet resilient within. Destroying them from the inside was no simple feat, otherwise, Sun Wukong wouldn't have been trapped within them, forced to await rescue. Was it over? Not yet. After swallowing Michael's slashed sword beam, the golden symbols rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the lower lip of the golden symbols stretched to Michael's feet, scooping him up, while the upper lip spread over his head. This sight caused Michael's expression to abruptly darken. He wasn't stupid. How could he not understand that the golden gong's actions were meant to trap him inside? Did he not know what would happen if trapped by the golden bell? But even a fool could tell being trapped by the golden gong was no good. So he immediately retreated at full speed, desperate to escape the gong's encirclement. Yet as fast as his retreat was, Jin Nao's extension was faster still. And just as its upper and lower jaws closed around him, Jin Nao not only continued its rapid expansion but also began snapping its gaping maw shut. Seeing this, Michael panicked. He retreated frantically with every ounce of strength, even mustering his last reserves, but it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the golden gong's gaping maw snapped shut. Clang! The next instant, a crisp metallic clang echoed once more. It was the sound of the golden gong's upper and lower lips meeting. As the golden gong's jaws closed, Michael found himself trapped within its grasp. This scene left the spectators from all nations in the divine arena utterly stunned. In the very first round of the divine battle, the fallen angel Lucifer had been sucked into the yin-yang chi bottle by the golden-winged eagle. Now, at the very start of this battle, Archangel Michael was trapped within the golden symbols by the yellow-browed old Buddha. Such strikingly identical scenarios were nothing short of a replay. Chapter 152, The Old Path. 3 days and nights. Wah! Not only did he block Michael's attack with a single move, but he trapped Michael himself. The yellow-browed Buddha is just too cool. Trapped in one move, and he still dared to mock the yellow-browed Buddha? Serves him right. I thought Archangel Michael was supposed to be so powerful, but this is it? Cheers erupted one after another within the divine arena. These cheers came from the mouths of Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators, their faces glowing with excitement and thrill. Beyond the fact that the yellow-browed Buddha had not only blocked Michael's attack but also trapped him with a single move, there was another reason for their excitement. This scene mirrored the previous divine battle almost exactly. This battle seemed just as certain to be one. In stark contrast to the excitement of the Huaxia nation's followers, the expressions of Trump and the other Heavenly Kingdom followers turned grim. In the previous battle, Lucifer had been sealed within the yin-yang chi vessel by the golden-winged rock before he could even act, meeting a mysterious and untimely end. This round, though Michael had attacked, he had only managed a single move. Not only was it easily blocked by the yellow-browed Buddha's golden symbols, but he was also sealed within them. They feared Michael would suffer the same fate as Lucifer. If that happened, two divine beings would have been defeated almost without putting up a fight. Not only would they lose two divine battles, but they would become the laughingstock of the world, and the Holy Kingdom would lose all face. Amidst the cheers of the Chinese people, the shock of nations worldwide, and the gloom of the Holy Kingdom's followers, the yellow-browed Buddha casually flicked his wrist, sending the golden symbols flying back. Simultaneously, the enlarged golden symbols rapidly shrank. By the time it returned to the yellow-browed old Buddha's hand, it had fully reverted to its original size. This spectacle left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena staring at each other in disbelief. The gong's ability to expand and contract was unsurprising. Many weapons possessed such properties. But the gong had trapped Michael within it, only to return to its original size. Had Michael shrunk? Or had he been crushed into a meat patty? Trump and the others from the Celestial Kingdom turned pale. They feared Michael had been crushed to death by the shrunken golden symbols. What they didn't know was that Michael hadn't shrunk, nor had he been crushed into mincemeat. The golden symbol contained its own space large enough not just for one Michael, but for an entire mountain. Clang! The next instant, a crisp metallic clang echoed within the golden symbol. Phew! Hearing this sharp metallic clang, Trump and the others from the Heavenly Kingdom breathed a collective sigh of relief. The sound emanating from within the golden gong clearly indicated Michael was attacking it. This meant their worst fears hadn't materialized. Michael hadn't been crushed to death by the gong returning to its original form. As long as Michael remained alive, there was still a chance to win this divine war. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others from the Chinese nation also heard the crisp metallic clang emanating from the golden symbols. They too realized Michael was not only alive but attacking the symbols. Yet they felt no concern whatsoever. Beyond the consecutive victories in the divine battles diminishing their attachment to the outcomes of the next two conflicts, another reason was this: in the previous battle, Lucifer had been sucked into the yin-yang chi vessel yet still survived only to ultimately perish anyway. Therefore, Michael's struggle was likely futile. They only needed to wait quietly. The outcome unfolded exactly as they had predicted. Michael was attacking the golden gong. Naturally unwilling to remain trapped within the golden gong, he had launched his assault the moment he became confined. Within the golden gong, Michael swung his crimson cross-bladed sword repeatedly at the golden gong. Swish! 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 Sword beams materialized one after another, then shot out explosively, striking the inner walls of the golden gong. Yet the outcome mirrored his very first strike: nothing but a crisp metallic clang, inflicting no damage upon the golden cage. Oh no, trapped within, he could still witness the dazzling flashes erupting from the exploding sword beams. As the crisp clangs of steel echoed, yet the golden gong showed no signs of destruction, the faint glimmer of hope within Trump and the other Heavenly Kingdom members gradually faded. For Lucifer had previously attacked the yin-yang chi vessel with frenzied strikes, only to meet an inexplicable death. Now, with Michael trapped and attacking wildly, he was undoubtedly retracing Lucifer's old path. This made them fear that Michael would follow Lucifer's footsteps and meet an equally mysterious end. While Trump and the others of the Holy Nation merely worried, Thomas, standing upon the divine battle arena, was gripped by intense anxiety. He had just witnessed the golden-winged rock seal Lucifer within the yin-yang vessel, followed by sealing Washington within it as well. He feared he might follow Washington's path and be sealed within the golden bell by the yellow-browed Buddha. However, he soon realized that neither the yellow-browed Buddha nor Xia Taiping seemed to acknowledge his presence. They didn't even glance his way, showing no intention whatsoever of sealing him within the golden bell. Even so, he dared not let his guard down, keeping a constant watch on the movements of the yellow-browed Buddha and Xia Taiping. After all, this matter concerned his very life, and he hadn't lived enough yet. Just as Thomas had anticipated, the yellow-browed old Buddha paid him no mind whatsoever, his gaze fixed silently upon the golden bell in his hand. Xia Taiping, however, noticed Thomas's tense expression. He understood why Thomas was so nervous, not just because of the outcome of this divine battle, but also because of sheer fear of death. Yet he too ignored Thomas's thoughts. Earlier, he had suggested sealing Washington into the yin-yang chi vessel because Lucifer remained silent, preventing the vessel from shifting from yin to yang. In its cold yin state, the vessel struggled to freeze Lucifer to death. Not wanting to waste time, he devised this plan to trap Washington within the yin-yang vessel to torment Lucifer. But the golden gong existed in only one state; it wouldn't change its state just because more people were present. Therefore, there was no need to heed Thomas's words. Wasting time? Xia Taiping froze for a moment, then furrowed his brow. He hadn't given it much thought before, but upon hearing the phrase waste time, he suddenly realized that simply trapping Michael within the golden gong was also a waste of time. Unlike the yin-yang chi bottle, which erupted in flames upon turning yang and swiftly incinerated its captive, the golden gong required 3 full days and nights to reduce its prisoner to a pool of blood. Were it not for this, Sun Wukong would never have had time to seek aid from the various immortals after being trapped within the golden gong. 3 days may not seem long, and under other circumstances, waiting would be no trouble. But since the divine battle began today, not even a full day has passed. From this perspective, waiting 3 full days and nights is truly an agonizingly long time. What should we do? Xia Taiping frowned, pondering how to swiftly deal with Michael and end this divine battle. Chapter 153, Xia Taiping proposes again. The posthumous bag. Moments later, Xia Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. The golden symbols couldn't swiftly defeat Michael, but the yellow-browed Buddha possessed more than just this artifact; he had other treasures as well. With this realization, Xia Taiping murmured, "Yellow-browed Great King, how long would it take for the golden symbols to deal with Michael?" The yellow-browed Buddha explained, "Young friend, it will take only 3 days and nights to reduce that arrogant fool to a pool of blood." Xia Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. His earlier question had been to confirm whether his understanding was correct. In his previous life, he had only seen the golden symbols function in historical records and films. But whether the reality matched his knowledge was uncertain. After all, in his past existence, deities were ethereal and elusive, never manifesting in the mortal realm. If his understanding was wrong and he made a rash suggestion, wouldn't he be making a fool of himself? 3 days and nights isn't much time. Xia Taiping remarked, but this is a divine war. Isn't 3 days and nights rather long? And to take 3 days and nights just to deal with a deity from another realm, doesn't that seem a bit embarrassing? Hearing this, the yellow-browed old Buddha froze in surprise. During his years in the lower realms, he had often used the golden symbols to deal with other demons, always waiting 3 days for them to dissolve into blood. For someone with infinite lifespan, 3 days were but a blink of an eye, so he had never considered them particularly long. But now, hearing Xia Taiping's words, he suddenly realized that 3 days was indeed quite a long time. Young friend, you make a valid point. The yellow-browed Buddha said, this is the divine battlefield. 3 days and nights is indeed rather long. And to subdue a deity from another realm would take 3 days and nights. It does seem rather embarrassing. But, seeing the yellow-browed Buddha trail off, Xia Taiping pressed, Great King Wangmei, what is this but? Young friend, I won't hide it from you. The yellow-browed Buddha continued, judging by the strength of this foreign deity's attack, his power is truly formidable. If I release him, subduing him will require considerable effort. And failing to defeat him swiftly would indeed be rather embarrassing. Your words ring true, yellow-browed king. Xia Taiping nodded, then abruptly changed the subject, but I have a method that might kill him swiftly. Oh? The yellow-browed Buddha perked up with interest. Young friend, do tell. Xia Taiping replied, Yellow-browed king, don't you still possess a magical artifact called the post-human bag? If we could seal Michael within it, he would lose his magical power. Then, dealing with him would be as easy as turning over one's hand, wouldn't it? Right. How could I have forgotten about the post-human bag? The yellow-browed Buddha slapped his forehead in frustration. But he quickly added, still, something doesn't feel right. The post-human bag can instantly suck all living beings and magical treasures within its range into a chaotic space, draining their magical power, softening their bones and muscles, and dehydrating their skin until it shrinks like a baby's. It renders them completely incapable of fighting. But the post-human bag has no killing power. Even if we sealed that foreign deity inside, we couldn't kill him. Yellow-browed king, you misunderstand. Xia Taiping explained, I'm not suggesting you use the post-human bag to kill Michael. I mean to trap Michael inside the bag, rendering him powerless, then eliminate him by other means. For instance, seal Michael in the post-human bag, then release him. When he's off guard, strike him down with a single blow and end his life. Or transform Michael back into an infant in that state, he possesses no cultivation power whatsoever. Wouldn't he be as easy to kill as you please? The yellow-browed Buddha's eyes suddenly brightened. Both methods Xia Taiping suggested were entirely feasible. He exclaimed, young friend, your mind is truly sharp. I shall release that foreign deity now, capture him with the posterior heaven bag, and then slaughter him exactly as you suggested. No sooner said than done. Huang Mei Laofo raised his right hand, holding the wolf tooth club, and tapped it lightly against the golden symbol. Immediately, the joined symbols split apart. Michael, who had been relentlessly attacking the symbols, immediately noticed their separation. He didn't know why they had suddenly split apart, but he knew this was his chance to escape. If he missed this opportunity, he might not get a second chance. So, he immediately flapped his wings and flew outward. In the next instant, Michael broke free from the Gong's encirclement and materialized on the divine battle arena. This scene stunned the spectators from all nations within the divine arena. Michael remained unaware of the reason behind the golden Gong's sudden opening, yet they saw clearly that it was the yellow-browed old Buddha who had deliberately parted the joined gongs. They couldn't comprehend why the yellow-browed old Buddha, having already trapped Michael within the gongs, would suddenly release him. Before they could ponder further, the golden symbols vanished from the yellow-browed old Buddha's hands, replaced by a leather pouch. This bag was the post-human bag. Seize! A thunderous command erupted from the yellow-browed Buddha's mouth. The after-heaven bag that had just appeared in the yellow-browed Buddha's hand opened wide. At that moment, Michael, who had just escaped from the golden symbols, was about to hurl a few harsh words to regain the face he'd lost when trapped inside them by the yellow-browed Buddha. But before his words could leave his mouth, he felt a tremendous suction force erupt violently before him. Ah! A startled cry escaped Michael's lips as he was helplessly pulled toward the post-human bag. Michael struggled desperately, trying to steady himself and break free from the immense pull. But soon he realized with horror that no matter how hard he fought, it was futile. Not only did his struggles fail to slow his descent toward the rear bag, but his speed only increased. Whoosh! Michael shot toward the bag held by the yellow-browed old demon like an arrow released from its string. In an instant, he neared the bag in the yellow-browed old Buddha's grasp and vanished into it. This scene left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena utterly bewildered. They couldn't comprehend why the yellow-browed old Buddha would voluntarily open the golden bell to release Michael, only to then seal him away inside a pouch. Trump and the others from the celestial kingdom wore expressions of fury. The moment they saw Michael emerge from the golden bell, hope had blossomed in their hearts. But before that glimmer could fully bloom, they witnessed Michael being sealed back into the yellow-browed old Buddha's pouch, shattering their newly kindled hope in an instant. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that you trapped Michael in the golden symbols and then killed him. They wouldn't be so furious if that were the case, because the two sides were enemies. Regardless of who killed whom, it was simply the rules of the game. There was no question of right or wrong. But to release someone from one magical artifact only to capture them with another, isn't that an outright humiliation? Xia Taiping and the yellow-browed Buddha had no idea what Trump and the others from the heavenly kingdom were thinking. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. They had no intention of humiliating Michael, they simply wanted to kill him swiftly. Even if they did intend to humiliate Michael, it wouldn't matter. Since both sides were sworn enemies, killing him posed no issue, so what if humiliating him did? Chapter 154, The Might of the Posterior Heaven Bag. Withered spaghetti. What the hell is that ugly bastard doing? Inside the posthuman bag, Michael couldn't help but curse under his breath. He couldn't fathom why the yellow-browed Buddha had released him from the golden gong only to trap him in the posthuman bag. Was this some kind of mockery, some deliberate humiliation? As the archangel, to be humiliated like this by some obscure, hideous freak was utterly intolerable. Ah! 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 Furious and enraged, Michael roared as he swung his crimson cross-bladed sword at the bag. But the moment the blade struck out, he sensed something amiss. Previously, whenever he drew his sword, the power within him would surge rapidly into the crimson crossblade. This time, though the power flowed into the blade, it felt sluggish and obstructed, lacking its usual fluidity. What's going on? The sudden change caused Michael to instinctively halt. He didn't know what had happened, but one thing was certain: something was interfering with his control over his inner power. This was no trivial matter. He had to figure out what was going on, or he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Huff. Michael drew a deep breath, forcing down the anger rising within him, then carefully sensed the state of his body. Moments later, Michael's expression abruptly changed. Just as he had suspected, the flow of power within him was sluggish and impeded. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that his power was rapidly draining away. It felt as though something was absorbing or devouring his energy. Realizing this, Michael immediately sealed off his body, attempting to halt the drain. But immediately afterward, he discovered with horror that sealing his body couldn't stop the power from draining away. What is happening? Michael was even more bewildered and panicked. From the day he was born until now, he had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. And that still wasn't the crux of the matter. The crux was that the power within him was rapidly draining away. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the power within him was completely depleted. Without that power, he would become a mere mortal. Forget escaping the posterior heaven bag, he wouldn't even be able to draw his sword. At that moment, Michael sensed something else amiss. Why did he suddenly feel so thirsty? And why did his entire body feel weak and aching? He instinctively looked down, and his expression abruptly changed. Drops of water rapidly welled up from his palms, trickling down his hands. He saw his chest and legs already soaked through clearly. Not just his palms were leaking, but his entire body was seeping moisture. SSS-rank. Michael casually tossed the crimson cross-bladed sword onto the ground, then abruptly raised his right hand and tore open the fabric across his chest. Just as he had suspected, his chest was not only covered in beads of sweat, but water droplets were continuously seeping out. Huff! 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 The next moment, Michael suddenly dropped to his knees, gasping for breath. It looked as though the mere act of raising his hands and tearing his clothes had drained him of all his strength. No, it wasn't as if it was exactly that. After tearing the front of his chest, Michael felt utterly exhausted, as if he'd fought a fierce battle for days on end. What the hell just happened? Michael, overcome with terror, couldn't help but let out a hoarse roar. He couldn't understand why his power was rapidly draining away. He couldn't fathom why beads of sweat kept forming all over his body. He couldn't fathom why merely raising his hand to tear the fabric across his chest had left him utterly exhausted. The next moment, Michael seemed to grasp something, his expression suddenly freezing in shock. Moments later, a voice murmured from his lips. I get it now, this bag must be the culprit. Earlier, he had thought the yellow-browed Buddha had released him from the golden gong only to trap him in the posthuman bag as a form of humiliation and mockery. But now he suddenly realized he was wrong. The yellow-browed old Buddha had released him from the golden gong only to trap him in the posthuman bag, not to humiliate or taunt him, but because the golden gong could only confine him, while the posthuman bag could absorb and devour his power, drastically reducing his combat strength. This became evident when he could freely wield his sword within the golden gong, yet encountered numerous anomalies while trapped in the posthuman bag. The truth unfolded exactly as Michael had suspected. Every anomaly he encountered was connected to the posthuman bag. For the posthuman bag contained its own chaotic space, draining the trapped individual of all magical power, softening their bones and muscles, and dehydrating their skin until it shriveled. Realizing this, Michael forced himself upright and reached out to grab the red cross-shaped sword lying on the ground. He had to break open the posthuman bag and escape before the power within him was completely drained. Otherwise, once his strength was gone, he would be like fish on a cutting board, helplessly at the mercy of others. But in the next instant, he realized with horror that the red cross-shaped sword lying on the ground merely trembled a few times. It did not fly into his hand immediately as it always had before. Unwilling to accept this, Michael tried several more times, but the result remained the same. The red cross-shaped sword merely shook a few times without flying into his hand. On the final attempt, it lay motionless on the ground. Clearly, with his power severely depleted and his energy flow now sluggish, he could no longer command the crimson cross-bladed sword at will. With no other choice, Michael bent down to pick up the red cross-shaped sword. But before his palm could touch the blade, his legs buckled, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Michael's mouth. He instinctively tried to raise his right hand to touch his painfully bruised forehead, only to discover with horror that his right hand no longer obeyed his brain's commands. He couldn't even lift it completely, let alone touch his injured forehead. The truth, however, was not that his right hand refused his brain's command, but that he lacked the strength to lift it. Resisting the defeat, Michael tried again, only to discover with horror that the hand which had managed a slight lift moments before now couldn't even budge. He couldn't even move his fingers. In that moment, Michael suddenly grasped the true meaning of the phrase willing but unable. He desperately wanted to lift his right hand to touch his bruised forehead, but he simply lacked the strength to do so. It's over. The thought flashed through Michael's mind, his cheeks flushed with frustration. Not only was his body weak, but he also felt completely limp and parched. He, the mighty Archangel Michael, who had always been so formidable, had now fallen to such a pitiful state, reduced to a piece of fish meat on a cutting board, helpless and at the mercy of others. How utterly tragic. At that moment, only Michael remained in the bag. Had anyone else been present, they would have seen him not only completely limp but also shriveled and withered, resembling nothing more than a dried-out, limp noodle. I refuse to accept this. A faint, rasping cry escaped Michael's lips. He tried to vent his resentment through the roar, but he lacked the strength for it. Only a faint, mosquito-like sound escaped him. He couldn't even muster the energy to complete the word resentment. Chapter 155, Want to slay a god? Threaten me? On the divine battle arena. Xia Taiping and the yellow-browed old Buddha silently observed the post-human bag in the yellow-browed old Buddha's hand. The representatives from various nations within the divine arena also watched the bag in the yellow-browed Buddha's hands in silence, though their expressions varied. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals were filled with excitement. So what if he's Archangel Michael? He was first sealed within the golden gong, then trapped inside the after-heaven bag as if it were child's play. This divine battle was already won. Those from Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, A Nation, Greece, and Egypt wore looks of pure curiosity. At first, they couldn't understand why the yellow-browed old Buddha had released Michael from the golden gong only to seal him back into the after-heaven bag. But later, they considered a possibility: the golden bell could only imprison Michael, not kill him. Whether their guess was correct would be revealed by Michael's fate inside the bag. Trump and the others from the Heavenly Kingdom wore expressions of eager anticipation. They hoped Michael could escape from the posterior heaven bag. If he did, there might still be a chance to win this round of the divine battle. Otherwise, having lost 2 consecutive rounds, even if they sent out devotees of purple great deities to fight, it seemed unlikely they could secure victory in this divine battle. Moments later, the yellow-browed old Buddha, who had remained silent since sealing Michael into the afterworld bag, suddenly spoke. Young friend, judging by the time, it should be about right. Xia Taiping responded, Yellow-browed king, since the time is nearly up, let us conclude this battle. Hearing this, the representatives from various nations in the divine arena were taken aback. They couldn't fathom what the yellow-browed old Buddha and Xia Taiping meant by "it's about time." But from Xia Taiping's words, they grasped one thing: this battle was about to conclude. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at the divine combat platform, afraid to miss the final moments of the fight. Trump and the other Heavenly Kingdom citizens were exceptions, however. They all lowered their heads, their faces twisted with bitterness. Their hopes had ultimately been dashed. Soon, they would lose the second round of the divine battle. Though Michael hadn't secured victory for the Heavenly Kingdom in this round, he remained one of their deities. They couldn't bear to witness his brutal slaughter. Just as they lowered their heads, the voice of the yellow-browed old Buddha echoed across the divine battle arena. Young friend, would you care to experience the sensation of slaying a god? Ha! Xia Taiping froze, clearly taken aback by the yellow-browed old Buddha's unexpected question. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena were also stunned by the yellow-browed old Buddha's question. Ever since the gods descended, they had relied on divine power to strengthen themselves and fought through the gods' might. Thus, they held the gods in profound reverence. For the yellow-browed old Buddha to ask Xia Taiping if he wished to experience the sensation of slaying a god? This was nothing short of blasphemous. Trump and the others from the celestial kingdom turned pale. Though the yellow-browed Buddha hadn't stated it explicitly, it was obvious to anyone with half a brain that the deity he was suggesting Xia Taiping slay was Michael. Young friend, do you wish to, or not? The yellow-browed Buddha's voice echoed once more across the divine battle arena. Hearing this, Xia Taiping snapped out of his daze. He replied awkwardly, Yellow-browed king, it's not that I want to, nor that I don't want to, it's more of an exclamation of surprise. The yellow-browed Buddha pressed further, so do you want to? Or not? Hesitating, Xia Taiping replied, Yellow-browed old Buddha, I'm just a mortal. Wouldn't slaying a god be a bit inappropriate? Young friend, you worry too much. The yellow-browed Buddha declared with righteous conviction, you wouldn't be slaying Chinese deities, but foreign ones. What's wrong with that? Besides, when the Great War erupts, you won't just face foreign people, but foreign deities too. Then, would you kill them or not? Therefore, slaying foreign deities isn't just harmless, it's advantageous. At the very least, you'll experience the sensation of killing a god. When you later confront foreign deities, you won't be intimidated or anxious simply because they are gods. That's true. Xia Taiping nodded decisively. Yellow-browed king, I want to. When the yellow-browed Buddha had asked if he wished to experience slaying a god, he had been deeply tempted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have inquired whether it was unwise to kill a god, he would have refused outright. You dare, boy. Trump's furious roar echoed through the air. He could tolerate Michael being slain by the yellow-browed Buddha, but he could not tolerate Michael being slain by Xia Taiping. For the yellow-browed Buddha was a deity, while Xia Taiping was merely mortal. If their deity was slain by a mortal even with the yellow-browed Buddha's aid, it would be like dragging the heavenly kingdom's dignity through the mud. Threatening me? Xia Taiping rolled his eyes, sneering, I'm no scaredy cat. Open your eyes wide and see if I dare. Trump opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop Xia Taiping from slaying a deity, it was that beyond threatening Xia Taiping, he had no other means to intervene. As for continuing to threaten Xia Taiping? Xia Taiping couldn't care less about his threats. If he persisted, not only would it be a waste of breath, but he'd also get thoroughly roasted by Xia Taiping, becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of people from all nations. Seeing that Trump had no intention of speaking further, Xia Taiping turned to the yellow-browed king and said, Yellow-browed king, release Michael. Wait. Thomas's voice cut in immediately. He fixed his gaze on Xia Taiping, his tone laced with menace. Kid, if you dare slay a god, I'll concede defeat the very instant Michael is released. Threatening me again? Xia Taiping sighed in exasperation. Could you at least come up with a more plausible excuse? Thomas's expression froze abruptly. Kid, is this reason not good enough? Of course it's not. Xia Taiping sighed. A god war isn't like other battles. It's a fight between deities. As long as the gods don't concede, it doesn't matter how many others surrender, it's completely useless. You don't even know that much? Thomas's expression froze again. He'd been so focused on stopping Xia Taiping from killing a god that he'd forgotten the rules of the divine battle. Just as Xia Taiping stated, on the divine battle stage, as long as a deity refused to concede defeat, others' surrenders held no weight. Had it been otherwise, when Abe no Saimai fought earlier, the people of Sakura Nation wouldn't have pleaded for him to concede, they would have conceded on his behalf. Got you speechless, huh? Xia Taiping shot Thomas a look of contempt before turning to the yellow-browed Buddha. Yellow-browed king, he said, though this fellow's reasoning is utterly ridiculous, it did remind me Michael might have been released specifically to surrender voluntarily. Young friend, rest assured. The yellow-browed Buddha roared with laughter. He'd have to be able to speak first before he could surrender. Hearing this, Xia Taiping's heart instantly settled. He urged, Yellow-browed king, release him quickly. I can't wait to experience the thrill of slaying a god. Chapter 156, Godslayer. Crush him with one blow. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena exchanged stunned glances. The yellow-browed Buddha might say such things, but you actually dare to slay a god? Yet inexplicably, a rebellious urge to slay gods surged within them too. Agreed. The yellow-browed Buddha agreed decisively. He shook the bag of the afterlife, and a streak of light spilled out, falling to the ground and transforming into Michael. Whoa! Witnessing Michael's state, spectators from all nations in the divine arena sucked in their breath in shock. Michael now lay limp on the ground like a limp noodle, his exposed skin dry and lifeless, devoid of any luster. Gone was his former graceful bearing, instead, he appeared utterly wretched. Is that Michael? When Michael was sealed into that bag just now, he was rosy-cheeked and full of vitality. How could he become so lifeless and corpse-like in such a short time? What's going on? No wonder the yellow-browed Buddha released Michael from the golden symbols only to seal him back into that bag. That bag's power is far more terrifying than the symbols. To transform Michael into this state in such a short time, the bag's power is truly terrifying. A chorus of shocked murmurs rippled through the divine arena. Trump and the other Celestial Kingdom members were also deeply shocked by the power of the afterlife bag. But now was no time for shock. Xia Taiping was attempting to slay a god. If he succeeded, the heavenly kingdom would be utterly disgraced. They had to warn Michael to surrender immediately. Before they could speak, however, Thomas's voice rang out first. Lord Michael, that Chinese deity intends to let that brat commit deicide. You must surrender immediately. Thomas had intended to call him an ugly freak, but the words caught in his throat as he realized the danger. Calling the yellow-browed Buddha ugly would surely enrage him, and if that provoked the yellow-browed Buddha to attack him, Thomas would be in serious trouble. He quickly changed his words. Immediately after, Trump and the others from the Kingdom of Heaven chimed in with their own warnings. Lord Michael, you must surrender now. Lord Michael, this is no time for pride. Surrendering will not only save your life but also preserve the dignity of the heavenly kingdom. Lord Michael, since the divine wars began, no mortal has ever slain a god. If you become the first deity to fall by mortal hands, you'll be branded with eternal shame in the annals of history. Lord Michael, I beg you, surrender now. Trump and the other Heavenly Kingdom members shouted louder and louder, their voices filled with growing desperation. Yet what they failed to see was the bitter, stifled expression on Michael's face as he lay on the divine battle arena. He heard the cries of Trump, Thomas, and the others from the Holy Kingdom. He desperately wanted to speak and admit defeat, but at this moment, he lacked even the strength to utter a word. He couldn't speak to concede. The yellow-browed Buddha also heard the cries of Trump and the others from the divine kingdom, yet he showed no intention of intervening or stopping them. Others might not know the power of the post-human bag, but as its master, he understood it all too well. At this moment, Michael lacked even the strength to speak, let alone utter a word of surrender. Thus, even if Trump and the others shouted themselves hoarse, it would be utterly futile. Young friend, though this foreign deity has become fish on the chopping block, helpless before our slaughter. The yellow-browed old Buddha spoke calmly, but he remains a formidable deity. His physical resilience surpasses that of mortals. With your current strength, you may not be able to break through his defenses. Therefore, take my wolf tooth club. With that, the yellow-browed old Buddha handed the wolf tooth club to Xia Taiping. Alright. Xia Taiping didn't try to be stubborn and decisively accepted the wolf tooth club offered by the yellow-browed old Buddha. As the saying goes, one knows their own limitations best. Despite his many victories on the divine battle arena, those triumphs had relied on the power of the Chinese deities. He himself was merely a novice, a mere shrimp who had just begun his cultivation journey. Seeing Xia Taiping accept the club, Trump, Thomas, and the other Heavenly Kingdom representatives all paled visibly. They couldn't understand why Michael, who was clearly still alive, hadn't spoken to admit defeat. But they knew one thing, the time left for them, or rather, for Michael to concede, was running out. If Michael didn't speak soon, it would be too late. Impatient, they were about to urge Michael to surrender when they saw Xia Taiping swing the wolf tooth club. No. Don't. You dare, boy. A chorus of gasps erupted throughout the divine arena. These cries came from the mouths of Trump and others from the celestial kingdom. But immediately afterward, they witnessed Xia Taiping completely ignoring their protests. He swung his wolf tooth club to its highest point and brought it crashing down with brutal force. No. At that very moment, a silent scream echoed within Michael's mind. His cheeks were contorted with terror, his eyes filled with frustration and unwillingness. Yet, utterly powerless, he could not even utter a sound, forced to watch helplessly as the wolf tooth club closed in on him. Thud. The next instant, a dull thud echoed abruptly. It was the sound of the wolf tooth club landing squarely on Michael's skull. Boom! A sound like a watermelon bursting followed. Michael's skull shattered violently, spraying red and white matter that instantly covered the surrounding ground. Immediately afterward, Michael's headless corpse flickered rapidly and vanished. The spectators from various nations in the divine arena exchanged stunned glances once more. It wasn't merely because Xia Taiping had actually committed the act of slaying a god, but also because his execution was utterly without hesitation. One might even call it brutally efficient. The manner in which he did it seemed less like killing a god and more like crushing an ant underfoot. Trump and the others from the celestial kingdom were seething with rage. Xia Taiping had smashed Michael's skull with a single blow right before their eyes, making Michael the first deity in history to be slain by a mortal. Though the yellow-browed Buddha had aided him, this act still nailed the heavenly kingdom to the pillar of shame in history. You brat, you! Thomas, seething with rage, opened his mouth to curse Xia Taiping. But before he could finish, he caught the yellow-browed Buddha's fierce glare. The shock made him shudder uncontrollably, and the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Do you want to die? The yellow-browed Buddha's voice was cold. If you wish to die, I won't mind granting your wish. I surrender. Thomas promptly admitted defeat. Because he hadn't lived enough yet, he didn't want to die. Immediately after, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. The second divine battle of the challenge between the Heavenly Kingdom and the Huaxia Kingdom wins. The third divine battle commences immediately. Both sides are requested to send representatives to the arena without delay. The yellow-browed Buddha shot Thomas another glare before turning to Xia Taiping. With a smile, he inquired, Young friend, what is it like to slay a god? Chapter 157, The Feeling of Slaying a God. Gods are not indestructible. Hearing the yellow-browed Buddha inquire about Xia Taiping's experience of slaying a god, those from various nations in the divine arena except for the citizens of the Heavenly Kingdom snapped out of their shock and perked up their ears. Though they hadn't personally slain a god, they were deeply curious about the sensation. As for Trump and the others from the Holy Kingdom, their faces darkened further. For Xia Taiping's description of slaying a god felt like pouring salt on their wounds. They desperately wanted to stop Xia Taiping, but they couldn't. First, the divine arena strictly prohibited non-divine combat. Second, Xia Taiping possessed such audacity that threats held no sway over him. In fact, any attempt to intimidate him would only provoke a fierce rebuke, turning them into laughingstocks across the nations. The feeling of slaying a god? Xia Taiping raised a hand to touch his nose and said, "It feels like nothing special." The spectators from all nations within the divine arena fell into stunned silence. God-slaying was an act no one had ever accomplished before and you claim it feels like nothing? The yellow-browed Buddha also looked surprised. Young friend, not even a hint of sensation? Well, not exactly none. Xia Taiping replied, "Before slaying the god, I was filled with anticipation. But after killing Michael, I just felt a bit uncomfortable." Uncomfortable? The crowd from various nations in the divine arena fell silent once more. This was the first time anyone had ever slain a god. You should be thrilled and excited, not uncomfortable. What the hell was that about? Even the yellow-browed old Buddha was left somewhat bewildered by Xia Taiping's words. He too believed Xia Taiping should be thrilled after accomplishing such a feat. How could he feel uneasy? After a moment's thought, he asked again, "Young friend, have you ever killed anyone before this?" "I've killed one person." Xia Taiping answered truthfully, "A while back, when the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch challenged the Central China Divine Academy, I struck down a traitor during the contest. I felt uneasy then too, exactly the same feeling I have now." Hearing this, the yellow-browed old Buddha suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "Young friend, the discomfort you describe is an aftereffect of first experiencing killing. This aftereffect isn't unique to you. Almost everyone feels it when they first kill. But as you kill more, the aftereffect will naturally fade." Xia Taiping nodded. He had long since come to terms with this truth. It was like doing something you'd never done before, uncomfortable at first, but you get used to it with practice. The yellow-browed old Buddha inquired further, "Young friend, do you feel no excitement or thrill at all?" "I did at first. After all, it was killing a god." Xia Taiping answered truthfully, "But when I actually struck Michael dead with that blow, I felt no thrill or excitement whatsoever. However, a few days ago during the challenge, when I struck down that traitor with my staff, I did feel some excitement and exhilaration." Hearing this, both the yellow-browed old Buddha and the representatives from various nations in the divine arena were speechless. You feel some excitement and thrill when you smash a mortal to death with a single blow, yet you feel no excitement or thrill whatsoever when you smash Michael, a deity famous throughout the entire world, to death with a single blow? Is there something wrong with your feelings? Perhaps it's because Michael had become fish on a cutting board. Killing him held no sense of accomplishment. Xia Taiping added, "If one day I could slay a deity with my own strength, I might just feel excited and thrilled." Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena fell into stunned silence. You actually want to slay a god with your own strength? Do you even know what you're saying? Deities aren't common folk. They aren't something anyone can kill at will. Even low-tier deities are beyond such actions. Otherwise, why has no one ever accomplished the feat of slaying a god in all these years? The yellow-browed Buddha chuckled, "Young friend, your words hold truth. I look forward to the day you slay a god with your own strength." "Ha?" Xia Taiping froze in shock. His expression clearly showed he hadn't expected the yellow-browed old Buddha to agree with his words, let alone look forward to him accomplishing the feat of slaying a god alone. He stammered awkwardly, "I was just speaking off the cuff. After all, deities are immensely powerful. How could they be slain so easily?" "Young friend, you seem to have misunderstood the nature of deities." The yellow-browed old Buddha replied, "Not all deities possess overwhelming combat prowess. In fact, many are weaker than humans. They've merely attained the status of gods in your world for various reasons. Thus, in a broader sense, slaying a god isn't an impossible feat." Xia Taiping froze. "Broadly speaking?" "Yes." The yellow-browed old Buddha explained, "Many of the deities you speak of aren't true deities in the strictest sense. Take the deities randomly selected by the Tao during the divine war. They possess little combat strength. They aren't genuine deities. They're merely regarded as such by you." Xia Taiping suddenly understood. Others might not grasp what the yellow-browed old Buddha meant, but he understood. Take this current divine war, for instance. The meticulous ghosts and clever insects randomly selected by the Tao of heaven, calling them demons, would be more fitting than deities. His curiosity piqued. He asked, "Yellow-browed king, what about the narrow definition of god-slaying?" "In the narrow sense, god-slaying refers to slaying deities of green rank or higher. That is true god-slaying." The yellow-browed old Buddha explained, "However, slaying green-tier or higher deities is difficult, for such beings possess renown and enjoy mortal offerings. Their combat prowess is generally formidable. Yet impossible does not mean unattainable. Throughout history, mortals have stood shoulder to shoulder with deities, and mortals have slain deities. Many such instances exist. Thus, deities are not invincible. Young friend, do not belittle yourself. I hold great promise for you and eagerly anticipate the day you slay a god through your own strength." Xia Taiping suddenly understood. Slaying green-tier deities and above was the true meaning of god-slaying. He nodded. "Yellow-browed king, I will strive for it." "Good. The yellow-browed Buddha said, "This matter is settled. I must depart now. We shall meet again someday." Xia Taiping clasped his hands together and said, "Farewell, great King Huangmei." Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation rose in unison, clasping their fists before them. "Farewell, great King Huangmei." The yellow-browed Buddha nodded, and his figure vanished into thin air. Watching the yellow-browed Buddha depart, the representatives from various nations within the divine arena all wore thoughtful expressions. Never before had anyone spoken such words to them. They had always held reverence for the gods, even believing them to be beyond profanity. Yet the yellow-browed Buddha's words had overturned their entire worldview. It turned out that many of the deities they had revered were not true gods at all, but merely beings they had deified. Moreover, the combat prowess of these deities was not as overwhelmingly powerful as they had imagined. In fact, many gods possessed combat strength inferior to that of humans. Xia Taiping remained silent, pondering the yellow-browed Buddha's words. Moments later, he turned to Trump and the others from the heavenly kingdom, his voice solemn. "For the next round, send someone onto the field immediately." Chapter 158, Dilemma. Musk's scheme. Trump glared viciously at Xia Taiping, cursing incessantly in his mind. Just moments ago, he had been smirking at how miserably the Greek deities had perished. But now he suddenly realized he had no right to mock Greece at all because the Greek gods weren't the ones who suffered the most gruesome deaths. His own heavenly kingdom's deities were the ones who met the most horrific end. After all, the Greek gods had fought a full-scale war against the Chinese gods. Though their deaths were gruesome, they died with dignity. Yet his two deities from the Holy Kingdom? One died inexplicably without even lifting a finger, while the other was tortured beyond recognition after a single move, only to have his skull smashed open by Xia Taiping, a mere mortal, with a single blow. This death was not only pitiful but utterly humiliating. Yet despite his furious curses, Trump hadn't lost his wits. After a moment of silent rage, he began strategizing his next move. Had the Holy Kingdom won even one of the first two divine battles, he would have deployed a purple-tier divine being's devotee without hesitation. But the double loss left him wavering over whether to send one into battle. Not deploying a purple-grade divine being's devotee meant the Holy Kingdom risked becoming the fourth nation after Sakura Kingdom, Sunset Kingdom, and Greece to be utterly defeated by China. Deploying a purple-tier divine being's devotee, however, risked repeating the fate of the three nations mentioned earlier. Xia Taiping could potentially trade a minor demon for their purple-tier divine being, securing a single victory in the divine battle. Yet, even that win would not alter the ultimate outcome. Not sending them was a problem, but sending them was also a problem. For a moment, Trump was genuinely torn. After much deliberation, still unable to decide, Trump resolved to seek counsel from others. He looked around at the high-ranking officials of the Holy Kingdom seated nearby and said, "Gentlemen, our original plan was to assess the situation before deciding whether to deploy a purple-tier deity. Now that we've lost 2 consecutive battles, what do you all think? Should we still deploy a purple-tier deity?" Hearing this, the Heavenly Kingdom's high-ranking officials exchanged glances before speaking up. "Commander-in-Chief, I believe we should refrain from deploying purple-grade deities. After all, we've already suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Even if we deploy them, they might only secure 1 victory in this divine battle. It would be difficult to alter the ultimate outcome. Commander-in-Chief, I also advise against deploying purple-tier deities. The 3 kingdoms have already demonstrated that deploying them will only result in Xia Taiping countering them with lesser demons. Not only will we fail to secure victory in this divine battle, but we'll become a laughingstock to the entire world. Commander-in-Chief, deploying purple-tier deities will certainly be countered by Xia Taiping's lesser demons. After that, we'll have to rely on blue-tier deities. Rather than risking that, it's better to deploy blue-tier deities first. If we can secure 1 victory, deploying purple-tier deities later won't be too late. Commander-in-Chief, I also believe deploying blue-tier deities first is the better strategy. After all, even if we deploy purple-tier deities and win 1 battle, we'll still have to rely on blue-tier deities for the remaining 2 divine conflicts." Numerous high-ranking officials of the Celestial Kingdom spoke up. Their opinions were surprisingly unanimous. None supported deploying a purple-tier deity for the 3rd round. The reasons were twofold. Not only had the Heavenly Sovereign Kingdom suffered 2 consecutive defeats, making victory in this divine battle exceedingly unlikely, but more crucially, the 3 sovereign kingdoms had already demonstrated through fact that deploying purple-tier deities could not alter the final outcome. However, not all spoke up. Some high-ranking officials of the Holy Kingdom remained silent. Take Musk, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Holy Kingdom, for example. Trump looked at Musk and the others who remained silent and asked, "Musk, you haven't spoken. Do you have a different opinion?" "Commander-in-Chief, I do have a differing opinion." Musk stated, "I believe we should deploy purple-tier deities in the 3rd match. Otherwise, our Holy Kingdom risks suffering the same fate as Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and Greece being swept aside by China. But deploying a purple-tier deity would at least secure 1 victory. A 3-1 outcome sounds far better than a 3-0 defeat. Moreover, we've signed a heavenly treaty of non-aggression with other nations this year, so deploying a purple-tier deity carries no strategic liability. Deputy Commander, a 3-1 score does sound better than 3-0, but is it worth the risk? Someone objected, if we send our purple great deities into battle, they'll inevitably be traded off by Xia Taiping for lesser demons. That wouldn't just be a humiliation for our purple great deities, it would make us a laughingstock to the entire world. Winning a single divine battle to avoid a sweep might seem honorable, but at the cost of humiliating our purple great deities and making us a laughingstock to the world, I don't know how others feel, but I find that deeply unworthy. You make a valid point. Musk paused, then abruptly shifted his tone. But what if we could win at least 2 divine battles? Win at least 2 divine battles? The numerous high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Kingdom froze in surprise. If they sent purple-tier deities into battle, they would inevitably be countered by Xia Taiping's lesser demons. Moreover, deities making their first appearance in the divine arena could not continue fighting even if victorious. They couldn't fathom how winning at least 2 divine battles was possible. Trump was also puzzled. But he trusted Musk had a reason for saying this. He spoke up. Musk, explain this in detail. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Musk responded and explained, I hadn't thought much about it before, but just now that ugly bastard from China said gods aren't invincible. He even claimed some gods aren't as powerful as us humans. That suddenly gave me an idea. If we send out a purple-tier deity to fight, that kid from China will surely summon a minor demon to counter our purple-tier deity, just like he did against the purple-tier deities of the 3 kingdoms. Then he'll deliberately surrender. But the divine battle rules don't prohibit divine followers from acting. We can have our divine followers step in and eliminate the little demons summoned by that kid from China. That way, our purple-tier deity won't even need to lift a finger. And a purple-tier deity that doesn't fight can still participate in subsequent battles. That's exactly what happened with that deity from Huaxia who brought a dog. So if we send our purple-tier deity into battle, there's a high chance we can win at least 2 rounds of the divine war. If luck favors us, we might even pull off a 3-game sweep and win this entire divine battle. Even if we lose in the end, a 3-2 result would still be better than Japan, Sunset Nation, the 3 Nations Alliance, or Greece. Then who would dare mock us? We'd be the ones laughing at the others. What do you all think? Chapter 159, Digging Their Own Grave? Seeing the Holy Kingdom show no signs of sending representatives to battle, the representatives from all nations in the divine arena were speechless. Before the divine battle commenced, you rushed to sign non-aggression treaties with every nation under heaven, all to field purple-tier deities. Your roster even included devotees of purple-tier deities. Now, having lost 2 consecutive matches and backed into a corner with no room to retreat, why hesitate to send your purple great deities into battle? Why not seize the opportunity to win back a match, reclaim some lost face, and turn the tide? What they didn't know was that the Heavenly Kingdom was brewing a desperate plan for a last-minute reversal. Upon hearing Musk's words, the eyes of Trump and other high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Kingdom suddenly brightened. Winning 1 divine battle wasn't worth deploying a purple-tier deity, but winning 2 was a different matter. Not to mention that winning 2 battles would significantly boost their odds of securing victory in this divine conflict. As Musk pointed out, even if they ultimately lost, a 3-2 outcome would still be preferable to the results achieved by Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, the 3A Nations, or Greece. I find Musk's proposal highly feasible. Trump set the tone immediately, then asked, what do you all think? Commander-in-Chief, I also find the Deputy Commander-in-Chief's proposal highly feasible. Ha ha ha. Even if we beat China to a pulp, they'd never imagine their own gods gave us hope for victory. Exactly. China has truly shot itself in the foot. Haha, if I weren't afraid of alerting China, I'd love to mock them a bit. Me too, but let's hold off. We can mock them after the divine war ends. Numerous high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Kingdom spoke up. Though some did not explicitly endorse Musk's proposal, their words unmistakably supported it. The reason wasn't that they were sucking up to Trump, but that Musk's proposal was genuinely feasible. Very well. Since everyone agrees, it's settled. Trump decisively sealed the deal, then turned to the figure seated behind him. Benjamin, you'll handle this divine conflict. You heard our discussion earlier, you know what needs to be done. Commander-in-Chief, I understand. Benjamin replied with unwavering confidence, as long as the deity summoned by that kid from China isn't too powerful, I'm confident I can take him down. Good. Trump laughed heartily. Go. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Benjamin responded and rose to his feet, striding toward the divine battle arena. Seeing Benjamin rise, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena grew instantly excited. The 5 combatants from the Heavenly Lord Nation, aside from Benjamin, were all world-renowned figures whom they recognized. Now, a stranger was approaching the divine battle arena. It had to be Benjamin, the divine servant of the Heavenly Lord Kingdom's purple great deity. Although a purple great deity was entering the fray, Xia Taiping likely intended to trade one of his lesser demons for the Holy Kingdom's purple great deity, much like he had done against the purple great deities of the 3 nations. He would then voluntarily concede defeat. On the surface, it seemed like there wouldn't be much to see. But witnessing a purple great deity in action was still an incredibly anticipated event. After all, prior to this, they had watched countless divine battles, yet only today had they witnessed a single purple grade deity from the three kingdoms. Xia Zhanghua immediately cautioned, Taiping, this individual has never appeared in the divine arena before. Moreover, the heavenly sovereign nation recently signed a heavenly way treaty with other nations pledging non-aggression this year. He is most likely the divine chosen of the heavenly sovereign nation's purple tier deity. Old Xia, I understand. Xia Taiping turned back and said, rest assured, I know what to do. Xia Zhanghua said no more. Had the three kingdoms not sent a purple tier deity, he might have been concerned. But there were no such ifs. With Xia Taiping's prior voluntary surrender during the battle against the three kingdoms' purple grade deity, he believed Xia Taiping would do the same this time. There was nothing to worry about. Little did he know that the heavenly kingdom was brewing a conspiracy that awaited them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Benjamin soon stepped onto the divine battle arena. He glanced at Xia Taiping standing opposite him, a sly grin spreading across his face, then spoke aloud. Benjamin of the heavenly kingdom humbly summons the creator god, the heavenly lord, to descend. Whoosh! As Benjamin's words fell, a dazzling light erupted from his forehead. Immediately, a man with fair skin, a beard, wavy golden hair, and blue eyes emerged from the light. His appearance was somewhat ordinary, but his identity was anything but. For he was the sole purple tier divine heavenly god of the heavenly kingdom. Is this the heavenly kingdom's sole purple rank divine heavenly lord? People from various nations within the divine arena gazed at the heavenly lord with curiosity etched upon their faces. He was the second purple grade deity they had ever witnessed, following Vishnu of the eight tri-kingdoms. Xia Taiping also appraised the heavenly lord before preparing to request the Tao to randomly assign him a deity. But at that moment, Benjamin's voice suddenly rang out. Kid, my personal deity is the purple tier heavenly god. You might as well just admit defeat. You're dreaming. Xia Taiping shot back immediately, if I surrender now, your heavenly lord's deity can continue fighting without even lifting a finger. I must say, your plan is quite clever, but do you think I'm stupid? Fine, then hurry up and summon your deity. Benjamin didn't seem embarrassed at all by Xia Taiping's ruthless exposure. He'd merely been testing whether Xia Taiping would take the bait. If Xia Taiping fell for it, he'd have a strong chance to win 3 consecutive rounds, securing this divine battle for the Holy Kingdom. If Xia Taiping didn't fall for it, he could still help the Holy Kingdom win 2 rounds of the divine battle. This would secure the Holy Kingdom a chance to face the Chinese Empire in a decisive battle and greatly increase the Holy Kingdom's odds of winning this divine contest. Xia Taiping paid Benjamin no further mind. He looked up at the sky and called out loudly, Heavenly Way, please assign me a random deity. Swish! 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 As Xia Taiping spoke, 3 gray cards materialized before him. Just as before, spectators from all nations within the divine arena instinctively turned their gaze toward the 3 cards hovering before Xia Taiping. Just as before, none of them recognized a single one. However, this time, 2 of the 3 cards were familiar to them. To be precise, these 2 cards had appeared in previous divine battles, though Xia Taiping had not chosen them. Xia Taiping recognized them instantly. The deities depicted on the 3 cards were Ben Boerbao, Baurban, and the 3rd prince of Jade Dragon, none other than the White Dragon Horse, the mount of the Tang Monk. Xia Taiping instinctively considered using the same tactic he employed against the purple tier deity Vishnu in the 3 kingdoms, exchanging either Ben Boerba or Ba Urban for the purple tier deity of the heavenly kingdom, then voluntarily conceding defeat. But as the words reached his lips, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Chapter 160, Sudden Awakening. A test of strategy. Something's off here. Xia Taiping furrowed his brow. Previously, when the 3 kingdoms sent a purple tier deity into battle, the heavenly Tao randomly assigned him 3 minor demons. But this time, when the heavenly kingdom sent purple tier deities into battle, the 3 randomly selected by the Tao were not all minor demons. Ben Boerba and Ba Boerban were minor demons, but White Dragon Horse was the 3rd prince of the Dragon King of the West Sea. His status was extraordinary to begin with. After accompanying Tang Sanzang on his pilgrimage to fetch the scriptures, he was even bestowed the title of Heavenly Dragon Horse of the 8 Divisions, a renowned and legitimate deity. Though the heavenly Tao claimed its deity selection was random, after witnessing the course of the divine war thus far, he no longer believed it truly was. How else could one explain that, aside from facing the purple tier deity Vishnu of the 3 kingdoms, every deity randomly selected by the heavenly Tao had been exceptionally powerful? Thus, he pondered why the Tao had randomly assigned him a legitimate deity this time. Could the Tao be hinting for me to choose the White Dragon Horse? The thought flashed through Xia Taiping's mind. He couldn't think of any other reason to explain why the heavenly Tao had randomly assigned him the White Dragon Horse. But while the White Dragon Horse possessed formidable combat prowess, it was no match for a purple tier deity. He couldn't fathom why the heavenly Tao would lead him to choose it. There must be reasons I'm unaware of, but what could they be? Xia Taiping frowned in deep thought. No matter how much he pondered, he couldn't fathom the reason. This wasn't due to his lack of intelligence, but rather because the White Dragon Horse simply had no chance of defeating the purple tier deity, the Heavenly Lord of the Heavenly Lord Kingdom. Unable to fathom the reason, Xia Taiping revisited the events surrounding the start of the third divine battle, searching for clues. Moments later, Xia Taiping suddenly froze, then realized with a start. Before the divine battles between China and the Heavenly Lord Kingdom commenced, the Heavenly Lord Kingdom had rushed to sign non-aggression treaties with 5 nations, including Sakura Kingdom, for the current year. This action clearly indicated their intention to deploy a purple-tier deity. Yet, despite losing 2 consecutive rounds, the Holy Kingdom did not immediately deploy its purple-grade deity. Instead, it hesitated for quite some time. This indicated that the Holy Kingdom's decision to send a purple-grade deity was not made decisively, but rather with considerable hesitation. Yet the Divine Kingdom ultimately deployed its purple-tier deity, suggesting underlying reasons for this decision. This, however, was not the direct cause of his sudden realization. The immediate trigger was Benjamin's actions upon stepping onto the divine battle platform. Benjamin had once urged him to concede defeat outright, only to be met with a merciless rebuke. When he recalled this incident, a thought suddenly struck him: if the Holy Kingdom's purple-tier deity, the Lord, did not intervene, they could continue to the next round of the divine battle. While victory required intervention, the Heavenly Kingdom fielded more than just the Heavenly Lord. Benjamin was also present. If Benjamin acted, the Heavenly Lord wouldn't need to. Thus, the Tao randomly assigned him the White Dragon Horse, not to confront the Heavenly Lord, but Benjamin. To be precise, if he had summoned just any minor demon to fight, it likely wouldn't have been able to easily exchange out the purple-tier deity Vishnu like it had done with the 3 kingdoms. Instead, Benjamin would have stepped in and dealt with it. Remember, Benjamin isn't some novice just starting his cultivation journey. He's been on this path for years. Dealing with minor demons like Benboerba and Baurban is no challenge at all. Yellow-browed king, you nearly got me killed. Realizing the reason, Xia Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was certain the Heavenly Kingdom had such a scheme precisely because of what the yellow-browed Buddha had said. Fortunately, he had woken up to it in time, otherwise, he would have been caught off guard by the Heavenly Kingdom and suffered a heavy loss. That said, he understood this wasn't the yellow-browed Buddha's fault. After all, the yellow-browed Buddha hadn't known the Heavenly Sovereign Kingdom would deploy a purple-grade deity. Moreover, the yellow-browed Buddha had explained things with good intentions, harming him in no way. If blame was to be assigned, it could only be directed at the Heavenly Lord Kingdom for its sheer cunning. Damn it, trying to scheme against me? I'm not so easily manipulated. Xia Taiping cursed under his breath, a cold smile playing on his lips. If his judgment proved wrong, so be it. But if his judgment was correct, he would slaughter Benjamin and deprive the Heavenly Sovereign Kingdom of its purple-grade deity's divine follower. Though new divine favorites would emerge after one's demise, a purple-tier deity's chosen one wasn't easily replaced. It could prove exceedingly difficult. In that case, the Holy Kingdom's scheme would backfire spectacularly, costing them both their wife and their army. After the cold laugh, Xia Taiping was about to summon Benboerba. But before he could utter a word, Benjamin's impatient voice cut him off. Kid, hurry up and summon the deity. What are you dawdling for? Hearing this, Xia Taiping instantly felt annoyed. I stood waiting for you on the divine battle arena for ages, and I never called you slowpokes. Now I merely pause to think for a moment, and you can't even wait? Is this some kind of double standard? Officials allowed to burn down houses, but commoners forbidden to light lamps? You. Xia Taiping opened his mouth to retort at Benjamin, but the words died on his lips. Confronting Benjamin would only satisfy his urge to argue, but it wouldn't bring him any divine favor. It would be better to use this chance to test Benjamin and see if his judgment was correct. With that thought, he amended his words. I'm not stalling, I'm just a bit conflicted. Benjamin instinctively asked, Kid, what are you agonizing over? Why should I tell you? Xia Taiping rolled his eyes and added, Fine, it's not like it's a big secret. I'll tell you. I'm torn about which deity to trade for your purple-tier deity. Though none of these 3 deities are particularly powerful, there are still differences between them. I just can't immediately tell which one is the weakest. After all, knowing it's a suicide mission, it's better to pick the weakest one. Hearing this, Benjamin was overjoyed. Not just Benjamin, Trump and other high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Kingdom were equally thrilled. Previously, they'd been genuinely worried that Xia Taiping might summon a powerful deity. If that happened, their scheme to have Benjamin eliminate the Chinese deities and keep the purple-tier deities in the fight would be ruined. Now, with the Heavenly Tao randomly selecting 3 deities for China whose powers were nothing to write home about, they no longer needed to worry about their plan failing. As long as the plan succeeded, they could secure at least 2 victories in the divine battles. With a bit more luck, they might even sweep all 3 rounds and claim victory in this divine conflict. Xia Taiping keenly detected Benjamin's delight, instantly confirming his assessment. Otherwise, Benjamin should have been furious at the idea of using the weakest deity to counter the purple-tier deity of the Heavenly Kingdom. Damn it, he really is trying to outmaneuver me. Xia Taiping cursed under his breath, a cold smile spreading across his face. Well then, let's see who's the hunter and who's the prey. At that moment, Benjamin also caught on. Xia Taiping wanted to trade their purple-tier deity for the weakest one he had. He shouldn't be delighted, he should be furious. Realizing this, his old face froze. He growled, "Kid, stop dawdling. Get a move on." Chapter 161, The White Dragon Horse Enters the Battle. Acting skills go wild. Fine. Xia Taiping wasted no more time. He proclaimed loudly, "Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly summons the White Dragon." Previously, when summoning deities, Xia Taiping would include their titles. This time, however, he omitted it not out of forgetfulness, but deliberately. He feared that invoking the White Dragon's full title might startle Benjamin and invite unnecessary complications. Swish. As Xia Taiping's words fell, the cards of Ben Borba and Baboerben flickered rapidly before vanishing. The card of the White Dragon horse, however, burst into brilliant light. Immediately, a young man clad in white robes, handsome in appearance and wielding a sword, stepped forth from the light. Seeing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena looked puzzled. They had expected Xia Taiping to summon either Ben Borba or Bar Ben, but instead, he had summoned a human. However, they dismissed the thought almost immediately. With the heavenly sovereign kingdom fielding a purple-tier deity, whoever Xia Taiping chose to fight would merely serve as a sacrificial pawn to counter it. Benjamin also found it peculiar. But he didn't dwell on it either, reasoning that Xia Taiping must have summoned the little white dragon because it was the weakest. After all, Xia Taiping had just mentioned wanting to select the weakest deity for battle. "Little white dragon greets you, young friend." The little white dragon bowed respectfully with both hands towards Xia Taiping. This wasn't out of excessive politeness, but because he sensed the aura of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, emanating from Xia Taiping. "Little white dragon, no need for formalities." Xia Taiping shook his head, then leaned close to whisper instructions into the little white dragon's ear. He was instructing little white dragon on what to watch out for, lest the dragon inadvertently ruin his plans. Seeing this, Benjamin not only refrained from intervening but wore a sinister grin. He assumed Xia Taiping was instructing the white dragon to find a way to redeem his life-bound deity, the heavenly lord. But Benjamin was fully prepared. There was no way Xia Taiping would succeed. In fact, Benjamin had a grand surprise in store for him. Moments later, the little white dragon replied, "Young friend, I understand. It's only a strand of divine soul. For the sake of China, it's worth it. Thanks a lot." Xia Taiping expressed his gratitude before stepping back a few paces. Xiao Bai Long turned to look at the heavenly lord again and laughed heartily. "Ha, trading a strand of divine soul for a purple grade deity is well worth it." Hearing this, the heavenly lord instantly frowned. Though the little white dragon had spoken only one sentence, he instantly realized what the little white dragon intended to do. Before he could ponder further, a booming laugh erupted beside him. "To trade away the great lord of heaven, did you seek my permission?" As the voice echoed, Benjamin stepped forward, positioning himself before the Lord of Heaven. Turning to face the Lord God, he declared, "Great Lord God, there's no need for you to intervene in this matter. I'll take care of this fellow." Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were instantly stunned. Previous divine battles had almost exclusively been contests between gods themselves, with divine followers rarely intervening. Now Benjamin was brazenly declaring he would slay a Chinese deity? Had he lost his mind? Yet the next moment, they realized the truth. The yellow-browed old Buddha had once declared that gods were not invincible, even suggesting that some lesser deities possess strength inferior to humans. Moreover, Xia Taiping had deliberately chosen the weakest deity to redeem the heavenly lord. Thus, Benjamin might just succeed. Beyond that, they also understood Benjamin's motive for acting. He didn't want the heavenly lord to be redeemed, exploiting loopholes in the divine war rules to allow the heavenly lord to participate in the next round. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other representatives from Huaxia nation wore grim expressions. They too grasped Benjamin's scheme. Though they no longer cared about the outcomes of the remaining two battles, the feeling of being manipulated was deeply unpleasant. Before they could speak, however, Xia Taiping's voice rang out. "You think you can kill the little white dragon? Ha 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 ha." Benjamin roared with laughter. "If the deity you summoned were truly powerful, my strength alone wouldn't suffice. But you chose the weakest deity possible to redeem the great Lord of Heaven. Killing him? Is that really so difficult? You." Xia Taiping pointed at Benjamin, his face flushed with fury yet utterly speechless. "Ha ha ha ha. This whole scheme owes much to your Chinese deities." Benjamin roared with laughter again. "If it weren't for your Chinese gods declaring that gods aren't invincible, even claiming some low-tier deities are weaker than us humans, we never would have conceived such a brilliant plan. Come to think of it, this whole affair was entirely prompted by your Chinese deities. Wouldn't you say you shot yourselves in the foot? I'd love to interview you. How does it feel now? You." Xia Taiping continued, pointing his finger at Benjamin, his body still trembling uncontrollably. He was clearly furious. "Ha ha ha ha." Benjamin roared with laughter again. "Kid, you were so eager to confront other nations before. Now you've gone mute? Never imagined you'd be left speechless when someone turned the tables on you, did you?" Watching Xia Taiping seethe with rage yet unable to respond, the representatives from Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, A Nation, and Greece all wore expressions of schadenfreude. They had all been confronted by Xia Taiping before, even left speechless by his retorts. They had longed for a chance to get even but had been unable to find one. Now, at last, they saw Xia Taiping rendered speechless. Though it wasn't them who had silenced him, this moment undoubtedly vented the pent-up frustration they all felt. You shameless! Xia Taiping cursed loudly, then turned to instruct Xiao Beilong. Xiao Beilong, don't get bogged down in a fight with him. Find a way to force the Heavenly Lord to act. Yes, young friend. Xiao Beilong responded, then charged toward the Heavenly Lord, sword in hand. I am your opponent. Benjamin roared with laughter, immediately striding forward to meet the little white dragon. Simultaneously, a dazzling burst of light erupted from his hand, coalescing into a long sword. The Heavenly Lord remained standing still, showing no intention of moving. His demeanor clearly indicated he intended to let Benjamin deal with the little white dragon. Little white dragon, find a way to evade him and attack their Heavenly Lord. Xia Taiping shouted urgently, his face etched with concern, though inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. To deceive Benjamin and lull the Heavenly Lord of Heavenly Lord Nation into complacency, he had acted with tremendous effort. Fortunately, his performance had not been in vain, evident from Benjamin's unhesitating charge toward the little white dragon and the Heavenly Lord's motionless stance. Moreover, his performance had deceived not only Benjamin, but everyone in the divine arena, including the Chinese spectators. This was evident from the schadenfreude-filled expressions on the faces of people from all nations and the grim looks on the faces of the Huaxia nationals. My acting was pretty good, huh? Xia Taiping secretly gloated to himself, if this world had an Oscars, they'd definitely give me a little gold statue. Chapter 162, Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? Attack the great lord? You're dreaming. Benjamin roared with laughter, blocking the little white dragon's path before swinging his sword at it. Seeing this, the little white dragon halted decisively, swinging his long sword to meet the blow. Clang! The next instant, a sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. It was the sound of two swords colliding squarely. Immediately afterward, the little white dragon stumbled backward 3 steps, unable to control his momentum, while Benjamin stood firmly rooted to the spot, not retreating even half a step. Having forced the little white dragon back with a single strike, Benjamin let out a long sigh of relief. Before this, he had harbored some apprehension about whether he could match the little white dragon. This wasn't due to a lack of confidence in his own abilities, but rather the profound reverence humans held for deities. Since the emergence of the divine arena, no human had ever faced off against a deity, leaving him with no prior experience to draw upon. Had the yellow-browed Buddha not declared that gods were not invincible and that lesser deities were not true gods whose power might even fall short of humans, Benjamin likely wouldn't have mustered the courage to strike against a divine being. Thus, a lingering unease had settled in his heart. But now it seemed his worries were unfounded. The yellow-browed Buddha had spoken truth. Some lesser deities truly possessed strength inferior to humans. How else could one explain the white dragon being repelled by a single stroke of his sword? Having achieved success with a single strike, Benjamin wasted no time. He lunged forward several rapid steps and swung his sword at the little white dragon once more. The little white dragon, just as before, raised his long sword to block. Clang! Another crisp clang of steel echoed as the two blades collided solidly once more. Clang! 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 The little white dragon stumbled backward 3 steps, unable to steady himself, while Benjamin remained firmly planted where he stood. Having driven Xiao Beilong back with another strike, Benjamin's confidence soared. If the first strike had been due to Xiao Beilong's carelessness, the second forced retreat could no longer be attributed to error. It proved Xiao Beilong's strength truly fell short of his own. With skills like these, you dare think you can break through my defense and force the great lord himself to intervene? Benjamin roared with laughter, swinging his sword once more toward the little white dragon. The little white dragon continued to block with his long sword, just as before. Clang! 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 A series of crisp metallic clangs rang out continuously. Each sharp clang signified the solid collision of the little white dragon's and Benjamin's swords, forcing the little white dragon to stumble backward 3 steps. Under Benjamin's relentless assault, the little white dragon retreated steadily while Benjamin advanced relentlessly. This scene left spectators from all nations in the divine arena staring at each other in disbelief. Immediately, murmurs of discussion rippled through the divine arena. Yellow-browed Buddha didn't deceive us. Gods truly aren't invincible. Some lower-tier deities are indeed weaker than humans. The heavenly kingdom is truly cunning and treacherous to even conceive of such a scheme. China has truly shot itself in the foot. China is in for a world of trouble now. They'll lose at least 2 divine battles. If the Holy Kingdom gets lucky, they might even pull off a 3-game sweep and win this entire divine war. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and other Huaxia nationals all wore grim expressions. Though they no longer cared about winning or losing each subsequent divine battle, or even the remaining 2 matches, they couldn't accept losing a divine battle due to being outmaneuvered by the Holy Kingdom. Yet with events having unfolded to this point, they had no choice but to accept it. Trump, Musk, and the other Heavenly Kingdom representatives wore expressions of pure excitement. Their scheme had succeeded. The Holy Nation would now secure at least 2 more divine battles, and might even win all 3 remaining matches to claim victory in this divine war. Even if they ultimately lost this divine battle, it wouldn't matter. A 3-2 outcome was far preferable to 3-1 or 3-0. Beyond China, no one else had the right to mock them. Musk, in particular, was even more elated than Trump and the other American figures. After all, this strategy was his brainchild. Should it succeed, he would claim the primary credit. Amidst the murmurs of spectators from around the world, the battle between Benjamin and the little white dragon raged on. By now, the white dragon, forced back relentlessly, was nearing the very edge of the divine battle arena. Yet he showed no sign of panic, blocking Benjamin's every attack with the steadiness of an old dog. Though he retreated 3 steps after each block, appearing to be at a clear disadvantage, he had only been retreating since the fight began. Not a single scratch had touched him. Benjamin, however, grew increasingly excited. He had driven a deity from the center of the divine battle arena to its very edge. This was nothing short of making history. But that wasn't the crux. The crucial point was the barrier surrounding the arena. The little white dragon couldn't retreat indefinitely. Once he forced it to the edge, it would have nowhere left to go. Then, he would have his chance to slay it. And slaying the little white dragon would mean he not only made history by forcing a deity from the center to the edge of the divine battle arena, but also made history by slaying a deity on the divine battle arena itself. Though Xia Taiping had just pioneered slaying a deity on the arena, Xia Taiping achieved it by harnessing divine power. Xia Taiping, however, would accomplish it through his own strength alone. Beyond that, there was one more point. Xia Taiping stood right at the edge of the arena. Once he dealt with the little white dragon, he could then eliminate Xia Taiping. Xia Taiping was a target sought by every nation. Slaying him would not only make him a great hero of the heavenly sovereign kingdom, but his name, Benjamin, would resound across the entire God-blessed continent. With so many blessings laid out before him, within easy reach, how could he not be exhilarated? In his extreme excitement, Benjamin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha. Gods truly are not invincible. Soon, I shall make history by slaying a god on this divine battle arena. Little white dragon, prepare to die. Hearing this, Xia Taiping, his face tense with anxiety, couldn't help but roll his eyes. He truly didn't want to roll his eyes, lest he give himself away and be discovered by the heavenly lord of the heavenly lord kingdom. But he was already struggling to hold back, and Benjamin's arrogance was simply too much to bear. But at this point, whether he gave himself away or not no longer mattered much. Because the battle between Little White Dragon and Benjamin was about to end. Xiao Bailong, retreating continuously, had now reached the edge of the divine battle arena. The Lord of Heaven stood at the opposite edge, a considerable distance apart. Even if the Lord of Heaven detected something amiss, rescue would take time. Yes, the little white dragon wasn't truly being driven back by Benjamin. Instead, following Xia Taiping's instructions, he feigned retreat to widen the gap between himself and the Lord of Heaven. This denied the Lord of Heaven the chance to intervene once he realized something was amiss. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? The answer will soon be revealed. Xia Taiping sighed inwardly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chapter 163, One Sword Through the Heart. Hunter becomes prey. Benjamin remained utterly unaware that he had fallen into Xia Taiping's trap. After his maniacal laughter, he swung his long sword at the little white dragon. Just as before, the little white dragon swung his sword, but this time, instead of blocking, he executed an upward thrust. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed as the two blades collided squarely once more. Benjamin's face was still twisted in a smug grin. The little white dragon had already been forced back to the edge of the divine battle arena. This strike would surely drive it into the barrier at the edge, leaving it with nowhere to retreat. His chance to slay the little white dragon was finally here. But in the next instant, the smile froze on his face. He distinctly felt a surging, overwhelming force erupt from the little white dragon's sword. The force was so immense that it not only halted his own sword's descent but also violently deflected it aside. What the hell? Benjamin was momentarily stunned. He had driven the little white dragon from the center of the divine battle arena to its very edge. This alone proved the little white dragon was inferior to him. Why, then, did the little white dragon unleash such overwhelming power just as he was about to force it into the barrier at the edge of the arena? Before he could ponder further, he saw the little white dragon abruptly withdraw its sword and thrust forward again with blinding speed. This sight made Benjamin's expression change drastically. He was barely over a meter away from the little white dragon. If its sword landed true, it would pierce his heart. He desperately wanted to swing his sword to block, but Xiao Bailong had already deflected it. There was no time to reposition for defense. With no way to counter, he could only retreat or dodge to evade the incoming blade. The situation was critical. Benjamin had no time to ponder why the little white dragon had suddenly unleashed such formidable power. His first instinct was to dart sideways, attempting to evade the lunging blade. But immediately afterward, he realized with horror that the little white dragon's sword speed was blindingly fast, lightning quick, even. Before he could lift his foot, the little white dragon's blade had already reached his chest. SSSH. A faint tearing sound echoed as the white dragon's blade pierced through Benjamin's clothing, sinking deep into his chest. Ah! Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream erupted from Benjamin's mouth. He instinctively reached up to grasp the sword embedded in his chest, then his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees on the divine battle arena with a thud. Though it seemed slow, it all happened in an instant. The spectators in the divine battle arena watched Benjamin kneel on the platform, blood gushing from his chest, then turned to see the little white dragon standing tall, sword still embedded in Benjamin's body. Their minds froze in shock. Ever since the battle between the little white dragon and Benjamin began, Benjamin had held the upper hand, forcing the little white dragon to retreat relentlessly until it reached the very edge of the divine battle arena. How could the situation have reversed so completely in the blink of an eye? They were utterly baffled. If this weren't the divine battle arena, where national honor and destiny hung in the balance, and if they weren't absolutely certain Benjamin wouldn't put on a show with the little white dragon, they might have thought the two were acting. Xia Taiping, however, was not surprised at all. According to the script he had envisioned, little white dragon would feign weakness and retreat continuously after the battle began. This would create distance between himself and the heavenly lord. Then, once pushed to the edge of the divine battle arena, he would unleash a decisive burst of power, swiftly slaying Benjamin before the heavenly lord could intervene. This was precisely why he had declared the battle would conclude swiftly. With the battle unfolding exactly as he'd scripted, how could he possibly be surprised? Wah! A jet of blood spurted from Benjamin's mouth. He lifted his head to glare at Xiaobeilong, then shifted his gaze to Xia Taiping. Kid, you set me up? Earlier, he hadn't understood why the little white dragon, cornered by him and about to crash into the barrier surrounding the divine battle arena, had suddenly unleashed such terrifying power. But seeing the little white dragon's lightning-fast strike, he understood. And seeing Xia Taiping's utterly composed expression made it crystal clear. It wasn't that Xia Taiping was stronger than the little white dragon. This was Xia Taiping's calculated scheme to eliminate him. Only this could explain why Xia Taiping, who had never been a match for Xiaobeilong, suddenly unleashed such overwhelming combat power. It explained why Xia Taiping remained utterly composed, showing not a hint of surprise when he saw Xiaobeilong's sword pierce his chest. Now look at what you're saying. Xia Taiping chuckled. It's your heavenly kingdom that's been trying to undermine our China. How did it become me undermining you? Kid, you're still pretending. Benjamin roared. He clearly possesses immense combat prowess. Just look at how he effortlessly parried my sword and then thrust it through my chest. I didn't even have time to react. But before that, I forced him back step by step. If that's not ambushing me, what is it? Oh, so you figured it out. Xia Taiping exclaimed in surprise. You're not as dumb as I thought. Kid, you. Wah! Benjamin's face flushed crimson with rage. He tried to speak, but before he could finish, another gush of blood spurted from his mouth. The previous spurt had been caused by severe injuries. But this new spurt came from the rage Xia Taiping had whipped up inside him. Since you've seen through me, I won't hide it anymore. Xia Taiping continued. You're quite right. I was indeed plotting against you. Didn't your heavenly kingdom scheme to manipulate our Huaxia kingdom, inciting the divine favorites to slay our Huaxia deities so your heavenly lord could continue participating in the next round of the God War? I must admit, your scheme is cunning. But scheming isn't exclusive to you. I scheme too. So I turned your plan against you, summoning a mighty deity to slay you on the divine battle stage. This shatters your conspiracy while collecting a little interest along the way. As for why the little white dragon was forced to retreat? You're still correct, he was feigning weakness, or rather, luring you deeper into the trap. This created distance between you and your heavenly lord, allowing for a single, decisive strike that left no chance for your heavenly lord to save you. Hearing this, the representatives from various nations in the divine arena suddenly understood. The heavenly lord's nation had sought to scheme against the Huaxia nation, only to be outmaneuvered by them instead. Xia Zhanhua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese representatives were instantly overcome with excitement. Moments before, they had all believed Xia Taiping had fallen victim to the heavenly lord kingdom's scheme, leaving them bitterly resentful. Little did they know Xia Taiping had long seen through the heavenly lord kingdom's plot and had cleverly turned their own scheme against them, digging a massive pit for the heavenly lord kingdom. Trump and the other heavenly master kingdom representatives turned deathly pale. They had been certain their scheme had succeeded, confident they could win at least 2 rounds of the divine war. They even believed they might pull off a 3-round sweep, claiming victory in this divine war and becoming the biggest winners outside of China. Yet to their shock, not only did their scheme fail, they had fallen headfirst into the trap Xia Taiping had meticulously laid for them. Chapter 164, Benjamin's Demise. Killing both body and soul. Ha 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 ha. Holy Kingdom, weren't you feeling pretty smug? Keep gloating. Damn it, you think you can outsmart China? Look at your pathetic IQ. Now you're getting your comeuppance. Taiping turned the tables and even fooled me. That performance was absolutely mind-blowing. Little White Dragon is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. China is mighty. Wave after wave of excited cheers erupted throughout the divine arena. These cheers came from the mouths of Xia Zhanhua, Zhou Tianming, and the other spectators from Huaxia Nation, their faces radiant with excitement and exhilaration. Originally, they had no intention of cheering after all, the battle wasn't over yet. But this masterful reversal of fortune, this stunning comeback, was simply too thrilling to contain. Those who hadn't experienced it firsthand could never understand their emotions, and so, they couldn't help but cheer. Hearing the cheers from the Huaxia nation, the faces of Trump and the other Heavenly Master Nation members darkened further. Their scheme had backfired spectacularly. Not only had they failed to secure at least 2 victories in the divine battle, but they had lost all 3 sets, turning the tables completely. They had not only failed to gain anything but lost everything, suffering a crushing defeat that would make them the laughingstock of the world. Elon Musk's face was as dark as the grime at the bottom of a pot. He had hoped to achieve great glory, but now not only had he failed to do so, he had caused a major disaster. You. Benjamin tried to speak, but Xia Taiping cut him off before he could finish. What do you mean, you? Xia Taiping sneered. Is it only acceptable for you to scheme against us, but not for us to scheme against you? Benjamin fell silent, then rolled his eyes and fainted. But it wasn't from physical injury, he'd fainted from sheer rage. Xia Taiping shot Benjamin a glance and ordered in a deep voice, "Little white dragon, kill him." He had played along with their scheme precisely to eliminate Benjamin to make the Holy Kingdom lose more than it gained, suffering both defeat and humiliation. Now, taking Benjamin's life was as easy as turning his hand. There was no reason to spare him. You dare! Before Xia Taiping could answer, Trump's voice rang out first. Benjamin was a favored servant of the Heavenly Lord, a purple-rank divine being of the Heavenly Lord Kingdom. Killing him would deal a massive blow to the kingdom. But before his words had even faded, Little White Dragon had already moved. With a flick of his sword, the blade piercing Benjamin's chest sliced upward with the momentum, cutting through flesh like tofu. In an instant, Benjamin's upper body and head were cleaved clean in two. The sight turned the faces of Trump, Musk, and the other Heavenly Kingdom representatives ashen. The little white dragon had disregarded their threats and killed Benjamin. To the spectators from various nations in the divine arena, this outcome held no surprise. Divine battles were inherently life or death struggles. Given the chance to slay an opponent, no one held back. Few heeded others' threats to show mercy, especially not Xia Taiping, whose audacity knew no bounds. Trump's warnings meant him nothing. Xia Taiping smiled broadly at Trump. You think we dare? Trump's mouth twitched violently. You've already killed Benjamin, and now you ask me if I dare? He snapped, fuming. Kid, don't get cocky. Killing him won't win you this divine battle. I know. Xia Taiping replied with a smile. A divine battle is a fight between gods. As long as the gods don't concede defeat, the deaths of their divine followers carry little consequence. That's why I never intended to win this battle. My only goal was to eliminate the divine followers of your purple tier gods. Trump's expression froze abruptly. He opened his mouth, seemingly to retort, but ultimately said nothing. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, it was that Xia Taiping had already admitted he never intended to win this divine battle. What else could he possibly say? Xia Taiping smiled again and asked, Purple-grade divine beings' devotees aren't easy to cultivate, are they? Tell me, how long did it take you? How many people died before you finally cultivated a purple-grade divine being's devotee? Trump's face darkened. Why should you care how long it took us or how many lives we sacrificed to cultivate a purple-tier divine being's devotee? All you need to know is that if we can cultivate one, we can cultivate a second. You're absolutely right, and I don't doubt it. Xia Taiping smiled. But how long will it take you next time? How many more lives will be lost? That I don't know, and neither do you. After all, cultivating a purple-grade deity's divine follower isn't easy. But I know this much, without one, you won't be able to summon a purple-grade deity into battle for a very long time. Trump's face turned ashen. He desperately wanted to argue back at Xia Taiping, but he was speechless because what Xia Taiping said was undeniable fact. There's no need to glare at me. This situation isn't our fault, it's yours. Xia Taiping continued, if you hadn't tried to scheme against us, how would your sole purple-tier deity's divine follower have ended up killed? So if you must blame someone, don't blame us, blame your own incompetence. Trump's face darkened even further. Xia Taiping's words were nothing short of cutting to the bone. Yet Xia Taiping's words remained undeniably true, leaving him speechless. That said, divine wars were matters of national honor and interests any means justified. What was wrong with scheming? Yet this logic applied equally to Huaxia nation, leaving him unable to refute Xia Taiping on that ground. If blame must be assigned, as Xia Taiping stated, it could only be placed on their own inferior skills. Seeing Trump rendered speechless, Xia Taiping didn't press the issue further. He turned to Xiao Beilong, his expression grave. Xiao Beilong, I'm sorry. Young friend, it's nothing. Xiao Beilong shrugged it off. For the sake of Huaxia, what's the harm in sacrificing even a strand of my divine soul? Or even my life? Xia Taiping said no more. He raised his hand in a fist salute toward Xiao Beilong and took a few steps back. The little white dragon, gripping his bloodstained sword, charged swiftly toward the Heavenly Lord standing opposite him. His face bore an expression of utter resolve, radiating the tragic grandeur of a warrior setting off on a journey from which there is no return. No. Not seemed it truly was so. For the little white dragon charged forward with the resolve of a man who knew he would never return. The Lord saw the little white dragon charging toward him. Yet he made no move, standing still as he watched the charging little white dragon. His expression, however, darkened. The reason wasn't because his divine follower Benjamin had been killed. A mere divine follower meant nothing to him. What truly mattered was his pride. Xia Taiping and Little White Dragon had not only outmaneuvered Benjamin in the Heavenly Lord's kingdom, but they had also outmaneuvered him. How could he, the Heavenly Lord, be outwitted by a mere mortal and a weak deity? Where could he possibly hide his face? Soon, the Little White Dragon charged before the Heavenly Lord and swung his sword down at him. Almost simultaneously, the Heavenly Lord, who had stood motionless, moved. Chapter 165, Speechless. Splattered in blood. Swish. The Heavenly Lord's lowered right hand shot up like lightning, gently clenching around the white dragon's slashing blade. The next instant, the little white dragon's forward momentum halted abruptly. He flew upward, suspended before the Heavenly Lord. It appeared as though an invisible giant hand had seized the little white dragon by the throat and lifted it up. Seeing the little white dragon instantly subdued by the Heavenly Lord, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena showed no surprise. Judging by Xia Taiping's previous battle against the purple great deity from the three nations, the little white dragon's combat strength couldn't be too formidable. Even if Xia Taiping intended to scheme against Benjamin, it wouldn't require a deity of immense power to deal with him. As a purple great deity, the Heavenly Lord effortlessly subduing the little white dragon was entirely expected. Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators all wore expressions of tension. Though they understood the little white dragon stood no chance against the Heavenly Lord and knew its summoning was solely to counter the deity, witnessing its subjugation still stirred uncontrollable anxiety within them. The reason was simple: the little white dragon was a deity of Huaxia. They refused to witness the fall of a Huaxian deity. Do you know the price of scheming against me? The Heavenly Lord's voice echoed across the divine battle arena. The price? The little white dragon roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. It's nothing more than death. The Heavenly Lord's expression abruptly froze. In this world, nothing matters more than life and death. Thus, the little white dragon's words left him momentarily speechless. After a moment's silence, the Lord of Heaven spoke again. Do you believe I could condemn you to eternal damnation? I don't believe it. The little white dragon flatly denied it, adding with scorn, if those words came from a deity of our Chinese pantheon, I might not doubt them. But coming from you? I don't believe a word of it. You're a foreign deity, you have no authority over the gods of China. The Lord's expression froze once more. For Little White Dragon spoke the absolute truth. While he could condemn the deities of the heavenly kingdom to eternal damnation, he held no such power over Little White Dragon, a deity of China. After all, they belonged to two entirely different pantheons. At a loss for a rebuttal, the Lord of Heaven's face darkened. You are under my control, your very life and death held in my hands. How dare you speak so arrogantly? I'm merely stating the plain truth. Where is the arrogance? The little white dragon paused before adding, besides, if I weren't arrogant, would you spare me? No. The Heavenly Lord shook his head instinctively. A divine battle must have a clear victor. That little white dragon schemed against him again, even executing his divine follower right before his eyes. If he doesn't kill that little white dragon, how can he reclaim the dignity he's lost? Then that's exactly what I'll do. Xiao Bai Long roared with laughter. Cowering leads to death, and arrogance leads to death. Why should I cower? Besides, being controlled by you isn't exactly shameful. After all, the gap in our power is simply too vast. I'm no match for you at all. The Heavenly Lord was once again rendered speechless. What the little white dragon said not only made perfect sense but was also the absolute truth. The Heavenly Lord couldn't find a single reason to refute it. The little white dragon paid no further attention to the Heavenly Lord. He turned slightly to look at Xia Taiping and said, "Young friend, you surrender first." "All right. Heavenly Lord, I concede." Xia Taiping agreed decisively and conceded without hesitation. He understood that Little White Dragon had urged him to concede first to prevent the Heavenly Lord from targeting him. Moreover, he had no intention of continuing the struggle against the Heavenly Lord. With Little White Dragon about to perish, he naturally accepted the suggestion without hesitation. Phew! Hearing Xia Taiping's surrender, the Little White Dragon instantly exhaled a long breath of relief. With Xia Taiping's voluntary surrender, he no longer had any lingering concerns. The Heavenly Lord's expression darkened further. It wasn't just Little White Dragon plotting against him, Xia Taiping was involved too, and in fact, Xia Taiping was the mastermind. He had intended to kill Xiao Beialong first, then Xia Taiping. He was confident he wouldn't give Xia Taiping a chance to surrender voluntarily. Yet Xiao Beialong had unexpectedly allowed Xia Taiping to concede first, and Xia Taiping had promptly spoken up to admit defeat. This had caused his entire scheme to die before it could even begin. Moreover, by not immediately killing Little White Dragon but instead engaging him in speech, he had intended to humiliate Little White Dragon and reclaim the face he had just lost. Yet, not only did he fail to regain his dignity, he was repeatedly silenced by Little White Dragon's retorts. Fuming with rage, he roared, "Don't think that just because you made him surrender, I'm powerless. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. One day, I will kill him. Not only kill him, but I will slaughter every last one of you Huaxia deities to the last man. With you? Xiao Bai Long rolled his eyes in mockery. Setting aside the fact that without a divine patron, who knows when you'll ever set foot on the divine battle arena again, the very notion of you slaughtering every last one of us Chinese deities is pure delusion. If it weren't for our great sages being occupied with vital matters, unable to spare hands for the divine battle arena, do you think you'd have room to strut around up there? Mark my words, there are more than a few among our Chinese deities who could kill you. Hearing this, Xia Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. Earlier, when facing the purple-tiered deity Vishnu of the Three Kingdoms, the Way of Heaven had taken an unusually long time to randomly assign him an opponent. At that moment, he had wondered, could it be that the mighty deities of China were all occupied with important matters, unable to spare the time for the divine battle arena? But that had been mere conjecture. Xia Taiping's words now confirmed his suspicions. The Heavenly Lord's face instantly turned ashen. As the mightiest deity in the Heavenly Lord's realm, who dared not address him with reverence as the great Heavenly Lord? Yet today, not only had he received no respect whatsoever, but he had been utterly scorned by a weak deity from China, one he could control with a mere flick of his finger. This was utterly intolerable. Are you furious? The little white dragon continued, what follows will make you even angrier. Boom! As the little white dragon's words fell, a dazzling flash of light erupted suddenly from his chest. The moment it appeared, the light instantly enveloped the little white dragon, then transformed into an intensely brilliant orb of light. Self-destruct? The Heavenly Lord froze for a moment before sneering, you think self-destruction will work on me? I never expected it to work on you, but if I can't kill you, I can at least make you miserable. The little white dragon's voice echoed in response. The Heavenly Lord's expression abruptly darkened. The little white dragon's self-destruction was meant to disgust him, but he certainly didn't want to be covered in blood from the explosion. He frantically retreated, but it was already too late. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the dazzling sphere of light formed by little white dragon exploded violently. A milky white mushroom cloud tinged with crimson shot skyward, instantly engulfing the Heavenly Lord, who hadn't managed to retreat in time. At the same moment, the little white dragon's laughter echoed out. So what if you're a purple great deity? Even if my self-detonation can't kill you, I won't let you off easy in death. At the very least, I'll drench you in my blood and humiliate you before the eyes of the entire world. Young friend, we shall meet again. Xia Taiping immediately clasped his hands together and declared solemnly, farewell, little white dragon. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation rose in unison, clasping their fists and declaring, farewell, little white dragon. Chapter 166, Defying the Heavenly Lord. Rock, paper, scissors. Farewell, little white dragon. The solemn voices of Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, and the other Chinese nationals reverberated like thunderclaps throughout the divine arena. The spectators from various nations fell utterly silent, their faces frozen in shock. They were clearly stunned by the tragic grandeur of little white dragon sacrificing himself to drench the Heavenly Lord in blood. Beyond that, another point stood out. Throughout today's divine battle, every Chinese deity who appeared had proven themselves fiercely patriotic. This was evident in their declaration that fighting for China was their duty, a conviction so strong that two deities had already willingly sacrificed their lives for their nation. In stark contrast, the deities of other nations not only treated their divine followers with utter contempt but also resorted to all manner of despicable deeds to preserve their divine essence. The difference could not be more glaring. The faces of Trump, Musk, and the other representatives from the Celestial Kingdom turned grim. Though they had won this round of the divine war, they felt no joy whatsoever, only deep frustration. 3 reasons lay at the heart of this gloom. First, their schemes backfired when Xia Taiping outmaneuvered them, resulting in the death of Benjamin, the heavenly sovereign nation's sole purple-tier divine being's devotee. It was unclear how much time and how many casualties it would take for the heavenly sovereign nation to cultivate a second purple-tier divine being's devotee. Second, the Lord's victory was nearly expected, nothing to boast about. Yet they'd been splattered with blood from the little white dragon's self-detonation, leaving them utterly disgraced and a laughingstock to nations worldwide. Thirdly, with the Heavenly Lord's intervention, their entire plan had collapsed. If they failed to win another divine battle, they would become an even greater laughingstock than nations like the 3As or the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Their painstakingly devised scheme had backfired, leading to Benjamin's death. The single divine battle they had won held no pride whatsoever, instead, it had left them utterly disgraced. There was not a single shred of joy to be found. How could they possibly feel happy? The next moment, the voice of heavens will echo through the divine arena. The Holy Kingdom challenges the divine nation in the 3rd divine battle. The Holy Kingdom wins. The 4th divine battle shall commence immediately. Both sides are requested to send representatives to the arena without delay. Simultaneously, the mushroom cloud enveloping the Heavenly Lord dissipated, revealing him to the spectators from all nations within the divine arena. His face was ashen, his body covered in bloodstains, and his once smooth, wavy golden hair was now a tangled mess. Had everyone present not known him as the Heavenly Lord, they might have mistaken him for a beggar crawling out of some garbage heap. Xia Taiping looked at the Heavenly Lord and said in a deep voice, "The next divine battle is about to begin. You no longer have the qualifications to continue fighting. And you're covered in bloodlust. Why don't you get lost? Are you going to stand here and be put on display?" Whoa! Hearing Xia Taiping's words, spectators from all nations in the divine arena sucked in a collective breath of shock. The Heavenly Lord was a purple-grade deity. Not only did Xia Taiping order him to leave, but he did so with utter contempt. Wasn't that audacity taking things too far? But they quickly realized Xia Taiping was the audacious sort, otherwise, how could he have traded a minor demon for a purple-tier deity? And this was the divine arena, where all combat except the divine battle was forbidden. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Lord was, it wouldn't matter here. The Lord of Heaven was instantly enraged beyond measure. When had the mighty Heavenly Lord ever been so utterly disregarded? Not only had he been splattered with blood by a weak deity today, but he was now being mocked by Xia Taiping, a mere mortal. This was simply intolerable. Fuming with rage, he roared, "Boy, do you believe I'll slaughter you?" "I don't believe it." Xia Taiping flatly denied it, then sneered coldly, "This is the divine arena. Do you dare to attack? Of course, you could force the issue. I wouldn't mind trading my life for a shred of your divine soul. But do you dare?" The Heavenly Lord was instantly choked speechless. He desperately wanted to disregard that sliver of divine soul and forcefully kill Xia Taiping, but upon reflection, he decided against it. Not only might the Heavenly Tao intervene, making his attack ineffective, but even if he succeeded, sacrificing a strand of his divine soul to slay a mere mortal like Xia Taiping seemed utterly unprofitable. "You brat, just you wait." The Heavenly Lord's face darkened. "Dare to challenge my authority? I will slaughter you." Xia Taiping sneered, "Save that talk for when you have a new divine follower and can appear in the divine arena." "You." The Heavenly Lord was left speechless once more. For Xia Taiping was absolutely correct, deities could not descend upon the divine arena of their own accord. They could only appear when summoned by a divine follower. Without a divine follower, he didn't even possess the qualifications to appear in the arena. How could he possibly slay Xia Taiping? "What do you mean, what?" Xia Taiping sneered again, "A mighty purple-grade deity, yet you're covered in blood, looking like a beggar. How can you bear to stay here and be gawked at after such a disgrace?" "Oomph." The Heavenly Lord snorted coldly, his figure vanishing instantly. It wasn't that he didn't want to confront Xia Taiping, it was that he couldn't. Staying here would only bring him further disgrace. Better to leave quickly, before the spectators from all nations in the divine arena witnessed his humiliation. Watching the Lord depart, Xia Taiping turned and walked toward the base of the divine battle arena. Having voluntarily conceded defeat, he had forfeited his eligibility to continue participating in the divine battle. Returning to the Huaxia kingdom's camp, Xia Zhenghua raised his hand and patted Xia Taiping on the shoulder. He knew Xia Taiping had lashed out at the Lord out of anger over Little White Dragon's death. "Old Xia, I'm fine." Xia Taiping shook his head and changed the subject. "Since I can't continue in the divine war, please make arrangements for the upcoming battles." "Master Xia, I'll go." "Senior Xia, I'll take this round." "Master Xia, it's my turn now." Before Xia Zhenghua could respond, Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian spoke up simultaneously. Xiao Wenshan remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to participate in the divine battle again. He had already fought once and knew he couldn't compete with the others. So he decided it was better to save his breath and sit quietly. Xia Zhenghua's face twisted with conflict. When Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian were all vying to fight. No matter whom he chose, it would be awkward. Left with no choice, he could only state the truth. It's awkward no matter who I pick or who I leave out. Alright then, the three of you play rock paper scissors. Whoever wins gets to fight. Ha! When Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian froze simultaneously, clearly stunned by Xia Zhenghua's unexpected suggestion. Zhou Yijian hesitated. "Master Xia, this is a divine battle concerning the nation's honor and destiny. Having us decide who fights with a childish game of rock paper scissors, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "It is a bit inappropriate, but let me say something that might sound harsh." Xia Zhenghua replied, "Regardless of who fights, it's merely a formality. Ultimately, it all depends on Taiping. Who do you think I should send? I'm stuck." If you feel uncomfortable, you can opt out and let Old Wen and Old Wu decide the outcome." "I agree. I agree." Wu Zhan and Wen Qingfeng answered in unison. They both wanted to fight. The odds of winning in a two-player rock-paper-scissors game were higher than in a three-player one. They were only too happy for Zhou Yijian to sit out. How could they disagree with Xia Zhenghua? "What the hell are you agreeing to?" Zhou Yijian rolled his eyes. "I was just saying. I never said I wouldn't play. Come on, you two, hurry up. I'm definitely going to beat you both. I can't wait to get out there." "Shameful." Wu Zhan and Wen Qingfeng rolled their eyes before simultaneously holding out their palms. It wasn't that they didn't want to eliminate Zhou Yijian, they both knew he'd never agree to it. Better to skip the pointless arguments and quickly decide who would fight. This scene left the Chinese delegation looking utterly bewildered. This was a divine battle. Deciding who fights with rock paper scissors? It felt downright frivolous. But then again, with Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian all vying to fight, Xia Zhenghua truly found it difficult to decide. Plus, since it was merely a formality to step onto the divine battle stage, having the three settle it with rock paper scissors was indeed a fair and practical solution. Chapter 167, Gabriel vs the Monkey King. Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. The sounds of the game echoed repeatedly within the Huaxia faction of the divine arena. Meanwhile, when Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian repeatedly played rock paper scissors. When two people play rock paper scissors, a winner is usually decided quickly. But with three players, each must defeat the other two simultaneously to win, making the outcome far less certain. Yet figures like Xia Zhenghua, Xia Taiping, and Xiao Tianming watched with delight, showing no sign of impatience. Because the Heavenly Kingdom had yet to send anyone onto the field. And before the Heavenly Kingdom sent anyone onto the field, they had all the time in the world to slowly determine the outcome. While the Huaxia Kingdom used rock paper scissors to decide who would fight in the next divine battle, the Heavenly Master Kingdom was also discussing their next move. Unlike the Huaxia Kingdom's playful approach, their deliberations were heavy and oppressive. Gentlemen, our plan has failed. Trump frowned. This might dampen morale, but our chances of winning this divine battle are now extremely slim. Yet, having come this far, we have no reason to give up. Let's discuss who should fight next. Hearing this, the two middle-aged men seated behind Trump simultaneously lowered their heads, as if afraid of drawing attention. They were Alexander and Marshall, the two remaining unassigned combatants on the Heavenly Kingdom's roster. Before the divine war between the Holy Kingdom and the Chinese Empire began, though they held little confidence in victory, they had not feared taking the field. Yet as the conflict dragged on, their resolve to fight had steadily eroded. The reason was clear: the casualties were simply too heavy. Up to this point, the Holy Kingdom and the Chinese Empire had fought 3 rounds of divine warfare. The Holy Kingdom had sent 3 divine favorites into battle, yet only one had survived. One was sealed within the yin-yang chi vessel, meeting an obscure end, while the other was impaled through the heart by the little white dragon before their very eyes, then cleaved in two from the chest up. Moreover, just moments ago, the little white dragon sacrificed itself in a self-detonation to drench the Lord of Heaven in blood, forcing them to witness the utter resolve of the Huaxia deities. Though Xia Taiping refrained from uttering words of rage, his fierce confrontation with the Lord of Heaven starkly demonstrated the depth of his fury. It was clear that in the ensuing divine battle, the Chinese participants would hold nothing back. This would undoubtedly make the situation even more perilous. 3 divine followers had entered battle, and 2 had perished, a staggering 2/3 mortality rate. Such a high death toll, coupled with China's seething fury, would only intensify the peril. With little hope of victory and a deep fear of death, why would anyone willingly join the fray? Elon Musk and other high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Kingdom did not dwell on this. One after another, they spoke up. The Commander-in-Chief is absolutely correct. The divine war has reached this point. We cannot abandon it now. Even if we have to grit our teeth, we must continue. I believe it would be better to send Alexander into battle. His personal deity is more powerful. Commander-in-Chief, I also believe Alexander should lead the charge. Though victory seems unlikely, what if we win? Commander-in-Chief, I concur. Hearing Musk and the others speak, Alexander seethed inwardly, wanting to curse like a sailor. But he dared only curse inwardly, never uttering a word aloud. To offend Trump, Musk, and the others would mean not just losing his fortune and status, he'd be lucky to find a place to stand in the Holy Kingdom. Marshall breathed a long sigh of relief, inwardly grateful. Fortunately, his patron deity was slightly weaker than Alexander's. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Alexander going into battle, it would be him. Very well. Trump made the final call. Since everyone agrees Alexander is the better choice, then Alexander will fight. Turning to Alexander, he added, Alexander, you go. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Unable to object, Alexander reluctantly agreed, then walked toward the divine battle arena with a tense expression. Meanwhile, after countless rounds of fierce combat, when Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian had finally determined the victor. Ha ha! Zhou Yijian roared with laughter. Didn't I tell you? I knew I'd beat both of you. When Qingfeng and Wu Zhan rolled their eyes in unison, ignoring Zhou Yijian's boastful antics. Zhou Yijian then turned to Xia Zhenghua and said, Master Xia, the Heavenly Kingdom has sent their representative to the stage. I'm going too. All right. Xia Zhenghua nodded and cautioned, be careful. Remember what we discussed earlier. Master Xia, I will. Zhou Yijian responded before rising and striding toward the divine battle arena. Soon, Zhou Yijian stepped onto the divine battle arena. But before he could steady himself, Alexander's voice boomed across the arena. Alexander of the Heavenly Kingdom humbly summons Archangel Gabriel, the Seraphim, to descend. Whoosh! Accompanying Alexander's words, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from between his eyebrows. Immediately, a handsome man emerged from the light. Clad in a white robe, with golden hair cascading behind him, pale blue eyes, and a scepter in hand, this was Archangel Gabriel, summoned by Alexander. Seeing this, Zhou Yijian wasted no time. He looked up at the sky and declared, "Heavenly Way, grant me a random deity." Swish! 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 As Zhou Yijian's words fell, 3 gray cards materialized before him. People from various nations in the divine arena instinctively looked at the deities depicted on the 3 cards hovering before Zhou Yijian. Yet, just as before, none of them recognized a single one. The people of Huaxia, however, were an exception. That's the Great Sage? Holy crap! Old Zhou actually got the Great Sage randomly? That's some Tai luck. Randomly getting the Great Sage. Is that good luck? Or bad luck? Of course it's good. The Great Sage is Xia Taiping's guardian deity. Defeating Gabriel will be a piece of cake. I know all that. What I mean is that once the Great Sage enters the fray, Xia Taiping will have no backup plan left. How could he have no backup? The guardian deity can be forcibly summoned. It won't be rendered unusable just because someone else randomly selected it. Right. How could I have forgotten that? In that case, it really is a stroke of luck. Whispers of discussion rippled through the Huaxia camp. Every face glowed with excitement and anticipation, for they all believed that with the Great Sage entering the fray, this divine battle was already in the bag. Zhou Yijian's face was also filled with astonishment. His expression clearly showed he hadn't expected the heavenly Tao to randomly assign him the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, the divine guardian spirit of Xia Taiping. Snapping out of his surprise, Zhou Yijian did not immediately summon the Great Sage to battle. Instead, he turned to look at Xia Zhenghua and Xia Taiping. This wasn't because he'd forgotten that one could forcibly summon their life-bound deity. Rather, he remembered Xia Zhenghua's advice to consult Xia Taiping before invoking any divine being. Noticing Zhou Yijian's gaze, Xia Taiping immediately declared, "Old Master Xia, choose the Great Sage." Agreed. Xia Zhenghua responded with a nod, then signaled Zhou Yijian with a nod of his own. Seeing this, Zhou Yijian instantly understood Xia Zhenghua's meaning. Xia Zhenghua merely nodded without offering a verbal reminder, clearly signaling for him to choose the Great Sage. With Xia Zhenghua's tacit approval, Zhou Yijian declared decisively, "Zhou Yijian of Huaxia Nation respectfully invites the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, to descend." Chapter 168, The Great Sage's Rebuke. The time is not yet right. The Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? Hearing Zhou Yijian's words, the people from various nations in the divine arena were instantly stunned. They had all overheard the sudden outburst of discussion among the Huaxia delegation moments ago. But the noise was too chaotic for them to make out clearly. They only knew that the heavenly Tao had randomly assigned another powerful deity to Huaxia Kingdom, unaware that this mighty being was none other than Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity, the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Hearing Zhou Yijian's invocation, however, they instantly grasped the truth. Ever since the divine battle began today, they had relentlessly tried to force Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity into the fray, yet failed repeatedly. What they never anticipated was that while they hadn't succeeded in compelling Xia Taiping's guardian deity, the Way of Heaven had instead randomly selected it. After the initial shock, the eyes of all nations present in the divine arena widened in unison. They all knew that Xia Taiping's lifebound deity was the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Yet, they only knew his name and had never seen his true form. Now that Zhou Yijian had summoned him, they naturally wanted to get a good look. The expressions of Trump and the others from the heavenly sovereign nation instantly turned grim. They had clung to a sliver of hope for this divine battle, but never imagined the heavenly Tao would randomly assign Zhou Yijian Xia Taiping's personal deity, the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. This battle had just grown far more perilous. Alexander's expression darkened even further. He had already been forced into this battle. If the heavenly Tao had randomly selected a weaker deity for China, it might have been bearable. But instead, the heavenly Tao had randomly assigned Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity, the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Though he'd only heard of Sun Wukong's name through hearsay and hadn't witnessed the Great Sage equal to heaven's power firsthand, the saying went, "A tree is known by its shadow, a man by his name." The title Great Sage equal to heaven alone was enough to imagine Sun Wukong's immense strength. Moreover, he had heard from Sakura Nation's commander-in-chief Kishida Koyu that Sun Wukong was a blue-tier deity of extraordinary combat prowess. It was precisely because China had produced this blue-tier deity that they had launched the divine war against China. Moreover, the combatants from other nations who had fought before him desperately sought to force out Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity, the Great Sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong, yet failed to do so. He didn't want to face a powerful deity, but here he was, facing Xia Taiping's personal guardian deity, the Great Sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong. What the hell kind of luck is this? This is ing murder. Under the gaze of the world's nations. The 2 cards hovering before Zhou Yijian's body flickered rapidly before vanishing, while the Great Sage's card blazed with intense radiance. Immediately, Sun Wukong emerged from the light crown with a phoenix-winged purple-gold crown, clad in chainmail golden armor, wearing lotus thread cloud treading shoes, and wielding his Rui Jingu Bang. Is this the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? Wow! That design is way too cool. Truly, he has a name that doesn't quite fit, but a title that couldn't be more fitting. Just looking at this outfit, you can tell he's got incredible combat prowess. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted throughout the divine arena. These gasps of astonishment did not come from the people of Huaxia, but from individuals across the world. The reason? Sun Wukong's appearance was simply too dazzling, a phoenix-winged purple gold crown upon his head, chainmail golden armor covering his body, lotus thread cloud treading shoes on his feet, and the in his hand. As for Sun Wukong being a monkey? None of them found that surprising, for they had long been aware of this fact. Trump, Alexander, and others from the heavenly kingdom instantly fell into despair. They had clung to a faint hope that Sun Wukong might be overrated, but seeing his imposing, majestic, and utterly dazzling appearance, that last shred of doubt vanished instantly. Hearing the discussions among people from various nations, figures like Xia Zhenghua and Xiao Tianming wore expressions of pride. As Sun Wukong was a deity of China, they took pride in the praise he received from people around the world. Zhou Yijian, his face aglow with excitement, clasped his fists together and bowed. Greetings, great sage. No need for formalities. Sun Wukong shook his head, then surveyed the surroundings. Is this the divine arena? Zhou Yijian hastily replied, yes, great sage. Sun Wukong nodded, then turned to look at Xia Taiping seated within the Chinese faction. His expression darkened abruptly. He snapped irritably, a fun place like the divine arena, and you didn't even summon me to come play? If the heavenly Tao hadn't randomly selected me, would you have bothered to call me at all? Great sage, I had my reasons for not summoning you. Xia Taiping explained, today, not just one nation, but a full 6 nations have challenged our Huaxia kingdom. This divine battle concerns the honor and fate of our nation. I dared not be the slightest bit careless. I had to keep you here, just in case. I see. Well, I won't hold it against you then. Sun Wukong understood at once. He then asked, by the way, how many divine battles have been fought so far? What are the results? 4 divine battles have been fought thus far, and the 5th is underway. Xia Taiping explained, in the first 4 divine battles, our Huaxia nation emerged victorious every time. 3 of those battles ended with a clean sweep against the enemy. In one battle, we lost a round because the enemy summoned a purple tier deity. Ultimately, we defeated the enemy with a score of 3 wins to 1. The 5th divine battle has seen 3 rounds played. We've won 2. The round we just lost was also because the enemy summoned a purple tier deity. This current round is the 4th. Win this round, and we win the entire battle. Exactly as expected. Sun Wukong showed no surprise whatsoever. He stated matter-of-factly, with you around, winning 4 straight is perfectly normal. As for the 2 battles we lost? Without our great masters stepping in, losing those was also to be expected. Xia Taiping froze in shock. What did he mean, with me here, winning 4 straight is perfectly normal? But then again, as someone deeply familiar with the history of Chinese deities, he was practically a cheat code in this world. Coupled with the sheer number and immense power of Chinese deities, winning 4 consecutive battles was indeed quite normal. At the same time, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he hadn't lost a single divine battle. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would have cursed him on the spot. Curious, he asked, great sage, what are the mighty deities of our Chinese pantheon occupied with? The time isn't right yet. I can't tell you about that. Sun Wukong shook his head and added, but you needn't worry about this matter. The great powers of our Chinese deities are merely temporarily unable to break free. Yet if needed, they can still forcefully descend here at any moment. Xia Taiping nodded, refraining from further questions, though a deep sigh of relief escaped him inwardly. Before this, he had genuinely feared that the mighty deities of China might be held back and unable to descend upon the divine arena. If that happened, once the purple-tier deities of other nations were fully deployed, it would be difficult for China to win. But knowing the great powers of the Chinese deities could descend upon the divine arena whenever needed, he no longer had cause for worry. Kid, no more chit-chat. Sun Wukong added, I'll take care of that guy as quickly as possible and help our nation win this divine battle. With that, Sun Wukong prepared to strike. But before he could act, Xia Taiping's voice rang out first. Great sage, hold on. There's something I need to tell you. Chapter 169, Xia Taiping files a complaint. Scene replay. Oh? Sun Wukong turned to look at Xia Taiping, his curiosity evident. Kid, what is it? Great sage, weren't there 4 divine battles earlier? Xia Taiping explained, many deities from our Huaxia realm appeared in those battles like Erlang Shenyang Jian, Prince Neza, and others. They all sent their regards to you. Princess Ironfan, Bull Demon King, and Red Boy were there too. They no longer hold any grudges against you. Alright, I understand. Sun Wukong nodded, then asked, anything else? One more thing. Xia Taiping hesitated, his tone heavy. Great sage, the white dragon just fell in battle. What? Sun Wukong's expression darkened instantly. He demanded in a low voice, what's going on? The heavenly kingdom summoned a purple great deity and is plotting against our Huaxia kingdom. Xia Taiping explained how he had uncovered the Holy Kingdom's plot, summoned the white dragon to battle and slay Benjamin, and then sacrificed himself in his self-detonation to spite the Holy Kingdom. He gave Sun Wukong a rough account of the events. Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment before replying, very well. I understand. The representatives from various nations in the divine arena exchanged bewildered glances.
Xia Taiping had essentially lodged a complaint with Sun Wukong. Judging by Sun Wukong's initial reaction, it was clear he had a deep connection with the little white dragon.
But what they couldn't understand was why Sun Wukong had suddenly calmed down after hearing Xia Taiping's explanation.
Alexander's expression darkened further. He'd already been unlucky enough to face Xia Taiping's divine patron, the great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong, by forcing himself into this battle.
Now Xia Taiping was complaining to Sun Wukong? Wasn't this just adding insult to injury?
Great sage, that's all I have to say.
Xia Taiping said no more.
Just as people across the world suspected, telling Sun Wukong about Little White Dragon's death was his way of lodging a complaint. Xia Taiping felt deeply unsettled by the White Dragon's noble sacrifice, especially since it stemmed from the Divine Kingdom's scheming. He wanted Sun Wukong to strike down the Divine Kingdom's deities and their devotees to avenge the White Dragon and make the Divine Kingdom understand the price of plotting against the Chinese nation.
Had it been any other deity, he might not have acted thus.
But Sun Wukong was different. Sun Wukong and the White Dragon were sworn brothers. Once Sun Wukong learned of the White Dragon's death in battle, he would inevitably seek vengeance. Thus, he needn't explain his intentions to Sun Wukong to achieve his goal.
As for Sun Wukong suddenly becoming calm after learning the truth, while the people of the world did not understand, he knew it well. It was the calm before the storm. Moreover, as Sun Wukong's divine follower, he could sense the overwhelming fury lurking beneath that calm.
Sun Wukong said no more. He casually flipped his onto his shoulder and charged toward Gabriel with powerful strides. Seeing this, Gabriel stepped forward to meet him. While Trump and others from the Kingdom of Heaven feared Sun Wukong, Gabriel felt no such dread. This wasn't arrogance. Since the Divine War began, he had never heard of Sun Wukong. Moreover, Sun Wukong had just declared he would dispose of Gabriel swiftly to help China win this divine war, an act of blatant contempt. Being so underestimated by Sun Wukong had long fueled Gabriel's desire to fight. Soon, Sun Wukong and Gabriel faced each other. Sun Wukong swung his and struck with brutal force. Gabriel wasted no time, swinging his scepter to meet the blow head-on.
Clang! The next instant, a sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. It was the sound of Sun Wukong's and Gabriel's staff colliding with a solid thud. Almost simultaneously, Gabriel's expression changed dramatically. He felt a surging, overwhelming force emanating from the golden monkey staff, shaking his arms until they ached from gripping the scepter. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable sense of utter helplessness welled up within him. How can this monkey's strength be so terrifying? The thought flashed through Gabriel's mind, his cheeks flushing with astonishment. What he didn't know was that Sun Wukong's weighed 13,500 jin. Without terrifying strength, one couldn't even lift it. Yet Sun Wukong wielded it as easily as his own arm, a testament to his unimaginable power. The next moment, Gabriel found himself unable to control his retreat. This wasn't by choice. Despite straining every muscle, he couldn't withstand the terrifying force radiating from the golden staff. In contrast, Sun Wukong stood firmly rooted to the spot, not even swaying an inch. This scene left spectators from all nations in the divine arena utterly stunned. As the saying goes, a master's skill reveals all. Gabriel was no obscure figure. He was even quite renowned across the divine continent. Yet he had been sent reeling by a single strike from Sun Wukong, a testament to the latter's formidable strength. Trump, Alexander, and the other Heavenly Kingdom representatives were utterly devastated. They had already despaired upon witnessing Sun Wukong's imposing and formidable presence earlier, but at that moment, they hadn't yet succumbed to complete despair. A sliver of hope remained in their hearts that Gabriel might defeat Sun Wukong. After all, many deities in this world were all show and no substance. What if Sun Wukong was the same? But Gabriel being struck back by Sun Wukong's staff in direct combat was like a bucket of ice-cold water dousing the last embers of their hope, plunging them into utter despair. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals, however, remained utterly composed. The moment they saw Sun Wukong among the deities randomly selected by the Tao, they knew victory was assured. Thus, Sun Wukong repelling Gabriel with a single strike was entirely expected. Why be shocked or excited by something anticipated? Having achieved victory with a single strike, Sun Wukong wasted no time. He lunged forward several steps, swinging his golden monkey staff once more toward Gabriel. At that moment, Gabriel was still retreating, his body unsteady. He couldn't even mount a counterattack. Left with no choice, he hastily raised his scepter to block. Even in a direct confrontation, Sun Wukong had already forced him back with overwhelming power. A hastily executed block was even less effective. Clang! 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 The crisp clang of steel met steel echoed as the golden monkey staff and the scepter collided again and again. With each impact, Gabriel was violently slammed back by Sun Wukong, the distance of his retreat growing ever greater. The scene now mirrored their previous battle between the White Dragon and Benjamin. Sun Wukong advanced relentlessly, while Gabriel retreated step by step. But the difference was stark. While the White Dragon had feigned defeat and retreated deliberately, Gabriel was genuinely being driven back by Sun Wukong's relentless assault. "It's over. Watching Gabriel get relentlessly forced back by Sun Wukong, Alexander wasn't just despairing anymore, he was growing more and more terrified. Unlike Trump and others from the Kingdom of Heaven who merely observed, he was a combatant. He faced not only the risk of defeat but also the risk of death in battle. And he hadn't lived enough yet, he didn't want to die. What if I surrender first? In the grip of extreme terror, the thought of surrendering prematurely surged uncontrollably through Alexander's mind. Chapter 170, Surrender? Forcibly slaying Alexander. As the saying goes, when two warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one prevails. The greatest taboo in battle is to harbor cowardice. For once cowardice takes root, one no longer thinks of victory but only of self-preservation. Then the urge to retreat grows ever stronger, spiraling out of control. Alexander's situation was no different. The thought of surrendering prematurely took root in his mind and spread like wild grass after rain, growing uncontrollably. Yes, surrender now. Alexander quickly resolved himself. Though surrendering now was humiliating, it was far better than losing his life. Divine warfare was a battle between deities. His surrender wouldn't affect the outcome of this particular contest. Or rather, even if Gabriel won, their faction would still claim victory in this round. It was just that, having conceded, he himself could no longer participate. I concede. Alexander declared decisively once his mind was made up. But before he could finish the words, a thunderous shout erupted. Hold! The command came from Sun Wukong. Upon learning of Little White Dragon's death in battle, Sun Wukong resolved not only to kill Gabriel but also Alexander. This would avenge Little White Dragon and deliver a profound lesson to the Heavenly Kingdom, making them understand the price of scheming against the Chinese nation. Thus, while seemingly engaged in combat with Gabriel, he had kept a close watch on Alexander's movements all along. He was determined to prevent Alexander from surrendering voluntarily, which would have disrupted his plan and prevented him from slaying Alexander. This was precisely why he could intervene the instant Alexander uttered his surrender. As Sun Wukong's words fell, Gabriel's expression abruptly changed. He realized with horror that the word surrender was already on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not utter it. His mouth, once open, refused to close. Worse still, his entire body was frozen in place, unable to move an inch. The spectators from all nations in the divine arena heard Gabriel utter the words "I concede," followed by Sun Wukong's thunderous shout. This left them speechless and utterly bewildered. Speechless because Gabriel and Sun Wukong were still fighting, yet Alexander was about to concede defeat. How much confidence did Gabriel have in himself, and how afraid of death must he be to do such a thing? That said, they could understand Alexander's desire to concede. Of the three divine favorites who had fought before him, two were dead and one barely clinging to life. Such a staggering death toll, coupled with Gabriel being relentlessly pushed back by Sun Wukong, left no hope of victory in sight. As the saying goes, even an ant clings to life, how much more so a human? So, seeing no hope of victory and not wanting to die, Alexander wanting to surrender early was understandable. The confusion arose because Alexander was clearly about to concede defeat, so why did he fall silent after Sun Wukong's thunderous shout? But they quickly realized Sun Wukong had uttered the word stop. He must possess the power to freeze his enemies with his words, silencing Alexander and preventing him from speaking further. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of Huaxia nation who grasped this truth were overcome with excitement. What defines true mastery? This is what it means to be cool. Sun Wukong fighting in a way that strikes fear into his enemy's heart, forcing them to surrender early. That's what it means to be cool. Trump and the others from the Kingdom of Heaven all wore grim expressions. While they understood Alexander's desire to survive, admitting defeat prematurely before the gods had finished their battle in front of representatives from nations across the world was utterly humiliating. Gabriel's expression wasn't much better. He was still locked in combat with Sun Wukong, yet Alexander had already declared defeat. This clearly signaled a lack of faith in Gabriel, making him a laughingstock in the eyes of the world's nations. How had he ever been so blind as to choose Alexander, this cowardly wimp, as his divine chosen one? Sun Wukong ceased his attacks on Gabriel. He turned his gaze to Alexander and coldly demanded, "You wish to surrender? Did you seek my permission?" Alexander's face twisted with frustration. He desperately wanted to refute Sun Wukong's words, but being immobilized and unable to speak, he couldn't even protest. But though he couldn't speak, others spoke for him like Trump. Heaven's way, our divine follower wished to concede defeat, yet was forcibly prevented by the Chinese deities. This violates the rules. Though Alexander's actions were utterly disgraceful, he remained a blue-tier deity's divine follower. Should Alexander be killed, cultivating another blue-tier divine follower would demand immense sacrifice. Therefore, no matter how displeased he felt, he had to find a way to preserve the life of this immense pressure. Your interpretation is utterly mistaken. The divine war rules contain no explicit prohibition against preventing an enemy from conceding defeat. The absence of such a stipulation implies permission. Thus, the great sage's actions were entirely proper. Xia Taiping's voice chimed in. Trump spoke up for Alexander, so naturally he would speak up for Sun Wukong. Trump's expression abruptly froze. He desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping's words, but Xia Taiping had stated the truth. This left him unable to counter, and he had no time to do so anyway. As soon as Xia Taiping finished speaking, Sun Wukong charged toward Alexander. "Monkey, I am your opponent." Gabriel immediately blocked Sun Wukong's path. Though Alexander's voluntary surrender had stripped him of all dignity, and he burned with the desire to kill Alexander himself, Alexander remained his divine chosen one. Allowing Sun Wukong to kill Alexander before his very eyes would only bring shame upon him. Therefore, even though he yearned to kill Alexander, he could not allow Sun Wukong to do it. "You think you can stop me?" Sun Wukong halted, his face twisted with contempt as he stared at Gabriel. Immediately, he plucked a hair from his head and blew on it lightly. Swish! In an instant, the hair transformed into another Sun Wukong. This spectacle stunned the spectators from various nations in the divine arena, including Gabriel. They couldn't comprehend how Sun Wukong had conjured another version of himself. But before they could ponder further, Sun Wukong's voice rang out once more. "Kill him!" Hearing this, the hair-turned Sun Wukong charged toward Alexander, his Rui Jingu Bang raised. Gabriel tried to intervene, but Sun Wukong blocked him. "Didn't you say I was your opponent?" Sun Wukong sneered. "I'm standing right here, why are you running? Don't tell me you've already forgotten what you just said?" Gabriel's expression darkened further. He did not want Sun Wukong to slay Alexander before his eyes, but blocked by Sun Wukong, he could only watch helplessly as the hair-turned Sun Wukong charged toward Alexander. As the hair-turned Sun Wukong charged toward him, fear filled Alexander's eyes. He didn't want to die, truly didn't want to die. So he struggled desperately, trying to break free from Sun Wukong's immobilizing spell. But no matter how hard he fought, even mustering every ounce of strength he had, it was all in vain. After several failed attempts to break free from Sun Wukong's immobilization spell, Alexander felt both despair and regret. He had surrendered early to survive, yet that very surrender had only hastened his demise. Chapter 171, One Blow to Smash. Next, it's your turn. Soon, Sun Wukong, transformed into a hair-like form, charged toward Alexander. Without hesitation, he swung his golden monkey staff, bringing it crashing down through the air, aimed squarely at Alexander's skull. At this sight, Alexander's face instantly drained of color. Fear surged through him, climbing to the top of his skull. His pants instantly dampened with liquid, streams of it trickling down his legs and onto the ground. Thud! The next moment, a heavy thud echoed through the air. It was the sound of these smashing into Alexander's skull. Boom! 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 Immediately after, a series of sounds like watermelons exploding echoed. That flowed downward relentlessly, leaving a trail of explosions in its wake. Alexander's skull, neck, and torso all shattered violently. In mere moments, Alexander was reduced to a pile of bloody pulp. SSS-rank. This scene sent a collective gasp of horror through the spectators from all nations in the divine arena. To reduce Alexander to a pile of pulp with a single blow, what terrifying force would be required to achieve that? Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese spectators were no exception. Though they had long known Sun Wukong was powerful, they never imagined he could be this formidable. If his avatar, formed from a single hair, was this strong, how powerful must the real Sun Wukong be? Being crushed into pulp was entirely different from being killed outright. The distinction, if not as vast as heaven and earth, was certainly not far off. Trump, Musk, and the other Heavenly Kingdom representatives all wore grim expressions. They had lost another divine favored warrior, and in the most gruesome manner imaginable. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Sun Wukong's overwhelming power made it virtually impossible for Gabriel to defeat him and win this divine battle. Gabriel's expression was hardly any better. His divine favored one had ultimately been forcibly slain by Sun Wukong right before his eyes, leaving him utterly humiliated once more. But before he could utter a single word of platitudes, Sun Wukong's voice rang out first. "Next up is you." Gabriel's expression froze abruptly. Sun Wukong had just brutally slain his divine follower, and now he was targeting Gabriel himself, declaring, "Next up is you." Such arrogance was beyond belief. Gabriel had never encountered anyone so brazen in his entire life. Fuming, Gabriel shot back, "You think you can kill me? With me?" Sun Wukong nodded, adding, "Don't even think about surrendering, because you won't get the chance. I'll see how you manage to deny me even that chance." Gabriel's face turned ashen, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. Though he just witnessed Alexander being denied even the chance to surrender, surrendering was the simplest thing in the world. He wasn't some useless fool like Alexander. And now Sun Wukong dared say he wouldn't even get the chance to surrender? How utterly contemptuous. "You'll see." Sun Wukong sneered coldly, plucking another monkey hair from his head before blowing on it lightly. Swish! 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 In the next instant, 7 Sun Wukongs materialized consecutively on the divine battle arena. Together with the Sun Wukong transformed from the previous hair, they surrounded Gabriel from all 8 directions: east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest. The original Sun Wukong soared into the air, hovering above the battlefield. His posture clearly signaled an intent to prevent Gabriel from escaping through the air. This spectacle left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena staring at each other in stunned silence. With 8 Sun Wukong figures completely encircling Gabriel and the original Sun Wukong holding the skies, Gabriel was trapped in an inescapable, all-around siege, literally cornered like a turtle in a jar. Gabriel's expression abruptly darkened. His earlier clash had already made him realize he was no match for Sun Wukong in direct combat. Now, with 8 additional Sun Wukongs surrounding him completely, how could he possibly fight on? Attack! Sun Wukong wasted no words, issuing the command directly. At his command, the 8 Sun Wukongs surrounding Gabriel simultaneously swung their golden staffs, smashing them down toward him. The sight sent a chill down Gabriel's spine. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. But he wasn't facing 4 hands, he was facing 16. Attacks came from every direction, making blocking impossible. With Sun Wukong commanding from above, breaking through from that angle was equally futile. Left with no choice, he could only defend. Boom! Gabriel raised his staff and slammed it down hard onto the divine battle platform. Instantly, a transparent shield materialized, enveloping Gabriel within its protective barrier. Almost simultaneously, Sun Wukong, suspended in midair, moved. He swung his golden monkey staff down with brutal force. Though Sun Wukong's movements were slightly slower than those of his 8 hair-transformed clones, his attack arrived first. His strike hit Gabriel's protective barrier before the attacks from the 8 clones could land. Thud! With a dull thud, Sun Wukong smashed squarely into the light barrier Gabriel had raised. Immediately, cracks began to appear on the light barrier, rapidly spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, the shield was covered in a dense network of cracks. At a glance, it looked as though Gabriel's shield had been draped in a layer of spiderwebs. Boom! The moment the cracks covered the shield, Gabriel's protective barrier exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless specks of starlight before vanishing entirely. This sequence seemed slow to describe, yet it unfolded in an instant. This was evident from the fact that the attacks launched by the 8 Sun Wukong clones, created from his hair, had not yet reached their target. Gabriel's expression changed drastically once more. He had believed that even if his defense couldn't withstand the attacks of all 8 Sun Wukongs, it would buy him some time. Yet, to his utter shock, the shield was shattered instantly by a single blow from the real Sun Wukong, granting him not even a moment's respite. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real crisis was the imminent onslaught from the 8 surrounding Sun Wukong clones. Having wasted precious time erecting his shield, Gabriel now had no time left to mount any other defense. Had he not just witnessed Sun Wukong's hair clone smash Alexander into pulp with a single strike, he might have dared to brace against the combined assault of the 8 clones. After all, avatars were merely projections, they couldn't possibly match the power of the original. But unfortunately, there were no such ifs. He had just witnessed Sun Wukong reduce Alexander to mincemeat with a single strike from a clone created from his hair. This made him acutely aware of just how formidable the combat power of Sun Wukong's hair clone avatars truly was. Therefore, he dared not endure the attacks of 8 Sun Wukong avatars head-on. He dared not even contemplate the consequences of such attacks landing upon him. At that moment, Gabriel suddenly understood why Alexander had wanted to concede defeat before he and Sun Wukong had settled their battle. Because delaying his surrender meant certain death. Chapter 172, Intercepting Again. Beating him to death. Unable to withstand the blows, with no escape route, no time to react, and no desire to die. In that moment, Gabriel too wanted to concede defeat. Just as Alexander had anticipated, though admitting defeat was humiliating, it was far better than losing his life. Moreover, Gabriel acted more decisively than Alexander the moment he considered surrender. His mind was made up. The reason wasn't Gabriel's character or Alexander's decisiveness, but rather that Alexander had time to consider, while Gabriel was driven to the edge with no room for thought. He had to decide in an instant. Having made up his mind, Gabriel opened his mouth to concede defeat. But almost simultaneously, Sun Wukong's thunderous shout echoed. Stop! As Sun Wukong's roar echoed, the words "I surrender" that had been on Gabriel's lips were instantly choked back, trapped in his throat. In that moment, Gabriel experienced firsthand the frustration Alexander had felt when he wanted to admit defeat but couldn't utter the words. He also felt his mouth gaping open, unable to close, and his body frozen, unable to move even an inch. But he couldn't fathom how Sun Wukong had known he was about to surrender, or how they had spoken the words together. But the moment this thought crossed his mind, his expression abruptly changed. He hadn't uttered the surrender in time. The heavenly Tao wouldn't protect him for admitting defeat. But that wasn't the crux. The crucial point was that after Sun Wukong disrupted his initial attempt to surrender, there was no longer enough time to try again. Now, he had no choice but to brace for the onslaught of Sun Wukong's 8 illusory forms, each born from a single hair. Not only Gabriel was stunned, but spectators from all nations in the divine arena were equally bewildered. They had long anticipated Sun Wukong would use immobilization magic to prevent Gabriel's surrender, but they couldn't fathom how Sun Wukong had instantly discerned Gabriel's intent to concede and spoken in unison with him. How did Sun Wukong manage it? The truth was simple: Sun Wukong and Gabriel speaking simultaneously was mere coincidence. Yet Sun Wukong's successful prevention of Gabriel's surrender was no accident, it was foresight. The moment his staff shattered Gabriel's protective barrier, Sun Wukong realized Gabriel would likely surrender. Having been driven to the brink, Gabriel had no recourse but to concede. Sun Wukong immediately cast a immobilization spell to prevent Gabriel from uttering the words of surrender, which would have rendered him unable to finish the fight. Of course, Gabriel might have refused to concede, but that wouldn't have mattered either. Not only would Gabriel's refusal suit him perfectly, but the immobilization spell wouldn't go to waste either. With Gabriel frozen, Sun Wukong could better direct the attacks of his 8 avatars, created from his hair, to land on Gabriel. Thud! 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 In the next instant, a series of dull thuds echoed in quick succession. That was the sound of 8 striking Gabriel's body one after another with full force. Yet Gabriel didn't utter a single scream. This wasn't due to exceptional endurance or iron will, but because the immobilization spell rendered him unable to speak, let alone scream. Obstructed by the 8 Sun Wukong clones, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena couldn't see Gabriel's state after taking 8 full blows. But Sun Wukong, suspended in midair, saw it all clearly. Though Gabriel hadn't been instantly obliterated like Alexander, he lay crushed upon the divine battle platform. His arms and legs twisted into grotesquely contorted angles, blood gushing freely from his chest. Clearly, Gabriel had sustained severe injuries from enduring 8 blows. His breaths were shallow and labored, death drawing near. Swish! With a casual wave, Sun Wukong made the 8 clones surrounding Gabriel vanish into thin air. Immediately after, Gabriel reappeared before the eyes of the spectators from various nations in the divine arena. Whoa! Upon seeing Gabriel's state, spectators from all nations in the divine arena sucked in their breath in shock. Earlier, Sun Wukong and Gabriel had exchanged countless blows, yet Gabriel had merely been knocked back. But this time, Sun Wukong had struck Gabriel down with a single blow, leaving him barely clinging to life. How could the tide turn so abruptly? As for Gabriel not exploding like Alexander had? They weren't particularly surprised. As a blue-tier deity, Gabriel's power and physical constitution far surpassed those of a mere mortal like Alexander. Thus, surviving 8 direct strikes without being obliterated was entirely expected. Otherwise, his blue-tier deity title would be severely overrated. He won. Xia Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals all wore expressions of pure excitement. The outcome matched their predictions exactly. Defeating Gabriel was no challenge for Sun Wukong. Though this outcome had long been anticipated, witnessing it unfold still stirred genuine excitement within them. Victory was always cause for celebration, and winning this divine battle meant they had triumphed over the Heavenly Kingdom in their divine conflict. It's over. Trump, Musk, and the others from the Heavenly Kingdom wore grim expressions. They had schemed extensively to win the divine battle against China, or at least to make the final outcome look presentable. Yet not only did they fail to win the battle against China, they couldn't even make the outcome appear favorable. Their outcome proved even more dismal than those of Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, the 3A Nations, and Greece. Not only had they lost 3 divine favorites, but Xia Taiping had turned their own scheme against them, causing the death of a divine favorite of a purple-grade deity. In short, they had lost both face and substance. Swish! Sun Wukong descended from the heavens, landing beside Gabriel. He looked down at the barely alive Gabriel and said coldly, "I told you not to think about surrendering, because you wouldn't get the chance. But you didn't believe me. Now, do you believe me?" Gabriel opened his mouth, as if to speak, but before any words escaped, his eyes rolled back and he fell silent. Immediately after, Gabriel's body flickered rapidly several times before dissolving into scattered starlight and vanishing. Gabriel was dead, struck down by the 8 illusory forms created from Sun Wukong's hair. Sun Wukong had fulfilled his earlier words. Now it was Gabriel's turn, and Gabriel, too, had no chance to surrender. The next instant, the voice of the Heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. 4th match, Heavenly Kingdom challenges China. China wins. The Kingdom of China wins 3 out of 4 battles, claiming victory in this divine war. As the Heavenly Tao's declaration fell, deafening cheers erupted in response. Woohoo, we won again. Ha ha ha, we've claimed victory in the divine battle once more. 15 wins in 17 divine battles, 5 straight victories. Who can match that? The great sage is mighty. Xia Taiping is mighty. The Huaxia nation is mighty. Xia Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia nation cheered wildly, their voices echoing with excitement. A perfect 5-game sweep was beyond their wildest dreams, and this wasn't even the final result. Because next up was the divine battle against Egypt. If they could secure victory in the divine battle against Egypt, their 5 consecutive wins would become 6. Chapter 173, A Bountiful Harvest. The final divine battle. Hearing the cheers of the Huaxia nation, a smile spread across Sun Wukong's face. He had lived up to Xia Taiping's expectations, successfully slaying Gabriel and Alexander to avenge Little White Dragon. But this wasn't true vengeance, merely collecting a little interest. For the true culprit who killed Little White Dragon still lived. Huff. Sun Wukong let out a long sigh, then turned to look at Xia Taiping seated in the Huaxia camp. Kid, for now, I can only collect some interest on the debt to Little White Dragon. But one day, I'll avenge him completely. Understood, great sage. Xia Taiping nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Seeing Sun Wukong brutally slaughter Alexander and Gabriel had eased his pain somewhat by collecting a portion of the interest for the White Dragon's death. Trump, Musk, and the others from the Heavenly Kingdom, however, were all grim-faced. What did he mean by one day? That he would help Little White Dragon get complete revenge? Sun Wukong meant that one day he would kill the Heavenly Lord to avenge the Little White Dragon. Elsewhere, Trump might not dare challenge Sun Wukong. But here, in the divine arena where all conflict except God wars was forbidden, he faced no repercussions for rebutting him. So he spoke up immediately. The Heavenly Lord is a purple-tier deity. You, a mere blue-tier deity, speak such words? Don't you fear the wind will twist your tongue? You're right. I might not be a match for your so-called Heavenly Lord. Sun Wukong nodded, then abruptly changed his tone, but just because you have purple-tier deities, does that mean China has none? If it weren't for our purple-tier deities being occupied with urgent matters, do you believe I couldn't summon several of them here? Trump's expression froze. Had anyone else said this, he would have scoffed. After all, summoning a purple-tier deity wasn't something anyone could do on a whim. But coming from Sun Wukong, he found himself unable to refute it. Nearly all the Chinese deities present today knew Sun Wukong personally. This alone demonstrated the immense breadth of his connections. For a deity with such extensive influence, summoning purple-tier deities was hardly a challenge. After all, connections matter not only in the human world but also in the divine realm. And, Sun Wukong continued, are the purple-tier deities of our Huaxia even comparable to your purple-tier deities? And besides, Huaxia has not just one purple-tier deity, but many. How could we possibly fail to kill your so-called Heavenly Lord? Trump's expression froze once more. He desperately wanted to refute Sun Wukong's words, but he couldn't find a way to do so. For in today's divine battle, he had witnessed firsthand the formidable might of China's deities. If even China's green and blue tier deities were so powerful, how could he deny that its purple tier deities were equally formidable? Beyond that, there was another point. Sun Wukong had stated that China possessed multiple purple tier deities, whereas his own Heavenly Father's realm had only one. Trump harbored little confidence that the Heavenly Father could single-handedly take on so many opponents. Seeing that Trump showed no intention of speaking, Sun Wukong saw no point in further discussion. He turned to Xia Taiping and said, "Young man, matters here are settled. I have business to attend to and must depart. But should you ever need me, don't hesitate, just summon me." Understood. Xia Taiping clasped his hands together in respect. Farewell, great sage. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation rose in unison, clasping their fists and bowing. Farewell, great sage. Sun Wukong nodded, and his figure vanished into thin air. At that very moment, the voice of the Tao resounded once more throughout the divine arena. According to the rules of the divine war, the victorious party may demand compensation from the defeated party. Now comes the victor's moment of reward. What compensation does Huaxia nation desire? Hearing this, Trump, Musk, and the other Heavenly Kingdom representatives grimaced in pain. Like Greece, they had gained nothing from China last year, so the price they would pay would be a genuine sacrifice, not merely spitting out what they had already swallowed, as nations like Japan had done. At this moment, Trump, Musk, and the other Heavenly Sovereign Nation representatives regretted heeding Sakura Nation's suggestion to initiate the divine war against China. Had they not done so, they wouldn't have suffered defeat in the divine war and paid such a heavy price, nor would they have lost 3 divine followers. But alas, their regret came too late. They also knew they couldn't blame Sakura Nation for this, for Sakura Nation hadn't forced them into the divine war against China. It was their own eagerness to seize the opportunity to profit from China that had led them to readily agree. Xia Zhanghua turned to Xia Taiping and said, "Taiping, you speak." "Yes, Elder Xia." Xia Taiping did not refuse. He declared loudly, "Heavenly Tao, I demand 1/10 of the Heavenly Kingdom's national fortune." Granted. The voice of the Heavenly Tao echoed throughout the divine arena. In the next instant, the massive map that had appeared before materialized once more above the divine arena. Immediately after, a golden dragon burst forth from the green territory representing the nation of China. Roar! The golden dragon let out a mighty roar to the heavens before soaring toward the green territory representing the Heavenly Kingdom. Soon, the golden dragon soared above the green territory representing the Heavenly Kingdom. Roar! Another mighty roar erupted from the dragon's maw. Opening its massive jaws, it sucked fiercely at the green territory representing the Holy Kingdom. A golden beam of light shot out from the territory, then vanished into the dragon's mouth. Simultaneously, the golden dragon's body instantly grew a full size larger. Roar! Another mighty roar erupted from the golden dragon's maw. It turned its body and flew toward the green section representing the divine nation, then plunged headfirst into the green section representing the divine nation. In the next instant, the enormous map suspended above the divine arena flickered rapidly several times before vanishing entirely. This scene sent waves of excitement through the Chinese delegation, including Xia Zhanghua and Zhou Tianming. Defeating Greece and securing 1/10 of its national fortune meant China had truly turned its losses into gains. Now, having defeated the Holy Kingdom and gained 1/10 of its national fortune, this was no longer merely turning a loss into a profit, it was a bountiful harvest. The representatives of other nations within the divine arena once again wore expressions of complex emotion. China had now won 5 consecutive battles. With only one divine battle remaining, Egypt held the key to halting China's winning streak. If even Egypt could not halt China's winning streak, today's divine battle would become a complete farce. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena once more. According to the rules of the divine arena, national fortune rewards and penalties will be settled immediately after all divine battles conclude. Proceeding to the 6th divine battle, Egypt challenges China. The contest commences in 30 minutes. Both nations must submit their combatant rosters 10 minutes prior. Failure to report rosters on time will be deemed an automatic forfeit. Chapter 174, Contradictions. Fight or surrender. As the voice of heaven's words fell, preparations commenced for the final divine battle of the day. Manhwa turned to Xia Taiping and asked, "Taiping, will the roster remain unchanged?" "Elder Xia, this is what I had in mind." Xia Taiping nodded without hesitation. The roster for the first 5 divine battles had remained unchanged, there was no reason to alter it for the final one. "Very well, then the roster remains unchanged." Manhwa nodded, then announced loudly, "Heaven's Path, the roster for Huaxia Nation remains unchanged." "Approved." The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed throughout the divine arena. Manhwa made no further mention of the divine battle, instead engaging in casual conversation with Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, and the others. None of the others brought it up either. The divine war had already unfolded far beyond their expectations today. The outcome of the final battle no longer mattered to them. Of course, indifference aside, victory was still preferable to defeat. While the Huaxia kingdom remained serene and carefree, the Egyptian kingdom was shrouded in gloom, its people deeply troubled. What was bound to happen has finally come to pass. Egypt's commander-in-chief Muhammad couldn't help but sigh. Before today's divine battle commenced, he had been eager to challenge Huaxia, even hoping to be the first to initiate the divine war. Yet due to the order of arrival, Egypt found itself last in line. Yet as the divine battles continued, his desire to challenge China steadily waned. By the end, he even wished his turn would never come, sparing Egypt the need to face China at all. The reason was simple: China had won battle after battle with overwhelming dominance, steadily eroding his confidence. And without confidence, how could he possibly welcome the divine battle? Yet while the wish was beautiful, reality proved cruel. Following the successive defeats of Greece and the Holy See, the turn finally came to Egypt. After a moment of lamentation, Muhammad began to ponder a question: fight or surrender? This wasn't a new dilemma for him, he'd grappled with it since the defeat of the 3 Arab nations. Yet indecision had paralyzed him, leaving him still undecided. This wasn't due to indecisiveness on Muhammad's part, it was simply that neither option offered a clear path forward, creating a truly agonizing dilemma. After pondering for a moment and still unable to decide, Muhammad turned to the numerous high-ranking officials of Egypt and said, "Gentlemen, it is now our turn to challenge the Chinese Empire. Please share your views." The Egyptian High Command exchanged glances before speaking in unison. "Commander-in-Chief, the Huaxia Kingdom has won all 5 battles, they are overwhelmingly powerful. We likely have little hope of victory in this confrontation. Commander-in-Chief, even though the 3 Arab nations in the Holy Kingdom have deployed purple-tier deities, they still couldn't halt China's winning streak. Victory seems unlikely for us. Commander-in-Chief, given the formidable performance of Huaxia Nation, deploying even 2 purple-tier deities to defeat them may not be sufficient. We may need to send 3 purple-tier deities, but we simply don't have that many. Commander-in-Chief, even deploying 3 purple-tier deities might not be secure. That monkey from Huaxia just stated that while their purple-tier deities are currently occupied with urgent matters, they can still force their descent if necessary. Commander-in-Chief, this might sound like praising the enemy and demoralizing our own troops, but winning this battle is going to be incredibly difficult. Commander-in-Chief, the deities of Huaxia are truly brutal. The Holy Kingdom sent 4 divine followers into battle, and 3 of them perished. I'm genuinely worried our divine followers might suffer the same fate as the Holy Kingdoms." After hearing the reports from numerous high-ranking officials, Muhammad could only offer a bitter smile. Indeed, it wasn't just him who had lost confidence, everyone had been crushed. He inquired, "From what I gather, are you suggesting we abandon the fight?" Egypt's high-ranking officials spoke up again. "Commander-in-Chief, that is not what I meant. Abandoning the war would not only damage Egypt's reputation, but China would never agree to it. Previously, other nations attempted to withdraw, only to be flatly refused by China. Commander-in-Chief, I too am not advocating surrender. I merely state our prospects of victory are slim. Commander-in-Chief, I too am not advocating surrender. Commander-in-Chief, I feel the same way." Muhammad's face darkened. "You've all just said winning against China is basically impossible. When I ask if you're giving up, you all deny it. Isn't that contradictory?" But he understood why the Egyptian High Command kept contradicting themselves, none of them wanted to take the fall. I asked for your opinions whether you'd fight or surrender. Muhammad said grimly, I didn't ask you to beat around the bush and spout contradictory nonsense.
Hearing this, the Egyptian officials all looked awkward and fell silent.
They understood Muhammad's meaning perfectly well. But they couldn't voice a clear opinion. If things went wrong, they'd be the scapegoats, the targets of public condemnation in Egypt. If you won't speak, I will. Muhammad continued, first, fighting.
As you've said, we have virtually no chance of victory.
Moreover, our divine followers could suffer the same fate as those of the divine kingdom, heavy casualties. As for abandoning the fight, the Chinese Empire will certainly not agree. As you mentioned, there are precedents for this.
Therefore, the only way we could withdraw would be to concede defeat in this divine war, but doing so would damage our honor.
Fighting offers virtually no chance of victory and risks heavy casualties, yet it preserves our honor.
Surrendering would damage our honor but prevent the possibility of catastrophic losses among our divine followers.
Both options carry their own risks and rewards.
What do you say, fight or retreat?
No need to elaborate further.
Upon hearing this, the Egyptian nation's high-ranking officials exchanged glances yet remained silent. Earlier, they had spoken up eagerly because they didn't need to commit to a clear stance and wouldn't become the scapegoat. But now it was different. Muhammad demanded a definitive answer, and none dared be the first to speak. The first to speak would likely become the scapegoat, the target of Egypt's public condemnation.
Seeing the Egyptian high-ranking officials remain silent, Muhammad knew exactly what they were thinking. A bunch of useless cowards who go silent when it matters most. Muhammad couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yet he overlooked that not only did many Egyptian leaders refuse to be scapegoats, he himself felt the same way.
Otherwise, he would have made the decision outright instead of seeking input from the Egyptian leadership.
Since no one is speaking up, let's vote by show of hands.
Unable to elicit opinions from the Egyptian leadership, Muhammad changed tactics. Those in favor of war, raise your hands.
Chapter 175, Forced Scapegoating. Surrender without fighting.
The Egyptian high-ranking officials exchanged glances. All eyes darted from one to another, yet not a single hand rose. It wasn't that they were waiting for others to raise their hands first. Rather, this divine battle held virtually no hope of victory. Forcing it would not only waste time but also risk the deaths of both the divine favorites and the deities themselves.
Frankly, it seemed a losing proposition.
Seeing no hands raised, Muhammad declared decisively, since none of you are raising your hands, it means none of you agree to fight.
In that case, we forfeit this divine battle outright.
Hearing this, the Egyptian leadership froze in surprise.
Shouldn't you at least ask us if we agree to forfeit? How could you just decide this on your own? But they quickly realized, if Muhammad had asked again and they still hadn't raised their hands, wouldn't that have made Muhammad look foolish? By making the decision outright, Muhammad not only avoided embarrassment but also shifted the blame onto them.
After all, when Muhammad asked those who wanted to fight to raise their hands, not a single one had done so.
Claiming they unanimously opposed battle was perfectly plausible.
Any blame would fall squarely on them.
This realization left Egypt's high-ranking officials deeply frustrated. They didn't want to take the blame, yet Muhammad had forcibly pinned it on them. They couldn't escape it. Muhammad truly was a cunning fox. His skill at shifting blame was masterful.
Seeing the gloom spread across the faces of Egypt's high-ranking officials, Muhammad knew exactly what they were thinking.
Oomph. Do you think avoiding a clear stance will let you off the hook? Nice try. If I want you to take the blame, you won't escape it. Muhammad sneered inwardly before declaring loudly, Heaven's path. After deliberation among Egypt's high-ranking officials, we have unanimously decided Egypt withdraws from this divine war.
Hearing this, the representatives from all nations in the divine arena froze in shock. They had all been anticipating a fierce battle between Egypt and China, hoping to blunt China's sharp edge. Even if Egypt failed to defeat China, suffering casualties among its gods and divine followers would at least offer some solace. Why would Egypt simply concede? But they quickly realized why. China had won 5 consecutive divine battles. Even excluding the 2 matches where purple-tier deities did not participate, China still achieved a flawless victory with an overwhelmingly formidable record. Such overwhelming might was simply too daunting. Compounded by the recent clash where 4 divine followers of the celestial kingdom fought, resulting in the deaths and injuries of 3 of their own, the intimidation factor was equally formidable. Given all these factors combined, Egypt's reluctance to fight was hardly surprising. Yet understanding was one thing. Egypt's withdrawal had dashed their plans before they even began, leaving them deeply frustrated. Beyond frustration, they were also somewhat speechless. Earlier, another nation had attempted to withdraw from the battle only to be flatly refused by the Chinese nation. The Egyptian delegation had witnessed this firsthand. Yet they still considered abandoning the fight? Wasn't this like willingly offering their faces for the Chinese nation to strike? Xia Taiping, Manhwa, and the other representatives from China were taken aback. Their expressions clearly showed they hadn't anticipated Egypt's withdrawal from this divine battle. After all, when other nations had previously tried to abandon the fight and been flatly refused, anyone with half a brain wouldn't consider doing the same. Before they could ponder further, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed through the divine arena.
Egypt, this divine battle was initiated by you. Should you wish to abandon it, you must first obtain the consent of China. Heavenly Tao, I understand. Muhammad acknowledged the voice, then called out loudly, Commander-in-Chief Xia, do you consent to our withdrawal from this divine battle? We refuse. Xia Zhenghua refused outright. Although the outcome of the divine war thus far had already satisfied them immensely, and they no longer cared whether the final battle ended in victory or defeat, he could not agree to Egypt's request to abandon this divine war. Setting such a precedent would invite imitation from other nations. They might initiate divine wars against them, then abandon the fight upon realizing defeat. Would they then agree or refuse? To prevent such a scenario, they must continue the final battle regardless of its outcome. He must make it clear to all nations that once a divine war is declared against Huaxia, there is no room for retreat. Commander Xia, please don't refuse so hastily. I haven't finished speaking yet. Muhammad continued, when I speak of abandoning this holy war, it differs from what other nations have proposed. My abandonment means admitting defeat, and Egypt is prepared to bear the consequences of that admission. The representatives from various nations in the divine arena were stunned. They had misunderstood Egypt. It was surrendering without a fight. But how could you possibly bring yourselves to surrender without a fight? But they quickly regained their composure. A divine battle with almost no hope of victory held little meaning if forced, and doing so could result in heavy casualties among both the divine favored and the gods themselves. Rather than endure that, it was far more straightforward to simply concede defeat. Though admitting defeat was somewhat humiliating, it at least spared the divine followers and gods from casualties. Xia Zhenghua, Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation suddenly understood. No wonder Muhammad had insisted on abandoning this divine battle even after they'd already refused other nations' pleas to forfeit. This wasn't abandonment, it was surrender without a fight. That said, the old fox Muhammad was quite cunning. What? He hadn't finished speaking? The old fox did this deliberately, or rather, Muhammad calculated that if they agreed, he wouldn't have to pay any price. Xia Zhenghua didn't reject it outright. Unlike other nations, Muhammad wasn't seeking a free ride. After a moment's thought, Xia Zhenghua turned to Xia Taiping and asked, Taiping, what do you think? Old Xia, I think we can agree. Xia Taiping continued, we rejected other nations' offers to abandon the divine war before because they sought to get something for nothing, fighting us if they could win, abandoning it if they couldn't. Where in this world is such a bargain to be found? But Egypt's willingness to pay the price of defeat means this divine war won't end peacefully. It means we'll win this divine war without lifting a finger. Why waste manpower and effort on battle? I agree. Then it's settled. Xia Zhenghua didn't seek input from others, he made the decision outright. However, making the decision was one thing. Xia Zhenghua still did not agree immediately. National interests demanded utmost caution. Before agreeing, he had to clarify every detail, otherwise, falling into the trap Muhammad had dug for him would spell disaster. He raised his voice, Commander Muhammad, I need to confirm, when you say you're willing to bear the cost of defeat, do you mean the full price of losing the divine war? Like sacrificing 10% of the nation's fortune? Hearing this, Xia Taiping froze abruptly, then felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, it was Xia Zhenghua responding this time. Had it been him, he would have agreed immediately. Had that happened, Muhammad's underhanded dealings would have been impossible to untangle. Chapter 176, Bargaining. A perfect conclusion. Muhammad felt a bit dejected. He had originally planned to bargain once Xia Zhenghua agreed. After all, he had only stated his willingness to pay the price of admitting defeat without specifying the exact cost. And since Xia Zhenghua had already agreed, there should have been room for negotiation. But to his surprise, Xia Zhenghua didn't immediately agree. Instead, he first asked what price Muhammad was willing to pay, even mentioning the phrase 1/10 of the nation's fortune. This move caused Muhammad's carefully laid plans to die before they could even begin. Nevertheless, he refused to abandon his bargaining tactics. He countered, Commander-in-Chief Xia, Egypt's withdrawal from battle allows your nation, China, to win a divine war without losing a single soldier. Isn't that a favorable outcome for your country? Isn't demanding 10% of national fortune as compensation a bit excessive? Ah! Hearing this, Xia Taiping sighed inwardly. Muhammad's words confirmed Xia Zhenghua's fears. He was still too young, and his thinking was far too simplistic. This made him resolve privately that when dealing with old foxes like Muhammad in the future, he must be cautious, and then cautious again. Otherwise, the slightest lapse in attention could send him tumbling into the deep pit dug by such a cunning veteran. Commander Muhammad, I don't think it's excessive at all. In fact, I think it's even a bit too little. Xia Zhenghua shook his head. You're right. Securing victory in a divine war without losing a single soldier is indeed a blessing for our nation. But continuing the fight would only require a little effort, hardly a major undertaking. But your Egyptian nation is different. If you continue fighting, deities will fall, and casualties among the divine favorites are possible. By accepting your surrender, your deities will remain intact, and your divine favorites will suffer no losses. Therefore, your surrender offers us little benefit, yet brings you immense advantage. Setting aside the loss of deities, cultivating blue-tier divine followers alone is no simple feat. Considering the benefits gained, I even feel your compensation should exceed what would be paid for losing a divine war. Commander Muhammad, do you find my reasoning sound? Muhammad's mouth twitched violently.
He had intended to use their voluntary surrender as leverage to reduce the compensation.
Yet, judging by Xia Zhonghua's tone, surrendering would actually require them to pay more.
That wasn't even the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he found Xia Zhonghua's reasoning surprisingly compelling. It wasn't just Muhammad who found Xia Zhonghua's argument compelling. The representatives from all nations present in the divine arena felt the same. After all, defeat meant not only paying the same price but also risking the deaths of both the deity and the divine servant. Surrendering, however, carried no such risk of death for either.
From this perspective, Egypt's surrender truly seemed advantageous. I actually think conceding is advantageous? I must be insane. Muhammad shook his head and countered, Commander Xia, if we don't concede now and wait until after summoning the deity to fight before conceding, we'll only pay the price of losing a divine battle at most, okay? You have a point.
Xia Zhonghua nodded, then abruptly changed the subject, but that assumes your deity will heed your command and surrender willingly.
Do you truly believe your deity will obey you and concede defeat?
Well,
Muhammad was momentarily speechless.
He desperately wanted to lie and say their deity would obey them and surrender willingly, but the words wouldn't come out.
For gods possess pride, especially those of the blue rank. How could they possibly surrender without a fight?
This was a universally acknowledged truth. Even if he lied through his teeth, no one would believe him.
Commander Muhammad, one must know when to be satisfied. Xia Zhonghua didn't wait for Muhammad's reply.
He continued, I don't intend to demand excessive compensation. I only seek the same terms as a defeat in a divine battle.
If you agree, I'll accept your surrender. But if you refuse, then let the battle continue.
After all, it's merely stepping onto the stage. It won't take much effort.
We divine followers of Huaxia nation don't mind exerting ourselves. Consider your options carefully.
The spectators from various nations in the divine arena were stunned.
When did a divine battle become as simple as stepping onto the stage?
That said, today's divine battles for China had indeed been little more than a walk on stage, save for the two purple-tier deities that required some strategic thought.
Muhammad felt frustrated and somewhat annoyed.
His frustration stemmed from wanting to minimize the cost, but Xia Zhonghua's stance was unwavering. His plan seemed impossible to execute. His anger stemmed from the fact that even after he'd voluntarily conceded defeat, Xia Zhonghua wouldn't budge an inch.
It was truly infuriating.
At this moment, he desperately wanted to continue fighting. But after much deliberation, he dismissed the notion. He had no chance of winning.
Forcing the fight would only lead to defeat.
Moreover, continuing the battle carried a high risk of the deities and divine followers of the heavenly kingdom falling, which would exact an even greater cost.
Fine. Muhammad sighed gloomily, I accept the same consequences as losing a divine battle. Agreed.
Xia Zhonghua wasted no further time.
He proclaimed loudly, Heavenly Tao, the Huaxia kingdom accepts Egypt's surrender.
The voice of heaven resounded throughout the divine arena.
Egypt challenged China. Egypt voluntarily concedes defeat. China wins.
According to the rules of the divine battle, the victorious party may demand compensation from the defeated party. Now comes the victor's moment of reward.
What compensation does the Chinese nation desire?
Xia Zhonghua turned to Xia Taiping and said, Taiping, you speak.
Yes, Elder Xia. Xia Taiping did not refuse.
He declared loudly, Heaven's will, I demand 1/10 of Egypt's national fortune.
Granted. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed throughout the divine arena.
Then, the scene that had unfolded 4 times before repeated itself. A massive map materialized above the divine arena. A golden dragon emerged from the green territory representing China, soared toward the green territory representing Egypt, and then sucked it in with a powerful gulp.
Whoosh! A golden beam shot out from the Egypt territory, plunging into the dragon's maw. The dragon then turned and soared toward the China territory, diving headfirst into the green section representing China. Roar! Roar! Roar!
Xiao Tianming and the other Chinese citizens of China were overcome with excitement. Not only because China had won another divine battle, but also because Egypt's voluntary surrender meant China had claimed victory without losing a single soldier or shedding a drop of blood. What overwhelming might and dominance! Beyond that, there was another reason. Before this, they had been filled with anxiety, fearing that after today's divine battles, China would be finished.
Yet, to their astonishment, China emerged victorious in all 6 divine battles today. Such an outcome felt like a dream. Today's divine battles are concluded. You may all withdraw.
Upon your return to the divine blessed continent, any unfulfilled national fortunes shall be immediately realized. The voice of the heavenly Tao resounded once more within the divine arena. But before the voice of the Tao could fade, a thunderous shout erupted.
Chapter 177, Public Notice Period. Additional rules? Tian Dao, wait. I have something to say. Namodi's voice echoed through the divine arena. Upon hearing this, the representatives from various nations within the divine arena showed no surprise whatsoever. Earlier, the three nations had petitioned to add rules to the God War to prevent Xia Taiping from consecutive participation, only to be denied by the way of heaven on the grounds that rules couldn't be altered mid-war. Now that the divine war had concluded, it was only natural for the three nations of A to step forward again. Three nations of A, what is it you wish to say? The voice of the heavenly Tao followed. Heavenly Tao, it concerns the matter of adding rules to the divine war we discussed earlier. Namodi stated, I request the addition of a divine war rule, strictly prohibit consecutive participation by any individual. In other words, each person may only participate in one divine war battle, even if victorious. The eyes of the nations gathered in the divine arena flickered slightly. Their judgment was correct. Namodi had indeed stepped forward immediately after the divine battle concluded to propose this rule change. However, while they had previously believed that adding a rule prohibiting consecutive battles would restrict the Huaxia nation, they no longer held that view. After all, Xiao Wenshan and Wen Qingfeng had also fought and decisively secured victory in their divine battles. According to the rules of the divine arena, additional rules for the divine battle may be added. The voice of the heavenly Tao resounded. However, adding rules to the divine battle requires approval from more than 2/3 of the nations. Do the nations of China, Sakura, Sunset, Greece, Catholic, and Egypt consent? Sakura nation agrees to the proposal from the three nations. My Sunset nation agrees to the proposal of the three nations. I, the Greek nation, agree to the proposal of the three nations. The Holy See agrees to the proposal of the three nations. Egypt agrees to the proposal of the three nations. The voices of Kishida, Stammer, Constance, Trump, and Mohammed sounded in succession. Although they all realized that the rule no single individual may consecutively participate in battles could only restrict Xia Taiping from consecutive engagements and might not restore China to its former soft target status, it still served some purpose. For instance, when Xia Taiping fought, he could rely not only on randomly assigned deities from the way of heaven but also on his personal guardian deity. Other Huaxia fighters, however, could only depend on randomly assigned deities from the way of heaven. Moreover, having previously supported the proposal from the three kingdoms, they naturally had to stand by it. Now to do otherwise would be to contradict themselves. The way of heaven continued, and what of Huaxia? Before Xia Zhenghua could answer, Namodi's voice rang out first. Heavenly Tao, you need not seek Huaxia's consent. All 6 nations have agreed to add the divine war rule prohibiting consecutive combat participation. Whether Huaxia agrees or not, it will not affect the final outcome. You are quite right. Xia Zhenghua then stated, the 6 nations conspiring together is something our Huaxia kingdom cannot prevent. However, we retain the right to voice our own opinion. This is not something you can simply dismiss by saying we need not speak. Namodi sneered, and what is your nation of China's opinion? It doesn't matter. Xia Zhenghua declared, whether or not the strictly prohibit consecutive participation by a single individual rule is added to the divine war is of no consequence to our Huaxia kingdom. Therefore, we hereby relinquish our right to voice an opinion, that is, we abstain. Xiao Tianming and the other representatives of the Huaxia nation burst into unrestrained laughter. Xia Zhenghua was absolutely right. We have the right to voice our opinion, but we can choose to abstain. As for adding the strictly prohibit one person from fighting consecutively rule to the divine war, as Xia Zhenghua stated, they simply didn't care. Even without Xia Taiping participating, other representatives could still secure victory for China in the divine war. It would just be less assured than if Xia Taiping fought. Moreover, this lack of certainty was only temporary. Today's divine war had revealed many powerful deities within Huaxia. Before long, numerous divine followers possessing formidable personal deities would emerge. Then, victory wouldn't depend solely on Xia Taiping's participation. Namodi's expression suddenly froze. Was Xia Zhenghua toying with him? But that wasn't the point. The point was, he had planned to mock Xia Zhenghua regardless of whether he agreed or refused. Yet Xia Zhenghua had simply declined to comment, effectively forfeiting his position. This left Namodi unable to mock him at all. Poof. Fuming with frustration, Namodi coldly snorted, Heaven's path, with 6 nations agreeing and 1 abstaining, can we now add the rule prohibiting consecutive combatants in the divine war? It can. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed, according to the rules of the divine arena, newly proposed divine battle regulations require a 3-day public notice period. If no nation raises objections within 3 days, the new rules shall take immediate effect. Heavenly Tao, must we go through all this trouble? Namodi frowned. Previously, new divine battle rules required a 3-day public notice period because not all nations were present. It was necessary to inform those absent nations. But now all nations are here. Isn't the notice period unnecessary? No. The way of heaven refused flatly. The public notice period is a fundamental rule of the divine arena. It remains necessary even when all nations are present. This point is non-negotiable and leaves no room for discussion. Well, fine. Namodi hesitated for a moment before dropping the matter. It wasn't that he didn't want to cancel the notice period, but Heaven's way had spoken with such unwavering conviction it wasn't something he could simply override. Moreover, there was another crucial point: a divine war could only be initiated against one nation per year. Having already launched one against Huaxia nation, it would have to wait until next year to initiate another against them. With precisely 3 days remaining until the new year and the public notice period also lasting 3 days, this meant that once the notice period concluded, it would be the new year, allowing them to initiate another divine war against China without delay. Manhwa, do you have any further questions? The voice of the heavenly Tao sounded again. If not, then disperse. None. Namodi shook his head. But immediately after, Kishida Koyo's voice followed. Tian Dao, my Sakura nation has one more matter. Hearing this, the representatives from various nations in the divine arena were taken aback. While the emergence of the 3 nations after the divine war concluded was within their expectations, Sakura nation's immediate follow-up left them somewhat perplexed. Yet they grasped one thing: Sakura nation's sudden appearance at this moment was undoubtedly up to no good. Xia Taiping, and the other representatives of the Chinese nation frowned. They too were uncertain why the land of cherry blossoms would speak up now, yet they recognized it must be up to no good and likely something detrimental to the land of China. Tian Dao inquired, Sakura nation, what is your business? Kishida Koyu did not respond immediately. He glanced at the Huaxia nation's camp before sneering coldly. Tian Dao, our Sakura nation also proposes adding a new divine war rule. Xia Taiping, Xiao, and the other representatives from China frowned again. They had all witnessed Kishida's glance. This instantly confirmed their suspicions. Japan's sudden intervention was clearly aimed at China. Chapter 178, The Deadly Proposal. Double Restrictions. The representatives from various nations in the divine arena exchanged bewildered glances. They knew the land of cherry blossoms was stirring trouble, but hadn't anticipated they'd propose adding a divine battle rule. Yet no matter how they pondered, they couldn't fathom what rule could possibly be added. Or rather, what kind of divine battle rules could they conceive that would restrict China and disadvantage it? The Way of Heaven inquired, Sakura nation, what divine battle rules do you propose to add? Kishida Koyu did not respond immediately. He turned to the China camp, smirking triumphantly. Commander Xia, whenever a divine battle doesn't feature that young man, your participants all glance back at you before selecting their deities. Would you call that coincidence? Or is it no coincidence at all? Hearing this, the representatives from all nations in the divine arena suddenly froze. They instinctively recalled the past and were stunned to realize Kishida Koyu was absolutely correct. Whenever Xia Taiping wasn't the combatant, every other participant would glance back toward the direction of the Huaxia nation's camp before selecting their deity. Not only that, but each time, Xia Zhanghua would give instructions either through words or facial expressions and gestures. This was certainly no coincidence, there must be reasons unknown to them. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese representatives' expressions froze abruptly. Kishida Koyu's inquiry suggested he had uncovered their contingency plan for Xia Taiping's potential absence. Kishida Koi showed no intention of waiting for Xia Zhenghua's reply. He pressed on, Commander Xia, if I'm not mistaken, they're waiting for your guidance, aren't they? You see, when the heavenly path randomly selects a deity, knowing the deity's name alone is sufficient to complete the summoning. The representatives from various nations in the divine arena suddenly understood. Though Kishida's words were mere conjecture, they believed it to be true. How else could they explain why every other Huaxia representative glanced back toward their nation's camp before selecting a deity? Xia Zhanghua, Xia Taiping, and the other Chinese representatives felt their hearts tighten abruptly. Kishida Koyu had indeed uncovered their contingency plan for Xia Taiping's potential absence. They had sensed trouble when he emerged in Sakura Nation, but never imagined it would be this critical. This was serious trouble. Despite the tension, Xia Zhanghua showed no sign of it on the surface. He replied calmly, Commander Kishida, setting aside whether your claim is accurate, even if it were true, so what? The divine war has no rule prohibiting speech. Our talking is not a violation. Moreover, it's not just us speaking during the divine war. Your Sakura nation, indeed nations across the world, have all spoken during the divine war. This is a well-known fact. You wouldn't deny it, would you? Commander Xia, you're quite right. Kishida Koyu replied, it is true we all speak during the divine war, but we speak, we do not give instructions. However, you are correct that the divine war does not prohibit speech, so I did not say you violated any rules. My purpose in raising this is to inform all nations of my proposed amendment to the divine war rules. Heaven's Way, I propose adding a rule prohibiting non-participants from offering guidance during the divine war. Violators shall be treated as defeated. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other representatives from China all wore grim expressions. They were all well aware that Xiao Wenshan and his team had secured victory in the divine war precisely because of Xia Taiping's guidance. The Sakura nation's proposal to prohibit non-participants from offering advice during the divine war was clearly aimed at cutting off that advantage. Once Xia Taiping was eliminated, victory would become exceedingly difficult for the others. Of course, they could also rely on Xia Taiping's help to quickly memorize the deities of the Huaxia nation, thereby eliminating the need for his continued guidance. However, memorizing the deities required time and time was precisely what they lacked most. They must remember that only 3 days remained until the new year. Once the new year began, nations like Sakura and Sunset would undoubtedly launch their divine wars against China immediately.
This meant they had only 3 days left.
If Huaxia's pantheon were small, 3 days might suffice.
But as Xia Taiping had stated, Huaxia's deities numbered in the tens of thousands.
How could they possibly memorize so many in a mere 3 days?
They had considered blocking Kishida Koyawe's proposal, but with the 6 nations Sakura, Sunset, and others colluding in collusion, coupled with the constraints of the divine war rules, China alone stood no chance of stopping it.
Xia Taiping wore a thoughtful expression. He understood clearly that Kishida Koyawe's proposal was not something Huaxia could simply block.
And when blocking was impossible, complaining about fate was useless. It was better to seize the time and devise a countermeasure.
Sakura Nation, amending the divine war rules requires approval from over 2/3 of the nations.
The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed through the divine arena. I must seek the opinions of all nations.
Do the nations of Huaxia, the 3A nations, Sunset Nation, Greece, the Holy See, and Egypt consent?
We, the 3A nations, agree to the proposal of the 3A nations. The Sunset Nation agrees with the proposal of the 3 nations. Greece agrees to the proposal of the 3 nations. I, the Holy See, agree to the proposal of the 3 sacred nations. I, the Egyptian nation, agree to the proposal of the 3 nations. The voices of Namodi, Stamer, Constance, Trump, and Muhammad sounded in succession. The divine war rule prohibiting any single individual from consecutive participation could not effectively restrain the Huaxia kingdom. Combined with the rule forbidding non-combatants from offering advice, this undoubtedly imposed greater constraints on the Huaxia kingdom. They had no reason to disagree.
With the backing of all nations, Kishida Koyu turned to Xia Zhenghua with a sly grin.
Commander Xia, what are your thoughts? At this moment, Xia Zhenghua was furious. Whether it was Namodi's proposed divine war rules or Kishida Koyue's proposed divine war rules, both targeted Huaxia Nation. Yet, due to the collusion of 6 nations including Sakura Nation and the 3 nations, he could only glare helplessly, utterly powerless. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to flay Koya Kishida alive, strip him of his sinews, devour his flesh, drink his blood, and curse his ancestors 18 generations back. Yet despite his seething rage, he showed not a trace of it outwardly. To do so would only give Kishida Koyu the satisfaction of seeing him flustered. I don't care. Xia Zhenghua forced himself to suppress his rage. The rules of the divine war aren't just for China, they apply to you too. If you want to add more, go ahead. It won't make much difference to China anyway. Oh, and let me kindly remind you, there are many ways to issue warnings. Like today during the divine battle, when your entire cherry blossom nation chanted for Abe no Saimai to concede. That was a warning too. You'd better not violate the rules you yourselves proposed. Hearing this, Kishida Koyo's expression froze abruptly. Xia Zhenghua wasn't giving him a friendly reminder at all, he was clearly rubbing salt into his wounds, deliberately provoking him. And indeed, just as Kishida Koyu suspected, Xia Zhenghua was deliberately provoking him. He couldn't stop Kishida's proposal from passing, but he could at least vent his frustration by rubbing salt into the wound. Oof. Kishida Koyu snorted coldly, shifting the topic. Tian Dao, you may announce the results. Chapter 179, Wait and See. The Land of Cherry Blossoms proposes adding a rule prohibiting non-combatants from offering advice during the divine war. The voice of the heavenly path echoed through the divine arena. 6 nations agree, 1 abstains. Sakura Nation's proposal is adopted. Per the divine arena's regulations, newly added divine war rules undergo a 3-day public notice period. Should no nation raise objections within 3 days, the new rules shall take immediate effect. Upon hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of the representatives from all nations within the divine arena. Though the divine war rules weren't aimed at any single nation but applied to all, the 2 proposed additions today targeted not them, but the land of China. For instance, the rule prohibiting consecutive combat participation could prevent Xia Taiping from fighting back-to-back battles like he did today. Similarly, the rule prohibiting non-combatants from offering advice would prevent Xia Taiping from advising others. With these 2 rules in place, Xia Taiping's influence in the divine wars would be significantly weakened. Without Xia Taiping, China might not revert to last year's helpless state of being at the mercy of others, but it wouldn't be far off. Then, when they launched another divine war against Huaxia, it wouldn't be as frustrating as it was today. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia representatives all wore expressions of fury. Yet despite their fury, they remained silent. The situation was irreversible, words were futile. Their only course now was to urgently devise countermeasures for the divine war looming after the new year. Sakura Nation, is there anything else you wish to discuss? The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed through the divine arena. If there is nothing further, then disperse. Tian Dao, I have a few more words to say. Kishida Koyu paused before continuing. Commanders-in-Chief, once we depart the divine arena, I will immediately convene a virtual meeting. I request your attendance. Agreed. Namodi, Stamer, Constance, Trump, and Muhammad all agreed in unison. Though Kishida didn't state it explicitly, they all understood the meeting was to address the matter with Huaxia. Having suffered such a crushing defeat and humiliation today, how could they not seek to redeem themselves? Thus, they all agreed readily. Xia Zhenghua remained silent.
He understood that Kishida's reference to all commanders excluded him.
He also knew the meeting was convened to confront Huaxia. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop it was simply beyond his power to do so. Yet while Xia Zhenghua remained silent, Xia Taiping spoke up. He laughed loudly. Today you launched a divine war against our Huaxia nation.
You must have been deceived by the land of cherry blossoms, right? They've already tricked you once. Do you really want to be tricked by them a second time?
At these words, Kishida Koyo's expression instantly darkened. Xia Taiping truly knew how to rub salt in the wound, each word stabbing straight at his heart. His face darkened as he retorted, "Young man, I won't deny that nations worldwide were invited by my Sakura nation to challenge your Huaxia kingdom. But before this, who could have foreseen the outcome of today's divine battle?" The representatives from various nations in the divine arena nodded in unison. Today's divine battle had indeed been a betrayal by Sakura nation, yet the blame could not be placed solely upon them. As Kishida Koyo had said, no one could have foreseen this outcome beforehand. Nor could anyone have imagined that China last year, still as helpless as fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of others, would suddenly become so formidable.
What you say does make some sense. Xia Taiping nodded, then abruptly shifted his tone. But what if, next time, you can guarantee victory over our nation of China? What if you don't find yourselves caught off guard again, like you did today? Hearing this, the expressions of the representatives from various nations in the divine arena froze. Xia Taiping's words held undeniable truth. They hadn't anticipated today's divine battle ending this way. Could they guarantee victory over China without any surprises next time? Kishida Koyo's heart began to race.
As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. Today's divine battle had ended in such a crushing defeat for the land of cherry blossoms, indeed, for all nations, that he found himself seeing ghosts in every shadow, suspecting danger in every rustle. But while his heart pounded, he couldn't show weakness outwardly. Otherwise, not only would China laugh at him, but other nations would lose faith in him. After all, if even he lost his nerve, how could he persuade others to unite against China? Young man, today is not like other days. Kishida Koyo retorted, before, we knew little of you. We never imagined China would produce such a prodigy. But now it's different. We've used the divine war rules to limit your combat appearances and your ability to warn others. You can't fight consecutively, nor can you warn others. What does China have to fight us with? So in the next divine war, victory is ours. Then, everything you've eaten from us today, you'll have to spit back out with interest. Is that so? Xia Taiping chuckled, then let's wait and see how it plays out. Kishida Koyo felt his heart pound even harder. Xia Taiping seemed so calm. Could he really have a way to break through? But as mentioned earlier, no matter how anxious he felt inside, he couldn't show weakness on the surface. Otherwise, having already deceived other nations once, how could he convince them to join Japan in opposing China? He coldly retorted, we'll see. Then he looked up at the sky again and declared, Heavenly Way, I have said all I needed to say. Very well. The voice of heavens will echo. Today's divine battle concludes here. Unassigned rewards and punishments will be enforced immediately upon your return. All participants must vacate the divine arena within 1 minute. Commanders-in-Chief, I await you in the conference room. Kishida Koyo nodded to Trump and the other commanders-in-chief before vanishing into thin air. Seeing this, the representatives from various nations within the divine arena began to depart one after another. Xia Zhenghua looked at him expectantly. Taiping, have you figured out a way to handle this? Hearing this, Zhou Tianming and the others also looked at Xia Taiping with eager anticipation. Xia Taiping shook his head. No. Xia Zhenghua was taken aback. You haven't thought of a countermeasure, yet you're so confident? Old Xia, when confronting others, you have to be confident. Otherwise, they won't believe you. Xia Taiping raised his hand to scratch his nose. Besides, even if I haven't figured out a countermeasure yet, they don't know that. We can totally scare them a bit and stir up trouble at the same time. What if it works wonders? Even if it doesn't work, we can still annoy them. Why not? That's true. Xia Zhenghua nodded, his expression bitter. But we still need to find a solution quickly. Otherwise, we might end up just like Kishida Koyo said, spitting out everything we've gained today, with interest. Old Xia, where there's a will, there's a way. No need to worry so much. Xia Taiping chuckled. Besides, we still have time to think. This isn't something that needs to be rushed. Right now, what we need to do is get out of here quickly and go back to enjoy the fruits of our victory. You're right. Xia Zhenghua nodded. Let's go. With that, Xia Zhenghua vanished from the divine arena. Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, and the others followed suit. Chapter 180, Dragon Veins Emerge. National fortune rises. Divine dew descends. Swish. 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 One figure after another materialized within the Central Divine Academy. These were Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others rushing back from the divine arena. Soon after, everyone noticed that night had fallen. It made sense. 6 divine battles had been fought today, 5, not counting Egypt's voluntary surrender.
15 rounds had been fought across these 5 battles. With half an hour of deliberation between each battle, plus the time required to send out participants between rounds, and the actual combat time, it was only natural that night had fallen. Gazing upon the familiar Central China Divine Academy, Zhou Tianming couldn't help but sigh. Master Xia Taiping, and everyone else, we've only been gone a day, yet I feel as if an eternity has passed, as if we've survived a catastrophe. You're not alone in that feeling, I feel it too. Xia Yonghua smiled. 6 consecutive divine battles today, from morning until night, admittedly quite intense. But that's not the point. The point is how our mindset has shifted. Before entering the divine arena, we all embraced a resolve to die, prepared for the collapse of Huaxia under our hands. Yet what we never anticipated was that Taiping's emergence would lead us to win 6 consecutive divine battles. From profound sorrow to overwhelming joy, from utter despair to exhilaration, such a dramatic psychological shift could truly be described as ascending from hell to heaven. It's only natural we feel as if we've been transported to another world, having survived a catastrophe. Zhao Qingshan, Xiao Wenshan, and the others nodded in unison. Xia Zhenghua's words rang true. They too felt as if they had been transported to another world, as if they had survived a catastrophe. Taiping, today we owe it all to you. Xia Zhenghua turned to Xia Taiping again. If you hadn't emerged out of nowhere to help Huaxia win 6 consecutive divine battles and rescue our nation from the brink of disaster, Huaxia would likely be finished by now. Old Xia, you flatter me. Xia Taiping shook his head. As a citizen of Huaxia, serving my country is simply my duty. Xia Zhenghua patted Xia Taiping's shoulder with evident satisfaction. Taiping, that may be true, but such a national rescue cannot go unrewarded. Let's discuss what compensation to offer you later. Elder Xia, I won't refuse then. Xia Taiping accepted without hesitation. First, he knew refusal was futile. Second, after this divine battle, he would inevitably be placed on the hit lists of 6 nations, including Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation. With his current limited strength, any additional reward would help him better protect himself. Right, no need to be polite. Xia Zhenghua laughed heartily, shifting the topic. While the expulsion of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch may ease the minds of our Huaxia citizens, the fact that the 6 nations have united to launch a divine war against us will undoubtedly still cause them some anxiety. Old Zhao, use every available channel to relay the detailed outcome of this divine war to our Huaxia people at the fastest possible speed. Give them a reassuring pill and let them know that Huaxia has risen. No one can bully us anymore. Yes, Elder Xia. Zhao Qingshan responded decisively, then pulled his phone from his pocket, ready to make the call. But at that very moment, a series of piercing dragon roars suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth. Roar! 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 Accompanied by the resounding dragon cries, 5 golden dragons soared from the land of China, shooting straight into the heavens. The 5 golden dragons radiated dazzling golden light, illuminating the pitch-black night sky into a brilliant golden glow. Immediately afterward, the 5 dragons changed course, darting off in different directions. Seeing this, Zhao Qingshan remarked, Old Master Xia, it seems we won't need to notify them after all. Indeed, there's no need to notify anyone. Zhou Tianming added, the dragon veins have manifested. Our nation's fortune has risen. Divine dew has descended. These are matters known to all. Each golden dragon signifies victory in a divine battle. When our Chinese people witness 5 golden dragons soaring into the sky, they will realize we have won 5 divine battles. Add to that the expulsion of the Sakura Divine Academy and the Chinese Divine Academy, along with the expulsion of the Sakura Nation's people. These events have been made known to all. Our Chinese people will understand that we have won all 6 divine battles today. Indeed. Xia Zhenghua nodded. Still, we should issue an official announcement. After all, the manifestation of the dragon vein, the rise in national fortune, and the descent of divine dew only inform our people that we've won all the divine battles. It doesn't reveal the specifics. You must understand that winning 3 out of 5 battles is entirely different from winning all 3. And conceding defeat voluntarily is an entirely different outcome altogether. Therefore, we should inform our Huaxia people of the specific results in detail. Elder Xia speaks wisely. Zhao Qingshan added, if our people knew that out of 6 divine battles, we swept 3, lost 1 because the enemy deployed a purple grade deity, and won another through the enemy's surrender, they would be even more thrilled. Quite right. Xia Zhenghua added, but it won't just be excitement, their confidence will soar. After all, such a record is truly formidable. Elder Xia, I'll immediately disseminate the detailed outcomes of the divine battles. Zhao Qingshan pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Once connected, he outlined the outcome and progression of each divine battle before instructing his staff to disseminate the news to every citizen of China through all available channels at the fastest possible speed. After hanging up, Zhao Qingshan reported, Master Xia, the notification has been sent. Soon, every citizen of our nation will know the detailed results and proceedings of today's divine battle. Good. Xia Zhenghua nodded, his voice brimming with excitement. Now, let us savor the process of reaping the rewards. Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others nodded in unison, then gazed silently toward the sky. It wasn't that they had forgotten the troubles awaiting them, but rather that now was the moment to savor the triumph. They could discuss the troubles later. After all, there were still 3 days left before the new year. What they didn't know was that the entire Huaxia nation was already in an uproar. 5 golden dragons? Did I see that correctly? I thought I was seeing things too, but now that you mention it, I realize I definitely did. I saw 5 golden dragons soaring into the sky, each heading in a different direction. The dragon veins have manifested. The nation's fortune is rising. Divine dew is descending. Doesn't this mean our Huaxia nation has won 5 divine battles? No, not just 5. We've already received reports that the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch was expelled from our territory, along with Sakura nationals and traders from our own Huaxia kingdom. That means we've won 6 divine battles. Exactly. 6 divine battles today, and China won all 6. Doesn't that mean we've won them all? Your math is spot on. Similar conversations echoed across every corner of Huaxia, faces glowing with profound delight. Like Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and others, they too felt as if they had been transported to another world, experiencing a sense of survival after a catastrophe. But before their excitement could fully settle, their phones began ringing in unison. Chapter 181, One Nation Rejoices. 6 nations worry. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. At that moment, countless phones across Huaxia nation chimed simultaneously as they all received the same message. Simultaneously, major news websites and media outlets pinned a headline to the top of their pages. Every television station switched to a special broadcast. But because everyone had been drawn outside by the sudden appearance of the Golden Dragon, no one noticed the online or television scenes. Whether it was the message received on phones, the top story on major news websites and media outlets, or the broadcast on every television channel, the content was identical. This message detailed the specific outcomes and processes of the 6 divine battles that Xia Zhenghua had instructed to be conveyed to all citizens of Huaxia nation. I got a message about today's divine battles. Did you guys get it too? Me too. It's confirmed. Our Huaxia nation really did win all 6 divine battles. Me too. Wait, it includes the specific outcomes and details? Everyone, check it out fast. Similar murmurs echoed across every corner of Huaxia, followed by a sudden hush as cheers died down. Everyone was staring at the messages they just received on their phones. Soon, waves of cheers erupted once more across every corner of China. Ha, our Huaxia nation has truly won all 6 divine battles. It's not just winning 6 divine battles, it's a complete victory. Exactly, a total rout. We swept 3 divine battles with 3-0 scores. In the other 2, since the enemy fielded purple tier deities, we still dominated with 4-1 scores. Egypt surrendered without a fight. I thought winning 6 divine battles would be impressive enough for our Huaxia kingdom, but I never imagined it would be this spectacular, this overwhelming. Haha, the day has come for the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Sunset Nation, and the other 6 nations. I'd love to see their expressions. Me too, though sadly I won't get to see it. But no need to watch, I know they'll be looking like they've lost their loved ones. After all, they started these divine wars only to suffer such a crushing defeat. Exactly. That's exactly how I feel. Our Huaxia nation has risen no longer to be bullied by anyone. Did you notice? It was Xia Taiping from Central China's Divine Academy who secured 6 consecutive victories for our nation. Word has it he knows many of our divine beings. I saw it. His personal guardian deity is the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. I'm starting to wonder if Xia Taiping was sent by our Chinese deities to save us. How else could he know so many of our nation's gods? I don't just suspect Xia Taiping was sent by our Huaxia deities to save us, I suspect Xia Taiping is a god himself. Whether or not Xia Taiping is a god, he is the god in my heart. Yes. Xia Taiping is the god in our hearts. God Xia Tai is mighty. China is mighty. By this hour, night had fallen, yet every corner of Huaxia resounded with joyous laughter. Not only that, but all citizens of Huaxia had stepped out of their homes, gazing up at the sky. Like Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, and others, they too were awaiting the moment of harvest. Sakura Nation. Upon returning from the divine arena, Kishida Koyu immediately initiated a video conference. However, Trump and the other 4 prime ministers did not join immediately. After giving instructions, they entered the meeting one by one, finally gathering just moments ago. Gentlemen, let us begin the meeting. Kishida Koyu began to speak, but before he could finish, he noticed Trump, Namodi, and the other 4 commanders-in-chief simultaneously turn their heads to one side. Moreover, a layer of brilliant gold was rendered across the cheeks of the 5 commanders-in-chief on the computer screens. This left Kishida Koyu genuinely puzzled. One person suddenly turning their head to one side might indicate they encountered something, but 5 people simultaneously looking in the same direction defies explanation. After all, it's impossible for all 5 to have encountered the same thing at the same time. But in the next instant, he realized what was happening. The golden dragon representing the fortune of Huaxia nation must have flown over the skies of the 5 nations, the heavenly sovereign nation, the sunset nation, and the others. This was evident from the radiant golden glow now visible on the cheeks of the commanders-in-chief of those 5 nations displayed on the computer screen. At this realization, Kishida Koyue's expression darkened instantly. Although no golden dragon of destiny had appeared over the land of cherry blossoms, that was because the nation had already endured the punishment for its defeat in the Divine War. The China branch of the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy, along with all its citizens, had been expelled from Chinese territory. Just as Kishida Koyo had surmised, the 5 commanders Trump, Namodi, and the others suddenly turned their heads to one side. It was precisely because the golden dragon of fortune from China had arrived, illuminating the night skies of all 5 nations in brilliant gold. Roar! The next instant, a piercing dragon's roar echoed across the skies of the Holy See, Greece, and the other nations. Simultaneously, the 5 golden dragons lowered their heads and sucked voraciously at the skies above the Holy See, Greece, and the other nations. Whoosh! Immediately, golden pillars of light shot up from the ground of the 5 nations, soaring toward the golden dragons suspended in the sky before vanishing into their gaping maws. In an instant, the bodies of the 5 golden dragons grew significantly larger. Roar! Another piercing dragon's roar echoed from the 5 golden dragons' mouths. In unison, they shifted their forms and soared toward the direction of the Huaxia kingdom. Simultaneously, a crimson mist of fine rain began to fall over the skies of the Holy Kingdom, Greece, and the other 3 nations. Milky white drizzle was nectar, symbolizing the rise of fortune. But the crimson drizzle was punishment, signifying the waning of fortune. Not only that, but at this very moment, areas prone to geological disasters in the Holy See, Greece, and the other 4 nations were struck by frequent calamities. Earthquakes, mudslides, tsunamis, typhoons, and other natural disasters erupted in an instant. This too was a consequence of the waning fortune. What's happening? Why has our fortune been devoured? Could it be we lost the Divine War? I refuse to believe it, but what else could cause our divine fortune to vanish except defeat in the Divine War? Impossible. How could we possibly lose in the Divine War? Exactly. China is like fish on a cutting board, helplessly cut up. How could we possibly lose to them? Since the Divine War began, we've only lost once at the very start. For many years after that, we never lost again. How could we possibly lose to Huaxia today? At that moment, the people of the Heavenly Kingdom, Greece, and the other 4 nations were all utterly bewildered. The reason was exactly as they stated. In their eyes, China was but fish on a cutting board, helplessly awaiting slaughter. Challenging China was a guaranteed victory in their minds, making the defeat utterly unacceptable. Unlike the citizens of the Holy Kingdom, Greece, and the other 4 nations, the commanders-in-chief of the 5 nations Trump, Namodi, and the others were each ashen-faced, their expressions etched with pain. It wasn't merely the painful loss of 10% of their national fortune that gnawed at them, but the fact that their defeat in the Divine War left them unable to account for it to their respective citizens. We must reclaim the lost ground and restore our dignity. Trump, Namodi, and the other 5 commanders-in-chief made this vow in unison within their hearts. Then, forcing down their frustration, they turned their attention back to the computer screens. Chapter 182, The 6 Nations Conspire. Eliminate Xia Taiping. Gentlemen, let us begin the meeting. As Trump, Namodi, and the other 5 commanders turned back, Kishida Koyo cut straight to the point. Alright, let's begin. Trump, Namodi, and the other 4 commanders responded in unison. Gentlemen, I trust you all realize this meeting has been convened to discuss how to deal with the Huaxia nation. Kishida Koyo continued, though we suffered heavy losses in today's divine battle, this defeat stems not from China's growing strength, but from the emergence of that demonic prodigy, Xia Taiping. I trust we all agree on this point? The 5 commanders-in-chief Trump, Namodi, and the others nodded in unison. Before Kishida turned to look at Xia Taiping, and the others after mentioning that Xia Wenshan and the other combatants had chosen their deities, they had assumed that Xia Taiping wasn't the only one familiar with China's mythological history. But when Koyo Kishida mentioned that Xia Wenshan and the other combatants had turned to look at Xia Taiping, and the others before selecting their deities, they suddenly realized their mistake. China's consecutive victories in 6 divine wars were entirely due to Xia Taiping. This also explained why Xia Taiping had fought nearly all 6 divine battles single-handedly. Everyone, although we added 2 new rules to today's divine battle, successfully limiting Xia Taiping's consecutive participation and preventing him from advising others, we must still act swiftly and initiate another divine battle against Huaxia. Kishida Koyo continued, judging by today's battle, Xia Taiping possesses profound knowledge of Huaxia mythology. If we delay too long, he will have ample time to instruct the other Huaxia participants. Fortunately, only 3 days remain until the new year. 3 days is indeed too short to master China's mythological history. Otherwise, once the Chinese people have all learned it, challenging China will become far more difficult. Trump, Namodi, and the other 5 commanders-in-chief nodded in unison before speaking in succession. The deities of Huaxia are far too powerful. We absolutely cannot afford to give Huaxia time to recuperate, or else we'll be in trouble. Therefore, we must launch the divine war against Huaxia as soon as possible. Commander Kishida is correct. Fortunately, only 3 days remain until the new year. Otherwise, not only would it be difficult for us to challenge China again, but we ourselves would face trouble. Not only must we launch the divine war against Huaxia swiftly, but we must also find a way to eliminate Xia Taiping. After all, another challenge alone won't destroy Huaxia, and the next opportunity to challenge them won't come for another year. Precisely. Only by eliminating Xia Taiping can we resolve this once and for all, ensuring no future complications. Xia Taiping must die. As long as he lives, we cannot find peace. Since everyone agrees, it is settled. Kishida Koya declared, 3 days hence on New Year's Day we shall launch another divine war against Huaxia. Commander Kishida, wait. Trump interjected, launching a divine war against China so soon feels unwise. 3 days may seem brief, but it's enough time for the Chinese to rally behind powerful deities. Quite right, I share that concern. Namodi chimed in immediately. We all witnessed firsthand today just how formidable the deities of the Huaxia nation are. The Huaxia people don't need to remember every single one of their deities, they only need to remember the most powerful ones. Stamer, Constance, and Muhammad nodded in unison. Trump and Namodi's points held merit. Gentlemen, this concern isn't unique to you, I share it as well. Kishida Koya stated, after all, if the Huaxia people remember those powerful Huaxia deities, it could cause us significant trouble. Fortunately, Huaxia relies on the heavenly way to randomly select deities, so it may not necessarily choose the powerful ones they know. Beyond that, I've devised another strategy. When we launch our next divine war against China, we won't employ conventional methods. Instead, we'll use a specialized naming divine war technique. This will prevent the Chinese from scrambling to find deities at the last minute. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 4 commanders-in-chief Namodi, Stamer, and the others suddenly brightened. Exactly. As the initiators of the divine war, we hold the authority to determine its format. A named divine war not only requires knowledge of the deity's name but also their life story. This would indeed prevent the Huaxia kingdom from resorting to last-minute preparations. Commander Kishida, this is an excellent proposal. Since the beginning of the divine wars, we've mostly relied on the conventional method where the way of heaven randomly selects a deity. Naming wars have been rare. By suddenly adopting this special naming war format, we'll catch China completely off guard. Precisely. Coupled with the 2 newly added divine battle rules today, victory over China is a foregone conclusion. Commanders Namodi, Stamer, and others from the 4 nations spoke up in succession. Trump frowned and said, Gentlemen, I don't mean to be a killjoy, but while suddenly adopting the named deity battle method could indeed catch Huaxia off guard, a divine war isn't a single match, it's a best-of-5 series. Xia Taiping possesses deep knowledge of Huaxia's deities. Naming divine battles may not stump him. Moreover, with him present, he could alert others in Huaxia. Therefore, for naming divine battles to succeed, Xia Taiping must be eliminated first. Upon hearing this, Namodi, Stamer, and the others frowned in unison. Trump's words held undeniable logic. If they couldn't eliminate Xia Taiping, his guidance would turn the naming god battle from an advantage for them into one for Huaxia nation. Commander-in-Chief Trump is absolutely correct. Kishida Koya chuckled. To achieve extraordinary results in the divine naming war, Xia Taiping must be eliminated first. Leave this to our Sakura nation. I guarantee Xia Taiping will be slain on the divine war stage during the very first round, putting all your concerns to rest. Trump, Namodi, and the others exchanged glances. Killing Xia Taiping would indeed eliminate their worries. Yet, in today's divine battle, they too had sought to kill him, only to fail miserably and suffer a crushing defeat. They couldn't fathom where Kishida Koya drew his confidence from to claim Xia Taiping's death was certain. Trump inquired, Commander Kishida, may I ask how you intend to kill Xia Taiping? It's simple, by relying on the divine favorites. Kishida Koya explained, in today's battle, we also sought to kill Xia Taiping. But because we underestimated him, we didn't consider deploying divine favorites. That's why Xia Taiping managed to survive until the end. But now it's different. Eliminating Xia Taiping is our top priority. I will deploy powerful divine favorites in the very first battle. Since Xia Taiping has only recently become a divine favorite himself, as long as we tie up the Chinese deities, eliminating him will be no difficult task. Hearing this, the eyes of the 5 nations commanders Trump, Namodi, and the others brightened once more. Kishida Koyu's reasoning held merit. Once Xia Taiping was eliminated, launching a divine war against Huaxia through the summoning of names would render the nation as helpless as fish on a cutting board, entirely at their mercy. Chapter 183, Universal Celebration. Deadwood blooms again. China. Every citizen of China stood outside, gazing skyward, awaiting the harvest. Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others were no exception. Soon, 5 golden bolts of lightning appeared in the distant sky. But these were not true golden lightning bolts, they were golden dragons streaking across the sky at incredible speeds. They're here. The words burst from Xia Zhenghua's mouth, brimming with anticipation and excitement. Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, and others wore expressions of anticipation and excitement, mirroring the sentiments of the entire Huaxia nation. As 5 golden dragons soared in from different directions, the pitch-black night sky over Huaxia grew increasingly bright. By the time the 5 golden dragons entered Huaxia's airspace, the entire night sky was bathed in brilliant gold. Compared to their departure, the bodies of the 5 golden dragons had grown several times larger, appearing almost bulky. Roar! The 5 golden dragons roared in unison toward the heavens before plunging toward the land of Huaxia. Like 5 streaks of golden light, they sliced through the night sky of Huaxia before finally plunging into the earth. Simultaneously, the golden light that had bathed the night sky faded away, plunging the heavens back into darkness. Yet almost immediately, a full moon rose in the sky, draping the land of Huaxia in a layer of silvery light. Was it over? Not yet. As the 5 golden dragons burrowed into the earth of Huaxia, a light drizzle began to fall. This drizzle was the sweet dew brought forth by the growth of Huaxia's national fortune. Previously, when the great sage equal to heaven, Wukong, restored his true form, China had already experienced a shower of sweet dew. But this time, the dew that fell was countless times denser than the previous shower. The reason was simple: the greater the rise in fortune, the denser the nectar became. Today, China drew 1% of the national fortune from each of the following nations: Sunset Nation, A3 Nation, Greece, Catholic Nation, and Egypt. Though 10% may seem insignificant, when drawn from sufficiently vast foundations, it becomes an immense quantity. Since the onset of the Divine War, the Sunset Kingdom, the 3 A Kingdoms, the Greek Kingdom, the Holy Kingdom, and the Egyptian Kingdom had plundered the fortune of countless nations. Consequently, even 1% of their national fortune was immensely vast. Moreover, Huaxia did not merely draw 1/10 from a single nation, but from 5 nations combined. This surge far exceeded the boost to Huaxia's fortune when the great sage equal to heaven, Wukong, restored his true form. Hence, the nectar descending was far denser. At this moment, every citizen of China spread their arms wide to welcome the heavenly dew falling from the sky. Many even leaped and danced within the descending dew, shouting with joy to vent their excitement and exhilaration. If one were to gaze down upon the entire land of China from above, they would witness what true universal celebration truly means. Is it over? Not yet. It was the month of the 12th lunar month when all things withered. Yet the instant the fine mist touched the earth, the withered plants sprouted new buds at a visible pace. Those buds then grew visibly larger, blossoming into brilliant flowers. Such a scene seemed eerie, yet it was not eerie at all. For this was the nourishment of the divine dew upon all creation. Deadwood encountering spring was the most natural thing in the world. This alone revealed just how immense the rise in fortune for the Huaxia nation truly was. As for humanity, they received benefits no less than the plants and trees. The aged with white beards regained their youth, the bedridden rose to their feet, the physically disabled were restored to normal, those afflicted by serious illnesses were instantly cured, and minor ailments vanished without a trace. In this moment, every citizen of Huaxia felt energized as if injected with adrenaline. Not only were they brimming with vitality, but their entire bodies radiated warmth, enveloped in an indescribable yet profoundly delightful sensation. Huazhong Divine Academy. Bathed in the divine dew, Xia Zhenghua couldn't help but exclaim, "Just days ago, I felt my body was failing me, my time drawing near. Yet today, I clearly sense that living another few decades is absolutely within reach. Master Xia, this is the blessing brought by the nation's fortune rising." Xiao Wenshan added, "Years of battle left me with chronic ailments that no medicine could cure. But now they're all gone. I feel like a young man in the prime of life." Indeed. Zhou Tianming chimed in immediately, "The reason is precisely that this surge in national fortune is so immense. Even deadwood has sprouted new life in the dead of winter, let alone us mortals. All thanks to the era of peace." Zhao Qingshan said gratefully, "If not for Taiping, forget about our nation's unprecedented rise in fortune, even the immense benefits we've gained. We'd likely be in dire straits, suffering terribly, if not dead by now." Indeed. When Xingfeng added, "Without Taiping, scarcely any of us would still be standing here. Indeed, our nation might have plunged into dire straits, teetering on the brink of collapse." Xia Taiping grew increasingly uneasy as he listened. "Weren't you just marveling at the benefits of our nation's fortunes rising? How did the conversation suddenly shift to me?" He hurriedly interrupted, "Guys, cut it out. You're making me feel like I'm floating on air. Taiping, I didn't start this, old Zhao did." Xia Vanghua roared with laughter. "If you're going to blame anyone, blame old Zhao, don't blame me." Right, it was old Zhao who started it." When Xingfeng chimed in, "I was just following up on what old Zhao said." "Taiping, I didn't say anything." "Taiping, I didn't say anything either." "Taiping, I was about to speak, but didn't get the chance, so it's like I didn't say anything either." Wu Zhan, Zhou Yijian, and the others all chimed in. Zhao Qingshan looked utterly speechless. "We've been comrades in arms for years. How could you just sell me out like this?" "Old Zhao, it's not that I wanted to sell you out." Zhou Tianming explained, "The thing is, I was counting on Taiping to teach me the history of Chinese deities. If I didn't sell you out and Taiping blamed me for it, refusing to teach me, wouldn't I be the one losing out big time?" Right, old Qiao makes perfect sense." "Exactly. To avoid offending Taiping, we had no choice but to sell you out. No choice better the monk than the layman." When Xingfeng, Wu Zhan, and the others chimed in one after another, Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You guys really make a lot of sense. But he knew Zhou Tianming and the others were just messing with him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be scrambling to volunteer for battle and rush to their deaths before today's divine war even began. Senior Xia, everyone, I've suddenly realized something. Zhao Qingshan changed the subject. We haven't felt this carefree in ages. Indeed. Xia Zhanghua sighed. Before, the survival of Huaxia weighed heavily on our hearts. We couldn't relax even if we wanted to. But now it's different. With peace at hand, Huaxia's rise is imminent. With worries lifted, we naturally feel lighter. Old Xia, here you go again. Xia Taiping sighed helplessly. I suppose I'll have to pour cold water on your enthusiasm. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the first day of the new year will mark the day when Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations launch another divine war against us. We'd best discuss this matter. Chapter 184, Moonlit Council. A reluctant choice. Ha ha ha. Seeing Xia Taiping's exasperated expression, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I won't come. Xia Zhanghua chuckled, but your cold water won't dampen my excitement. After all, I'm currently basking in heavenly dew. Every inch of me feels warm and cozy. Senior Xia speaks the truth. Xiao Wenshan chimed in, bathed in heavenly dew. Not even a bucket of cold water, let alone a chunk of ice in my arms, could extinguish the fire burning within me. What's a block of ice? Zhao Qingshan chimed in immediately. Even if someone stabbed me right now, I wouldn't bat an eyelid or feel the slightest fear. Bathed in heavenly dew, such a minor wound is nothing, it would heal in minutes. What's a stab wound? When Qingfeng added, bathed in this heavenly dew, I reckon even being torn limb from limb wouldn't stop me from resurrecting on the spot. Such rich dew can revive dead wood, let alone a living, warm-blooded being. Xia Taiping's face darkened. I poured cold water on you to calm things down and shift the topic to the divine war the 6 nations, including Sakura country, plan to launch against Huaxia. Instead, you all look utterly unconcerned and keep escalating the conversation. That said, he could understand the excitement in Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others. It wasn't merely because the heavenly dew had cured their chronic ailments or enhanced their vitality. It was because China had not only escaped a deadly crisis but also gained immense fortune. Alright, everyone, stop teasing Taiping. Xia Zhanghua added, what Taiping said is indeed the most pressing matter at hand. But since the heavenly dew is still falling, there's no need to rush. We can discuss this after we've fully enjoyed the blessings of the heavenly dew. Elder Xia speaks wisely. Understood, Elder Xia. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others all agreed in turn. This wasn't out of fear of Xia Zhanghua, but rather because continuing the conversation would likely leave Xia Taiping so embarrassed he'd want to crawl into a hole. Phew. Xia Taiping exhaled deeply, relieved to finally escape the barrage of praise and teasing. After that, everyone stood quietly in the drizzle, enjoying the cleansing effect of the heavenly dew on their bodies. After about 15 minutes, the fine mist that had blanketed the sky finally ceased. A full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the land of Huaxia while draping it in a silvery veil. The entire sky seemed cleansed, no, not merely cleansed, but thoroughly purified by heavenly dew. With withered trees bursting into spring and flowers vying for splendor, freshness and floral fragrance permeated every corner of the land. Though the heavenly dew had ceased falling, the people of Huaxia still leapt and danced outdoors, venting their excitement. Though the heavenly dew has ceased, the moonlight is most pleasant. Xia Zhanghua expressed a hint of regret. Such a beautiful night should be spent outdoors, admiring the moon, savoring wine, and appreciating tea. Yet, due to pressing matters, we must relinquish this splendid evening. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others nodded in unison. It wasn't just Xia Zhanghua who felt a pang of regret, they all shared that sentiment. Xia Taiping interjected, Old Xia, there's no rule saying meetings must be held indoors. We can meet outside too. Exactly, we can deliberate outside too. Xia Zhanghua tapped his forehead and decisively declared, forget the conference room. We'll discuss the matter of the 6 nations, led by Sakura country, reigniting the divine war right here. No need for formalities, let's just sit on the ground. Agreed. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others agreed in unison. They weren't ones to fuss over formalities either. As soon as the words left their mouths, they crossed their legs and sat down on the ground. Xia Taiping followed suit, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Xia Zhanghua wasted no time getting to the point. Gentlemen, after suffering such heavy losses, the 6 nations led by Sakura country won't accept defeat. They've already proposed 2 amendments to the divine war rules since the last conflict ended, specifically to restrict Taiping. As Taiping mentioned, there's a high probability it's absolutely certain that they will launch another divine war against us on New Year's Day. Their goal is to regain their honor and halt the rise of our Huaxia nation. Everyone, share your thoughts. How should we respond? Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others exchanged glances before speaking up. I've been pondering this non-stop, but no matter how I look at it, this situation is extremely tricky. After all, our 6 consecutive victories today relied entirely on Taiping, and the 2 new divine war rules added today severely restrict Taiping. Exactly. Once these 2 new rules take effect, Taiping can only participate in 1 battle. Since it's a best-of-5 series, we'll have to fight the remaining 4 battles, but we know nothing about the Chinese deities. During today's divine battle, Taiping could still advise us on which deity to choose. But once the 2 new rules take effect, he won't be able to guide us anymore. For now, there's only one solution: we must seize the time to memorize as many deities as possible. That's exactly what I was thinking. There are still 3 days left until the new year. Though it's not much time, if we focus on memorizing, we can still learn quite a few deities. We have no choice but to proceed this way. Still, Taiping must explain the characteristics and names of the Huaxia deities to us. Ideally, we should have portraits too that would aid our memorization. I've considered that too, but this method still isn't entirely reliable. After all, there are countless deities in our Huaxia pantheon, and the way of heaven assigns them to us randomly. There's no guarantee it will assign one we've already recorded. Everyone chimed in, voicing their own perspectives and suggestions. After speaking for a while, they noticed Xia Taiping had remained silent and stopped talking in unison. Xia Zhanghua inquired, "Taiping, what are your thoughts?" "Elder Xia, everything I was thinking has already been voiced by our leaders." Xia Taiping smiled bitterly. "Truthfully, we have no other choice at present. I must trouble all of you to record as many divine beings as possible within 3 days to increase our chances of winning the divine war." Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others all shared a bitter smile. Even with so many minds gathered, they couldn't devise a better solution. They were forced to passively entrust their fate to luck. It wasn't that they lacked intelligence, it was simply that the 2 newly added rules for the divine battle imposed far too severe restrictions on Xia Taiping. Sigh. Xia Zhanghua sighed deeply. 3 days is simply too short. If only we had a year, no, even 3 months, or even just 1 month, we wouldn't be so helpless. Yes. Zhou Tianming added, 3 days is indeed too short. Even if we only focused on high-tier deities, we wouldn't be able to memorize many. Besides, it would take considerable time for Taiping to explain the characteristics of each deity or sketch their portraits. Zhao Qingshan, Wen Qingfeng, and the others nodded in unison, clearly agreeing with Xia Zhanghua and Zhou Tianming. Xia Taiping raised his hand to tap his forehead, his eyes suddenly brightening. Chapter 185, 2 approaches. Conservative or aggressive? Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others immediately noticed Xia Taiping's change. Immediately, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in their eyes. It seemed Xia Taiping had thought of a solution. Their suspicions were confirmed. Before they could ask, Xia Taiping spoke up. "Elder Xia, distinguished leaders, I have devised a solution." Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others exchanged glances, their anticipation growing. Xia Zhanghua exclaimed excitedly, "Taiping, what is it? Tell us quickly." "Old Master Xia, there's a saying, the best defense is a good offense." Xia Taiping continued, "Therefore, we needn't passively wait for the 6 nations, including Sakura country, to launch a divine war against our China. We can proactively initiate a divine war against them." Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others froze, somewhat confused by Xia Taiping's meaning. Under the constraints of the 2 newly added divine war rules, Xia Taiping's role had been severely diminished. To them, whether the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation, initiated a divine war against China or China initiated one against them, it made little difference. Xia Zhanghua pondered for a moment before saying, "Taiping, you mean that before the 2 new divine war rules take effect, we should initiate a divine war against the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation, to seize 1/10 of their national fortune? Once those new rules take effect, if the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation, launch another divine war against us, even if we lose, we'd merely spit out the national fortune we just swallowed, plus pay some interest. This way, our Huaxia nation wouldn't suffer significant losses and could buy ourselves a year's time. Is that correct?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others suddenly understood. According to the divine war rules, each nation could initiate one divine war against another within a year. Although Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations had initiated the divine war against China, it was their offensive action. China was merely responding defensively. Therefore, China could perfectly well launch a divine war against Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations before the 2 new divine war rules took effect. Today, China had won all 6 divine wars. Before the new rules took effect, with Xia Taiping able to exert his full strength, they believed that if China initiated divine wars against the 6 nations, it could still achieve 6 consecutive victories. First, they would consume 10% of the national fortune of the 6 nations, including Sakura Kingdom. When the new year arrived and these 6 nations initiated divine wars against China, even if China lost all battles, it would merely mean returning the national fortune just consumed from them, plus a small interest payment. Though this approach would still incur losses for China, they would be minimal. Moreover, it would buy China a year to recuperate and rebuild. With that year as a buffer, they would no longer fear challenges from the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation. Elder Xia, Taiping, this plan is quite feasible. Zhou Tianming was both excited and frustrated. Logically, this solution is quite simple. Why didn't we think of it ourselves? Zhou Tianming wasn't alone in this reaction. Zhao Qingshan and the others felt the same way. As Zhou Tianming had said, the solution was indeed straightforward. Why hadn't they thought of it? Leaders, there's a reason you didn't think of it. Xia Taiping explained, our nation, Huaxia, cherishes peace. Over the years, we have never initiated divine wars against other nations. Over time, this has led to a collective lack of inclination to start conflicts proactively, which is why this point eluded you. Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others nodded in unison. Xia Taiping's reasoning made perfect sense. Precisely because none of them harbored the will to initiate war, they hadn't considered proactively launching divine warfare as a means to minimize losses. But if it were nations like Sakura Nation, they would likely have grasped this solution instantly. But I thought the same way at first. Xia Taiping continued, but this approach still incurs losses. A 10% share of national fortune isn't a fixed value, it's calculated based on the total national fortune. The larger the base, the greater the 10% share becomes. Today we've already consumed 10% of Greece's, the Catholic kingdoms, and Egypt's national fortunes. If we were to consume another 10% from the 6 nations like Sakura Kingdom, our national fortune would only exceed theirs, it wouldn't fall below theirs. At that point, even the 10% national fortune we expel would exceed the 10% national fortune we consumed from the 6 nations, including Sakura. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others nodded in unison, each grasping the logic behind Xia Taiping's words. Today, China's consumption of 10% of the national fortune from the 3 nations and the land of the setting sun was not a gain, but merely reclaiming what those nations had consumed from China last year. Only the absorption of 10% from Greece, the Catholic Kingdom, and Egypt would constitute true gain. If China were to launch a divine war against the 6 nations including Sakura and consume another 10% of their national fortune, it would absorb a full 90% of other nations' fortunes. Combined with China's original national fortune, it would indeed surpass all other nations rather than fall short. With greater overall national fortune, a 10% share naturally becomes larger, which is why they speak of paying interest. Taiping, you mentioned earlier that this was your initial thought. Xiao Zhanghua inquired, what about now? Is there a better approach? Yes, Elder Xia. Xia Taiping explained, no one wants to suffer losses, myself included. So I considered how to avoid them. Combined with your earlier mention of needing more time to recuperate, I devised a solution. We could renegotiate the terms after victory. Instead of surrendering 10% of national fortune, we could demand a period during which no divine wars may be launched against Huaxia, say, 1 year or longer. This way, we avoid losses while gaining valuable time. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others' eyes lit up instantly. Xia Taiping's proposal was far superior to the earlier plan of first consuming the nation's fortune before relinquishing it. Xia Zhanghua declared decisively, Taiping, I think this plan is highly feasible. I agree, it's highly feasible. Me too. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and others chimed in agreement. Senior Xia, distinguished leaders, please hold your applause, I haven't finished yet. Xia Taiping continued, it would be better to amend the victory conditions to prohibit divine warfare against our Huaxia nation for a specified period, specifically, if next year Japan and the other 5 nations launch divine warfare against us and we fail to win a single battle. But if next year the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the other 5 nations launch a divine war against us, we could win a few battles or even just one. In that case, demanding 10% of the national fortune would be more advantageous, because the 10% gained from that victory alone would cover the interest owed to the other 5 victorious nations. If we can win 2 or more divine wars, our gains will be even greater. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others all froze for a moment before nodding in unison. Xia Taiping's reasoning was flawless. If next year the 6 nations led by Sakura Nation launched a divine war against Huaxia, winning 1 or more battles would indeed yield significant gains. So, how exactly should we proceed? Xia Taiping continued, whether to proceed conservatively or aggressively, that decision rests with you, leaders. Chapter 186, Steady Progress. A matter of time. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others exchanged glances, each feeling a bit conflicted. On one hand, there was little risk, no losses, but also no gains. On the other, taking risks to pursue gains. The choice was genuinely perplexing. After a moment of silence, Xia Zhanghua spoke up, everyone, please share your thoughts. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others wasted no time in voicing their opinions. Frankly, no one wants to walk away empty-handed, myself included. But we can't ignore the risks. If things spiral out of control, it won't be about gains anymore, it'll be about losses. Once the 2 new divine battle rules take effect today, Taiping can only participate in 1 divine battle. None of us possess powerful personal deities, nor can we receive guidance from Taiping. Winning is far from certain. Exactly. 3 days isn't enough to memorize all the deities, we'll only grasp a fraction. If the deity randomly selected by the Tao isn't one we've studied, we're in trouble. Given our nation's current predicament, I believe stability is paramount over aggression. Personally, I see no need to gamble, securing time for growth is sufficient. I agree. With Taiping here, it won't take long to complete our nation's mythological history. Once that's done, our foundation will be so strong that we'll have nothing to fear from other nations. Dealing with them won't be difficult at all. I agree, there's no need to rush. Let's first secure time for growth, refine our nation's mythological history, and enhance our strength. Once we've grown powerful, dealing with the land of cherry blossoms and the other 5 nations won't be too late. After hearing Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others speak, Xia Zhanghua nodded. Though their approaches differed, their underlying intent was consistent. They favored stability over risk, seeking gains through measured steps to secure growth time for China. Taiping, what are your thoughts?
Xia Zhanghua turned to Xia Taiping, who had remained silent. After a moment's thought, Xia Taiping replied, Old Xia, since everyone favors stability, let's proceed according to the consensus. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions thoughtful. Though Xia Taiping hadn't stated it explicitly, his implication was clear. He favored a more aggressive approach, willing to take risks for greater gains. Indeed, as Xia Zhanghua and the others had suspected, Xia Taiping was eager to take risks for greater rewards. Risk and reward coexisted in this world. There was no gain without bearing some risk. Winning just one divine war would guarantee a solid profit for Huaxia nation. Winning multiple battles would yield even greater rewards. Thus, he leaned toward taking risks for greater rewards. But then again, under the constraints of the 2 newly added divine battle rules, he wasn't confident he could win even one battle. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and others all favored a cautious approach, he abandoned his own idea. Taiping, if you wish to be more aggressive. Xia Vanghua interjected, this isn't entirely off the table. We could even follow your lead. Yes, Taiping, we're merely sharing our perspectives. We never insisted on playing it safe. Taiping, if you want to fight, we'll fight alongside you. Exactly, Taiping. Just tell us what to do, we'll support you unconditionally. Taiping, don't feel burdened. No matter what choice you make, no matter the outcome, no one will blame you. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and others chimed in agreement. That Huaxia nation had escaped disaster and gained such immense rewards was all thanks to Xia Taiping. Moving forward, they would rely on him to fill the gaps in Huaxia's mythological history. Thus, they held his opinions in the highest regard. Honestly, gentlemen, I was indeed leaning toward taking risks for gains earlier. Xia Taiping said with a smile, but after hearing your thoughts, I've reconsidered. As you all pointed out, the current situation in Huaxia is better suited for stability. There's no rush to achieve gains right now. Moreover, I'm not confident we could win a divine war under the constraints of these 2 new rules. Therefore, steady progress is the better approach. Let's first secure some time for Huaxia to grow stronger. Once we've built our strength, we can deal with them. Agreed. Steady progress it is. Xia Zhanghua didn't try to persuade him further and made the decision on the spot. This wasn't mere politeness on his part. He could sense the sincerity in Xia Taiping's words and see that Xia Taiping had genuinely abandoned the idea of seeking gains through risk. There was no need for further discussion. Elder Xia, one more question. Zhou Tianming spoke up. If we initiate the divine war against the land of cherry blossoms and the other 5 nations, how long should we wait after victory before taking action? Xia Zhanghua nodded, turning to Xia Taiping. Taiping, what do you think? Elder Xia, naturally, the longer the better. Xia Taiping declared with righteous conviction, our condition is that they cannot initiate a divine war against us, not that neither side can initiate one. Since this restriction applies only to the 6 nations including Sakura Kingdom, naturally, the longer the duration, the better. Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others were suddenly taken aback. Xia Taiping's reasoning made perfect sense. Exactly. Since we're setting conditions that only restrict the 6 nations like Sakura country, the longer the duration, the better. Exactly. After all, it imposes no restrictions on us. The longer the duration, the more advantageous it is for us. I just pictured it as fighting whenever we want, while the 6 nations like Sakura country are stuck watching helplessly under the terms. That image alone is thrilling. Yeah, I pictured that too. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others chimed in, grinning from ear to ear. Ahem, I hate to be a downer, but I have to be. Xia Zhanghua cleared his throat a few times, then sighed helplessly. The price we paid for losing the divine war isn't freedom to do whatever we want. There are definite limitations. Do you really think the Heavenly Tao would agree to our demand for unlimited time? Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others all looked utterly embarrassed. They'd only thought about making demands after victory, overlooking the fact that not every demand could be made. Had they not done so, after losing 6 consecutive battles in last year's Divine War, China would have been completely carved up by Japan, Sunset Nation, and the Nation. How could it have clung to survival until this year, waiting for Xia Taiping to emerge and rescue China from the brink? Taiping, you know the Chinese deities well. Xia Zhanghua continued, estimate how much time we'll need to refine the history of Huaxia mythology. That way, we'll have a rough idea. If the Heavenly Tao won't permit an extended period, we can request a more reasonable time frame. Elder Xia, let me think. Xia Taiping nodded and began to ponder. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others waited in silence. Chapter 187, Formulating the Plan on New Year's Eve. Preparations before the battle. Xia Taiping didn't deliberate for long. After only a few dozen breaths, he spoke.
Elder Xia, distinguished leaders, our nation of Huaxia possesses 5,000 years of profound heritage and an exceptionally rich pantheon of deities. To fully refine the divine history of Huaxia would likely require an immense amount of time. Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. According to the rules of the divine war, the conditions proposed after victory were severely restricted. While they could manage to refine China's divine history within a short time frame, if it required too long, the way of heaven might not grant it. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that the opportunity to secure time for recuperation and rebuilding came only once. If they failed to obtain sufficient time this time, China would once again face the combined assault of the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation. But there is a compromise. Xia Taiping continued, thoroughly perfecting the entire mythological history of Huaxia would take an immense amount of time. However, if we focus solely on perfecting the records of our nation's high-tier deities, those of blue rank and above, it wouldn't require nearly as much time. After all, victory in the God War relies entirely on high-tier deities. We need only refine the records of these high-tier deities, enabling more Chinese citizens to become divine followers of such deities. This alone would allow us to confront the challenge posed by the 6 nations, including the land of cherry blossoms. Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others exhaled in relief while simultaneously rolling their eyes. Zhou Tianming snapped irritably, "Can you speak without gasping for air, you little brat? You gave me quite a fright." "Dean, it's not entirely my fault." Xia Taiping protested with feigned grievance. "Old Master Xia asked about thoroughly perfecting our nation's divine history. I had to answer truthfully. But I also know we might not secure much time, so I devised a compromise." Zhou Tianming was momentarily speechless, for Xia Taiping's reasoning held merit. Xia Zhenghua pressed, "Taiping, how long would it take to perfect only the blue-tier deities and above?" Xia Taiping held up one finger. "1 month is sufficient." Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others were stunned. When they saw Xia Taiping hold up one finger, they had assumed he meant 1 day, not 1 month. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real shock was that the blue-tier and above deities in the 6 nations, including Sakura country, could be counted on one hand. Yet perfecting all the blue-tier and above deities in Huaxia would take a whole month? How many such deities must there be? Xia Zhenghua pressed further, "Taiping, how many blue-tier or higher deities does our Huaxia nation possess?" "Elder Xia, I haven't calculated the exact number." Xia Taiping replied, "In any case, it's not a small number. It's incomparable to the 6 nations like Sakura country." "Whoa!" Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and others couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. "What do you mean, not counted? If it's few, would there even be a need to count? This implies that Huaxia nation has no shortage of deities at the blue rank and above." "Elder Xia, there's one more question." Xia Taiping continued, "Refining the mythological history is merely refining the mythological history. Cultivating more divine followers capable of nurturing high-tier deities is the fundamental solution to confronting challenges from the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation. Therefore, we must also factor in the time required to cultivate divine followers." "Quite right." Xia Zhenghua nodded. Cultivating divine followers for high-tier deities does take time, but however long it takes, 3 years should suffice. If we spare no expense, even 1 year might be enough. After all, a divine war has at most 5 rounds. The 6 nations' divine war, even at its fullest, would only have 30 rounds. We only need to win 18 of those divine wars. Calculating it this way, we'd need fewer than 20 high-level divine beings devotees. "That's true." Xia Taiping said, "I believe securing a year should be manageable, so time isn't a concern. However, there's another issue. With only 3 days remaining, when should we initiate the divine war against the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation? I suggest waiting until New Year's Eve to initiate the divine war against the 6 nations." Xia Zhenghua said, "Not only will it catch the 6 nations, including Sakura Kingdom, completely off guard, but I also have matters to attend to that require some time. You should use these 2 days to memorize some high-tier deities, just in case Taiping gets eliminated." Although Taiping can still give you reminders before the 2 new divine war rules take effect, recognizing some deities without his prompting would undoubtedly intimidate the 6 nations, including Sakura country. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others nodded in unison. Xia Zhenghua's reasoning made perfect sense. Launching a divine war against the 6 nations including Sakura Nation 1 day before they initiated theirs would indeed deliver a major surprise to those 6 nations. As for Xia Zhenghua mentioning there was still something to be done, they were all curious about what Xia Zhenghua intended to do, but since he hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't pry. Xia Taiping then said, "Elder Xia, I'll compile information on some high-level deities as soon as possible for the leaders to review." "Very well." Xia Zhenghua nodded, turning to Zhao Qingshan and the others. "You stay here for now and assist Taiping in compiling the high-tier deity data. Once he finishes, make sure to review it promptly. The divine portrait artists are already heading to the pantheon with the portraits. I'll go check on them first, then attend to my own matters. I'll be back promptly the night after tomorrow." "Yes, Elder Xia." Zhao Qingshan and the others replied in unison. Xiao Tianming suggested, Master Xia, we've been working all day without a bite to eat. Shouldn't we grab something to eat first before heading out? No need. Xia Zhanghua replied, I was a bit hungry earlier, but after bathing in the heavenly dew, I feel no hunger now. Let's celebrate properly after the New Year's Eve divine battle, once the crisis facing Huaxia nation is fully resolved. Well, alright then. Xiao Tianming hesitated briefly before agreeing. I'm off. Xia Zhanghua wasted no further time, turning and departing the moment his words fell. Watching Xia Zhanghua depart, Xiao Tianming added, everyone, time is tight. We've got work to do tonight. I'll go prepare some food for everyone. Taiping, you lead everyone to the conference room to organize the high-level deity files. I'll rush over once the food is ready. Understood, Dean. Xia Taiping responded, then turned to Zhao Qingshan and the others. Leaders, please follow me. Next, Xiao Tianming went to prepare food for everyone, while Xia Taiping led Zhao Qingshan and the others toward the conference room. Upon reaching the conference room, Xia Taiping began organizing the files on China's high-level deities. He didn't just list their names, he also noted their primary characteristics. Otherwise, how could Zhao Qingshan and the others identify which deity the heavenly Tao had randomly selected based solely on their names? He had considered sketching portraits of the deities, but ultimately decided against it. First, creating portraits was a significant waste of time, and he simply didn't have that kind of time to spare. Second, his artistic skills were frankly terrible, he couldn't even draw a bird without it looking like a chick. Drawing deities? Better not. Zhao Qingshan and the others gathered around Xia Taiping, watching silently. Chapter 188, Every Second Counts. Burning the Midnight Oil. Zhao Qingshan, Wu Zhan, Xiao Wenshan, and the others stared intently, not blinking once, at every single character Xia Taiping wrote down. This was their golden opportunity to learn about the deities of Huaxia. They were all eager to grasp the information as quickly as possible. With only 2 days to spare, time was truly pressing. The sooner they understood, the more Huaxia deities they could undoubtedly memorize. As Xia Taiping wrote down more and more deities, Zhao Qingshan, Xiao Wenshan, and the others grew increasingly delighted. Not a single deity he recorded had appeared in today's divine battle. Moreover, Xia Taiping had already documented numerous blue-tier and higher deities, showing no signs of stopping. This clearly indicated that blue-tier and higher deities were indeed plentiful among the Huaxia deities. It made sense. If blue-tier deities were rare among the Chinese pantheon, Xia Taiping wouldn't have claimed it would take a month to compile comprehensive records of the higher-tier deities. Taiping, none of these are the deities who fought today. Wu Zhan couldn't help but ask, why aren't you writing down the deities who fought today? Before Xia Taiping could answer, Xiao Wenshan's voice rang out first. Old Wu, are you being silly? Every deity can only appear on the divine battle arena once per year. The deities fighting today have already appeared on the arena, so they can't appear again this year. Yeah. Zhao Qingshan added, if we were to declare a divine war against the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation, next year, the deities fighting today might still appear. But we're declaring the divine war against them this year. There's another reason. Zhou Jin chimed in immediately, we've seen the appearance of every deity who fought today and recorded their names. There was absolutely no need for Taiping to write down the names of today's combatants. Wu Zhan's face flushed with embarrassment. He'd been fixated on why Xia Taiping hadn't recorded today's combatants, overlooking the divine war rule that deities could only appear once per year on the arena. His question now sounded utterly foolish. Taiping, I also have a question. Xiao Wenshan continued, it hasn't been long, yet you've already recorded the names and characteristics of over 10 deities. At this pace, who knows how many you could document in a single day? Earlier, you mentioned it would take a month to compile records for all blue-grade and above deities in our Huaxia nation. Doesn't that imply there are an extraordinary number of such deities in our Huaxia nation? Hearing this, Zhao Qingshan, Wu Zhan, and the others froze in surprise. Xiao Wenshan's point was undeniably valid. Although Xia Taiping had mentioned that China had many deities above the blue rank, judging by the current situation, the number of such deities in China seemed exceptionally large. Xia Taiping shook his head. Commander Wu, you've misunderstood. While our nation does have a considerable number of blue-tier and above deities, it's not nearly as many as you imagine. Misunderstanding? Wu Zhan looked puzzled. But it hasn't been long since you wrote down the names and characteristics of over a dozen deities. Earlier, you said it would take a month to complete the records of all blue-grade and above deities in our country. Commander Wu, you're correct. Xia Taiping explained, but writing down a deity's name and characteristics is different from compiling a complete profile. Recording names and traits is for your quick reference, it can be done in a few words. But compiling complete profiles is different. It requires detailed records of their lives, not something you can wrap up in a few words. So while listing names and traits is quick, refining the profiles takes much longer. I see. Wu Zhan, Zhao Qingshan, and the others suddenly understood. Xia Taiping said no more, continuing to write down the names and characteristics of the deities. Before long, Xiao Tianming arrived at the conference room with a tray of pastries. Everyone, take a break. Xiao Tianming announced, I had the kitchen prepare some snacks. Help yourselves and fill your stomachs first. You are iron, food is steel, only with a full belly will you have the strength to keep working. Xia Taiping, Zhao Qingshan, and the others didn't hesitate, grabbing pastries and digging in. However, while eating, Xia Taiping continued writing down the names and characteristics of the deities. Seeing this, Zhao Qingshan and the others gathered around again. This scene left Xiao Tianming momentarily speechless. He sighed, do we really need to race against the clock like this? We could eat first, then write and review later. Dean, we only have 2 days to prepare. Xia Taiping replied, our Huaxia nation has quite a few deities above the blue rank. Even just writing down their names and characteristics will take a while. Our leaders need time to memorize them. The sooner I write them down, the more time they'll have to commit them to memory. Taiping is absolutely right. Zhao Qingshan chimed in, if we review earlier, we can memorize more deities and thus have more opportunities to lighten Taiping's load. As a dean focused more on teaching, how could you possibly understand the pressure we commanders face? Exactly. Wu Zhan, Zhou Yijian, and others chimed in agreement. Xiao Tianming couldn't help but roll his eyes. Xia Taiping merely explaining himself wasn't the issue. It was Zhao Qingshan, Wu Zhan, and the others teasing him that felt a bit much. After all, his intention to let everyone eat their fill before working was purely out of goodwill. Still, he knew Zhao Qingshan, Wu Zhan, and the others were just teasing him, so he naturally didn't get angry. You lot are like dogs biting Lu Dongbin, unappreciative of a kind heart. Xiao Tianming scolded with a laugh, I'm not going to bother with you lot. If you want to eat and watch, go ahead. Put. Zhao Qingshan, Wu Zhan, and the others simultaneously shot Xiao Tianming a withering look before shifting their attention to what Xia Taiping had written. Let me see too. Xiao Tianming said, holding a pastry as he leaned in. Like Zhao Qingshan and the others, he ate while reading. Not only Zhao Qingshan, Wu Zhan, and the others were eager to learn about the deities of Huaxia, he was eager to learn about them too. From then on, everyone in the conference room except Xia Taiping, who continued writing while eating, ate and read simultaneously. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Xia Taiping's hand never stopped as he continued writing down the names and characteristics of the Chinese deities. Xiao Tianming glanced at the time and said, Taiping, you've been busy all day. It's getting late now, and you've already written down quite a few names and characteristics of the deities, enough for them to memorize tonight. Why not take a break and continue writing tomorrow? Dean, writing down the names and characteristics of the deities doesn't take much time. Xia Taiping replied, I'm not tired right now. I'll just finish writing them all tonight. The sooner I get it done, the sooner I won't have to worry about it. Oh, and make copies of these pages you've written so far. Send them to the leaders for review. All right. Xiao Tianming offered no further persuasion, took the pages Xia Taihang handed him, and turned to leave. Watching Xiao Tianming depart, Xia Taiping bent over his desk and continued writing furiously. Just as he'd told Xiao Tianming, writing about blue level or higher Huaxia deities, merely noting their names and characteristics wouldn't take long. He was confident he could compile everything tonight. Chapter 189, The Overage Student. The Pearl in the Dust. As Xia Taiping wrote furiously, time slipped away unnoticed. Before he knew it, the clock had struck 3 in the morning. Huff. Xia Taiping exhaled deeply, a faint smile spreading across his cheeks. After hours of frantic writing, his wrists ached intensely. He had finally recorded the names and characteristics of all the formidable deities in Huaxia mythology. Now he could rest easy for the next 2 days. Stretching his aching wrists from prolonged writing, Xia Taiping glanced around the room. A peculiar expression immediately crossed his face. Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, Wu Zhan, and the others sat solemnly around the conference table. Each held several sheets of paper, their lips moving silently as they clearly memorized the names and characteristics of the deities he had written down. But Xia Taiping couldn't help but laugh. Hearing his laughter, Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others snapped out of their silent recitation. Xiao Tianming asked in confusion, Taiping, what are you laughing at? Nothing much. Xia Taiping explained, it's just that seeing you all sitting so stiffly and silently reading reminded me of elementary school kids sitting quietly in class reciting their lessons. Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others instinctively glanced at each other, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sitting stiffly at the conference table, each holding a few pages to recite, they did indeed resemble elementary school students. Xiao Tianming asked, Taiping, have you finished writing? Mostly done. Xia Taiping said, I've listed all the deities I know of with formidable combat power. There might be some powerful deities I'm unaware of, and I couldn't possibly include those. Hearing this, Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others moved towards Xia Taiping in unison. Before him lay a thick stack of papers, each listing 3 or 4 deities. A rough estimate suggested the stack contained at least 100 or 200 names. Xiao Tianming exclaimed in surprise, Taiping, are there really this many blue-grade or higher deities in our Huaxia nation? Dean, these deities I've written down aren't necessarily all blue tier or above. Xia Taiping shook his head. After all, none of them have appeared on the divine battle arena yet. Their exact ranks remain uncertain. What is certain, however, is that their combat prowess is formidable. Even the weakest among them are no less powerful than the likes of Tamamo no Mei.
Hearing this, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others were filled with excitement.
Yamatsu Haim was a green-tier deity from Sakura Nation.
The 100 or more deities Xia Taiping had listed were all at least as powerful as her. Even if some weren't blue tier, they were undoubtedly elite among green tier deities.
How wonderful! With so many powerful deities in our nation, how could we fail to revive it? Indeed. Before this, I thought our divine beings were scarce.
Little did I know our nation harbors so many formidable deities, let alone those of lesser strength.
Ha ha ha. With so many mighty deities, how could countries like Sakura Nation possibly stand against us?
I can't wait for the day when all our Huaxia deities emerge. I'm also eager to see the expressions on the faces of countries like Sakura Nation when they realize just how many formidable deities our Huaxia Nation possesses. Xiao Wenshan, Zhao Qingshan, and the others all spoke up, their faces glowing with excitement.
Zhou Tianming turned to Xia Taiping, his relief evident.
Taiping, all these years you've been at the bottom of the Central China Divine Academy.
Many suggested I expel you to prevent you from dragging the academy down. I hesitated, but ultimately couldn't bring myself to abandon you.
Thankfully I didn't, or else our academy would have lost this prodigy destined to save China from ruin and our nation's revival would have been impossible. Now it's clear that you were once a pearl hidden in dust. Once the grime is washed away, you'll shine with unmatched brilliance. Hearing this, Zhao Qingshan, Wu Zhan, and the others were instantly struck dumb with astonishment. They had only witnessed Xia Taiping's prodigious side, so they had always regarded him as the cream of the crop at Central China Divine Academy. They never imagined Xia Taiping could have such a dark past. Xia Taiping raised his hand to scratch his nose.
Zhou Tianming had gotten one thing wrong.
His former self, or rather, the original owner of this body, was no dust-covered pearl. He was a deadbeat who, at 18, had resolved to become a security guard, believing it would save him decades of detours compared to others. And a short-lived deadbeat at that. Had he not transmigrated into this body, it would likely have been laid to rest long ago. But Zhou Tianming was right about one thing: had Zhou Tianming not persistently refused to abandon the original owner of this body, instead expelling him from Central China Theological Seminary, then after his transmigration, he himself would never have been able to enter the pantheon and become the divine chosen of the great saint. Then none of the subsequent events would have unfolded.
But this was something only he could know.
There was no way to explain it to Zhou Tianming and the others.
Ahem.
Xia Taiping cleared his throat a few times, shifting the topic.
Dean, let's not dwell on the past. We should focus on the future. Well, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll head back to rest now. Alright, go get some rest. Zhou Tianming agreed decisively.
Xia Taiping was the prized asset of Central China Divine Academy, indeed, the prized asset of the entire nation. He couldn't afford to exhaust Xia Taiping, lest it become not just a loss for the academy, but a loss for the entire country. Leaders, I'll take my leave now.
Xia Taiping wasted no time, bidding farewell to Zhao Qingshan, Wu Zhan, and the others before rising to leave. Watching Xia Taiping depart, Zhao Qingshan asked curiously, "Old Xiu, isn't Taiping one of the top talents at Central China Divine Academy? How did he end up at the bottom of the class?" "I'll explain that later." Zhou Tianming shook his head.
"Though we still rely on Taiping to initiate the divine war against the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation, in 2 days, you may still have opportunities to fight.
So make sure to memorize the deities Taiping wrote down.
Otherwise, if you fail to recognize the deities during battle and need Taiping to remind you, not only will you lose face, but our goal of intimidating the 6 nations, including Sakura country, will be compromised."
Right. We should focus on memorizing the deities Taiping wrote down now.
Zhao Qingshan, Wu Zhan, and the others nodded in unison, then sat upright at the conference table like elementary school students and began reciting.
Back in the dormitory,
Xia Taiping washed up briefly before collapsing onto his bed. Sigh, to experience so much right after arriving in this world.
I bet I'm the most unlucky transmigrator ever. But it's all good now, we've figured out a plan, and I've finished my tasks. I can finally get some rest for the next couple days.
Xia Taiping murmured to himself before closing his eyes. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from participating in so many divine battles, working late into the night afterward, coupled with the relief of having devised a plan and completed his tasks. Before long, Xia Taiping drifted into a deep sleep. Little did he know, however, that his rest would be cut short.
Other matters awaited him. Chapter 190, No Time to Rest. Another children's song.
The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, while Xia Taiping was still fast asleep, his phone suddenly rang.
Ring. The abrupt ringing instantly jolted Xia Taiping awake. Who's calling this early in the morning, disturbing my peaceful sleep? I was hoping to sleep in.
Xia Taiping muttered under his breath as he reached for the phone on his bedside table and glanced at the screen.
Old Master Xia?
Xia Taiping froze for a moment, then sat up abruptly. Xia Zhanghua had said he was busy, yet he was calling at this hour. Something must be wrong.
Xia Taiping answered the call immediately.
Immediately, Xia Zhanghua's voice came through the phone.
Taiping, haven't you gotten up yet? Xia Taiping replied awkwardly, Mr. Xia, I worked until 3 in the morning last night, so I got up a bit late today. I heard from old Xiao. Xia Zhanghua apologized, I didn't mean to disturb you, but there's something no one else can handle, only you can take care of it. I had no choice but to call you. It's fine. Xia Taiping politely inquired, Elder Xia, what's the matter? This isn't something I can explain in a few words. Xia Zhanghua said, come to the pantheon. Old Xiao will be at your dorm soon. He'll bring you over. Alright, Elder Xia, I'll get up right away. Xia Taiping agreed decisively before hanging up. I was hoping to get a couple days of rest, but it looks like that won't happen now. Xia Taiping sighed before officially getting out of bed. Although Xia Zhanghua hadn't specified why he was summoned, the fact that he was being sent to the pantheon surely related to the divine portrait sketched by the divine portrait artists during yesterday's divine battle, or perhaps to summoning the deities who had fought yesterday. After a quick wash, Xia Taiping opened his dorm room door and saw Qiu Tianming approaching. Dean, you're here. Xia Taiping cut straight to the point, Old Master Xia asked you to take me to the pantheon. Do you know what it's about? Taiping, Elder Xia didn't specify. Qiu Tianming replied, but I imagine it's connected to the portraits painted by the divine portrait artist yesterday. After all, when summoning the deities yesterday, we only invoked their names. Merely knowing a deity's name isn't sufficient to successfully summon them in the pantheon. Xia Taiping nodded. Qiu Tianming's conjecture matched his own perfectly. Taiping, let's go. Qiu Tianming wasted no time. With a flick of his wrist, a portal of light materialized before him, and he stepped through it. Xia Taiping followed suit. The next moment, Qiu Tianming and Xia Taiping materialized within the pantheon. Their eyes immediately fell upon Xia Zhanghua, who stood within the pantheon. Xia Zhanghua spotted them the instant they arrived. Old Qiu, Taiping, you're here. Xia Zhanghua greeted Qiu Tianming and Xia Taiping, then turned to Xia Taiping. Taiping, I intended to find you last night, but I remembered you had matters to attend to, so I waited until now. I apologize for disturbing your rest. It's fine. Xia Taiping shook his head and asked, Old Xia, you summoned me here regarding the matter of summoning the deities, correct? That's correct. Xia Zhanghua explained. After yesterday's divine battle concluded, the divine portrait artist rushed to the pantheon with the portraits immediately. Having witnessed the deities firsthand, all those who appeared in yesterday's battle successfully manifested within the pantheon. Originally, I intended to gather some personnel to attempt summoning the deities who fought yesterday. However, I discovered a rather awkward problem. Without the summoning incantation, relying solely on the deities' names is utterly insufficient to successfully summon them. Just as I suspected. Xia Taiping muttered to himself, turning his gaze toward the pantheon. He saw that every deity who had fought yesterday, Neza, Yang Jian, Bull Demon King, had been granted a divine card. Even those who hadn't fought, like Tiger Deity and Ram Deity, had received divine cards without exception. Xia Zhanghua inquired again, Taiping, do you know the life stories of these deities? I do. Xia Taiping replied, but recounting their entire histories would be rather cumbersome and time-consuming. I'd rather just recite their entries. That way, it's easier to remember and saves time. Going straight to the entries is definitely best. Xia Zhanghua exclaimed excitedly, I'll have someone come take notes. Never mind, I'll just record it on my phone. With that, Xia Zhanghua pulled out his phone and activated the recording function. Master Xia, start with the entry for Neza, the third prince. Seeing Xia Zhanghua ready, Xia Taiping wasted no time. Clearing his throat, he began to sing. Let me tell a myth about a certain family. This couple had a strange child. With 2 sky-piercing topknots, bare little feet. He rode on 2 wheels of wind and fire, holding the heavenly ring in his hands. The heavenly robe shielded him, while the Xianyuan arrow was drawn taut on his bow. His eyes were demon-revealing mirrors, his legs swift as wind-chasing horses. His heavenly rings accompany him, traversing skies and seas with great prowess. 3 heads and 6 arms display his might, 1,000 battles fought, magic and war. If you ask his name, it's Neza, Neza, little Neza. Hearing Xia Taiping singing, Xia Zhanghua and Qiu Tianming froze in shock. Didn't you say you were doing an entry? Why did you switch to singing? But they quickly caught on Xia Taiping had a history of this. When he summoned the Monkey King's son Wukong before, he'd sung a song too. So it made perfect sense that he'd sing for Neza's entry. Nothing unusual about that. Xia Zhanghua and Qiu Tianming exchanged glances, both wearing complex expressions. Summoning the Monkey King's son Wukong required a song, and summoning Neza required a song too. If this kept up, Xia Taiping would completely derail the centuries-old practice of summoning deities. Besides, singing when summoning deities among allies was one thing, but using song to invoke deities during battles against enemies was downright peculiar. After all, across the world, summoning deities involved reciting specific incantations. But none of that was the real issue. The real problem was that when you summoned deities through song, you could have sung something adults would sing. Instead, the songs you sang sounded like nursery rhymes. Sure, they were pleasant enough, but it still felt downright embarrassing. Enough. Xia Zhanghua sighed inwardly.
Singing nursery rhymes in front of foreigners might be embarrassing, but as the saying goes, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white as long as it catches mice. So whether it's incantations or nursery rhymes, as long as it successfully summons the deity, it's good enough. The next moment, Xia Zhanghua seemed to remember something, his expression abruptly changing. He urgently interrupted, Taiping, stop immediately. Hearing this, Xia Taiping stopped immediately. Not because of Xia Zhanghua's warning, but because he had just finished singing. Confused, he asked, Grandfather Xia, what's wrong? Taiping, this is the pantheon. You're reciting summoning incantations again. No, it's a song. If you successfully summon a deity here, you could be injured by divine conflicts. In severe cases, you might even lose your life. Xia Zhanghua looked utterly regretful. He'd been so focused on quickly jotting down the incantation that he'd forgotten this was the pantheon. If Xia Taiping suffered any harm because of this, dying 100 times wouldn't atone for the sin of his negligence. Chapter 191, Accidental Success. False Alarm. Swish. Xiao Tianming's expression also changed abruptly. Xia Taiping was China's most precious asset. The nation's revival depended entirely on him. If anything happened to Xia Taiping, not only would China's path to rejuvenation be severed, but he and Xia Zhanghua would become traitors to the nation. Ah! Xia Taiping froze in surprise. But I've already finished singing. What? Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming's expressions instantly turned grim. They had thought they could stop Xia Taiping from summoning the deity, but their intervention came too late. Xia Taiping had already finished singing the lyrics to summon Neza. This was trouble. Swish! Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming whipped their heads around to stare at Neza's card in the pantheon. They saw the card rapidly shed its gray tint, turning a brilliant azure blue. And it wasn't just part of the card turning brilliant blue, the entire card had become brilliant blue. Had Xia Taiping not already possessed a personal deity, Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming would have been overjoyed. The card regaining its original color signaled success, and its complete restoration meant utter triumph. But there were no such ifs. Xia Taiping already possessed a personal deity, and they feared a divine conflict might erupt, leaving Xia Taiping gravely injured or even dead. The next moment, a palm-sized, deep blue card detached from the Neza card and merged into Xia Taiping's body. Please, please, please don't let anything go wrong. Please, please, please don't let anything go wrong. Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming stared intently at Xia Taiping, their hearts filled with constant prayer. Their cheeks were flushed with tension, their eyes filled with worry, and their bodies trembled slightly. But no matter how they looked up and down, left and right, they saw nothing amiss with Xia Taiping. In fact, they noticed a peculiar expression on his face, one tinged with surprise. Taiping. Xia Zhanghua stammered nervously, Are you okay? Xia Taiping shook his head. Old Xia, I'm not just fine, I'm perfectly fine. Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming froze simultaneously. What did he mean, not only fine, but feeling great? Before they could ponder further, Xia Taiping's voice rang out again. Master Xia, it seems I've gained another guardian spirit. Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming froze again. Gaining a new guardian spirit meant exactly that, gaining a new guardian spirit. What did he mean by seems like I've gained another guardian spirit? Still, Xia Taiping's words allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Judging by his demeanor, their fears hadn't materialized. Xiao Tianming asked in confusion, Taiping, what do you mean by it seems like another guardian spirit has been added? Dean, I already had the great sage as my guardian deity. Xia Taiping explained, during yesterday's divine battle, Yang Jian also became my guardian deity. Now Neza has become my guardian deity too. Isn't that exactly what you mean by another guardian deity? Upon hearing this, Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming suddenly understood. How could they have forgotten that Xia Taiping possessed more than one guardian deity? But that wasn't the crux of the matter. What suddenly struck them was Yang Jian's earlier remark, Xia Taiping was different from ordinary people, capable of having multiple guardian deities. This explained why Neza had also become one of his guardian deities. With this realization, Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming's hearts instantly settled. But by then, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The reason was simple, Xia Taiping was far too crucial to Huaxia nation to risk any mishap. Xiao Tianming remained puzzled. Taiping, you explained again, what exactly does that mean? Dean, mustn't I be modest? Xia Taiping explained, if I were to state with absolute certainty that another guardian spirit has been added, wouldn't that make you think I'm being arrogant? Xiao Tianming couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is this how you show humility? He'd never seen such excessive modesty in his entire life. Xia Zhanghua chuckled, Taiping, would you call this hitting the mark by accident? Xia Taiping nodded. It certainly is. If not for this, I might not have considered summoning more personal deities. After all, having the great sage and Yang Jian as my personal deities was nearly sufficient. A happy accident is a good thing. Xia Zhanghua added nervously, but it was genuinely terrifying. I broke out in a cold sweat. Xia Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose. He hadn't been particularly frightened. The moment Xia Zhanghua explained the cause, he recalled what Yang Jian had said.
Plus, since Neza got along well with both the great sage and Yang Jian, he didn't think any divine conflicts would arise. Still, it was best to keep this to himself. If he mentioned it, Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming would likely beat him up and demand why he hadn't explained it immediately, forcing them both to break out in a cold sweat. Ahem. Xia Taiping cleared his throat a few times, shifting the topic. Old Xia, shall we continue? Xia Zhanghua hesitated before saying, Taiping, maybe we should just go outside? Out. Xia Taiping froze for a moment before realizing, Old Master Xia, are you worried about causing a divine conflict? Yes. Xia Zhanghua nodded. Although he recalled Yang Jian mentioning that Xia Taiping was different from ordinary people and could possess multiple guardian deities. But Yang Jian hadn't specified how many guardian deities Xia Taiping could have. Moreover, Xia Taiping was of paramount importance to Huaxia nation, absolutely no risks could be taken. Therefore, he refused to let Xia Taiping face even the slightest danger. Elder Xia, you're worrying too much. Xia Taiping tried to reassure him. I can have multiple guardian deities. It won't cause any issues here. Besides, the three I already possess, whether it's the Great Sage, Yang Jian, or Neza, are all immensely powerful beings. Even if a conflict among deities were to occur, it would be my existing guardian deities driving out any new ones. And among the deities in the pantheon, none could defeat the combined might of the Great Sage, Yang Jian, and Neza. I hadn't considered summoning more guardian deities before, but now that I think about it, I want more. After all, the more guardian deities I have, the more abilities I possess. And the more abilities I have, the greater my chances of survival. Well, fine, but be careful. Xia Zhanghua hesitated briefly before agreeing. His initial resolve to send Xia Taiping out had been shaky, and now Xia Taiping's words struck a chord deep within him. The more abilities, the greater the chance of survival. Xia Taiping was simply too vital to Huaxia nation. Should anything happen to him, it would deal an unparalleled blow to the nation. Therefore, Xia Zhanghua fervently hoped Xia Taiping would possess more trump cards to enhance his chances of survival. Rest assured, old Xia. I haven't lived enough yet. Xia Taiping nodded and was about to continue reciting the summoning incantation. But before the words left his lips, Xiao Tianming's voice cut him off. Taiping, are you still going to summon the deity through song? If so, could we perhaps sing something a bit more normal? Not that your songs aren't normal, but they do sound a bit like nursery rhymes. Chapter 192, Refining the Entries. No one turned away. Hearing Xiao Tianming's words, Xia Zhanghua suddenly realized how unconventional Xia Taiping's method of summoning deities was. He chimed in, yeah, Taiping, could we sing something a bit more normal? Whether you're summoning the Great Sage or Prince Neza, the songs you sing sound a bit like nursery rhymes. Xia Taiping raised his hand to scratch his nose and said, Xia Lao, Dean, you can be sure of one thing. Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming were a bit confused. They couldn't grasp what Xia Taiping meant. Seeming to sense their confusion, Xia Taiping added, the songs I sing are nursery rhymes. Hearing this, Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming suddenly understood. Xia Taiping meant they could be certain they didn't have to say it sounded like a children's song. This is such a serious matter, and you still have the nerve to joke around with me and old Xia? Xiao Tianming shot Xia Taiping a disapproving glare before continuing, get to the point. Can we use some more appropriate lyrics? I mean, songs, for summoning the deity? Otherwise, singing nursery rhymes in public is downright embarrassing. No way. Xia Taiping shook his head firmly in refusal. Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of frustration. After a moment, Xia Zhanghua said, fine. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Summoning deities is the same whether it's a chant or a nursery rhyme, as long as it successfully summons a deity, it's good. Sigh. Xiao Tianming sighed. Let it be shameful then. It's better than failing to summon the deity at all. Xia Taiping blinked and said, Grandpa Xia, Dean, I said we couldn't use more conventional songs to summon deities because I only know a handful of songs about them. You asked me to compose one on the spot, but I just couldn't do it. But I never said we couldn't summon deities with proper entries. So even if we can't use songs, we can still summon them with entries after all. Composing entries is far easier than composing songs. Ha! Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming froze simultaneously, then their faces darkened. They weren't stupid, they knew perfectly well they'd been tricked by Xia Taiping's dramatic gasp. Still, Xia Taiping's explanation brought them some relief, at least they wouldn't have to sing nursery rhymes in public to summon the gods. You little brat! Xiao Tianming scolded with a laugh, urging, stop dawdling. Get on with the entry already. Got it. Xia Taiping agreed decisively, Old Master Xia, next up is the entry for Erlang Shen, Yang Jian. Get ready to record. Xia Zhanghua replied, Taiping, I've been recording all along. Alright, I'll start then. Xia Taiping wasted no more time and began narrating the entry for Erlang Shen, Yang Jian. His bearing was noble and handsome, his ears reaching his shoulders, his eyes bright and piercing. He wore a three-peaked phoenix cap upon his head, and a robe of pale duck-egg yellow. Golden threaded boots adorned with coiled dragon socks, a jade belt adorned with floral motifs and 8 treasures.
A crescent-shaped sling hung at his waist and in his hands a three-pronged, double-edged spear. He cleaved Mount Peach to rescue his mother and shot down the twin phoenixes of the Chenluo. His fame spread far for slaying the 8 demons he swore brotherhood with the 7 saints of Mount Plum. His lofty spirit spurned the imperial kin, his proud nature led him to dwell among the gods at Guanjin. As the sacred spirit of Qi Chang, his divine might knows no bounds, thus he is known as Erlang. Upon hearing Xia Taiping's words, Xia Zhenghua and Qiu Tianming immediately turned their gaze to the card of Erlang Shen, Yangjian. As Xia Taiping's words fell, Yang Jian's card rapidly shed its gray hue, transforming into a brilliant azure just like Nez's card. It too had become entirely sapphire blue. Unlike Nez's card, however, no palm-sized sapphire blue card flew out from Yang Jian's card to enter Xia Taiping's body. Moreover, after fully restoring its sapphire blue hue, Yang Jian's card gradually reverted to its original gray color. Xia Zhenghua and Qiu Tianming were not only unsurprised by this but also deeply moved. Since Yang Jian was already Xia Taiping's primary deity, he naturally wouldn't become Xia Taiping's primary deity again. The fact that Yang Jian's card had fully restored its deep blue color starkly proved that the summoning clause Xia Taiping had mentioned was flawless. It worked! Xia Zhenghua exclaimed excitedly, "Taiping, next deity." "Yes, Elder Xia." Xia Taiping nodded and began reciting the summoning terms for the next deity. Next, Xia Taiping recited one by one the divine terms of all the deities who had appeared in yesterday's divine battle. Not only did he include those who had fought, but he also included every single deity who hadn't fought, including minor deities like Little Whirlwind and Busy Bao. As Xia Taiping spoke, deities like the Bull Demon King and Kuei Mulang all became his personal guardian deities without exception. Minor demons like Little Whirlwind and Benbor Bo likewise all became his personal guardian deities without exception. This scene could be described as taking everything without exception, accepting all comers without refusal. It took Xia Taiping roughly an hour to recite all the deity entries that had appeared on the divine battle arena the previous day. Just like Neza and Yang Jian, the cards for figures like Bull Demon King and Kuei Mulang were all illuminated without exception. Xia Zhenghua and Qiu Tianming were both overcome with excitement. Not only had Xia Taiping successfully completed the entries for all the deities who had appeared on the divine battle arena yesterday, but he had done so with remarkable thoroughness. While cultivating a high-level divine being's devotee was no easy feat, with so many high-level deities present in the vast population of Huaxia nation, cultivating a group of such devotees was hardly impossible. Xia Taiping, however, wore a peculiar expression. He had assumed perfecting the entries would be unpaid labor, and he had prepared himself for that outcome. Yet, to his surprise, he had not only gained dozens of personal deities but also reaped other benefits. Before he could dwell on it further, Xia Zhenghua's excited voice cut in. "Taiping, thank you so much. We really owe it all to you. Mr. Xia, you're too kind." Xia Taiping shook his head. "As a citizen of Huaxia, refining the divine entries is simply my duty. It's no trouble at all, especially since I've gained something in return." "That may be true, but I still owe you my gratitude." Xia Zhenghua shook his head again. "All the deities who appeared on the divine battle arena yesterday now have entries. There's nothing else to do now. Taiping, you haven't rested well. Go back and catch up on your sleep." "Xia Lao, wait a moment." Xia Taiping interjected, "The deities who appeared on the divine battle arena yesterday have had their entries perfected, but the existing entries for the original deities in the pantheon still need refinement. Or rather, none of the current entries are entirely accurate." Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua and Qiu Tianming froze in surprise. Right. Not a single entry for the original deities in the pantheon was entirely accurate. This was evident from the fact that no one had ever fully succeeded in summoning a deity before. They had considered refining the entries before, but their lack of knowledge about Chinese deities left them at a loss. They had to make do with what they had. Now, with Xia Taiping someone deeply knowledgeable about Chinese divine history, why not refine them? Fortunately, our Chinese deities are generally merciful. Xia Taiping added, "If these were deities from other nations, and you dared to recite those nonsensical entries, you wouldn't be killed outright by the gods but you'd be beaten into a half-crippled state." Chapter 193, Breaking Through. The Shortcut to Cultivation Advancement. Xia Zhenghua and Qiu Tianming both looked utterly embarrassed. They had assumed the entries for all deities in the pantheon were merely incomplete. But hearing Xia Taiping's explanation, they suddenly realized it wasn't just incompleteness, it was downright nonsensical. Xia Zhenghua inquired, "Taiping, how are they nonsensical?" "Take the white ghost, for example." Xia Taiping explained, "The original entry stated reaping souls and claiming lives, left hand holding the book of life and death, right hand wielding the soul-reaping brush. But white ghost is merely a lowly underworld official. Calling him a soul reaper is fine. But the book of life and death in his left hand, the soul-reaping brush in his right is highly inappropriate. The book of life and death and the soul-reaping brush belong to Judge Cui-ju. Yet you attribute them to white ghost? If that's not a complete mismatch, what is?" Fortunately, our Chinese deities are merciful. Otherwise, with such summoning terms, White Wuchang might not even dare to appear. Remember, Judge Cui-ju is his direct superior. If he agreed to this, wouldn't it be tantamount to treasonous ambition?
Xia Zhenghua and Xiao Tianming grew even more flustered. They had thought it was just a minor logical error, but never imagined it was so wildly off the mark. No wonder so many summoners of the White Ghost could only activate half their deity cards at best. Xia Zhenghua pressed further. Taiping, what should the White Ghost's summoning phrase be? Xia Taiping pondered for a moment before declaring, crowned with a wealth-bringing cap, clad in a white robe, wielding a morning staff, reaping souls and claiming lives. Xia Taiping, descendant of the deceased, humbly summons White Ghost Xia Bayan to descend. Swish! As Xia Taiping's words fell, the White Ghost's card visibly shed its gray tint, returning to its original yellow hue not partially, but completely. Clearly, Xia Taiping had successfully summoned the White Impermanence, and his incantation had been entirely correct. Whoosh! In the next instant, a palm-sized yellow card flew out from the White Impermanence's card and then vanished into Xia Taiping's body. Just like the deities before, the White Ghost card entering Xia Taiping's body caused no unusual reactions whatsoever. Xia Zhenghua looked utterly bewildered. Taiping, since arriving at the pantheon, you've already acquired dozens of personal deities both powerful and weak. You've accepted them all without exception. Just how many personal deities can you possibly bear? Old Xia, I'm afraid I can't answer that question. Xia Taiping spread his hands helplessly. Because I don't know either. But judging from how things are now, I haven't felt any discomfort whatsoever. In fact, I've gained significant benefits. Maybe I can handle an infinite number of them. You really are a freak. Xia Zhenghua couldn't help but exclaim, then asked curiously, Taiping, when you say you've gained considerable benefits, do you mean acquiring numerous lifebound deities? Or are there other advantages? Master Xia, besides the lifebound deities, there are other benefits. Xia Taiping replied truthfully, I hadn't noticed it before, but as I gained more and more personal deities, I clearly felt my cultivation steadily rising. Not long ago, I broke through a cultivation realm. I leaped from the foundation establishment realm straight into the golden core realm. At first, I thought it might be an illusion, but after inspecting my body internally, I confirmed it was real. There is now a golden core within me, the very sign that one has entered the golden core realm. But I've scoured every book in the library and don't recall any texts mentioning that acquiring a lifebound deity could enhance cultivation. Elder Xia, Dean, do you two know what's going on? Xia Zhenghua and Xiao Tianming both froze in surprise. Gaining a lifebound deity could also enhance cultivation? This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. This wasn't due to their lack of knowledge, but rather because before Xia Taiping, almost no one possessed multiple lifebound deities. Without anyone possessing multiple lifebound deities, how could anyone discover that obtaining them could enhance cultivation? Taiping, I truly have no idea about this matter. Xia Zhenghua replied, though it's not entirely incomprehensible that acquiring a personal deity could enhance cultivation. After all, upon first obtaining one, everyone leaps from ordinary mortal to foundation establishment cultivator. The more powerful the guardian deity, the stronger the newly minted foundation establishment cultivator becomes. This is common knowledge. Previously, everyone assumed that obtaining a guardian deity automatically elevated one to foundation establishment cultivation. But now it seems the true effect is that the guardian deity enhances cultivation. The more powerful the deity, the greater the enhancement. This explains why those who obtain a powerful guardian deity become stronger foundation establishment cultivators. Xia Taiping nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he said, Senior Xia, it seems you're right. I can feel that a powerful deity boosts my cultivation significantly, while a weaker one has little effect. Xia Zhenghua froze again. Immediately, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. His earlier explanation to Xia Taiping had been mere conjecture, and he hadn't been entirely certain it was correct. But Xia Taiping's words now proved his theory undeniably true. Taiping, you truly are a prodigy. Xia Taiping sighed. We all have to endure arduous cultivation to advance, and progress is painfully slow. But you're different. You can rapidly elevate your cultivation simply by acquiring your lifebound deity. Indeed. Xiao Tianming added, with enough deities, Taiping's cultivation can soar. And with the vast number of deities in our Huaxia pantheon, this is nothing short of a shortcut to rapid advancement. Xia Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose, his cheeks brimming with a smile. Just moments ago, he'd been fretting over how to advance his cultivation. Now, his worries were gone. Old Xiao, I suddenly thought of something. Xia Zhenghua said solemnly, yesterday's divine battle has already made Taiping the thorn in the side of the 6 nations, including Sakura country. They will undoubtedly try every means to eliminate him. And they know about Taiping's ability to obtain multiple lifebound deities. If they also learn that acquiring a personal deity can enhance one's cultivation, they'll become even more desperate to eliminate him. Therefore, the matter of personal deities boosting cultivation must remain within our knowledge alone. It absolutely cannot be disclosed. Rest assured, Elder Xia. I promise not to reveal it. Xiao Tianming agreed decisively. His regard for Xia Taiping was no less than that for Xia Zhenghua. He would never do anything that endangered Xia Taiping's safety, so even without Xia Zhenghua's admonition, he would never reveal today's events. Xia Zhenghua then turned to Xia Taiping and said, Taiping, you must not spread this news either. Elder Xia, I won't spread it. Xia Taiping also agreed decisively. After all, I haven't lived long enough yet, and I don't like too much trouble. Very well. Xia Zhanghua nodded and changed the subject. Taiping, is there anything else you need? If not, continue refining the entries for the existing deities in the pantheon. Elder Xia, nothing else. I'll get right back to it. Xia Taiping responded and resumed refining the entries for the existing deities in the pantheon. Now, his motivation was even stronger. Because refining the entries for the existing deities in the pantheon not only helped the Huaxia nation but also elevated his own cultivation. It was truly a win-win situation. Chapter 194, Breaking Through Again. Master Xia's Guidance. As Xia Taiping refined the entries for the existing deities in the pantheon, time slipped away unnoticed. Before he knew it, noon had arrived. Finally done. Xia Taiping exhaled deeply, plopping down onto the floor of the pantheon. Though each entry summarized a deity's life or characteristics and wasn't lengthy, the pantheon housed hundreds of gods. The combined word count was staggering. He felt he hadn't spoken more in his entire life than he had today. This relentless task left his voice hoarse by the time he completed every single entry. Taiping, you've worked hard. Xia Wenhua and Xiao Tianming were visibly thrilled. Although the success of summoning a deity depended not only on the deity's entry but also on the compatibility between the summoner and the deity, which explained why the same entry yielded varying success rates for different individuals. However, a complete entry not only increases the probability of a successful summoning but also enables the summoner to truly bring the deity into being. This is why they had always yearned for the day when every deity's entry in the pantheon could be fully perfected. Yet the extensive loss of ancient Chinese divine records had left them with insufficient knowledge of these deities, preventing them from completing the entries for all gods in the pantheon. Now, their long-held aspiration had finally been realized. Elder Xia, Dean, you flatter me. Xia Taiping shook his head. As a citizen of Huaxia, it is my duty to assist in perfecting the entries for all deities in the pantheon. Moreover, I have gained immensely from this endeavor. Not to mention gaining hundreds of personal guardian deities and countless abilities, my cultivation base has broken through yet again, advancing from the golden core realm to the nascent soul realm. This morning's efforts were well worth it. Xia Wenhua and Xiao Tianming froze in surprise. It was common knowledge that breaking through each cultivation realm required prolonged accumulation. Yet just this morning, Xia Taiping had only advanced from foundation establishment to golden core, and now he shattered his cultivation barrier again? But they quickly realized that Xia Taiping's cultivation method differed from others. Others gradually elevated their cultivation through arduous practice, achieving breakthroughs when the time was ripe. Xia Taiping, however, required no such grueling training. He merely summoned deities, continually acquiring new life-bound deities, allowing his cultivation to rise rapidly. Since reaching the golden core realm, Xia Taiping had acquired hundreds more personal deities. Thus, his subsequent breakthrough from golden core to nascent soul realm was hardly surprising. In fact, they even felt his cultivation progress had slowed somewhat. After all, he had gained hundreds of deities. Xiao Tianming expressed his confusion. Taiping, earlier, just dozens of deities allowed your cultivation to advance from the foundation establishment realm to the golden core realm. Why did it take hundreds of deities to advance your cultivation from the golden core realm to the nascent soul realm? Dean, I was puzzled at first too, but I've come to understand there are two reasons for this. Xia Taiping explained. The first reason is that cultivation becomes increasingly difficult to advance at higher levels. Therefore, the energy required to advance from the golden core realm to the nascent soul realm is greater than that needed to advance from the foundation establishment realm to the golden core realm. The second reason is that summoning a higher tier deity to become your life-bound deity yields a greater cultivation boost than summoning a lower tier deity. So it's not just about the number of deities, it's also about their quality. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianming suddenly understood. The later stages of cultivation became increasingly difficult to advance. Coupled with the fact that the original deities in the pantheon were of relatively low rank, this explained why previously, just dozens of deities had allowed Xia Taiping to advance one realm, while now hundreds of deities were required to achieve the same advancement. Xia Zhanghua frowned deeply. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Taiping, rapid cultivation advancement is a good thing, and possessing more personal guardian deities is also beneficial. But one cannot generalize everything. There are some things. I'm not sure if I should say them. Xia Taiping smiled and asked, Old Xia, are you suggesting that advancing too quickly and having too many personal deities might not be entirely positive? Precisely. Xia Zhanghua nodded. Cultivation is like building a tower. The sturdier the foundation, the taller the tower can rise. The same applies to cultivation. The more solid your roots, the smoother your path ahead. Yet you broke through 2 realms in a single day. Your cultivation is advancing far too rapidly. Moreover, as the ancients said, ability lies not in quantity, but in refinement. This doesn't mean having many abilities is bad, but rather that a person's energy is limited. If one pursues too many abilities, it scatters their focus, leading to mastery of nothing. Taiping, since you can anticipate what I wish to say, you should grasp its meaning, right? Master Xia, I understand. Xia Taiping replied, I've considered solutions for having too many life-bound deities. When time permits, I'll inventory all their abilities and focus cultivation on those I truly need. As for advancing too quickly, I've also considered a solution. Training is the best way to solidify cultivation and build a strong foundation. When I have time, I'll go out and train.
This will not only solidify my cultivation but also increase my combat experience.
Master Xia, these are my thoughts. Do you find them feasible? Xia Zhanghua's eyes brimmed with approval.
Xia Taiping had immediately proposed solutions, clearly having recognized the issues long ago and given them serious thought.
Taiping, of course it's feasible.
Xia Zhanghua replied, progress comes not from blindly pursuing quantity, but from focused cultivation and dedicated practice.
Only then can one solidify their cultivation and build a strong foundation.
I had been concerned you might rush recklessly, but now I see my worries were entirely unnecessary.
Master Xia, your concerns were not at all unnecessary.
Xia Taiping replied modestly, I've only recently embarked on this path of cultivation.
There's still much I don't fully grasp. I'll need your continued guidance and supervision to avoid taking detours. Ha ha ha. Xia Donghua laughed heartily. Taiping, I know full well you're just being modest, but it still sounds wonderful to hear. Well, if you ever have any questions in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Whatever I know, I'll share it all with you, nothing held back. Xia Taiping thanked him, then I'll thank you in advance, Elder Xia. You're being polite with me now?
Xia Donghua shot Xia Taiping a look and changed the subject.
Old Xiao, some details in the recording shouldn't be known to too many people. This task can't be entrusted to others. I'll accompany you to Huaxia Divine Academy. The two of us will work together to transcribe what Taiping just said as quickly as possible. Xiao Tianming agreed decisively, understood, Elder Xia. Xia Taiping chimed in, Master Xia, I'll help too. No.
Xia Zhanghua refused flatly, Taiping, you worked all day yesterday, stayed up late, and now I woke you up early this morning.
You've been busy all morning. Go home and rest. Don't even try to argue. This is non-negotiable. All right. Xia Taiping didn't insist further. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but with Xia Zhanghua speaking so decisively, insisting would be futile. Chapter 195, all is ready.
Only the divine battle remains. Back at Central China Divine Academy. Xia Taiping parted ways with Xia Zhanghua and Xiao Tianming. Xia Taiping headed toward the dormitory, while Xia Zhanghua followed Xiao Tianming to his office.
Upon returning to his dorm, Xia Taiping didn't rest.
Instead, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began cataloging the abilities of all his personal deities. He had previously contemplated the issue of having too many personal deities with too many abilities. He had considered cataloging all their powers to select specific ones for focused cultivation, which was why he could answer Xia Zhanghua's inquiry on the matter so promptly. He hadn't anticipated undertaking this inventory so soon, but Xia Zhanghua's prompting convinced him to act swiftly. Since there was no better time than the present and he had nothing else pressing, he seized the moment to begin.
Xia Donghua and Xiao Tianming weren't idle either.
They hurried to Xiao Tianming's office, where Xia Zhanghua cut straight to the chase, Old Xiao, time is tight.
To avoid mistakes, I'll record everything on the computer while you verify my entries. We need to get it right the first time. Xiao Tianming didn't agree immediately. He suggested, Mr. Xia, how about I take the notes and you verify them? Worried I'll get tired from typing?
Xia Zhanghua countered, then added, don't worry, it's just typing.
It won't tire me out. It's settled. All right. Xiao Tianming didn't insist further.
His earlier suggestion stemmed from the fact that typing was indeed tiring, while proofreading would be easier. But since Xia Zhanghua insisted, there was no need for him to push the issue.
All right, let's get started.
Xia Zhanghua nodded and sat down at the computer. He pulled out his phone, activated the recording app, and began rapidly typing on the keyboard as Xia Taiping recited the summoning incantations for each deity.
Xiao Tianming listened to the recording while cross-checking Xia Zhanghua's notes.
If Xia Zhanghua missed anything or made a mistake, Xiao Tianming would immediately speak up to remind him.
He'd then rewind the recording slightly, double-check the entry, and only after confirming its accuracy would he continue transcribing the invocation for the next deity.
Xiao Wenshan, Zhao Qingshan, and the others weren't idle either. They were still reciting the names and characteristics of the more formidable deities from the Huaxia pantheon that Xia Taiping had written down.
Amidst everyone's bustling activity, evening soon arrived. Tap tap.
As Xia Zhanghua typed the final deity's invocation into the computer, he and Xiao Tianming had finally completed transcribing all the invocations for the deities mentioned by Xia Taiping.
Finally done. Xia Zhanghua stretched lazily and sighed, Old Xiao, you know what?
Sitting here all afternoon typing this much really is exhausting.
It's only because we've bathed in the heavenly dew. If this had been before yesterday, I doubt I could have kept going. Mr. Xia, sitting still all afternoon typing that much, of course you're tired. Xiao Tianming chuckled, don't just talk about us, even a young, strong lad would feel worn out. That's true.
Xia Zhanghua nodded and added, Old Xiao, while I'm taking notes and you're verifying them, the chances of errors are slim.
But to be absolutely certain, could you double-check everything one more time? No rush though, just get it done by tomorrow evening. Master Xia, shall I double check it tonight? Xiao Tianming suggested. That way, tomorrow we can bring people to the pantheon to attempt summoning powerful deities. Those who already have a personal guardian deity could also supplement their summoning entries to enhance their summoning proficiency. Old show, there's no rush. Xia Zhanghua shook his head. Issuing documents, printing materials, familiarizing people with the new invocation clauses, and organizing personnel all take time. We're launching the divine war against Sakura Nation and 5 other nations the day after tomorrow. Starting tomorrow would be too rushed. Our top priority now is the divine war against Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations the day after tomorrow. Once we win that battle, we'll have all the time in the world to handle this matter. Besides, I have more pressing matters to attend to, which is precisely why I asked you to double-check everything. There's no need to rush this now. Let's handle these matters after the divine war against Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations concludes the day after tomorrow. That's true. Xiao Tianming nodded. Then we'll discuss it after the divine war. He didn't inquire about the more important matter Xia Zhanghua mentioned. It wasn't that he wasn't curious, but since Xia Zhanghua hadn't brought it up, he wouldn't pry. Still, he sensed that this more important matter was likely connected to Xia Taiping's safety. For he could think of nothing more crucial than Xia Taiping's safety, nothing that could possibly outweigh the divine war against the land of cherry blossoms and the other 5 nations the day after tomorrow. Alright. Xia Zhanghua said. I transferred the audio files to the computer. I'll head out now. I'll come back tomorrow evening. With that, Xia Zhanghua stood up and walked toward the office. Watching Xia Zhanghua depart, Xiao Tianming sat down at the computer, opened the audio file, and meticulously cross-referenced each entry against the notes Xia Zhanghua had just taken. Although Xia Zhanghua had said there was no rush, he still wanted to finish it as quickly as possible so it would be ready whenever needed. Working late into the night, Xiao Tianming finally finished verifying every single deity entry. Xia Zhanghua had been extremely meticulous when taking notes, and Xiao Tianming had been equally careful. There wasn't a single error in the notes, but he double-checked them anyway, just to be sure. Finding no mistakes, he finally felt at ease. Glancing out the window, Xiao Tianming murmured to himself, dawn is approaching. I should rest a bit before getting up to memorize the names and characteristics of the powerful deities Taiping wrote about. Though my chances of fighting are slim, what if an opportunity arises? With that, Xiao Tianming laid his head on the desk to rest. Perhaps because his mind was preoccupied, he awoke as soon as the sky brightened and began his morning recitation. Xiao Tianming wasn't alone. Xiao Wenshan, Zhao Qingshan, and others also rose at first light and commenced their morning recitations. Their diligence stemmed from a shared desire to contribute to Huaxia Nation should Xia Taiping be eliminated. Xia Taiping, however, slept soundly. Nevertheless, he too rose at the first light of dawn, continuing to catalogue the abilities of all his personal deities. Amidst everyone's efforts, the day passed quickly. By evening, Xia Taiping and Xiao Tianming arrived at the conference room independently. Zhao Qingshan, Xiao Wenshan, and the others had remained in the conference room the entire time, except for basic necessities like eating and sleeping. Seeing everyone present except Xia Zhanghua, Xia Taiping asked with a smile, how is everyone's memorization coming along? Taiping, I've recorded everything. Zhao Qingshan, Xiao Wenshan, and the others answered in unison. Good. Xia Taiping smiled. Leaders, we've made all the necessary preparations. Everything is now in place. All that remains is to launch the divine war against the land of cherry blossoms and the other 5 nations tomorrow. Zhao Qingshan, Xiao Wenshan, and the others nodded in unison, their expressions clearly showing agreement with Xia Taiping's words. But immediately, a voice sounded from outside the conference room door. No, everything is not ready yet. There's still one crucial matter missing. Chapter 196, the final piece. Collective opposition. Xia Taiping, Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others turned toward the voice in unison. Xia Zhanghua was pushing open the door and walking in. Mr. Xia, you're here. Mr. Xia, you're back. Xia Taiping, Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others greeted Xia Zhanghua in turn. I said I'd be back tonight, how could I go back on my word? Xia Zhanghua laughed heartily, then added, Taiping, we're not quite ready yet. Xia Taiping scratched his head in confusion. Master Xia, we've done everything we could prepare. The leaders have noted the names and characteristics of our most formidable deities. I can't think of anything else missing. You. Xia Zhanghua sighed and asked, you only think about others. Have you considered yourself? Master Xia, what's there for me to think about? Xia Taiping looked puzzled. The God War is a battle between deities. It doesn't have much to do with divine followers. Summoning deities isn't difficult for me. There's nothing I need to prepare. You have a point. Xia Zhanghua nodded, then abruptly changed the subject, but what about your own safety? At this, Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others froze, then felt a wave of dread wash over them. These past days, they'd been busy memorizing the names and characteristics of the powerful deities Xia Taiping had written down, completely overlooking the critical matter of his own safety. Fortunately, Xia Donghua hadn't forgotten. Otherwise, if anything happened to Xia Taiping, they'd regret it too late. Xia Taiping, however, was puzzled. Old Xia, my safety is fine. I'm not stupid, and I haven't lived enough yet. I won't recklessly risk my life for this. If I encounter danger, I'll admit defeat immediately. Taiping, you're right, but sometimes surrender isn't an option.
Xia Zhanghua continued, take the last divine battle as an example.
Some divine favorites and deities wanted to concede, yet they were silenced and forcibly executed on the divine battle arena because they couldn't utter the words. You witnessed this firsthand, no need for further explanation, right?
This.
Xia Taiping was momentarily speechless.
Just as Xia Zhanghua had said, during the last divine war, some divine favorites and deities had indeed wanted to concede defeat.
Yet, unable to utter the words, they were forcibly executed on the divine war arena. He had witnessed these events firsthand, there was no denying it.
Taiping, during the last divine war, the 6 nations including Sakura country specifically designated you to participate precisely to eliminate you.
Xia Taiping continued, but because they underestimated you, their preparations were inadequate.
Coupled with the consecutive victories of the deity you summoned, which caught them completely off guard, their plan to eliminate you ultimately failed.
But now it's different.
Our victory in the last divine war was entirely due to you.
The people of Sakura Nation and the other 5 nations aren't fools. They're well aware of this, and they're equally aware of how crucial you are to Huaxia Nation.
Therefore, by initiating this divine war against the 6 nations, including Sakura Kingdom, they will spare no effort to eliminate you. In fact, your elimination will become far more crucial to them than the outcome of the war itself. After all, only by eliminating you can they sever the future of our Huaxia Nation and extinguish any hope of its rise.
Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others nodded in unison. Realizing this truth sent a chill down their spines. Xia Taiping offered no rebuttal.
For though Xia Zhanghua's words were conjecture, they were undeniable truths. This realization sent a chill through his own heart. Fortunately, Xia Zhanghua had foreseen these dangers, otherwise, he might well have been forcibly killed on the divine battle arena.
Xia Zhanghua continued, Taiping, do you still believe everything is prepared? Senior Xia, your words are profoundly true.
Xia Taiping raised a hand to touch his nose, offering a wry smile. But initiating divine wars against the 6 nations, including Sakura country, is our only way to secure time for our nation to recuperate and rebuild.
We can't abandon that just because of my personal safety, can we?
Xia Zhanghua remained silent.
Instead, he countered, Taiping, what do you think?
Elder Xia, I intend to proceed with the original plan.
Xia Taiping stated, I'm no longer the novice who just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Though I'm still not powerful enough, I've gained some ability to protect myself.
Combined with the power of my life-bound deity, as long as I'm careful, keeping myself alive shouldn't be a problem.
No.
No sooner had Xia Taiping finished speaking than Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others voiced their firm refusal. Immediately after, Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others spoke up one after another.
Taiping, Master Xia is absolutely right.
The 6 nations, including Sakura country, will stop at nothing to eliminate you even if it means losing the divine war.
Until your safety can be guaranteed, you absolutely cannot go into battle.
Taiping, you are the future of Huaxia.
If anything happens to you, it won't just be your life lost, it will be the future of our nation. You absolutely cannot risk fighting. Taiping, I also believe you shouldn't risk fighting. Though we have little confidence in winning all the divine battles without you, we've recorded the names and characteristics of the high-ranking deities of Huaxia Nation that you wrote down. It's not impossible for us to win several battles. That's right, Taiping.
After winning the last 6 divine battles, our nation has pulled back from the brink and gained significant margin for error.
Even if we forfeit tomorrow's battle, you must not risk fighting. Exactly. Our 6 consecutive victories last time gave our nation substantial breathing room.
Even if the 6 nations like Sakura launch divine wars against us next year and we lose them all, we'll merely revert to our previous state, nothing catastrophic.
Old Joe, you're mistaken. Our nation's previous state held no hope. But now we have hope. As long as peace prevails, it won't be long before our nation grows powerful. Exactly. Peace addresses our nation's greatest weakness. What we lack now is time.
Since we can only wage one divine war against the same nation within a year, the 6 nations led by Sakura country simply cannot crush us in one blow.
As long as we survive even for just 1 year, we can grow strong. Exactly. A temporary setback means nothing. Who laughs last is what matters. So Taiping, you mustn't act impulsively. Tomorrow's divine battle, either we abandon it or we fight it ourselves.
Listening to Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others, Xia Taiping felt both touched and helpless. He was touched because Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others genuinely cared about his safety. The helplessness stemmed from their words, making him feel like a giant panda caged for protection. Xia Zhanghua watched with a smile, saying nothing. Only when everyone fell silent did he speak with a smile. What you say makes perfect sense. But have you considered why I chose to focus on other matters instead of memorizing the divine records Taiping compiled? Chapter 197, Generous Reward. Blood Oath Recognition.
Ha!
Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others froze at Xia Zhanghua's words.
They hadn't forgotten Xia Zhenghua mentioned having important matters to attend to, but they hadn't given it much thought. Now, hearing his words, they suddenly realized what could possibly be more important than memorizing the names and characteristics of the high-tier deities of Huaxia recorded by Xia Taiping. The next moment, a possibility dawned on them. The important matter Xia Zhenghua referred to was related to Xia Taiping's safety. Only this could explain why Xia Zhenghua wasn't rushing to memorize the names and characteristics of the high-ranking deities of Huaxia. Zhou Tianming asked, Master Xia, you say this important matter is connected to Taiping's safety? Xia Zhenghua chuckled, it is, but it isn't. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others were all a bit confused. What does counting is mean? And what doesn't count? So what exactly is it? Is it or isn't it? Xia Zhenghua continued, typing 1-6 divine battles for Huaxia nation. Not only did he pull Huaxia back from the brink, but he also greatly enhanced the nation's fortune and significantly enriched the pantheon of deities. Having achieved such monumental feats, shouldn't he be properly rewarded? Yes. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others nodded in unison. They had discussed this matter long ago, but what puzzled them was how the conversation about Xia Taiping's safety had somehow shifted to rewards. What I've been occupied with these past days is preparing Taiping's reward. Xia Zhenghua continued, but this reward is primarily about ensuring Taiping's safety. So it is and isn't. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others suddenly understood, then looked utterly speechless. Are you nitpicking with us just to tease us? Still, they understood why the usually staid and prudent Xia Zhenghua had suddenly turned playful. It was because he was in an exceptionally good mood. Xia Taiping, meanwhile, wore an eager expression. Although he had fought for Huaxia without expecting any reward, if Xia Zhenghua insisted on giving him one, he certainly had no reason to refuse. Still, he couldn't ask what reward Xia Zhenghua had prepared for him that would make him seem too eager. But his silence didn't stop Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others from asking. Zhou Tianming inquired curiously, Old Xia, what reward did you prepare for Taiping? Xia Zhenghua offered no explanation. With a casual wave of his hand, 6 items materialized on the conference room table. A bracelet, a garment, a mirror, a small bell, a pendant, and a ring. Upon recognizing the 6 objects, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others were all taken aback. Their expressions clearly showed they recognized what Xia Zhenghua had produced. Master Xia, apart from the storage ring, these magical artifacts all belong to someone else. Zhou Tianming exclaimed in surprise, those people treated each one like a priceless treasure. How did you acquire them? Treasures? Xia Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. Though he didn't recognize the objects on the table, he was all too familiar with the term magical artifact. And anything worthy of that name was invariably a powerful treasure. I explained the greater good and laid out the stakes clearly. Xia Zhenghua explained, even though those people treated these magical treasures like priceless jewels, when faced with the greater cause, I gave them a detailed analysis of the stakes. One by one, they willingly handed these treasures over to me. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions oddly twisted. During last year's Divine War, they had desperately sought to borrow magical treasures for self-defense. Despite exhausting every effort and wearing out their tongues, they had barely managed to borrow a handful of artifacts, especially none of the very treasures before them. Now, Xia Zhenghua claimed he'd merely stated the righteous cause and explained the stakes, and those individuals had willingly handed over these treasures one by one? They simply couldn't believe it. They suspected Xia Zhenghua had either resorted to force or paid a hefty price to make the owners willingly surrender their treasures. But since Xia Zhenghua hadn't said anything, they weren't foolish enough to voice their doubts publicly. At this point, Xia Taiping could no longer contain himself. Although he had learned from Zhou Tianming that the items on the table were all magical treasures, he didn't know their names or functions. He had originally intended to wait for Zhou Tianming and the others to continue questioning. Yet, judging by Zhou Tianming and the others' expressions, they clearly recognized the artifacts on the table and showed no intention of asking. Left with no choice, he asked, Elder Xia, what are the uses of these magical treasures? Taiping, there's no need for me to explain this to you. Xia Zhenghua replied, you'll know once you perform the blood recognition ritual. Hurry up and do it. Hearing this, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others became even more certain that Xia Zhenghua had either used forceful means or paid a tremendous price to make the original owners of these magical treasures willingly hand them over. After all, if they were merely being borrowed, there would be no need for a blood oath. Indeed, it wouldn't even be possible. The fact that Xia Zhenghua had instructed Xia Taiping to perform the ritual clearly meant the original owners had already dissolved their blood oaths, relinquishing all claim to these treasures. Understood, Elder Xia. Unaware of the underlying implications, Xia Taiping readily agreed. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto each of the 6 treasures. The moment the blood touched the artifacts, it swiftly merged into each one. Simultaneously, an odd sensation washed over Xia Taiping. The 6 artifacts on the table seemed to become extensions of his own body. He could summon them effortlessly with a mere thought. In the next instant, the bracelet, robe, mirror, small bell, and pendant dissolved into a stream of light that vanished into Xia Taiping's body, leaving only the ring lying quietly on the table. Seeing this, Xia Taiping reached out, picked up the ring, and slipped it onto his finger. Strictly speaking, this ring was not a magical artifact, merely a storage ring used to hold items. If one were to point out any special quality, it was the immense capacity of its storage space, capable of holding a vast number of items. Taiping, these items are your reward. Xia Zhanghua said, while these items, combined with your own strength, should help you handle attacks from the divine favorites, they cannot guarantee your survival against foreign deities. Therefore, you must not take tomorrow's divine battle lightly. Old Zhao and the others have already recorded the names and characteristics of the powerful deities from our Huaxia nation. Compared to the last divine battle, they'll be better equipped to assist you. Remember this, if the situation becomes untenable, you must surrender immediately. Rest assured, Elder Xia. Xia Taiping assured him, I haven't lived enough yet, nor have I finished compiling the divine history for our Huaxia nation. I absolutely won't risk my life carelessly. I promise you, if the situation becomes untenable, I will concede defeat immediately. Very well. Xia Zhanghua nodded. Everything is now truly prepared. All that remains is to launch the divine war against the land of cherry blossoms and the other 5 nations tomorrow. Everyone has been working tirelessly for days. Tonight, rest well and recharge your spirits. Tomorrow, we'll give the land of cherry blossoms and the other 5 nations a huge surprise. Yes, Elder Xia. Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others responded in unison. Chapter 198, The Divine War resumes. A world apart. The night passed without incident. The next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Xia Taiping, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others had already gathered in the conference room. Xia Vanghua inquired, everyone, did you sleep well last night? Elder Xia, how should I put this? Zhou Tianming replied, at first, I tossed and turned with excitement. After all, this is the first time our nation has ever initiated a divine war against another country. But once I finally fell asleep, I slept like a baby. I swear it was the most restful sleep I've had in years. Mr. Xia, I felt the same as old Zhou. Zhao Qingshan added, at first, I tossed and turned with excitement, unable to sleep. But once I fell asleep, I slept incredibly soundly. Even though I didn't sleep much, I woke up feeling refreshed and full of energy. Master Xia, I felt the same way. Master Xia, me too. Xiao Wenshan, Zhou Yijian, and others chimed in one after another. It's not just you guys, I felt the same way too. Xia Yonghua smiled. When I rushed to the conference room just now, I pondered this very thing. And after much thought, I realized there's another crucial reason besides this being the first time our nation has proactively initiated a divine war against another country. That reason is that our nation has not only pulled back from the brink but now possesses a clear hope of restoring our former glory. Such profound change has lifted the weight of past pressures from our shoulders, bringing us a sense of solid ground beneath our feet and profound peace. That's why we slept so soundly. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others nodded in unison. Xia Zhanghua's reasoning made perfect sense. Without that inner peace and stability, how could anyone possibly sleep soundly? Xia Zhanghua then turned to Xia Taiping. Taiping, what about you? How did you sleep last night? Xia Taiping scratched his head and replied, Grandpa Xia, I slept quite well. After returning last night, I collapsed into bed and fell asleep almost immediately. I didn't stir until the alarm woke me. Good sleep is good sleep. Xia Zhanghua chuckled, after all, only with good sleep can one be energetic enough to deal with the 6 nations, including Sakura country. Xia Taiping gave an awkward chuckle. He too had gone straight to bed last night, knowing a divine battle awaited him today. Alright, it's about time. Xia Zhanghua declared, let us now launch the divine war against the 6 nations, including Sakura Kingdom. Yes, Elder Xia. Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, and the others responded in unison. Xia Zhanghua wasted no further time. He raised his hands to form a seal, then cupped them together. Immediately, a crimson 5-pointed star materialized between his palms. Go! A thunderous shout erupted from Xia Zhanghua's mouth as his hands, still cupped as if holding water, shot upward. In the next instant, the crimson pentagram suspended between his palms shot forth like a bolt of lightning, streaking toward the heavens before vanishing into the horizon. Simultaneously, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed across the sky. Huaxia nation, why do you summon me? Xia Zhanghua then declared, Heaven's way, I am Xia Zhanghua, Commander-in-Chief of the Huaxia nation. On behalf of the Huaxia nation, I hereby declare a divine war against the land of cherry blossoms, the land of setting suns, the 3 nations, the land of Greece, the land of the Lord, and the land of Egypt. The voice of heavens will sound it again, when shall the divine war commence? Xia Zhanghua declared decisively, initiate the divine war immediately. Approved. The way of heaven replied, I shall proclaim this to the entire divine blessed continent at once. Xia Zhanghua then turned to Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, and the others, saying, everyone, follow me to the divine arena. As the words fell, Xia Zhanghua raised his hand and waved it. A portal of light materialized before him. Without delay, Xia Zhanghua stepped through the portal, followed closely by Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, and the others. At that moment, the sky had yet to brighten. Nearly everyone on the divine blessing continent was still deep in slumber, casting a profound stillness over the land. But in the next instant, the tranquility was shattered by the sudden voice of the heavenly Tao. The kingdom of Huaxia has simultaneously declared divine wars against the kingdom of Sakura, the kingdom of Sunset, the kingdom of A, the kingdom of Greece, the kingdom of Heaven, and the kingdom of Egypt. The 6 divine wars will proceed sequentially. The divine war between the kingdom of Huaxia and the kingdom of Sakura will commence in half an hour. All nations are requested to enter the battlefield promptly. The kingdom of Huaxia and the kingdom of Sakura must submit their combatant rosters 10 minutes in advance. Failure to submit rosters on time will be deemed an automatic surrender. The sudden roar of heaven's voice instantly roused all who still slumbered across the divine blessed continent. China. Did I hear that correctly? Not only did we initiate a divine war, but we're simultaneously declaring war on 6 nations including the land of cherry blossoms? I heard it too. This isn't a hallucination, it's real. Since the divine arena's inception, our Huaxia kingdom has never initiated a divine war. Now we're not only starting one, but attacking 6 nations including Sakura kingdom simultaneously. This is truly a case of silence speaks volumes. It's always been the land of cherry blossoms and the other 5 nations initiating divine wars against others. Now that our China has proactively declared war on them, I bet they'll be utterly stunned, right? You can drop the probably and state it more definitively. The land of cherry blossoms and the other 5 nations will be utterly stunned, and rightly so. This is their just deserts for perpetually initiating divine wars against others. Just days ago the 6 nations led by Sakura launched a divine war against our Huaxia kingdom. Today we strike back against them. Isn't that simply returning the favor? Exactly. Our Huaxia kingdom has always valued reciprocity and courtesy. Gotta go, I'm heading to the divine arena. If I'm late, I won't get a good seat. Damn it. I want to go too, but I can't make it. Similar voices echoed throughout every corner of the Huaxia kingdom. Just days ago, when the heavenly Tao announced that the land of cherry blossoms and 5 other nations had jointly declared a divine war against China, its people erupted in curses and panic, as if the apocalypse itself were upon them. But today, upon hearing that Huaxia had launched a divine war against Sakura nation and the other 5 nations, they showed no panic. Instead, their faces were filled with excitement. The contrast between the 2 reactions was stark. Such a dramatic shift in the Chinese people's reaction within mere days stemmed not only from the reversal, whereas days ago the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and 5 others had jointly launched a divine war against China, today China had proactively initiated one against them, but also from another crucial factor. That was the divine war of days past. Not only had Huaxia won all 6 battles, but they had done so with near-crushing dominance. This feat not only pulled Huaxia from the abyss but also greatly boosted their confidence in the nation. They firmly believed that Xia had initiated the divine war against the 6 nations, including Sakura, only because victory was assured. A divine war fought with such certainty not only dispelled any worries but also filled them with immense excitement. For if they won today's divine battle, the fortune of the Huaxia kingdom would surge once more. What they did not know, however, was that Xia had initiated the divine war out of necessity. Moreover, the purpose of this conflict was not to seize the fortune of Sakura nation and the other 5 nations, but to buy time for China to recuperate and rebuild. Yet in one respect, they were correct. The people of Sakura nation and the other 5 nations, hearing the sudden voice of heaven's will, were all frozen in place. Chapter 199, Incredible. Emergency Meeting. Sakura nation. Jolted awake by the sudden voice of heaven, the people of Sakura nation stood frozen, their faces blank. Had they heard correctly? How dare the land of China declare a divine war against the land of cherry blossoms? As for China also declaring divine war on the land of the setting sun, the 3 nations, Greece, the Holy Land, and Egypt, they simply ignored it. After a long moment of utter bewilderment, the people of Sakura nation finally snapped back to reality. What the hell? China actually declared a divine war on us, the land of cherry blossoms? Did I hear that correctly? What? Since the divine arena's inception, aside from a few nations challenging us in the early days, it's been ages since any country dared initiate a divine war against us. Now China has the audacity to do so? Damn it! All these years, only our Sakura nation has initiated divine wars against others. That weak China actually dares to challenge us? Have they lost their minds? Since the divine arena's inception, our Sakura nation has rarely tasted defeat, while China's victories can be counted on one hand. They dare challenge us? They've gotten cocky after one measly win. Damn it! The Chinese Empire dares to initiate a divine war against us, the land of cherry blossoms. This time, we must teach them a lesson they won't forget, show them the consequences of challenging us. Voices filled with rage echoed throughout every corner of Sakura nation. Nearly everyone wore expressions of righteous indignation and uncontrollable fury. The reason was simple: for years, only Sakura nation had initiated divine wars against other nations. No country had ever dared to provoke Sakura nation first. This had allowed their confidence to swell to dangerous levels. Now that Huaxia had taken the initiative to declare a divine war against Sakura nation, they felt its authority had been gravely challenged. However, not all Sakura nation citizens felt this way. A portion of them wore expressions of bitter sorrow. These individuals were traitors to China who had betrayed their homeland to join Sakura Nation. Back then, when China was weak, they betrayed their homeland to join Japan for their own survival. What they never anticipated was that shortly after joining Sakura Nation, they were expelled from Huaxia's territory due to Sakura Nation's defeat in the divine war against Huaxia, condemning them to a life of exile in foreign lands. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. What truly stunned them was that when facing a joint challenge from 6 nations including Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation, China had achieved 6 consecutive victories with astonishing decisiveness. This undeniably signaled that the Huaxia kingdom was no longer the pushover it had been the previous year. It had risen to prominence. Realizing this, they were filled with regret. But alas, it was too late for remorse. Having joined Sakura Nation, they had been expelled from China's territory. They were no longer Chinese citizens and had forfeited any right to stand on Chinese soil. Now, China had simultaneously launched divine wars against Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and 4 other nations. They were not pure-blooded Sakura Nation citizens, having only recently become citizens themselves. Lacking the arrogance cultivated over generations by Sakura Nation natives, they understood clearly that China would not dare to simultaneously declare divine wars against 6 nations including Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation without absolute confidence in victory. This realization only deepened their awareness of China's true rise and intensified their regret over betraying their homeland. But alas, their earlier regrets had come too late, and now it was even later. Like the Sakura Nation citizens, Kishida Koya was jolted awake by the sudden voice of Heaven's will, his face frozen in disbelief. Yesterday, he had been gleefully anticipating that in just one more day, the 2 newly added divine war rules would take effect. He could then launch another divine war against Huaxia to reclaim the ground he had lost. What he hadn't anticipated was that before he could initiate another divine war against Huaxia, Huaxia had proactively launched a divine war against Sakura Nation. After a long, stunned silence, Kishida finally accepted the reality of China's declaration of divine war against Japan. Damn it! How dare China declare a divine war on my Sakura Nation? How dare they? Kishida Koya snapped out of his daze, consumed by fury. He began smashing everything in his bedroom like a madman. Only after reducing his bedroom to shambles and venting some of his fury did he finally begin to calm down. Damn it! China's declaration of a divine war against Japan is an irreversible fact. Now is not the time for venting anger. We must urgently devise countermeasures. Losing another divine war would spell disaster. Right. The most crucial task now is devising a countermeasure. China has not only launched a divine war against our Sakura Nation but simultaneously attacked the Sunset Nation, the 3 nations, Greece, the Catholic Nation, and Egypt. I must urgently contact these nations to discuss countermeasures. After muttering to himself for a moment, Kishida Koya stepped out of the bedroom to convene an emergency online meeting with the nations. Not only could the people of Sakura Nation not accept the fact that China had initiated a divine war against them, but the people of Sunset Nation, the 3 nations, Greece, the Holy See, and Egypt were equally unable to accept it. The root cause lay in the fact that for years, only they had initiated divine wars against other nations. Never had any other country dared to initiate a divine war against them. This had led to their confidence swelling to extreme levels, convincing them that no nation would ever dare challenge them in this manner. Now, with China initiating divine wars against them, they felt their confidence trampled and their authority challenged. Like the people of Sakura Nation, those of Sunset Nation, the 3 Arab nations, Greece, the Holy See, and Egypt, once they came to their senses, were each filled with furious rage. Yet no matter how furious they became, it could not alter the fact that China had simultaneously declared holy war upon them all. Modi, Stamer, Constant, Trump, and Muhammad were not mediocrities. They had risen to become commanders-in-chief of their nations. Like Kishida Koya, they regained their composure after the initial fury subsided. The most crucial task now is devising a countermeasure. China has not only launched a divine war against our nation but simultaneously attacked the other 5 countries. I must urgently contact them to discuss a strategy. The 5 commanders-in-chief Modi, Stamer, Constant, Trump, and Muhammad simultaneously reached the same decision as Kishida Koya. They then exited their bedrooms, contacted each other, and convened an emergency online meeting. They knew that the divine war would commence half an hour after the heavenly mandate was announced. Their momentary stupor and venting of anger had already cost them precious time. What remained was scarce. Especially for Sakura Nation. As the first nation to enter the fray, Sakura Nation must submit its combat roster 10 minutes in advance, leaving them even less time. Thanks to Kishida, Modi, Stamer, Constance, Trump, and Muhammad all thinking alike, this emergency online meeting commenced without much delay. Kishida Koya cut straight to the point. Gentlemen, China has simultaneously launched a divine war against us. Does anyone have any countermeasures? Chapter 200, Twisting Truth and Lies. The fatal blow to Xia Taiping. Upon hearing Kishida Koya's words, Modi, Stamer, Constance, Trump, and Muhammad all looked utterly bewildered. China's sudden declaration of the divine war had truly caught them off guard. Moreover, from the moment they learned of China's declaration until now, barely a few minutes had passed. They hadn't even had time to think what countermeasures could they possibly devise? Moreover, their urgent attempts to contact other nations were precisely to gauge their perspectives. Now that Kishida Koyu asked them for countermeasures, what could they possibly offer? If they had any countermeasures, would they be rushing to consult with other nations? But regardless, they were commanders-in-chief of their respective nations. To admit they had no plan would be utterly humiliating. So after a brief silence, Namodi and the others spoke up. How dare the Huaxia nation initiate a divine war against us? They've got the nerve of a tiger and the guts of a leopard. It must be said, China's sudden divine war caught us completely off guard. Had this not happened, we would have discussed countermeasures when planning our own divine war against China after the New Year just days ago. I never imagined China would initiate a divine war against us either. After all, they've never taken the offensive in such conflicts over the years. Coupled with their long-standing commitment to peace, it never crossed our minds that China would proactively declare war on us. China's been pushed to the brink by us. After all, even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a nation. That's entirely possible. In the recent divine war, China's decisive victory was entirely due to Xia Taiping. Our newly added divine war rules severely restrict Xia Taiping. How could China not be desperate? Exactly. Once those two new divine war rules take effect, Xia Taiping's influence will be severely weakened. Without him, Huaxia is nothing but a paper tiger, easy pickings for us to deal with however we please. Speaking of which, it suddenly occurs to me, could China have launched their divine war against us on the very last day of the year because they realized we were planning to initiate one against them tomorrow? That's why they struck first. Probably not. After all, divine wars are measured by years. Even if today and tomorrow are only one day apart, they're not in the same year. Launching a divine war against us today won't stop us from launching one against them tomorrow. No, it does matter. The two new divine war rules added tomorrow will take effect, and then Xia Taiping's influence will be greatly weakened. But the two rules added today haven't taken effect yet, so Xia Taiping can still exert his full influence. I see. The Huaxia nation realized that we'll launch a divine war against them tomorrow. With Xia Taiping's effectiveness greatly diminished, they'd inevitably lose. So they preemptively launched a divine war against us to salvage their losses. Exactly. By initiating the divine war against us, Huaxia aims to take a bite out of us, first devouring 10% of our national fortune. That way, when we launch our divine war against them tomorrow, their defeat won't inflict too great a loss. So that's how it is. Huaxia is utterly treacherous. Using an early victory to offset a later defeat? How utterly despicable and shameless of Huaxia. It's utterly despicable. We never imagined such tactics were possible. Namodi, Stamer, Constant, Trump, and Muhammad discussed it for a while. Once they understood the reason behind Huaxia's initiative to launch a divine war against them, they all cursed loudly, denouncing Huaxia's despicable and shameless actions. Yet they overlooked their own complicity. To restrain Xia Taiping, they had colluded and conspired to add two new rules to the divine war, a despicable act in itself. Thus, their condemnation of China's despicable and shameless tactics was nothing but a reversal of truth and falsehood. Kishida Koyu frowned. While Namodi and the others had clarified why Huaxia had suddenly initiated the divine war, his question had been about their countermeasures, not for them to debate the reasons behind Huaxia's declaration. Gentlemen, please quiet down. Kishida Koyu declared, China's declaration of divine war against us is now a certainty, and the conflict will commence imminently. We have little time for deliberation, we must swiftly discuss our countermeasures. Hearing this, Namodi, Stamer, Constant, Trump, and Muhammad, who had been vehemently denouncing China's despicable and shameless actions, all stopped in unison. After a moment of silence, they spoke up again. I don't think there's much to consider. After all, we have no right to refuse. We'll just have to fight fire with fire. Indeed. The divine war rules haven't taken effect yet, and Xia Taiping remains unrestricted. With time so tight and considering the outcome of the last divine war, our chances of victory are slim. We'll just have to play it by ear. Sigh, I don't see much hope for us either. But it's not entirely hopeless. After all, during the last divine war, many powerful deities emerged from Huaxia nation, and those deities won't be able to appear in today's divine war. Exactly. We still have some advantage, so there's no need to be overly pessimistic. Everyone, I believe we should fight with everything we have. After all, tomorrow marks the start of a new year. Even if we play all our trump cards today, we can fully recover tomorrow. There's absolutely no need to worry about the consequences. I agree. In fact, I'm even considering proposing the summoning named divine war. Better not. We're the challenged party. We have the right to propose, but not to decide. If Huaxia rejects it, not only will the proposal be denied, but it might remind them of the summoning divine war. Frankly, it's not worth the risk. Exactly. If China agrees, it's manageable. But if they refuse, it's a clear case of losing more than we gain. Listening to the discussions among Namodi, Stamer, Constant, Trump, and Muhammad, Kishida Koyu wore a thoughtful expression. Given the current situation, they truly had no better options than to improvise as circumstances demanded. However, Namodi, Stamer, Constant, Trump, and Muhammad had all overlooked one crucial matter. Gentlemen, I have a suggestion. Kishida Koya declared in a solemn voice, during the last divine war, we did not prioritize eliminating Xia Taiping. But this time, we must kill him. For only by slaying Xia Taiping can we restore Huaxia to its true form. Hearing this, Namodi, Stamer, Constant, Trump, and Muhammad all froze in surprise. Indeed, during the last divine war, China's 6 consecutive victories were entirely due to Xia Taiping. Eliminating him would not only extinguish China's hopes of rising again but also reduce it to last year's state, a nation helplessly at their mercy. Commander-in-Chief Kishida is correct. This time, we must eliminate Xia Taiping. I support Commander-in-Chief Kishida's statement. I support Commander-in-Chief Kishida's statement too. Namodi, Stamer, Constance, Trump, and Muhammad all spoke up. Since everyone agrees, then it's settled. Kishida Koya declared, in this divine war, we must not only strive for victory but also eliminate Xia Taiping. The time is nearly upon us. Let us proceed to the divine arena. Chapter 201, Hypocrisy. Immediate combat. The divine arena. Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others arrived at the divine arena and sat quietly. Soon, figures began appearing one after another within the arena. In no time, the once empty arena became packed to capacity. Fortunately, entry to the divine arena wasn't unrestricted, and strict attendance limits prevented the chaos of people jostling for space, leaving no room to stand. Zhou Tianming glanced around and remarked, Old Xia, most of the participants have arrived, but the commanders-in-chief of the 6 nations Kishida, Trump, and the others are still missing. I suppose our sudden divine war caught them completely off guard. Old Zhou, you can drop the word probably. Old Xia chuckled. Since the advent of divine warfare, our Huaxia nation has never initiated such a conflict against other countries. In fact, we've barely participated in any ourselves. Now, launching one suddenly, how could it not catch them off guard? That's true. Zhou Tianming nodded. But there's little time left to submit the combat roster. With Kishida, Trump, and the other 6 commanders still absent, are we simply abandoning the mission? A complete withdrawal seems unlikely. Xia Zhenghua shook his head. After all, admitting defeat outright would be rather embarrassing. They'll surely put up a fight. As for why they haven't arrived yet? I have no idea. Xia Taiping chimed in immediately, Old Xia, do you think Kishida, Trump, and the other 6 commanders-in-chief might be meeting right now to discuss countermeasures? Xia Zhenghua pondered briefly before replying, Taiping, you know what? Given the nature of Kishida, Trump, and the other 5 commanders, it's entirely possible they're huddling together to plot their next move. After all, they've been at this collusion game for a while now. Old Xia, speak of the devil. Zhou Tianming chimed in, Kishida, Trump, and the other 6 commanders have arrived all together. Looks like Taiping was right. They really are meeting to strategize. Otherwise, how could they all show up at once? Taiping was right. Xia Zhenghua chuckled. But what difference does it make if they gather to strategize? In today's divine battle, they stand little chance of victory. He didn't overstate his case. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in today's divine battle, but rather that anything could happen before the outcome was settled. Therefore, one couldn't be too definitive in their words, some room for maneuver had to be left. Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, and the others said nothing more, watching silently as Kishida Koyu and the other 6 commanders-in-chief arrived. As soon as Kishida and the other 6 commanders arrived, Trump, Namodi, and the others took their seats. Kishida Koyu swiftly produced paper and pen, scribbling down the list of combatants before tossing the paper into the air. The earlier discussions had consumed considerable time, and the deadline set by the heavenly path for submitting the list was fast approaching. He had to submit it immediately, otherwise, missing the deadline and being deemed forfeited by the heavenly path would be a loss far greater than any gain. Seeing this, Xia Zhenghua wasted no time either. He pulled the pre-written list from his pocket and tossed it into the air. Compared to Kishida's panic, Xia Zhenghua's movements were much calmer. It wasn't that he was unaware of the looming deadline set by the heavenly way for submitting the combatant roster. Rather, he knew precisely how many minutes remained before the deadline, so there was no need for panic. In the next instant, the papers tossed by Xia Zhenghua and Kishida Koyu soared toward the divine battle arena. The moment the papers reached the divine battle arena, they suddenly ignited without any flame, then dissolved into a wisp of ash and vanished. Immediately afterward, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed throughout the divine arena. The nations of Huaxia and Sakura have submitted their combatant rosters. The participants from both nations are hereby announced. Huaxia Nation, Xia Taiping, Xiao Anshan, Wen Qingfeng, Wu Zhan, and Zhou Yijian. Sakura Nation, Yamamoto Xiaoji, Mudo Lanlin, Mudo Xianyao, Yoshizawa Ibu, Sato Ilan. Both sides prepare. The divine war commences in 10 minutes. Upon hearing the combatant rosters, people worldwide were taken aback. China had retained the exact same roster from the previous divine war, without a single replacement. But they quickly realized why. During the last divine war, a full 6 battles, the Huaxia kingdom fielded the exact same roster. They won all 6 divine wars consecutively, with the 5 paths randomly selecting deities. None of the 5 combatants suffered any injuries, so their continued participation is hardly surprising. As for Sakura Nation replacing 3 members of their roster, this was hardly surprising, as the replaced members had all participated in the previous divine battle. Old Tree of the Well and Takahashi Falling Fist had already summoned their personal guardian deities in the previous divine battle. Continuing to fight would only allow the Heavenly Dao to randomly assign deities, leaving them without the protection of their personal guardians. If the Heavenly Dao failed to randomly assign a powerful deity, their chances of victory were indeed slim. As for Hatano Mui, her personal deity is not of blue rank or higher, so her chances of victory are similarly slim. Xia Zhenghua immediately remarked, Taiping, the 5 combatants dispatched by Sakura Nation all possess blue-tier deities as their personal guardians. Though they haven't fielded any purple-tier deities, this lineup clearly signals they have no intention of conceding defeat. Old Xia, that's perfectly normal. Xia Taiping chuckled, the divine war operates on an annual cycle. Today is the final day of the year, and tomorrow marks the start of a new one. Therefore, regardless of the lineup they field today, everything will be reset tomorrow. I had expected Sakura Nation and others to go all out, deploying purple-tier deities. Yet they proved surprisingly timid, still refraining from sending purple-tier deities, merely fielding a top-tier 5-star blue-tier lineup. But to be fair, Sakura Nation not deploying purple-tier deities is actually a blessing for us. It certainly is. Xia Zhenghua nodded and added, but it's not hard to understand. The relationships between the Cherry Blossom Nation, Sunset Nation, and the other 4 nations aren't particularly close, they're even rivals. Until the very last moment, they have no choice but to guard against each other. That's true. Xia Taiping remarked, even though today is the last day of the year, there's still time after the divine battle concludes. If Sakura Nation plays all its trump cards, and other nations seize the remaining time to launch divine battles against them, Sakura Nation would face disaster. Quite right. Xia Zhenghua remarked, the 6 nations Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Sunset Kingdom, and the others only appear harmonious on the surface. Who knows what scheming lies beneath? Given the chance, they'll transform into ravenous wolves, tearing into the others with vicious bites. Xia Taiping sighed, Old Xia, this truly proves that those who are not of our kind have different hearts. Indeed. Xia Zhenghua nodded and continued, Taiping, shall we wait for the appointed time of the divine war? Or shall we request immediate hostilities? Let's start the war immediately. Xia Taiping said, Old Master Xia, today is New Year's Eve. If we finish this battle early, we might even make it in time for the New Year's Eve dinner. That makes sense. Let's commence hostilities early. Xia Zhenghua decisively made the call, then announced loudly, Heavenly Dao, Huaxia Nation requests immediate commencement of battle. Chapter 202, Asking for Humiliation. Slaughter him. While Xia Zhenghua and Xia Taiping were speaking, Namodi, Stamer, Constance, Trump, and Muhammad were all inwardly cursing Sakura Nation. The reason was simple, Sakura Nation hadn't committed its full strength, deploying only its top-tier 5-star blue lineup. Remember, during the meeting just moments ago, they had pledged to play their trump cards and fight with everything they had. Yet here was Sakura Nation holding back. Didn't this completely disregard their recent discussions? Wasn't this one thing in words and another in deeds? As for why Japan held back, they all understood, Japan was holding back, guarding against them. They cursed Sakura Nation inwardly but refrained from public criticism. It wasn't that they didn't want to voice their doubts, rather, they too intended to hold back, guarding against other nations. If they questioned Sakura Nation openly, how could they retain their own strategic advantage? Before their curses could fully erupt, however, Xia Zhenghua's voice boomed through the divine arena. Heavenly Path, China requests immediate commencement of battle. Hearing this, the representatives from various nations, who had been engaged in discussion, stopped in unison. They turned their heads in unison toward the direction of Sakura Nation, eager to see if they would agree to an immediate start of hostilities. China, according to the divine war rules, the decision to commence hostilities immediately requires the consent of Sakura Nation. The voice of the Heavenly Dao followed, Sakura Nation, do you consent to immediate combat? We agree. Kishida Koyo answered without hesitation, but immediately added, however, before the war begins, I have a few words to say. Granted. The Heavenly Dao did not refuse. This wasn't because the Heavenly Path favored the land of cherry blossoms, but because there were still 10 minutes left before the scheduled start time of the divine war. Kishida Koya stood up, gazing at Xia Zhenghua. Xia Zhenghua, he said, launching a divine war against our 6 nations on the very last day of the year. You're trying to take one last bite before the 2 new rules take effect, aren't you? Xia Zhenghua shot back immediately, so what if we did? And so what if we didn't? Kishida Koya remained silent. He pressed further, Xia Zhenghua, are you worried that once these 2 new divine war rules take effect, we'll launch another divine war against you and you won't stand a chance? So you're trying to bite us first to make up for future losses? Xia Zhenghua retorted again, so what if we are? So what if we aren't? Poof. Kishida Koya sneered, biting us first to make up for the losses of not being our match after the 2 new divine war rules take effect. You actually came up with that scheme. Xia Zhenghua, your Huaxia nation is truly shameless. Xia Zhenghua burst into laughter. It wasn't a smile of joy, but one born of sheer exasperation at Kishida Koya's shamelessness. He sneered, Kishida Koyu, let me get this straight, you're saying only your 6 nations can gang up and launch a divine war against our Huaxia nation, but we're forbidden from doing the same to you? This. Kishida Koyu was momentarily speechless. That was indeed his inner thought, but he couldn't voice it aloud. Because waging divine war against other nations is the inherent right of every country. Your silence means our Huaxia nation can also declare divine war upon you. Xia Zhanghua sneered coldly and continued, moreover, when the 6 nations couldn't defeat us, you colluded to add 2 new divine war rules to restrict Taiping. Having committed such despicable and shameless acts, how dare you accuse our China of being shameless? This. Kishida Koyu was once again rendered speechless. He had only been focused on seizing an opportunity to humiliate China, venting his own frustration, yet he had overlooked that initiating a divine war against another nation is the right of every country. He had also overlooked just how despicable and shameless their own act of adding 2 new divine war rules truly was. As Xia Zhanghua had stated, having committed such despicable acts themselves, how could they have the nerve to accuse China of being shameless? Watching Kishida Koyu's face twisted with frustration yet unable to respond, the people of Huaxia wore cold, mocking smiles. You've committed such despicable acts, yet we haven't called you despicable. How dare you accuse our actions of being despicable? Is this sheer lack of self-awareness? Or did you hit your head on a door? The representatives from the Sunset Kingdom, the Catholic Kingdom, and the other 3 nations all looked visibly embarrassed to be associated with him. While they understood Kishida's intent to humiliate China, couldn't he have chosen a less idiotic excuse? Now look, he failed to humiliate China and ended up humiliated himself. Though it's not entirely incomprehensible. Xia Zhanghua added, after all, your cherry blossom nation has always been this despicable, shameless, and brazen. You. Kishida Koyu was instantly furious. He pointed an accusing finger at Xia Zhanghua, clearly about to speak, but Xia cut him off before he could utter a word. What do you mean, you? Xia Zhanghua sneered. Is what I said not true? Ask the representatives of all nations here, or even ask the heavens themselves, hasn't your cherry blossom nation always been this despicable, shameless, and brazen? Kishida Koyu grew even angrier, yet found himself speechless. For he knew all too well that in the eyes of the world, his cherry blossom nation was synonymous with baseness, shamelessness, and utter disgrace. Poof. Unable to find words to defend himself, Kishida Koyu snorted coldly, his face darkening. Xia Zhanghua, don't get too cocky. Once the 2 new divine war rules take effect, just wait and see how our land of cherry blossoms will deal with your land of China. Hearing this, Xia Taiping furrowed his brow. Based on Kishida's words, it was clear that once the 2 new divine war rules took effect, they would launch a divine war against China. This starkly confirmed his judgment. Yet, Kishida spoke with such unwavering confidence Xia couldn't fathom where that confidence came from. Was it solely because of the 2 new divine war rules? Or were there other reasons? Is that so? I'll be waiting. Xia Zhanghua sneered coldly, but let me remind you the 2 new divine war rules won't take effect until tomorrow. There's a divine war awaiting you right now. You're not addressing this one, yet you speak of future events. Isn't that getting a bit too far ahead of yourself? Kishida Koyu's expression abruptly froze. It wasn't that he'd forgotten about the current divine battle. Rather, the newly added rules hadn't taken effect yet. Before slaying Xia Taiping, he had little confidence in victory. How could he bring up this divine battle? Poof. Left speechless once more, Kishida Koyu snorted coldly. His face twisted with frustration as he turned to Yamamoto Shoji seated behind him, his voice icy. Yamamoto Shoji, you go? Don't forget my instructions. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Yamamoto Shokichi responded and rose, striding toward the divine battle arena. Seeing Yamamoto Shokichi, Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others instantly darkened in expression. If anyone else had been sent to fight, they might not have been so furious, but Yamamoto Shokichi was an exception. As the dean of the Chinese branch of Sakura Divine Academy, Yamamoto Xiaoji had committed no shortage of misdeeds within China. Taiping, you go. Xia Zhanghua coldly ordered, if you get the chance, kill him for me. Chapter 203, Enemies Meet. What's going on? Old Master Xia, I understand. Xia Taiping nodded and rose, striding toward the divine battle arena. Though Xia Zhanghua hadn't explicitly stated why Yamamoto Xiaoji must die, as a student of Central China Divine Academy who had personally dealt with Yamamoto Xiaoji and witnessed his arrogance in Huaxia Nation firsthand, how could he not understand why Xia Zhanghua wanted him dead? Seeing Xia Taiping enter the fray, the spectators from nations across the world in the divine arena showed no surprise whatsoever. For the divine battles just days prior, Xia Taiping had fought nearly every single match from start to finish. With China launching another divine battle against Japan and 5 other nations on the final day of the year, or rather, the day before 2 new divine battle rules took effect, it was clear they intended to maximize Xia Taiping's impact. Thus, his participation was entirely expected. Yamamoto Xiaoji's expression darkened instantly. If asked who he hated most, Xia Taiping would undoubtedly rank first. Had it not been for Xia Taiping, he would never have suffered defeat and humiliation during his challenge to the Central Divine Academy. The China branch of the Sakura Divine Academy he led would not have been expelled from China. And he certainly wouldn't have fallen from being a carefree provincial governor to a defeated minister despised by all. You little bastard, today I will kill you. Yamamoto Little Chicken vowed silently within his heart. As the saying goes, enemies meeting face to face only intensify their hatred. Setting aside the fact that slaying Xia Taiping was Kishida Koyu's order, the two shared a blood feud so deep that Yamamoto Shoji yearned to kill Xia Taiping at every moment. Now that they faced each other on the divine battle arena, how could he not give it his all? This was precisely why Kishida Koyu had not deployed Yamamoto Shoji in the previous divine battle, yet sent him out first today. Soon, Xia Taiping and Yamamoto Shokichi had ascended the divine battle arena. Yamamoto Shokichi glared viciously at Xia Taiping and coldly declared, "You little brat, we meet again." Indeed. Xia Taiping chuckled. Just the other day, you led the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch in a show of force, challenging our central Huaxia Divine Academy. You ended up slinking away with your tail between your legs. I thought then that we'd meet again someday. Little did I know that a divine battle would expel both you and the Chinese branch of the Sakura Divine Academy from our land. I thought we'd never cross paths again, yet here we are on the divine battle arena. Hearing this, Yamamoto Shoji's face instantly turned ashen. Xia Taiping had publicly exposed not only the defeat of Yamamoto's Sakura Divine Academy China branch to Central China Divine Academy, but also Japan's loss in the previous Divine War, a truly devastating blow to his pride. Kid, don't get too cocky. Yamamoto Shoji said darkly, last time, I merely let you win by luck. This time, you're bound to lose. Is that so? Xia Taiping chuckled. Just curious, where'd you get that mysterious confidence? Oh, and let me gently remind you, my personal guardian deity, the great sage equal to heaven's son Wukong, hasn't been summoned yet. Yamamoto Shoki's expression froze abruptly. He'd spoken a bit too confidently. Just as Xia Taiping had said, his divine patron, the great sage equal to heaven's son Wukong, hadn't even entered the fray yet. Yamamoto had witnessed firsthand just how formidable and awe-inspiring Sun Wukong truly was. Therefore, he genuinely had little confidence in winning this divine battle. Fortunately, winning this divine battle was only a secondary objective. His primary mission was to slay Xia Taiping. But he couldn't voice this thought aloud. Doing so would alert Xia Taiping, making it far more difficult to eliminate him. Hoof. Yamamoto Shoji let out a cold snort before summoning his guardian deity. Yamamoto Shoji of the land of cherry blossoms humbly invites Lord Tsukiyo to descend. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue speaking, it was that continuing would only put him at a disadvantage. Whoosh! As Yamamoto Shokichi's words fell, a dazzling light erupted from his brow. Immediately, a woman clad in a kimono, wearing Geta sandals, and wielding a long sword stepped out of the light. Seeing this, Xia Taiping wasted no time. He looked up at the sky and declared, "Heavenly Way, grant me a random deity for the nation of China." Swish! 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 As Xia Taiping's words fell, 3 gray cards materialized before him. The representatives from various nations in the divine arena immediately turned their gaze toward the 3 gray cards hovering before Xia Taiping. But just like the divine battle days prior, none of them recognized the deities depicted on the 3 cards. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others frowned in unison. They, too, did not recognize the deities depicted on the cards. But that wasn't the point. The point was that Xia Taiping had already informed them of all the relatively powerful deities among the Huaxia pantheon. Yet, they didn't recognize a single one depicted on these 3 cards. Didn't this imply that none of the deities on these cards were truly formidable? Just as Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others suspected, the deities randomly selected by the heavenly Tao for these 3 cards were not powerful. The deities depicted were Jade-Faced Fox, Apricot Fairy, and Spider Demon. Among them, Spider Demon possessed the greatest power, yet even that hardly qualified as formidable. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Yamamoto Little Chicken had summoned the blue-tiered deity Tsukuyami. With her strength, the Spider Demon stood no chance against Tsukuyami. Even if the Jade-Faced Fox, Apricot Fairy, and Spider Demon joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Tsukuyami. What's going on? Xia Taiping furrowed his brow. In the divine battles days prior, aside from the 2 instances where opponents summoned purple-tier deities, the deities randomly assigned to Huaxia by the heavenly Tao had always been formidable. Why then were the deities randomly assigned to Huaxia in today's first battle so weak? Had the heavenly Tao ceased favoring China? Had China's good fortune run out? Or was this merely an unexpected anomaly? As for China having no powerful deities left, Xia Taiping hadn't even considered that possibility. Not only had titans like the Lord of Virtue, the Lord of Spiritual Treasures, and the Lord of Primordial Sovereignty not taken the field, but numerous other formidable deities like the tower-bearing Heavenly King Li and the sand-wiping monk Sha Wujing remained untapped. This truly puzzled Xia Taiping. But he wasn't one to dwell on such matters. Since the Way of Heaven hadn't randomly assigned him a powerful deity, he'd simply summon one of his own life-bound deities. After all, he possessed numerous such deities. Even if he summoned one each time, it would be more than sufficient. But which one to summon required careful consideration. After all, he wasn't just aiming to win this divine battle, he also bore the mission to slay Yamamoto Little Chicken. Seeing Xia Taiping delay his decision, the representatives from the Six Nations, Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and others grew visibly agitated. His hesitation clearly meant the Heavenly Tao hadn't randomly selected a powerful deity. This signaled Xia Taiping would summon one of his personal guardian deities to battle. Once he did, they would no longer need to fear his guardian deities. Yet they were destined for disappointment. For the Xia Taiping of this moment was no longer the Xia Taiping of days past. Yamamoto Little Chicken waited patiently for a moment, seeing that Xia Taiping still showed no intention of choosing a deity. He couldn't help but urge, "You little brat, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and choose a deity." Chapter 204, 6 Kingdoms in Turmoil. Princess Iron Fan. Hearing Yamamoto Little Chicken's words, Xia Taiping snapped out of his reverie. He asked with a sly grin, "Yamamoto Little Chicken, why the rush? Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated?" Yamamoto Little Chicken's expression froze abruptly. He'd merely urged Xia Taiping once, yet Xia Taiping accused him of being eager to be reincarnated? That was a bit harsh, wasn't it? "You little brat, you're just dithering because you don't know how to choose, aren't you?" Yamamoto retorted, "I may not recognize the deities on these 3 cards, but judging by your dithering, none of them are powerful gods. What do you have to fight me with?" "You're right, none of the deities on these 3 cards are powerful." Xia Taiping nodded, then abruptly changed tack, "But your memory's a bit shaky, isn't it? I just reminded you my guardian deity, the great sage equal to Heaven Sun Wukong, hasn't been summoned yet. What do you think I'll use to fight you?" Yamamoto Shokichi's expression froze again. Right, Xia Taiping had just mentioned his personal guardian deity, the great sage equal to Heaven Sun Wukong, hadn't been summoned yet. How could he have forgotten that? Xia Taiping didn't wait for Yamamoto Xiaoji to respond. And continued, "Yamamoto Little Chicken, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish." As the words fell, Xia Taiping raised his hand and touched his forehead. Immediately, a thunderous shout erupted from his mouth. Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly summons Princess Iron Fan, the demoness, to descend. Swish! 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 As Xia Taiping's words echoed, the 3 cards hovering before him flashed rapidly several times before vanishing. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a dazzling light erupted from the center of Xia Taiping's forehead. Immediately after, Princess Iron Fan, the Rakshasi, emerged from the light. This scene instantly filled the people from the 6 nations including Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation with excitement. Their judgment had been correct. Xia Taiping's hesitation stemmed from the fact that the 3 randomly selected deities from the way of heaven were not powerful. Xia Taiping was indeed about to summon his own personal guardian deity to battle. From now on, they would no longer need to fear Xia Taiping's guardian deity. But before the excitement could fully bloom on their faces, it abruptly froze. They sensed something amiss. Xia Taiping had summoned not the great sage equal to Heaven, Sun Wukong, but the Iron Fan Princess, Russia. This left them utterly perplexed. Emerging from the dazzling light erupting from Xia Taiping's brow, Russia clearly proved herself to be his life-bound deity. But weren't Sun Wukong and Yang Jian Xia Taiping's life-bound deities? When had Russia also become one of them? But they quickly realized what was happening. During the last divine war, Yang Jian had mentioned that Xia Taiping was different from others, he could possess multiple guardian deities. Thus, there was only one explanation. Over the past few days, Xia Taiping had summoned the Rakshasi, making her his guardian deity as well. Realizing this, the expressions of those from the 6 nations Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and others immediately darkened. They had originally thought that forcing out his primary deity, the great sage equal to Heaven Sun Wukong, would free them from having to worry about his divine protector. But to their surprise, Xia Taiping hadn't summoned Sun Wukong, he had summoned Princess Iron Fan, the Rakshasa woman. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that by making Princess Iron Fan, the Rakshasa, his lifebound deity, Xia Taiping might just summon other deities to become his lifebound deities as well. Didn't that mean Xia Taiping could have numerous lifebound deities? Remember, during the last divine war, numerous powerful deities emerged in Huaxia. If Xia Taiping were to summon all those deities as his personal guardians, he would possess an overwhelming number of divine allies at his command. How could they possibly contend with that? While Kishida, Trump, and the other 5 commanders wore grim expressions, they also felt a tinge of relief. Fortunately, their current objective was to swear to kill Xia Taiping. As long as Xia Taiping was eliminated, the Huaxia nation would revert to its former state of weakness and vulnerability. Otherwise, the scenario from the last divine war where Xia Taiping single-handedly defeated the 6 nations might well repeat itself in this conflict. Unlike the representatives from the 6 nations like Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation, the Chinese delegation members were all visibly excited. Initially, they had harbored some apprehension upon realizing that the 3 randomly selected deities of the heavenly way were not particularly powerful. After all, Xia Taiping had summoned his personal guardian deity, the great sage equal to Heaven Sun Wukong, to battle, leaving him with no backup. Yet what they hadn't anticipated was that Xia Taiping's personal deities weren't limited to the Monkey King Sun Wukong and the second Prince Yang Jian. He also possessed the Iron Fan Princess Rasha, and there was even a strong possibility he had more personal deities at his disposal. There was absolutely no need to worry about running out of options. Xia Taiping, Zhou Tianming, and the others were somewhat perplexed. They were well aware that Xia Taiping commanded numerous divine guardians and held no doubt that the heavenly Tao would not randomly select powerful deities. Yet they struggled to comprehend why, among all his options, he had summoned Princess Iron Fan, the Rakshasa woman, as his first choice. However, recalling the circumstances of Princess Iron Fan's last battle, they instantly understood. During the previous divine battle, Princess Iron Fan, the Rakshasi, had faced Abe no Saimai of the land of cherry blossoms. At that time, Abe no Saimai had summoned his Shikigami to battle, only for the Iron Fan Princess to instantly kill each one with a single swipe of her fan. Now, to eliminate Yamamoto Shurji, deploying Princess Iron Fan would undoubtedly be swift and decisive. Just as Xia Zhonghua and the others had surmised, Xia Taiping deliberated several times before finally choosing Princess Iron Fan, the Rakshasi, to fight. It was precisely because her banana fan was exceptionally formidable. Having her strike would significantly increase the chances of successfully slaying Yamamoto Little Chicken. It wasn't that other deities couldn't kill Yamamoto Little Chicken, but the opportunity to kill him was a one-time shot. They had to achieve a one-hit kill. Otherwise, if Yamamoto Little Chicken sensed something was wrong, killing him would become much harder. After all, deities could concede defeat in battle. Once Yamamoto Little Chicken admitted defeat, further combat would be impossible. Amidst the mixed expressions of spectators from various nations in the divine arena, Princess Iron Fan, the Rakshasa woman, glanced at Yamamoto Little Chicken and Tsukiyo Megumi standing opposite, then shifted her gaze to Xia Taiping. She asked in puzzlement, "Youngster, it hasn't been long since the last one. Why another divine battle already?" "Auntie, this time it's our Huaxia nation initiating the divine battle against other nations." Xia Taiping explained, as the saying goes, reciprocity is the way of courtesy. Since other nations initiated divine wars against China first, it's only natural for China to initiate divine wars against them in return. This shows them that China is not to be trifled with. But this time, the three deities randomly selected by the Heavenly Way are not powerful. The deity summoned by Sakura Nation is merely a blue-tier deity. I don't want to lose this divine battle, so I had no choice but to ask you, senior aunt, to come and assist us. I see. The Rakshasi nodded and inquired, "Young one, did you deliver the message I asked you to pass on to that mischievous monkey last time?" "Auntie, I already conveyed it to the great sage." Xia Taiping replied, "During the last divine battle, the great sage was randomly selected by the way of heaven. I took the opportunity to relay your message to him. Oh, and I also conveyed the messages from Master and Red Boy to the great sage." "Very well." Princess Ironheart nodded and said, "Young one, step back a bit. This battle is mine to handle." "Yes, Auntie." Xia Taiping responded and began stepping back. But immediately afterward, his lips twitched slightly. Chapter 205, Telepathic Transmission. The Rakshasi Woman's Scheme. The Rakshasi woman, poised to strike, suddenly froze. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind, "Senior aunt, find an opportunity to eliminate that man from Sakura Nation." She knew the voice in her mind belonged to Xia Taiping, but she couldn't understand why his voice was echoing within her thoughts. However, in the next instant, she realized. Xia Taiping was her divine devotee, and she was his lifebound deity. Divine devotees and lifebound deities shared a connection, enabling communication through consciousness. That was why Xia Taiping's voice had echoed within her mind. Killing him is no problem. The Rakshasi transmitted her thoughts, but why kill that human from the land of cherry blossoms? "Auntie, you don't know." Xia Taiping transmitted his voice. During last year's divine war, China lost. Instead of demanding China's divine fortune, Sakura Nation proposed a condition: they would be permitted to establish a divine academy within China's borders and recruit Chinese nationals as students. That bastard Yamamoto Shaoji is the head of Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch. He's committed countless atrocities in Huaxia. Though the Academy's Huaxia branch has been expelled, his crimes remain unpunished. That's why I want to kill him. I see. The Rakshasa woman's eyes widened in realization. Very well. I will find an opportunity to kill him. Xia Taiping thanked her. "Thank you, senior aunt. Why are you being so polite to me, you brat?" The Rakshasi shot Xia Taiping a disapproving glance before casually flipping her hand. The banana fan materialized in her grasp. She turned to face Yu Yezhen standing opposite on the divine battle arena and declared, "Begin." "As you wish." Yu Yezhen responded with a look of pride and strode toward Luo Chanu. The Rakshasi wasted no time either. With a slight flick of her right hand holding the fan, it swelled in the wind. In an instant, the small fan transformed into a massive one, easily 3 meters in length. Immediately, the Rakshasa woman swung the fan lightly, unleashing a fierce gale that surged toward the approaching Moon Knight. Seeing this, Yamamoto Shurji immediately shouted a warning. "Lord Tsukiyo-zo, beware. That woman's fan unleashes a devastatingly powerful gale." Tsukuyami-sama gave an almost imperceptible curl of her lip, her eyes brimming with disdain. She didn't believe the gale could harm her, but Yamamoto Shuki's warning came from a place of goodwill, and she couldn't fault her for it. Nevertheless, exercising caution, she acted first. Her right hand, gripping the long sword, shot upward, then slashed out like lightning. Swish! A silver-white blade appeared out of thin air, shooting toward the howling gale. Boom! The next instant, a deafening roar erupted. That was the sound of the silver-white whip striking the raging wind. The gale and the silver-white whip locked in a fierce standoff, neither able to advance an inch. But the situation changed in an instant. Crack! 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 Accompanied by a series of crisp cracking sounds, cracks began to appear one after another on the silver-white blade, then spread outward at an astonishing speed. In just a few moments, they had covered the entire silver-white blade. At a glance, it looked as if the silver-white chain mail had been draped in a layer of spiderwebs. Boom! The very next moment, as the cracks covered the entire silver-white fabric, a deafening roar erupted. It was the sound of the silver-white chain exploding violently. Immediately afterward, the exploding silver-white chain dissolved into scattered points of starlight and vanished. This scene left Yu Yezazan momentarily stunned. Her slash had been shattered by the gale unleashed by the Rakshasa woman. How could this be possible? But before she could ponder further, the gale, now unimpeded by the silver-white chain, swept over in an instant, slamming into her body with full force. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Yue Jianzuan staggered back over a dozen paces before regaining her footing. Her face was grim. Had she truly been knocked back by a single strike from the Rakshasa woman? Yamamoto Shuji, however, showed no surprise and even breathed a sigh of relief. He had witnessed Abe no Saimai Shikigami get instantly killed by the Rakshasa woman with a single swipe. He knew full well that Tsukiyo no Makoto might not be her match, which was precisely why he had warned her to be cautious the moment he saw the danger. As for his sigh of relief? Because he genuinely feared Yu Yezhan would be instantly killed by the Rakshasa woman's strike. If that happened, he'd lose his chance to slay Xia Taiping. After all, without Yu Yezhan tying Xia Taiping down, he wouldn't even dare to approach him, let alone strike. Fortunately, his fears didn't materialize. Moon Knight Venerable was merely knocked back by the Rakshasa woman, not instantly killed. Now, as long as Yue Jianzuan held off the Rakshasa woman, he would have the chance to kill Xia Taiping and complete the mission Kishida Koya had entrusted to him. What he didn't know was that Xia Taiping wanted him dead just as badly. And his situation was far more perilous than Xia Taiping's because the Rakshasa woman was actively seeking an opportunity to kill him. After repelling Yue Jianzuan with a single strike, the Rakshasa woman wasted no time. She swung her banana leaf fan once more, and another gale erupted from nowhere, hurtling straight toward the Moon Knight Venerable. I refuse to believe it. Yu Yezhan roared in fury, swinging his sword to strike once more. Swish! A silver-white chain materialized once more, striking out at the howling gale. But the outcome was no different from before. Her silver-white chain was once again shattered by the gale, and the violent wind slammed into her body once more, sending her reeling back over a dozen paces. Refusing to concede defeat, Yue Jianzuan continued clashing with the Rakshasa woman. But soon discovered with horror that no matter how many times she increased her attack power, she couldn't shatter the whirlwind unleashed by the Rakshasa woman. Every silver-white blade she struck was shattered without exception. Retreating relentlessly, she had already been driven back to the edge of the divine battle arena. It felt as though not only was she increasing her attack power, but the Rakshasa woman was doing the same. The Rakshasi wasted no time, swinging her fan once more. This time, however, she didn't stop at a single strike. She delivered two in rapid succession. Swish! Swish! Two whirlwinds materialized consecutively, one after the other, hurtling straight toward Moon Knight Venerable. Seeing this, Yue Jianzuan's face darkened to pitch black. Previously, the Rakshasi's attacks had come one after another, but this time she delivered two consecutive strikes. Was she determined to blast her off the divine battle arena where she had already retreated to the very edge? Thinking you can knock me off the divine battle arena? Dream on! Yue Jianzuan roared in fury, raising her blade to strike. But at that very moment, she sensed something amiss. The second gust of wind unleashed by the Rakshasa woman was significantly faster than the first. In an instant, it had overtaken the initial blast. Moreover, its angle was slightly off, not directly aimed at her, but shifted slightly to one side. What's going on? Yue Jianzuan was momentarily bewildered. She couldn't understand why the second gust of wind from the Rakshasa woman was faster than the first, and why its angle was slightly off. But when she saw Yamamoto Little Chicken standing ahead, it suddenly clicked. The second gust of wind from Princess Ironfan wasn't aimed at her, but at Yamamoto Shuji. Chapter 206, one dead, one seriously injured. Congratulations, you got it right. Once she grasped what was happening, Yue Jianzuan instinctively tried to save Yamamoto Shuki. It wasn't that she cared about Yamamoto Shuki's life or death, but rather about her own reputation. After all, Yamamoto was her divine follower. This was the divine arena, with spectators from all corners of the world seated around them. If Yamamoto were slain by the Rakshasa right under her nose, where would her dignity be? But she immediately suppressed the urge to save Yamamoto. It wasn't that she no longer valued her reputation, but because Rakshasa woman had attacked not only Yamamoto Shokichi but also her. If she went to save Yamamoto Shokichi, she wouldn't be able to react in time to the gale force wind hurtling towards her. She knew that even at full power, she couldn't shatter the oncoming gale, she'd be blown back by it. If she took a direct hit, injury was guaranteed. She wasn't Rakshas's match to begin with. Wounded, she'd be even less so. She refused to risk injury or worse, defeat merely to save Yamamoto. Thus, she had no choice but to abandon her pride. After all, compared to injury or defeat, what was pride? Resolution set. Yu Yezhinzun ignored Yamamoto Little Chicken's imminent peril and swung her blade once more. Swish! A silver-white blade materialized out of thin air, hurtling straight toward the howling gale bearing down on her. Ever since the divine battle commenced, Yamamoto Koji had been seeking an opening to strike down Xia Taiping. However, with Yue Jianzuan being relentlessly pushed back by Rakshasa woman and Xia Taiping positioned behind her, he had yet to find a chance to finish Xia Taiping off. This fixation on Xia Taiping, coupled with his utter lack of expectation that Rakshasa and Tsukiyo Kenju would suddenly turn on him mid-battle, meant the deadly gale was upon him before he could react. Swish! Yamamoto Shuji's face instantly drained of color. He didn't know why the Rakshasi had suddenly attacked him, but he knew one thing: he couldn't block the howling storm bearing down on him. He had witnessed Abe no Saimai Shikigami being killed by a single fan strike from Rakshasa woman. Yamamoto Chicken immediately opened his mouth to admit defeat. It wasn't that he hadn't considered dodging, the gale was already upon him, leaving no time to evade. Even if he'd spotted it earlier, he doubted he could have escaped. And he didn't want to die. Surrender was his only choice. But the moment his words left his lips, the gale slammed into him with brutal force. The excruciating pain and crushing pressure in his chest choked the words "I surrender" back into his throat, replaced by a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Thud! Ah! Amidst the dull thud and piercing screams, Yamamoto Shaoji flew backward like an arrow released from its string. Thud! The next moment, another dull thud echoed. That was the sound of Yamamoto Shaoji slamming solidly into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. Under the immense force of the gale, Yamamoto Pupu smashed a deep, human-shaped dent into the barrier surrounding the divine battle arena. Boom! At that very moment, a deafening roar erupted. Luo-chan's second whirlwind swept through like autumn winds, clearing fallen leaves, instantly shattering the silver-white chain slashed by Tsukiyo's on. Carrying the explosive force of that chain, it instantly closed the distance, slamming solidly into Tsukiyo Zan's body. Thud! Another dull thud echoed. Struck squarely by the gale, Moon Knight Venerable was sent flying backward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Having been forced back repeatedly, she had already retreated to the very edge of the divine battle arena. Consequently, the moment she flew backward, she slammed solidly into the barrier at the arena's edge. Much like Yamamoto's chick, Tsukiyo no Makoto left a deep, human-shaped dent in the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. This sequence seemed slow to describe, yet it unfolded in an instant. This was evident from the fact that none of the spectators from the various nations in the divine arena had time to react. Immediately afterward, the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena recoiled. Yamamoto Little Chicken and Yue Jianzuan slid down the barrier one after the other, crashing heavily onto the edge of the divine battle arena. Whoa! At the same time, a jet of blood spurted from Tsukiyomi Takaru's mouth. Her face was pale, yet her eyes were filled with astonishment. Previously, when Princess Iron Fan's whirlwind had shattered her attack, it had only knocked her back a dozen paces. Why had this strike not only sent her flying backward but also injured her? Yamamoto Little Chicken lay motionless on the ground like a dead dog. Beneath him, crimson blood seeped rapidly, spreading outward. It was clear Princess Iron Fan had beaten him to death with a single fan strike. This scene left the people of Sunset Country, Ashura Country, and the other three nations staring at each other in disbelief. They couldn't comprehend why Genshin, who had just moments ago blocked Rakshas's attack, had suddenly been struck down so severely. Nor could they fathom why the Rakshasa woman had suddenly targeted Yamamoto Chicken. But one thing was clear: the outcome of this divine battle was now beyond doubt. The faces of Kishida Koyu and the others from Sakura Nation turned grim. They shared the same confusion as the people from Sunset Nation, A Nation, and the other three nations. But with Moon Knight Lord severely wounded and Yamamoto Little Chicken lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog, how could their expressions possibly look good? Xia Zhenghua, Xiao Tianming, and the other Chinese were beaming with joy. The six nations, including Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation, couldn't fathom why Rakshasa woman had suddenly attacked Yamamoto Little Chicken. Yet they understood perfectly well, Rakshasa woman intended to kill Yamamoto Little Chicken, demanding he pay with his life for the sins committed against China. Yet they were equally baffled as to why Yue Jianzuan, who had just moments before withstood the Rakshasa woman's assault, had suddenly been beaten into critical condition. Before they could ponder further, Tsukiyo Ken's voice echoed across the divine battle arena. You haven't been using your full strength? Huh? Rakshasa asked in surprise. You notice that? I've seen far more than that. Yue Jianzuan's face darkened. I also saw that you've been holding back your power all along to kill my divine followers. Congratulations, you're correct. The Rakshasi woman didn't deny it. If it weren't for eliminating that guy, do you think you'd have lasted this long? Or rather, the moment I struck my first blow, you would have been sent flying backward, crashing solidly into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. Yu Yezhin's face darkened further. She opened her mouth, seemingly to protest, but ultimately said nothing. It wasn't that she didn't want to argue, she knew the Rakshasi wasn't exaggerating. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent flying by that single strike, crashing solidly into the barrier at the edge of the divine battle arena. Spectators from all nations within the divine arena suddenly understood. No wonder the situation had shifted so dramatically in an instant. It was because the Rakshasi had been holding back all along. That bastard is finished. The Rakshasi continued, now it's time to send you on your way. Chapter 207, a superb start. Guilty conscience. Swish. Hearing the Rakshasi's words, Moonlit Knight's expression abruptly changed. Without hesitation, she cried out, I surrender. Even at her peak, she was no match for the Rakshasi. Now, gravely wounded, she stood no chance. If this continued, her fate was sealed, death. Though it was not her true form that had descended upon the divine battle arena, but merely a strand of her divine soul, even if this strand were destroyed, her true self would not perish. However, her true self would suffer severe damage as a consequence of this strand's annihilation. She refused to let that happen, yet she couldn't defeat Rakshasa woman. She had no choice but to concede defeat. Yet the moment she conceded, she froze in shock. The Rakshasi claimed she'd send her on her way, yet showed no intention of striking. Her face instantly turned ashen. She'd been tricked. What she didn't know was that the Rakshasi's inaction wasn't a trick. She knew the woman would surrender, so attacking would be pointless. But if the woman hadn't surrendered, the Rakshasi would have struck decisively. You just wait. This won't end here. Yu Yezhin spat out the threat before vanishing into thin air. Before the eyes of representatives from nations across the world, not only had she been severely wounded, but her divine follower had been slain by the Rakshasi right before her eyes. Utterly humiliated, she had no face to remain and could only hastily depart. Rakshasa rolled her eyes, completely ignoring Tsukuyami's parting threat. The next moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. First match, Huaxia Nation challenges Sakura Nation. Huaxia Nation wins. The second match commences immediately. Both sides are requested to dispatch representatives to the divine battle arena without delay. Woo! 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 The moment the heavenly Tao's voice faded, deafening cheers erupted throughout the divine arena. These cheers came from the mouths of Xia Zhenhua, Zhou Tianming, and other citizens of Huaxia. Not only did Huaxia secure a decisive victory in today's first divine battle, but they also slew Yamamoto Little Chicken. This wasn't just a good start, it was an absolutely spectacular opening victory. The people from the Sunset Nation, the A3 Nation, and the other three nations exchanged bewildered glances. The reason for their astonishment mirrored the excitement of the Chinese spectators, but while this outcome was a blessing for China, it was a curse for them. The faces of Kishida Koyu and other Sakura Nation representatives darkened considerably. Not only had they lost the first divine battle, but Yamamoto Little Chicken had been slain as well. Especially Kishida the bear, his expression was even more grim than the other Sakura Nation members. He had sent Yamamoto Little Chicken into battle first, hoping to harness her fury to swear vengeance against Xia Taiping. Yet not only had Xia Taiping survived, Yamamoto Little Chicken had been slain instead. Wasn't this like robbing Peter to pay Paul, losing both the wife and the army? At that moment, the Rakshasa woman turned to face Xia Taiping. She declared, youngster, my task is complete. I'm leaving. Xia Taiping clasped his fists respectfully. Farewell, senior aunt. Xia Zhenhua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals rose in unison, clasping their fists and bowing, farewell, Princess Ironfan. The Rakshasi nodded, and her figure vanished into thin air. Watching her depart, Xia Taiping turned toward the direction of Sakura Nation. He opened his mouth to urge them to send someone immediately, but before the words left his lips, he saw Kishida Koyu abruptly spring to his feet. Xia Taiping, you dared scheme against my Sakura Nation's divine chosen one? Kishida Koyu glared at Xia Taiping with such ferocity he looked ready to devour him. Although it was the Rakshasa who had slain Yamamoto Little Chicken, Kishida Koyu refused to believe it was her independent action. He was convinced Xia Taiping had ordered her to kill Yamamoto Little Chicken. Otherwise, given the Rakshasa's divine pride, she would never stoop to harming a mere mortal. Hearing this, the five commanders-in-chief Trump, Muhammad, and the others were all speechless. They were all scheming against Xia Taiping. Xia Taiping scheming against their divine favorites. What was wrong with that? Nothing at all. Thus, Kishida Koyu's accusation that Xia Taiping had schemed against Yamamoto Shoki was downright shameless. Yet the next moment, they realized something was off. They were the ones scheming against Xia Taiping, but aside from their own group, not even their own citizens knew of this plot, let alone Xia Taiping himself. Thus, Kishida Koyu's confrontation with Xia Taiping seemed perfectly justified. Xia Taiping was speechless. He fired back immediately, Kishida, you bear-like fool. This is a divine war concerning the nation's honor and destiny, not some childish game of make-believe. What's wrong with me scheming against your divine followers? You little brat, I know this is a divine war. Xia Taiping retorted, but the divine war is primarily a battle between the gods themselves. The divine chosen ones merely summon the gods. Yet you deliberately schemed against my Sakura nation's divine chosen one. Is it wrong for me to question you? Xia, you bear dog, if it were anyone else, questioning me might be justified. Xia Taiping shot back, but Yamamoto the chick is an exception. Need me to tell you why he's different? At those words, Xia Taiping's expression abruptly froze. Though Xia Taiping hadn't stated it explicitly, Xia Taiping instantly grasped the reason behind Xia Taiping's scheme against Yamamoto Little Chicken. He had been fixated on using Xia Taiping's deliberate scheme against Yamamoto to pin the label of indiscriminate slaughter on China, overlooking that Yamamoto served as the dean of the China branch of the Cherry Blossom Divine Academy, a position that set him apart from other Japanese nationals. Not only did Xia Taiping grasp this, but the representatives from various nations within the divine arena also recognized it. This sudden realization made them understand why Xia Taiping had targeted Yamamoto Shokichi to put him in mortal danger. Phew! Trump, Muhammad, and the other 5 commanders-in-chief collectively exhaled in relief. Moments ago, they had worried whether Xia Taiping had discovered their plan and was now using their own tactics against them, plotting against their divine followers. Now it seemed their fears were nothing but the guilt of a thief. It made sense. Only the 6 commanders knew about the plan to eliminate Xia Taiping. Even their own people were unaware. How could Xia Taiping possibly know? This was nothing but a coincidence. If you won't speak, I will. Xia Taiping didn't wait for Xia Taiping's reply. He continued, during the divine war days ago, did I scheme against your Sakura nation's divine favored? You know the answer without me saying it. Everyone present from the nations of the world knows it too. Then why did I target Yamamoto Little Chicken? Because during his tenure as dean of the Sakura Divine Academy's Huaxia branch, he flaunted his power in my Huaxia nation, committing countless acts that provoked both heaven's wrath and human resentment. My Huaxia nation had long sought to eliminate him, but lacked the opportunity. Now that the chance has come, of course I would scheme against him and kill him. Xia Taiping's face darkened to a deep, ominous shade. He desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping's words, yet he couldn't find a way to do so. He knew full well the crimes Yamamoto had committed in China, crimes known to the entire world. This wasn't due to global intelligence networks, but rather because he had flaunted these deeds to the world. He used them to justify his actions, not to seize China's national fortune, but to demonstrate the wisdom of establishing the Divine Academy within China. My time is precious. Xia Taiping snapped again, cut the crap. Send someone up here to die. Chapter 208, Susanu. The Curious One. Xia Taiping's face turned ashen with rage. Xia Taiping had the audacity to address himself as old man in front of representatives from nations across the globe, utterly brazen. Yet no matter how furious he grew, he could only glare helplessly, utterly powerless. He was no match for Xia Taiping in verbal sparring, not because he lacked eloquence, but because Japan had just lost a divine battle. With the moral high ground lost, he couldn't find a valid reason to confront Xia Taiping. He had considered resorting to violence, but this was the divine arena, a sacred space where all conflict except divine battles was forbidden. If he dared to strike, not only would Xia Zhenghua and the others never allow him to harm Xia Taiping, but the very laws of heaven itself would not spare him. Oomph. Fuming yet unable to retort, Xia Taiping could only snort coldly. Suppressing his rage, he turned to a woman seated behind him and ordered, Mudo Lulan, you go? Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Mudo Lulan responded and rose, striding toward the divine battle platform. Xia Taiping said nothing more, watching silently as Mudo ran and approached the divine battle arena. Soon, Mudo Lulan stepped onto the divine battle arena. She looked at Xia Taiping, her smile charmingly coy. Young man, I'm no Yamamoto chick, nor have I done anything to provoke the wrath of heaven and man against the Chinese nation. Surely you wouldn't scheme against me? Xia Taiping's lips twitched imperceptibly. You're certainly not Yamamoto Little Chicken, but you are Japanese. And he harbors not a shred of goodwill toward the Japanese. While he wouldn't deliberately scheme against Wukong Lulan, if the chance arose to eliminate her, he wouldn't hesitate to strike ruthlessly. This wasn't about personal grudges, it was about national enmity. Seeing Xia Taiping remain silent, Mudo Lulan adopted a pitifully helpless expression, her voice strained as she pleaded, Young man, I'm but a delicate woman. Surely you wouldn't crush a flower like me? A helpless woman? Xia Taiping couldn't help but roll his eyes, sneering, you were sent to fight by that Xia dog. Your guardian spirit must be a blue-tier deity, and your cultivation surpasses mine. And you call yourself a delicate flower? Oh dear, cultivation is cultivation, and my guardian deity is my guardian deity. I'm just me. Exposed publicly by Xia Taiping, Wukong Lulan showed no embarrassment. She batted her eyelashes at him and said, Young man, the God War is just a contest between deities. I won't attack you, so please don't attack me either. Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were utterly speechless. Were it not for their clear understanding that this was the divine arena, where a god war concerning national honor and destiny was unfolding, they might have mistaken it for a friendly sparring match. Xia Taiping was equally speechless. He snapped impatiently, "Stop wasting time. Summon your deity and start the battle." "Alright, young friend."
Mudo Rarin promptly agreed, then raised her hand to touch her forehead, beginning to summon the deity.
Mudo Ranin of the land of cherry blossoms humbly summons Lord Susanu. Whoosh! As Mudo Ranin's words fell, a dazzling burst of light erupted from her forehead.
Immediately, a man clad in a kimono, wearing wooden clogs, and wielding a long sword stepped out from the dazzling light.
Xia Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. No wonder Kishida Koyu had sent Mudo Ran into battle. This woman's guardian deity was none other than Susanu, slayer of the eight-headed serpent Yamada no Orochi. Fortunately, he hadn't been fooled by her words, otherwise, he might not even have known how he'd lost. Thoughts aside, Xia Taiping wasted no time. He looked up at the sky and declared, "Heavenly Way, grant me a random deity for the nation of China." Swish! 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 As Xia Taiping's words fell, 3 gray cards materialized before him. The representatives from various nations in the divine arena immediately turned their gaze toward the 3 gray cards hovering before Xia Taiping. But just like before, they recognized none of the deities depicted on the cards. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others frowned in unison. Since they too didn't recognize the deities depicted on the cards, it meant these deities were still not powerful. What's going on? Xia Taiping frowned as well. The reality matched Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others' assessment. The deities on the 3 cards were still not powerful. In the divine battles days prior, aside from the 2 instances where the opposing side summoned purple tier deities, the deities randomly assigned to Huaxia by the Tao of Heaven had been powerful every single time. Yet in today's consecutive battles, the deities randomly assigned to Huaxia by the Tao of Heaven were both weak. Earlier, he had wondered, was the heavenly Tao no longer favoring China? Had China's good fortune run out? Or was this simply an unexpected anomaly? Now it seemed the last possibility could be ruled out. It wasn't an accident. After all, failing to randomly assign a powerful deity in a single battle could be considered an accident, but for it to happen in 2 consecutive battles? Calling that an accident was a stretch. Not an accident, then. Has the way of heaven ceased favoring China? Or has China's good fortune run out? Xia Taiping frowned in thought. But before he could dwell on it further, Mudo Rarin's voice suddenly rang out. "Young man, are the 3 gods randomly selected by the Tao not powerful?" Xia Taiping glanced at Wukong Lan without denying it. "Correct. But if you think you've won simply because the way of heaven hasn't randomly selected powerful deities for our Huaxia kingdom, you couldn't be more wrong." "Young man, I didn't think that. After all, your lifebound deity, the great sage equal to Heaven's son Wukong, hasn't been summoned yet." Wutong Lanlan shook her head and pressed on. "Are you wondering why, in the divine battles days ago, the heavenly Tao randomly selected powerful deities for nearly every match, yet today it has chosen weak ones for you twice in a row?" "Exactly." Xia Taiping still didn't deny it. It wasn't that he was honest or didn't know how to lie, it was simply an undeniable fact. The participants from various nations in the divine arena weren't fools, they wouldn't fail to notice this pattern. There was no need to deny it. Mudo Lanlan continued, "Young man, are you wondering if the heavenly Tao has stopped favoring you? Or if China's good fortune has run out?" Xia Taiping frowned. Was this woman a nosy busybody? She just wouldn't stop asking questions. So what if it is? Xia Taiping retorted impatiently, "What exactly are you trying to say? Just spit it out." "Young man, I'm trying to clear up your confusion." Mudo Lanlan pouted pitifully, "Your impatient tone makes me wonder if I should even bother explaining." Xia Taiping looked utterly unconvinced. The enmity between Huaxia and Sakura was deep-rooted. Now, with the divine war raging between the 2 nations, and having just schemed to kill Yamamoto Xiaoji, he didn't believe Mudo Lanlan was genuinely offering to help. But skepticism aside, he decided to ask anyway. What if Mudo Lanlan actually intended to enlighten him? "Then tell me." Xia Taiping asked calmly, "Why did the divine battles days ago almost every single one feature powerful deities randomly selected by the heavenly way for our Huaxia nation? Yet today's battles have gone 2 rounds straight without a single powerful deity being randomly assigned?" Chapter 209, Say It or Not. The simple reason. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others frowned in unison. Judging by Mudo Rarin's demeanor, she seemed to know why, in the divine battles days ago, the heavenly Tao had randomly assigned powerful deities to represent China in nearly every match, yet today's battles had failed to randomly assign any powerful deities for 2 consecutive rounds. But what puzzled them was how Mudo Rarin could know about such a crucial matter when none of them were aware. Turning to glance at the representatives seated in the divine arena, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others frowned even more deeply. Among the representatives in the divine arena, only the Chinese delegation wore expressions of curiosity. The others remained utterly composed, showing no hint of interest in what Wutong Lanlan had said. But that wasn't the crux. The fact that others showed no curiosity meant they already knew the truth. This sudden realization struck them. Mudo Lanlan wasn't bluffing, she genuinely understood the situation. Let's hope the reason doesn't affect this divine war.
Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others sighed inwardly, watching Muto Ranran silently as they awaited her response.
Muto Lanlan didn't hesitate.
The moment Xia Taiping's words fell, her voice followed, though it wasn't an answer.
Young man, one must adopt the proper demeanor when seeking guidance.
Yet your attitude is far from that of a seeker.
You're right. My attitude isn't that of someone seeking guidance,
Xia Taiping declared with righteous indignation, because I didn't initiate this question, you came to me with it.
Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others were taken aback.
While what you say makes sense, it was indeed Muto Lalan who brought up this topic. We still want to hear the details from her.
Speaking in such a tone, aren't you forcing her into silence? Muto Lanlan frowned.
She had hoped this incident would make Xia Taiping back down before people from all over the world, but she hadn't expected him to be so stubborn. He clearly wanted to know what happened, yet there wasn't a shred of willingness to learn from her.
Sigh. Muto Lanlan sighed.
Young man, if you speak like this, I'm not sure whether I should say anything at all.
Say what you want to say, or don't.
Xia Taiping appeared utterly unconcerned.
Anyway, what you say might not be true. If I don't listen, I won't be fooled. If I do listen, I might be fooled. Even if, let's say, you really do know what's going on, it doesn't matter. Because if even you know about it, it can't be a secret. Plenty of others must know too. If you won't tell me, I can easily ask someone else. No need for me to grovel to you. Besides, there's another point, randomly encountering powerful deities isn't a problem for me. Dealing with you would be no trouble at all.
Hearing this, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others instantly felt awkward. Moments ago, they had felt Xia Taiping's approach was somewhat inappropriate, but after hearing his reasoning, their thoughts shifted. Just as Xia Taiping stated, if even Muto Lanlan knew about it, it couldn't possibly be a secret. Surely many others were aware as well. If they wanted to know, they could easily ask someone else. There was absolutely no need to grovel and ask Muto Lanlan.
Muto Lanlan was instantly furious.
Others might not have caught it, but she heard the threat in Xia Taiping's words. What did he mean by taking care of you is no trouble? He was telling her, if you piss me off, I won't hesitate to leave you on the divine battle arena.
Yet she had to admit Xia Taiping had a point.
If even she knew about it, it certainly wasn't a secret. If Xia Taiping wanted to know, he could easily ask others or even figure it out without asking.
Huff. Muto Lalan took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Young man, now look at the way you're talking. I was just joking around with you. Why are you getting so worked up? I'll explain the reason right now. Xia Taiping rolled his eyes and ignored Muto Lalan. It wasn't that he didn't want to know what was going on.
It was that responding now would make it seem like he was dying to know. And if he showed interest, he couldn't refuse again later. So silence was the best course. After waiting a moment and seeing Xia Taiping had no intention of speaking, she continued, the reason is actually quite simple. While the way of heaven appears fair, it actually favors the challenged party. Therefore, the challenged party has a high probability of randomly receiving a powerful deity, while the challenger has a low probability of doing so. This explains why, in the divine battles just days ago, the heavenly way randomly assigned powerful deities to your Huaxia nation in nearly every match. Yet today, your Huaxia nation has failed to draw a powerful deity in 2 consecutive battles. Because in the divine battles days ago, your Huaxia nation was the challenged party, but in today's battles, your Huaxia nation is the challenger. Upon hearing this, Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, and the others suddenly understood. In the divine battles days prior, the heavenly Tao had randomly assigned powerful deities to China in nearly every match. They had assumed the heavenly Tao favored China, but it turned out the heavenly Tao did not favor China at all, it favored the challenged side.
It made sense. The way of heaven existed to uphold order, how could it willingly witness human slaughter? Yet human actions were beyond its control, not something the Tao could simply prevent.
Thus, it chose to favor the challenged party, instilling caution in humanity to minimize bloodshed. To put it in simple terms, it's like how parents don't want to see their own children fighting. At that moment, Xia Taiping, Xia Zhenghua, and the others suddenly understood why, during the previous divine war, nations like Sakura and Sunset had mostly summoned their personal guardian deities. As the challengers, their chances of randomly drawing a powerful deity were slim. As for this divine war, why did Sakura nation still summon its personal deity instead of letting the Tao of Heaven assign one randomly? The reason was quite simple. The guardian deities of Japan's combatants were all immensely powerful, rendering the random selection by the way of heaven utterly unnecessary. Understanding the situation, Xia Taiping turned to look at Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others. Feeling Xia Taiping's gaze, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others instantly looked utterly embarrassed. Though Xia Taiping said nothing, his expression clearly asked, how could you not know something this crucial?
But they genuinely didn't know. Otherwise, how could they have failed to mention it when Xia Taiping proposed initiating the divine war?
Seeing Xia Taiping turn to Xia Zhenghua and the others, Wutan Lanlan thought he didn't believe her. She added, young man, you needn't doubt my words. Everything I've said is true. Everyone here from nations across the world can attest to that.
This is the conclusion we've drawn from participating in countless divine wars.
Xia Taiping suddenly understood.
No wonder such a crucial matter had been unknown to Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others. Immediately, Xia Taiping's brows furrowed deeply. Chapter 210, Fatal Mistake. The most vicious heart belongs to a woman. Phew! Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others breathed a long sigh of relief. Though they'd made a fundamental error, it wasn't their fault. After all, since the Divine Arena's inception, Huaxia nation had participated in only a handful of divine wars. This conclusion required repeated involvement in such conflicts. How could they possibly know? Fortunately, their ignorance had a valid reason. Had they known and then forgotten, that would have been truly embarrassing. But before they could fully exhale, their brows furrowed deeply. They realized they had committed a potentially fatal error. All their preparations rested on the premise that the Tao would randomly assign powerful deities to China. Only then could they ensure continued victory in the divine wars after Xia Taiping's elimination. Yet the heavenly Tao favored the challenged party. As the challengers, their odds of randomly obtaining a powerful deity were slim. If Xia Taiping were eliminated and their own life-bound deities were weak, how could they continue winning the divine battles? At this moment, they were all deeply relieved that Xia Taiping possessed numerous powerful personal deities. Even if the Tao of Heaven failed to randomly assign a powerful deity to China, Xia Taiping could still win the divine war through his personal deities. Otherwise, their proactive initiation of divine wars against nations like Sakura and Sunset would become a colossal laughingstock, much like how those nations' attacks on China had been ridiculed. Yet despite their relief, deep-seated anxiety still gripped their hearts. Although Xia Taiping possessed numerous powerful personal deities, he lacked any purple-tier personal deities. Sakura Nation's roster was finalized and unchangeable, so that was one less worry. But if Sunset Nation, a 3-nation, or others fielded purple-tier deities, Xia Taiping lacking a purple-tier personal deity would be utterly helpless. Xia Taiping's frown mirrored that of Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others. But the divine war had already commenced. It was too late for regrets now. As for voluntarily withdrawing from the divine war, as Greece and others had done days prior, that would require Greece and the others to agree. Since he hadn't consented to their withdrawal earlier, why would they now agree to his? Thus, this approach was utterly unfeasible. Forcing it would only make him a laughingstock among the nations of the world. Unable to regret, unable to abandon it, he had no choice but to continue waging the divine war. Huff! Xia Taiping drew a long breath, forcing down the worry in his heart. He looked at Mudo Raran and asked, "Why did you tell me this?" "It's simple." Mudo Lalan replied, "Because I realized you seemed unaware of it. By telling you, I might win your favor. And if I lose, at least I won't end up like Yamamoto Little Chicken, dead and gone. Now it seems not only you, but all the people of Huaxia are unaware. Young man, since I've enlightened you, if I lose later, you mustn't be too harsh on me." Hearing this, the representatives from various nations present all looked utterly stunned. It wasn't surprising that Xia Taiping didn't know about the heavenly Tao favoring the challenged party, since everyone knew he had only recently embarked on his cultivation path. His ignorance was understandable. But the fact that no one in the entire Huaxia nation knew about it was rather peculiar. However, they quickly realized that such a conclusion would require participating in numerous divine wars to form. China had only participated in 2 divine wars at most, so their ignorance of the heavenly Tao favoring the challenged party was not entirely incomprehensible. Xia Taiping looked skeptical. "Really? Of course it is." Mudo Lalan affirmed decisively, "After all, clearing up your confusion doesn't benefit me in any way." Xia Taiping remained unconvinced. As the saying goes, those not of our kind have different hearts. He wasn't about to take Wutong Lanlan's words at face value. Yet despite his skepticism, Mudo Lalan's reasoning was sound and well-founded. He found himself at a loss for how to refute her. But seeing the stunned expressions on the faces of all the nations gathered in the divine arena, he instantly understood the purpose behind Mudo Lanlan's explanation. Before he could call her out, voices erupted throughout the divine arena. The Huaxia nation actually doesn't know that the way of heaven favors the challenged party? Doesn't that mean they still think the way of heaven will randomly assign them a powerful deity? If we eliminate Xia Taiping, doesn't that guarantee our victory? Exactly. Eliminate Xia Taiping, and the odds of heaven randomly assigning a powerful deity to China are slim. Plus, the other Chinese participants' guardian deities are weak. How could China possibly compete with us? I completely forgot that the way of heaven favors the challenged party. If not for that, I wouldn't have arrived at the divine arena today filled with worry instead of confidence. Who says otherwise? I also forgot that the Tao favors the challenged party. Thankfully, Mudo Lalan reminded us. Otherwise, we could have won today's divine battle but ended up losing it. That would have been a tragedy. Ha 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 ha. Not only did Huaxia commit a foolish mistake, but they'll pay a heavy price for their ignorance. Hearing the murmurs of discussion from people around the world, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Chinese nationals all wore grim expressions. They had just been worrying that the representatives from other nations would catch on, and now their fears had come true. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than the representatives from other nations had indeed caught on. This was trouble. A faint smile touched Mudo Raran's cheeks. But the next moment, as if something occurred to her, the smile vanished abruptly from her cheeks. What she failed to notice was that Xia Taiping had been watching her the entire time. This meant that although her smile had been fleeting, Xia Taiping had keenly detected it. Damn it, this woman definitely has ulterior motives. Xia Taiping couldn't help but curse under his breath. The smile that had blossomed on Mudo Lalan's cheeks only reinforced his suspicion. Why else would she be laughing so heartily upon hearing the discussions of people from all over the world? Sigh. Xia Taiping sighed deeply, lamenting, as the ancients said, the mouth of a green bamboo snake, the sting behind a yellow wasp's tail neither is truly poisonous. But the most venomous of all is a woman's heart. I used to think that saying was a bit exaggerated, but now I suddenly realize the ancients were absolutely right. Hearing this, the smile on Mudo Lanlan's cheeks froze abruptly. She feigned confusion, asking, young man, what exactly do you mean by that? It's simple. Your explanation wasn't out of goodwill, but for your own benefit and even to harm my nation, China. Xia Taiping's voice turned cold. Whether you enlighten me or not is irrelevant to me. Regardless of whether I know heaven's favor leans toward the challenged party, as long as no powerful deity is randomly selected, I will summon my personal guardian spirit to battle. But for you, it's different. The representatives here from other nations don't know that we in China are unaware of this matter. Their stunned expressions when they learned we didn't know the heavenly way favors the challenged party prove it. So while you appear to be enlightening me, you are actually alerting the representatives of the nations present. By doing so, you not only gain recognition before the world's nations, but also reveal to them how to deal with our Huaxia nation. Am I not correct? Chapter 211, Exposed in Public. Never back down. Mudo Lalan's expression froze abruptly. Because Xia Taiping's words were spot on. She hadn't realized that Xia Taiping was unaware of the heavenly Tao's tendency to favor the challenged party. After all, this was common knowledge, and she hadn't even considered whether Xia Taiping or China knew about it. But seeing Xia Taiping frown twice in succession when the heavenly path failed to randomly select a powerful deity, she suddenly realized he likely didn't know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have frowned twice after all. Failing to draw a powerful deity was perfectly normal. Then it occurred to her that if Xia Taiping was unaware, Xia Zhenghua and the others likely weren't either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept silent about it. She also realized she herself had overlooked this fact, and people around the world probably had too. With these thoughts, she resolved to speak up publicly. First, to win Xia Taiping's favor and avoid meeting the same fate as Yamamoto Xiaoji's death and the extinction of her Tao. Second, to make a name for herself before the world's nations and show them how to deal with China. What she hadn't anticipated was that Xia Taiping had read her little scheme perfectly. The representatives from other nations in the divine arena felt a bit awkward. Xia Taiping's words were spot on. They truly hadn't anticipated that no one in China knew about the heavenly way favoring the challenged party. But they couldn't be blamed for this oversight. As Mudo Lalan had surmised, the heavenly way's bias toward the challenged party was common knowledge. Why would they ever question whether Xia Taiping or China knew this fact? Young man, how could you say such things about me? Mudo Lalan wore a look of grievance, as if he were being unfairly accused. Although Xia Taiping had accurately guessed her thoughts, she absolutely couldn't admit it. Otherwise, how could she win Xia Taiping's favor and avoid ending up like Yamamoto Little Chicken? Xia Taiping rolled his eyes. Did I get it wrong? Of course I'm wrong. Mudo Lanlan pouted. I was genuinely just trying to explain things to you. Is that so? Xia Taiping sneered. Then explain this to me. Why did you smile when you heard people from all over the world discussing it? Well, Mudo Lalan was momentarily speechless. She had just realized that her smile might give away her thoughts, so she quickly suppressed it. She had thought she'd hidden it fast enough that Xia Taiping wouldn't have noticed, but to her surprise, he had. Don't know how to explain yourself now, do you? Xia Taiping's voice was cold. You clearly did this for your own benefit, clearly harming our nation of China, yet you claim you were kindly trying to enlighten me. Your intentions are truly malicious. Fortunately, I saw through you. Otherwise, I'd have been sold out and still counting the money for you. Wutan Lalan made no further defense. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but Xia Taiping's accusations were well-founded. Moreover, he had already concluded she acted for her own benefit while harming China. Even if she spoke with the eloquence of a flower-tongued orator, Xia Taiping wouldn't believe her. But her silence didn't mean others would stay quiet. Take Kishida Koyu, for instance. Earlier, Xia Zhenghua had silenced him completely. Now that he had a chance to mock China, how could he let it slip? Ha 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 ha. Kishida Koyu roared with laughter. Xia Zhenghua, I wondered how you dared to launch a divine war against all 6 of our nations simultaneously. So you didn't realize heaven's way favors the challenged party. You actually thought heaven would randomly grant you a powerful deity. Now you're embarrassed, aren't you? Frustrated? Next, you'll pay a heavy price for your ignorance. Mark my words, don't even think about abandoning the divine war, because we won't allow it. Trump, Muhammad, and the other 4 commanders-in-chief all wore smiles. Earlier, they had been deeply concerned that the 2 newly added divine war rules hadn't taken effect, leaving Xia Taiping unrestrained. They'd even rush to hold meetings, deciding on a strategy to eliminate Xia Taiping to win the divine war. Yet they never imagined that as the challenger, Huaxia nation would receive no favor from the way of heaven. They needn't kill Xia Taiping at all, merely eliminating him from the competition would dismantle Huaxia's pillar of strength, securing victory in the divine war effortlessly. Of course, this didn't mean they would abandon the idea of slaying Xia Taiping. After all, only by eliminating him could they dismantle the foundation of Huaxia nation, sever its hopes of rising, and strike it back into last year's state of vulnerability where it was at their mercy. Is that so? Xia Taiping retorted immediately, if this were the divine war of days past, when heavens did not randomly empower deities for our Huaxia kingdom, we truly would have been helpless. But things are different now. Let me tell you this, every divine being from China who appeared in the divine war days ago has become my personal guardian deity. Even if the heavenly Tao doesn't randomly empower divine beings for China, my personal guardian deities alone are enough to deal with you. Young man, setting aside whether you truly possess that many personal deities. Xia Taiping sneered coldly, even if you truly possess that many personal deities, how would you counter our deployment of purple tier deities? Simple. Xia Taiping shrugged indifferently. I'll just summon any minor deity to counter your purple tier deity. Don't tell me I'd be eliminated either. Similar situations happened in the divine war days ago. Do you think we'd be unprepared? Oh, I see. Do you think I'm the only one in China with a powerful personal deity? Don't you know personal deities aren't fixed? With so many powerful deities emerging in our nation and us actively initiating this divine war against your 6 nations, how many of us do you think have switched personal deities? Hearing this, Xiao Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others instantly felt a pang of guilt. While others might be unaware, they knew full well none of them had changed their personal deities. Across all of China, only Xia Taiping possessed a powerful personal deity. Yet they weren't foolish enough to publicly expose Xia Taiping. Besides, they understood perfectly why Xia Taiping had spun such an enormous lie. As the saying goes, one must save face even in defeat. They couldn't afford to appear weak in public. With the divine war continuing as a foregone conclusion, admitting defeat offered no advantage whatsoever. Why not intimidate the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation? Perhaps it might yield unexpected results? Kishida, Trump, and the other representatives of the 6 nations suddenly stiffened. Their confidence stemmed from the belief that once Xia Taiping was eliminated, no one in China could stand against them. But if many in China had switched their guardian deities, their plans would be shattered. Kishida Koyu, have you gone dumb? Xia Taiping roared with laughter. Let me remind you one more thing, your Sakura Nation's roster has already been submitted. Every participant is a blue-tier deity's devotee. Once submitted, the roster cannot be altered. You couldn't even field a purple-tier deity if you wanted to. Sweeping aside those on your roster will be no challenge at all. This divine battle leaves your Sakura Nation without a shred of chance. I truly don't understand why you're ranting at me like this, asking for humiliation. Chapter 212, I shall slay you. Golden Winged Eagle. Kishida Koyo's expression darkened instantly. He had assumed deploying a purple-tier deity would eliminate Xia Taiping, but he'd overlooked that Sakura Nation's roster contained no purple-tier divine followers. They didn't even have a chance to eliminate Xia Taiping. If Xia Taiping's claim held true that many in China had switched their guardian deities, then so be it. After all, under such circumstances, other nations wouldn't stand a chance either. It wouldn't lead to the awkward situation where every other country won, leaving only Sakura Nation defeated. But if Xia Taiping was bluffing, leading to only Sakura Nation losing while all other nations won, that would be truly embarrassing. At this moment, Kishida Koyu deeply regretted his decision. Why hadn't he deployed the divine retainer of the purple great deity to participate in the battle? But it was too late for regrets now. Xia Taiping didn't press Kishida Koyu further. As the saying goes, loose lips sink ships. He was intimidating Kishida Koyu, and saying too much risked revealing his hand. Better to say less. He turned his gaze to Mudo Lalan and coldly declared, you'd better surrender now. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. Mudo Raren's face instantly drained of color. Originally, she had planned to secretly reveal her true self and scheme against Huaxia, while publicly winning Xia Taiping's favor. This way, she could avoid meeting the same fate as Yamamoto Xiaoji, death and the extinction of her path. Little did she know she'd shot herself in the foot. Not only had she failed to win Xia Taiping's favor, she had enraged him, causing his murderous intent to surge. Mudo Lalan instinctively wanted to concede defeat. She didn't want to die. But the words stopped at her lips. Xia Taiping hadn't even summoned his divine power yet. If she conceded now, she'd lose all face. But that wasn't the main issue. The crucial point was that she bore the mission to eliminate Xia Taiping. If she surrendered now, how could Kishida Koyu possibly spare her? With that thought, she steeled herself and declared, I won't surrender. Hearing this, Xia Taiping's lips curled slightly, revealing a sly smile of triumph. Earlier, when he had urged Mudo Lalan to concede, he hadn't truly wanted her to give up. Instead, he'd been goading her into stubbornly refusing defeat. Otherwise, how could he kill her and avenge the schemes she'd plotted against Huaxia? Those were your words? Xia Taiping sneered coldly, I hope you don't back down later either. Otherwise, you'll bring utter disgrace upon the face of your cherry blossom nation. Mudo Lulun's expression darkened further. She had planned to hold out now and decide whether to concede later based on the situation, but Xia Taiping had just pinned a heavy burden on her. Now, even if she wanted to surrender, she had to weigh the cost of doing so. Ignoring Mudo Rarin, Xia Taiping raised his hand and tapped his forehead. Immediately, a thunderous shout erupted from his mouth. Xia Taiping of Huaxia humbly summons the great golden-winged eagle to descend. Swish! As Xia Taiping's words fell, the three cards hovering before him flashed rapidly several times before vanishing. Simultaneously, a dazzling light erupted from the center of his forehead. In the next instant, a man with a human body, an eagle's head, and golden wings sprouting from his back emerged from the light. This scene instantly turned the faces of Kishida Koyu and the other members of Sakura Nation grim. Though several days had passed since the last divine battle, they vividly recalled the scene where the golden-winged eagle had sealed Lucifer within the Yin-Yang Chi vessel, securing victory in the divine conflict. They did not believe Susanoo could surpass Lucifer in power, so it seemed this divine battle was destined for another defeat. Mudo Rarin's face grew even paler. Xia Taiping had actually summoned the golden-winged great eagle. She not only remembered how Lucifer had been sealed within the Yin-Yang Chi vessel, leaving nothing but bones behind, but also how Lucifer's divine follower, Washington, had met the same fate, his remains completely consumed by the great eagle. The golden-winged Garuda glanced at Susanoo and Mudo Lanlan, then turned to Xia Taiping with a smile. Young friend, we meet again. Taiping greets the revered Garuda. Xia Taiping clasped his fists respectfully. We humbly request the great eagle sage's assistance in slaying the enemy deities threatening Huaxia. Young friend, you flatter me. The golden-winged great eagle shook his head. Fighting for China is our duty. Why speak of trouble? Xia Taiping refrained from further pleasantries, but secretly transmitted a message to the golden-winged great eagle through his consciousness. Venerable great eagle, that woman has schemed against our Huaxia kingdom. She may well surrender if she sees the tide turning against her. Kill her first. Understood. The golden-winged great eagle agreed decisively. Though it was beneath his divine status to strike a mortal, Mudo Rarin had dared to scheme against China. Even if it meant compromising his dignity, he would act without hesitation to uphold China's national prestige. Xia Taiping clasped his hands respectfully. Venerable golden-winged eagle, I entrust this to you. Young friend, you're too polite. The golden-winged great eagle shook his head, then casually flipped his palm. The Yin-Yang Chi vessel materialized in his hand. He turned to Susanoo and said indifferently, You don't need to look. I'm talking to you. Come over here and face your death. Hearing this, Mudo Rarin let out a long sigh of relief. The moment she saw the golden-winged great eagle draw the Yin-Yang Chi vessel, terror had surged from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. The reason was simple: witnessing Lucifer and Washington vanish without a trace into that vessel, leaving not a single bone behind, had been utterly terrifying. Fortunately, the golden-winged great eagle's target was not her, but Susanoo. Otherwise, even if it meant facing ridicule from people around the world and punishment from Kishida Koyu, she would have surrendered immediately. After all, compared to her life, what did a little ridicule and punishment matter? Susanoo's expression instantly darkened. Earlier, he had been deeply displeased when Mudo Ranran had curried favor with Xia Taiping. After all, her flattery clearly signaled a lack of confidence in him. Only upon understanding her true intentions did he feel slightly better. But that relief was fleeting. Xia Taiping's arrogance was unbearable. He didn't give Susanoo the slightest regard. He had only held his tongue because the divine war hadn't begun yet. Yet, he had secretly resolved to teach the deity of Huaxia a lesson later, making both Huaxia and the world understand the price of underestimating him. Now, with Xia Taiping's guardian deity displaying such arrogance, it was utterly intolerable. Before he could speak, however, Mudo Rarin's voice rang out first. Lord Susanoo, that Birdman's bottle is extremely powerful. During the divine battle a few days ago, Lucifer, the deity of the heavenly kingdom, was sealed within that bottle, leaving not a single bone behind. You must be extremely cautious. Upon hearing this, Susanoo's expression instantly turned grave. Earlier, he had wondered why the golden-winged great eagle had produced a bottle, never imagining it was the creature's weapon. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real shock was that Lucifer, a deity of equal standing to Susanoo, had been sealed within that bizarre vessel, reduced to nothing but bones. This revelation was truly terrifying. The golden-winged eagle wasted no further time. Raising the Yin-Yang Chi vessel, it roared, Seal. Chapter 213, Feint East, Strike West. Servanthood. Hearing the great eagle's roar, Susanoo instantly darted to the side. Mudo Ranran had just mentioned that even Lucifer had been sealed within the Yin-Yang Chi bottle by the golden-winged eagle, ending up with not a single bone left. Though he didn't consider himself weaker than Lucifer, he also didn't believe he was stronger. Better to dodge immediately. But soon, he sensed something was amiss. Logically, if the golden-winged eagle could seal Lucifer within the Yin-Yang Chi vessel, the vessel's power should be immense. Yet he sensed not the slightest disturbance. It felt as though the eagle had merely been bluffing. What's going on? Susanoo was utterly perplexed. He didn't believe Mudo Ranran would dare deceive him, so what she said must be true. Yet he truly felt nothing at all. Yet the next moment, he realized something was amiss. He felt nothing, yet Mudo Ranran, standing not far beside him, was propelled skyward against her will. Like an arrow released from its string, she hurtled toward the Yin-Yang Chi vessel. This sight instantly resolved his confusion. Because the golden-winged eagle's target wasn't him, it was Mudo Ranran. At that moment, Mudo Lanlan froze in shock. Wasn't the golden-winged eagle supposed to capture Susanoo? Why was she flying toward the Yin-Yang Chi bottle? She couldn't fathom it, but one thing was clear, she absolutely could not be absorbed into the Yin-Yang Chi vessel by the great golden-winged eagle. Otherwise, she would suffer the same fate as Washington, vanishing without a trace. Regaining her senses, Mudo Lanlan immediately tried to speak up and admit defeat. But it was too late. Before the words could leave her lips, she was sucked into the Yin-Yang Chi vessel. The next moment, Wutong Lanlan found herself in a vast, windowless, doorless cage. Yet it wasn't dark at all, she could clearly see the smooth, mirror-like walls surrounding her. Beyond that, she felt a chill creeping over her, growing colder by the second. Suddenly sealed within the Yin-Yang Chi vessel, she was utterly bewildered, with no energy left to ponder such things. What's going on? Mudo Ranran looked utterly perplexed. She couldn't understand why the golden-winged eagle had captured her instead of Susanoo, whom it was clearly meant to seize. But she quickly realized that as a powerful deity, the golden-winged eagle couldn't possibly have such poor aim. There was only one explanation: the eagle's target was her, not Susanoo. As for the Garuda telling Susanoo to die, it was merely a tactic to lull her into complacency, preventing her from surrendering in time. I fell for it. I fell for that little brat from Huaxia. Yes, that must be it. A deity wouldn't be so cunning. It must have been that little brat from Huaxia who schemed this, making the golden-winged eagle paralyze me so he could take me down first. Mudo Ranran's face instantly drained of color, and she collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, she regretted it so much she could have turned green. Had she not schemed against Xia Taiping, she wouldn't have provoked his murderous intent. Now he'd plotted against her, sending the golden-winged great eagle to subdue her and seal her within the Yin-Yang Chi vessel. In that case, even if she lost the divine battle, she might have been able to preserve her life. But now, regret was too late. This was the stark truth of the saying, heaven's vengeance may be forgiven, but self-inflicted doom is inescapable. No! I refuse to die. I won't just accept my fate like this. Mudo Lanlan sprang back to her feet with a sharp movement. Xia Taiping, I was wrong. I truly regret it. Please spare my life. Xia Taiping, I beg you, spare my life. I'll be your slave, your servant. Xia Taiping, I'm not just willing to be your slave or maid. If you give me a way to live, I'll do anything you ask. Even if you want my body, I'll strip naked without hesitation and lie obediently in your bed. Wutong Lanlan didn't attempt to flee. Instead, she begged loudly for mercy. It wasn't that she didn't want to escape. She knew full well escape was impossible, otherwise, Lucifer and Washington wouldn't have ended up reduced to nothing but bones after being sealed within the Yin-Yang Chi vessels. But before she could finish her plea, something felt off. The surrounding chill vanished, replaced by a suffocating heat. She instinctively scanned her surroundings and saw, to her horror, that flames had appeared all around her. Not only were they burning fiercer by the second, but they were closing in on her relentlessly. This sight sent Wutong Lanlan into a panic, and her pleas for mercy grew even more frantic. The divine arena. The moment Mudo Lanlan was sealed within the Yin-Yang Chi vessel, the vessel half crimson, half emerald instantly transformed entirely green. Yet, almost immediately, it reverted entirely to crimson. To those unaware of the situation, the spectacle appeared decidedly bizarre. Take the people from various nations gathered in the divine arena, for instance. But having witnessed similar scenes during the divine war just days prior, they were no longer surprised. It's over. The expressions of Kishida Koyu and the other Japanese individuals turned grim once more. They had witnessed firsthand how Lucifer and Washington were absorbed into the Yin-Yang Chi vessel by the golden-winged Garuda, leaving nothing but bones behind. Now that Mudo Lanlan had also been drawn into the vessel, her fate was all too clear. Under the gaze of spectators from various nations within the divine arena, the golden-winged eagle shook the Yin-Yang Chi vessel in its grasp before turning to Xia Taiping with a smile. Young friend, how about this feint tactic of mine? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Xia Taiping promptly gave him a thumbs up, offering his praise without reservation. Hearing this, the smile on the golden-winged eagle's cheek deepened. He chuckled, too bad you're taking the fall for it. That woman thinks the diversion tactic was your idea. Venerable Dapeng, that's only because that woman doesn't know of your brilliant and heroic wisdom. Xia Taiping flattered the great golden-winged eagle before adding, as for taking the fall? Fine, I'll take it. I wanted to kill her anyway. Who does she think she is, openly deceiving me while secretly plotting against our Huaxia nation? The smile on the great eagle's cheek deepened, clearly pleased with Xia Taiping's flattery. He added, oh, and young friend, that woman is begging for mercy hysterically. She says if you spare her life, she'll gladly become your slave or maid. She'll agree to any demand you make even if you want her body, she'll obediently lie down on the bed. Though she's considerably older than you, she does possess a certain charm. Perhaps you might consider sparing her life? Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena were instantly struck dumb with shock. That Mudo Lalan would stoop so low as to offer herself as a slave, a maid, and even lie obediently in bed just to survive? How utterly shameless. Then again, even an ant clings to life, how much more so a human? And Sakura Nation was synonymous with shameless, unscrupulous, and brazen. That Mudo Rarin could utter such shameless words wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Chapter 214, I'm afraid of getting sick. I'll send you on your way. Swish. 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 The gazes of spectators from all nations in the divine arena simultaneously shifted towards Xia Taiping. As the golden-winged eagle had remarked, Mudo Rarin did possess a certain charm. They were eager to see how Xia Taiping would respond. The faces of Kishida Koyu and the other Sakura Nation citizens darkened to pitch black. While they understood Mudo Lanlan's desperate measures to survive, it was utterly humiliating. Venerable Great Eagle, you should just kill her. Xia Taiping flatly refused, I have no interest in old women, and besides, I'm afraid of catching diseases. The golden-winged eagle was a bit dumbfounded. He could grasp Xia Taiping's disinterest in the old woman, but what did fear of catching diseases mean? He asked in confusion, young friend, why fear catching a disease? Could it be that the woman is ill? Well, Xia Taiping didn't know how to respond at that moment. He couldn't very well declare in front of representatives from all nations that relationships in Sakura country were notoriously chaotic. While it was a widely known fact, such matters were ultimately unsuitable for public discussion. Chatting about it privately was one thing, but bringing it up in front of so many people was simply inappropriate. The representatives from other nations in the divine arena exchanged knowing glances, their expressions saying, you're absolutely right and we understand perfectly. Kishida Koyu and the other Sakura Nation representatives, however, were furious. They had no rebuttal when Xia Taiping called Mudo Lalan an old woman. After all, compared to Xia Taiping, Mudo Lalan was indeed quite advanced in age. But when Xia Taiping claimed he feared contracting diseases, that was outright insulting to Sakura Nation. Kishida Koyu shot to his feet. His voice boomed, you little brat, what do you mean by that? Xia Taiping shot back immediately, Kishida, you bear, don't you understand what I mean? Kishida Koyu's expression abruptly froze. Of course he understood Xia Taiping's meaning, otherwise he wouldn't have accused Xia Taiping of insulting Sakura Nation. His face darkened as he retorted, you little brat. My cherry blossom nation is merely more open-minded. Don't make such baseless accusations. Kishida, you bear. I didn't want to discuss this publicly, but since you brought it up, don't blame me for being blunt. Xia Taiping rolled his eyes, sneering, more open? Don't use such refined words. Across the entire divine blessing continent, who doesn't know it? Who doesn't follow suit? That your Sakura Nation folks have messy relationships? If you don't believe me, ask people from countries around the world. Hearing this, the golden-winged eagle suddenly understood. So that's why Xia Taiping feared contracting diseases, because relationships in the land of cherry blossoms were so chaotic. Kishida Koyu's face darkened further. He desperately wanted to refute Xia Taiping's words, but couldn't find a way to do so. Xia Taiping had spoken the truth. He also dared not ask people from other countries, for they might not have the conscience to help him. Unable to refute it yet compelled to respond, Kishida Koyu found himself in an awkward predicament. Suddenly, he realized he'd done something incredibly foolish. Originally, Xia Taiping had no intention of explaining, and the scandals of Sakura Nation would never have been discussed in front of the world's nations. Yet he had sought to provoke Xia Taiping, forcing him to address Sakura Nation's scandals before the global audience. Wasn't this like shooting himself in the foot? But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Koyu Kishida, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Xia Taiping, found himself unable to formulate a rebuttal. Refusing to respond would leave him standing there like a fool, exposed to the scrutiny of the international audience. Just as Kishida Koyu was at a loss, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Enough! The words came from Susanoo. His voice was filled with rage, his face dark as night. Ever since arriving at the divine battle arena, first Mudo Lalan had feigned flattery towards Xia Taiping only to be exposed on the spot. Then, the golden-winged eagle had schemed against him right before his eyes, resulting in Mudo Lalan being sealed into the yin yang chi bottle by the eagle under his very nose. This incident had already cost him immense face. Now Xia Taiping and the golden-winged eagle were ignoring him, conversing openly on the divine battle arena. To make matters worse, that fool Kishida Koyu had actually offered his face for Xia Taiping to strike, only to be roasted over the flames by him. If this continued, the entire face of Sakura Nation would be utterly ruined. In his extreme frustration and helplessness, he could only shift the topic to give Kishida Koyu a way out. Hearing this, Kishida Koyu immediately exhaled a long breath of relief before hastily sitting back down. At that moment, his heart was filled with relief. Fortunately, Susanoo had spoken up in time, providing him with an escape route. Otherwise, unable to think of a rebuttal, he would have stood there like a fool, on full display for the world to see. The Garuda, however, was displeased. He had been thoroughly enjoying watching Xia Taiping take down Kishida, only to be interrupted by Susanoo. Wasn't this asking for trouble? He glared at Susanoo coldly. Two juniors are having a conversation. What business is it of yours to butt in? Susanoo felt somewhat in the wrong, but backing down now was clearly not an option. He forced himself to argue, this is a divine battle. It's no time for chit-chat. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you? The golden-winged eagle sneered, or have you grown tired of living and wish to die sooner? Susanoo's expression froze. How dare this bird man be so insolent? He sneered coldly, with you? Just me. The Garuda roared with laughter. I wasn't in a hurry before, but since you're so eager to meet your end, I'll gladly send you on your way. Before Susanoo could respond, the giant golden-winged eagle raised the yin-yang chi vessel. Simultaneously, a thunderous shout erupted from its beak, seal. Seeing this, Susanoo immediately tried to dodge. Though he hadn't witnessed Lucifer being sealed within the yin-yang chi vessel himself, he had seen Mudo Ranran sealed inside it. This only reinforced his belief that Mudo Ranran's words were true. Naturally, he wasn't foolish enough to stand still. But this time, before he could lift his foot, he sensed something was wrong. He distinctly felt an immense suction force erupt violently before him. Under its immense pull, he found himself helplessly drawn toward the yin-yang chi vessel. That wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he immediately tried to steady himself. Yet no matter how hard he struggled or fought, it was futile. He remained utterly unable to control his trajectory as he hurtled toward the yin-yang chi vessels. At that moment, Susanoo's expression abruptly darkened. When Mudo Ranran had informed him that Lucifer had been absorbed into the yin-yang chi vessel by the golden-winged great eagle, leaving not a trace of his remains, he had already resolved to treat the matter with utmost gravity. Yet now he abruptly realized that gravity alone was insufficient. He had profoundly underestimated the power of the yin-yang chi vessel. Now he suddenly understood why even a being as powerful as Lucifer had been so easily sealed within the yin-yang chi vessel by the golden-winged eagle. It was because the suction force unleashed by the vessel was simply too immense. Even a blue-tier deity couldn't withstand it. This is trouble. The thought flashed through Susanoo's mind. He had no idea what awaited those sealed within the yin-yang chi vessel, but Lucifer's inability to escape after being trapped made it clear that whatever lay inside was profoundly dangerous. Chapter 215, Using Humans as Bait. A Turtle in a Jar. Whoosh! Under the gaze of spectators from all nations in the divine arena, Susanoo was sucked into the yin-yang vessel like an arrow leaving the bowstring. This scene left the spectators from various nations in the divine arena staring at each other in stunned silence. Days later, a similar scene unfolded once more. In the divine battle days prior, Lucifer and Washington had both been swallowed whole by the golden-winged Garuda into the yin-yang chi vessel, leaving no trace of their remains. Today, Mudo Ranran and Susanoo were likewise swallowed whole by the golden-winged Garuda into the yin-yang chi vessel. The scene was eerily identical. If there was any difference at all, it was that several days prior, the golden-winged eagle had dealt with the deities first, then the humans, whereas today it had dealt with the humans first, then the deities. The order had been reversed. The reason for this difference lay entirely in Mudo Ranran's little scheme. Wah! Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia delegation once again let out excited howls. Although they knew the divine battle was as good as won the moment Xia Taiping summoned the golden-winged great eagle, witnessing it seal victory by successively trapping Mudo Ranran and Susanoo within the yin-yang chi vessel still left them utterly overwhelmed with excitement. As for whether Susanoo could escape the yin-yang chi vessel, they harbored not a shred of worry. Just days prior, Lucifer had failed to escape the yin-yang chi vessel. Susanoo was no stronger than Lucifer, and they were utterly convinced he too would be unable to break free. Kishida Koyu and the other Sakura Nation members wore grim expressions. They had lost this round of the divine battle once again, for they too did not believe Susanoo could escape the yin-yang vessel. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that two divine servants had perished in just 2 rounds of the divine war, a loss too great to bear. Shu! Hearing the cheers from the Huaxia nation, the golden-winged eagle made a shushing gesture toward them, then chuckled, "Everyone, we haven't finished off that bastard yet. Hold your excitement for now. Cheering after we've killed him is perfectly fine." At his words, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others from Huaxia nation simultaneously halted their cheers. Yet their faces remained beaming with anticipation, for ending Susanoo's life was merely a matter of time. The golden-winged eagle turned to Xia Taiping and said, "Young friend, we must wait a little longer." Xia Taiping nodded. "Venerable Garuda, I understand." After that, the golden-winged eagle and Xia Taiping chatted about topics unrelated to the divine battle, laughing and joking as they spoke. Anyone unaware of the situation would never believe these two were participating in a divine battle. They seemed far too relaxed. In stark contrast to the ease of the golden-winged eagle and Xia Taiping, Susanoo and Mudo Ranran found themselves in dire straits. The moment Susanoo was sealed within the yin-yang chi vessel, he found himself surrounded by raging flames. Meanwhile, Mudo Rarin, who had been sealed into the vessel earlier, stood drenched in sweat amidst the inferno. Lord Susanoo, you've been sealed inside too? Seeing Susanoo, Mudo Rarin's face instantly fell into despair. Though she had been begging for mercy, a sliver of hope remained in her heart that Susanoo would defeat the golden-winged Garuda and rescue her. Now that Susanoo too had been sealed within the yin-yang vessel, that last shred of hope shattered instantly. As for escaping the yin-yang chi vessel? She didn't believe Susanoo could manage that either. Susanoo's face was as dark as night. I'm standing right in front of you, and you ask if I've been sealed inside too? Isn't that obvious? But now wasn't the time to argue with Mudo Rarin. He needed to quickly figure out what was going on here. Suppressing his irritation, he demanded, what's going on here? Lord Susanoo, I don't know either. Mudo Rarin replied, when I first entered, there was no fire here. It was bitterly cold. But not long after, blazing flames erupted and began closing in on me. Yet for some reason, they stopped dead in their tracks about 10 meters away. Susanoo frowned. The sudden fire had clearly been intended to burn Mudo Rarin to death, yet it had halted of its own accord 10 meters away from her. Something was clearly amiss, but he couldn't immediately pinpoint what it was. Before he could ponder further, the fire frozen at the 10-meter mark suddenly stirred. The surrounding flames flared violently, rapidly closing in on them. This scene left Susanoo utterly stunned. Before he entered, the surrounding flames remained still. But after he stepped inside, the blaze suddenly stirred. Instinctively, he wondered if the fire had been waiting for him all along. It must be said that Susanoo's guess was spot on. The surrounding flames had indeed been waiting for him, or rather, it was the deliberate doing of the golden-winged eagle. The Garuda feared burning Mudo Rarin to death. With Susanoo entering without uttering a word, if it remained silent like Lucifer had done, it could only freeze Susanoo to death. Freezing a blue-tier deity, however, would take considerable time. He didn't have that kind of time to waste on Susanoo. So he kept Mudo Rarin alive to torment him. After all, with someone who could speak, Susanoo would surely speak once inside. That would trigger the flames, quickly burning him to death. Mudo Rarin remained unaware of the golden-winged Garuda's true intentions, nor did she realize that her survival thus far was solely for the purpose of tormenting Susanoo. Seeing the previously still flames stir upon Susanoo's entrance, she instinctively cried out in terror, Lord Susanoo, why did the surrounding flames stir the moment you entered? Susanoo's expression darkened further. What did she mean, the flames stirred the moment he entered? Couldn't this foolish woman see that the flames had ceased precisely to await his arrival? But now, he had neither the mood nor the time to explain this to Mudo Rarin. His voice was deep and commanding as he barked, if you don't want to die, attack the surrounding flames with me. Otherwise, we'll both be burned to death here. With that, Susanoo swung his sword, unleashing a blade of light that shot straight toward the flames ahead. Mudo Lulun didn't hesitate either, raising her fist and smashing it forward. A massive fist-shaped shadow detached from her fist and charged toward the flames ahead. Boom! Boom! In the next instant, two deafening booms erupted. It was the sound of the fist shadow and sword beam exploding upon impact with the flames. But immediately after, something terrifying happened that shocked both Susanoo and Mudo Rarin. The flames struck by the fist and sword not only refused to be extinguished, but burned even more fiercely. Susanoo's expression abruptly darkened. He had intended to extinguish the surrounding flames with his attack, which was why he had ignored Mudo Rarin's disrespect and allowed her to join in. Yet, unexpectedly, their combined assault not only failed to extinguish the flames but actually fueled their intensity. Mudo Rarin also sensed something was terribly wrong. She looked at Susanoo, her voice tense. Lord Susanoo, shall we continue attacking? Chapter 216, Ruthless. Such terror. At Mudo Rarin's question, Susanoo's face instantly darkened to pitch black. How had he ended up with such a foolish divine servant? Damn it! Are you blind? Susanoo snapped, his face dark. Can't you see our attacks aren't just failing to extinguish the flames, they're actually fueling the fire? Can't you use your brain to think whether we should keep attacking? Do you want us to burn to death? Mudo Rarin's face twisted with frustration. If she hadn't realized their attacks were not only failing to extinguish the flames but actually fueling them, she wouldn't have questioned Susanoo in the first place. Instead, she would have kept attacking. Yet now she was being berated by him. What kind of nonsense was this? But that wasn't the point. The point was Susanoo had ordered her to attack alongside him. She was following orders, how was this her fault? But she dared only think this in her heart, never voicing it aloud. As a divine chosen one, she dared not argue with Susanoo. Beyond that, the raging fires were rapidly encroaching. It wouldn't be long before they reached her. The situation was dire, leaving her no time to argue with Susanoo. Suppressing her frustration, Mudo Rarin asked again, Lord Susanoo, what should we do now? Susanoo remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but rather that he himself didn't know what to do. Yet in the next instant, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Trapped within the yin-yang chi vessel with no escape, surrounded by unquenchable flames, his own incineration was inevitable. He needed to gauge the fire's destructive power to prepare himself mentally. But to understand the fire's power, someone had to be tested. He couldn't test himself, so he would use Mudo Lan Lan instead. Resolution set, Susanoo hesitated no longer. He looked at Mudo Ran Ran and declared, Mudo Ran Ran, you have enjoyed the glory I brought you. Now it is time for you to pay me back. At these words, Mudo Ran Ran's expression froze abruptly. Though Susanoo hadn't stated it explicitly, his expression and words instantly sparked a terrible foreboding in her heart. She stammered, Lord Susanoo, what do you mean? Susanoo made no attempt to conceal his intent. I wish for you to test the power of the surrounding flames for me, so I may gauge their strength. No. Lord Susanoo, you can't do this. I'll be burned alive. Mudo Raran refused outright, her face instantly turning deathly pale. Though she didn't know the exact power of the surrounding flames, Lucifer's fate reduced to nothing but bones after being sealed within the yin-yang bottle made it clear these flames were no ordinary force. Susanoo asking her to test their power was essentially a death sentence. This isn't up to your consent. Susanoo sneered coldly. I'll give you one last chance. Will you test it voluntarily? Or shall I send you to test it? Mudo Ran Ran, overcome with terror, stammered incoherently, No, please don't, Lord Susanoo. The flames around us must be incredibly powerful. If I test them, I'll be burned alive. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. Damn it. You refused the chance I gave you. Then I'll have to do it myself. Susanoo sneered coldly. His lowered right hand shot up like lightning, seizing Mudo Raran's arm with lightning speed. He then flung her violently, sending her hurtling uncontrollably toward the surrounding flames. Mudo Raran instantly plunged into despair, her eyes flashing with venomous hatred. She screamed curses, Susanoo. You risked the life of your divine servant just to test the power of these flames. You're a beast. How could my Sakura nation have such a ruthless, shameless god? I'll tell. Before she could finish, her words abruptly ceased, replaced by shrill, agonized screams. Ah! 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 Amidst the piercing screams, Mudo Raran, violently flung by Susanoo, plunged into the flames. In an instant, her clothes and hair burst into flames, and soon her entire body was engulfed in fire. Susanoo watched the burning figure of Mudo Lalan with a cold, mocking smile. Though Mudo Ranran's words remained unfinished, he knew exactly what she meant to say. It was nothing more than informing the people of Sakura Nation of his heinous deeds, revealing himself as a ruthless, shameless deity. But he couldn't care less. First, Mudo Ranran couldn't possibly survive to leave and tell the people of Sakura country. Second, he understood the nature of the Sakura Nation's people all too well. As long as one could become the divine chosen one of a powerful deity, they wouldn't care if he was merely ruthless and cruel. Even if he were a demon, countless Sakura Nation people would still scramble to become his divine chosen ones. Under Susanoo's gaze, within mere breaths, Mudo Raran was incinerated until not even a trace remained. The sight made Susanoo involuntarily suck in a sharp breath. From the moment Mudo Raran was cast into the flames until now, scarcely more than a few breaths had passed. Yet within that brief span, she had been reduced to nothing but ashes. How could these flames possess such overwhelming power? What kind of flames are these? Their power is terrifying. A voice tinged with terror escaped Susanoo's lips. His cheeks were flushed with lingering fear. Fortunately, he hadn't rashly touched the surrounding flames, instead using Mudo Ranran to test their power. Otherwise, carelessly coming into contact with the flames would have spelled trouble for him. Now, he suddenly understood why Lucifer had been reduced to nothing but ashes after being sealed within the yin-yang chi vessel. The reason was clear, the flames within the yin-yang vessel were simply too overwhelmingly powerful. What should I do? For the first time since being sealed within the yin-yang vessel, Susanoo panicked. If the surrounding flames weren't so formidable, he might not have panicked. But seeing Mudo Raran reduced to nothing but ashes in mere moments, and suspecting Lucifer had likely been burned alive too, panic was inevitable. Moreover, since Lucifer couldn't escape the yin-yang vessel, he might not be able to either. If he couldn't escape, he'd likely suffer the same fate as Mudo Ranran and Lucifer, reduced to nothing but ashes by the surrounding flames. Above, yes, above. There are flames all around, but none above. If I can just fly up, the flames won't reach me. Panicked, Susanoo abruptly looked up at the sky and then soared into the air. Immediately, he looked down below. Seeing no signs of the flames below pursuing him, he let out a long sigh of relief. He knew flying was only a temporary solution, not a permanent fix. After all, he couldn't stay airborne forever. But being in the air gave him time to think of a way to escape the yin-yang chi vessel. But before he could fully exhale, he sensed movement overhead. Chapter 217, No Path to Heaven. No door around. Hearing the commotion above, Susanoo instinctively looked up. He saw fireballs materializing out of thin air directly above his head, then plummeting downward like falling meteors. What the hell? Susanoo was instantly stunned. When he had looked up just moments ago, there had been no sign of flames whatsoever. How could flames have appeared in the sky the instant he took flight? This baffled Susanoo no Makoto. However, when he realized he was trapped inside the yin-yang chi vessel, he instantly understood that the great golden-winged eagle must be behind it.
The truth unfolded exactly as Susanoo had foreseen. The bursts of flame that appeared out of nowhere above him, then plummeted downward like falling meteors, were the work of the golden-winged eagle. As the master of the yin-yang chi vessel, the golden-winged eagle could not only sense its movements but also control it. Had this not been the case, he would never have heard Mudo Ranran's pleas for mercy. Several days prior, during the battle with Lucifer, the flames that had risen from below to pursue the ascending Lucifer were also the work of the golden-winged eagle. In that fight, Susanoo had found it rather troublesome to have the flames chase Lucifer upward. Thus, in today's battle, he altered his strategy. He commanded the flames to descend from the heavens, forcing Susanoo, who had soared into the air, back down to earth. This forced him back into the encircling flames on the ground, allowing the great white eagle to easily incinerate Susanoo.
Damn it! Realizing what was happening, Susanoo cursed and began to plummet downward. But immediately, he realized something was wrong. Below lay a raging inferno. If he fell, wouldn't he just plunge back into the flames? With that thought, he abruptly halted his descent and darted sideways, attempting to evade the descending balls of fire. But after just a few leaps, he froze in shock. The flames on the ground ahead suddenly surged upward, rapidly intensifying and rising to form a towering wall of fire that instantly blocked his path. Damn it! Susanoo cursed under his breath and changed direction once more.
But the moment he changed course, he saw the surrounding flames erupt violently, their height surging dramatically. In the blink of an eye, 4 walls of flame materialized around him, instantly sealing off all 4 directions: front, back, left, and right, trapping him like a cage.
At that moment, Susanoo's face darkened.
Walls of flame closed in from all sides, while above, dense clusters of fire rained down like meteors. With no escape route above or around him, Susanoo had no choice but to plunge toward the ground.
Damn it!
Susanoo cursed under his breath as he began his descent toward the ground. The instant he touched the ground, the surrounding flames surged toward him like a raging tide. The falling fireballs from above followed close behind, engulfing him in an instant. In an instant, Susanoo's clothes and hair caught fire, and soon his entire body was engulfed in flames.
Ah! 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 Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream erupted from Susanoo's mouth. In that instant, Susanoo finally understood why Mudo Ranran had screamed the moment she was scorched by the flames. It wasn't merely the unbearable heat of the flames, but their unparalleled penetrating power. The instant he was engulfed, he felt a searing sensation rise from every inch of his body. He could even distinctly feel his skin and flesh melting at an alarming rate under the flames' assault. It was a sensation impossible to comprehend without experiencing it firsthand. Ah! 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 The excruciating pain made Susanoo unable to control the shrieks that tore from his throat, like a pig being slaughtered. He rolled around on the ground like a madman. But his screams didn't last long before fading away, and his frantic threshing soon ceased. The flames had sapped him of the strength to scream or even move. After a few more breaths, Susanoo was reduced to nothing but ashes, just like Mudo Ranran. And at the very moment Susanoo was burned into nothingness, the flames filled with the yin-yang chi suddenly vanished. The divine arena. People from all nations stared intently at the yin-yang chi vessel held by the golden-winged eagle. In the divine battle days prior, Lucifer and Washington had been sealed within the yin-yang chi vessels and failed to escape. Today, Susanoo and Mudo Ranran had been sealed within the vessels, and it was highly probable they too would be unable to escape. This reality was clear to all nations. Yet until the outcome was settled, anything remained possible. Thus, they all watched, not blinking once. Xia Taiping and the golden-winged eagle were exceptions, continuing to chat and laugh. Suddenly, the yin-yang chi vessel shifted. The entire crimson yin-yang chi vessel abruptly shifted, half its body transforming from red to green. Is this the end? This sight caused the same thought to flash through the minds of all the spectators from various nations within the divine arena. This wasn't because they understood the yin-yang chi vessel, but because they had witnessed a similar scene just days prior. Then, the voice of the Tao had resounded through the divine arena, declaring the conclusion of that divine battle. Indeed, as the people of the world had anticipated, the voice of heavens will echo through the arena before their thoughts had even fully formed. Second match, Huaxia challenges Sakura. Huaxia wins. The third match shall commence immediately. Both sides are requested to send representatives to the arena without delay. The moment the voice of heaven fell silent, waves of cheers erupted. Woohoo! These cheers came from the mouths of Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia nation. Earlier, the golden-winged eagle had said it was best to hold off on cheering until this divine battle concluded. Now that it had concluded, they naturally let their voices be heard. The faces of Kishida Koyu and the other Japanese individuals, however, darkened to a deep, ominous shade. Susanoo and Mudo Ranran ultimately failed to escape the yin-yang chi vessel. Like Lucifer and Washington, they met a fate where not a single bone remained. The people from the Sunset Nation, the 3A nations, and the other 5 nations exchanged glances, their eyes filled with awe as they looked upon the golden-winged eagle. Days prior, Lucifer and Washington had been sealed within the Yin-Yang Chi vessel by the golden-winged eagle, needing the same fate of being reduced to nothing but bones. Today, Susanoo and Muno Raran were sealed within the Yin-Yang vessel by the golden-winged eagle, needing the same fate of being reduced to nothing but dust. The golden-winged eagle and the Yin-Yang Chi vessel in its grasp were truly terrifying. Xia Taiping turned to the golden-winged eagle and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, revered golden-winged eagle, for securing this divine battle victory for the Huaxia nation. Young friend, you flatter me. This was simply my duty." The golden-winged Garuda shook his head and added, "With matters here concluded, it is time for me to depart. Young friend, until we meet again." Xia Taiping clasped his hands in salute. "Until we meet again. Farewell, revered great eagle." Xia Zhenhua, Zhou Tianming, and the other members of the Huaxia nation rose to their feet, clasping their fists together and saying, "Farewell, revered great eagle." The great golden-winged eagle nodded, and his figure vanished from the divine battle arena. They watched as the great eagle departed. Xia Taiping turned to face Kishida Koyu and coldly declared, "Kishida, you dog. There's one final divine battle left. Send someone up to meet their end." Chapter 218, Hidden Motives. Random selection continues. Hearing Xia Taiping's words, Kishida Koyu trembled with rage. The divine battle was a best-of-5 series. With only 2 rounds completed, Xia Taiping declared there was one final battle, a blatant assertion that they had no chance of turning the tide. Such arrogance was utterly intolerable. Yet despite his fury, he found himself at a loss for words. First, since Huaxia had won 2 consecutive matches, declaring there was one final match left was technically valid. Second, he himself possessed not a shred of confidence in a comeback, or even in winning a single match. Poof. Kishida Koyu snorted coldly, turning to address a middle-aged man bowing his head behind him. "Sato Ichiro, you take this match. We can't afford to lose this one. Find a way to eliminate Xia Taiping." Sato Ichiro's expression froze abruptly. Both Yamamoto Shuji and Mutararan had fought before him, only to meet their demise. He truly did not wish to participate. He had lowered his head to avoid Kishida Koyu's notice, yet he had still been singled out. "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Sato Ichiro reluctantly agreed. It wasn't that he wanted to agree, but Kishida Koyu had specifically named him. Refusal was not an option. Refusing to fight would mean a life of misery in Sakura country. Though he verbally agreed, he did not rise immediately. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Commander-in-Chief, I have a question." "I'm not sure if I should ask it." Kishida Koyu inquired, "What is it?" "Commander-in-Chief, even if we kill Xia Taiping, it might not guarantee victory in this divine war." Sato Ichiro explained, "A divine war is a battle between deities. To win, one must either slay the opposing deity or force them to surrender. But as you know, Xia Taiping possesses many powerful guardian deities. With my personal guardian deities, I have little confidence in defeating those mighty deities of Huaxia. Therefore, merely slaying Xia Taiping without eliminating Huaxia's deities means we still cannot win this divine battle." Kishida Koyu's expression abruptly froze. He had focused solely on slaying Xia Taiping, forgetting that defeating the opposing deity was the true key to winning the divine battle. "Commander-in-Chief, there's one more thing." Sato Ichiro added, "We've already lost 2 rounds of the divine war. If we can win the 3rd round, we still have a chance. But to be blunt, and I say this to boost morale without diminishing our own resolve, our chances of winning the 3rd round are truly slim. If we fail to win the 3rd divine battle, even killing Xia Taiping will be futile. After all, we've already lost this divine battle. Moreover, killing Xia Taiping would only benefit other nations." Kishida Koyu's face was etched with bitterness. Indeed, if we cannot win the 3rd divine battle, even killing Xia Taiping would be futile, it would only benefit other nations. At this moment, he regretted even more not deploying a purple-tier deity. But then again, there were reasons he hadn't deployed a purple-tier deity. First, he believed that once Xia Taiping was eliminated, subduing Huaxia Kingdom wouldn't require purple-grade deities at all. Blue-grade divine followers, or even green-grade divine followers, would suffice. Second, the unknown was what made things terrifying and truly intimidating. Therefore, he was reluctant to easily deploy Sakura Nation's sole purple-grade deity into battle, preferring to preserve the mystique surrounding it. What he hadn't anticipated was Xia Taiping proving so stubbornly resilient. The 2 divine followers he sent met agonizing deaths, not only failing to slay Xia Taiping, they didn't even graze his hem, only to be ambushed and killed by Xia Taiping himself. As for the nation's speculation that he withheld his purple-grade deity to guard against them, he never entertained such thoughts. The heavenly treaty signed during the divine war days prior, pledging non-aggression for the year, meant he needn't fear any nation launching a divine war against Sakura Nation this year. However, the nations weren't entirely wrong in their assumptions. His desire to maintain the mystique of Sakura Nation as the sole possessor of a purple-grade deity was precisely to keep the nations at bay. If the true power of Sakura Nation's purple-grade deity were exposed, it might no longer command the same level of fear and respect from other nations. "Very well." Kishida Koyu sighed and said, "Sato Ichiro, you handle it as you see fit." Hearing this, Sato Ichiro immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Though Kishida didn't state it explicitly, his instruction to handle it as he saw fit clearly meant Sato's persuasion had worked. Kishida had abandoned his plan to kill Xia Taiping, unwilling to hand him over to other nations. Otherwise, tasked with eliminating Xia Taiping, he might not have succeeded in killing him. Instead, he could have met the same fate as Yamamoto Shokichi and Muto Raren, perishing along with his mission. As Sato Ichiro had anticipated, Kishida Koya had indeed abandoned his plan to kill Xia Taiping. Without any hope of winning this divine battle, he refused to let other nations gain an advantage. Understood, Commander-in-Chief. Sato Ichiro responded and rose to walk toward the divine battle arena. Soon, Sato Ichiro stepped onto the divine battle arena. Instead of immediately summoning his personal deity, he looked at Xia Taiping and said, "Xia Taiping, in the previous 2 rounds of the divine battle, my Sakura nation summoned our deity first. This round, it's your turn to summon your deity first." Agreed. Xia Taiping agreed decisively. First, because Sato Ichiro's words were factual, refusing would diminish the prestige of the Chinese nation. Second, Sato Ichiro's personal deity was only a blue-tier god. Xia Taiping possessed numerous personal deities, many of which boasted overwhelming combat power. He simply didn't take Sato Ichiro's personal deities seriously. With that, Xia Taiping lifted his gaze to the heavens and declared, "Heavenly Way, grant me a random deity for China." Swish! 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 As Xia Taiping's words echoed, 3 gray cards materialized before him. Almost simultaneously, the gazes of all nations present in the divine arena converged on the 3 cards hovering before Xia Taiping. As before, none of the deities depicted on the cards were familiar to anyone present, not even to the Chinese representatives. At this moment, the representatives from all nations within the divine arena felt a sense of bewilderment. Earlier, they could understand Xia Taiping not knowing that the Tao favored the challenged party and hoping for a powerful deity to be randomly selected. But now that Xia Taiping knew the heavenly Tao favored the challenged party, the likelihood of randomly selecting a powerful deity was indeed slim. Why, then, did Xia Taiping still ask the heavenly Tao to randomly select a deity for Huaxia? Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and others furrowed their brows once more. Given that no purple-tier deities had appeared for China and all the powerful deities were already known, the fact that they didn't recognize the deities on the 3 cards could only mean one thing: the heavenly Tao had once again failed to randomly select a powerful deity for China. Damn it, the odds are way too low. Xia Taiping couldn't help but curse under his breath. Just as Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others had surmised, the 3 deities randomly selected by the Tao this time were still not powerful. After 3 consecutive rounds of divine battles, the Tao had yet to randomly assign a powerful deity to Huaxia nation. The odds were indeed incredibly low. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed across the divine battle arena. Chapter 219, can you believe this? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xia Taiping, as the initiator of this divine battle, your nation of Huaxia is not favored by the Tao. The probability of randomly selecting a powerful deity is extremely low. Since you are already aware of this, why persist in allowing the Tao to randomly choose? Sato Ichiro's voice boomed across the divine battle arena. Hearing this, the representatives from all nations in the divine arena instantly perked up their ears. They too wanted to know, given the minuscule odds of randomly selecting a powerful deity, why did Xia Taiping insist on letting the Tao of Heaven make the choice? I choose to. Xia Taiping retorted directly, is it any of your business? Sato Ichiro's expression froze abruptly. His face darkened as he retorted, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Is it really necessary to snap at me like this? Have you forgotten something? Xia Taiping sneered, this is a divine war concerning the nation's honor and destiny. You and I are sworn enemies. Moreover, your Sakura nation and our Huaxia nation share deep-seated grievances. Why should I answer your questions or enlighten you? Sato Ichiro was momentarily speechless. Xia Taiping's words were undeniably true. Setting aside the divine war concerning national honor and destiny, the deep-seated enmity between Sakura nation and China alone provided Xia Taiping with not a shred of reason to enlighten him. Besides, is this merely curiosity driving you? Xia Taiping pressed on, could it be that you're thinking, since I've left the selection of deities to the way of heaven, I must lack a powerful guardian spirit? And that this gives you a chance to defeat me and win this divine battle? Sato Ichiro's expression froze once more. He had indeed wondered whether Xia Taiping lacked a powerful guardian deity, which was why he requested the heavenly Tao to randomly assign a deity, even knowing it wouldn't favor China. He had also considered that if Xia Taiping lacked a powerful personal deity, he could slay Xia Taiping and claim victory in this divine battle. In that case, he would become a hero of Sakura nation. That was why he had asked Xia Taiping why he would let the heavenly Tao randomly select a deity. Yet, to his surprise, Xia Taiping's reaction was incredibly swift, instantly guessing his thoughts perfectly. Xia Taiping added, you guessed correctly, I no longer possess a personal guardian deity. Hurry and summon yours to defeat me. The chance to win this divine battle lies right before you. Seize it while you can. Spectators from various nations in the divine arena couldn't help but roll their eyes. He was treating Sato Ichiro like a complete fool. But the next moment, they were stunned to see Sato Ichiro's face light up with excitement. He clearly believed Xia Taiping's words, leaving them utterly speechless. What on earth was going through his head? How could he possibly believe such a blatantly flawed story? Kishida Koyo's face darkened once more. Not because the divine battle had been lost again, but because Satoichiro had been so thoroughly duped by Xia Taiping. He couldn't help but shout, "Satoichiro, don't believe his nonsense. The two guardian deities he just summoned aren't his original ones. If he can acquire new guardian deities, why would he pass up other powerful Chinese deities? Therefore, he must possess numerous other formidable personal deities. Moreover, we all know his first personal deity was the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Yet from the divine battle days ago until now, he hasn't summoned Sun Wukong once." Kishida Koyo's words poured over Satoichiro like a bucket of cold water, instantly jolting him awake from his dream of becoming a hero of the land of cherry blossoms through victory in the divine war. As Kishida Koyo stated, regardless of whether Xia Taiping possessed other personal deities, the mere fact that his first personal deity was the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, meant he had absolutely no chance of winning the divine battle. Damn it! I almost fell for that brat's trick. Itoichiro, snapping back to reality, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yet he overlooked the fact that it wasn't Xia Taiping who was too cunning, but rather that he himself was too foolish, or rather, he had been blinded by the overwhelming temptation of winning the divine battle and becoming a hero of the land of cherry blossoms. Xia Taiping was also somewhat speechless. He had only been teasing Satoichiro, never expecting the guy to actually fall for it. This was beyond ridiculous. Before he could speak, however, a voice echoed through the divine arena. "I know why he had the heavenly way randomly assigned deities despite knowing it wouldn't favor China. Because China's divine history is severely fragmented. By having the heavenly way randomly select deities, he allows China's divine portrait artists to create images of these gods. This supplements China's lost divine history and increases the number of deities in China's pantheon." Hearing this, the representatives from various nations in the divine arena suddenly understood. Though this explanation was merely conjecture, not confirmed by Xia Taiping himself, it perfectly accounted for why he would allow the heavenly way to randomly assign deities despite knowing it favored no nation. Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia nationals froze in surprise, their eyes then brimming with profound emotion. For Xia Taiping was seizing every opportunity to aid Huaxia, truly a heartfelt effort. Xia Taiping shot a surprised glance at the speaker. This fellow had a sharp mind. The truth was exactly as that person had stated. By having the heavenly Tao randomly select deities, he intended for Huaxia's divine portrait artists to observe the images on the cards and then paint them, thereby increasing the number of deities in Huaxia's pantheon. Though he could paint divine portraits himself, his artistic skill was woefully inadequate. His work paled in comparison to the vivid depictions on the heavenly Tao's randomly selected divine cards. With such lifelike portraits readily available, why waste time and effort recreating them? However, this was only one reason. There was another motive behind his request for the heavenly Tao to randomly select deities. In the divine wars of recent days, not all deities randomly selected by the Tao for Huaxia possessed overwhelming combat prowess. Take Nujio of the Tushan clan, for instance. Coupled with Egypt's surrender, which spared them 3 divine battles, meant 3 fewer deities randomly generated by the Tao. Now, with China proactively initiating divine wars against 6 nations including Sakura and Sunset, securing total victory would require at least 18 formidable deities. While he possessed numerous personal deities, fewer than 18 were truly battle-hardened. Although the odds of the Tao randomly selecting a powerful deity for Huaxia when it initiates the war are slim, slim does not mean impossible. As long as there is a possibility, the Tao could still randomly select a formidable deity for Huaxia. Therefore, even knowing the odds were slim, he insisted on having the Tao randomly assign deities, gambling on the occurrence of this low-probability event. For if it did happen, if the Tao randomly assigned a powerful deity to Huaxia, he could save one of his own powerful native deities. With minimal effort, he could allow the divine portrait artists of the Huaxia kingdom to witness the true forms of Huaxia's deities, increase the number of gods in the Huaxia pantheon, and potentially receive a powerful deity to compensate for the lack of strong guardian deities. This was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why wouldn't he do it? "Ah, I've been found out." Xia Taiping sighed and turned to look at Satoichiro. "Cut the crap. Spit it out. How do you want to die?" Chapter 220, Victory Without Fighting. The Plastic Alliance. Hearing Xia Taiping's words, the eyes of the representatives from various nations in the divine arena flickered slightly. Their judgment had been correct. That man's words were entirely accurate. Xia Taiping had deliberately allowed the divine portrait artists of Huaxia to observe the Huaxian deities, supplementing the number of deities in Huaxia's pantheon. This was precisely why, even knowing the heavenly Tao did not favor Huaxia, he had still allowed the heavenly Tao to randomly select deities. If possible, they desperately wanted to stop Xia Taiping. After all, the more deities in China's pantheon, the stronger China would become. And the stronger China grew, the harder it would be for them to bully it. But unfortunately, they couldn't stop him. The decision to allow the heavenly Tao to randomly assign deities was Huaxia's sovereign right, a privilege that couldn't be revoked simply because the heavenly Tao showed no partiality toward Huaxia. So they could only watch helplessly as Xia Taiping continued to let the heavenly Tao assign deities at random. Sato Ichiro couldn't control his body as it trembled several times. Xia Taiping asked him how he wished to die. This was a death sentence. But he didn't want to die. Xia Taiping didn't wait for Sato Ichiro's reply. He continued, "You only get one chance to choose your death. I've given it to you now. Seize it. Otherwise, I'll choose the death I want for you." Hearing this, the representatives from all nations in the divine arena were utterly speechless. How could you make something as terrifying as choosing one's own death sound so casual? If we hadn't heard it clearly ourselves, your tone alone would make us think you were just chatting with an old friend. Sato Ichiro couldn't control another tremor, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Xia Taiping truly intended to kill him, but he truly did not want to die. As for doubting Xia Taiping's words, having witnessed firsthand how Yamamoto Shuji and Mutararan were secretly killed by Xia Taiping, he didn't even dare to entertain such thoughts. Paralyzed by terror, Sato Ichiro stammered, I surrender." Hearing this, the spectators from various nations in the divine arena froze in stunned silence. Xia Taiping merely threatened you a few times, and you're already admitting defeat? Your courage is truly lacking. Kishida Koyu, however, showed no surprise. The Japanese delegation was equally unsurprised. They had overheard Sato Ichiro and Kishida Katsua's earlier conversation, realizing Kishida had already abandoned this round of the divine battle. With Kishida having withdrawn and fighting Xia Taiping being extremely dangerous, why would Sato Ichiro continue? Xia Taiping was also somewhat taken aback. He'd only intended to intimidate Sato Ikiru to retaliate for the schemes Sato had plotted against him, never expecting to truly frighten him. Yet, unexpectedly, he'd managed to scare Sato Ikiru into conceding defeat outright. That said, Sato Ichiro's immediate surrender was actually advantageous for him. Not because Sato Ichiro's surrender granted him victory in this divine battle or secured his triumph over the Cherry Blossom Nation. Victory was already a foregone conclusion for him. Rather, it was advantageous because Sato Ichiro's immediate surrender saved him a personal deity. The next moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed through the divine arena. In the third match of the China vs Japan challenge, the Japanese participant concedes defeat. China wins without a fight. China defeats Japan in a best-of-3 series, claiming victory in this divine battle. The sudden proclamation instantly snapped the nation's representatives out of their stunned silence. One by one, they turned to glare furiously at Sato Ichiro, who stood trembling on the divine battle platform. Of course, the Chinese nation was not among them. "Woohoo, we won. Taiping actually scared that Sakura Nation guy so badly he didn't even dare summon his deity and just surrendered outright. What do they call defeating an enemy without fighting? That's exactly what Taiping did. Caw. We've won the first divine battle of the day." Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the rest of the Huaxia delegation roared with excitement. If winning the first divine battle against Sakura Nation was a promising start, then triumphing in this battle against them was the true triumphant beginning. For this was the very first of 6 divine battles scheduled for the day. But before the Chinese delegation could revel in their triumph for long, a barrage of accusatory shouts erupted throughout the divine arena. "Sakura Nation, what are you doing? Why did you surrender? Sakura Nation, I know your chances of winning were slim, but at least summon your deity to fight. Sakura Nation, how could you surrender voluntarily? By doing this, haven't you spared Xia Taiping from expending one of his personal deities? Sakura Nation, China challenged us simultaneously. We are allies. Not sending a purple-tier deity to fight is one thing, but voluntarily conceding? What are your intentions?" Representatives from Sunset Nation, the 3A nations, and 3 other nations all confronted Sakura Nation. Sato Ichiro's voluntary surrender had clearly ignited widespread outrage. Especially Namoti, Stamer, Constant, Trump, and Muhammad. Their eyes nearly shot flames as they glared viciously at Kishida Koyu, looking as if they could devour him whole. They had convened to strategize, ultimately resolving to eliminate Xia Taiping. Not only did Kishida Koyu fail to deploy a purple-tier deity into battle, but he had actually surrendered voluntarily. This allowed Xia Taiping to conserve one of his powerful guardian deities. It wasn't merely disregarding their collective decision, it was actively harming them. Why harm them? Because with one less powerful guardian deity for Xia Taiping, their chances of winning the divine war increased. Moreover, they understood why Sakura Nation had surrendered voluntarily. It was because Sakura Nation couldn't gain an advantage over Huaxia Nation, nor did they want Huaxia Nation to gain an advantage over them. Hearing the nation's accusations, Xia Zhenghua, Zhou Tianming, and the other Huaxia citizens simultaneously ceased their cheers. They pricked up their ears, grinning as they listened to the nations denounce Sakura Nation, and grinned even wider as they watched the nations denounce Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and the other 4 nations had colluded in their treachery, ganging up to bully China. Now that they had the chance to witness the 6 nations including Sakura Nation and Sunset Nation fighting amongst themselves, how could they not relish the spectacle? Facing the bloodthirsty stares of the 5 nations commanders Trump, Muhammad, and others, Kishida Koyu remained utterly unconcerned. If his Sakura nation couldn't gain an advantage over China, why should other nations be allowed to profit from China? As for the alliances other nations speak of, that alliance was forged solely to confront China. Without that common enemy, they would never have united. In fact, given the chance, they would seize the opportunity to bite each other viciously without hesitation. But such thoughts could only remain unspoken. After all, outwardly they maintained the facade of an alliance against China. I didn't make him concede. He chose to surrender himself. Kishida Koya decisively shifted the blame onto Sato Ichiro. While he cared little about how the five commanders-in-chief Trump, Muhammad, and the others perceived him, they were still a public alliance. They had to maintain appearances for each other's sake. Otherwise, China would have a field day mocking them. Chapter 221, Plans change faster than expected. New conditions. Hearing Kishida Koya's attempt to shift blame, Sato Ichiro looked utterly aggrieved. While it was true he had chosen to concede, if Kishida Koya hadn't abandoned this divine battle, how could he have dared to surrender? Now, not only did Kishida Koya refuse to defend him, but he was also shifting all the blame onto him. What kind of leader was this? But he dared only think this in his heart, never voicing it aloud. Even if he kept it to himself, the five commanders-in-chief Trump, Muhammad, and the others wouldn't believe it. They all believed that without Kishida Koya's authorization, Sato Ichiro would never have dared to surrender voluntarily. They understood this truth all too well, yet remained silent for the same reason Kishida Koya had considered. No matter what, they were an alliance in name. Tearing apart their facade over this would only give China cause for mockery. Beyond that, there was another reason they couldn't speak of the plan to eliminate Xia Taiping. If Xia Taiping learned of it and grew wary, eliminating him would become far more difficult. Seeing that Trump, Muhammad, and the other five commanders-in-chief showed no intention of arguing with Kishida Koya, Xia Taiping, and the other representatives of China felt a hint of disappointment. They had hoped to witness Kishida Koya, Trump, and the other six commanders-in-chief tearing each other apart like dogs. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded once more. According to the rules of the divine war, the victorious side may demand compensation from the defeated side. Now comes the victor's moment of reward. What compensation does the Huaxia nation desire? Hearing this, Kishida Koya's face immediately twisted with pain. In the divine war days prior, though Sakura nation had lost to Huaxia nation, the latter's demands had only been to expel the Huaxia branch of the Sakura Divine Academy and Sakura nation citizens residing in Huaxia. While significant losses, they hadn't touched the nation's fortune. This time, however, was different. China would undoubtedly demand a portion of Japan's national fortune. Damn it! Let them bloat for now. Tomorrow, I'll make them spit back every ounce of national fortune they've swallowed today. Kishida Koya cursed under his breath, his face still grim. Originally, they could have devoured 10% of Huaxia's national fortune. But because they lost today's divine battle to Huaxia, even if they won tomorrow's battle, they would only reclaim the national fortune Huaxia had consumed today. Xia Taiping hesitated for a moment before turning to Xia Zhanghua. Old Xia, plans change faster than we can adapt. I want to change the terms. Hearing this, the representatives from various nations in the divine arena were taken aback. They had all assumed Xia Taiping would unhesitatingly demand Japan's national fortune, but never expected him to say this. However, from Xia Taiping's words, it seemed Huaxia had already negotiated the terms they would demand after winning the divine battle. Yet Xia Taiping now wanted to change them on the spot. They were all curious, what were the terms Huaxia had agreed upon? And what terms did Xia Taiping want to replace them with? Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others froze in surprise. Wasn't it agreed that after winning the divine war, we'd secure some time for Huaxia to recuperate? Why the sudden change now? This left them all genuinely perplexed. But they all understood one thing, Xia Taiping's sudden demand to change the terms must have a reason. Taiping, proceed as you see fit. Xia Zhanghua decisively chose to support Xia Taiping. Taiping, do whatever you think is best. Taiping, follow your lead. Taiping, don't hold back, do whatever you think is best. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others followed suit, each without exception voicing their support for Xia Taiping. Though they didn't know what terms Xia Taiping intended to propose, they understood one thing, Xia Taiping had always spared no effort in aiding Huaxia nation and would never harm it. Just as Xia Taiping had knowingly allowed the heavenly Tao to randomly assign deities, even though he knew it would never favor Huaxia. Moreover, without Xia Taiping, Huaxia nation wouldn't just lack its current prestige, it would have been finished after the divine war just days ago. Therefore, even if Xia Taiping made a wrong decision, they would support him without hesitation. Thank you all for your support. Xia Taiping expressed his gratitude before adding, I will provide an explanation shortly. Agreed. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others nodded in unison. Xia Taiping wasted no further time. He looked up at the sky and declared, Heavenly Way, I demand 1/10 of Sakura nation's national fortune. The representatives from various nations in the divine arena were stunned once more. If Xia Taiping demanded 1/10 of Sakura nation's national fortune as his bargaining chip, what terms had Huaxia nation negotiated? Kishida Koya grimaced in pain. When Xia Taiping had mentioned changing the terms, he'd hoped Xia Taiping would swap national fortune for something else. But it turned out China's agreed-upon condition wasn't national fortune at all. Xia Taiping had swapped it for national fortune. What the hell was this? Agreed. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed through the divine arena. The next moment, a vast map materialized in the air above the divine arena. Immediately after, a golden dragon emerged from the green territory representing the Huaxia kingdom. Roar! The golden dragon let out a mighty roar to the heavens before soaring toward the green territory representing the land of cherry blossoms. Soon, the golden dragon soared above the green territory representing the land of cherry blossoms. Roar! Another mighty roar erupted from the dragon's maw. Opening its massive jaws, it sucked fiercely at the green section representing the land of cherry blossoms. A golden beam of light shot out from the section, then vanished into the dragon's mouth. Simultaneously, the golden dragon's body instantly grew a full size larger. Roar! Another mighty roar erupted from the golden dragon's maw. It turned its body and flew toward the green section representing the land of the rising sun, plunging headfirst into the green section representing the land of the rising sun. The next moment, the massive map suspended above the divine arena flickered rapidly several times before vanishing entirely. Immediately after, the voice of the heavenly Tao boomed once more within the divine arena. According to the rules of the divine arena, national fortune rewards and penalties will be settled immediately after all divine battles conclude. Proceeding to the second divine battle, China challenges Sunset Nation. The battle commences in 30 minutes. Both nations must submit their combatant rosters 10 minutes prior. Failure to submit rosters on time will be deemed an automatic forfeit. As the voice of the heavenly Tao faded, representatives from the Sunset Nation, the Three Nations Alliance, and the other three nations exchanged stunned glances. Just as in the divine battle days prior, Huaxia not only secured victory in the first contest but maintained a perfect 3-win streak. This opening was far from favorable for them, sparking fears that the events of days past might repeat. Yet the next moment, their hearts sank back into their chests. Though today's opening mirrored the divine battle days prior, this day held a crucial difference. Because China had initiated the divine battle this time, the way of heaven no longer favored them. Consequently, for 3 consecutive battles, China failed to randomly draw powerful deities and could only rely on Xia Taiping summoning his personal guardian deity to fight. Now, as long as they deployed a purple-tier deity to eliminate Xia Taiping, they stood a high chance of securing victory in the divine battle. As for Xia Taiping's claim that many in Huaxia had replaced their personal guardian deities, they didn't believe it. Changing one's personal guardian deity was no simple matter, let alone accomplishing it within a mere few days. Xia Taiping walked directly off the divine battle platform and headed toward the Huaxia kingdom's camp. His sudden change in conditions demanded an explanation for Xia Zhenghua and the others. Chapter 222, 2 Reasons. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He returned to sit beside Xia Zhenghua. Xia Taiping got straight to the point. Elder Xia, distinguished leaders, my sudden alteration of our agreed terms was indeed abrupt. However, this decision was not impulsive but the result of careful consideration. I humbly ask for your understanding, Elder Xia and distinguished leaders. Taiping, no need for explanations. Xia Zhenghua interjected, because no matter what decision you make, we will support you wholeheartedly. Indeed, Taiping. Xiao Tianming chimed in, whatever you choose to do, your intentions are for the good of Huaxia. Therefore, no matter what decision you make or what the final outcome may be, we will support you wholeheartedly. I feel the same way. Me too. Zhao Qingshan, Xiao Wenshan, and others chimed in one after another. Thank you, Elder Xia and all the leaders for your support. Xia Taiping said, Elder Xia, distinguished leaders, as I mentioned earlier, I will provide a reasonable explanation. There are 2 reasons for my sudden change to our agreed terms. The first is to avoid losses. The terms we previously agreed upon were based on our ability to win 6 divine battles. However, we didn't anticipate that the Tao would favor the challenged party more, leading to this mishap. Based on the situation in the divine battles a few days ago, combined with our preparations, I was highly confident we could win all 6. But since the way of heaven disfavors the initiators of divine battles and the probability of randomly selecting powerful deities is extremely low, my confidence in victory has significantly diminished. Taiping, this is our fault. Xia Zhenghua forced a bitter smile. Such a crucial matter, and none of us were aware. It's truly embarrassing when you think about it. Xiao Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others also smiled bitterly. As Xia Zhenghua had said, it was truly unacceptable that they hadn't been informed of such vital information. Senior Xia, this isn't your fault. Xia Taiping shook his head. After all, excluding today's divine battle, our Huaxia nation has only participated in 2 divine battles at most. It's perfectly understandable that we wouldn't know whether the way of heaven favors the challenged party more. So you needn't feel guilty about this. The bitter smiles on Xia Zhenghua, Xiao Tianming, and the others' faces deepened. If Xia Taiping had blamed them, they might have felt somewhat better. But not only did he not blame them, he even exonerated them. Even though what Xia Taiping said was true, they didn't feel better at all, they felt even more guilty. After all, if they hadn't been unaware of such crucial intelligence, Huaxia nation wouldn't have found itself in such a passive predicament now. Elder Xia, distinguished leaders, I'll continue with the first reason. Xia Taiping continued, if we could win all 6 divine battles, sticking to our agreed terms wouldn't be a problem. But now, with little certainty of victory, continuing with those terms simply won't work. After all, if we fail to win the divine battles, not only will we lose the chance to set our own terms, but we'll face other nations imposing conditions upon us. That's why I've decided to alter our agreed upon terms and demand 1/10 of Sakura nation's national fortune instead. This way, even if we lose all 5 remaining divine battles, having 1/10 of Sakura nation's national fortune ensures we suffer fewer losses. If we manage to win a few more divine battles, we might not suffer any losses at all. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others nodded in unison. Xia Taiping's reasoning held merit. At that moment, they also realized Xia Taiping's sudden change to the agreed terms wasn't intentional, he'd been forced into it. The second reason is that the way of heaven favors the challenged party. Xia Taiping continued, though the Cherry Blossom Nation revealed this truth to us, it is by no means idle talk. The reactions and discussions among the nations present here clearly demonstrate this. Furthermore, in the divine battles of recent days, the way of heaven randomly assigned us powerful deities for nearly every match. Yet in today's 3 battles against Sakura Nation, the deities assigned to us were all weak. This too proves the truth of the matter. Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others nodded in unison, their thoughts aligning with his. Xia Taiping continued, we initiated divine battles against the land of cherry blossoms and 5 other nations today because 2 new divine battle rules will take effect after the new year. Our goal was to buy growth time for our Huaxia nation. But since the way of heaven favors the challenged party, there's no need for us to proceed. Now, everyone has gained some understanding of Huaxia's deities, or rather, of the might of Huaxia's deities. Even if the 2 new divine war rules take effect, their impact on us won't be significant. Given that Heaven's way now favors the challenged party, we could have won the challenge launched by the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation, just days ago. If they initiate another divine war against us, I believe we can still prevail in every battle. Therefore, we needn't worry about the 6 nations, including Sakura country, initiating divine wars against us. In fact, I even hope they do, so we can recover any potential losses from today. Furthermore, with the rule that a nation can only initiate 1 divine war against the same country within a year, we truly have no need to insist on securing additional growth time as a condition. After all, 1 year is already sufficient for us. It is precisely because of these 2 reasons that I have decided to alter the terms we previously agreed upon. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others instantly brightened. Indeed, the way of heaven favors the challenged party. This means that if the 6 nations, including Sakura Nation, launch a divine war against Huaxia Nation, they will receive the favor of the way of heaven, increasing their chances of randomly summoning powerful deities. Having already secured the formidable deities of China, they have nothing to fear from the 2 new divine war rules imposed by the 6 nations Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Sunset Kingdom, and others acting in collusion. Thus, they need not dread a divine war initiated by these 6 nations against China. Thus, altering the condition for buying time to demand national fortune not only minimized potential losses but also offered the possibility of gain. Coupled with the constraints of the divine war rules, it granted China time to grow. This move achieved 3 objectives at once. Xia Zhanghua couldn't help but exclaim, Taiping, this change in conditions is brilliant. It's truly excellent. I agree, it's excellent. It's not just excellent, it's absolutely perfect. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others chimed in agreement. Xia Taiping felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Scratching his head, he said, Mr. Xia, distinguished leaders, we shouldn't get too excited just yet. After all, plans change faster than we can adapt. Until everything is settled, anything is possible. So it's best we keep a low profile. True. Xia Zhanghua said, let's keep a low profile then. Zhou Tianming, Zhao Qingshan, and the others exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their amusement. Xia Taiping was clearly a case of once bitten, twice shy. Little did they know that Xia Taiping's concerns were actually justified. Chapter 223, Deliberations. Stamer's Hidden Agenda. While Xia Taiping explained the situation to Xia Zhanghua, Zhou Tianming, and the others, the Sunset Kingdom had already begun an emergency meeting. The Cherry Blossom Nation is useless. Stamer cursed furiously. Not only did they fail to kill Xia Taiping, they lost 2 divine favorites. Some even surrendered without even summoning their deities. I've participated in countless divine wars, but I've never seen one end in such utter defeat. The commander-in-chief is absolutely right, Sakura Nation is utterly useless. They're not just useless, they're utterly despicable. Sigh, our alliance with the land of cherry blossoms is truly a disgrace. Robert, Thomas, and other leaders of the Sunset Nation chimed in agreement. Enough. The matter is settled now, and further discussion is pointless. Sturmer sighed and continued, before this, I had planned to deploy a purple great deity into battle. This was tacitly agreed upon by all nations before the divine war began. Yet I never imagined the land of cherry blossoms would fail to send a purple great deity to fight. This has shaken my resolve. I'm torn about deploying our purple grade deity. If we don't, our chances of victory are slim. But if we do, it feels like a concession. What are your thoughts? Robert spoke first. Commander-in-Chief, I find Xia Taiping's reasoning quite perplexing. With the Heavenly Path Treaty of Non-Aggression signed just days ago, he should have no reservations. Why did he not deploy a purple tier deity? Simple, Stamer replied. He doesn't want to reveal the strength of Sakura Nation's sole purple tier deity. Stamer explained, as the saying goes, the unknown is the most terrifying. Once the strength of Sakura Nation's sole purple grade deity is revealed, it loses its mystique for us. Well, its deterrent effect on us would diminish significantly. I see. Robert's eyes lit up. Xia is afraid that once the power of Sakura Nation's sole purple grade deity is revealed, we or other nations might lose our reservations and launch a divine war against them. Stamer nodded. Precisely. That's exactly it. Robert offered his unreserved praise. Commander-in-Chief, you're truly brilliant. You've instantly grasped Xia Taiping's true intentions. It's nothing special. Stamer shook his head modestly. I just think things through more thoroughly. Yet despite his words, the smug satisfaction on his cheeks clearly showed he relished Robert's flattery. Thomas shot Robert a look of utter contempt. The guy had no other skills, but his talent for seizing any opportunity to suck up was nothing short of astonishing. He spoke up. Commander-in-Chief, Xia Taiping has many powerful personal deities. If we don't deploy purple tier deities into battle, I fear we won't have much chance of victory. After all, the deities of Huaxia are too unpredictable. Indeed. Stamer nodded, his smile bitter. It sounds disheartening, but it's undeniable. Commander-in-Chief, if we deploy our purple tier deities. Robert chimed in, it's one thing if Xia Taiping summons some minor demon. But if he summons a powerful deity to fight back fiercely, even if our Sunset Kingdom's purple grade deities don't reveal their full strength, they'll still have to expose some of it. Yeah. Stamer nodded again. That's precisely my concern. After all, we only have one purple grade deity. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want his true strength known to the nations of the world. After speaking, Stamer suddenly felt his words were somewhat inappropriate. He added, well, it's not that I lack confidence in our purple grade deity's strength. I simply don't wish to expose his power. Commander-in-Chief, I believe we must deploy our purple tier deity. Thomas pressed on, after all, without deploying our purple tier deity, our chances of victory are slim. And if we lose this divine battle, China will devour 10% of our national fortune, a truly staggering loss. Although according to the plan, we will initiate the divine war against China tomorrow, even if we win tomorrow's battle, we'll only reclaim the 10% of national fortune lost today, perhaps earning a little interest at most. Frankly, it's hardly a gain. Furthermore, if other nations deploy purple tier deities, China will have virtually no chance of victory. By the time China loses 40% of its national fortune, even if we win tomorrow's battle, forget about interest, we won't even recoup today's costs. On one side lies 20% of China's national fortune, while on the other, we might not even recoup our initial investment. That's a gap of over 20% in national fortune. I believe this difference warrants deploying a purple tier deity for this single battle. Commander-in-Chief, I also believe we must deploy our purple tier deity. Robert chimed in, first, as Thomas said, over 20% of national fortune is indeed worth deploying a purple tier deity. Second, our Sunset Nation's purple tier deities are exceptionally powerful. Even if our strength is exposed, it won't matter much. Besides, it's not certain our strength will be exposed. Remember the divine battle a few days ago? Whenever Xia Taiping faced a purple tier deity, he summoned a minor demon to handle it. He'll likely do the same today. After all, he has no chance of winning. Stamer nodded, glancing at the others. Everyone, share your thoughts. Commander-in-Chief, I support deploying a purple tier deity. Commander-in-Chief, I also support deploying a purple tier deity. Headquarters, I also support deploying a purple tier deity. The leaders of Sunset Nation spoke one after another, their opinions remarkably unified. The reason was exactly as Thomas and Robert had stated, a 2-point+ boost to national fortune truly warranted the intervention of a purple tier deity. Moreover, they had complete confidence in the power of their own purple tier deity, unafraid of revealing its strength, especially since there was no guarantee it would be exposed. A faint smile touched Stamer's lips. His original intention had been to deploy a purple tier deity as well, but he didn't want to shoulder the blame if their power were exposed. That was why he'd raised the issue for the nation's top officials to deliberate. Now, with the nation's top officials unanimously proposing to deploy the purple tier deity, if no trouble arose from revealing its power, all well and good. But should any trouble come, he wouldn't have to take the fall. After all, it was the collective proposal of Sunset Nation's high-ranking officials to send the purple grade deity into battle. Should blame fall, it would fall upon Sunset Nation's high-ranking officials. Very well. Stamer decisively sealed the deal. Since everyone agrees, then let the purple grade deity take the field. With that, Stamer produced paper and pen, swiftly scribbling several names before flicking the paper toward the divine battle arena. In the next instant, the paper landed on the divine battle arena, igniting without flame and disintegrating into a wisp of ash before vanishing. Seeing this, Xia Zhanghua spoke up. Tiandao, the roster for Huaxia Nation remains unchanged. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.